Sunlight streamed through the stained glass window, casting colorful patterns on the pure white luxurious bed. Flawless silver anemone flowers adorned the bedside table. A spring breeze slipped through the window gap, gently stirring the girl's long white hair, carrying a faint fragrance into the spring air outside. The white-haired girl closed her eyes tightly, hands clasped together, her lips slightly moving as if praying. Descend. As she finished the last incantation, her eyes, blue and pure as gemstones, opened wide, staring at the empty bed before her. After a long moment, nothing happened. But the sunlight grew stronger, making the white bed surface even more dazzling. The girl lowered her head in disappointment. The 16th summoning had failed. The girl's talent was not poor, rather she was a prodigy. A 16-year-old fourth-order light mage, enough to stand above all peers in the Empire. Lovillian Bradley, the foremost young member of the Bradley family, naturally attuned to light elements. Rumors even spread that she was the illegitimate daughter of the god of light. Others had to kneel and beg for elements to enter their bodies, refining their mental strength. But Lovillian was different. The elements rushed into her willingly, like children running home after school, as a grand archmage once said. She was not only the jewel of the mighty Bradley family, but also the appointed saintess of the Church of Light. Once she reached the 7th order, she would assume the position immediately. Her life journey was smooth, but now she faced a problem. A simple summoning spell had survived a whole night in her hands. Since the Imperial Magic Academy's sudden dismissal yesterday, she had been trying the summoning spell she just learned. Summoning was a special magic with no level restrictions. Its essence was to communicate with beings from the summoning plane to serve the caster. What was summoned depended on the medium used. Depending on the power gap between the summoner and the summoned, it was divided into superior summoning and inferior summoning. As the name suggests, one meant, I command you to come, the other, I invite you and you decide. Lovillian used a light crystal as a medium, but the other party seemed unwilling to respond. So she now prepared to use superior summoning to command the other party with authority. By my will, beings of the other realm, hear my summons to send. Blinding white light overwhelmed the fierce sun, but to a fourth-order light mage it was nothing. Lovillian's lips curled slightly. She had summoned an ordinary crow, no wait. An extraordinary crow. Even if it seemed ordinary the moment it was summoned, it became extraordinary because it was the crow she summoned. Its ink-black feathers shimmered under the sunlight, its black eyes held a strange, cunning light. It looked dazed and a little surprised. The crow seemed to possess intelligence. Lovillian smiled faintly. The crow's eyes were filled with a determined confusion. Can you speak, little crow? Like a clear spring, her crisp voice sounded beside Lucifer's head. Still dizzy, Lucifer raised his head, allowing him to clearly see the girl's face before him. Pure white hair like a waterfall hung by her ears. Her delicate face seemed carved by a master craftsman. No craftsman could create such a perfect work. The tassel earrings danced as she shook her head. Her blue eyes, like the purest sapphire in the world, stared at the crow before her. These eyes speak volumes. Captivated by my beauty. Do crows have human aesthetics? The girl said again, making the appraiser Lucifer pause his assessment. I am not a crow, Lucifer said, flapping his wings. I am the supreme ruler of the Underworld. The demon god of decay and death, Lucifer. His voice, though comical, seemed to carry supreme authority, inspiring awe. Could you be? Could you be? Lovillian suddenly seemed panicked, her voice stammering, covering her mouth with both hands and stepping back. Yes, I am. This time Lucifer did not flap his wings. Too undignified, merely responding in a calm tone to the girl's shock. After speaking, Lucifer casually looked around the room. Could this be a dream? How did I get to the mortal world? Just awakened from slumber, his mind was still foggy. You must be the supreme, mysterious, yet utterly powerless, mighty, invincible flying crow of the demon realm. Lovillian looked at Lucifer respectfully, but her eyes held undisguised amusement. If only these eyes could also not speak, Lucifer sighed inwardly. You're the crow, your whole family are crows. The hoarse voice echoed in the girl's bedroom. The girl was not annoyed, but instead smiled. You're my first summoned creature, can't we talk nicely? The girl spoke, bending down to examine the crow closely. Huh. Being disturbed 16 times while sleeping in the Underworld, no one would be in a good mood. Then he became puzzled. This girl of the Fourth Order could not possibly summon an Underworld ruler. What did you use as a medium? A light crystal formed from pure light elements. This one is quite good quality. The girl pointed at the broken gem under the crow's feet. The crow lowered his head, then raised it. Why could a pure light crystal forcibly summon him? Was his ninth-order peak strength a joke? Had he no dignity? Besides, he was a dark creature. Do you know who I am? I know the great crow lord Lucifer of the Underworld. The girl never missed a chance to tease, the crow twirling a strand of white hair around her finger, looking indifferent. But now I officially appoint you as the crow vanguard of the Church of Light. The girl smiled slyly, bent down, stared into Lucifer's black eyes, and whispered, "In the name of the future Saintess of Light." Huh. Lucifer didn't want to respond to the girl's sudden quirk. He just wanted to figure out why he had been summoned to the mortal world. Looking at the crow's confused and bewildered eyes, Lovilian leaned closer, so close that Lucifer could smell a faint fragrance. Like a spring breeze carrying the scent of flowers after rain. Wait, something was off. His sluggish mind seemed to realize something. Why did he have a sense of smell? No, why could he speak? No, why could he hear sounds? Since his birth from the origin of the Underworld, the supreme ruler of the Underworld was deeply imprinted with the mark of the Underworld. Ninth-order beings from the Underworld would be rejected by the rules of the mortal world upon entry. That is to say, if Lucifer wanted to walk the mortal world in his true form, he would need the power to defy the rules. But he didn't have that power. No one did. Therefore Lucifer often walked the mortal world in the form of a crow, because crows were very compatible with him. But he had only vision. All other senses were blocked by the world. Even retaining vision consumed a great deal of his energy. But now he appeared in the mortal world inside a normal crow's body. Did that mean the mortal world's rules were weakening? Lucifer grew more excited the more he thought. He was a transmigrator. Since stepping out of the Underworld origin, he had never left the Underworld. The Underworld, the 4 words survival of the fittest, were practiced to the extreme. Killing, death, turmoil, and strife. No sun, only a blood moon hanging above. Monsters arose, evils ran rampant. Even Levi would shake his head at that moon. The scarlet moonlight ensured that the Underworld could not support normal life. In short, it was a god-forsaken place. No, the Underworld didn't even have normal birds. He could only kill eternal time through endless slumber, or observe the mortal world in the form of a crow, like playing VR in his past life. Only vision, no other senses. Being in a sensory-deprived crow state was not pleasant for Lucifer. Everything was bland and tasteless. Lucifer understood well that the Underworld should not harbor emotions of beauty. Such emotions would only lead him to destruction in endless time. But he had once been human, a human who lived under the sun. Other Underworld beings were used to everything there, but he still wasn't. Lucifer once read a line, "I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light." Coming back to himself, he ignored the girl's calls. The crow closed his eyes, preparing to switch accounts. Meanwhile, in the Underworld, on a mountain of bones, under pitch-black shadow, a pair of scarlet eyes quietly lit up. The master of the blood-red eyes was a pale-faced youth, with deep features, wearing black gold attire formed from magic. Without delay, he gathered boundless magic power into his fist, and punched the void. Space shattered instantly, and ripples of spatial oscillation spread outward, like stones thrown into water. Stepping into the open passage, Lucifer entered the channel between the mortal world and the Underworld. "I'm coming, long-lost sunlight." Woohoo! What greeted him was the long-lost heavenly punishment. Vast thunderclouds gathered almost the moment he stepped into the mortal world. Boom! With just one strike, his ninth-order peak body was heavily wounded. Lucifer could only return to the Underworld. Standing in the void, Lucifer was silent for a long time, not even bothering with the severe wounds on his body. White bones could be faintly seen, and burn marks ran across his entire back. Failed again. This time, he was reckless. He should have tested first. But Lucifer was too eager to enter the mortal world. It had been far too long since he felt the sun's warmth. There must be a way, Lucifer thought, suddenly noticing something. Lucifer lowered his head to scan the eighth-order demon that had suddenly appeared nearby. A jade-like skull with pale blue flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. It looked up at the severely wounded ruler, and its flames blazed brighter. Lucifer knew what it was thinking. It wanted to slide tackle and kill the severely wounded ninth-order demon god. He waved his hand, and the white jade skeleton's proud body shattered inch by inch, eventually falling as crystalline material. In the air, it was swallowed by pitch-black shadow appearing in Lucifer's hand. The pure white crystal reflected his pale face and blood-red eyes. Crack! The crystal was crushed into pure magical energy that surged into Lucifer's body, healing some of the wounds on his back. He sighed and disappeared into the air. The mortal world. The crow opened its eyes again, and the first thing it saw were two sapphire gems, or rather the girl's eyes. He could even see the texture in her eyes, like pebbles neatly arranged in a stream. Ignoring the girl's strange look. "What's your name?" the crow asked. "Lovillian Bradley," she said. "What about you?" "Lucifer." The crow nodded. He had to figure out how to convince the girl to help him. Before, when playing VR, he couldn't communicate with anyone, and no one would bother watching a crow flapping about. After pondering for a long time, "I am the ruler of the Underworld. If you become my follower, I will grant you a life of wealth and glory when I descend to the mortal world." Lucifer decided to be direct. His mind, after spending too long in the Underworld, wasn't suited for forming a logically closed strategy to trick the girl into helping him. And he had other plans. Although this was similar to the past lives I'm sure Huang Xin money, it didn't matter. He just needed to stay by the girl's side. The girl before him looked simple-minded, should be easy to fool. "Right. The light crystal used for summoning you, if sold, could buy 10, no 100 well-trained first-order crow beasts in the Empire. Talking ones with intelligence 2 or 3. The girl said indifferently, as if she didn't care much about these things. "I am the top prodigy among the Empire's young generation, a 16-year-old fourth-order mage. The Bradley family behind me is one of the oldest and most powerful families in the Empire. My grandfather is one of the few seventh-order powerhouses among humans." She paused. "I am also the appointed Saintess of the Church of Light, a guaranteed seventh order, and very likely to reach the eighth order supreme realm to lead humanity's counterattack against the demons. What do you think I lack?" The girl looked at the crow with keen interest, seemingly expecting an answer. "You lack a crow that can boast," Lucifer said flatly. Lucifer spoke, his expression dull. Lucifer didn't anticipate the girl's strength. She was a textbook protagonist template. His ninth-order power was far from enough, or just enough to be seen. It was like a homeless person whose billions in the bank were frozen encountering a millionaire. "Do you have money?" "I do." "Can you spend it?" "No." "Heh." Endure for a moment calm, and peace stepped back, open skies and vast seas. Lucifer decided to let go of something. "Have you thought it over? Sign a contract with me, become my partner." The girl said excitedly, the heroine in a play should have a talkative partner, and this little crow fits perfectly. A hopelessly delusional middle-two fantasy little crow. A beautiful young girl will save it. Despite this little crow's lack of strength, it didn't matter. She had resources. Lucifer nodded. A hexagram array shimmered beneath the girl's feet, shattering into fragmented runes that merged into the bodies of the girl and the crow. An equal contract, not touching the soul. If the summoner is satisfied with the summon, they can sign a contract to keep the summoned in the present world for a long time, if the summoned agrees to. If not, a forced contract, subduing it by soul strength gap. If the girl wanted to force a contract, only a ninth-order peak soul intensity, not much. "Alright, from now on you are the first general under this holy maiden." The girl held the crow and spun twice. The crow pretended to be delighted, flapping its wings casually. "You're faking it so obviously." The girl sensed the crow's emotion. Lucifer froze. She could tell. "But I still like it." The girl spoke again. Lucifer breathed a sigh of relief inside. "Just sick, that's all. You're thinking something really bad." The girl spoke seriously. Knock knock. A knock sounded. "Miss, time for breakfast." A gentle female voice came from behind the door. I know," Lovillian responded loudly. "Come, let me show you our world ruler of the Underworld." As she spoke, the girl extended her hand. Because she was at home, she only wore a pure white silk nightgown. As she moved, her fair skin was exposed. "My claws are very sharp. And I'm really not an ordinary crow." Lucifer raised his head. This crow body cost a great deal, mainly to deceive the rules of the present world, but still had some physical strength enough to easily crush a walnut, if there were walnuts in this world. "No problem, I have holy light protection." The girl puffed out her chest, and a pendant suddenly emitted a faint white light, weak yet seemingly full of power. "Below the sixth order can't even break the defense," the girl added. Lucifer flapped his wings and landed on her arm. But seemingly dissatisfied, he flew to the top of her head. "Don't excrete any strange things on my head." The girl wasn't too opposed to Lucifer's behavior, just reminding him. "I am a moral demon god," Lucifer said solemnly. The holy light of the pendant wasn't a shield but like an invisible layer of water wrapping around the girl's body, preventing sudden attacks. One could touch her, but performing an attack would be blocked by the pendant. Worth a lot. Though Lucifer didn't understand the prices in the present world, after all, a crow couldn't watch people trade up clothes. Crows were inauspicious and often chased away. As he pondered, the girl pushed open an elegant wooden door engraved with complex magic patterns and walked out of the room. Seeing the crow looking back at the door's patterns with a contemplative expression, "You understand?" The girl seemed interested. "I don't understand." This was the truth, he really didn't understand. In his previous life, as a college student, he only knew how to eat and maka. Now, as one of the four-pillar demon gods of the underworld, he only knew how to fight and maka. Why did the eating skill disappear? Because there was no delicious food in the underworld, or rather nothing edible. Aside from Lucifer, the other three demon gods were all lumps of yellow stuff. Excrement. Returning to his senses, let's eat. Lucifer flapped his wings, tapping the girl's head, urging her. Lucifer found that the girl had a high tolerance, so he deliberately did things to quickly warm their relationship. Not that kind of warming, of course. Pure friendship warming. He needed to create some influence in the present world. These would be proof of Lucifer's existence. A being that doesn't exist in this world cannot influence the world. A being that exists in the world can influence the world. So those who can influence the world are beings of this world. This was a wrong conclusion, but he could use his ninth-order authority of chaos to make a small change. Changing rules was hard. Twisting rules was also hard, but easier than changing rules. Lucifer had once picked up a bone of a former ninth-order demon god on the blood moon, and within that bone was the authority of chaos and distortion. As for how that ninth-order demon god died, Lucifer said he didn't know. When he arrived on the moon, it was already a skeleton. Could it be that he was beaten into this state by the demon god of fall and death? No. Right. After all, they were brothers born from the essence of the underworld. Back to the point, Lucifer's influence on the world is like an anchor. The greater the influence, the more solid the anchor. Using the girl's identity and status couldn't be better. As long as he had a solid enough anchor, then Lucifer would descend into the present world. These anchors would fix him to this world like giving him an ID card. The rules were the police seeing the card, they would know you were one of their own, not some foreign monster. When he enters the present world, if there is a ninth order in the present world, fine. If not, the girl didn't mind the crow tapping her head, as if it were natural. The long corridor was lined with various paintings. The people in the paintings had eyes either open or closed, their expressions solemn. Lucifer stared at the chest of a male portrait. No misunderstanding, he just wanted to see the necklace in the painting. The gentleman in the painting glanced down at Lucifer, then looked away. Lucifer felt it. He stared into the painting's eyes. The painting's eyes looked straight ahead, motionless, as if just a lifeless object. Heck, quite the pretender. Descending the wide spiral staircase, Lovelian arrived at the ground floor reception hall. She planned to enjoy a hearty breakfast here before going to the academy. The ornate chandelier slept above a redwood. Long table stood in the center of the hall. By the door leaned a sunbathing mirror. The redwood table was covered with dishes of various sizes, vibrant in color. Lucifer had never seen any of them, but that didn't stop him from flapping over to the table. "May I start?" Lucifer looked up. He was a polite demon god. Of course. Seeing the crow's claws already on the edge of the silver plate, Lovelian smiled, as if spring light had brightened the room. The maids around didn't ask what this crow was or how it came, though Lovelian usually treated them as friends. They knew their place. "This crow seems to be a creature from the underworld, miss." The Grey Temple butler Otero spoke. He had the right and duty to know the situation around the young lady and provide corresponding protection. A sixth-order peak warrior, a sky rider personally appointed by the Emperor of his empire, once followed Custer Bradley, a human seventh-order warrior, in battles against the demon race. In his old age, he came to his master's home to help take care of his granddaughter. To Lovelian, he was more like an elder than a butler. Summoned, he says he's a demon god from the underworld. "But I think he's a very cute crow," Lovelian said with a smile. "There are no more demon gods in the underworld." Otero also smiled. "Indeed, it's a bragging crow. Since the first demon god fell, the underworld had been like a lump of Excrement. The Underworld currently had no eighth order or above beings. The title of demon god, how long had it been since he last heard it? Years ago, when he followed his master into the core city of the demon raised the walls recording demon history seemed to mention some descriptions of demon gods. Unfortunately, he was a military man illiterate. He could only infer from the fragments of the mages. Demon gods were very awesome things. By the way, underworld creatures and the demon race are different. The demon race originated from the underworld. The corpse of a ninth-order demon god fell into the present world, and from that corpse creatures were born, the demon race. He was the first demon god origin. That was his authority. Considered Lucifer's very big brother. A very strong big brother, judging from the fact that, after being killed by the rules of the present world, his corpse could still resist those rules, and give birth to living creatures. He might have been above the ninth order. Of course, just a possibility. The ninth order among the ninth order, the demon god among demon gods. Stronger than Lucifer, after all he was just a child. Hearing this, Lucifer did not lift his head from the cream cake, but a disdainful glint flashed in his eyes. The underworld now not only had the eighth order, but even the ninth order remained. The underworld had no passage to the present world. It could only be crossed by powerful bodies traversing the void. And after crossing the void, it would be struck by the rules. But the present world has passages to the underworld. The passage corresponds to a very remote area of the underworld with no eighth order creatures, and it usually opens for only a few months before closing. The passage generates at random locations, and closes at random times. So humans haven't explored too deeply, and the demon race in the present world is already troublesome enough, and the underworld is indeed a barren land where even birds don't defecate. There was no need to spend a huge cost to explore a dimension that wouldn't yield results in a short time, at least for humanity facing the external enemy. A dimension where monsters were generally powerful and troublesome, but resources were extremely scarce. That was the view of present world humans on the underworld. As for why such a resource-poor place could continuously produce high-order creatures, it was a mystery to humans. This crow's rank is a bit low. Do I need to fetch some resources that underworld creatures need? Otero didn't care whether it was improper for the future Holy Saintess to have a pet crow. He cared whether the crow's strength was enough to follow Lovelian. Of course, if Lovelian really liked raising a crow, no one would mind. Bradley would shut up anyone who objected. No need. I believe this little crow can grow on its own. Lovelian waved her hand, then trotted over to Lucifer and punched him lightly. Lucifer reluctantly lifted his head. The cake was very sweet. You can do it right. Yes, I can. Lovelian nodded with satisfaction. I'll take you to school later. School? Lucifer thought of some unpleasant memories. But the crow's desperate shaking of its head was selectively ignored by the young lady. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Lovelian changed into a snow-white fitted long dress, tucked her hair behind her ears. Pinching the white dress hem, she ran to the full-length mirror in the hall and spun around. Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful girl in the world? It is you, my noble princess. Nothing in the world compares to you. The magic mirror said seriously. Dola, your tongue is even sweeter than yesterday. Lovelian's light laughter brightened the spring breeze. Not so, you are merely more charming than yesterday. Please do not doubt your beauty, I never lie. Lucifer lifted his head covered in food crumbs, shook it. What a licking dog. Mirror. Damn, stealing my job. Caw, caw, caw. The crow lifted its head and let out a long cry. Lovelian turned at the sound. Her blue, clear, lake-like eyes were filled with confusion. You are very beautiful. The crow forced out a word. Thank you, you are very cute too. Lovelian smiled back. Let's go, we're heading to the academy. Lovelian extended her hand. Lucifer flapped his wings and landed on the girl's slender palm. Lucifer was slightly smaller than a normal crow, more like a large crow chick. Lucifer glanced defiantly at the ancient full-length mirror. The mirror did not respond. You came from the central region of the underworld, right? An ancient voice sounded in Lucifer's heart, like a lake causing ripples. Lucifer put away his playful expression, and a faint red light began to flicker in his eyes. He hadn't noticed before. This mirror also came from the underworld. A 7th-order demon king, no 8th-order emperor. At the top of the food chain in the underworld. As for the 9th-order demon god, the one who arranges the food chain. Long story short, little one. I offended Alex, and he sealed me in this mirror, eventually exiled to wander the underworld. Eternal exile is indeed more terrifying than death. But in the end, it was picked up by humans exploring the underworld and brought back to the present world. If those demon gods knew I had entered the present world so easily, they would be furious, though I'm still trapped in a mirror. The ancient mirror continued speaking unnoticed by the others. It seemed that because it hadn't encountered a fellow creature in too long, the being in the mirror sounded very relaxed. One of the demon gods already knows he. Lucifer remained expressionless. The 4 existing demon gods all wanted to enter the present world for different purposes. Only Lucifer's avatar Crow successfully smuggled into the present world, and was eventually summoned by the girl using some unknown technique that brought a complete 9th order soul fully possessing the 5 senses. This underworld creature had something, or rather this mirror itself had something. He didn't believe that an 8th order demon emperor could resist the rules that even a 9th order god was helpless against. 7th order and above underworld creatures entering the present world would be erased by the rules. The mirror had saved this 8th order little thing's life. This mirror was not simple. Alex had misjudged. He didn't believe that Alex would use such a miraculous item as a means of exile for an ant. The essence of the underworld would often spout objects, strange ones: combs, mirrors, doors, curtains, swords, spears, and even chamber pots. All possessed strange functions. These items were divided among the 3 demon gods. The 4th, the demon god of greed and violence, was still daydreaming. Alex was the demon god of turmoil and strife, one of the 4 existing demon gods, and one of the oldest demon gods of the underworld. He had experienced the final years of the origin demon god. If it were by the rules, Lucifer would have to call him Big Brother. But the feelings among the 4 brothers were not much, to say the least. Really not much. He was the 3rd demon god. The 5th had just been born from the essence of the underworld on the blood moon, when he was killed by the other demon gods. Not the eldest, not the 2nd, not the 4th. Who it was Lucifer didn't know. Then you're pretty lucky. Lucifer replied indifferently. Good luck on your journey into the present world, little one. Creatures of the 7th order and above from the underworld cannot enter the present world. An 8th order underworld mirror spirit was indeed qualified to address Lucifer like that. After all, Lucifer was just a little cutie below the 7th order. Even though this little cutie had just mentally called the old senior little thing. The luxurious carriage carried the girl and the crow toward the heart of the imperial capital. The Bradley family made its home on the capital's outskirts, not because it lacked the strength or wealth to claim land in the capital's center, but because that 7th-rank old man believed the nobility should shoulder the duty of protecting the weak. The entire clan relocated. Under the Bradleys' influence, the other great houses moved outward as well, until in the end the 5 great families stood in 5 directions guarding the imperial capital. Passers-by on the streets doffed their hats at the sight of the crossed silver swords on the carriage. The Bradley family had no coat of arms. Crossed swords were proof enough. Those were the weapons of one of the Empire's mightiest warriors, albeit replicas. Lovelia nodded and accepted it with poise. This was the family's present glory, and the glory that she, Lovelia, would make her own in the days to come. That early glory, she would prove with time, belonged to Lovelia. Of course, it would come at a price. The strange horse-shaped magical beast drawing the carriage halted, its nostrils blowing out hot breath. "Miss, we have arrived." The maid driving the carriage said softly. Lovelia acknowledged. Before she could even reach for her skirt hem, the hem lifted by itself. Lovelia looked up. The black crow was gripping the hem with its claws and flapping its wings. "You know how to do that too." Her fingertip traced over the crow's head, her voice bright with amusement. "It is basic etiquette for a gentleman," Lucifer replied coolly. Yes, yes, great demon god. Could you help me down from the carriage?" "With pleasure." Lovelia stepped firmly onto the blue stone bricks below. Here was a broad plaza where people came and went in conversation. When they saw the Empire's most radiant pearl, they all smiled. A beautiful girl was always welcomed, let alone one with such a lovely nature. Though at first they were taken aback by the crow perched atop her head. "Good morning, noble Saintess." "Good morning, pearl of the imperial capital." Lovelia smiled and nodded in reply. The imperial capital had a pearl, a jewel. She was that very pearl. "We'll be going now, miss." With Lovelia's permission, the maid drove the carriage away from the plaza. The carriage was too large and would block the flow of people. Not that the people of the capital minded the Bradleys' small self-indulgence. At this moment warm sunlight spilled over Lucifer, and he could not help stretching out his body. It had been a very, very long time since he had felt something like this. When was the last time? Oh! Do creatures of the underworld also like sunlight, my great demon god? The girl teased, poking the sun-worshipping crow atop her head with a slender finger. You are still young, so your ignorance is understandable. Taking Lovelian's teasing in stride, the crow narrowed his eyes and stretched out as much as he could to receive more sunlight. Then how old is the great demon god, if I may ask? Too old to remember. The girl curled her lips, clearly not believing him. The academy's gate had not yet opened. Several students had gathered there to chat. Many were boasting about the high-grade creatures they had summoned yesterday and the contracts they had signed. They were the cream of the third year, having only learned summoning the day before. The top 10 in each of the academy's 3 grades were not within the Imperial Capital's academy, but in a place no one knew. A teleportation portal in the plaza helped students reach that destination. The academy's education was second to none, and even the nobles had to admit it. Hence most families refrained from interfering in their children's magical education before graduation. Interference would only ruin everything. After all, the academy's headmaster was humanity's sole 8th-rank mage, and one of only 2 8th-rank experts in existence. The other was the Emperor, Augustus Hess, an 8th-rank warrior acclaimed as the most powerful emperor since the founding of the Hess Empire, and the pillar of humankind. Good morning, Lovelian. A youthful voice called out. A young man in a black formal suit doffed his beret and waved at Lovelian. Ryan Hatton, the rising star of the Hatton family, a rank 4 warrior. A 17-year-old genius. Is this your summon? It doesn't look too clever. The young man gave Lucifer a once-over and said with a smile, I summoned a flying pig once, so I sent it back. In any case, if he didn't say it, no one would ever know that the pig had despised him and refused to form a contract. At least my crow is quite adorable. Lovelian nodded, taking that as a greeting. Brother Crow, can you talk? Ryan walked closer and looked at Lucifer curiously as he asked. Lucifer nodded. The young man's hazel eyes widened, not because the crow could understand human speech and respond, but because he sensed the faint underworld aura on Lucifer. You're really something. The young man withdrew his stunned gaze and broke into a smile. Of course. I am the great demon god. Your light saintess is merely a vassal of me, the great demon god. Lucifer lifted his head and puffed out his chest. Thump. The girl's slender pale finger dealt Lucifer a heavy blow. You need to be more modest, demon god. The young man looked bewildered. Demon god? A demon god has no need for modesty. Isn't that a demon god's basic etiquette? It used to be. Now it is not. Lovelian read utter earnestness in the crow's eyes. You scared me to death. For a moment, I actually thought he was a demon god. Ryan seemed to be recovering from a shock. Lucifer glanced at Ryan. This blond fellow did not seem very bright. You are thinking something bad. Ryan stared into the crow's eyes, his amber eyes full of scrutiny. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Honesty is the basic etiquette of a demon god. You must believe me. Heh heh. Actually, I am a rank 9 human powerhouse. I spend my days in disguise, and when humanity faces a crisis, I step in. I've already seen through you, little demon god. Taste my sword of justice. With that, the young man slashed his hand through the air. I'm dead. What a fearsome sword of justice. The crow clutched his chest with one wing, as though gravely wounded. 2 childish brats. A female voice sounded, though it was not Lovelian's. Crimson hair, crimson eyes, crimson robes. She was a red figure. A red girl. Sarinder Salt. Her skin was wheat-colored, her bare calves free of any excess flesh, her firm muscles plain to the eye. A rank 4 fire mage, though she looked like a warrior. 16 years old, and also a genius. She came from common birth, entering the academy through sheer talent. Don't mind her. That's just how she is, cold on the outside, warm inside. Lovelian stroked Lucifer, who was perched on her head, while explaining. Ryan curled his lip disdainfully. Cold on the outside. Thorny on the outside, more like. Sarinder dealt the sneering Ryan a heavy thump. Ryan was furious but dared not complain, and tried to defeat his attacker with an angry stare. Sarinder shot Ryan a glare, and Ryan cautiously stepped back. Is the noble young swordsman so pathetic? Sarinder gave a contemptuous smile. She very much enjoyed seeing Ryan furious yet utterly helpless. It was quite adorable. Before Ryan could finish, the fountain at the center of the plaza suddenly surged and overflowed its rim. The overflowing water flowed slowly, and at last formed a mirror-like water gate, its rippling waves glittering with brilliant golden light. The academy's open. I'll spare you for now. Ryan dashed into the water mirror. A faint ripple spread and Ryan vanished from everyone's sight. Let's go too. Lovelian looked at Sarander, and the latter nodded. Lucifer narrowed his eyes at the water mirror. This water mirror was no ordinary thing. As for what exactly was unusual, even Lucifer did not know. In any case, it was unusual. What have you sensed now? The white-haired girl asked, poking the crow atop her head. I see the interweaving of space and water, the perfect fusion of magic's highest mysteries with practical application in this world. I see the labor and dedication of countless people behind this magic. A spell this intricate must have demanded many minds working day and night. It is so ingenious that even a demon god like me has some trouble seeing through it completely. Fortunately, I am a studious demon god. To me, it is not difficult. Perhaps because he had not spoken for so long in the underworld, he had grown talkative, rambling, and childish. Lucifer obviously did not notice this about himself. Perhaps keeping one's heart childish was a decent way to resist the cruelty of the world. You really do see an awful lot. Sarander looked thoughtful. The crow gave her a glance. This girl did not appear very bright. You are thinking something bad. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Yes, I am. Lucifer looked up at the sky. How could just anyone read his mind? The crow suddenly flapped his wings with urgency, attempting to flee this heartbreaking place. Lovelian shook her head. You messed up my hair. My apologies. I was contemplating a very important question. The crow wore an utterly grave expression. What bad thing were you contemplating? Asked Sarander. Lovelian also looked up, curious. When she raised her head, Lucifer wobbled and nearly slid off. Luckily, the girl caught him with a quick hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The white-haired girl stuck out her tongue and put the crow back on her head. I was not thinking of anything bad. I was simply recalling my glorious years in the underworld. They were not very pleasant years. Space turned upside down. When he opened his eyes again, they were already in the academy. Gazing at the calm drifting clouds around him, Lucifer was a little stunned. Sky Island suspended above the imperial capital, the girl explained briefly. And how were those glorious years? She asked, turning curious. Not much to speak of. Lucifer surveyed his surroundings. The blue brick road stretched to the edge of sight, bearing the mottled scars of ages upon it, ancient and arcane. White buildings stood in row after row. Growing flowers and grasses breathed alongside the old walls, and a fence woven from green vines waved its hand at Lucifer and the others, as if welcoming them. It was like an ancient town forgotten by time. The years had worn away so much, yet its simplicity endured forever. Clouds and mist coiled about it like a land of immortals. There were flying fish. Yes, flying fish. A new face. What is your name? A small carp drifting through the air spoke up. It was only the size of a palm, but its voice was oddly weathered, as if time had scorched its throat. Grandpa Carp, he is my summon and also my companion. Lovelian smiled, playfully waving as she greeted the carp. And I'm a fine little crow. You're fine too, you worthless little thing. Lucifer kept his face blank while mocking inwardly. You are thinking something bad. The carp's clouded eyes fixed on Lucifer. Heh. Lucifer looked up at the sky. We're off now. See you later, Grandpa Carp. Lovelian hastily took Sarander's hand and left, not forgetting to give the crow on her head a sharp rap. Lucifer cawed in pain. Little crow, caw. Lovelian never missed a chance to mock Lucifer. Lucifer raised a wing to cover the girl's eyes, trying to make her trip. But his scheme failed. The girl grabbed Lucifer's foot, claw, and flung him away. Lucifer flapped his wings to stabilize himself midair. This was hardly difficult for someone who often played VR. He was a veteran player in that regard. A petty trick. Behold the great demon god's mighty dive. The crow accelerated toward the white-haired girl. Light protection of the Holy Spirit. The girl chanted very quickly, at least far faster than Lucifer's mighty dive. As the chant concluded, golden runes swirled around her like a sphere and enveloped her. The crow tried to halt his dive, but inertia carried him straight at the girl. It seemed he would slam face first into the barrier. At the last moment she waved her hand to spell the magic, and caught the plummeting Lucifer. "So, great demon god." Laughter brimmed irrepressibly in the girl's eyes. Lucifer shut his eyes and played dead. "You two really are childish." Sarander watched the girl and the crow with a trace of astonishment. Was this crow truly only summoned by Lovelian yesterday? Why did it feel more at ease with her than she, a friend of 2 years, was? "Ha ha, is that so?" Lovelian smiled sheepishly. She shook the crow in her hand again. The crow continued to play dead. After placing the crow back on her head, Lovelian and Sarander walked into the academy. At the same time the crow opened his eyes, blood-red eyes. He looked back at the carp by the green vine fence, utterly serene, as if the crow that had been playing moments before had exchanged souls. The breath of authority. Lucifer pondered. The green vine fence closed once more. An underworld aura. And of no low rank. Ah, forget it, forget it. Gus will handle it. The carp flicked his tail, vanished into the clouds and mist, and prepared to continue his fishing in the sky. The entire academy sat on an island in the sky, sheltered by wind element magic arrays, so the wanton winds of the troposphere could not disturb the normal functioning of Sky Island. Llewellyn and her companions walked along the bluestone path flanked by white-walled red-roofed buildings. These are the usual residences of the teachers and other powerful mages of the Empire, but they are generally busy. Most of the houses are unoccupied. The girl pointed out the white-walled red-roofed houses to the crow. The crow nodded. They continued deeper along the street until they reached the end, where a different building appeared. This is the magic laboratory building where apprentice mages can try out magic. We also often organize team versus team duels here to sharpen combat experience. Llewellyn pointed to the pitch-black cylinder on the left at the end of the street. It occupied a vast area, and array patterns would occasionally flicker across its black surface, profound and unfathomable, at least to Lucifer, who was blind to magic. As a born Ninth Order, being all the magic that should belong to such a creature had already been engraved into the blood, bones, and soul of this sovereign existence at the moment of birth. No learning was needed, no polishing. He was born a being at the apex of the world, a Ninth Order demon god. When Lucifer had first come to this world and opened his eyes, in the chaotic origin of the Underworld's supreme authority and power had already whispered in his ear, "You are the ruler of the Underworld, the natural sovereign, the supreme god, who cannot be overstepped." All lowly beings of the Underworld obey their sovereign unconditionally. Yet there are always creatures of the earth who try to gaze directly at the radiance of a demon god. Just like the earlier Eighth Order skeletal demon, who chose to strike when Lucifer was severely wounded by the rules of the present world. And then the Underworld lost an Eighth Order sovereign. The gap between the Ninth Order and the Eighth Order is vast, to say nothing of the natural suppression that the ruler of the Underworld holds over the creatures of the Underworld. Most importantly, the one he challenged was a Ninth Order being capable of killing others of the same order. Killing and defeating are two completely different things. And so that sovereign of the Underworld turned to ashes in the blink of an eye and became nourishment. Then, his soul merged into the crow's body. Caw caw caw. This is the teaching building where the teachers usually give their lessons. While reminiscing, Llewellyn pointed to the abrupt towering white cube on the right. Black fine lines wound around the cube, making it look like a Rubik's Cube. Lucifer wanted to ask why neither building had a door, but he felt that would be beneath his dignity, although his behavior had long since stripped him of every bit of his dignity. There are spatial gates. Celandir seemed to see through Lucifer's confusion. He reached out and touched the wall of the white cube, and his finger vanished from view, sending tiny spatial ripples across the surface of the Rubik's Cube. This building is called Radiance Hall. It is the students' residence, taking care of their daily clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, and it is also where students accept quests from the academy. Llewellyn pointed to the castle at the very center of the end of the street. Yes, a castle. We often accept quests, most of them are fairly simple. They pushed open the gates of the castle and walked in. We usually do not return home that often. Yesterday was only an exception. The yellow-haired youth, No Lyin, who was leaning against a giant tree in the castle courtyard, said, looking rather at ease, "You ran pretty fast just now. Worthy of the Empire's rising star." The moment Celandir saw Lyin, he was as if he had swallowed gunpowder. Lyin selectively lost his hearing. Celandir walked up to Lyin. Lyin selectively lost his sight. Celandir threw a punch at Lyin. Lyin selectively lost. "Do you know what you are doing?" Bullying in the academy is shameful. Liene selectively chose to speak. Then you should fight back, Salandir sneered, not stopping his movements. Or report it to a teacher. For a time miserable wails filled the air. The way they get along has always been like this. Let's go first. Lucifer covered Lucifer's eyes. At this moment Lucifer was in the girl's arms. Why are you covering my eyes? The crow asked crossly. A little crow cannot look at violent things. The girl said it as if it were only natural. You? Before Lucifer could finish his retort, a breeze that seemed to soothe the soul drifted over as if the wind were reciting poetry. Please bring your summoned creature to my office, Miss Lucifer. Ah yes, good morning, Pearl of the Imperial Capital. The murmuring voice nourished the soul, like spring wine melting into rain stirring ripples on the lake of the heart. Very well, headmaster. Lucifer bowed slightly to the empty air. The breeze brushed the girl's snow-white hair like the most violent waves blooming on the shore. That eighth order one. Lucifer looked up and asked. By accident his beak grazed the girl's softness. No feeling, really no feeling. The girl noticed nothing unusual and simply nodded. Quite an interesting magic. Lucifer said he is a very powerful mage. On behalf of the headmaster, I thank the crow demon god for his praise. Lucifer's eyes rippled with a smile. No need, no need. After all, Lucifer did not pretend to be modest. In a demon god's dictionary, there was no such word as modesty. Was modesty a demon god's basic etiquette? He did not know. He did not know. He had never heard of it. In the middle of his endless torrent of words, Lucifer's head suffered a heavy flick from the girl's finger. Lucifer wisely shut his mouth. The girl carried the crow across the wide lawn in the courtyard of the castle. Green grass, a gentle breeze, a maiden, a crow. It flowed like poetry. The crow looked up at the girl walking earnestly. It seemed rather nice, but he did not particularly want to walk the mortal world in the shape of a crow forever. Pushing open the castle door, they seemed to step abruptly into a silent domain. The breeze and green grass were left outside the door. Lucifer looked around. Contrary to its exterior, its interior space was unusually vast and unusually tall. Brown and crimson were the primary colors, with white and black as supplements rose. A gentle smiling voice sounded beside Lucifer, who had not yet reacted. Hello, Miss Lucifer, and the owner of the voice paused, then his voice turned solemn. High order being from the Underworld, Lord Lucifer. I learned your name during your playful squabble. Please forgive my prying. The old man kept his posture very low, yet he did not appear servile. On the contrary, he conveyed perfect composure, as though not overly afraid of Lucifer's high order power. High order being? Lucifer tilted her head in puzzlement, keenly seizing the key phrase. She pinched the crow in her hands. Could the crow actually be telling the truth? But she quickly recovered. Good morning, Mr. Goosite. A kindly old man. A loose hempen coat covered his body, and his thick but white hair bore witness to the years. His eyes were extraordinarily spirited, as if the sun and moon had been fitted into an old man's body, dazzling as summer sunlight, yet serene and cold as the autumn moon. Yes, a high order being. How high I cannot say for certain. You should ask him, or rather perhaps him. In the language of the Shisi Empire, the pronunciations of he and he were very different. The old man did not seem entirely sure, and his voice hesitated slightly. Old man, you have sharp eyes. I am one of the four-pillar demon gods of the underworld, the demon god of corruption and death. The girl gave the crow a flick on the head. Be polite. The girl reminded him. The old man watched the interaction between the girl and the crow with relative calm. Being old, he had seen too much. Wasn't this just the future holy maiden of the human race, and one of the four-pillar demon gods of the underworld playing around together? The old man did not doubt the truth of Lucifer's words, because his eyes could see souls. In the old man's sight, a pair of blood-red pupils had always stood behind the crow in front of him. He had sensed it from the instant Lucifer brought him into Sky Island. Those blood-red pupils peered hideously into the present world with boundless murderous intent, and piercing cold, like a savage bee circling a caged prey, waiting only for a moment to tear off its disguise and shred everything. Moreover, that aura of corruption and death was truly startling. But a small matter. Goosite calmed the tangled thoughts in his heart, and prepared to organize his words. Doesn't the underworld have no ninth-order beings? The girl was one step ahead. It is just that humans have not explored the core region. A child who has never seen the world should not interrupt. Lucifer sneered, though his tone was quite cheerful. Previously letting you become my vassal was a great blessing put before you. What a pity, you could not grasp it. The crow raised his head to the sky and sighed endlessly. Then he received another flick to the head. The crow wisely shut his mouth. It is true that humans really have explored only an extremely small portion of that region. Not knowing much about the underworld is indeed true. Honestly, I originally did not quite believe that the underworld still contains such an anomalous existence as a ninth-order being. The old man laughed awkwardly. Lucifer wanted to say, "Old man, your eyes are quite good. Can you lend them to me for fun?" But when he saw the girl raise her finger, he suppressed the urge to speak. I once read records of the demon gods of the underworld in ancient books. By all reasoning, their aura is strictly rejected by the rules of the present world. How could they possibly enter the present world? The girl spoke with an irrepressible doubt. "The time of chaos," the old man said leisurely. "The time of chaos." The girl and the crow asked at the same time. The crow's head suffered a heavy blow once again. Lucifer glared at the girl. The girl met his gaze with her pure blue eyes. Lucifer lowered his head and played dumb. A good crow does not fight a woman. The world is constantly moving toward chaos. Order is only temporary madness, and chaos are the foundational rules of the world. The old man smiled. Under prolonged high-pressure order, the world becomes strange. Forgive me for using that word to describe this world. It is like a living volcano. The searing magma inside it will erupt sooner or later. It is only a matter of time. The world is the same. It regularly releases the chaos it has accumulated, and precisely during that period, the time of chaos, the higher order rules invert for an instant. That instant can be an hour, and it can also be a day. The old man paused. This is precisely why you, as the future holy maiden of the Church of Light, summoned a dark creature. But even so, it should not have been a ninth-order demon god. The girl could not believe that her summoning magic had been able to summon a ninth-order being. It is ninth order, but it is also not ninth order. Lucifer spoke with an utterly serious expression, and that was indeed the truth. At that time my true body was slumbering, and my consciousness was trying to enter the present world completely through the crow's body. At that exact moment you happened to use summoning magic, but I did not answer you. The crow said disdainfully. Later you used a forced summoning. I had no idea why you could summon me, but now I think it must be because the higher rules had inverted. You, a fourth-order light mage, summoned a ninth-order demon god. You should be proud of it. Lucifer lifted his head, looking quite pleased with himself. Is this all a demon god is? Instead of being afraid because Lucifer's demon god identity had been confirmed, the girl grew even more excited. Her eyes seemed to shine, as she held up the crow with both hands and examined him closely. Lucifer could see every detail of the girl's flawless, delicate face, especially those azure blue eyes. The crow turned his head away to avoid her gaze. Are you shy? Can a demon god be shy? The girl would not let the opening slip away. Ahem. Goosey coughed twice. The girl composed herself and stood up straight, meanwhile setting the crow on her head. I would like to speak with Lord Lucifer alone. The old man smiled. What are you going to discuss now? I want to hear it too. The girl was excited. Your level is too low. Lucifer taunted. The girl glared. Lucifer avoided her gaze. Fine. The girl gave and waved her hand dejectedly, and then vanished from the spot in a flash of white light. Now then, Lord Lucifer, demon god of corruption and death. Let us talk. What is your purpose in being so close to Llewellyn? The old man's expression was more solemn than ever before. How could a demon god possess emotions? Or rather, how could a denizen of the netherworld communicate normally with humans? The netherworld was drenched in blood and slaughter. Even the most ordinary being would go mad after spending a year or two there, no, a month or two. It was a madman's paradise, a mortal's hell. Yet a demon god standing at the pinnacle of the netherworld chatted and jested with a girl who had summoned him, coexisting in harmony. That was normal. Too abnormal. The old man's main reason for giving the academy students a holiday was that the time of chaos might cause the high-level rules to invert, potentially creating problems on Tiancong Island. But Tiancong Island did not have problems. Instead, his student brought a huge problem he had never imagined to Tiancong Island. How could one check and balance a ninth-rank being that had entered the mortal world? To enter the mortal world, Lucifer answered without the slightest hesitation. The lure of light was far too immense for Lucifer, a human soul in the body of a dark creature. So immense that he would pay everything for it, even if it meant abandoning his life. How many years? Countless attempts, countless times driven back by the rule, bearing scorched wounds, while pondering the next way into the mortal world. After much more deliberation, he discovered that by using the dominion of death to shroud a crow's body in the sin of a corpse, he could peer into the mortal world through that crow's form. So he made a crow. But a corpse possessed no five senses. He expended immense effort to grant the body sight through special means. Yet that was far from enough. He waited for a long time. Then a girl summoned him, letting him enter the mortal world once more in a different way, with all five senses, though he knew not why. Perhaps the girl's summoning magic protected Lucifer, unlikely as that sounded. No one knew how turbulent Lucifer's heart was when the girl walked out of the courtyard with a crow perched on her head. When he spread his wings and embraced the sun, the sharp blade of time had nearly made him lose his original self, and that made the Rediscove. I only need a wooden house and a patch of farmland. And of course, if possible, I would still prefer to live in a somewhat more luxurious dwelling. Lucifer did his utmost to convey goodwill to the old man. The old man before him was one of the strongest in the mortal world, which meant that if the old man wholeheartedly interfered with his entry, the probability of his entering would be infinitely close to zero. The old man could even trap him right here, forcing him to abandon this precious vessel. If so, the price Lucifer would pay would be far too great. As for why he had not hidden his identity from the very beginning, aside from his mind being clouded right after being summoned, there was another reason. There was no need. As the future saintess of the Church of Light, the people she met would inevitably include a high proportion of high-ranking figures. Concealing a ninth-rank dark soul was no easy task. Divine beings sense one another. As for why that little thing in the mirror had not perceived Lucifer's true rank, it was because, as the sovereign of the netherworld, he naturally suppressed all netherworld creatures from a high. Heaven only knows. How do you plan to enter the mortal world? And what does this have to do with Llewellyn? The old man frowned, calculations turning ceaselessly in his mind. The old man's eyes, like sun and moon, narrowed slightly, two divine rays hidden beneath his lowered lids. Lucifer explained the reasons to use it, though he had polished them somewhat. His original aim was that when Llewellyn grew to the 7th or even 8th rank, he would, through the long-standing bond between him and the girl, secretly channel into her night and day a trace of corruption, an operation he had been unable to perform before because what had been attached to the crow's body was only consciousness, not a complete soul. A bond was a wonderful thing. There was no need for much. Each day's corruption was so small that even the rules of the mortal world could hardly detect it, just as he had used the dominion of death to craft the crow's body. It was like poison. Discussing toxicity regardless of dose was nonsense. Even the deadliest poison in the world could not kill a person if the dose was small enough. But it would slowly accumulate, until the time was ripe. Then ban. But it only sacrificed an inconsequential person. That hardly matters, does it? But what he had told the old man was that he would help Llewellyn reach the 9th rank, and have Llewellyn of the mortal world and Lucifer of the netherworld join forces to shatter the rules of the mortal world. A win-win. That was utter nonsense. When a demon bargains with you, there is always something to be gained. It may be your soul, your life, or simply the pleasure of watching a good show. But there is always a design. A 9th rank cannot oppose the rule. Yet the old man would never know. The mortal world had no 9th rank. The crawling insects on the ground could never know how mighty the being that crushed them was. Was it a frail child or a muscle-bound young man? And the 9th rank was the child, while the rule was the adult. Even two children together could not beat the hand of a grown man. But they would never know. They would never know what killed them, or what kind of power it held, because either of them could crush them with ease. This crushing disparity of information was enough to turn the world's smartest person into its most gullible fool. A 9th rank cannot oppose the rule. The old man seemed to find the sunlight too faint. He waved a hand, turned to look out the window, and smiled faintly. Lucifer raised his head. I once briefly stepped into the 9th rank. The old man said it as though it were a trivial matter. When the supreme dominion descended upon me and merged with me, my heart did surge with emotion, believing that no creature in the world could stop me. But I was wrong, so terribly wrong. The rule is far too powerful. Before you appeared, humanity believed that the netherworld had no 9th rank. So I instinctively assumed the netherworld also had a similar rule blocking you. After you appeared, just now in fact, I knew that the rules binding on your kind was cannot enter the mortal world. The rule does not only constrain demon gods, like you it constrains us as well. The mortal world does not permit the birth of a ninth rank. The dominion branded into one's soul is stripped away once more. That feeling is indeed rather unpleasant. It was only then that I understood why the rulers of the demon race had been stuck at the 8th rank for centuries, unable to take a further step. It was not a lack of talent but impossibility. Before the rule, even a 9th rank is nothing but an ant. 2 9th ranks are not enough to oppose the rule. Lucifer's bloodthirsty eyes brightened. You seem to know quite a bit. Not much. 9th ranks of higher and lower. True. Then great and supreme 9th rank demon god, can you break through the rule to land a punch on this insignificant 8th rank me? I have no other hobby. I just like courting death. The old man's face was expressionless. Lucifer said nothing. He did not have that ability at the moment. How about cooperation? I want to step into the 9th rank to do something very important. Once I truly step into the 9th rank, I will help you enter the mortal world. Only the way I help you enter the mortal world will differ from your original plan. I am talking about your original plan. The old man stressed original plan. Clearly he had long known who Lucifer was, and the true means by which Lucifer would enter the mortal world. Perhaps the moment Lucifer entered the mortal world, the current strongest old man had already sensed it. Everything he had just shown was a disguise. The old man did not seem to want Llewellyn to know too much. A mighty dragon finds it hard to crush a local snake, let alone when that dragon is trapped in a narrow cave with no room to turn over. You could see the tricks I played on Llewellyn. Lucifer regretted the moment he said it. Pure nonsense. The old man said nothing but shifted the conversation to another place. The world is ever thus what you desperately seek I cast aside like worn-out shoes. Yet what I long for you can obtain with ease. What do you want that I might have? Power. Who would chase that? You? Lucifer sneered mercilessly. The old man did not look like someone who would stop at nothing for power. Of course such a judgment had no basis. Not power, but what power brings about. I wish to resurrect someone. The old man looked around at everything in the room, waved his hand, and all of it scattered like bubbles. They arrived on a grassland. Vast and boundless green grasses danced, and the whispering wind carried the fragrance of distant earth and blooms. The old man's pale hair pressed against his withered skin. The crow's expression did not change. The old man gazed with profound eyes over the endless grassland. I lost something. The old man said softly, something very important. He added in a low voice, I want to find her again. Another moving and tragic love story. The crow smiled, seeming quite unconcerned. Hackneyed. Perhaps. She said she wanted to see the Hezai grassland, that pure land of the world. So I created this grassland, though it is not the real Hezai grassland. After all, I have limited ability. She loved narcissus flowers, so the Academy's emblem is a narcissus. She loved spring's passing, and autumn's coming, loved the cycle of the 4 seasons. She loved the wind, the rain, the snow. She didn't love you. The crow cut off the old man's reminiscence. Seen through, he had a somewhat self-despairing air, yet he did not mind souring the other's mood before failure. The old man cast an indifferent glance at him. You are the one no one loves. The old man's tone was grave. The crow stared at the old man, saying nothing. He truly was something no one loved. That he could become in the form of a crow the summon of the future saintess of the Church of Light was only because he was her first summon, nothing more. People are always deeply impressed by the first and cherish it all the more. Thus the white-haired girl valued him a bit more. Love. Love was far too luxurious for a demon god of the netherworld. Slaughter and death were the true theme of the netherworld. In a land where even birds refuse to drop filth, no rose can grow. A withered heart cannot beat again. If you want to enter the mortal world, listen to me. The old man looked at the faint phantom of blood pupils emerging behind the crow, as if conversing across space with the sovereign on the bone throne of the netherworld. Tell me your plan. The crow raised its head, expression serious. In the instant the words fell, the blood-colored shadow behind it grew even richer. The world's most extreme death and slaughter churned endlessly in those pupils. Blood eyes against sun and moon. Netherworld against the mortal world. What did the dean tell you, little crow? Llewellyn walked along the road to the dining hall, and poked Lucifer, who had been silent atop her head for a long while. Since his private talk with the dean, her little crow had gone completely withdrawn, and she was rather curious about what had happened. Demon God? Lucifer said, flatly correcting the girl. All right, Lord Demon God. What did the Dean say to you? The girl said dismissively, as if she had no idea her little crow had become a demon god. Nothing. Lucifer didn't want to say more. Lovilian raised an eyebrow, pulled Lucifer down from the top of her head, and held him in front of her. Come on, please. Pretty please. Her azure pupils reflected the crow. Eyes purer than any sapphire in the world rippled with a sincerity that even Lucifer found slightly daunting. Lucifer didn't want to meet the girl's gaze, or rather, didn't dare. He said that once I reached the mortal world he'd give you to me as a maidservant. Lucifer turned his head away and flapped his wings. A wisp of black chi that only Lucifer could see drifted out of Lovilian's skin and finally sank beneath his jet-black feathers. The fall had been reclaimed. Authority was universal in both the mortal world and the underworld. It would not be rejected. But the prerequisite was that an underworld demon god with authority could enter the mortal world. That is the soul's entry into the mortal world. The Crow VR simulator Lucifer had created at great cost was actually a low-level application of the death authority, wrapping a body in the aura of death to prevent it from being detected by the mortal world's rules. Yet there was a precondition: you first had to use the death authority in the mortal world before you could attach the mortal world's death aura to your body. This was an unsolvable paradox, like a password safe locked inside a password safe. You had to open the safe to get its password, but the problem was you didn't have the password. So completing the above required a little distortion and chaos, reversing the order of wielding the authority and achieving the goal. In the end, it produced a crow capable of holding a small fragment of Lucifer's consciousness. It had to be said he truly was a genius. The curious girl noticed nothing unusual. I don't believe you. Lovilian placed the crow back on top of her head. The girl's soft white hair stood up slightly, as if expressing its owner's displeasure. You must have gone on your knees and begged the Dean to let you enter the mortal world as the Saintess of Light's little sidekick, and that's why the Dean allowed you to keep following me. As she said this, Lovilian's slender brows knitted together like rolling green mountains, while her sapphire-blue eyes rippled with unnameable emotion. Why are you a demon god? Are all demon gods as dense as you? And what demon god the moment he enters the mortal world goes around shouting that he's a demon god? Shouldn't you hide your strength, disguise yourself as an ordinary crow, and wait for the right moment to hatch some scheme for an ulterior purpose? Lovilian spoke very quickly, a sign that her urge to tease him was overwhelming. First, I'm not a villain. I came to the mortal world only to bask in the sun, fish, drink tea, and eat desserts. So I don't need to disguise myself like the villains in the storybooks you read. Second, I'm not a demon god. You're right, I'm just an ordinary crow. Lucifer didn't want to quibble with the troublesome girl, but he seemed to have forgotten that his original plan was to enter the mortal world by sacrificing Lovilian. Of course, he hadn't forgotten. Moreover, when a being of absolute power arrives in a new and interesting world, would he really be content with basking in the sun, fishing, drinking tea, and eating desserts? Lucifer was no saint. He couldn't even be certain that when faced with a world, he could knead and twist it while he could remain calm and hold fast to the morality of his past life. Some people always say they aren't afraid of death. Perhaps at that moment they truly aren't. But when death actually arrives, they weep bitterly and surrender to fate. The world changes and people do too. The main reason Lucifer had been able to preserve most of his past life humanity in the underworld was that he spent the vast majority of his time asleep. So perfunctory. I'm not talking to you anymore. The girl pouted, expressing her displeasure at Lucifer's dismissive attitude. I don't want to talk to you either. What do you want to eat? The white-haired girl looked at the assortment of food before her, and poked the crow on her head with a slender finger. Honey cream cake, and those cookies that look crispy. Also a cup of green grape. The crow looked at the sign in the dining hall and answered. He could still read the language of the mortal world. That one is called a slime cookie. Don't let its crispy look fool you. It's actually very soft. The girl smiled. Just like you. Same to you. Same to you. Same to you. Same to you. Good afternoon, you too. You seem full of energy. Lovilian stuck out her tongue, looking quite playful. Good afternoon, Ryan. The yellow-haired youth carried a small mountain of magical beast meat toward them. Want to join us? Sure. It was Thranduil, the red girl, who answered. Ryan's body visibly stiffened. Sure. Rhine said through gritted teeth, but he still didn't flare up. Branduil smiled at Rhine. You two keep chatting. I'm off. Lovilian hurried away from the brewing trouble, bringing the drama-watching Lucifer with her, and casually grabbed a honey-cream cake from the buffet table on the way. Why not watch? Little crows aren't allowed to watch this. I'm not a crow. I am the ruler of the Underworld. Don't act like some elder of mine. I'm far older than you can imagine. Fine, fine, I know you're not a crow. He could still faintly hear the girl muttering, so old yet still so childish. Although Lucifer had spent most of his time, since crossing over asleep, he felt his mindset shouldn't have degenerated to the point of childishness. A long silence. Lovilian. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? I'm a demon god. Why should I be afraid of you because you're a demon god? We're friends, aren't we? Would you ever hurt me? Lucifer looked up at the sky. I was originally planning to use you. For no reason Lucifer felt a spark of anger like a child who refused to be disciplined, and yelled at his parents, none of your business. Friends? Heh. Do you even deserve to be friends with me, the mighty fallen demon god? You're nothing but a tool to be used. Once I enter the mortal world, I won't give you a single glance. You think you're important. Just a convenient pawn. Used then cast aside, cast far, far away. Lucifer's tone was full of mockery, but he regretted it the moment he finished. Clearly Lucifer sensed the white-haired girl's dejection. So we're not friends. Lovilian's eyelids drooped, and her deep blue eyes dimmed as well. I thought we were good friends. Even though the girl didn't finish. Even though they had only known each other for a day. She truly wanted a crow as a friend so that later, when she studied magic etiquette, and all kinds of knowledge alone, there would be someone to keep her company. Being the eldest miss of a noble family was not easy, especially for her, who carried the glory of the previous generation. It was no easy thing for the girl's delicate shoulders to bear that honor. The crow lowered his head, staring at the girl's hair, lost in thought. Lucifer. This was the first time the girl called him by his full name instead of Little Crow. So are we friends or not? I suppose we are. Lucifer sensed the girl might be about to get angry. Although he didn't think she would do anything irrational while angry, he really did feel a little afraid of her being dejected. Why? Hadn't he only known her for a day? Was he, Lucifer, just a sucker for a pretty face? Or had he stayed in the underworld so long that his mind had gone wrong? The girl said nothing. She only tightened her grip on the hand holding the honey-cream cake and stared expressionlessly at the flowers before her like snow that had never melted for ages. We are friends. This time it was a tone of certainty. The snow on the girl's face thawed, as if an early spring breeze had awakened sleeping life. The smile that illuminated everything around her returned to her face. What at sunder, a Little Crow? The girl's tone regained its usual lightness. She lifted her snow-white leg and kicked a pebble out of her way. Her hair flowed like a waterfall dancing in the wind, like the most beautiful dance in the world. I'm not. Lucifer didn't continue his rebuttal. He sensed she was in a very good mood, and unconsciously, he felt good too. She must want to use my 9th rank strength. She must. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Lucifer tried hard to suppress the surging emotions within him and pondered. Love at first sight was too absurd. Demon gods have no emotions. Demon gods have no emotions. Let me show you my dormitory. The girl was in a wonderful mood, her steps light and quick. She didn't suppress her joy, even her voice had grown much brighter. The dormitory wasn't far. Lovilian trotted along the bluestone path. The wind lifted her white hair, but a pair of black wings pressed it back down. Laughter hid in the girl's eyes, brighter than a spring day. The mood-killing crow was expressionless. Then again, it was hard for him to make expressions anyway. Have you fallen for me yet, Lord Demon God? The girl was like a fawn in the forest, running freely through sun-dappled streams. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she shouted those very words. The breeze covered the young leaves, eyes pressed down the shy, bright flowers on both sides of the stone path, and even the insects just waking in the tree cracks closed their eyes. Like you. Like hell. If you don't like me, I'll give you away. Go ahead. I really will. The girl's voice was flustered. Go ahead. I really will give you away, you know. The girl stamped her foot, and even the leaves and flowers pressed down by the breeze raised their heads. The crow said nothing more, and also looked up at the sky. The girl laughed. I knew you'd fallen for me. Heh. That counts as sexual harassment even in the underworld. After returning from break, Lovillian still had to tidy her room. The student dormitories were at the very center of Sky Island. Just like the 5 great families, the strong protected the weak. There were rows of buildings with white walls and red-tiled roofs. Every student had their own private courtyard. After all, Sky Island Academy had only 30 students, 10 per grade. The academy also had a branch campus directly below Sky Island. That was the path for most common-born geniuses. Of course, if you were talented enough, you could enter Sky Island through the annual selection. Lucifer leaned against the window and watched the girl make the bed. After all, she had no servants here. The girl wasn't particularly pampered. What girls from ordinary families could do, she could do too, and even better. People generally assume that rich children, because of their comfortable, privileged environment, would have no real skills, but the truth was usually the opposite. They knew etiquette unde. Those flowers are very expensive. Sensing the crow's gaze, the girl brushed the white hair before her cheek and tucked it behind her ear. God's greatest mistake was giving you a mouth. I'll file a complaint with God about this. The crow flapped his wings, but still didn't move. What kind of flower could make the Pearl of Bradley think it's expensive? Lucifer asked curiously. Glazed roses, dragon blood lotuses, and immortal tear magnolias. They're all quite expensive and very hard to keep alive. I usually end up killing them. The white-haired girl stuck out her tongue sheepishly. But I'd definitely raise a crow nice and plump. As if joking, the girl said those words again. Heh. Flowers that sounded precious just from their names. Only this Pearl of Bradley could kill them, and simply buy another batch. Inhumanely wealthy. Lucifer selectively ignored the latter half of the white-haired girl's words. Don't argue back, please, little crow. The girl prayed silently. From the corner of her eye she saw the crow fly away. The corners of her lips curved upward unconsciously, and her hands moved a little faster. What at sunder a little crow? Demon gods truly have no emotions, but Lucifer in his past life did. Night. The moon was like a flower in bloom. Spring was gone. The balmy spring breeze had turned into a cool night wind brushing past Lucifer. Moonlight slipped past Lucifer, who leaned against the window, and spilled before the girl's bed. Her white hair shimmered in the cold moonbeams, and her eyes, pure as an azure lake, stared absently at the ceiling. The girl was awake, and so was the crow. Suddenly the white-haired girl turned her head. Are you coming to bed, Lord Demon God? As she spoke she tugged at the thin quilt over her. Under the moonlight her smile was as radiant as a flower. Her snow-white legs, flawless as jade, were completely bare and exposed to the air. Wearing only a loose nightgown, Llewellyn was unquestionably alluring in that moment. I am a demon god, not a crow. The girl looked slightly puzzled. Why would he say that now? My soul is a normal male creature. You'd better protect yourself. Lucifer said this with a perfectly serious face, yet his eyes never once moved. What a pity he could not do anything about it. Hearing this, the white-haired girl flung the thin quilt aside. Come then, normal male creature. With that she lay spread-eagled on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I'm lying like this. What can you do? The girl's ears were burning red, but the moonlight did not favor her ears. Lucifer did not catch the sight. He did not have a crow's night vision. He looked away, raising his gaze to the bright moon above. Moonlight before my bed, I fancy it is thrust on the ground. He laughed inwardly, remembering elementary school days, when he had memorized ancient poems until he was half dead without understanding their meaning. Now that he was truly in such a scene, it tasted entirely different. While young I knew not the taste of sorrow. I loved to climb the high tower. I loved to climb the high tower, and to write new verses. I forced myself to speak of sorrow. Now I have known all sorrow, I wish to speak of it yet hold back. I wish to speak of it yet hold back, and only say what a cool autumn it is. Truly what a cool autumn. Lucifer closed his eyes, recalling memories, so distant that even a ninth-order demon god could not cross them. What are you going to do? Receiving no answer for a long while, the white-haired girl turned her head toward Lucifer, who was reflecting on his crow life by the window. I want to go back to the netherworld and take a look. The instant he finished speaking, the crow's body stiffened and fell straight toward the ground. The girl hurriedly used her magic power to support the crow, then moved it onto the bed. She sat up cross-legged on the bed, placed the crow on her folded milky white legs, and fixed her blue eyes on the unconscious crow. Thinking back on it earlier when Lucifer had just been summoned, the crow had closed its eyes for a long time. That too must have been his consciousness returning to the netherworld. Tap. She flicked the crow's beak with her slender jade-like finger. At some thought a charming arc curled at the corner of her lips. So what if he was a demon god? The girl turned over again. A radiant saintess and a netherworld demon god. What a strange pair. He. Her face flushed crimson, like the reddest flower in the world. The netherworld. Blood-red pupils opened. Clad in ancient black gold robes austere and solemn, the master of the throne, upon countless bones stirred again. The difference between the mortal world and the netherworld was truly vast. The pale-faced youth slowly calmed his surging emotions, and looked up toward the blood moon. The blood moon which had existed since his birth cast a faint red veil over the netherworld. Rivers formed from blood wound around endless bones merging toward a distant unknown. Red and black were the dominant colors, chaos and slaughter were the dominant motif. The netherworld. Without hesitation Lucifer channeled the surging magic within him, turned into a beam of blood light, and sped toward the blood moon. He could shatter space and arrive directly, but he needed to proclaim his standing. How could he still have this kind of strength? This was truly a thankless task. Alakisi, his burning pupils fixed on the blood-red pupils above, asked, "You have offspring?" The black-robed youth above spoke. Though attacked he was not angered, instead he laughed. "Aren't you going to bring it out for me to see?" That fleeting eighth-order aura just now was not simple. It was tinged with the aura of authority. The netherworld's origin had shown no sign of a new demon god being born recently. Authority in the netherworld could only be innate. If one was not born at the ninth order, it was impossible to become ninth order later. But how could an eighth order creature have the aura of authority? Moreover, it was exactly within a demon god's territory. It was not hard to guess Alakisi had used some method to transfer part of his authority out of his body. What was he planning? Lucifer looked at Alakisi below, his blood-red pupils flickering. "There's nothing good here," Alakisi said flatly, gazing at Lucifer in the distance. Seeing that Alakisi had ignored the question, Lucifer was not upset. "None of what the netherworld's origin yields this time will be yours." The demon god of turmoil and strife. Lucifer smiled faintly. Alakisi did not answer. His little trick had been discovered, sacrificing the rook to save the king. Heaven knew whether that madman above would destroy 1,000 years of planning without regard for the cost. One step back and the sea and sky would open. Alakisi gave a long, deep look at Lucifer in the distant sky, then turned, and as a beam of blood light returned to the tomb. Lucifer gazed at the pyramid tomb from afar. Alakisi had surely guessed something, but it did not matter. Lucifer probably also knew what Alakisi was trying to do. It was nothing more than transferring the authority of turmoil and strife to another creature, or rather a puppet, and entering the mortal world at the cost of losing that authority and falling in rank. Lucifer had considered this method before, but severing authority was extremely troublesome. He had not expected Alakisi to show a hint of success. Lucifer entered the mortal world for freedom and sunlight. Why would Alakisi? He cared nothing for those things. He was a native netherworld creature. Logically, entering the mortal world would even make him feel out of place. So why would he also want to enter the mortal world? Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Every surviving demon god in the netherworld seemed to have a fierce longing to enter the mortal world, a longing like a wanderer's homesickness. But this homesickness had not affected the demon god's basic rationality. From Alakisi's position, spending such a great price to transfer authority and fall in rank may not have been for entering the mortal world at all. Perhaps it was for something else. What could be worth a ninth-order demon god giving up supreme authority and power? Greater authority, stronger power. Lucifer cast aside the tangled thoughts in his head. None of his damn business. Then he shattered the space beside him, intending to step directly into the seat of the netherworld's origin, the nether prison. He had not wanted to fight, but he had fought anyway. I'm a model youth after all. Next time I absolutely must not fight, Lucifer murmured to himself. Gazing from midair at the blood moon, he then scattered the stray thoughts in his heart. Lucifer descended upon the blood moon. Unlike the surface of the underworld, the entire blood moon was the external manifestation of the underworld's origin. The 4 ninth-rank demon gods of the underworld were all born from the very core of the blood moon, where the underworld's origin bestowed upon them supreme authority. Sensing a faint fluctuation in the underworld's origin, Lucifer wished to see what his mother had created anew. Perhaps a new demon god, a complete embodiment of authority. Or perhaps some manifestations of authority, items whose authority was incomplete yet each possessed a unique function. For instance, the ancient mirror in the Bulitali family, the mirror Alex used to mete out punishment. Its authority was likely secrecy. Otherwise Lucifer could not fathom why a mirror could preserve the entry of a being above the 7th rank of the underworld into the mortal realm. That mirror was like an invisibility cloak rendering the rules blind to that 8th rank lit. In the past the three of them had not known, but after that day they learned. That battle nearly tore the entire underworld apart from the world's easternmost edge to its westernmost. Even now the blood river stretching from south to north and flowing endlessly was the result of that battle. The blood of his newborn younger brother, whom he had never met, still flowed sluggishly within the river. His entire spine had been pulled out by his brother Lucifer, its whereabouts unknown. That was why so many underworld creatures gathered around the blood river. They drank the blood of a fallen demon god, which could make them stronger. But the river did not contain what they sought, the newborn complete authority. He knew where that authority was, even using his rear to think. He had not failed to notice the brief exchange between Lucifer and Alex, but he did not believe Lucifer was truly unscathed. Lucifer's presence had vanished from the underworld for a day. Demon gods could sense one another mutually. This sense was not specific, but it was enough to discern whether the other was dead. Disappearance meant death, yet Lucifer had returned. What did that imply? Though he could not figure it out for the moment, he could still probe with an attack. Failure would bring no harm. At worst, he would take a beating. With that in mind, Holy Saintess narrowed his eyes. Endless shadows spread from beneath his feet, enveloping the entire blood moon in the blink of an eye. He did not intend to hold back. Against an opponent stronger than oneself, going all out was not a sign of respect for the enemy, but a respect for one's own life. He was rational. Lucifer waved a hand, tearing a gap in the shadows. Not large, but just enough to accommodate himself. Stretching lazily, he looked toward the surface of the underworld. The pyramid showed no unusual movement. Lucifer smiled. Indeed, the one who lived longest was the most cunning. Turning slightly, he dodged a tentacle that suddenly shot out from the shadows. Crimson light flickered. The distance between the blood shadow and the shadow rapidly closed. Holy Saintess watched Lucifer charging toward him, a twitch at the cor. Lucifer fixed his gaze on Holy Saintess. Endless darkness enveloped Holy Saintess' body, and he vanished from the spot. The blood light halted. Lucifer stood in the boundless darkness, lightly stamping his foot. The surrounding darkness cracked like a spiderweb spreading outward. Holy Saintess, having retreated to a distance, smiled. The entire world split into two layers. Endless shadows prowled in the upper layer, as if to tear the blood below into shreds. Lucifer stood on the surface of the blood moon. The deepening shadows accelerated their expansion to compensate for the loss caused by his stomp. In moments, the gaps around Lucifer were filled again, growing thicker and darker, almost dripping with density. Lucifer raised a pale hand and lightly traced a line across the shadow before him, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. Death. The supreme command of the underworld's demon god was swiftly executed. The surging shadows ceased their roiling like a churning sea, suddenly calming into silence. Holy Saintess said, looking at Lucifer. There was little fluctuation in Lucifer's blood-red pupils. He remained silent. Holy Saintess gritted his teeth. I will give you additional compensation. At these words Lucifer nodded and vanished, reappearing beside the underworld's origin. Killing an underworld demon god was extremely difficult. The demon god Lucifer had killed before was a newly born one, capable of exerting only 80% of his authority's power. That was why the newborn demon god died at Lucifer's hands. At present Lucifer could not slay Holy Saintess, while sustaining only minor injuries. Lucifer watched as shadows swallowed Florus and bore him away, but he did not stop him. Stopping him was meaningless. He could not kill him. The underworld stood as a three-way balance of power, and though it might sound boastful, Lucifer was the strongest. If he truly set his heart on killing Florus, Alex would step in to stop him. The balance must not be broken. So why, with 4 demon gods, was the underworld still a three-way standoff? Because there was one demon god whose presence was so faint that since his birth he had almost never shown himself. Everyone simply left him out of consideration, though of course the main reason was that he was simply too weak. So weak that he was like a fully prepared meal. Any of the other 3 demon gods could tear him open and enjoy this walking food. Of course, weak was only relative to those of the same rank. Even the weakest of the 9th rank could hold down and pummel the strongest of the 8th rank. It was not merely a crushing difference in raw power. Authority, no matter how weak a demon god was, he possessed authority, and authority had no clear hierarchy of strength. Killing another demon god allowed one to claim the god's authority. All three demon gods, Lucifer included, were extremely interested in that. Week 1. Yet by tacit agreement none of them made a move. Whoever struck first would inevitably become the target of all, and that was fatal because the other two demon gods would not hesitate to turn their attacks toward a more dangerous threat. Now that Lucifer had killed a demon god, every demon god had grown acutely sensitive to competition among their own kind. He withdrew his gaze, and turned it toward the underworld source. Something seemed to be brewing within the dark red sun. Before long a blinding red light flashed, and a bracelet appeared before Lucifer. Gems that seemed steeped in the deepest blood were strung together, each blood-red stone gleaming with an ominous luster. Lucifer said nothing. Usually the underworld source produced 3 to 5 objects at a time, but this time there was only one. Had the underworld source calculated that he would be alone this time? That was unlikely. It had no consciousness, of that he was certain. He crooked a finger, and the bracelet floated up before him. He did not hasten to touch the unfamiliar object. Instead he sealed it with his vast demonic power, as if preserving an insect in amber. The magic turned solid and froze the bracelet in that instant. The dark violet demonic energy dimmed the scarlet glow, making the bracelet all the more mysterious. Only then did Lucifer reach out, catch the falling amber, examine it for a moment, and store it in the inner space of his body. A demon god's body was a world unto itself, and that was one reason ninth-rank demon gods possessed surging inexhaustible magic. A flash of blood-red light, and Lucifer vanished from where he stood. In the mortal world the crow held in a girl's embrace opened his eyes. The night was deep, all were asleep. The girl slept serenely. Anyone could tell because her drool had soaked Lucifer's feathers. It was hard to imagine that a girl beautiful enough to be a work of art would drool in her sleep. Disgusted, Lucifer used his wing to push at the hand she had locked. "Get up, get up!" A voice as clear as an oriole's hammered at Lucifer's fragile nerves, like a death knell. "Lovilian, do you want to die?" The crow's roar sounded somewhat absurd against the girl's playful cry. Lovilian straightened her slender back. "I'm sorry, Lord Demon God. I was wrong." Her expression was perfectly earnest. But her blue eyes could speak. They clearly said that the little crow was still adorable when fierce. Lucifer read the mischief in the girl's eyes. He could do nothing but sigh. Crow life was hopeless. "Are you mad?" The girl pressed her face close to the crow, so close that Lucifer could see every detail of God's perfect creation. Each element of beauty had settled into exactly the right place to form the girl before him, and she was speaking to him in a pleading, almost coquettish tone. Lucifer's heart quickened for an instant. It had been a long, long time since that had happened. Was it lust awakened by a beautiful face? Or was it love at first sight? That seemed far too absurd. Then what exactly were his feelings for this girl? Lucifer shook his head, unable to find an answer. "We have practical magic class today. The teacher will teach us some other magical techniques. It's one of my favorite classes." Lovilian did not notice anything strange about him, and went on chattering. As she spoke she placed Lucifer back on top of her head. Her smooth, pure white hair was indeed very comfortable for a crow. Lucifer shook his head, and lay back in the white-haired girl's hair, listening to her tell amusing stories from past practical magic classes. How Rain once used purification magic to heal a dark creature, how Rain used healing magic to kill the loud mouse, and how Rain used burrowing magic to fly into the sky, and proudly called it sky burrowing. There were many amusing stories, but they all shared one common thread: Rain heart. What a legendary golden-haired oddity, Lucifer marveled. That boy truly was something. The white-haired girl, while telling him all these interesting stories, had been secretly watching. Lucifer asked, as if seized by a sudden twitch, a question that seemed utterly without context to Lovilian. 5-year magic and 3-year elements. 5-year magic and 3-year elements. Is it a book? I don't think I've heard of it. But if it is a book, Cartia might have read it, since he has read so many books. The girl was puzzled at first, then patiently introduced Cartia. An incredibly diligent man. Even his absent-minded mutterings were about his studies. No, that was not absent-mindedness, that was a top student's deep thought. Having survived high school himself, Lucifer knew these people all too well. When you thought they were daydreaming, they had already solved a problem in their heads, or gone through their vocabulary book another time. Truly frightening. Lucifer shook his head, trying to shake these terrifying people out of his mind. "Get out of my brain, you academic maniacs!" It was as if the sluice gates of the past had been opened. Recalling every fragment of those past days, Lucifer's gaze gradually softened. He stretched out one wing to catch a bellyful of wind, as if bumping fists with the past. What unforgettable memories they were. Those who dwell in the past cannot move toward the future. But for Lucifer, every fragment of the past was the pillar that had kept him from going mad through all his long years in the underworld. It was his spiritual anchor firmly mooring the ship Lucifer had become, a ship that had left harbor so long ago that he could no longer remember how many years had passed. The ship was already battered and old, but at least it still had an anchor, didn't it? A faint fragrance drifting through the girl's hair slipped into Lucifer's senses, like the scent of bamboo shoots just sprouting after rain, or the aroma of a touch of red blooming on a sheer cliff. The world is cruel. And yet the world is beautiful too, isn't it? What strange things are you thinking about now? The girl shook the suddenly melancholy crow on her head and asked curiously. The world was not too kind. Then Lovillian walked into a classical classroom with Lucifer on her head. 5 people were already there. Golden hair and golden pupils, a 4th-rank warrior and noble-born swordsman, Reinhardt. As if sensing the gaze from the classroom door, Rain waved at Lucifer and Lovillian by way of greeting. Flame-red long hair, wheat-colored skin, and slender yet muscular arms. Serendil, a 4th-rank fire mage, was reading a book and had not yet noticed the arrival of the girl and her crow. With a monocle over his left eye, deep-set sockets, short black hair, sickly pale skin, chiseled features, and a handsome face, Cartival, a 4th-rank wind mage. Borland's was a pale-faced youth with gray eyes. Though his body seemed so frail that he might collapse at any moment, he sat with his waist straight as a ramrod. A black cloak wrapped tightly around his body, and a cold, sinister aura radiated from him. A 4th-rank shadow mage. And the girl seated in the corner, another radiant black jewel of the imperial capital Encia. A red and black gown, skin cool as moonlight, and a slender figure made her a cold beauty capable of ruining kingdoms. A 4th-rank dark mage. Sensing the change of light at the classroom door, Encia raised her eyes slightly. Her crimson pupils met a pair of azure-blue pupils for an instant, then she looked away without a trace of concern, until her gaze met the crow atop the white-haired girl's head. A faint interest seemed to stir in those cold eyes, but she still did not speak. Instead, she lowered her head, opened the textbook by her hand, and idly flipped through it with a delicate jade-white hand. Lovillian introduced all 5 to Lucifer one by one. The crow narrowed his eyes, and stared at the quiet black-haired girl by the window. What taken a liking to her? The white-haired girl noticed the direction of Lucifer's gaze, and asked with a smile. She is the Empire's eldest princess, you know. She has more authority than I do, about the same strength as me, and she is beautiful too. It's only natural that you would be drawn to her. Would you like to follow her then? The girl's expression was wonderfully unreadable. With one hand holding a book, and the other coiling a lock of hair around her finger, she asked, as if it did not matter at all. Not as beautiful as you. Lucifer looked away, and said flatly. In terms of pure appearance, the two of them were evenly matched. But Lovillian had bonus points in Lucifer's heart. The white-haired girl barely suppressed the corners of her mouth as they threatened to rise. Before she could speak again, Lucifer interrupted her spell casting. Go find your seat now. What's this grinning like a fool at the door? I wasn't grinning like a fool. I just thought of something happy. The girl lightly skipped over the threshold, her steps as quick as the wind. She sat down near the front and took out her books. What are you two talking about? Lovillian, you can hardly keep the corners of your mouth from turning up. The golden-haired youth, No Rain, spoke up. Their voices were very low, and Lovillian had woven a small magic barrier around them, so no one nearby could hear their conversation. The girl's face flushed crimson. You'd better think about how to communicate with Serendil, young lord, she said crossly. Hearing this, Serendil looked up and shot Rain a glance. Rain once again chose selective blindness. Lucifer was a little curious why Rain acted like a mouse meeting a cat whenever he ran into Serendil. Without dwelling too much on the gossip, Lucifer instead used his wing to tap the girl's forehead. The girl looked at him in puzzlement, and took Lucifer down from her head. What's wrong? Go sit by the window. The weather is lovely today, and I need to bask in the sun. Lucifer said it as though it were the most natural thing in the world, apparently seeing nothing odd about a crow making such a remark. The girl smiled radiantly, rose unhurriedly, walked to the window, and sat down behind the black-haired girl, then gently placed the crow from her hand onto the windowsill, right where the sunlight fell. Lucifer stretched his wings in contentment, his black feathers gleaming with a brilliance that was almost blinding. Llewellyn watched the crow's utterly comfortable expression and laughed along with him. "What's so funny?" Lucifer was bewildered. "You're a creature of darkness, yet you actually enjoy sunbathing. How astonishing! By all logic, shouldn't you be repelled by the sun's radiance? I really can't see the slightest trace of repulsion toward the sun in you." Llewellyn whispered close to Lucifer's head, her fair hand propping up her cheek, her white hair curling around her fingers. The soft breath leaving her lips was more soothing than the spring breeze, and Lucifer's mind drifted for a moment. "That's for ordinary dark creatures. Don't compare me to the stinking rats of the gutter. I am a noble." His voice stopped short as the girl pinched his mouth, his beak tightly shut, forcing him to flap his wings wildly in protest. "Shush, shush, shush. I know you're amazing, so no more chattering." The girl coaxed him, as if soothing a child, her soft words, like a drizzling rain, calming a crow's heart. "She can't hear us. There's no need to be so careful. And even if she did hear us, it wouldn't matter. No normal person would believe it." Lucifer broke free from the girl's grasp and said scornfully, she naturally referred to Anshia ahead of him. Llewellyn had placed a sound isolation barrier between herself and the other girl, a spell that could be broken with ease. But to silently extend one's spiritual power past that barrier and eavesdrop on a girl and crow conversation before a soul at the peak of the ninth order, the odds were about the same as a crow surviving a direct hit from a rune cannon. Moreover, Llewellyn hadn't believed at first that he was one of the 4 sovereigns of the Underworld. If not for that old man vouching for him, he would probably still be teased by the girl as an ordinary crow. Oh well, now he was being teased as an extraordinary crow. At that thought, Lucifer clenched his fist, his wing. This was truly a humiliating history. Once he entered the mortal realm, he would give this irreverent girl a lesson to remember. "You're thinking about something bad." The girl's eyes, as blue as a deep lake, fixed on the distracted Lucifer. Heh. Lucifer was utterly speechless. He chose silence to express his silent mood. "The teacher's here. No more chatting." Llewellyn suddenly straightened up, opened her book to the portion from the previous lesson, and began her studies. Lucifer watched the girl's earnest expression in the sunlight. The light fell on her cream-white skin, and the tassel pendant at her ears sparkled so brightly he could hardly keep his eyes open. Neither the deepest, darkest shadow of full Ulysses had ever blurred his vision, yet now he was, unaccountably, a little dazed. He tilted his head to look outside at the dazzling sunlight, listening to the sounds of spring carried by the breeze. Birds sang in the treetops, and the fragrance of flowers from somewhere unknown filled Lucifer's senses. Time quietly fell silent. Lucifer stayed in a daze for a long while before shaking himself. Was this a dream? Feeling the genuine gentle warmth at his side, it no longer seemed to be a dream. How wonderful! "Everyone take note of our graduation schedule. Following the Academy's tradition, we will arrange a 1-year long-term trial. Remember to prepare." The middle-aged mage on the podium cleared his throat and said, as he organized his books, "It begins next Monday." Today was Friday. The students below burst into an uproar. "Quiet! The trial is very important. Shuasian Academy upholds the philosophy that practice always outweighs theory. I hope everyone will prepare seriously. You may discuss team formation among yourselves." As the bell marking the end of class rang, the middle-aged teacher left the classroom. The surrounding students immediately split into different groups to discuss teaming up. Celandir and Lane walked over and sat beside Llewellyn. "Let's team up," Lane said casually. Llewellyn smiled. "Of course." The 3 formed an alliance. "Which place shall we choose as our trial ground?" Celandir raised his hand and asked. Shuasian Academy offered 3 trial sites for the students to choose from. Mozo Forest was a gathering place of elemental magical beasts. It was said that deep within Mozo Forest lurked an 8th order pure-blooded golden dragon. Of course, the students only needed to explore the outer areas and acquire 4 4th order magic cores to complete the task. With 3 of them, that meant slaying 12 4th order magical beasts. Jur Plains, it was said, had been formed in ancient times when a star plummeted onto the continent, smashing mountains into plains, and scorching flames still burned upon its land to this day. Entering the plains required equipping a flame amulet, or bringing along a fire mage of the 3rd order or above. The task was to find a thermal core, one of the countless fragments scattered when that star fell. Hunninjiatu was the border battlefield between the human race and the demon race, millennia of slaughter and boundal. "I don't know. The crow replied aloofly. Wherever you go, I go. Llewellyn's eyes curved into crescent moons. How obedient. Lightning stared at the girl and Crow's exchange in slight bewilderment, then looked at Celandir. The flame-haired girl pondered for a moment. Let's go to Mosul Forest. It should be safer than the other two places. The other two had no objections, and they finally set out 2 days later. Llewellyn walked along the cobblestone path, her slender figure graceful, light yet strong, like a leisurely fawn in the forest. The crow on her white hair yawned, the sunlight pouring down freely, the spring breeze warm and gentle. Is your current strength really just that of an ordinary crow? The girl curiously asked the crow atop her head. Of course not. This body, after all, was made at considerable cost. It should be roughly at the third order, but it can't use magic. The crow answered offhandedly. That weak. I thought you were incredibly powerful. The crow answered nonchalantly. What do you mean weak? The other 3 sovereigns of the Underworld don't even have the ability to play VR in the mortal realm. I'm ridiculously strong, all right. Lucifer flew into a rage, flapping his wings frantically, and turning the girl's neat hair into a complete mess. I'm sorry, Lord Demon God. I would never dare mock you again. The girl's apology was rather perfunctory. She didn't even ask what VR was. Once their roughhousing ended, Llewellyn remembered something. Why can't you use magic? Because using magic consumes mana, and this body has no mana. Because it was a corpse. It had no mana. Of course, creatures powerful enough would not have their mana disperse even after death, but this was merely a sturdy crow. What if I gave you mana? The girl thought for a moment. If you had mana, would you be able to cast magic? Lucifer was stunned for a moment. You mean lending your light mana to a dark-aligned creature so he can cast light magic? Fine. What a mind-blowingly brilliant idea. The crow was thoroughly amused. Llewellyn then asked, Why must it be my mana? I can simply buy a magic core suitable for you. Lucifer fell silent for a long moment. I've never tried it. We can give it a shot. The girl didn't notice the blazing excitement in the crow's pitch-black pupils above her head, but upon receiving his reply her eyes lit up. Let's go then. Time to buy you a magic core. The academy had a market on its grounds, mainly for students to trade freely with one another. The academy's instructors were all transcendents of intermediate or even high rank. If they obtained magic cores that did not suit them, they could put them up for sale in the market. Students bought them using credits, which were uniformly issued by an elder at fixed monthly intervals according to the student's performance. Moreover, every academy instructor underwent a teaching evaluation each year, and credits received from students were an important bonus. Instructors could earn such credits only if students chose them out of personal preference or bought the items they had listed in the market. This determined not only their year-end bonuses, but also their prestige in the educational world. Therefore, even 4th rank and 5th rank magic cores would appear in the market, since even a noble transcendent needed a bit of dignity. The market was located beneath Sky Island. As the Maiden Inn. Llewellyn pointed at the stone door beside the classroom. The academy had placed the entrance to the underground market very near the teaching building. The deep gray stone door had no magic runes on its surface, but the moment the maiden extended her jade-like hand to touch it, silver light flashed across the door. With a heavy rumble, the stone door slowly moved, revealing a downward spiral staircase. Pale blue fluorite lamps hung from the walls on either side of the staircase. Quite high-tech. The crow muttered a remark. The maiden was puzzled. Nothing. Let's go in. Oh! Passing through the spiral staircase, they entered the underground market. What met their eyes were all kinds of transcendent items haphazardly placed on the ground, while blue light birds flew through the air, each clutching an orb of light. Lucifer could sense that the orbs contained magic cores of various attributes. Every item seemed to be under a restrictive ward. There were far more people in the market than usual, probably half of everyone was here. After all, Sky Island had only 30 students. Even more unexpected to Lucifer was the sun at the center of the market, radiating light that made the entire underground as bright as day. Green grass even grew in the rock crevices beneath the maiden's feet. Well, this is an eye-opener. The crow sighed somewhat wistfully. His innate magic was purely combat-related. There was nothing like this to assist daily life. He could of course use 9th rank spiritual power to compress a vast sea of mana and make it blossom into light, and he could also supply mana to a massive mana source at any time to keep it burning forever. But he was 9th rank. When a lion arrogantly looks down on the ants at its feet, does it ever think that ants can build a tower 100,000 times, or even several 100,000 times, taller than themselves? Has it ever thought that the ants on the ground once lorded over the ancient land? Hearing this, the maiden lifted her chin with a proud pouty air, as if the sun were her own creation, which nearly made Lucifer fall. Realizing her mistake, she steadied the crow, held him close, and stuck out her tongue. Lucifer was not too concerned. So how do we buy magic cores? Llewellyn chuckled. I have credits. What attribute of magic core do you want? The dark attribute, I suppose. It's a bit easier to use. Having received an answer, the maiden went to the stone pillar by the entrance and began to search. Honestly, Lucifer had thought it was just an ordinary pillar. A 4th rank dark demon ape's magic core. How ugly. Next. A 4th rank dark crow's magic core. This one suits you very well. Look at it. The maiden lightly tapped with a slender finger, and a projection of the magical beast appeared before them. It had black feathers all over and blood-red pupils. Dark crow, a creature of the dark abyss. Adults have a wingspan of 7 to 15 meters, and are entirely black. The deeper the blood-red color in their pupils, the stronger they are. The species' highest recorded rank was 7. Lucifer stared at the projection, which was about his own size, and was taken aback. It was a design collision. If the creator had a physical body, he would definitely sue him for copyright infringement. Could Lord Demon God's true form be a dark crow? Llewellyn was also stunned by the dark crow projection. As if sensing what she was thinking, Lucifer said, I am not a crow. This body was just casually shaped. Lucifer said in an exasperated tone, besides, using magic has nothing to do with body size. As long as there is enough mana in a magic core, I can exert my power. Give me an 8th rank magic core, and I'll go deal with that dean who's asking for a beating right now. Of course, Lucifer did not say that. So as long as the mana reserve is sufficient, that's enough. The maiden had thought choosing a magic core would be very difficult. Yes. The maiden scrolled a little more, and then her eyes lit up. This one. This one, this one, this one. Lucifer looked in the direction the maiden indicated. A 6th rank blood fiend tree magic core. According to legend, when the ancient demon god fell, a drop of his blood splashed onto a tree in the forest of magical beasts. Its countless roots turned every living creature in that area into blood fiends. In the end, it was killed by Guzit, the royal archmage. Seeing the price, Lucifer was silent for a moment. 1 credit could be exchanged for a 3rd rank magic core, 10 credits for a 4th rank, and so on. But the value gap between magic cores 1 rank apart was far more than tenfold. Llewellyn had 273 credits. Yet the price of this 6th rank magic core was 1 credit. Stunned by the price, the maiden wondered why such a cheap 6th rank magic core had not been snatched up already. Even if it could not be used as any material, buying it and detonating it would still make a bomb of 5th rank power. You didn't bribe the dean, did you? Llewellyn stared blankly at Lucifer. Bribe my ass? A miserable crow like me? How the hell would I have money to bribe anyone? Lucifer laughed in exasperation. Why don't you buy it already? Silly girl. You should never reject something given for free. Hearing this, Llewellyn grinned foolishly. Even she rarely saw 6th rank magic cores. Most of what she had seen were demon crystal cores that her grandfather had sent from a distant battlefield. Without hesitation, she deducted 1 credit. A light bird carrying a light orb flew over from nearby. Lucifer reached out a claw to take it, and the light bird instantly dissipated into specks of light. The magic core wrapped within the light orb gradually revealed its true form. Thick blood-red branches coiled around red glimmers, and from time to time one could even hear twigs contracting and faint painful moans. This was the magic core of the 6th rank blood fiend tree. Lucifer held the magic core in his claw and weighed it. With this, I can roughly match the peak of the 6th rank. Sensing the abundant mana inside the magic core, Lucifer said, the legend is false. There is no trace of the demon god's aura in this core's mana. This tree fiend must have cultivated on its own. He chuckled softly. A 9th rank being, even a single drop of blood, could never be something a small tree fiend could bear. Then is your blood really valuable? Llewellyn asked out of nowhere. Of course it is. At least I could. Wait, what are you up to? The crow wriggled out of Llewellyn's arms, annoyed. This crow body of mine would not fetch much money anyway. Who said anything about selling you? I'm not short of money, the maiden said scornfully. The look you gave me just now was not right. That was a look of care for my little crow. Who's yours? You? 3 days later at the entrance of Sky Island Academy. Safety first. If you encounter danger, crush the talisman stone issued by the Academy. It will activate an energy shield of the 7th rank, and the Academy will dispatch instructors to rescue you. Act within your capabilities. The cart before the students kept babbling. That's enough, old fellow. Principal Gus chuckled. The carp was so furious that its whiskers bristled and its eyes bulged. You are the old fellow. You are the old fellow. Its tail kept thrashing, creating ripples in the space around it. Yes, yes, I am the old fellow. Gus' smile remained unchanged. He ignored the irate carp and turned to the students, a gratified smile on his face. Depart? The 300-year-old principal pondered for a long moment, then finally waved his hand. The students had grown accustomed to the banter between the principal and Grandpa Carp, yet they could not help but find it amusing every time. How do we set off? Do we just jump down? The naive Lucifer asked. Below Lovely and chuckled softly. Of course we jump straight down. Can't you fly? With such tiny wings you can still say that. At most I can fly 20 or 30 meters before I start free-falling, Lucifer lamented in anguish. This was a lie. Not being able to fly was false, not wanting to fly was the truth. The legend of the golden dragon deep in the forest of beasts is true. In that old dragon's treasure vault lies what you seek. A gentle voice rippled through Lucifer's mind. He turned and saw Gus's figure turning away. The old man's stooped form was stretched long by the eastern sun, so that Lucifer could not make out the fleeting glimpse of the old man's profile in the sunlight. What do you need me to do? You need do nothing. Lucifer sneered inwardly. Free things are the most expensive, even a child knows that. And you expect me to go just because you say so? Where's my dignity? Daydreaming again. The girl tapped the raven on her head. Nothing, Lucifer replied nonchalantly. Again with that. I'm ignoring you, little raven. The boundless sky stretched endlessly, with several black specks seeming to move slowly through the air. Looking up from the imperial capital, the people saw various colored wyverns beating their wings and flying in different directions. It seems the trial of the Narcissus Academy has begun again. The last one was 10 years ago. Yes, whenever the war between humans and demonkind intensifies, the Academy arranges trials to accelerate the students' growth. The children are indeed unfortunate. The Holy Light Church from a century ago could have ended this war completely. What a pity, what a pity. Alas! 3 days later, a black wyvern occasionally beat its wings, stirring up powerful gusts. On its broad back was Lovelian's team. Little raven wants some candy. Lovelian dipped her finger in honey and waved it back and forth before Lucifer. Lucifer wanted to retort, but didn't know where to start, so he just turned his head away, staring at the distant sky. The childish one is trying to act mature again. Lovelian stuck out her tongue. Perhaps Brother Raven is contemplating his bird life. Ryan defended his raven brother, then stuffed something else into his mouth. Ryan suffered from dragon sickness. He had vomited quite a bit over the past 3 days. The fiery-haired girl ignored this. Dandy nobleman stood up and also looked into the distance, a move that startled Ryan. Sarandel gazed at the vast, seemingly endless forest. We're almost there. I can already see the edge of the forest of beasts. In the lush forest, a towering pagoda stood, surrounded by a variety of buildings. The complex was enormous, even larger in scale than the imperial capital, Beast City East District. Most of those inside were mages or warriors who had come to train in the forest of beasts. At first there was no city here, but as more people came, demand arose, and the Empire sent people to build the city. There are 4 such cities, Sarandel said calmly. We can prepare to land. She gently patted the wyvern's head. With a dragon's roar, the wyvern gradually folded its wings and glided down smoothly. Mounted beasts were not allowed directly into the city, so Sarandel chose an open space in front of the gate. Many people were coming and going at the gate, and when they saw the massive black shadow descending rapidly, many panicked. The powerful air currents from the wyvern's huge body stirred up dust and fallen leaves at the city gate, accompanied by a deep snort and a low growl as the dust slowly settled. People could now see the 3 figures and the raven on the dragon's back. The red-haired girl was radiant, her light red magic robe indicating her noble status as a mage. Behind her, the blonde youth seemed not yet recovered. He slid directly off the dragon's back and leaned against the massive body, vomiting. Even the wyvern disdainfully moved aside. The last to descend was a white-haired girl, her light steps graceful, her white magic robe with golden pattern. Once the trio and the raven had walked away, the black wyvern swished its tail, beat its wings, and vanished again. Is this what nobility is like? A copper-armored guard beside the silver knight stared at the gradually shrinking black wyvern in the distance. How magnificent! If only I could ride a dragon someday. That's a wyvern, the silver knight said with a complex expression. Stand guard properly. Some things if you're not born with them you'll never have in this life. But didn't the famous imperial general rise from obscurity? The voice behind the copper visor sounded young and immature, but the silver knight seemed to see through the armor the flushed face, and hear the passionate pounding of the heart, because his own heart had once beaten with that same fervor. What's for dinner? Lucifer asked drowsily. If you eat any more you'll never fly again. Lovelian chuckled. I can clearly feel you've gotten heavier. The raven raised a wing, glanced at it, and decided not to argue. After all, it was mealtime. The area around the majestic and solemn city gate was bustling with life. Many vendors hawked their wares along the streets, and patrol guards occasionally walked down the middle of the road. Let's first find a place to stay tonight. Sarandil took a map from her spatial ring, a detailed map of Bee City showing the layout of the entire city and its streets. Let's go to this one. Ryan pointed at a tavern not far from them. The Dragon Tavern. The other two naturally had no objections. The final plan was for the three to split up to gather specific information and meet back at the Dragon Tavern that evening. Lovelian walked along the street with Lucifer on her head, casually looking around. A black-haired figure in tattered clothes, his face unclear, passed by the girl. Suddenly a strange ripple was detected by Lucifer. Lucifer turned his head, staring at the beggar-like figure, until it completely disappeared. What's wrong? As if by telepathy, Lovelian seemed to notice the movement of the raven above her, and asked curiously. Have something delicious for dinner tonight? Lucifer chuckled. You know what delicacies are here. Lovelian's blue eyes lit up. No. We still need to gather information. The information, of course, was about the surrounding beasts. The forest of beasts was vast and boundless, with countless adventurers entering daily to explore. But some weaker adventurers, upon encountering beasts they couldn't defeat, would return to the city and sell the location of those beasts. Strong adventurers who obtained the information would pay a deposit. If they succeeded in the hunt, they would pay the remainder upon return. If they didn't return, the information provider Of course, if the deceased strong adventurer had powerful friends or relatives, the information provider not. After making some inquiries, Llewellyn gathered a fair amount of information about magical beasts. Whether it was true or false could only be verified later. Along the way she had encountered no lechers. The girl's beauty was ethereal, but the 4 golden stripes on her mage robe were far more conspicuous. On her way to the Dragon Tavern, the white-haired girl bought a few more pastries, because she was feeling a little peckish. When the three met up, dusk had already fallen. From the tavern entrance, the setting sun hung level with the city gate, and many figures paced back and forth atop the wall, probably guards on patrol. The girl turned to share the information about magical beasts with Celandir and Lying. Lucifer did not look back. He simply watched the sun sink slowly until the great orb had wholly disappeared beneath the horizon, leaving behind a trail of mingled orange-yellow and pale purple. The crow withdrew his gaze, looked at the three, who were still discussing Exi. Lucifer's voice, carried by magic, rippled through the hearts of the three. They came to themselves, noticed that the gazes around them seemed to be drifting their way, and immediately lowered their heads, pretending to be busy. Lucifer was amused. Didn't we book a room? Then what is the room for? Why didn't you warn us earlier? The white-haired girl shot Lucifer a glare. Lucifer answered with a low chuckle. It was the first time the young man and woman had gone out on a training journey. Though they had learned a great deal beforehand, in their excitement they had overlooked such things. The tavern was crowded with all sorts of people, and someone might already have taken notice of them, after all they had even loudly discussed when they would set out the next day. Let's go, the crow urged lazily. The three went up to the second floor. At a wine table beside where the three had been talking, a man was drinking heavily, his face flushed and his eyes glazed. A moment later the cup slipped from the seemingly dazed man's hand and shattered into pieces. The innkeeper behind the counter only glanced over and rapped the bar. A waiter approached the man and politely ordered him to leave. The man looked displeased but still walked out of the tavern. With chaotic steps the man turned down 2 streets and finally entered a dark alley. The instant his figure disappeared into the shadows, his glazed eyes snapped into clarity, and his strides became powerful. Before long a rat walked out of the shadows on the other side, standing upright on two legs, like a person. "My lord." The man knelt with his head bowed. "Did the three who came today riding that mongrel show anything unusual?" The rat stroked its whiskers and spoke calmly. "It seems the Academy sent them on a task. They're only here to kill magical beasts. But this humble one dares not guarantee that it wasn't a deliberate performance put on for our benefit. After all, that information came too easily." The man lowered his head even further, almost touching the dirt. "Probably not, heh?" The gray rat chuckled. "I thought Yuzet had discovered our ritual and specially sent people to deal with it. Turns out I overestimated him. The human race's greatest archmage is nothing more than this." The laugh was quite complacent. The man kept his head down and said nothing. He did not believe that an archmage, who carried the backbone of humanity, could be as foolish as the rat assumed. This lord from the netherworld appeared far too arrogant. But that did not matter, he only needed to obtain that object. Indeed, nothing more than this. "My lord is one step ahead. You think I don't know what you're thinking?" The gray rat turned its wise gaze to the back of the man's head, hopped up, and patted it. "A brain is a good thing. You should put it to good use." "I want to," the man complained inwardly, though what he showed was an expression of extreme fear. This humble one was wrong. This humble one was wrong. He even trembled a few times. The gray rat seemed quite pleased, turned around, and vanished into the shadows. The man did not raise his head for a long time. In the silent darkness, he opened his mouth and let out a silent grin. 70 kilometers in this direction is Chuanqing Lake. There are many mid-rank magical beasts in the lake, and it is the closest to us, but the beasts all live in the water and are difficult to catch. Luo Walian pointed at the map of the Mozho forest she had just bought. "Besides, legend says there is a passage at the bottom of the lake leading to the Xingqian Sea, so we might also encounter high-rank magical beasts from the ocean. I heard that a few days ago someone found a tree as thick as 3 people could embrace, twisted and snapped at the lakeshore. It seemed a python-type magical beast was advancing." Lion shared what he had learned. "Also Woofan Cliff. That's the nest of a 5th-rank magical beast, the wind-devouring bird. Recently it seems to have laid eggs. If we go while this beast is out hunting, we might be able to steal a few eggs." The more Lion spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Why didn't the one who spread the news go himself? Selendir mused for a moment and asked. Lion paused. Maybe he wasn't strong enough. Or too timid. Lion also felt the reason was somewhat weak, and laughed at himself. "Then let's go to Chuanqing Lake tomorrow and take a look. Besides, I hear that Chuanqing Lake at night has a marvelous sight." Luo Walian drew the conversation to a close. They booked 3 rooms. After Lion and Selendir left, Luo Walian and Lucifer stared at each other, neither speaking. "What are you looking at me for? Go to sleep." The crow flew back to the window. At this time the bright moon hung high, and silver moonlight spilled over its pitch-black feathers, adding a touch of holiness to the incarnation of the demon god. "Don't crows need to sleep?" Luo Walian opened her arms. The meaning was obvious. "Not used to it." The crow turned its head away, slowly spread its wings, and rose gradually with slow flaps. "I'll go look at the Mozho forest at night. You sleep." Without waiting for Luo Walian's reply, the crow left the window and flew into the sky. The girl left behind angrily slapped the bed, and the white hair on her head stood on end. Stupid crow. Stinking crow. Damn crow. Lucifer, already far away, naturally did not hear it. He was now looking for that beggar from earlier. If he had not sensed wrongly, and there was no if, that beggar carried the aura of the netherworld. Beings in the netherworld with divine nature, that is those at the 7th rank and above, were restricted by the laws, and could not enter the mortal world. Lucifer had even once controlled several 6th-rank netherworld beings, sending them into the mortal world to explore, and then return. But it failed. Because when a netherworld being who had entered the mortal world tried to go back, it could only do so through a random spatial passage. Lucifer could send them over, but bringing them back was very troublesome. Spatial rifts were completely random after all. Moreover, netherworld beings entering the mortal world would have their powers suppressed, and might even suffer a decrease in rank. Thus netherworld beings were almost never seen in the mortal world. But now in Easter, under the moonlight, the villa quarter was utterly silent. The priceless blue crystal chandelier was not lit. Moonlight streamed through the 2nd-floor windows, separating the upper floor from the shadows at the stairwell, as if they were two different worlds. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, making the moon-dappled shadows on the floor tremble. I went up and took a close look today. The girl has the aura of the underworld, probably because she recently came into contact with a creature of the underworld. The aura is already faint, so it must have been only brief contact. There is no need to pay attention. The beggar who had passed by Llewellyn during the day spoke in the moonlight, now gazing with reverence at the shadows ahead. I already know. Forget about those three newcomers. I am more interested in the girl who came this afternoon. Go and follow her. The being in the shadows coughed twice. However, the girl's background seems considerable. She has a 6th-rank mage protecting her personally. I have high hopes for you. The beggar's eyes were burning with fervor. I will not fail your lordship's trust. He naturally knew the girl who had arrived by carriage that afternoon. At that time a light breeze had just lifted the curtain, and those magical blood-red pupils were deeply impressive. As for a 6th-rank mage, under the Lord's blessing, what was that? In this moment Han Sike's eyes seemed to burn with flames. Who are you? The being in the shadows suddenly asked. Han Sike froze. He naturally knew the Lord before him was not asking him, but who else could it be? Your father. The voice from behind sent a chill down Han Sike's back. He had been completely unaware of anything behind him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his disheveled shirt. Han Sike looked in panic toward the balcony. A crow stood on the railing, head tilted slightly upward, its blood-red pupils reflecting pure malice, like a beast eyeing its prey with mockery. Heh. A gray rat stepped out from the shadows. You jest, sir? I am not jesting. I really am your father, the crow said with a serious expression. Let's put aside whether you're my father or not for now. Why not come inside and have a talk? The gray rat, no bigger than an adult's palm, extended a claw in invitation, and stepped aside to indicate the crow should enter. Han Sike remained silent for a long time. He was a bit bewildered now. Why had his almighty lord not struck out after being provoked so many times? Could it be that this crow really was the Lord's father? You'll be calling me father in a moment. The crow said those words out of the blue. The gray rat was laughed into anger. Sir, do not go too far. We are like well water and river water, each keeping to its own course. Otherwise a fight to the death would make things ugly for everyone. The gray rat instinctively assumed that the unfathomable creature before it, like itself, came from the underworld, and high-level underworld creatures entering the mortal world was taboo. Though it did not know how this crow had infiltrated the mortal world, if it were noticed by those demon gods, things would certainly end badly. Ever since it had obtained that treasure 200 years ago, it had been walking on thin ice, terrified that the demon gods above would discover it had a way into the underworld. 3. The crow began counting down. Han Sike watched his lord, saw the gray rat's impatient expression as it extended its front limbs, apparently intending to teach this unknown crow a lesson. 2. The crow counted again, and the gray rat's face instantly turned pale. No joke, Han Sike watched his lord suddenly collapse, its hind legs twitching once before it went still. I miscalculated the timing, but it doesn't matter. The crow with blood-red pupils shook its head nonchalantly, then fluttered lightly onto the railing of the stairs leading down to the first floor. Seeming to remember something, it turned to look at Han Sike. Han Sike had knelt almost the instant the rat fell. This humble one is willing to sign a blood contract and serve you for all eternity. The young man's lowered head showed sufficient respect. Lucifer waited for a moment. What use are you? Killing. Did the Lord before him need that? I know that dead rat's plan. If the plan succeeds, you can obtain an authority. A supreme authority. Han Sike spoke quickly, putting extra emphasis on authority. Authority. Lucifer became interested. Go on. Your subordinate has been following this rat for 30 years. It calls itself the supreme god of the underworld, the incarnation of the underworld's supreme will. 100 years ago, it founded the Church of the Underworld God, and it has a great number of followers. Even nobles in the imperial capital are believers. It has always had them search for something, but I know that something is the authority. Han Sike's tone was unwavering. Lucifer did not ask how Han Sike knew the rat was searching for the authority. He just said it tells you to do something, and you do it. Blessings. It gives blessings to followers who have performed well in the church. Han Sike's eyes once again burned with fervor. What blessings? Lucifer took a bit more interest. I don't know the details, but among the believers, many transcendents who had been stuck at low ranks with no hope of ever reaching the middle ranks, advanced after receiving the blessing. Hansike explained. He had been stuck at the 5th rank for more than 40 years. 30 years ago, he met the gray rat, which directly loosened his bottleneck and promised to raise him to the 6th rank once he helped it find what it sought. Lucifer took a careful look at Hansike. Stubbly beard, thick eyebrows, a rather flat nose, and small brown eyes. He paused a second, then said, "So you became someone's dog just to break through to the 6th rank. And even if you step into the 6th rank, you won't live long, will you?" The gray rat's method of helping people advance squeezed their life force. How could the person whose life force was being squeezed be completely unaware of it? I had no choice. Hansike bowed his head. He knew that quick methods inevitably carried a price, but his talent had already made the 6th rank unattainable. He had no choice. How many people in the world did not even have the qualification to give their all? He considered himself lucky. The gray rat needed him to work, and he needed the gray rat to advance. "I can help you advance with this method as well, but you will need to do something for me." Under the moonlight, the crow's words were like a demon's whisper. In the darkness, the young man lifted his head slightly, seeing only 2 points of blood red. "All right." He nodded heavily. If decades of struggle were to end here, no one would accept it willingly. The Underworld. The king, sitting on the bone throne, was watching a rat that was as large as a small hill, its body burning with black flames. But at this moment, the flames seemed far weaker than before. Indeed, they had diminished greatly. Seeing the rat's cowering, obsequious look, Lucifer chuckled lightly. "Am I your father?" The demon god on the throne crossed his legs, leaning casually against the throne, and asked with a smile. Yes, you are." The gray rat was almost in tears. It had been laying its schemes properly in the mortal world, when out of nowhere a crow found one of its avatars in the mortal world, and claimed to be its father. Just as it was about to strike back, a demon god directly locked onto its true body in the Underworld. At first it had thought this demon god was merely looking for fun, but it turned out to be that very crow. It had already hidden at the edge of the Underworld. As an 8th rank emperor, it could have had a fine territory even in the central region of the Underworld. The demon god who governed depravity and death. How could a 9th rank being possibly enter the mortal world? The gray rat could only swallow its teeth and endure. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, brimmed with fawning flattery. "Great Lord, this is the guarantee by which I was able to enter the mortal world. I now present it to you as a token of welcome." As it spoke, the black flames flared, burning the void until it cracked. From the crack fell a pitch-black bead roughly the size of an eyeball. The blood-eyed youth took the bead and examined it. Sure enough, it was concealment. Like the mirror in Llewellyn's home, it was an embodiment of the authority of concealment. The portion of authority in this bead was larger. According to Lucifer's estimation, that mirror held about 1/6 of concealment, while this bead held 1/3. His fingers with clearly defined knuckles tapped lightly on the throne, as the demon god pondered. If he obtained the complete concealment, he might be able to enter the mortal world directly. But he probably could not release his power wantonly. After all, if you wear an invisibility cloak, you cannot see me, but if I punch you while wearing it, you will certainly know I am right in front of you. Actually, that was not important. As long as Lucifer could walk the human world in the form of a human, he well. The crow of the mortal world returned to his 2nd-floor bedroom at the Dragon Tavern and lay awake all night. "Good morning, little crow." The white-haired girl, dressed in pure white pajamas, stroked Lucifer's head by the window, then turned and hopped lightly to the full-length mirror, leaving the slightly dazed crow with a few traces of a white-haired girl's faint, unique scent. Still a little muddled, the crow watched the girl examining herself in the full-length mirror. "You've eaten too much these past few days. No matter how long you stare, you won't get any thinner." Hardened. His fist hardened. Llewellyn's smile froze on her face. Lucifer, who could not see her expression, was about to fly onto the girl's head for a nap when he was struck head-on. The one who had dealt that sneaky strike kept her smile unchanged, but her eyes grew even livelier. "Prepare to die, you stinking crow who has no respect for a maiden." The white-haired girl swung a pillow at the crow. The crow frantically spread his wings and tried to flee, only to be knocked down, so Lucifer could only escape on his 2 claws. As he ran, Lucifer complained, "Hitting me won't make you thinner." Violent maniac. Watching the crow cover his head with both wings and scurry around like a defeated rooster, Llewellyn laughed again. Lucifer, catching her off guard, tried to fly straight out of the window, only to be knocked down by another thrown pillow. Llewellyn reached out and grabbed him. "Only a good little crow is wanted, you know. The girl's soft whisper made Lucifer flap his wings wildly, but he still could not break free. How outrageous. A mere little saintess of light dares to humiliate me. You? Lucifer's declaration was interrupted by a knock at the door. Lucifer's declaration was interrupted by a knock at the door. Lovelian, are you ready? We're about to set out. It was Celander's voice. Ready. Ready. Lovelian answered, full of spirit. No more fooling around. The girl looked seriously at the little crow. Heh. Lovelian had chosen a red and black sorceress robe today. She even took a face-covering mask from her spatial ring. The mask was adorned with blue-white tail feathers perfectly complementing the girl's pure white hair. The voluminous robe completely concealed her slender figure, so much so that no outsider could even tell her gender. How is it? Am I super cool now? Lovelian spun around in place. Though Lucifer could not see the girl's face, the joy rippling in her azure eyes was unmistakable. Cool, cool, cool. Lucifer pretended not to care, flew to the top of Lovelian's head, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep. Stinking crow. Rotten crow. The girl gritted her pearly teeth. That stinking crow was definitely pretending to sleep. Lovelian. The voice came from outside the door. Lovelian stamped her foot and opened it. The two people outside were dressed just like Lovelian, their voluminous robes covering their entire bodies. Celander wore a mask. Rhine, by contrast, was completely at ease, his golden hair matching his handsome features. My robe has a hood. Rhine seemed to notice the two girls' questioning gazes, and said calmly. Rhine had probably only just come out as well. Presumably Celander had woken first, and called Rhine and Lovelian. Celander nodded. Now we can head for the Lake of Stars. The three left the city, and glided dozens of miles along a third-rank magic wind track, reaching the eastern border of the forest of demonic beasts. It was spring. Lucifer, whose eyes had long been open, glimpsed the boundless green sea from afar. As if remembering something, Lucifer smiled. What is it? Lucifer. A girl's voice sounded beside his ear. Without a doubt it was Celander. Lovelian would only call him Little Crow. I've been here before. Lucifer did not try to hide it, though he himself no longer knew when it had been. It was back when he played VR. A crow had wandered aimlessly through that grand world, dazed at unnoticed corners, listening to the rain. High mountains, and flowing water, white snow, and falling leaves. No one noticed this unremarkable crow. A crow with only sight was like a lone stray elephant calf desperately pushing toward places that did not belong to it. Sunlight and flame gave this decayed body no warmth, but the unwillingness hidden deep in the ancient demon god's heart burned wildly inside his body, driving the hollow shell to keep exploring. Only when the ancient demon god's obsession was nearly burned away, and he was about to sink into a long slumber, did a white-haired girl pour life into him again. I even built a nest on a cliff inside once. I wonder if it's still there. Lucifer seemed to sense the white-haired girl's confusion beneath him. The years of my existence may be far longer than you imagine. At that thought Lucifer smiled again, though he had spent most of that time in slumber. In Celander's and Rhine's eyes, he was merely a low-ranked netherworld creature that had entered the mortal world a few years, or a dozen years earlier, by a stroke of luck. But Lovelian knew that Lucifer was referring to the age of the demon god, a time she knew little about, or rather had never known. Won't you tell me the story of that demon god of fall and death? Lovelian sent these words through voice transmission. His story. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, a rather awkward motion in a crow's body. Yes, his story. The girl put emphasis on his. Beg me and I'll tell you. The crow seemed very pleased with himself, adjusting his body to catch the sunlight as he answered lazily. Please, please, Lord Demon God. The girl knew her little crow very well. Ahem, ahem. Then I in my great mercy shall tell you the story of this demon god. Lucifer put away his flippant manner, and slowly recited the story of fall and death, as if chanting poetry. A long, long time ago, he was born from the origin of the netherworld, and before him 2 other demon gods had already been born from that origin. Was the origin of the netherworld an egg? Not an egg. Don't interrupt, or I won't go on. Lucifer flapped his wings in displeasure. Oh, the white-haired girl's eyes darted, and she chose to close her mouth, or rather to stop her voice transmission. At the moment of his birth, he already held the netherworld's supreme authority and power. But unlike the other 2 demon gods, he felt repelled by everything in the netherworld, the blood-red moon, and the endless slaughter, and desire all of it made him uncomfortable. Strange, isn't it? How could a demon god of the netherworld feel repelled by the netherworld? Lucifer seemed to be talking to himself, then gave a self-deprecating smile. He knew very well that he did not belong to the netherworld. By chance, he became aware of the existence of the mortal world. The first time he tried to enter the mortal world, in the moment he was expelled by its laws, he saw something he had been seeking for a long time. What was it? The girl asked curiously. Sunlight. The crow seemed nostalgic. Warm sunlight. The first time that demon god descended into the mortal world in his true body, the laws back then were far less complete than they are now. So through all kinds of coincidences, he was fortunate enough to glimpse that magnificent sunlight, of course only for a single moment. And then, he was expelled by the laws, severely wounded, and fell directly into slumber. Ah! After he woke later, he kept searching for a way into the mortal world. Slumber search experiment, slumber search experiment. During that time, he crafted a crow's body that could move freely in the mortal world, but it possessed only the sense of sight. This caused him great distress. After countless more years, this demon god seemed a little weary. He seemed to need to rely on slumber once again to preserve what he called reason, something ordinary netherworld creatures had no need for. The crow was lost in nostalgia, and was about to continue when the girl interrupted him. Then a beautiful maiden brought the demon god, who had nearly lost all hope, into the mortal world. Lovelian narrowed her eyes. And later the demon god fell in love with that girl. And they got together. Stop. Be serious. I'm being very serious, Lord Demon God. 3 days later, in the Mozo forest, the breeze wove through the treetops carrying the fragrance of soil and blossoms. The trees in the Mozo forest were far taller and thicker than those outside. Indeed, Lucifer had seen at least a dozen trees so enormous that a dozen men linking arms could barely encircle them, and even looking up from their base, it was hard to spot the canopy. Still, there were more dense thickets, and small animals scurrying through them from time to time. Layered branches were natural soundproofing, leaving the whole forest seemingly filled with nothing but the wind. Something feels off. Lucifer released her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, her delicate brows knitting. Indeed. Celandir nodded. The situation now appeared to be that they had stumbled into the territory of a magical beast, and the beast's rank was certainly not low. Lion kept one hand on the sword hilt ready to draw at any moment. The golden gem on the hilt gleamed in a stray shaft of sunlight that fell from above. A 5th rank aura in a stone grotto about 100 meters directly ahead. It seems to be a little tiger. Lucifer, still on guard, let out a breath upon hearing Lucifer's telepathic message. At that moment, one of Lucifer's claws was gripping the demon core of the blood tree demon, using it as a medium to diffuse his 9th rank spiritual sense, easily locating the tiger-type beast. Under his perception, the tiger, striped black and white, and standing 3 meters tall even when lying down, was sleeping with its eyes closed, unaware that someone had sensed it. Lucifer then told her 2 companions to steer clear of the stone grotto ahead. Are we going to kill it? A 5th rank demon core should be more than enough to match 12 4th rank cores. Kill it, and your task will be finished. Lucifer was somewhat surprised at Lucifer's strategy. The 3 of us are no match for it. What about me? As he spoke, Lucifer raised the claw that held the demon core. He could easily kill that magical beast. This is a trial, not a sightseeing trip. Lucifer rapped Lucifer's head in annoyance. After saying this, as if realizing something, she quickly covered her mouth. Tee-hee. Seeing her 2 companions staring at her, Lucifer stuck out her tongue. The little crow was being naughty, so I was just teaching him a lesson. Heh? Lucifer then buried his head in the girl's hair, breathing in its faint fragrance, and closed his eyes again. What rank is Brother Crow as a magical beast? We haven't even asked about that until now, Lion said casually. 3rd rank, but the silly crow doesn't know any magic. Celandir nodded. A newly summoned familiar was usually lower in rank than its master. For instance, she herself had once summoned a fire elemental, and though she ultimately failed to form a contract, she released it back. Still, she found it strange that a light attribute mage had managed to summon a dark attribute creature. But since the white-haired girl did not bring it up, she did not ask. Why does Brother Crow seem to be sleeping every day? Maybe it's because the silly crow has eaten too much over the past few days. Lucifer answered without hesitation. As his contract partner, she could sense that Lucifer's soul was not in the crow's body. He must have gone back to the underworld. Thinking of how that wretched crow had returned to the underworld several times these past few days, Llewellyn felt a little angry. You finally managed to enter the living world. Why do you keep running back to the underworld? Is the scenery of the underworld more beautiful than me? The girl's thoughts were like leaves shaken loose by the wind spinning in the air, and finally falling back into the soil. The underworld. This time Lucifer was not seated on the bone throne, but sat beside the blood river staring blankly at the scarlet water. Before long a pale-faced man slowly emerged from the dark shadows in the distance, walking toward Lucifer with one hand resting on a black cane. Standing tall and straight, Llewellyn stopped at the edge of the blood river, his gray eyes fixed on the crouching Lucifer. After a long moment Llewellyn smiled. "You've found a way into the living world." "Yes." Lucifer extended his right index finger and lightly touched the surface of the blood river. In an instant the churning crimson river seemed to freeze, even the splashes suspended in midair becoming motionless. Llewellyn watched the scene without surprise. Holding his cane with one hand, he lightly tapped the blood spray frozen in midair. The frozen river slowly returned to normal from the point where the cane touched the blood spray. Lucifer's expression unchanged, he slowly rose to his feet. Llewellyn's face seemed even paler. Impressive. He did not forget to offer a word of praise to this young demon god. Destruction is far easier than preservation. "What are you going to give me?" Lucifer did not turn around, merely staring at the surging blood river ahead. On the opposite bank dozens of li away a black skeleton wielding rib-made blades and swords was slashing forward. Its opponent was a human-faced flower. When the pus-filled sores on the smiling face burst, the pale yellow liquid that dripped out continuously corroded the skeleton. The skeleton tried to pull away, but the flower's blood vessel-like roots on the ground wrapped around it. The skeleton swung a sword backhand, and blood flowed from the roots, but the flower only grew more ferocious, sending more roots entwining it. The skeleton slashed madly with its sword, every strike splashed blood, yet at the same time its black bones kept corroding. "This is something I acquired a long time ago." Llewellyn extended one hand, and at the same time a black hand reached out from the shadows around him, placing a sword in his palm. Seeming to notice Lucifer's questioning gaze, he said, "This is a product of the underworld source from before you were born. I even fought Alakisi over it." A spasm crossed Llewellyn's morbid face, but he began to explain unhurriedly to Lucifer. Behind Lucifer the phantom shadow of a blood-red pupil fixed its gaze on the sword. The blade was pure black, and on the guard was a blood-red eye, though it was now half-lidded. "It seems quite suitable for you, doesn't it?" Llewellyn laughed like an older brother who had simply prepared a birthday gift for his younger brother. "Heh?" The youth took the sword hilt directly, casually tracing an arc in the air. The pitch-black blade drew an elegant curve under the blood-red moonlight, and the sword tip cut through the void, leaving a rift in space that instantly mended itself. "Satisfied?" Llewellyn seemed very pleased. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the pitch-black blade sank into Llewellyn's chest, but did not pass through. At the moment of the pierce, the blood-red eye on the guard snapped open. Fresh blood flowed from the wound toward the blood-red pupil on the guard. The crimson in the pupil grew denser, tinged with a hint of madness. The black blade kept trembling, as if it wanted to pierce completely through Llewellyn's heart. Llewellyn slowly lowered his head to the black sword piercing his heart, then grinned. "It's time to end this, isn't it?" On hearing this, Lucifer pulled the sword out. The eye on the guard was drowned in unwillingness, and filled with utter madness seemed to want to roar at Lucifer. Lucifer gave the eye on the black sword a faint glance, and the trembling blade instantly ceased. The eye on the black sword closed again, tightly closed, as if it had seen something extraordinary. "A sword that can bear the blood of a demon god." The wound on Llewellyn's chest had already healed. "Not bad, isn't it?" Before Lucifer could reply, Llewellyn gave a meaningful glance at the space behind Lucifer, then stepped back a few paces into the shadows, and disappeared from Lucifer's sight. Lucifer turned toward the human-faced flower, and the black skeleton on the opposite bank. He saw their corpses being devoured by a gargoyle. It seemed that after they had destroyed each other, this slightly weaker gargoyle had swooped in to take the spoils. "My lord! He seems to have noticed me." The voice came from behind Lucifer. It was the gray rat wreathed in black flames, its forepaws placed reverently in front of it, its massive head lowered. "It's nothing." Lucifer waved his hand. In the art of concealing one's aura, Lucifer was not as powerful as Holy Saintess, who held the authority of shadows, which was only to be expected. Have you notified your followers? Lucifer gazed at the river of blood and spoke calmly. He had not taken the concealment from the gray rat, because it was useless to him. Such a meager measure of authority was far from enough to help a demon god deceive the rules, though a bit more might have sufficed to trick even a demon god. Yet the authority the gray rat possessed was already sufficient to overwhelm its own aura and allow its avatar to enter the mortal world. Originally the gray rat had entered the mortal realm through random rifts to release its avatars. But now things had become far more convenient. A demon god himself had opened the way. As long as they've been notified, that's fine. Lucifer withdrew his gaze, gripping the sword hilt with pale hands. The blade hung horizontally before him, dark blood-red light seemingly flowing sluggishly along its pitch-black surface. He tossed the sword to the gray rat. When you reach the mortal world, find someone you think is capable. He paused briefly. Give it to Hansk. Your will be done. The gray rat swallowed the black sword into its belly. It remembered Hansk the believer all too well, for it was this human named Hansk who had brought. By the way, what was the name of your church again? Lucifer asked abruptly. The Church of the Nether God. The gray rat answered with utmost reverence. Very well. Go now. Lucifer waved a hand, signaling the gray rat to leave. He knew the gray rat harbored its own schemes, but he did not care. Nor did he care whether the task he had given it could actually be accomplished, because it meant nothing. If the pieces he had set in motion could form a winning formation, so be it. If not, it was merely a game. In the mortal world, the long-slumbering crow opened its eyes amid a pile of straw, glancing around in mild confusion at its surroundings. Bare rock with weeds sprouting from the crevices, and before it a campfire blazing bright. Nearby were two beds where Sarandil and Rhine still lay sleeping. You're awake. Lovelian rested her delicate chin on her jade-like hand, speaking through telepathy. Lucifer shook his head. We traveled all day without encountering a single fourth-tier magical beast. At nightfall we found this cave, and it happens to be my turn for the night watch. The girl's delicate face looked weary in the firelight, yet Lucifer could sense that she was happy at this moment. Perhaps this was her first journey far from home. If you're tired, you can sleep. I'll keep watch. Lovelian shook her head, indicating she was not sleepy. Staying up late is bad for your skin, Lucifer countered deftly. If I grow ugly, little crow, would you abandon me? Under the dim, flickering firelight, the girl whispered softly. Yes. Lucifer answered without hesitation. The girl said nothing, merely rose and moved closer to the straw pile where the crow lay. Unexpectedly, she did not punch the sharp-tongued Lucifer as she usually did. She simply gathered the crow into her arms and held it tightly, so tightly that he could hardly break free without hurting her. Lucifer could smell the faint orchid fragrance radiating from the girl. She said nothing, only held him close. Just before the girl fell asleep, Lucifer heard only a single murmured phrase from her lips. You're not allowed to. Morning came and birds and beasts chattered beyond the cave. Lucifer stood atop a stone pillar at the cave entrance, surveying the surroundings. Good morning, little crow. Lovelian walked out of the cave with a yawn. Her once pristine and immaculate silver-white hair was now rather disheveled, a few strands clinging to her fair cheeks, adding a touch of bedraggled beauty to the peerlessly lovely girl. Behind her stood Sarandil with his red hair, and Rhine with his yellow hair. Morning. The crow replied, then turned its head away. Good morning, world. The handsome young man's sudden roar startled countless birds and beasts from the forest. Ah! A heavy hammer from Sarandil brought the young man back to his senses. Roar! Suddenly an earth-shattering bellow came from the depths of the forest. Several aerial magical beasts radiating fearsome auras scattered in every direction, while many low-tier creatures near the heart of the roar were instantly shattered into misty blood. The shockwaves swept up tangled branches and stones, spreading outward with near tornado speed, reaching the cave, where the three stood in almost the blink of an eye. Lovelian was the first to unfold a shield of light sheltering the three and the crow. Lucifer too gripped a magic core, willing the surrounding trees to grow madly and intertwine as a barrier against the flying debris. Only when the tsunami of dust and smoke gradually settled did Lucifer's blood-red pupils slowly fade. Cough, cough, cough. The three were still coughing from inhaling the dust. Shock still lingered on Rhine's face. What kind of terrifying creature could cause such devastation with a single roar? A dragon. Lucifer spoke casually, flicking the dust from his wings. He flew up to perch atop Lovelian's head, and the breeze stirred by his wings cleared the dust from her silver-white hair. Then he settled down upon it. It should be that legendary golden dragon. It had been so long since a dragon had appeared on the continent that people had forgotten what a dragon's roar truly sounded like. The legend is real. Rhine was astonished. Deep within the forest of magical beasts dwelled an ancient golden dragon, one that had lived through the age of elves, the age of demon gods, and now the age of humanity. Legend held that it possessed a treasury sealed by a golden mystic curse preserving all manner of rare and priceless treasures. Why would it suddenly erupt in fury? Sarandil frowned. People haven't recorded anything about the golden dragon in nearly 100 years. That's precisely why it became a legend. But now, why has it appeared so abruptly? Maybe it's hungry, Rhine ventured weakly. Sarandil shot a fierce glare at the timid Rhine. Perhaps it sensed danger. Lovelian seemed to think of something and chuckled softly. Little crow, am I right? Heh? Lucifer did not respond. Because it might very well be true. Lucifer could not guarantee that the 8th-tier dragon had not sensed him. Divinity within souls naturally draws toward divinity. Just like authority. The power of fate likewise draws broken fragments of authority together through all sorts of coincidences. For instance, that ancient mirror and the gray rat's spirit pearl. The medium connecting them was none other than Lucifer himself. But even if it had sensed the presence of a demon god like Lucifer, it would either directly unleash draconic magic to annihilate the region where the crow was, or silently slip away, or simply do nothing at all. Why would it suddenly expose itself, and then do nothing? Is that dragon male or female? Rhine suddenly asked. Maybe it's giving birth. The yellow-haired youth's voice grew quieter and quieter as he spoke. Divine beings can reproduce asexually. Lucifer paused for a moment before answering. Brother Crow really knows a lot. Rhine gave Lucifer a thumbs up. Should we still continue on to Starfall Lake? The news of the Golden Dragon's sudden rampage might attract many adventurers. Sarandil raised his hand. Of course. How could we give up halfway? I'm going to become a legendary warrior, Rhine declared with full confidence. Let's keep going. It probably won't affect us. Lovelian pondered for a moment, then gave her reply. Lucifer still stared at the source of the distant roar, silent for a long time. Because of the previous journey, the 3 people and 1 crow soon arrived at Jiaxing Town, a small town 10 li south of Chuanxing Lake. This town, nestled within the forest of demonic beasts, had a very long history. The continuous stream of people passing through its gates ceaselessly infused vitality into the ancient town. 3rd tier Wind Whisper Bird Magic Core 10 gold coins, or 120 silver coins. No copper coins accepted. Jiaxing nets from beginner to advanced will safeguard your journey across Chuanxing Lake. Don't miss them while you pass by. Starfish scales 1 gold coin per piece, only 3 pieces left. Come late and they'll be gone. Silver shark teeth, price negotiable. Amid the vendors' cries, the 3 arrived at the entrance of an inn above which hung a sign reading, Xing Yuan. As soon as they stepped inside, Lucifer spotted a familiar figure sitting alone at a wine table, deep eye sockets, and a pale face. It was Bolo Lunci, the 4th-rank shadow mage from the Narcissus Academy. However, he wasn't wearing his monocle this time. Bolo Lunci. I remember he was teamed up with Katia, right? If he's here, Katia should be nearby too. Lion chuckled. Katia is a walking encyclopedia. The black-robed youth beside the wine table glanced up, then looked away, raising his cup again. The crimson liquid slid down his throat, and his gray pupils seemed to grow more hazy. Celandir looked calmly at the seemingly drunk Sassalir and said, He doesn't seem to want to talk to us. Luowalian nodded. Let's check in first. The white-haired girl walked to the counter. The old man beside the counter put down his newspaper, his small brown eyes sizing up the girl, and the crow perched atop her head. How many rooms? A hoarse voice came from his throat. The old man glanced a few times, then looked away. 3. The girl was concise. The old man said no more, and quickly took out 3 identity crystals for the rooms, handing them to Luowalian. The white-haired girl passed the crystals to Celandir and Lion, then prepared to go upstairs to check the rooms. At that moment, the old man spoke again. If you're merely here for training, I advise you to leave this place soon. It's been very dangerous around here lately. I don't want your deaths to cause the forces behind you to shatter the peace of this place. With that, the old man lay back in his chair and closed his eyes. How did he know I'm a noble? After going upstairs, Lion was a little curious. That magic gem set in your sword wasn't cheap, was it? The crow on the white-haired girl's head said with a smile. The magical aura within it is extremely dense. Ah. Lion rubbed his yellow curly hair and looked at the sword in his hand. The scabbard was made of the hide of a 6th-rank magic lizard, and the blade was entirely wrapped in mithril forged with star metal. With 3 magic gems embedded in it, it allowed Lion, a warrior, to release spells quickly in battle for a surprise effect. This sword was not only a perfect work of art, but also a lethal weapon. The yellow-haired youth touched his nose and said, I forgot to put a concealment spell on this sword. Celandir merely raised a finger, and a stream of light flew from his fingertip onto Lion's sword. Immediately the glow of the gems vanished. You know how to do that? Lion's face was full of astonishment. Can't I know it? Celandir glanced at Lion. Lion hastily nodded, and dared not say a word. Lucifer watched the two, a hint of curiosity rising in his heart. Why would Lion, a noble, fear Celandir, who came from commoner origins? Soon Luo arrived at the door of her room. The instant the girl entered, as if sensing something, Lucifer turned his head. At the end of the corridor a gray mouse was waving at him. Lucifer nodded slightly, and the gray mouse vanished once more at the stairway. The blue-eyed girl didn't notice anything unusual about the crow atop her head this time. She simply pushed open the door, and walked into the room, then calmly placed Lucifer on the table across from her, sitting down facing him. Lucifer was a bit bewildered. His black eyes stared at the girl's blue pupils ahead. After a long silence, What's wrong? Lucifer was the first to break the silence. Great Demon Lord, shouldn't you tell me about your experiences these past few days? A smile curved at the corner of the girl's lips as she spoke, leaning closer and closer to the crow opposite her until Lucifer could feel her breath. Her azure eyes reflected Lucifer's image, as if radiating boundless charm. Haven't I been with you these past few days? The crow replied with complete composure. What else could I do? I can sense your soul. Luo Walian let out a gentle breath and leaned her slender waist against the back of the chair. She lightly raised her left hand, and a tiny 6-pointed star array glowed on the back of her smooth hand. Specks of light from the array slowly dispersed then, as if seeking a target connected to the crow's left claw. The crow tilted his head, staring at the 6-pointed star array on his claws, momentarily stunned. Oh, contract magic. He had almost forgotten about it. I went back to the Underworld. Lucifer remained as composed as ever. What did you go back to the Underworld for? The girl was dissatisfied with his answer. To find someone to scheme a way into the mortal world. Lucifer said nonchalantly. Didn't you reach an agreement with the Dean? Didn't the Dean promise to help you enter the mortal world? He's so omnipotent there shouldn't be any problem. Luo Walian propped her chin with her jade-like hand, picked up a piece of fruit provided by the inn with her other hand, and placed it in her mouth. If he were really that powerful, he wouldn't need me, Lucifer grumbled inwardly. How do you know that my trip to the Underworld to find people isn't part of my plan with Use It? Lucifer started to make up nonsense. Use It highly approves of my plan. He even said, you should take good care of me, otherwise, if the plan is delayed, you'll become the eternal sinner of the human race. Lucifer did likewise, grabbing a dried fruit of unknown origin with his claw and putting it into his mouth. Heh? The girl merely chuckled. I knew the stinky crow wouldn't tell. Then would you use me? The girl spoke in a seemingly joking tone, relaxing back against the chair as much as possible. The room in the inn was so quiet that Lucifer could hear the girl's racing heartbeat. You're not worth using. Lucifer chuckled softly. Of course, that was a lie. You as the Holy Maiden of Light certainly have value, but I won't use you, so to me you're worth nothing. Then do you like me? Luo Walian let out a breath and stood up from the chair, her face flushed, but her eyes still fixed on the crow before her. Lucifer's smile froze on his face. After a long silence, of course he knew what it meant when a girl seriously asked such a question, he said hesitantly, What is there about me that attracts you? Lucifer said this very hesitantly. I don't know either. It's just that. The girl was equally hesitant, yet in the next instant she became resolute. I've just taken a fancy to you. That day people at the entrance of Xingyue Inn all saw a crow suddenly fly out of the inn's second floor, seemingly still steaming with heat. Accompanying the crow was a clear, furious shout from a room on the second floor. You damned crow, you're finished. At the entrance of the star plucking in the next day, the trio and a crow were ready to set out. On the wide forest road leading to Star Lake, quite a few lone adventurers were asking to form parties. After all, the more people one had, the safer one felt. Lovillian and the others naturally paid no attention to that. As the journey progressed, the three eventually arrived at Star Lake with ease. The white sun hanging high in the sky poured out its light without restraint, and the vast azure lake rose and fell with the waves as though it were alive. Every now and then a fish gleaming with golden light leaped out of the water, drawing startled cries from the crowd at the lakeshore. Star Lake connects to the ocean. Star Lake Town was built in the Demon Beast Forest on the strength of Star Lake's resources. Every year countless young adventurers come here to explore. Seeing the two maidens and a young man studying the azure lake, a gaunt old man smiled and explained to them. The old man's hair was grizzled and his eyes were a murky gray, dull and spiritless. He appeared to be blind. The sky above Star Lake is forbidden to flight, so you'd best not try to fly across the lake. If you fall, and you'll only make yourselves a laughingstock. The old man's murky eyes seemed to notice the crow on the silver-haired girl's head about to take flight. You're not blind? Lucifer asked with keen interest. Even though the silver-haired girl gave him a flick on the head, he did not stop. You're cursed, aren't you? Lucifer gave the old man a long, careful look, then suddenly asked with a smile. Though it was phrased as a question, it was clearly a statement. You have sharp eyes, young friend. In my youth, I was foolish and stirred up some trouble for which I was taught a lesson or two. The old man showed no anger. What's more, these eyes of mine truly cannot see now. I apologize to you on behalf of my crow. Lovillian shot an annoyed glare at Lucifer, who had already flown onto her shoulder. Lucifer closed the mouth he had just been about to open. Would you like to hear my story? The old man suddenly asked. Sarandel began watching him warily. Lane, who had just settled into a posture ready for a story, was caught by Sarandel's serious expression, and unobtrusively stepped back a few paces, his other hand silently closing around his sword hilt. Ha, forget it. The old man suddenly laughed again, breaking the silence. When a man grows old, he grows talkative. Go on your way, young ones. The skeletal old man walked away. Watching the tottering figure gradually recede, Lovillian frowned, a rare expression on her face. Why did you say he was cursed? The girl asked Lucifer directly. Because he was cursed, Lucifer said matter-of-factly. Would he have said the old man was cursed if the old man weren't cursed? You know that's not what I meant. The exasperated girl stamped her foot. I know that's not what you meant. Of course, Lucifer understood human speech. But the curse on him is too unusual. I can't really explain it. It was more than merely being unable to explain it clearly. In his perception, the curse had been laid by a creature well versed in dark mana, and most likely by a demon beast. The mana of demon beasts differs from human mana, theirs being far more restless and violent. Lovillian naturally would not question the perception of a demon god, so she did not press further. Where should we start exploring? Lane raised his hand and asked. Star Lake is enormous, and it has many interwoven tributaries. Perhaps we should rent 3 boats and explore separately from the outer reaches. Of course, don't go too deep. If you meet with danger alone, you might not be able to cope. Sarandel described their original plan. The 3 went to the boat rental at the lakeshore and rented 3 boats. It was worth noting that at the rental they ran into Sazriel and Katia. Katia, who had a scholarly air about her, smiled and nodded at them, while Sazriel, clad in a black robe, said nothing. Dark attribute types always love to act cold, and aloof, Lane remarked. Lane mocked as he watched Sazriel walk away. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. The silver-haired girl, however, laughed inwardly. My crow isn't aloof at all. Boarding a wooden boat equipped with a windbreak, Lovillian waved goodbye to Lane and Sarandel. As their boats drifted toward different directions, the two soon vanished from Lucifer's sight. The water in Star Lake is a little salty, Lucifer said, lightly pecking at the water's surface. Lovillian narrowed her beautiful eyes. I've heard that countless adventurers die in Star Lake every year, and many adventurer corpses lie hidden under the lake. Do you think they might? How boring. Lucifer turned his head. You're the boring one. Lovillian sat at the edge of the boat, swinging her jade-white feet, sending circles of ripples spreading across the once calm lake. A gentle breeze now, and then brushed the girl's pure white hair, and carried a trace of her fragrance to Lucifer at the bow. What do you think you'll do after you enter the mortal world? The girl tilted her head slightly, offering half her face to Lucifer. I don't know what I'd do, Lucifer said hesitantly. He even gave it serious thought, because he wanted to bask in the sun. But he could already feel the sun's warmth normally now, even if it was through a crow's body. Will you destroy this world after you enter the mortal world? Lovillian turned her head away again, her calves gently swaying in the lake, as if she had only asked in passing. Probably not. Standing at the bow, Lucifer looked toward a golden fish that suddenly leapt out of the distant lake. People, or rather sentient beings, need emotions to support their existence. If I killed every living thing in this world, I would probably be very bored. Then let me ask a more specific question. Would you stand on the opposite side of humanity? Or rather on the opposite side of me? Lovillian suddenly turned around and asked gravely. The girl's azure pupils were fixed tightly on the crow, and in them were earnestness, fear, and worry. Why would I stand on the opposite side of humanity? Lucifer did not answer directly because he didn't know the answer either. But if it had been Gust asking, Gust would certainly have said no. Yet facing the girl before him, he felt it was better to be honest. Looking at the silent girl, Lucifer also fell silent for a moment. The me with power, and the me without power are two different versions of me. Lucifer said, meeting the girl's puzzled gaze. If you ask me now whether I would indulge my desires without caring about the harm I might cause this world, then at this moment, I also feel I wouldn't. But once my true body descends, and there is no one in this world powerful enough to defy my will, if anyone asks me then whether I would do as I please, I suspect he would only smile with disdain. The mentality of an ant and the mentality of a dragon are completely different. The mentality of a free dragon and a chained dragon are also completely different. Different identities and circumstances lead to completely different choices. This is not to say that the demon god of the underworld is not me. Quite the opposite. Inside the crow's body you now see before you is the complete soul of Lucifer, a ninth-rank demon god. But precisely because I am in a crow's body, there are many things I do not think about. My power is limited. I don't have the ability to destroy the world. Yet a ninth-rank demon god could easily destroy this world. A world that because of its rules cannot produce a ninth-rank existence. Lucifer didn't say that, he only looked at the girl. The girl said nothing, as well knowing what he was trying to convey. Maybe saying this makes me sound a little insane, but after such long years, I don't know how much of his humanity remains. The spring sun was warm and gentle, and a soft breeze drifted by. On the wide lake a lone wooden boat floated aimlessly onward. Where should we go? Luo-Walian leaned against the cabin, gazing at the crows back at the bow, and said, I don't know. I've never been here before. The crow shook his head. Even when he had last visited the forest of demon beasts through VR, he had never known such a great lake existed. Had he simply failed to discover this inland sea hidden within the forest back then? Or had the lake only taken shape during the years that followed? If a lake of such tremendous volume were formed by natural means, it would take at least 1,000 years, if not far longer. That much was certain. But the last time Lucifer had come to this world in his crow form, he had seen the banners of the Shisi Empire, and the Shisi Empire had been founded no more than 2,000 years ago. 1,800 years earlier, the ninth-rank gods of the mortal world had vanished one after another, igniting a bitter war among the eighth-rank angels, who stood closest to godhood. The conflict dragged on and on until the founding emperor of the Shisi Empire, Lasik Shisi, appeared. The struggle for the divine throne was at last decided. This was the history Lucifer had learned in recent days. By that timeline one could easily conclude that this lake had almost certainly not come into being naturally. Still, it was none of his concern. The crow at the bow basked comfortably in the spring sunlight, when the girl behind him suddenly cried out, "What is that?" Lucifer looked in the direction the girl was pointing. A torrent of water whirled around a single center, dragging objects within a radius of several hundred meters into the vortex until they sank beneath the lake. A whirlpool. Lucifer remained listless. How can you be so calm? We're being sucked in. Luo-Walian was so anxious that she was about to scoop him up. Lucifer's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the girl. Aren't you a fourth-rank mage? Wouldn't it be easy for you to escape from a whirlpool? The girl, who had been darting around in a panic, stopped and gave an awkward smile. I forgot. Before Lucifer could make his next sardonic remark, Luo-Walian pulled a holy light staff from her spatial ring. The diamond-shaped golden crystal at its head flashed. As the girl chanted, specks of golden light lifted the hull, cutting off the wooden boat from the water's surface. The raging current could only strike the golden barrier beneath the boat, and so the flight-prohibiting restriction could no longer reach them. From the boat, Lucifer watched the surrounding water grow more and more violent, and furrowed a brow that might not actually exist. Something is wrong. Even a whirlpool on a lake this calm could not possibly be this enormous. Lucifer muttered to himself in puzzlement. Could there be a water element demon beast at the bottom of the lake? Llewellyn suddenly asked. A sudden collapse of the lakebed seems more likely. To churn up such a colossal whirlpool, the cause would have to be at least dozens of meters in size. Lucifer suspected the vortex had been caused by rocks splitting on the lakebed, flooding a deep underground cavern. After all, if a demon beast truly wanted to attack their wooden boat, it would not need to go to so much trouble. The whirlpool formed by the rushing current did not subside until tens of minutes later. It should be a lakebed collapse. Do you want to go down and take a look? Lucifer looked at the fathomless surface of the lake and asked. They had naturally prepared water-repelling stones for a trip to Chewinching Lake, but if one were pulled into a whirlpool, even a water-repelling stone might not save them. Now the cavern under the lakebed seemed to have already filled with water. Why go down? Llewellyn blinked her blue eyes. Maybe the cavern under the lake is hiding some rare treasure. Like a prayer left behind by a legendary mage. Or a dragon-slaying knight's sword. Lucifer seemed quite interested. I'm not interested. What would I want with those? Llewellyn seemed not to notice Lucifer's desire for exploration. Unless a certain little crow begs me, perhaps I might agree. I'm begging you. Lucifer answered curtly. Not sincere enough. Llewellyn pressed her lips together, then put on a resigned expression. Then I'll reluctantly go with you. Heh. There were too many points to mock, and Lucifer did not know where to begin. He stretched out a claw and took the water-repelling stone she handed him, a pale blue stone the size of an infant's fist. Then he held in his beak a small twig from the surface of the blood tree demon core. Channeling mana into the water-repelling stone, a small pale blue halo spread outward from its center just enough to encase the crow's body. This halo was like a membrane over his skin, letting him breathe underwater, while still feeling the pulse of the lake. Lucifer nodded toward the lake, signaling Llewellyn to follow. Llewellyn likewise channeled mana into her water-repelling stone. The only difference was that her halo was somewhat larger. Lucifer nodded, folded his wings tight, and jumped straight into the water. Splash. The moment he entered the lake, the water enveloped his whole body. Unlike the cold he had expected, he felt only a slight chill at the instant of entry, but the crow quickly adapted. Don't you have any means of illumination? Lucifer said directly through telepathy. I thought you liked this kind of atmosphere. The girl giggled in the darkness and reached out a hand. At once milky white light enveloped both of them. The pure holy mana did not weigh on Lucifer, instead it felt quite comfortable. I am a righteous crow, so naturally I prefer the light. Lucifer said words he himself did not believe. The girl beside him knew that the little crow was about to begin spinning wild tales again, so she waved a hand and cut off his spellcasting. Her long fair fingers pointed downward, signaling that she had already seen the cavern. Only then did Lucifer realize they had reached the lakebed. It was a collapsed cave with a radius of 10 meters, or more, utterly black inside, its deep gloom seemingly able to swallow everything. They stood at the edge of this opening in the lakebed, like standing on the edge of a cliff high in the sky. Submarine cliff. Lucifer could not help recalling a term from his former life. But this should be called a lakebed cliff. He smiled wryly at himself. Perhaps because of the recent collapse, many fish-like creatures swam out from the bottom of the pit. They likely had no idea what had happened, only knowing that a powerful suction had dragged them into the cave. Quite a few of these fish Lucifer had even seen by the shore. The starfish, for instance, with scales worth a single gold coin each. 1 gold coin was enough to sustain a common family of 3 for a month. A fish tail like a ribbon of starlight drifted slowly past Lucifer, its long slender body gradually slipping out of sight. Are you going to catch it? Lucifer turned to look at Llewellyn. That fish looks pretty cool. Too much trouble. Llewellyn waved a hand dismissively. We should be exploring the cave beneath the lake now. As she said this, the girl's eyes curved into crescent moons. Didn't you not want to come down? Lucifer was dying to tease her. That was before. Now I really want to. If they hadn't been at the bottom of the lake, Llewellyn would probably have been jumping for joy. Alright. Huh? Get down there, you. Lucifer charged toward Llewellyn, who stood at the edge of the lakebed cliff. There was no sound. Or rather, the girl did not budge in the slightest. Have you forgotten that we're in the lake, little crow? The girl's azure eyes sparkled with cunning, while the milky white light mana surrounding her lent her a trace of divine grace. Heh. I'm just teasing you. The girl cradled the crow in her arms, and gave a gentle leap. Her lithe body sank slowly through the water, and a halo of white radiance illuminated the interior of the collapsed cave for the girl and the crow alike. Unlike the lake bed's expanse of waterweed, the exposed rocks bared jagged edges, flaunting their sharpness with stark menace. Embedded within many of the rocks were the bones of unknown creatures, or perhaps they should be called fossils. The pitch-black depths of the cave gaped like a monstrous maw waiting for prey to walk right into its jaws. Lovilian and Lucifer soon entered a mysterious place that might have remained untouched for nearly 1,000 years, or even 10,000. Fortunately, the water-repelling stone that Bradley had provided Lovilian was an extremely rare treasure, allowing the girl and the crow to survive the immense water pressure. As the girl let out a gasp, Lucifer felt that Lovilian, who was holding him, had stepped onto level ground. With a sweep, Lucifer couldn't help speaking up. "Oh!" The still astonished girl quickly recovered, stretching out her hand. A light flashed from the ring on her finger, and a luminous staff appeared in her hand. As she began to chant, the scattered motes of light gathered once more into swords. Swords of light hung in the water, then shot toward the two bronze beasts with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang! In an instant, the light blades destroyed one bronze beast with devastating force. The other shifted its position the moment it awakened, barely evading the lethal strike. Retribution, intruders. The bronze beast spread its heavy wings, stirring powerful currents, with every beat a bronze sword clutched in its claw. Lucifer was amused. "Your buddy just got wiped out in a second, and you're still shouting about retribution." The girl sent another blade of light to shatter the remaining bronze beast, clean and decisive. The proud girl lifted her chin and smiled. Lucifer stirred in her arms. "Let's go check out that bronze gate." The bronze gate's exposed portion rose more than 10 meters high, with the rest hidden within layers upon layers of rock. Its mottled surface seemed to flow with endless ages ancient rust, proclaiming a glory long past. "Do you recognize this script?" Drawing closer, Lucifer examined the runes engraved at the bottom of the bronze gate, runes from a distant era that gleamed faintly in the water from time to time. Lovilian furrowed her brows, reached out, and lightly touched the gate's surface. Her fingertips traced through the marks of years, as if reaching across time itself. "This seems to be the demon race's script." As one of the most outstanding students of the Narcissus Academy, and a pillar of humanity's resistance against the demons, Lovilian had naturally studied the demon language. The writing resembles the demon language, yet it differs in many details. The girl gently caressed the carvings on the bronze gate, then paused. "So this is not the so-called demon language?" Lucifer tilted his head. "Speaking of which, the demon race was born from the corpse of a demon god. Does that make me the ancestor of the demons too? That was hundreds of thousands of years ago. According to historical records, the earliest demons were mindless creatures of flesh, tools that knew only slaughter. But after countless years of evolution, rational anomalies emerged among the demons. Now almost every high-ranking demon possesses considerable intelligence." Lovilian paused. "The demons of today are completely different from what they once were. So am I their ancestor or not?" "I suppose you are." After a long silence, the girl offered a not quite certain conclusion. "Then that settles it." Lucifer flapped his wings carelessly, then turned mischievous again. "I'm the ancestor of the demons, and you're a junior of the human race. So what should you call me?" The girl was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Beloved?" Lucifer fell silent. The girl didn't continue the conversation. She simply pressed forward against the bronze gate. Naturally, the bronze gate didn't budge. "This gate, do you truly love me?" The girl's unfinished question was interrupted by the crow in her arms. "I truly do love you." The girl gently tapped the head of Lucifer in her embrace, while also scanning the surroundings of the bronze gate for any hidden mechanisms. "Love what?" "You?" Lovilian said this while looking straight at Lucifer. "No, I mean, what is it about me that attracts you?" "You're adorable," the girl blurted out almost immediately. "Adorable." Lucifer had never imagined in either this life or his previous one that he could be connected to the word adorable in the slightest. As a demon god, you take no pleasure in slaughter or bloodshed. All you think about every day is good food. You don't have an ounce of ninth-rank pride. Oh, and you're always clinging to me, demanding to bask in the sun, when you could just pick any random spot to sunbathe, yet you insist on doing it on top of my head," the girl said unhurriedly. "You're so close to me. Don't you like me? Or are you simply too ashamed to express your feelings?" The girl's azure eyes held delight and naked unabashed love. Lucifer didn't speak. Those who grow up starved of affection also lose the ability to express love, and when at last they are loved they only grow cautious, tentative. So, am I truly worthy? Lucifer said nothing. Those who grow up starved of affection also lose the ability to express love, and even when love finally comes they receive it timidly, warily. So, am I truly worthy of this? You deserve it. Lovelian raised the crow in her arms to chest height, so that their gazes could meet directly. The girl's eyes seemed to pierce through the soul of a boy who had once been consumed by self-doubt. Perhaps? Heh? Lucifer gave no definitive answer, turning his head toward the bronze door. Let's look for a mechanism. If Lucifer had a human expression at this moment, it would surely be a very forced smile. Must the bronze door have a mechanism? She seemed to let out a mocking laugh. Perhaps. Could it not simply be that the door was never locked yet those inside believed it was, and so trapped themselves? The girl murmured. But we are outside the door now. Lucifer answered without hesitation. I wasn't talking about the bronze door. The girl raised an eyebrow. I meant, we're here for adventure, not to solve emotional problems. Lucifer laughed it off. Let's think about how to open the bronze door, shall we? Lovelian said nothing more. She walked to the bronze door, reached out, and placed her hand upon it. Unlike before, a pure white and blazing radiance blossomed from the girl's fingertips, as if expelling all evil and filth. Rumble. The bronze door, tens of meters tall, slowly parted from the middle, and the buried weight of history seemed to be pushed toward the one man one crow by the shifting panels. Lucifer stared at the girl. The door wasn't locked. The girl smiled. Heh? Lucifer gave no answer. The massive heavy bronze door slid slowly to both sides, stirring the surrounding currents. A stone path more than 10 meters wide and several hundred meters long stretched out before the one man one crow. Flanking the great avenue were pitch-black abysses enough to seize the soul. After you, Lucifer said, after you, but was already walking forward. The girl took small steps to keep up with Lucifer. Why are you in such a hurry? Stepping onto the stone path, the girl surveyed her surroundings as she spoke. This place. Boom! The bronze door behind them thundered shut with a speed far greater than before, and the rushing currents, weakened after passing the water-repelling stones, lifted the girl's hair. This place looks like a sacrificial ritual. Lucifer paid no mind to the bronze door that had already sealed shut behind them, continuing. Someone sends in the offering they need through the bronze door's judgment, then takes the offering away by some means. Lucifer recalled the pyramid of Alex, one of the 4 demon gods of the underworld. The demon god of turmoil and strife excelled at stirring up wars, and then hiding behind the scenes to collect his spoils, such as the souls of the vanquished. Lucifer had seen the array carved on the altar across the stone path. He was even somewhat familiar with it. This might be the handiwork of one of the demon gods. Lucifer ultimately offered an uncertain conclusion in an uncertain tone. Perhaps. The girl tilted her head. Logically speaking, the only demon god who can truly interfere with the mortal world is me. Lucifer paused. Of course, there's no ruling out the possibility that the other 3 have hidden some tricks up their sleeves. Previously, Lucifer had paid little attention to the other 3 demon gods' movements. After all, they had no significant impact on him. He was confident that nothing in the underworld could kill him even if they joined forces. So you're saying the other demon gods also have methods to enter the mortal world? The girl frowned. Is it really that easy for demon gods to enter the mortal world? Easy? Lucifer sneered. If it were easy, I wouldn't be a crow right now, I'd be... Suddenly the altar at the far end of the stone path blazed with scarlet light. The glow grew fiercer and fiercer, until the entire cavern began to tremble. Lucifer stared at the center of the light, where a figure seemed to be solidifying without cease. It feels like my soul is being pulled. Lovelian looked at her own hand, her soul suspended between the real and the unreal seemed to be dragged away. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, leaped onto the girl's shoulder, and pressed his claws down slightly. Her unstable soul instantly settled again. Did the goddess of light's blessing just fail? Lovelian, still shaken, watched the figure in the distance gradually take solid form. Seeing my true body, why do you not bow? A majestic voice resounded through the entire cavern, and the surrounding lake water rippled without end. Alex! Lucifer called out uncertainly. The figure within the scarlet light visibly paused for a moment, and then Lucifer felt a surge of spiritual power sweep across his crow body. Lucifer! The figure in the light suddenly roared. "How could you possibly enter the mortal world?" The figure instantly solidified, a pair of conspicuous demonic horns upon a ghastly skull wreathed in pale blue flames that seemed to have no warmth. Even the ripples of the surrounding water could disrupt the rhythm of the flames. At this moment Alex was utterly shocked, so much so that the girl could read his shock from the skull's expression. The towering skeleton, after solidifying, did not even bother, with the bone scepter beside him, walking straight toward Lucifer. A blade of light appeared in the girl's hand, and a luminous barrier rose between Alex and Lucifer. Alex halted his advance, looked through the barrier at the girl, gave a contemptuous smile, then turned to Lucifer. "What a coincidence!" Lucifer smiled. "What a coincidence!" Alex had already composed himself. "I never expected to see you here." "Heh?" The emotionless laugh passed through the barrier, and into the ears of the one-man one-crow. "I never expected to see you here either." Lucifer, by contrast, smiled with great delight. "Let me guess, the body you're using now is the reject from the last tomb, isn't it?" Before Alex could respond, Lucifer continued. "You stripped away your own authority trying to slip into the mortal world in a seventh-order form, but you didn't realize that the rules of the mortal world prohibit the existence of ninth-order beings. It's not just about blocking demon gods like us from entering." "Heh?" Alex's laugh touched neither skin nor flesh. "So your ninth-order soul still cannot enter the mortal world, and the one speaking with me now is merely an avatar of yours." Just as Lucifer was about to continue, Alex interrupted. "But at least my avatar still possesses seventh-order strength." He smiled and glanced at the girl beside Lucifer. "You should already know that the one on your shoulder is a demon god. You carry the blessings of a former god of the mortal world. Why do you not strike?" Alex said to the girl holding the blade of light. "You must understand that the demon god beside you is cruel even by the standards of the underworld. Demon gods are skilled at deception." Alex's skull began to crack. This avatar was unstable due to its sudden manifestation, and was in truth merely a projection of the reject from the tomb. The soul hidden deep within his body was now withdrawing from the mortal world. Turmoil and strife, depravity and death, shadow and abyss, despair and contempt. Hell, we are all base thieves, and you are no exception. With the fading of the barrier, Alex's avatar dispersed. "Who was he?" "Shouldn't you use he?" "So who is he?" "Another demon god of the underworld, sovereign of turmoil and strife." Lucifer was pondering the meaning of thieves. "Oh. So, this is where an ancient demon god originally chose to descend." Lovillian approached the altar, gazing at the intricate and mysterious patterns etched across the ground as she posed the question to Lucifer. "Probably not." Lucifer shook his head. "His power alone wouldn't have been enough to forge this bronze hall within the mortal realm." The crow flew down to perch atop the girl's head, shifting its posture slightly before adding, "This was always a sacrificial altar. It was merely discovered and repurposed by Alex, who had been peering into the mortal world." "Then who built the altar?" Lovillian frowned. "The script on the bronze door bears an overarching resemblance to that of the demon race. So which demon does this bronze hall ultimately point toward?" "Perhaps." Lucifer gazed across the empty interior of the bronze hall. "Perhaps there are hidden mechanisms we've yet to uncover." "Hidden mechanisms? Perhaps I'm being overly suspicious. But the more pressing question is, how do we get out of here?" Lucifer looked toward the sealed bronze door behind them. "Could you channel the mana from your demon core to punch through the rock above us?" Lovillian tilted her head slightly, studying the jagged stones overhead. "I have no idea." Lucifer spread his wings in a helpless gesture. Who could say just how thick that layer of rock truly was? Everything had been pitch black on their way down, only the gods knew how deep they had fallen. The girl tapped her chin, blinking her sapphire-blue eyes, as though a thought had struck her. "That demon god just now managed to descend here. So why can't you?" "How could I?" Lucifer stopped mid-sentence. How exactly had Alex managed to get his avatar inside? It was true that Alex's soul had never set foot in the mortal realm, yet Lucifer had genuinely felt the ominous presence of that demon god's aura. Was it some kind of technique unique to Alex? Or was this place itself capable of suppressing certain universal rules? "You're truly a genius." Lucifer spoke with a hint of surprise. Bound by habitual thinking, it had never occurred to him that his true body might also attempt to intervene here. "I may need to be away for a while." Lucifer smiled, giving Lovillian no time to react. The stiff, lifeless crow slipped slowly from atop her head, but because of the water's resistance the girl caught it with ease. Pour your mana into the crow's body. I'll use the summoning contract to lock onto this location. Lucifer's fading voice echoed majestically through the bronze hall. Embracing the crow, the girl gently poured her mana into its form, while sensing the six-pointed star array bound within her soul. On the other end of that golden star array lay a ninth-rank demon god. In the netherworld, blood-red pupils snapped open. Overwhelming malevolence erupted in an instant, shattering the low and mid-ranked creatures that were too slow to flee. Lucifer carefully reached out to the six-pointed star array embedded within his soul. A summoning array far too fragile for a ninth-rank soul, so fragile that Lucifer had to cradle it with profound tenderness. Ignoring the vast imposing aura radiating from the distant pyramid mausoleum, the crimson-haired youth of that boundless space closed his eyes, extended one hand, and gently pressed it against the fabric of reality. It felt like pushing open a half-closed door, yet unlike the creak of a wooden door the space before him fractured like a shatter. Unexpectedly a hand slowly emerged from the rift and pressed against the girl's slender shoulder, halting her imminent plunge into the spatial tear. The owner of the hand seemed slightly puzzled, but upon seeing the girl with her eyes shut suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing that laugh, the girl opened her eyes, and beheld a young man, with blood-crimson pupils, the corners of his mouth curved upward. "You're the little crow." The girl carefully sensed the six-pointed star array within her soul. Yes. Whether through the response echoing from her soul, or through her own intuition, she knew. Lovilian smiled again, gazing at the spatial rift slowly healing behind the crimson-eyed youth. "You're so tall," she exclaimed with delight. Studying Lucifer, who stood half a head taller than her, she reached out and measured his height with her hand. Lucifer helplessly swatted her hand away. "When I was a crow, calling me crow was one thing. But now that I'm here in person, what should you call me?" Truthfully, his current state wasn't quite his true body. He chuckled softly, those blood-crimson pupils locked onto the twin sapphire stars of her eyes. "Still calling me little crow?" Lovilian rose onto her tiptoes and patted Lucifer's head. "You are the little crow." She raised the crow's body held in her other hand, and waved it in front of the young man, her eyes curving into crescents, like a new moon. Lucifer watched the exultant girl momentarily, at a loss for how to punish this mortal, who held such little reverence for a god. "This counts as our first meeting, doesn't it? Right, little crow?" Her sapphire eyes sparkled with boundless joy and excitement. That last part was whispered as she rose onto her toes, her lips brushing close to his ear. "Don't get too presumped, you're blushing." Lucifer instinctively touched his cheek. It was indeed a little warm. Hee. The girl let out a soft laugh before turning puzzled. "That other demon god could only manifest as a weak avatar. So why are you able to descend in person?" "Because I'm stronger than him," the demon god declared, brimming with pride. Yes, little crow is the strongest." The girl patted Lucifer's head again. This time he didn't swat her hand away. With a portion of the hidden authority combined with this place's unique traits, Lucifer had finally set foot in the mortal world in person, after 1,000 years. 10,000. Who could say? "Hugh." Lucifer stretched lazily, appraising the girl, who clung to the crow. Catching his gaze, Lovilian paused in surprise, before a flush crept across her cheeks. "Not allowed." She hugged the crow even tighter. "What's not allowed?" Lucifer asked, genuinely confused. "It's just not allowed here." The girl halted, then whispered, "Not here. You're overthinking things." Lucifer laughed. "I was thinking about how to get you out." Before he could finish, the girl stomped fiercely on his foot. It was neither painful nor irritating. In fact, if Lucifer hadn't deliberately suppressed the natural defensive mana of his body, she might well have been killed on the spot. Still, Lucifer played along, happily feigning pain and stumbling back a few steps. "Stop acting." The girl cut off Lucifer's dull performance, yet she laughed as well. At an unknown depth beneath the lake, the two simply gazed at each other, as though time itself had frozen. After a long silence, Lucifer spoke. "I will open the bronze door behind you. Go back the same way you came." "What about you?" Lovilian raised the raven in her hand. "I should return to this raven body. My true body cannot leave this area." Lucifer paused, carefully sensed his surroundings, and suddenly burst out laughing. The girl looked at him in surprise. "Are you all right? It is an utter miracle that a brain like yours managed to get you to the 4th rank." Lucifer's smile vanished as he stared at Lovilian seriously. "What do you mean, an utter miracle?" "My talent," a finger pressed against her lips. Something crossed her mind, and she blushed like dust clouds stirred by the setting sun. Directly beneath us is an 8th-rank magical beast. Lucifer pointed downward with his other hand and withdrew the hand from her lips. I'll kill it in a moment. Take its magic core out with you, and I won't be short on magic power for a while. Lucifer said a little excited. And I can go pick a fight with that blasted demon too. This time the girl did not ask whether he could win. Should I find somewhere to hide? Hide? Lucifer asked, puzzled. Why would you hide? It seemed he understood, and he laughed. Are you underestimating the 9th rank? The demon god whispered beside the saintess's ear, yet the saintess of light blushed. Lucifer realized they were far too close, and stepped back. Feeling the breath by her ear vanish, the girl opened her eyes in disappointment, hesitated, then stepped forward again. Isn't this a little improper? Lucifer looked at the girl now inches away. Her exquisite perfect face was reflected wholly in the demon god's blood-colored pupils. The tips of their noses were almost touching. The girl reached out and embraced the demon god before her. The sudden warmth in his arms caught Lucifer off guard. She gently pinched his waist. Hold me. Then she pressed even closer. Belatedly, Lucifer wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling the scorching warmth of the person in his arms, and the fierce beating of her heart. Your heart is racing. It was the girl who spoke first. As they embraced, she felt his heated breath and smiled shyly. You lost, Lord Demon God. She loosened her arms, so she could see Lucifer's eyes again. Your heart was stirred. If one ignored the girl's flushed cheeks and the heartbeat he had just felt, then this demon god might indeed have been defeated without a trace. Heh. This time Lucifer did not argue. Shoo shoo. I still have a monster to fight. The girl reluctantly left his embrace, but she still smiled into his eyes, without moving an inch. Stop looking at me. Lucifer was a little overwhelmed. I'm just checking whether my little raven can blush, the girl said with a bright, charming smile. Lucifer's face was hot but not red. Heh. Not knowing what to say, Lucifer fell back on his head technique. Then he waved his hand. At least in the girl's perception, it was merely an easy wave. It's done. It's done, Lucifer said. What's done? The girl looked at Lucifer, but she soon got her answer. From the fathomless darkness beneath the stone passage, a sphere as large as a lantern slowly emerged. Silver mystic runes shimmered across its surface from time to time. Its intricate, delicate patterns made one marvel that the world could hold so perfect a work of craftsmanship. Yet Lovelian could sense the enormous magic power contained within the object. She had never sensed such immense magic power in any person or thing before. Perhaps Dean Gus possessed it too, but the girl had never had the chance to experience an 8th rank's unguarded release of magic power. She stared at Lucifer in astonishment. Shouldn't you be praising me? Seeming to regain a little confidence, Lucifer spread his fingers again, then clenched his fist. As if at a command, the 8th rank magic core let out a cracking sound. Under the girl's gaze, it was slowly compressed. The immense magic power was completely suppressed by a far more condensed force, until it finally formed a magic core the size of a baby's fist. Lucifer reached out, caught it, and placed it in the girl's arms. Lovelian suddenly laughed. Lucifer looked at her. Doesn't this look like a couple raising a child, the husband going out to work and leaving money for their child? The girl looked at the sleeping raven and the magic core in her arms, then glanced at the stunned Lucifer. Don't be absurd. Lucifer choked out the words after a long silence. How is that absurd? Aren't we husband and wife? The girl said with a laugh. We're nowhere near that stage. How are we already husband and wife? Do we need the empire to officiate our marriage? With love, but no wedding, that still makes us husband and wife, the girl said matter-of-factly. Shoo shoo. Let me send you out of here. But it is, the girl chattered on. Boom. In the distance, the bronze door swung open again, under a surge of immense magic power. Bursting straight through the rock above would draw too much attention. Go back the way you came. Before the girl could respond, Lucifer carried her, and arrived at the bronze door in the blink of an eye. Lucifer could sense that the peculiar boundary of this place ended there. The girl walked slowly out through the door, then stopped. Lucifer looked at her, halted back, puzzled. Suddenly she turned, stood on her tiptoes, and lightly pecked him on the lips. By the time Lucifer reacted, she was already far away. Feeling the faint warmth and moisture lingering on his lips, Lucifer smiled where he stood. Then he turned toward the altar, a lonely figure left in the vast empty hall. He walked to the altar, and slowly sat down. Gazing into the darkness around him, Lucifer said, "You can come out now." His voice rang out, leaving no room for doubt. From the gray gloom stepped a black flame rat the size of an adult human. "You saw nothing just now?" Lucifer said indifferently. "Yes, my lord." The gray rat wrapped in black flames lowered its head. "How is the matter I gave you progressing?" "Everything is proceeding normally." "Good. Speed it up as much as you can." "Yes, my lord." The gray rat silently kept wondering about the girl's identity. What kind of person could make a demon god soften? Supreme dominion and ultimate power, that was its stereotyped image of a demon god. Yet now a demon god was actually bowing and scraping before a human girl. Yes, in the gray rat's view, Lucifer's behavior did not fit its image of a demon god at all. "Do you have any more questions?" The icy voice seemed to pierce through bone and marrow. The gray rat shuddered. The authority of concealment. Lucifer, his head full of rosy daydreams, was taken aback. Then a silver light appeared in his right palm and gathered into the gray rat's body. "Go now." He waved a hand dismissively. "Yes." Deep in the night, the silent Chuanxing Lake emanated a faint azure glow, as if a sea of stars truly lay buried beneath its depths. Amid that resplendent dreamlike radiance, a wooden boat drifted slowly, a scene from myth when seen from afar. Luo Hualien propped her chin on her hand, blinking as she gazed at the sleeping crow before her. Vast and spectacular as the lake's light was, the sparkle in the girl's eyes was no less captivating. "Little crow, stinky crow, silly crow." With her other hand she tapped the wooden deck and murmured. As if called by the girl's ardent gaze, the crow slowly roused. They locked eyes. The girl reached out a slender finger and poked the crow before it could steady itself. Lucifer, who had just risen, was toppled once more. "What are you doing?" Indignant Lucifer glared at the smiling girl. "Just checking whether you're my little crow." The girl's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she poked Lucifer again. Lucifer flapped his wings to dodge. "If not me, then who?" "Who is it who said I am but an ordinary crow now, so I harbor no evil thoughts? But should my true form descend into the mortal world, it would destroy the world." The girl's lips had not ceased to curl upward since Lucifer had awakened. "You said it." "I remember." The girl whispered softly. "Haha, I don't remember." Lucifer scratched his head with a wing. "Forgot." As if sensing something, both Lucifer and the girl abruptly turned to look outside the cabin. Across the vast lake, countless fish were leaping out of the water in droves, as if something in the depths was chasing and slaughtering them. Luo Hualien and Lucifer exchanged a glance. "Maybe it's a magical beast." Luo Hualien watched the churning fish with her azure eyes, lost in thought. "I don't know." Lucifer, however, was unconcerned. After all, he held an 8th rank magic core. With 9th rank spiritual power backing him, even a peak 8th rank opponent was not impossible to defeat. And the highest pinnacle in the mortal world was 8th rank. "What type was the 8th rank magical beast you killed earlier?" Luo Hualien suddenly asked. "It should have been a dragon." Lucifer replied. "I killed it along the way." "Why do you ask?" "I was wondering if the minions of that 8th rank magical beast went mad because of their master's death." Luo Hualien's jade-like hand gently stroked the crow, making it shake its head. "No, the dragon was already sleeping when I slew it. It seemed severely wounded, and only through slumber was it delaying the spread of its injuries." Lucifer shook his head. "It probably didn't have time to subjugate these native magical beasts, did it?" Luo Hualien stared at the churning lake. At the same time, Lucifer also fixed his eyes on the water, his deep gaze, as if piercing space, to see straight to the bottom. Boom! A violent blast came from the distant sky. Almost in the same instant, Lucifer looked up at a white streak on the horizon. Under the dim starlight, that white light carved a dazzling arc through the sky, its long blazing tail like a stroke painted across the heavens by God. Lucifer watched the meteor, and that meteor was falling directly toward them, drifting on Chuanxing Lake. Torrents of mana surged endlessly from the 8th rank magic core. As if obeying a supreme will, the rampaging energy was broken apart the instant it entered Lucifer's body, recondensing into the purest, most profound dark attribute magic, crisp, deep, and ready for his next command. "Don't be nervous. He is an angel of the Church of Light." Luo Hualien said softly. "By tradition, the Church of Light prepares an angel for each generation of Holy Maiden to ensure her proper growth." At that she smiled. "Although I am only a Holy Maiden candidate now, my talent has already been enough for the Church of Light to dispatch an angel ahead of time to escort me. Only 6th rank. The mana within Lucifer's body was dissipating. After all, this vessel could not retain magic for long. It could only be extracted and used on the spot. Its peak 6th rank. And because of the holy light blessing unique to the Church of Light, a 6th rank angel can exert 7th rank combat strength under the holy light's protection. Moreover, the holy light blessing can only be invoked by the Holy Maiden and Holy Maiden candidates. Luo Walian corrected, I'm quite formidable too. Okay. The girl lifted her head with pride. I'm only at the 4th rank now, but with the aid of certain magical equipment, I can match a 5th rank opponent. At this moment, the girl resembled a victorious general on the battlefield awaiting her emperor's praise. Impressive. Lucifer certainly wouldn't ruin her mood right now. But he seems to be in quite a hurry. Watching the distant meteor gradually slow down, the figure beneath the fierce white light slowly materialized above the lake. Clad in silver-white armor, draped with a pure white cape with several feathers of high-rank magical beasts inlaid on his shoulder guards, his towering build coupled with a great sword, as tall as a man, exuded a suffocating pressure that subdued the fish churning on the lake. The magical beast causing chaos in the depths seemed to sense this aura, and instantly darted deeper into the lake. Yet the heavily armored knight in the sky was even faster. Sword in hand, his silver-armored arm pressed downward through the air. With an extremely low incantation, white light blazing along the great sword illuminated the entire lake, leaving the fish-like magical beast at the bottom no place to hide. The air was torn apart, and the once calm lake shattered again like a mirror. The white light flowing over the great sword turned into a sword shadow that instantly pierced. The lake returned to calm once more, as if nothing had happened. Only the crimson surface bore witness to what had just occurred. Lucifer watched the so-called angel floating in the air. The angel likewise sized him up for a moment, but soon shifted his gaze to the girl. Holy Maiden. The heavily armored knight slowly descended onto the lake, sending soft ripples outward, yet this angel did not sink into the depths. Luo Walian gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. His Holiness the Pope sensed an extremely evil aura at Yuanqing Lake, and ordered me to notify you to leave immediately. Ideally leave the forest of magical beasts as soon as possible. Chaos will soon erupt here. Kuan Tisai stated the reason rapidly. We will notify Shuexian Academy this trial should be cancelled. Please follow us and leave as soon as possible. An extremely evil aura. Luo Walian, maintaining her composure, stroked the crow in her arms. It's not me. It should be a Laikisi. His authority is turmoil and strife. The reason his clone collapsed so quickly in the underground cave was likely because he invoked that authority. Lucifer's voice echoed in Luo Walian's mind. The fish-like magical beasts that rioted earlier must have been contaminated by that authority. With this place as the center, everything within a radius of several hundred li will be affected. This area will soon fall into chaos. Lucifer had just carefully surveyed his surroundings. In the air only he could see faint white lines drifting slowly. He naturally knew they were remnants of a Laikisi's authority. He had initially thought they were caused by the dissipation of a Laikisi's clone, but now he realized that a Laikisi had deliberately released a portion of his authority. Luo Walian gave an almost imperceptible nod, then looked at Kuan Tisai. Please lead us away. Us. Kuan Tisai was puzzled for a moment, then looked at the crow in the girl's arms, and understood at once. Yes. At the eastern edge of the forest of magical beasts, near its outermost border, flying was forbidden in the city of magical beasts, at least for commoners and low-ranking nobles. Kuan Tisai had no intention of entering with a grand display, so they slipped into the city as ordinary civilians. Along the way, Luo Walian had told Celander and Lion that the forest of magical beasts might break into open chaos, and the two were hurrying back as well. Suddenly a wild gust swept through, sending the hanging wind chimes clattering. The two people and the crow walking down the street turned almost at once toward the city gate behind them. The ancient bell atop the gate, untouched for 100 years, began to toll one after another, sound waves thick enough to be almost visible spread outward. Boom! The buried and heavy-seeming history seemed to awaken once more with the bell. In response, the forest of magical beasts to the east appeared to boil over. Seen from the sky, countless magical We're doomed. Somebody in the street roared, clutching his head. The panicked mob tore away the shackles of morality almost the instant the riot erupted. People were already killing and looting. Kuan Tisai did not strike. Beneath his silver visor lay a silence that was sheer despair. Alex must have planned this long ago. His purpose cannot be merely sending an avatar into the mortal world. Lucifer said to Llewellyn through a mental voice. The golden dragon deep in the forest of magical beasts will probably be affected as well. This is the best time to leave. Llewellyn was silent for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. Can we stay? Her gaze went to the city gate in the distance. By then the knights at the gate were fully mustered, and pale blue magical runes were materializing in the void. Following a command from nowhere, light burst out of the runes, and struck the beast horde. Blood dyed the edge of the forest of magical beasts scarlet. Every inch of soil was soaked with scalding blood, and the faint smell of rust hung over the entire battlefield. Countless adventurers, who had not fled in time, died under the indiscriminate strike. The rune cannons in the void did hold the tide of beasts in check, but they could not hold out for long. The authority of the 9th rank had only been released for an instant, yet it had already thrown an area of 100 li and beyond into absolute chaos. For reasons unknown, however, Alex had chosen not to impose the authority of turmoil and strife upon the humans in the city of magical beasts. Of course you may. Lucifer agreed without the least hesitation. Your choice is my will. Thank you. Llewellyn gently stroked the crow in her arms. Her azure eyes suddenly turned crimson, then shifted back to blue in the blink of an eye. No one noticed the girl's transformation, as if something had blocked all perception. Boom! Then all at once a roar that seemed to arise from an age-long forgotten thundered through the sky. An overwhelming force swept across the entire region. For 100 li trees toppled, the ground split open, and even low-rank magical beasts in midair were shredded into blood mist in an instant. At nearly the same moment, a colossal silver magic circle appeared tens of thousands of meters in the sky directly above the source of the roar. The enormous magic circle charged in an instant, and a blinding silver light spanning heaven and earth left a permanent point of light on every retina. The silver radiance covering nearly a quarter of the city of magical beasts crashed down with terrible force, while the stray silver mana around it became raging current. Coinside sensed a familiar presence. Perhaps the Dean of Narcissus Academy has come as well. He said it in a calm but firm tone, then paused. Only they can stand against this dragon. But this city of magical beasts may soon be history. Llewellyn stared at those two distant eyes, burning like suns, silent for a long time. Is this the 8th rank? Her voice was filled with complicated emotion. Can this world truly possess such power? Yes. This is the 8th rank, the pinnacle of this world. Coinside looked up with faint envy at the figure that had just appeared in the sky. Dean Gust, humanity's peak 8th rank archmage, the phantom in time and space, the conjurer in the cracks of the ages, the beacon of the void. These were the titles that the so-called prodigies defeated by the Dean over hundreds of years had given him. Most, however, preferred to call him the strongest of the human race, the foremost mage beneath the sky. The instant the forest of magical beasts broke into turmoil, Gust had arrived here. Crossing several thousand kilometers in a short span was nothing difficult for an 8th rank archmage versed in spatial magic. It had indeed cost him no small amount of mana, however, and Gust exhaled lightly, the white hair between his brows stirring with the wind. Not far away space rippled open, and a middle-aged man appeared wearing a coronet and a pure white robe patterned with golden sigils. Captain Neil, a 7th rank light mage. The Pope of the Holy Church, oh, Coinside said in a low voice. That 8th rank glorious warrior established this great empire upon countless corpses, with his profound battle chi and incomparable violence. But human strength has its limits, and even heroes must grow old. The emperor, who fought campaigns all his life, had gravely wounded the supreme sovereign of the demon race in his struggle with the demon emperor decades ago, but his own lamp was already nearly spent. No one knew when this 8th rank warrior would die, yet every citizen of the Shizi Empire prayed that the great emperor would continue to shelter his realm. Leave the coming battlefield to the 8th rank. We have to go now. Seeing Llewellyn's hesitation, Coinside pressed on. There will be people to look after the civilians. And those who came here are adventurers who lick blood off a blade's edge. The self-important should pay the price for their own actions. Coinside tried to speak as calmly as he could, but his tone carried an anticipation he could hardly conceal. I no longer need protection. Your protection has gone too far. As a combatant approaching the 7th rank, you should be helping to block the bee's nest instead of thinking about protecting me and taking me away. The girl lowered her head, then raised it again. I cannot leave, at least not now. Coinside was silent, then suddenly smiled. As you wish. Beneath the knight's visor was a gratified smile. Please grant me your blessing, holy maiden. The girl did not speak much, nor did she mind the knight's test. She raised the light staff, and the gem at its tip seemed to transcend time, emitting fine pure white rays that linked the bowing silver-armored knight. K'Ansite's aura instantly surged. The holy light made his silver armor sacred, and the sword at his waist even sharper. "Go intercept the beast tide," the girl commanded, as if at this moment she was the holy maiden of light bearing the fate of countless lives. "As you command." K'Ansite's figure vanished on the spot, appearing the next moment at the front line of the beast tide. Swinging his sword, thousands of beasts bled on the spot. Turning back, the girl looked at the crow in her arms. "Can you contain it?" She pointed at the golden dragon fighting Gust and the holy pope. "Yes, I obtained an 8th rank magic core earlier. I can even completely eliminate it." Lucifer spoke calmly. "But I don't think that holy pope will allow me to fully exert my power in the mortal world with an 8th rank magic core." The crow's black gaze seemed to pierce through space, looking at the holy pope, who was still chanting. "They seem to be waiting. Waiting." The girl casually pinned a wind wolf to the wall, with a spell, continuing to approach the beast's nest. The people around saw a young mage girl clearing the monsters, and all ran behind her. Ahead of the girl were snarling, roaring beasts. Behind her, a group of adventurers, who still had the courage, raised their swords, though their hands holding the swords trembled. "I don't want to die yet. Who can save me? Do you think any of us wants to die? Why? Why is it always like this, my fate?" A young adventurer knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. "Why am I so unlucky? Why? What did I do wrong?" Roars and curses kept sounding behind her. The girl tightened her grip on the staff, her voice calm. "I am the eldest daughter of the Buladli family, of 4th rank light mage, and the future holy maiden of light." Her plain voice was barely noticeable amid the surrounding mindless roars, but most adventurers could hear it. The young adventurer looked up, his face stained with tears and mucus, momentarily stunned. The girl thrust her staff into the ground, and pure white flowing light enveloped the crowd, pushing the surrounding beasts away. "I don't want to say much." With a low chant, a soft, colorful halo blossomed on everyone like light caught in puddles after rain. "If you still have the will to fight, pick up your swords. If this city falls, you all know what that means." The young adventurer noticed his wounds healing and his battle chi slightly rising. "Kill! Charge!" Behind him, someone drew a sword, let out a roar, and rushed forward. "Attack!" Sharp swords were raised above heads, as if that could bring them endless courage. More and more adventurers passed the kneeling young men. He simply watched the girl's peerless silhouette under the light magic. If only he could. Before dying. Wiping away his tears, the young adventurer stood up, and noticed a crow perched on the girl's shoulder. As if sensing his gaze, the crow slowly turned its head. Its pitch-black eyes were like the deepest night, making one's soul sink. "You mean they are waiting for you?" The girl was puzzled. "Of course not. Gus knows I exist. If he wanted to stop me, he wouldn't go to such trouble." The crow turned its head casually, paying no attention to the young man, who was now mutating behind him. "They should be waiting for Alakisi. After all, his authority's presence is too heavy. He is the demon god of turmoil and strife. That kind of authority cannot possibly bring peace to this world. Compared to my authority of depravity and death, it seems harmless." The young man behind the girl, or rather the monster that could no longer be called human, had eyes full of bloodshot veins emerging one after another on his surface. These eyes seemed to have their own will, rolling randomly over his body, until a bloody hand suddenly stretched out from his throat, crushing the largest eyeball, and the monster's body fell again. "What's wrong?" The girl wanted to turn around, but the crow on her shoulder covered her view with its wing. "You should be concerned about the constant influx of monsters ahead." The monster's body, filled with depraved chi, struggled continuously. Among the many eyes, two stared fixedly at the crow's back. The bloody hand that had been crushing eyeballs seemed to find its target. With two crisp sounds, like grapes being crushed, the restless bloody hand quieted. Then, after a moment, the hand seemed to gain consciousness, controlled the fallen body to stand up, and staggered toward the beast's group behind. A three-ranked white ape, its eyes bloodshot, approached the body covered in eyes. Its slender arm pierced through the monster's body on contact. Purple blood soaked the ape's hand, seeming corrosive, but the maddened ape did not care, even eating the monster. In a moment, the monster's broken body collapsed, and the bloody hand was missing a few fingers, weak and limp. The standing white ape roared, but a bloody flesh flower suddenly appeared in its abdomen. The three-ranked beast tore at the blood flower with all its might, but as blood continuously flowed, the girl asked the crow on her shoulder, while clearing the low-ranked monsters that had infiltrated the city. Not only that, Lucifer said calmly, quarrels, shoves, and fights among humans are also turmoil. These turmoils flow into Alakisi's authority, making him stronger. Of course, war is the greatest boost to his authority, and what he excels at most. Then how does your authority gain power? Depravity and death. The girl took a bottle of light green liquid from her spatial ring, poured it onto the slender blood wound on her fair arm, and the wound disappeared in an instant. She then threw herself back into battle. You really are determined. Lucifer looked at the girl's resolute face. I thought you would leave. Are you changing the subject? Casually throwing a light sword to save a middle-aged adventurer about to die, the girl asked. No, I'm just genuinely surprised, the crow said in an exaggerated tone. My authority is not dangerous at all. How did the dean and the pope confirm that Alakisi would enter the present world? Llewellyn asked. With confusion behind her lay the corpses of magical beasts. The higher-ranked beasts were blocked outside the city gates by high-ranked warriors and mages, like Kansai, leaving only low-ranked ones inside the city. As a fourth-ranked light mage, the young girl could easily handle the beast hide. The light staff continuously supplied her with magic power. What do you think? Do I need to step in? For free, Lucifer said calmly. The cave beneath Chuanqing Lake that can conceal the rules of the present world should not be a coincidence. Alakisi must be plotting something. But it doesn't really matter to me. Lucifer shook his head. But I really don't like him. How casual. Llewellyn advanced step by step toward the city gate, each step forward met by frenzied magical beasts blocking her way. You seem to have changed a bit. Lucifer suddenly laughed as if he had understood something. His pitch-black eyes gazed at the young girl, seeming to see through everything. Where have I changed? The young girl's movements clearly paused for a moment, then returned to normal. Nothing. The crow raised its head, looking at the roaring golden dragon in the sky. Its crimson golden scales shimmered in the sunlight. Under the constraints of silver-white spatial magic, the massive dragon's body could not cause greater destruction, and under the Pope's continuous light sword arrays and burning strikes, it became battered and scarred. It seems to be starting. The crow on the young girl's shoulder closed its eyes to sense the true ceremony. Opening its eyes, Lucifer's gaze pierced through everything. What is starting? Llewellyn seemed suddenly anxious. Then it seems I must act as well. Lucifer did not answer the young girl's question. I need to leave for a while. As if in response, a sudden loud noise erupted from the deep mountains dozens of miles away, followed by towering flames and flying limbs of magical beasts. Then an avalanche-like explosive shockwave swept along the forest's path, covering everything until it reached the girl. The blast wave pushed Llewellyn, who had instantly taken defensive measures, 3 steps back. Lucifer spread his wings and flew up from the girl's shoulder. The wind flowed over the crow's body, lifting it up. Where are you going? Llewellyn watched the crow flying away. To where I should go. Lucifer laughed heartily, as if this moment was the true him. Without pausing, he easily dodged the flying magical beasts in the air. Before leaving, he used an 8th-rank magic core to imbue the girl left behind with a portion of the dragon's aura from beneath Chuanqing Lake, ensuring her basic safety. Brother Crow, be careful. The magical beasts in the sky are very dangerous. Lucifer glanced downward. In the bloody tableau, the golden hair was particularly conspicuous. Ignoring it, he maintained his flight posture. Black feathers. Liene held a long sword. This blade, which had already claimed several magical beasts in a short time, still gleamed with silver light. Mysterious runes constantly appeared, flowing like water. Another wolf-shaped magical beast lunged at Liene. The golden-haired youth held his sword horizontally in front of him. The beast's sharp claws and fangs embedded in the blade, the blood between its teeth making the fierce wolf beast even more terrifying. Tiny sparks scattered around after the brief contact. Liene flipped his wrist and swept his single-handed sword, cleaving the wolf beast into 2 halves. The corpse fell to the ground, and an extremely strong smell of blood spread. The frenzied beasts around gathered again. Who? The youth in the midst of the beast horde was spirited. He raised his long sword high, and the surging bat. In the distance, a fiery red figure emerged. The vermilion flames around her embraced the lithe form of a young girl, who was none other than Saylandier. Heh? Liene did not retort. What is the situation in Mashu City now? He casually slashed a sword, cutting down a magical beast that was roaring in the air. Not sure, But it should be a big trouble. Saylandier shook her head, looking at Llewellyn as she approached. Do you know the situation? More or less. The white-haired girl looked at the massive figure in the sky from which terrifying roars constantly came, while occasionally two small figures appeared. The battle was still ongoing. The girl briefly explained the situation to the two, but she did not mention Lucifer. This Machu City should become history. Llewellyn looked at the increasing number of magical beasts crossing the city gate and murmured. 9th rank. There are 9th rank beings in the Underworld. Lien was quite surprised. Isn't the information on the Underworld lacking even 8th rank? That should be just the area humans have explored. Saylandier responded quickly, giving the answer. Yes. Llewellyn nodded. Then what was Brother Crow doing just now? Won't he encounter danger? Lien asked again. Because the aura of an 8th rank magical beast surrounded the white-haired girl, no magical beasts dared approach for now, but the three still tried to clear the low-rank beasts. I don't know either. The girl's voice seemed to carry a hint of resentment, but quickly calmed down. But he won't face danger. Don't worry. The girl whispered again, unsure to whom she was speaking. Lien and Saylandier did not ask further. The three quickly organized themselves to actively seek out and hunt magical beasts, trying to delay the fall of Machu City. In the Machu forest, all around were restless magical beasts and destroyed vegetation. The air was filled with a strange mixture of blood and plant odors. A man in old worn-out armor touched the runed stone at his waist. The stone was carved with an eye bearing multiple pupils, emitting a faint, but extremely subtle aura that enveloped Leclon, allowing him to survive here. Damn the Underworld God Church! Leclon cursed in his heart, but still carried out his task. With his rough hands, he placed seeds emitting malice into the broken bodies of magical beasts. The seeds quickly sprouted and bloomed into bloody flowers. Leclon looked at the blood flowers with dread. He knew well their strangeness. If he accidentally touched them, it would be worse than death. If not for... Leclon murmured, his black pupils lost focus, his daughter's smile flashing in his mind. He suppressed the gentle smile at the corners of his mouth, and coldness returned to his face. No one or magical beast paid attention to him, except for the ground wet with tears. Such scenes occurred in many places in the Machu forest. The followers of the Underworld God Church held these strange seeds, whose purpose they themselves did not know, as if they could plant their own desires. Such scenes occurred in many places in the Machu forest. The followers of the Underworld God Church held these strange seeds, whose purpose they themselves did not know, as if they could plant their own desires. Feathers as black as ink danced in the wind, while eyes deep as an abyss calmly surveyed the chaos below. Now and then a few airborne magical beasts drew near, only to be consumed in an instant by sudden black fissures. Lucifer had originally planned to plant only a few demon seeds in parts of the Wraithwood forest, trinkets he had crafted from corruption during his idle hours in the Underworld. He had initially feared that releasing too many demon seeds would attract the attention of the 8th rank beings of the mortal realm. But now, with Alexius's involvement, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Uncontrollability meant uncertainty, uncertainty meant danger, or perhaps opportunity. To expand his influence through the demon seeds, ultimately using them as a conduit to bring him into the mortal realm. As for why, he wouldn't simply use the power of an 8th rank magical core to directly affect this world. Because the power of the 8th rank magical core belonged to the long-dead dragon, not to Lucifer. Soaring above the chaotic Wraithwood forest, a sudden flash of dazzling crimson light emerged on the ground. Lucifer swept a glance downward. A girl with red eyes danced amidst the horde of magical beasts, blood blossoms blooming ceaselessly upon the frenzied creatures. Her blood-colored pupils were as cold as ancient ice, as if she were a machine, every ounce of her magical power applied with perfect precision, not a single drop wasted. Anshiashisi, the so-called black gem of the Empire. But what drew Lucifer's gaze was not this. It was the aura of the 6th rank mage nearby, which bore a resemblance to that of a magical beast. A demon. Lucifer speculated inwardly. He had never seen a demon before. As a former ordinary crow, the demon territory had been forbidden ground. He could never cross the demon-suppressing river that separated the human realm from the demon realm. This was his first encounter with a demon, a race born from the body of his brother, described in human history as bloodthirsty, mad, and powerful. At that moment, Anshia suddenly looked up to the sky. In her vision, a crow circled freely in the air, while the surrounding flying magical beasts, with wings spread and claws bared, seemed utterly oblivious to it. It was like the harbinger of death from myth proclaiming a person's demise. Ansha's expression turned dazed, the coldness on her face seeming to thaw. She suddenly lowered her blood-red staff, opened her arms to the sky, as if embracing her own death, calm and sacred. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the girl's strange behavior. After a moment's hesitation, he ignored the suddenly insane imp. This body was a fatal temptation to any magical creature. A flicker of doubt crossed the girl's delicate brows, but only for a moment. A white fox wrapped in a white magical glow rushed toward the dazed girl. Riot. Like tearing a piece of cloth, a figure in a black cloak emerged from behind a tree as thick as 3 men could embrace. The white cloak obscured the face, leaving only a shadow visible from the girl's angle. "Lady Saint, please respect your own life." A gloomy voice reached the girl's ears from the direction of the cloaked figure. Despite the demon beneath the cloak trying his utmost to restrain himself, the greed in his voice could not be concealed. Like a cheetah that has killed its prey, wanting to feast immediately, but forced to flee from hyenas drawn by the scent of blood. The cheetah fears the hyena's competition, and the demon beneath the cloak seemed to fear something far more terrifying, so much so that he dared only harbor thoughts without any action. The girl regained her composure. No need for the envoy to worry. As if the one who had just sought death was not her. Heh! A laugh, hoarse and aged, indistinguishable in gender, drowned out the roars of the surrounding magical beasts. The cloaked figure's feet trod on the blood pool beside the white fox. The saint jests. The cloaked figure's words were full of respect, but his demeanor and attitude seemed entirely opposite. "Once my lord succeeds, you will still be the black gem of the empire. You should keep quiet." The girl's faint voice rang out. The cloaked figure chuckled and his figure vanished. The girl clenched her hand tightly, dots of blood adding crimson to her pale hand, yet the wounds healed instantly, leaving only the red stains on her skin as proof of the injury. Heh! The raging wind swirled endlessly until it reached the silver-haired old man, where it was gently pushed aside by a faint spatial fluctuation, as if brushing away dust. The old man carried no staff. Centuries of accumulated experience had made his affinity with magic terrifyingly intimate, or rather, he was the incarnation of magic in the mortal realm. The old man tapped a finger in the air, and dozens of massive silver chains materialized around the arrogant golden dragon, their ends connecting to the void, while the other ends tightly bound and coiled around the dragon. The dragon roared, struggling violently, causing cracks to appear in the silver chains. Even the void space at the end of the chains trembled. Hundi. Night ants nodded noncommittally, watching the majestic silver-white sword energy gradually dissipate along with the magical beasts it annihilated. 8th rank power. The silver-armored angel murmured, his eyes dark and unreadable. Back on the city wall, Gabbleton felt a surge of blood at his throat, swallowed it down, and stood still to regulate his chaotic aura. The strike he had launched at the golden dragon had drained him almost completely, and the subsequent sword of light had only further burdened his already depleted body. Meanwhile, Gus was still locked in battle with the golden dragon in the sky. The enraged dragon roared, spewing a blazing golden dragon flame from its throat. From a distance, it looked like a golden pillar of light shooting from the ground to the sky. The terrifying temperature sent wave after wave of heat charging with unstoppable momentum toward the 8th rank Grand Mage in the air. The old man's left eye glowed with a silver light, and he vanished. The old man's voice was very soft, as if no one could hear. Nokra's on the verge of losing control, due to the corruption of the power of authority, seemed to briefly regain his sanity. His blazing golden vertical pupils regained some luster. He looked at the silver old man in the sky, then at the surrounding madness. His compassionate gaze seemed to see through everything. "Who?" he whimpered, a mournful cry from the ancient golden dragon. After that, the golden light in his pupils slowly faded, replaced by coldness and madness. In the final second, before being completely corrupted, his grieving eyes locked onto the old man in the sky. Gus understood what this ancient and noble life wanted to convey: kill it. Chuanching Lake lay embedded in the earth, like a dazzling sapphire. Its azure waters still shimmered with rippling light, beautiful enough to bewitch the soul. Unlike the lively scene of old, when adventurers had flocked to its shores, there was now only a single gaunt figure by the water. A gentle breeze drifted across the lakeshore, lightly lifting the old man's few strands of frost-white hair. They danced wildly in the wind now, and then revealing the deep abyssal eyes beneath, eyes that seemed to harbor countless secrets and stories unknown to all. Gwilly Lade slowly patted his legs, numb from long sitting cross-legged, then cautiously stretched out a withered branch-like hand, and gently touched the calm surface of the lake. The once placid water rippled outward in rings. The old man's face dry and wrinkled as orange peel cracked into a faint smile. Yet, no matter how closely one looked, it was impossible to find even the slightest trace of real laughter in it. On the contrary, behind that smile seemed to linger an inexpressible sorrow and bitterness. Great Deathwing. The old man uttered the words in a low, hoarse voice, almost one syllable at a time. Every word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 June, imbued with reverence beyond compare. If one could pierce through his seemingly devout facade, and peer into the very depths of his eyes, one would find an endless fire of hatred and defiance blazing there, fierce and unquenchable, as if it could devour the entire world. I beg for your response. His withered hand still rested upon the lake for a long, long time. I, your humble servant, Coeli Lade, beg for your response. The old man prayed once more, his words even more respectful. But this time, he had risen to his feet, his expression agitated, as though waiting in tense anticipation. There was no response. Ha ha ha! The old man, who had spent 100 years beside Chuanxing Lake, suddenly burst into manic laughter. As he laughed, tears streamed. These scales were packed tightly together, forming an incomparably solid suit of armor. They not only displayed formidable defensive power, but also exuded an unrivaled air of nobility. The instant Coeli Lade's fingertip touched the scale, a bone-chilling cold shot through his arm, and flooded his entire body. He could sense that the scale was harder than anything imaginable, as if no force could shatter it. Its mirror-smooth surface reflected the light and shadows around them, making the entire dragon seem even more majestic and awe-inspiring. After the goddess of light had gravely wounded the black dragon with a single blow, the dragon had concealed its body and wandered the continent to recover. 1,000 years ago, it had come to Chuanxing Lake, a place that was not yet a lake at that time. A human adventurer accidentally stepped into the dragon's territory. Crushed by fear and death, the young adventurer swore an oath of eternal servitude. The black dragon bound the oath with pitch-black magic, transforming it completely into a curse. The black dragon was dead now, but the curse remained. Coeli Lade grinned, hideously gazing at the enormous wound where the black dragon's once haughty head had been. It was not difficult to infer what had happened. A great one had trespassed into the domain. Enter. A burly man in heavy armor, helmet in hand, approached the tent. He cast a wary glance at the blood blossoms beneath the pale green barrier, then lowered his head slightly. We caught some people while clearing the remnants of the battlefield. They had been scattering these seeds into the corpses. The big man extended his other hand. On his broad palm lay a pitch-black round grain no larger than an adult's fingernail, exuding an ominous aura. The source of the blood blossom seems to be these things. The big man frowned again. They seem to call these things demon seeds, and they grow only on corpses. Lun Besa picked up the pitch-black seed. Through its surface, his brown eyes seemed to pierce into the truth. What were the identities of those people who spread the seeds? His fingers gently rubbed the so-called demon seed as Lun Besa asked. Most of them were commoners, with a few nobles among them. After our questioning, those nobles revealed the force behind the scenes. The big man thought for a moment. It seems to be called the Church of the Nether God, the heretical cult that ran rampant through the Empire in earlier years. These sewer rats still dare to come out and stir up trouble. Lun Besa narrowed his eyes, like a hunter looking at a broken trap with no prey inside. Aren't there also a few in the imperial capital who belong to the Church of the Nether God? We didn't bother before. Now report it, and let the tribunal handle it. The young officer waved his hand, and placed the demon seed back into the big man's palm. Have those elves study it. He patted the big man's shoulder, and looked at the devastated scene outside the tent. Use it was more than a match for the rank 8 golden dragon. Reinforcements from the Empire's rear would arrive in a matter of days, and more supplies were still on the way. But why? Why had the Empire ordered them to stall for time, and abandon Demon Beast City? With such strength, they could thoroughly purge the demon beasts flooding into Demon Beast City, and use it as a springboard to keep expanding forward. The young officer muttered, clenching his fists. The knight, still bent at the waist, lowered his head, his eyes burning with fervor. Has Brother Crow not returned yet? Rain, also stationed in the camp, inquired of Lua Wylian. The maiden shook her head. Ever since Lucifer flew away 2 days prior, there had been no further tidings, with only the contract magic proving his continued existence in this world. Celandir, sensing the girl's sorrow, pinched Rain. Realizing his misstep, Rain shifted the topic. When will this battle finally come to an end? He gestured toward the golden dragon poised to strike in the distance, and the figure ceaselessly flickering in the sky. How could we mere mortals fathom an 8th-rank clash? The fiery-haired maiden shook her head, withdrawing her gaze from afar. Shouldn't hide your battles conclude in an instant? Has this one not already raged for 2 days?
Rain spoke again. Before an answer came, a young man clad in adventurer's attire approached the trio's tent.
A messenger.
The voice, neither servile nor arrogant, sounded outside the tent. With permission, the young man stepped inside, regarding the 3 youths, none older than himself, with deference.
Mr. Lao Lunsi of the Shuasian Academy has sent these for you, and bade me to ensure you complete the tasks inscribed in the letter.
The young man unfurled the bundle in his hands, revealing 3 beads emitting a faint blue luminescence and a letter. Luo Walian accepted the parcel with thanks. The young man turned and exited the tent, and in that moment he let out a soft breath. So the noble's daughter was not only beautiful but also gentle. Inside the tent, the trio unsealed the envelope, finding the paper blank. Just as confusion set in, an aged voice resonated within their hearts.
You must be curious about who Lao Lunsi is.
But the moment I speak, you will surely know.
The 3 exchanged glances, confirming they all heard the voice and recognized it as Mr. Karp of the Academy.
The Beast City Mo Shoji Chung will soon undergo a great upheaval. Try to leave that place within a week. I also hope you 3 can place these 3 purification beads in 3 different locations. This may influence the near future's course. The world is perilous now, with demon gods lurking, old gods fallen, the demon race in the Empire's north bearing their fangs, occupying most of the Empire's high-level combat power, and trouble brewing in the eastern beast forest Mo Shoji-sen. I, an old defenseless Karp, truly know not what to do. Nor do I know what Yuzet and Jiafurdun are waiting for, but they must have their reasons, and I am too weary to bother. Little ones, do not let hot blood drive you to charge ahead. When the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. The Empire does not yet need you to be its backbone. Protecting yourselves is the greatest contribution you can make to the Empire and the Academy. Place the 3 beads at the Beast City Mo Shoji Chung, the Sun Moon Lake Ryutan, and the Falling Wind Cliff Jue Fomia. These 3 sites form a triangle between the Beast City and the Beast Forest. The aged voice faded until it was gone. Luo Walian gazed at the 3 faintly glowing blue pearls, and her palm exchanged a look with the other 2 and nodded in unison. Deep within the Beast Forest, a figure wielding a blood-red sword slashed through the underbrush, beholding the massive fissure in the ground before him, and grinned.
Don't get carried away.
The cold voice made Han Sike shudder. His narrow eyes turned to a tree branch where a crow with blood-red pupils perched.
Yes, my lord.
Han Sike bowed, his posture utterly submissive. From the corner of his eye he glanced at the blood sword in his hand, a mix of fear and exhilaration coursing through him. An ordinary 5th-rank warrior wielding this blade had effortlessly slain high-rank beasts deep within the forest, something he had never dared to imagine before. The corpses of the slain high-rank beasts were shriveled, as if all their blood had been devoured by the demonic sword. The eye carving on the guard seemed alive, as if it might open at any moment. And all of this was bestowed by the Lord before him. Lucifer paid no heed to Han Sike's expression, nor did he care. He merely stared at the fissure, the abyss below merging with the crow's deep pupils, as if he belonged there.
We can descend now.
Lucifer's command was terse. Han Sike's execution was equally swift. The moment the words ended, Han Sike leaped down. The wind howled past his ears, and his vision blurred rapidly. Seconds later he landed. Not far from him, Lucifer folded his wings and stood on a protruding rock. For some reason his crow form was reluctant to perch atop anyone's head.
Is this spatial magic?
Han Sike ventured cautiously.
Yes.
Lucifer replied offhandedly, sensing a familiar aura. Suddenly he detected a disturbance in the surrounding energy, and turned to Han Sike's sword. Han Sike, catching the divine envoy's gaze, also looked at his blade. The blood-red pupil on the guard surveyed its surroundings. First it cast a disdainful glance at its current master, then casually regarded Lucifer, merely an ordinary, until the eye on the guard met the crow's gaze. A red deeper than blood, a pupil more profound than the abyss. It had seen those eyes before not long ago. Han Sike broke out in a cold sweat, but steadied himself, thinking of the Lord beside him.
Is there something here that interests you?
Lucifer raised an eyebrow, looking down at the blood sword.
No.
The sword trembled slightly, its voice muffled.
Heh.
Lucifer chuckled, suddenly glancing at Han Sike. A chill that rose from within seeped from Han Sike's marrow into every limb. He almost trembled as he gritted his teeth, hurling the blood sword to the ground and stomping on the eye.
When the divine envoy asks you a question, you answer. Do you think a broken sword like you can get away with it?
Having done this, Hansike stole a glance at Lucifer. Seeing no reaction from the crow, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. The blood sword trampled underfoot said no more, merely closing its crimson pupil. Hansike stomped a few more times, cursing, then picked up the sword and turned to Lucifer on the rock.
My lord, what shall we do next? Aren't you afraid I might not mean that?
The crow smiled at Hansike.
No, I trust my lord will make the wisest decision.
Hansike's eyes were as loyal as a dog wagging its tail at its master. Lucifer was genuinely amused. He knew Hansike was putting on a show, but this feeling of I know you're acting, and you know I know you're acting was a first for him. He had no intention of exposing Hansike.
Continue onward.
Hansike, relieved, lifted his head and surveyed the open surroundings.
This is no longer the beast forest.
Lucifer recalled that familiar sensation. Use its grassland, the illusionary realm of the heart, a boundless expanse of tender green and fragrance. In the present world there could hardly be a mage whose magical prowess rivaled Gyuzit's. Thus this space, hidden beneath the sky's fissure, was most likely crafted by Gyuzit himself, perhaps even specifically for this golden dragon. If Gyuzit's words about the golden treasury and golden incantation before his departure were true, they were likely hidden somewhere in this space. But why did Gyuzit reveal the secret of this golden dragon to him?
And why did he create this space for this beast? At the falling wind cliff in the forest of demon beasts, a cliff said to be so sheer that even wind cannot escape it, because of the turmoil Alex had engineered, the demon beasts that once dwelled here had drifted toward the fringe, leaving only a few scattered low-rank beasts behind. Lovillian casually eliminated them, then stood at the cliff's edge and watched the beast tide surge wave after wave in the distance, while a column of blood aura rose to the heavens above the demon beast city. The girl grieved in her heart. The three who had received the mission split into 3 routes, each carrying a water bead to set in a designated place, and agreed to meet 10 li southwest of the demon beast city. She gently fitted the blue pearl into a crack in the rock, thinking of the demon seed of unknown origin. Lovillian's heart tightened. Is it you? The girl stood silently at the edge of the cliff. A light breeze brushed her delicate face and stirred her silken hair. The thoughts and emotions buried deep in her heart scattered like dead leaves seized by a gale drifting down toward the bottom of the precipice. Meanwhile, in the mysterious space beneath the zenith rift, Lucifer sneezed. He shook his head and looked at the enormous tree ahead. There was no doubt that this was a tree of unprecedented size. Even tens of thousands of people joining hands might not have been able to encircle it. Seen from afar, the giant tree seemed to step out of myth. It pierced the clouds, stood between heaven and earth, and appeared to bear the weight of the entire world. Its massive trunk was like a towering mountain, its overlapping grain telling of endless years and boundless vitality. The crown blotted out the sun and sky, the dense branches and leaves were like a green ocean. Every leaf was like a city, a lake, a forest. The enormous boughs stretched into the infinite void, and even when one looked up one could see only green leaves as broad as cities. The heavy river of time had flowed over this tree, yet it could only carry away a few leaves. Hansk was stunned, speechless, his mouth hanging open. He glanced at Lucifer, then pointed at the towering tree that linked heaven and earth. I know what you want to say, but don't say it yet. Lucifer looked at the sky-reaching tree. At the base of the roots was a huge opening, perhaps only a tiny gap among the thick intertwined roots, but to the man and the crow beneath them, it was undoubtedly vast. Is this the lair of that golden dragon? Hansk's eyes burned with unprecedented fervor. Greed and ambition instantly overpowered his fear of the unknown and the colossal. It was not until the crow shot him a glance that the cold fire in those eyes extinguished the flames of ambition in the middle-aged man's heart. Hansk quieted down and lowered his head to the ground. Lucifer withdrew his gaze and turned to the golden ring-covered gate in the gap between the roots. The enormous gate radiated a dazzling golden light, which flowed and swirled across its surface like a living golden river. It seemed almost sentient, sometimes racing forward in violent torrents, scattering countless brilliant sparks of light, and sometimes drifting slowly like a thin golden veil draped over the gate. As the light surged, wave after wave of vast mighty magic rippled out from the gaps between the doors. These currents of magic spread outward like surging billows, carrying incomparable power in every direction. Hansk, standing not far away, felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. He staggered backward a few steps before barely steadying himself. Take that sword and thrust it in. Lucifer's blood-red eyes fixed on Hansk, and the sword in his hand, as he issued the command. Hansk froze for a moment, then quickly recovered his wits, seized the blood-colored sword and charged at the giant gate. Boom! A violent shockwave burst outward. Holding the sword, Hansk's clothes and hair were whipped wildly, while the feathers of the crow not far behind him were blown up by the gale, but its eyes remained calm. The blood-red blade let out the grating sound of shattering under unbearable strain. The blood-colored pupils set and the sword's guard opened to its widest as if about to roar in fury. Hansk watched the slender blade break apart inch by inch, and the golden ripples before him gradually stopped flowing. His sword hand wavered for a brief instant, but then he thought of Lucifer behind him, and madness crept into his eyes. He drew his left leg back, stepped his right leg into a lunge, and using his waist to drive his arm through every ounce of his strength into the strike. Otherwise, how could the great divine envoy's advance have been stopped by a mere secret curse of a golden dragon? Lucifer did not know what Hansk was thinking, but he did have a way to break through the door. The simplest method was to use the rank 8 demon core and force it open. Part of the devouring authority within the blood sword was taken back. Lucifer looked at the so-called golden treasury, which now had no barrier before him. It was not the imagined mountains of gold and seas of silver. It was only one enormous statue, the statue of a dragon. Even the golden dragon, which was the size of half the demon beast city, would have bowed before such a colossal frame if it stood there. Towering and majestic, it seemed nearly impossible to describe as a living being. Lucifer rarely used that word for the size of creatures, for there were many enormous beings in the netherworld. But if this statue had once been a real creature, it would have been 9th rank. A dragon god. Lucifer pondered. The eyes of the dragon god statue shone with golden light, like a sun beneath the roots of the tree blazing brilliantly. Lucifer began to draw on the mana in his rank 8 demon core. A vast torrent of mana wrapped around Hansk, and in the blink of an eye the man and the crow vanished from the spot. Why not fly? If they had to rely solely on this crow body's flying ability, they would probably have flown until tomorrow. A black mana current shot at high speed toward the dragon's eye and stopped at the eyelid of the giant dragon statue. A golden gem, utterly unremarkable compared with the enormous eye, yet its radiance illuminated the entire space. Without the protection of the rank 8 mana current, neither the man nor the crow could have approached that golden gem. Lucifer drove the demon core at full power, releasing all the mana within it. In Hansk's senses, it was exactly as if another black sun had risen and gradually expanded until he completely lost perception. In the moment before he slipped into unconsciousness, he saw only a pitch-black sun devouring a golden sun. The golden dragon fighting Gus froze for an instant, and space seemed to solidify. Gus seemed to understand something. He let out a heavy sigh, and sorrow beyond compare flooded the battlefield. A silver greatsword vast. If only the golden dragon had taken one step further, devoured an imperial city, and obtained the recognition of the rules combined with the life force of a rank 8 dragon. Even though the unexpected appearance of Lucifer ruined the sacrifice of one dragon in the plan, even a single golden dragon's life force would definitely have been enough to set up a sacrificial ritual capable of summoning him. With a body forged from the dragon's boundless life force, that sky-piercing blood aura would also have been sufficient to conceal the presence of a 9th rank demon god soul. With part of his authority at his disposal, even if Gus was stronger than this dragon, he could have controlled the golden dragon and stepped into the demon beast city. There were still tens of thousands of lives in the demon beast city. Of course, he disdained the life force of those insignificant beings. One rank 8 dragon's life force outweighed them all. He cared only about the mortal realm's rules, acknowledging humanity for humans were the true darlings of this land. He needed the recognition of those rules. But why at the final step did the golden dragon regain an instant of consciousness? Ha ha ha! The emotionless laughter resounded through the towering pyramid. Alex waved a hand and rose from the throne. The burial chamber stood empty and desolate save for the dim blue flames flickering unsteadily in Alex's eyes. Clack clack. The ram-headed skeleton walked down the stone steps one by one. Bones struck stone with crisp sounds. The blue flame within the skull grew ever deeper. As if sensing something, it suddenly stopped. Before long the demon god returned to the throne. The flames in his eye sockets blazed briefly, then dimmed again. Lord Divine Envoy. Dazed Hansk woke above the zenith rift in the thicket where they had been before. Seeing the crow on the branch, he muttered instinctively, "Eat it." The command sounded in his ear. Through his haze, Hansk saw a fruit-shaped object emanating black chi appear before him. Within the ominous curling black chi were the crow's blood-red eyes. This clearly was not anything good. Hansk swallowed hard, but still reached out a trembling hand to take the fruit. Then with an exaggerated gesture he raised it to his mouth, watching the crow on the branch from the corner of his eye, waiting for a command to stop. The command never came. This adventurer had struggled for half his life, exhausted every means to reach the 4th rank, and was renowned throughout the land. He plucked up his courage, his eyes filled with unprecedented resolve. As his throat worked, the fruit that had looked dry turned to liquid the moment it entered his mouth. An icy sensation stabbed his stomach and intestines, and an invisible force spread from it into every blood vessel and tissue in his body. Black veins surfaced over his arms. His body, already thickening, kept. The crow on the branch chuckled softly. The wind stirred, the leaves fell silent. The humanoid monster that Hansk had become froze. It wanted to speak, but all that came out was a low whimper. It bent down, buried its head in the soil, and repeated the motion of kowtowing over and over. "Don't worry. Soon you will be restored to your original form." Lucifer did not consider himself a demon god who delighted in toying with human hearts. He even thought he was a good person. It was like in his past life, when he was a child in the orphanage, and saw another child with no one to play with. Lucifer, equally lonely, and with no one to play with, went over and struck up a conversation. The two became good friends. But Lucifer, younger and frilier, soon became the target of bullying. His only friend never dared to step forward, and could only pretend to hate him in front of the bullies, as if that would keep him from being seen as an outsider, as if that would keep him from being bullied, as if that would let him blend into the older children's circle. Lucifer still played with him, otherwise no one would have played with Lucifer at all, even though his friend would betray him from time to time. The insecure child grew up and entered university. Before that he had never set foot in a milk tea shop. The kindness of strangers and the help of tea. The humanoid monster trembled at the news that it could be restored. Tears nearly seemed to well from its eyes, if it could even cry now. Then why had the divine envoy made it like this? For a long while the humanoid monster that Hansk had become received no instruction from the divine envoy. Its mountain-like frame trembled faintly. It raised its head a little, and saw the crow on the branch, its eyes vacant. The moment it saw the crow, it lowered its head again, afraid of offending the Lord. A long time passed. That demon seed just now reshaped your body. The sluggishness and decay brought by age, along with the hidden wounds left from your youth, will heal in a few days. You will reach a peak state you have never known. The crow did not look back at the lowly Hansk on the ground. Try it yourself. Try to break through without relying on anyone else's power. Break through to your 5th rank. Borrow some courage from your former self, and give some confidence back to your former self. Lucifer's final words seemed spoken to Hansk, and also to himself. The monster split its mouth open as if laughing silently. It kowtowed heavily several times, then vanished completely into the forest of demonic beasts. Lucifer let out a long breath where he stood. His original intention had been to make Hansk, now endowed with a monster's body, the leader of the fallen legion, and launch a second attack on the city of demonic beasts. But the humble, desperate look in Hansk's eyes just now reminded him of his former self. Maybe that really was not good. He did not want to see bubbles of disappointment in that azure lake. Lovelian stood at the edge of Fallen Cliff, having heard the golden dragon's final lament. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the white-haired girl looked south, toward the zenith rift. With the eyesight of a 4th-rank mage she could bear. The girl gently patted the crow's head, and walked slowly down Fallen Cliff. "I went to destroy the world," Lucifer said, suddenly serious. "Did it succeed?" The girl asked, still smiling. "It didn't succeed." The crow suddenly put on a crying face, looking utterly ridiculous, though the girl could not see the crow on her head. "Why didn't it succeed? How could my lord the demon god fail?" Naturally it was because a brave girl used a plate of dessert to stop the great demon god. Was one plate enough? The girl grabbed the crow by the head and yanked Lucifer down. "That's enough." The crow, its fate throttled, did not dare act up. "You'll have your chance later. Don't be in such a hurry." The girl placed the crow back on her head and said softly, "Maybe." The crow raised its head and looked aghast in the distant sky. Sensing the gaze from the ground, the 8th-rank mage turned to look back at Lucifer. In those eyes, like sun and moon, lay a calm and profound, wordless and heavy sorrow. "Do you know what I carry within me?" On the way back the girl recalled the crow's words in the bee's city. "You've changed." And that gaze that seemed to see through everything. "I do." Lucifer hadn't expected the girl to be so direct. Of course he knew the half of the concealment, authority, Only this could deceive the eyes of the demon god. The girl was not at the 4th rank but the 5th. At the moment when
turmoil and strife
spread, the authority of concealment within the girl briefly leaked its aura. Only for an instant, but coincidentally Lucifer was right beside her, and he keenly sensed it.
It has developed sentience, hasn't it? Is it?
Lucifer asked uncertainly.
Yes.
The girl slowed her pace. Her fair delicate calves lightly touched the grass of the forest like a woodland sprite. The breeze lifted her hair.
I don't know why it suddenly gained sentience and suddenly resisted my absorption. Maybe it likes me more,
Lucifer said with a straight face, talking nonsense.
Did you fly away that day because of this?
Llewellyn suddenly asked.
Partly,
Lucifer admitted frankly.
But I thought I should trust you.
The girl laughed, her eyes narrowing into crescents.
I thank the demon god for his trust. It's something I've had since birth,
the girl whispered.
It was only after I reached the 4th rank that I learned what this silver rune truly is.
The deepest law of this world, authority.
I never dared to use its power extensively. I only used it to conceal my aura. That was my grandfather's advice after I told him. Your grandfather is quite cautious,
Lucifer laughed.
So do you need this authority? But my grandfather told me it seems incomplete. Will it be useful to you?
The girl didn't mind Lucifer's interruption and asked directly.
If I want it, will you give it?
Lucifer retorted.
After all, I'm just a little crow. How can a little crow take such a high-level thing?
He said exaggeratedly, as if the girl had done something wrong to him. After speaking, Lucifer felt something was off and fell silent. In front of Llewellyn, he seemed to lack the majesty and tyranny of a demon god. Instead, he acted like a child.
Drama queen,
the girl sniffed.
When I say you're bad, you claim to be a demon god. When I say you're good, you say you're a little crow. Then I'm a demon god now.
Lucifer shook his head and said casually,
Give me the authority.
As if he were just asking for a glass of water.
How do I give it?
Llewellyn asked.
You enter the underworld and connect with me.
Lucifer's head intruded into Llewellyn's field of vision. The crow looked at her in a half upside-down position.
Will you come? You guess.
Llewellyn straightened the crow's body.
You must promise me that if you can enter the mortal world in the future, you must not disrespect life. You must hold reverence for life. If you're worried about that, your best course is to stop me from entering the mortal world,
the crow said indifferently.
You'll cry then, won't you?
The girl's smile was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately no one was there to appreciate it.
Perhaps.
Lucifer actually thought seriously.
If I deceive you and go on a killing spree after entering the mortal world, you'll definitely cry, right? How dare you?
The girl was like a cat with its fur standing on end.
Not allowed. You say not allowed, so it's not allowed. I said not allowed, so it's not allowed. You think, or else I'll never talk to you again.
Lucifer was amused, but he didn't provoke Llewellyn further.
Let's not talk about that. Do you promise me?
The girl, like a hamster holding a nut, swaggered up to a cat yet showed no fear that the cat would attack.
Promising doesn't mean I'll keep it, you know.
The black fat cat gently tapped the hamster's head with its paw, signaling it to behave.
Someone who doesn't intend to keep a promise wouldn't say that.
The hamster ignored it and picked up a nut to throw at the black cat.
Huh?
The black cat was hit squarely, but didn't even dare to bare its teeth. It only shrank its head back.
Then I'll keep my promise. When will you enter the underworld?
He asked casually.
An incomplete authority is not enough to allow a demon god to remain concealed in the mortal world. Anytime,
the girl said seriously.
After giving you the authority, we can continue looking.
Lucifer became interested, though he knew this might affect whether he would obtain this authority.
What if I already have the remaining authority of concealment?
It was like a devil whispering, demanding souls. You know they covet your soul, but your greed always offers it up on a silver platter.
So what if you have it?
This time it was the girl who didn't care.
With me around, you wouldn't dare do evil. So confident.
The crow raised an eyebrow.
Come on, you have to admit you've fallen for me. Right.
The girl stepped over a forest stream, leaving a fragrant breeze.
Indeed confident,
the crow muttered to himself. Making bold claims. If they match the truth, it's confidence. If not, it's arrogance.
Was that nether god church you're doing?
Llewellyn continued walking with small steps.
No, after all, I've only been in the mortal world for less than a month.
Lucifer shook his head.
But now I am indeed directing their actions. Did you leave me just to do this?
The girl raised an eyebrow, her curved brows, like the moon of her homeland, bright and cold.
Yes.
Llewellyn didn't ask why. It was obviously for entering the mortal world.
Back then you knew I had a part of the concealment authority. Why didn't you just tell me?
The girl frowned, the cold moonlight reflected in her azure lake-like eyes dimmed.
You guess.
This seemed like a rhetorical question, but it indeed required an answer. The girl didn't follow Lucifer's "you guess." She just remained silent.
Because I thought I didn't need it.
Lucifer thought he was being frank.
I have my own methods. So you don't need me anymore.
In a relationship, when one places themselves in a humble position, if it's a normal relationship, the other would never deny it from a lofty stance. This is also a kind of binding, but compared to moral coercion, it's mutually agreed.
Of course I need you,
Lucifer said without hesitation.
Then you could have asked me directly.
The girl broke the pot. Childhood emotional deprivation can cause children to place great importance on casual care and attention from others in daily life, often feeling indebted. After falling in love, it seems that only by being the one who gives can they maintain so-called dignity. There is no key to the inner lock. So at such times a domineering and unreasonable lover is often needed.
Do you think I'm not worthy of helping you?
The girl glared. Lucifer didn't answer. For a long time.
Do you want to come to the Underworld?
He extended an invitation to the girl. This demon god, ancient in existence yet youthful in soul, sincerely invited the girl. The upward curve of the girl's lips sketched the moon of that night. On the battlefield against the tide of demonic beasts, Selendil and Rhine's gazes were involuntarily drawn to the crow that had returned to perch atop Livian's head. Unable to contain his curiosity, Rhine asked directly,
Brother Crow, what exactly did you go off to do this time?
Just then a gentle and steady voice slowly interjected.
Perhaps it went to chase the dream deep within its own heart.
As the words fell, Gus walked toward the three with measured steps. When he drew near, they could see the gratified smile spreading across the old man's face. He looked like nothing more than an ordinary elder gazing upon the younger generation with warm and benevolent eyes. As if the breathtaking battle 2 days ago, when he had slain the golden dragon, had nothing to do with him, the man standing here now was merely a plain old man.
Heh heh.
Rhine rubbed the back of his head sheepishly.
Malmo would be proud of you, his grandson.
The old man looked at the embarrassed youth and smiled. Malmo Hart, a 7-stage warrior of the Hart family, was a veteran, who had once followed the Heseth Empire's emperor in campaigns against the demon race, and even now stood steadfast on the front lines of the human-demon war. The youth unconsciously straightened his chest. The glory of his forefathers was indeed something to be proud of.
You're Selendil, aren't you?
The old man then turned to the girl with fiery red hair. Selendil felt deeply honored.
Yes,
she replied.
Born of an ordinary family, yet still rising above the rest to become one of the 10 of Sky Island, your excellence is evident to all. Thank you for your praise, headmaster.
Selendil expressed her gratitude politely. The silver-haired old man waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such formality.
Very impressive.
Finally, the old man looked toward the white-haired girl, then cast a brief imperceptible glance at Lucifer. Lucifer noticed the momentary gaze and understood.
This old man won't disturb you any longer. You should leave this place soon. The trial is over. You have successfully graduated.
Gus continued.
Huh?
Rhine let out a puzzled sound, and the other two also looked at the old man in confusion.
Beast City cannot be held. The Golden Dragon was never our true enemy.
Gus's expression turned grave.
Gavorton and I never expected to save Beast City from the enemy's hands. The outcome of this battle was decided from the very beginning. Isn't the enemy just the tide of demonic beasts?
Rhine exclaimed, then realized his tone was inappropriate, and lowered his voice.
With your strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with a beast tide without any 8th-stage beasts?
But what if the enemy was a demon god? Starlink prophesied by the dragon god 10,000 years ago, as the convergence point had unexpectedly begun fusing with the netherworld ahead of schedule. The ancient dragon, deathwing imprisoned beneath the lake for a millennium by the goddess of light, had long since had its mind corrupted by a demon god from the netherworld, which directly led to the rampant spread of that demon god's authority, and also corrupted the golden dragon. The mortal world is an aggregate of positive energy, while the netherworld is naturally an aggregate of negative energy. Only with yin and yang in balance can things endure. The separation of 10,000 years had long made the two realms unstable, and the mortal world had even developed loopholes, like the Chaos era. The two realms had already begun their initial fusion. The demon gods from the netherworld had already begun baring their fangs at the mortal world. At this thought the old man raised his head, and glanced at Lucifer once more. Will the P? At this thought the old man sighed inwardly. Where was the variable spoken of in the prophecy? Could it be you?
Not only Beast City, the Empire will soon retract its western border, pulling back 300 kilometers.
The old man said with a smile. As the current pinnacle of combat power, he could not show his frustration in front of the younger generation, but he still did not explain the reason to the three. Ryan realized the headmaster did not wish to say more, so he did not press further.
Levian, you did very well too. Go now, leave,
the old man said with a smile. Behind him, the faint light of dawn glimmered and his figure seemed so insubstantial, like an ink painting soaked through by water. The three exchanged glances, bade the headmaster farewell, and departed. The old man watched the backs of the three young people, a smile at the corner of his lips, yet he did not leave. He merely walked slowly to the edge of the camp.
You are the headmaster of Narcissus Academy, aren't you?
A young voice sounded at the old man's ear. Limbeza walked up beside him, standing sideways to the old man, staring at the many wounded knights and mages being carried back, though most were simply covered with a white cloth. People came and went, and a heavy atmosphere lingered and circled above the camp.
Since you knew Beast City couldn't be held, then why is the Empire still sending reinforcements here?
Limbeza pulled a roll of tobacco from his chest and lit it. Gray smoke rose, veiling the young man's eyes.
You're Limbeza, right?
Gus quickly recognized him.
The commander who toyed with Nelson, one of the 10 demon kings on the front lines. A fine young man indeed. I didn't expect the Empire to transfer you back. You flatter me, headmaster,
Limbeza said flatly, his voice slightly hoarse in the smoke. The young man cleared his throat.
Not having been able to study at Narcissus Academy has always been my regret.
Though he said this, his tone was as calm as a windless lake.
Heh.
Gus said no more.
The Empire's high command should have informed you about the demon god in the netherworld, correct?
The old man's eyes seemed to pierce through the layered forests in the distance and reach the still chaotic Beast City ahead.
Yes.
Limbeza responded with neither arrogance nor servility, not bowing and scraping just because the old man was the strongest human.
The Empire will announce it soon,
the old man said with a smile.
But there's no harm in telling you a little early. The netherworld and the mortal world are about to merge. The western quarter of the Empire's territory will soon become the direct battlefield between the Empire and the netherworld.
The old man's words were startling.
This land of nearly 1,000 kilometers will soon become a dead zone, a barren land of death where not even a blade of grass grows. If the mortal world and the netherworld merge, then who can resist the demon gods? What meaning does opening up this battlefield even have?
Limbeza was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion. At 27, he was only at the peak of the 5th stage, but he knew the vast gap between himself and the 6th stage, let alone the 8th and 9th stages. So how could humanity, whose highest combat power was only the 8th stage, resist a 9th stage demon god?
Those demon gods still cannot enter the mortal world,
Gus said calmly. Perhaps because of his gloomy mood, the old man spoke a great deal today.
The mortal world not only has rules that prevent netherworld demon gods from entering, but also rules that no living being of the mortal world may transcend to the 9th stage.
Limbeza's heart shook violently. If a demon race with only a single demon emperor already had humanity at its wits' end, then what of the netherworld with its several demon gods and countless demon emperors? What was to be done? At that very instant Limbeza felt a strange burning sensation at his fingertips. He snapped back to reality and looked down, only to realize that the cigarette held between his fingers had nearly burned to its end. Ashes fell like snowflakes, as if silently telling of the passage of time. Limbeza instinctively raised his head and looked to the side. However, the old man, who had been sitting there, was now nowhere to be seen. Around him adventurers and support soldiers came and went, yet Limbeza felt only emptiness. At the shore of Starlake, Gust's figure materialized, and almost at the same moment a crow emerged from the shadows on a branch. One man and one crow stared at each other.
According to our agreement, you should not interfere with the mortal world.
A flash of white light flickered from the ring on the old man's finger, as a seed wreathed in black mist appeared in his hand.
Your handiwork.
The crow remained silent.
Indeed,
Lucifer answered solemnly.
This is utterly meaningless.
The old man shook his head with composure. This white-haired elder standing at the pinnacle of human mages stared with burning eyes at the tranquil Chuanqing Lake. His sharp gaze seemed able to pierce the star-shadowed water and reach straight down to the lakebed.
The mortal world still holds a rule forbidding the existence of ninth rank.
Gus paced forward, treading on the surface of the lake.
Even if you have a way to enter the mortal world, you can only do so in an 8th rank form. What is more, because you are a demon god by nature, the power you can retain after entering will be even less. Since you know the mortal world forbids 9th rank existence in our agreement, why do you need my help to enter 9th rank? And how am I supposed to help you?
The crow on the branch asked with a smile.
You have means to bypass the rules. Naturally, I do too.
Gus smiled in relief.
Then I have indeed underestimated a demon god's methods.
The old man took another step forward, ripples spreading across the lake, and changed the subject.
Do you know that the bottom of Chuanqing Lake holds something miraculous?
It was both a question and a statement. After all, the magic patterns upon the holy radiant sword in the holy light cathedral had sounded an alarm the instant a demon god entered the mortal world, this time with unprecedented brilliance. A flash of light passed briefly through the mortal world, and before long the light blazed and lasted for a considerable time. The earlier fleeting light was probably some demon god, who without entering the mortal world had activated his authority. The sustained blaze afterward could only mean that a demon god had personally descended. Gus was certain that this demon god must be Lucifer, otherwise the destruction of the city of demon beasts could never have been so limited. Power casually released by 9th rank far surpasses the limit a great city can withstand.
I know.
Lucifer spoke. When his true body came in person, he could sense a presence there similar to the netherworld, as if the two worlds were about to merge. Yet he did not think the netherworld would continue merging with the mortal world. As one of the netherworld's supreme wills, his perception of the netherworld as a whole could not be wrong. This kind of merging was extremely special and rare.
Have you heard the prophecy of the world tree from 10,000 years ago?
Lucifer knew nothing of a 10,000-year-old prophecy, nor had he ever heard of any world tree, but he remained calm.
5 demon gods from the netherworld covet the mortal world, their fierce fangs gleaming. The resentments of netherworld souls and the ambition and unwillingness of the defeated are ignited, burning, burning, burning. The flames of war rekindle across the whole world. The gods fall, and the stars dim.
The old man chanted the prophecy, as if quietly singing an ancient verse. But there are only 4 demon gods in the netherworld. Lucifer looked into the old man's eyes. Within those sun and moon-like pupils was unprecedented seriousness. He remembered something. The demon god of chaos and distortion, that newborn demon god born from the netherworld's origin, had its spine inscribed with authority torn out by the hands of its own
brother.
Its blood was scattered into the ravines left by the epical war, while the other demon gods fought over its corpse. He could not recall the details. He only remembered that the netherworld's origin seemed to be grieving, and the rain of blood fell in torrents. Was it because of me? Did the prophecy produce a deviation? Lucifer looked at his own black feathers deep in thought. Gus watched the crow in contemplation and said nothing. He turned his head toward the bottom of Chuanqing Lake and lightly stamped his foot. Silver light extended from beneath the old man's feet and spread across the lake's surface. Soon it was as if the lake had frozen a thin ice layer, reflected the silver light, and the mysteries of space flowed across it like water. At the bottom of Chuanqing Lake, Quillolade, his mouth smeared with blood, stared with frantic eyes. As if mad, he repeatedly smashed his head against the rock wall. Each thud boomed, like a battering ram striking a bronze gate. Beside the frenzied old man lay a black skeleton whose flesh and blood had been mostly devoured. Only scraps of flesh hung from the pitch-black bones, telling of the tragedy of this noble dragon. Suddenly a strange rune rippled out from around the altar. Upon contact with the rune, Quillolade seemed to regain his sanity in an instant. His eye. Gus whispered. Lucifer turned to the white-haired old man and said unceremoniously,
You should know that what you said is nonsense. Yes.
The old man laughed, then lightly patted the lake water. In an instant the broad lake's quiet surface was broken and began to shrink inward. The entire Chuanqing Lake was wrapped in vast spatial mana, and at the command of the mana's master it collapsed ring after ring down to the hall behind the bronze gate and to
Quillolade,
who was mobilizing his mana to resist the collapse. By this time, the withered old man was clearly struggling.
It seems these fleeting miracles are not enough to make a demon god exert his full strength in the mortal world.
The old man looked at Lucifer, his words meaningful.
Yes.
Lucifer admitted openly. Without the half of concealment in his possession, even after entering the mortal world, he would not be able to kill the black dragon at the bottom of the lake. Meanwhile Llewellyn, who was waiting for the wyverns to arrive, frowned. Her gem-clear eyes looked toward the direction Lucifer had just flown away, and ripples appeared on the azure lake surface.
"What's wrong?" "Llewellyn."
Celandir beside her noticed his friend's unease, and asked softly.
"Nothing."
Llewellyn pressed a hand to her chest.
"Just feeling a little suffocated."
The silent girl pondered in her heart. "What exactly do you want?" The white-haired girl pursed her lips. A gentle breeze passed like a curtain fluttering in the girl's thoughts. At Chuanxing Lake incomparable darkness shrouded the whole lake, including the old man, who had just cast the spatial magic. Gus looked at the deep darkness beneath his feet. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled with acceptance. The crow that had been at his mercy only a few days ago had now become an uncontrollable demon god. The old man calmly raised his head to look at the ink-black crow. The abyssal darkness devoured everything, even the mana of space.
8th rank.
The old man smiled bitterly. An 8th rank holding authority was something he could never contend with. Gus had not foreseen that there was another 8th rank demon beast at the bottom of Chuanxing Lake. That was fatal. It meant the demon god possessed mana reserves on par with his own. And in terms of authority, he could not command the authority of time and space, whereas his opponent was the demon god. Lucifer shot a faint glance at the old man, who was about to attack.
"I am not your enemy."
The thick, profound darkness receded, as if it had never appeared. Then how were the demon seeds to be explained?
"The demon seeds were only a whim, they will soon disappear."
Lucifer saw the old man's doubt.
"If I wished, I could achieve whatever I desired. You can no longer stop me."
In the end the crow on the branch gave the old man a look, one of statement and also of warning. The old man was left standing in place along with the helpless
Quillalade.
Lucifer stood on the girl's shoulder. Whenever a breeze passed, the white-haired girl's faint body fragrance lingered around him, as if he were surrounded by a sea of flowers. "What did the dean say to you this time?" Llewellyn communicated with Lucifer telepathically. "Nothing much." Lucifer's gaze drifted toward the distant sky, as if even he found that answer too perfunctory. "Now that I have the hidden, I can already enter the mortal world." The raven studied the girl's delicate profile, and the girl turned her head as well. The distance between their eyes was less than 5 centimeters, yet the distance between their hearts was even closer by a fraction. "Do you need me to enter the underworld?" The girl blinked softly, azure waves rippling in her eyes, like lake water, and spoke in a gentle voice. "No need." Lucifer shook his head. "My soul is right here." He nodded once more. "Don't you need me to do anything?"
"No."
Lucifer gave a negative answer. "I don't even need your permission. I could forcibly seize the authority inside you, the one that seems to have already given birth to its own sentience. But once I take that authority away, your power will be utterly exposed to the perception of high-ranked beings." Lucifer pondered for a long while. "Are you truly ready? I've been at the 4th rank for a long time now, it's time for me to advance." The white-haired girl smiled. "Were you truly ready? A demon god would enter the mortal world because of your help, though because of the hidden this demon god could not unleash his full power." Lucifer shook his head, casting aside those stray thoughts. Trust was all that mattered. Suddenly a vast shadow fell over where the 3 people and the raven stood. Llewellyn looked up. A colossal drake descended onto the grass ahead, carrying an overwhelming presence. The moment it landed, hot air burst from between its seemingly indestructible scales, like a heavy steam engine. "It's time to leave." Celandir glanced back at the city of magical beasts, and said softly, "What a surreal journey." Rhine echoed the same sentiment. A city of magical beasts that had stood for centuries in the forest of magical beasts had toppled just like that, and they had become witnesses to its destruction. Was the power of a demon god truly so terrifying? The two raised their heads at the same time. A boundless blue filled their vision, but the sky offered no answers. Time to go. Standing on the drake's back, Llewellyn looked at Celandir and Rhine, who were still stunned. As for Lucifer, he had already found a small patch of the drake's back and crouched down. The two climbed onto the drake's body. As its huge wings beat, powerful gusts flattened the surrounding grass and lifted the drake into the sky. On the bustling outskirts of the imperial capital, an ancient building stood amid the clamor. This was the Bradley family estate. Inside the spacious sunlit hall stood a giant ancient mirror, resting silently like a slumbering beast. Suddenly the ancient mirror gave off a faint glimmer. Odro noticed the anomaly, and turned to look at it. I have an ominous feeling as if something terrible is about to happen, Dalar said calmly, seemingly utterly at peace with his fate. Odro, however, smiled dismissively and stroked his widening beard. Don't worry. Who would be interested in a mere mirror? He clearly had not taken the mirror-bound spirit's worry to heart. If you knew that a powerful 8th-rank demon emperor was hidden inside this mirror, you would hardly be so relaxed. At that moment Dalar sighed inwardly. Meanwhile the once exquisite and intricate patterns on the back of the ancient mirror began to writhe without pause, as if calculating something. Just then Odro raised his head to gaze at the distant sky and murmured the young lady should be returning soon. His gaze carried a hint of anticipation and relief. Soon he added with emotion, if not for the old general personally writing to inform me, I would never have believed that a legendary creature like a demon god could still exist in the world. The battle-hardened old general, who had weathered countless years, could not help but sigh. At that thought Odro's face showed a trace of regret. It's a pity that my body is no longer what it used to be. I can no longer accompany the general to the front lines and slay enemies. Looking at the aged face in the ancient mirror, he sighed deeply. Suddenly the mirror's surface rippled like water, and revealed the image of a young valiant man. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, his hair flew in the wind, his nose was high and straight, and his deep eyes seemed able to see through everything. Odro of course knew who the man in the mirror was. It was his former self. The self who had followed his leader across battlefields and cut down demons with his own hands. The old man stared at the image of himself in the mirror, and fell silent for a long time. Finally he waved his hand, and the heroic image dispersed. At the same time he said in a low voice, "You have never been one to add me." "Perhaps," Dalar said with an indifferent look, as if none of it had anything to do with him. In truth, what he had just done was merely giving his old friend a chance to stir up memories. For himself, however, there did not seem to be much worth recalling. He had been at the 3rd rank ever since the moment of his birth, struggling all the while in the ghastly, terrifying Underworld. A world where the strong devoured the weak, and the fittest survived, where every instant was filled with endless danger and cruelty. To survive, to grow stronger, Dalar was forced to wage ferocious slaughter against other equally powerful beings. They devoured one another, vying for dominance, all for the chance to rise above the bloody competition. After countless life-and-death conflicts, Dalar succeeded in breaking through to the 8th rank. Yet when he looked back over the boundless years, his memories contained only slaughter and blood. For him, living might simply be an instinct, a choice to continue existing in this world. That is, until he angered Alex, that great and exalted demon god of the Underworld. His soul was imprisoned and banished, but by a twist of fate it drifted into the mortal world. The slumbering soul woke and gradually began to feel emotions. Sensing that his friend beside him seemed to be still dwelling on the past, Dalar smiled inwardly. Odro claimed with his words that he did not care, but in the end, he still yearned to return to the battlefield against the demons. The Sky Island. The untamed air currents could not shake the towering immense Sky Island in the slightest, as though a pair of envy-aged eyes watched the Drake land on a distant stretch of the Sky Island. Beside the Carp stood Kayet and Sazriel. Lovilian and the others walked down from the Drake's back. The Carp appeared before Lovilian in an instant, looking at Lucifer. "You have surprised me." The Carp's eyes narrowed slightly, fixing on Lucifer atop the girl's head, a dangerous gleam flashing within them. This sentence was delivered by magical telepathy. "Old thing, just wait for death. Don't meddle too much." Lucifer had never spared anyone with his words, even when everyone believed he was wrong. Heh. The Carp chuckled, flicked its tail, and left Lucifer with its back while its hoarse voice drifted over. "You have already done quite well." The Carp seemed to have seen through what the three were thinking. "The future is your battlefield." Hearing this, Ryan lowered her head, her eyes reddening. When danger threatened, helplessness was a bitter feeling. Sarander was in a far better state of mind, but seeing Ryan lower her head in silence made her own heart grow heavy. Kayet and Blorens approached from a distance. Looking at the three, the scholarly Kayet patted Ryan on the shoulder. "Didn't Ansha come back with you?" Blorens raised a hand slightly to indicate that he was speaking. His gloomy eyes, which were no longer like stagnant water, were full of concern. This time 3 groups of students from Narcissus Academy had gone to the forest of magical beasts. Kayet and Blorens formed one group, Lovilian, Ryan, and Sarander formed another, and Ansha had gone alone. Lovilian and Sarander exchanged a glance, and shook their heads slightly, about to say that they had not seen Ansha, when a telepathic message suddenly echoed in Lovilian's mind. "In the forest of magical beasts, a 6th-rank demon seems to be following her." Lucifer's message was very brief. How could there be a sixth-rank demon within the Empire? Before the girl could finish puzzling over it, Sarander had already explained the situation to Sazriel. Borans, upon hearing the answer, seemed deeply dejected. He waved his hand and left. Returning to the family estate, Luo Walian seemed a little weary. Even the luster in her azure lake-like eyes had dimmed. Adela, waiting at the entrance, saw how tired the young lady looked, and did not know what to say, so he could only offer a few words of encouragement. As the girl entered the hall, the ancient mirror by the door suddenly trembled violently, and the intricate patterns on its surface twisted rapidly, as if something extremely terrifying had appeared before it. Lucifer's scarlet pupils stared at the trembling mirror like a hunter watching prey struggle in a trap, mocking yet still moving steadily toward the prey. A demon god. The crow that Luo Walian had summoned was a demon god. The ultimate malice in the world instantly engulfed Daler's mind. All that remained in the mind of this banished eighth-rank nether creature was the blood red of Lucifer's scarlet pupils. Luo Walian looked at the trembling mirror puzzled, and turned to the crow on her shoulder, only to find that its pupils had somehow turned pure blood red. But unlike Daler in the ancient mirror, who was also staring into those blood-red eyes, the girl felt no discomfort. "What are you doing?" The blood-red color faded from the crow's eyes. "Inside this mirror is an eighth-rank nether creature," he said. Reason flowed through his deep black pupils. "And the mirror it inhabits bears a fragment of secrecy. For a demon god to enter the mortal world, it must possess complete secrecy." Lucifer looked into Luo Walian's eyes, and said word by word, "The price for me to enter the mortal world normally is that you lose secrecy, and the being in the mirror dies. By the way, having one's authority stripped away is not a pleasant feeling," Lucifer added. "Can you accept such a price?" Lucifer spoke the last sentence with a smile. "Is there any way for me to stop you?" Luo Walian asked softly. "There is." Lucifer was still smiling. The girl looked at him puzzled. "You only need to say to me, 'I don't want to.'" Lucifer gazed into the girl's azure eyes, eyes that seemed to truly have an infinite power to draw in his soul. "It's that simple." He smiled. Before Luo Walian could answer, he went on, "When I planted the demon seed, I was already considering entering the mortal world through another method, and that method had a very high chance of success." The crow turned its head and looked at the sky outside the hall. "Can you guess why I gave it up?" He turned back to the girl, his eyes warm with a smile. "Because of me." The girl pointed at herself, a delighted light sparkling in her eyes. This time Lucifer said nothing. Luo Walian suddenly burst out laughing. "You really truly have fallen for me, haven't you, little crow?" She hugged the crow tightly in her arms, and spun around once, her snow-white hair dancing in the air. The sunlight lit up her fair, delicate skin, as if an angel were bending down. Adelo had no idea why the young lady had suddenly become so excited, but seeing Luo Walian so happy, he stood by the courtyard gate and smiled gently. The next day, warm sunlight spilled into the girl's bedroom. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers from time to time, and the air was alive with vitality. The girl woke up on the white bed in her pajamas, her hair tousled, with a fair soft arm pressed against her forehead. Seeing the crow beside her pillow with its eyes closed, she smiled dreamily. She reached out and drew the crow into her arms, a happy smile at the corners of her lips. Lucifer's nose was filled with the girl's scent, and he opened his eyes to see only her delicate collarbones and fair skin. "Any tighter, and I'll be smothered." Lucifer wriggled his head free. Seeing the girl's laughing eyes, he suddenly lost all his resistance. "No, let me hold you a little longer." The girl reached out and pulled him into her arms again. This time Lucifer did not resist, only a little more amusement appeared in his eyes. The girl lay on her side, looking at the crow in her arms. "I know Daler is a nether creature, but is it 8th rank? I always thought it was just a somewhat smarter low-rank nether creature." The girl seemed a bit incredulous. "Surprised?" Lucifer shifted his position in the girl's arms. "A little?" The girl sniffed her delicate nose, then slightly furrowed her elegant brows and pouted. "You knew all along that the ancient mirror held an 8th rank demon emperor?" "Yes," Lucifer admitted frankly. "And what do you mean by all along? Less than a month has passed. Then why didn't you tell me sooner?" The girl curled her slender fingers and rapped the crow's head with her knuckles, laughing softly. Lucifer felt the sting, but said no more. "Once you obtain the complete authority of secrecy, will you be able to enter the mortal world in your true body?" The girl seemed to be waiting with a bit of expectation. Lucifer gave a slight nod. She parted her rosy lips, and whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, "Then I'll give you mine." As she said this, a ray of light seemed to flood into her eyes, instantly making them bright and sparkling. At the same time her two small fair feet began to swing restlessly in the air, as light and graceful as flowers swaying in the wind. Mid-swing she suddenly seemed to remember something, stopped short, paused for a moment, and added, "As for Daler's authority, you'll have to ask it." Hearing her words, Lucifer asked with great interest, "And if it doesn't agree?" There was a hint of teasing and mockery in his tone. "It has to agree whether it wants to or not." The girl was filled with heroic spirit, like a female general who had already won. "You must have a way to spare Daler's life, right?" Then she changed her tone, looking at Lucifer in her arms, with a pitiful coaxing expression. "After all, the little mirror hasn't done anything wrong." Lucifer's eyes were still full of amusement. Seeing the crow laughing, the girl laughed too, picked him up with both hands, and raised him high. "Little crow, you're the best." Breakfast time. Aidello had already finished eating. This old man who had followed that 7th-rank warrior on expeditions across the world was only a butler in name. Even Llewellyn's parents would have to greet him politely when they met him. Now the old man stood by the dining table smiling at the scene of the girl playing with the crow. The young lady had not laughed like this for a long time. Ever since her parents had left the world, Llewellyn had seemed to build a high wall around her heart, sealing the true living self deep inside. She still smiled and cried, but those were only emotions on the surface, and did not fully represent what she truly felt in the depths of her heart. She might not have seemed all that different from before, still able to deal with all the trifles and social encounters of daily life. Or more precisely, it was the vigorous vitality called life force. The young lady now was truly wonderful. A knock sounded, interrupting the old man's thoughts. A maid in white silk entered the hall, after receiving the old man's permission, and bowed slightly. Narcissus Academy has sent an envelope, and instructed the young lady to open it personally. She presented the letter with both hands. Aidello took the envelope. On the white envelope was an embossed narcissus flower. The intricate pattern was so lifelike that it seemed to give off a rich fragrance. He slightly closed his eyes, and concentrated to sense the magic circuits hidden within the envelope. Faint yet exceptionally clear threads of magic gradually emerged in his consciousness, interwoven like a spider's web, the very proof of Narcissus Academy. The white-haired old man held the envelope, his gaze falling on the girl not far away, who was fully absorbed in painting the crow's wings with cream. Ahem, the old man coughed softly a few times, trying to catch the girl's attention. However, the girl, immersed in her own world of creation, did not seem to notice the old man's attempt at once. She went on, spreading the cream in her hand, completely focused. The maid standing nearby saw this, couldn't help covering her mouth, and giggled. Hearing the laughter, the girl looked up, as if waking from a dream. When her eyes met the old man and the maid, who was stifling a laugh, a faint blush instantly spread across her face, which had been fair as snow, like a gorgeous flower about to bloom, shy and enchanting. "Narcissus Academy has sent a letter," the old man said with a smile, slowly handing the envelope in his hand to the girl. "For Llewellyn's personal attention. The graduation ceremony will be held in grand splendor at the Tiancong Island Grand Mansion this Sunday. Please be sure to attend on time. This ceremony will be a pivotal moment in your academic journey, and we look forward to bearing witness to this glorious occasion together with you. We hope you will make preparations in advance and welcome this special day in your finest form. Shuasian Academy." This short letter lay in Llewellyn's fair slender hand, and the stationery exuded the faint fragrance of narcissus blossoms. She gently unfolded the letter, her gaze sweeping across the concise and lucid words. When she read the final character, the exquisite narcissus pattern engraved on the paper suddenly bloomed with a dazzling white radiance. The light-like spirited sprites instantly filled the entire room. As the glow continued to intensify, the letter paper gradually turned transparent, as if it were about to dissolve into the light itself. In the blink of an eye, the entire letter transformed into countless tiny motes of light that drifted gently apart like brilliant stars in the night sky. The motes interwove and spun in the air before vanishing without a trace, leaving only a faint elusive fragrance lingering in the room. Lucifer, who had been quietly observing from the side, raised an eyebrow slightly, and offered Llewellyn a soft congratulations on your graduation. Llewellyn's beautiful delicate face did not reveal too much surprise. She merely responded lightly, "So I've graduated." Yet the slight furrow of her brow betrayed a hint of inner turmoil. Llewellyn shook her head, gently signaled to Aidello, and then walked back into the room. Lucifer followed closely behind, and softly closed the bedroom door, as if shutting away all the clamor and distractions of the outside world. The girl slowly turned around, her gaze falling upon Lucifer, with a tenderness as gentle as water. Her arms, as fair and supple as mutton-fat jade, cautiously stretched out and gently lifted Lucifer. The girl's azure eyes, like fathomless oceans, rippled with a myriad of convoluted emotions. The emotions interwove, as if 1,000 words yearned to be spoken, yet no one knew where to begin. "You will always be able to stay by my side, won't you, little crow?" Llewellyn parted her rosy lips lightly, her voice as crisp and pleasant as wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Yet no sooner had the words left her mouth than she seemed afraid of receiving an uncertain answer, so she hastily added, "But you're not allowed to speak." With that she extended her slender finger and lightly tapped Lucifer's head, signaling him to remain silent. Lucifer quietly gazed at the girl, understanding all too well the thoughts and worries in her heart at that moment. "Once you obtain the complete authority, will you be able to come to the mortal world and stay with me?" As she spoke, the girl pressed her smooth, luminous forehead gently against Lucifer's jet-black forehead. The faint warmth of the contact made Lucifer's heart tremble, as if a wave of warmth surged through his entire body. "Yes." At the same time, he clumsily tried to spread his wings and gently patted the girl's back, hoping to convey a little warmth and comfort. Hearing Lucifer's answer, the girl's face instantly bloomed into a radiant smile, as lovely and dazzling as a flower in full bloom on a spring day. She lifted her head slightly, gazing at Lucifer with a resolute and earnest expression, and declared solemnly, "Then I will entrust the authority to you right now." The girl closed her eyes, and the faint trembling of her lashes perhaps revealed her inner unrest. She waited for a long while, then opened her eyes, and saw Lucifer smiling at her. "You're teasing me again." The pretty girl arched her willow brows in anger, glaring at Lucifer with her beautiful eyes, while protesting indignantly. She raised her pink tender hand, and brought it down on Lucifer's head without mercy. And yet, that seemingly fierce blow landed rather softly on Lucifer's head. Still Lucifer put on a pitiful look, covered the spot where he had been struck, and blinked at the girl with an utterly innocent face. Then he slowly raised his head, and meeting her reproachful gaze, explained unhurriedly, "Although taking away the authority usually causes people unbearable pain, that only applies to ordinary people, you know. For an experienced expert like me, sparing you suffering is naturally no big deal." Hearing this, the girl's tense little face instantly fell, her cheeks puffing up like 2 ripe peaches with a faint blush. Her round lovely face looked like a flower bud about to burst into splendid bloom at any moment. Immediately afterward she extended her slender fingers and jabbed hard again at some soft spot on Lucifer's body. Seeing this, Lucifer reacted with lightning speed. He simply shifted his body slightly and dodged the girl's attack with ease. Unfortunately, he could not dodge the second flick that came right on its heels. With a crisp bang it landed squarely on his head. "And Daler." The girl narrowed her eyes slightly. Those already beautiful eyes now resembled a deep lake veiled by mist, profound and mysterious, as if concealing endless secrets and emotions that made one long to look deeper. Within the wreathing mist, clouds and rosy haze seemed to rise, making the entire scene dreamlike. Hearing the girl's question, Lucifer still wore a cheerful smile on his face, yet his voice carried a gravity that was barely noticeable. "Its situation is indeed rather complicated. Its authority has already solidified into a mirror, but for me, it isn't much of a problem. At most it will simply take some time." Hearing this, the girl asked expectantly, "Then how long will it take?" But the moment the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt she had asked too eagerly. Slightly embarrassed, she gently twirled a few strands of hair around her slender long fingers, and added, in a low voice, "Besides, Daler has never done anything wrong." As she spoke, she could not help stealing a glance at Lucifer, a trace of worry showing in her eyes. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, and answered with great confidence, "With me protecting it, dying won't be easy." As he spoke, Lucifer's jet-black feathers seemed to reflect a proud radiance that could not help but catch the eye. Seeing Lucifer so confident, the girl Llewellyn could not help beaming with joy. She clapped her hands quickly, the motion light and lively like an innocent child praising something she adored. She reached out and gently stroked Lucifer's crow head. "My little crow is truly amazing." This gesture made Lucifer feel greatly gratified. He even narrowed his eyes in contentment, savoring the girl's tender care. At dusk the setting sun slowly unfurled like an exquisite scroll painting. The setting sun gave off an unusually tender brilliance, like a kindly old man strewing his last warmth across the earth. At the horizon, orange-gold light fused with the blue-purple sky as if God had accidentally knocked over a palette, and let the colors entwine wildly into a dreamlike landscape. The imposing Bradley estate loomed tall, its gate soaring above the surrounding stillness, because it lay on the outskirts, and the Bradleys deliberately kept themselves apart. There was almost no sign of human presence. The girl stepped through the gate, and looked at the ancient mirror before her. At the same time, the crow on her head stared into the mirror with keen interest, as though it had pierced the glass, and peered directly into the mirror's soul. The broad mirror no longer trembled, as if it already knew its fate, and were waiting for the sword of Damocles to fall. "Nothing you want to say?" The crow spoke with a malicious smile. "No." Dola replied calmly. An odd light glimmered across the mirror, almost as if he were gazing at Lovilian. "I simply never imagined that the Saintess of the Church of Light would live in harmony with a demon god." So many years had flowed over him, yet this was truly something unheard of. "Are you really an 8th-rank demon emperor from the Netherworld?" Even though it had already been confirmed, Lovilian still found it hard to believe that an 8th-rank emperor's soul was hiding inside this unremarkable magic mirror that flattered her day after day. Lucifer was the same. Could it be that the Netherworld's prevailing wind was simply flattery? The girl's eyes suddenly curved into crescent moons, and her lips curled upward in a sly smile, as though she had just thought of something extremely amusing. Ahem. Lucifer gave a few soft coughs to signal Lovilian to continue. This was the plan they had agreed upon. The girl would explain to Dola and make him cooperate. "The mirror that now holds you is what little crow wants." Lovilian put away her smile, and said seriously, "Nor do you need to worry about being discovered by the rules of the present world and incurring heaven's punishment. Little Crow will protect you and take you back to the Netherworld." The girl stroked the crow atop her head, and Lucifer nodded in response. Was this supposed to be a choice? Dola wanted to quip, but had no idea where to begin. "Fine," the being within the ancient mirror said in a low voice. He did not know why the noble demon god would care about his opinion, but he had no right to refuse. "You need not worry about Alex." Lucifer guessed the anxiety in Dola's heart. "He will no longer pursue you." "Thank you." Dola had not expected that, after selling his authority, there would be after-sales service. After a brief silence he said, "May I ask your honored name?" Lovilian could even see the nervousness of the being within the mirror. "Fall and Death, Lucifer," the crow said dismissively. A moment later a pale humanoid figure floated up on the mirror's surface. Unlike a human, the being in the mirror had no facial features, only a huge eye opened and closed where its navel ought to be. It was quite similar to some low-ranked demons. If not for Lucifer's confirmation, it would be hard for her to imagine that this was an 8th-rank emperor. In the present world, some high-ranked demon races had their own systems of etiquette with strict distinctions of rank, and on the surface, they were even more civilized than humans. Only low-ranked demons still retained such chaotic appearances. Lucifer, however, was not overly astonished. In the Netherworld, except for a very few extraordinary beings, almost nothing looked like a human. Even humanoid forms were rare. Yet by some unknown rule, the more human-like a Netherworld creature's form, the greater its strength. Of course, there were exceptions such as Alex. Therefore most Netherworld beings evolved toward. Then the fragments turned into a drizzle of gray light as if drawn by some mysterious force, and streamed continuously into the crow's body. Huff. After completing all this, the crow let out a long turbid breath. Its exhaustion was not only because it had successfully taken the authority from Dola's hands, more importantly, in the comparatively weak form of a crow, returning an 8th-ranked Netherworld being safely to the Netherworld had cost it no small amount of energy and stamina. "Is it over?" Lovilian carefully lifted the crow from atop her head, and watched its eyes with concern. Seeing that Lucifer's blood-red pupils were gradually returning to their normal pitch-black color, Lovilian, who had been on edge, relaxed a little. "Almost." Lucifer replied, "Once I return to the Netherworld, I just need to wipe away the part of the authority that has developed sentience." A part of the authority that Lovilian bore had awakened sentience. "Give me a minute." After saying this, the crow toppled straight backward, and the girl, quick as a flash, caught it in her hand. "What's the matter, miss?" the maidservant carrying a watering can asked softly, when she saw her young lady's expression. "Nothing." Lovilian concealed the complicated joyful emotions in her heart and replied. She glanced at the watering can in the maidservant's hand. "Give it to me. I'll do the watering today." With that she reached out and took the silver watering can. The maidservant was taken aback for a moment, but did not stop her. She simply stood to one side watching her young lady's delighted appearance, and the crow that had just been placed on top of her head apparently sleeping. At Lovilian's elegant yet subtle signal, the maidservant in her plain dress nodded faintly, and withdrew from the tranquil courtyard with small silent steps. The graceful girl was once again left alone in the courtyard. She stood tall and slender in the center, surrounded by an exuberant riot of colorful flowers. Softly she hummed a melodious tune, its notes flowing like a clear stream, and mingling with the rustle of the breeze through the blossoms, forming an exquisite natural symphony. In her hand a fine watering can tilted slightly, and cool spring water poured from its spout like a silver waterfall. The shimmering droplets struck the dewy tender blossoms with unerring precision, splashing into count. It seemed as though the whole world had grown more beautiful because of her happiness. Little by little Lady Moon rose, shedding a soft radiance that was both lovely and dazzling. "Tonight, Mr. Wind also seemed gentle as he drifted through the courtyard, carrying a breath of flower fragrance." Thump thump. It sounded like knocking. From the void of the courtyard came a sudden noise. Llewellyn gazed toward the epicenter of the spatial fluctuation, knowing that he had arrived. Crack. That patch of space shattered like an icy surface, breaking cobweb-like fissures rapidly radiated outward from the fluctuant core. A gale howled out from the shattered space, ruffling the maiden's snow-white hair. She awaited the arrival of that person. Yet, what first met her eyes was the blood-colored moonlight pouring down from the other side of the rift. Lucifer stood silently behind the spatial gate, gazing at the young woman, who held a crow in one arm and a kettle in the other. Her skin, as delicate and lustrous as mutton-fat jade, gleamed all the more dazzlingly under the cold moonlight. Beneath Lucifer's gaze the girl gently extended her arm, slowly setting down the kettle, and the crow upon the ground, then made a gesture of embracing. Yet her steps did not move an inch. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, carrying a faint smile, as if she were quietly awaiting the arrival of something momentous. "Long time no see," Lucifer said softly. In truth, not much time had passed, merely a few dozen seconds, for when it came to crossing into the mortal world, he was always swift and resolute. At this moment Lucifer's originally paper-pale skin began to show a faint flush of color, and even his deep crimson eyes seemed to have softened somewhat. As a demon god from the netherworld, the absolute sovereign of corruption and death, he stood unquestionably at the apex of the pyramid among dark supernatural beings. Across eons of time at last his steps had truly, without restraint, trod upon the earthly realm. Effortlessly the demon god pulled the maiden into his embrace, inhaling the subtle fragrance drifting from her hair. This sense of security made him narrow his eyes slightly, as his arms tightened around the soft jade-like warmth in his arms. "If you hold me any tighter, I'll be squeezed to death." Llewellyn felt his breathing, and the fervent heartbeat. At the same time her own heart was pounding wildly. He. Lucifer, intoxicated by the maiden scent, loosened his hold somewhat. "Has the demon god achieved his wish?" The maiden lightly patted the broad and sturdy back of the young-looking demon god before her, a soft smile curling at the corners of her lips as she teased him gently. To her surprise, the demon god made no response for a long while. Sensing that something was amiss, she hesitated, then carefully spoke again. "You?" Her voice paused briefly, as if afraid to disturb something. "You're not crying, are you?" With a nervous heart the maiden tried to extricate herself from the demon god's warm embrace, to get a clear look at his face, and confirm whether her unbelievable guess was true. The moment she moved, however, his arms suddenly tightened, pulling her tightly against him, so that she couldn't move an inch. "So what if I did cry?" The demon god's somewhat willful voice sounded by her ear. He sniffled hard, then added, "Hold on a little longer." An indescribable fragility seemed to emanate from his words. Hearing this, all thoughts of struggling vanished from the maiden's mind in an instant. She nestled quietly in the arms of the demon god, who suddenly seemed so pitiable, feeling the violent rise and fall of his chest and the slight trembling of his body. She reached out and gently patted his back, as if tenderly soothing a wronged child. Time ticked by, and all around was still, only their embracing silhouettes appeared especially warm in the moonlight. After an unknown length of time, Lucifer slowly released his arms from around the maiden. "Your eyes are so fierce." She looked into his blood-red pupils and said with a light laugh, "But they're rather handsome, though." Of course, that was merely a jest. After all, the black-haired young man's eyes were still slightly moist and reddened, making the once awe-inspiring demon god seem even a bit frail. Lucifer naturally understood the maiden's intention to break the heavy atmosphere with banter. "They can't compare to your eyes,"
He stared dazedly into Llewellyn's eyes, which were like deep azure lakes, as if that blue water held an irresistible fatal allure that drew him in. He was certain that in the depths of his heart, he yearned desperately to uncover every secret hidden behind those eyes.
Are you completely free now?
The corners of the maiden's lips lifted, revealing a radiant smile, like a spring blossom unfurling.
She gently extended her fair slender hand, and carefully smoothed the young man's slightly disheveled hair, so that his eyes, which had been obscured and had shown traces of grievance, could once again be revealed under the bright moonlight. A breeze quietly drifted past, playfully weaving between the two like a mischievous spirit dancing merrily. The young man gave a slight nod. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, his whole demeanor became relaxed and at ease.
Free. At last.
Lucifer slowly raised his head, letting his gaze sweep over the dreamlike beauty around him. Vivid, gorgeous flowers bathed in the flowing silvery moonlight gently swayed their forms, like graceful dancers showing off their elegant movements. The silent vast night sky sparkled with countless stars, like countless brilliant gems inlaid upon a black curtain radiating a charming glow. What moved Lucifer most deeply, however, was the round white jade-like disk hanging high in the heavens. It hung quietly in the sky, shedding silver pure radiance, like a mother's gentle hands caressing the earth, bringing boundless warmth and comfort. Once his sky had always been dominated by a dreadful blood moon, bloody and oppressive. Now that terrifying blood moon had vanished, replaced by this soft silver moon. The air was suffused with a rick.
The maiden's call snapped the dazed young man back to his senses. The instant Lucifer turned his head, a cool and soft sensation touched his lips. The maiden stood on her tiptoes, and Lucifer's hands instinctively found their way to her slender waist, pulling her into another tight embrace.
At the shore of Chuanqing Lake, a silver, ice sheet completely covered the wide lake. Deep beneath it, Quillard opened his gray eyes and looked up at that silver curtain. That old fogey had placed his final shackle upon him. Alex laughed soundlessly in his heart. How strange. Instead of stopping Lucifer, who was clearly far more dangerous, he had come to stop him. An ordinary demon god, who only wanted to destroy an insignificant human city and sacrifice a few insignificant humans in order to enter the mortal world.
This seal forged with your life force, how much longer can it last?
Under Alex's control, Quillard shook his head. His grayish-white hair floated in the lake water, as if in regret. Crack, at the edge of the silver-white
ice sheet,
a barely discernible crack appeared and began to spread at an extremely slow pace.
You can't do anything at all.
A voice sounded from the lake bottom, and echoed for a long time through the cavern beneath the lake. The Rhine family's training grounds. Amid several pillars of black-heart stone, a golden-haired youth swung the silver sword in his hand. The not-too-broad blade glittered in the sunlight, as if a divine being had descended one sword aura after another spread outward, leaving long thin lines on the already scarred stone faces.
Hugh.
The youth exhaled, wiped a perhaps non-existent sweat, and looked into the distance. Outside the Imperial Capital, 12, Lark Street, second-floor bedroom. Brandel spread paper on the red table, picked up a quill, and dipped it lightly into ink.
Master, I have received your letter. But I truly cannot understand what exactly the calamity in your letter refers to. Who caused it? The Dean said the demon gods of the Netherworld covet the mortal world. What is it that they seek? And what can I do about it?
Without a signature, Thranduil folded the paper and handed it to the white dove by the window. The dove nodded in a human way, spread its wings, and vanished beyond the horizon. The girl stretched gently fiery red sunset hair cascading over her shoulders, and likewise looked into the distance. Tiancong Island. Gus tapped the chessboard lightly, and the queen piece hopped slightly. The old man's eyes were like an abyss, profound and unsearchable. Across the chessboard the carp gently flicked his long barbel's tail, unconsciously swaying in the air as he studied the board. Using his barbels, the carp nudged a piece, raised his eyes, and while signaling for Gus to continue, spoke.
About how much longer can your seal hold? 2 months.
The old man coughed a few times and answered.
Truly a prodigy of magic born from a rift in time and space.
The carp sighed softly.
With 8th rank power you can find a 9th rank demon god to the space of a single pond. Heh.
The old man paid little attention to the carp's praise.
You and I both know that demon god cannot use his full power in the mortal world.
With that the old man moved another piece.
At the very least, no demon god will be able to enter the mortal world within 2 months. On this basis alone you Gust have no shame.
Before the carp could finish, at the edge of the chessboard a jet black air current suddenly surged upward, like a violent raging wave. Powerful and savage, it carried a colossal current of magic that made hearts tremble, sweeping wildly in all directions with mountain-toppling force. Except for the small space around the chessboard, everything else was turned to dust under the raging onslaught. At the same time, the malevolence that surged wantonly was like the hideous maw of a demon. The bloodthirsty aura unique to the netherworld flooded the entire domed room, like rolling torrents. In that moment, even the originally bright light seemed suppressed by this evil power. Even the great sun hanging beyond the window dimmed, as if it had lost its former radiance. Flames blazed in the old man's eyes, which Wr. He lightly took off his hat, and set it on the chessboard. Behind him magic swiftly formed a pitch-black throne. He bent slightly, and sat down on the newly formed throne, crossing his legs for good measure. Lawrence stared in terror, his round bulging fish eyes locked dead on the demon god, who had suddenly appeared before him. His two barbels trembled fiercely, flailing wildly like seaweed blown by a gale.
Why you? Why you? Why you? You?
Lawrence stammered and shrieked, his voice turning shrill and piercing from excessive shock. His bulging fish eyes were filled with unbelief, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Every word seemed stuck in the depths of his throat, forced out with endless fear and shock.
Heh?
Gus felt the invisible dark magic that saturated the whole space. The enormous magic flow compressed the surrounding space almost to the breaking point, which meant all spatial magic would lose its effect here. Compared with the carved Lawrence, however, he was far more composed.
Impressive.
The old man couldn't help but let out an admiring sound. This was wholly sincere. Whether it was the means of circumventing the rules, or the power of a ninth-rank demon god, both deserved admiration. But rather than pondering how the enemy had done it, it was better to ponder what the enemy would do next. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, and said with a light smile,
"It's very annoying when the defeated put on such a look."
Of course he wouldn't go on a killing spree here, he only wanted to frighten Gus, but it didn't look as though it had worked.
"Then should I panic and flounder at the arrival of your excellency the demon god?"
Gus remained as unruffled as ever, as if the magic around him, enough to shatter the entire space in an instant, did not exist.
"Yes."
Lucifer nodded. He hadn't expected to truly frighten this old man anyway.
"You really are quite calm, old fellow."
The youth waved a hand dismissively, and the immense currents of magic around him faded from the old man's senses.
"I know you've made many preparations, but now that I've descended, do you have any other tricks?" "None."
Gus was candid.
"You are something."
Lucifer couldn't help giving him a thumbs up. The old man remained expressionless. Lucifer tapped the chessboard lightly. Each tap struck the hearts of everyone present.
"I won't interfere with the mortal world wantonly. You too may rest assured."
The carp sighed in relief at those words, but still kept his eyes fixed on Lucifer.
"Also, if you find a convergence point like Chuanqing Lake, notify me at once."
Lucifer waved his hand. Only then did the old man finally look at the young demon god in surprise, his grizzled eyebrows arching.
"Is it really that simple? Just like that?"
As if sensing something, the young man shrugged nonchalantly, then dissolved into black mist again, as though he had never come at all.
"Oh, and don't tell Lovillian I was here."
The final voice seemed to come from an immense distance, and echoed through the room.
"A demon god has entered the mortal world."
Lawrence clutched his fish head with both fins, and shouted at Gus, who was still sitting there.
"Didn't you say the demon god of corruption and death couldn't enter the mortal world this soon? Weren't we supposed to use this chance to reach a pact with him?" "Don't rush."
Gus chuckled.
"Though even I don't know how he managed it, there will always be someone who can restrain him." "Lovillian."
The carp stared at the old man in disbelief. The old man curved the corner of his mouth into a faint arc. In the imperial capital at the Bradley family estate, in a second-floor bedroom, a young woman lay on a mahogany chair by the window. Her slender figure was beautifully outlined by her nightgown, and she held a book in her hands, seemingly a little tired from reading, as she gave a small yawn. Suddenly the sunlight in the room vanished for an instant. When it shone again, a tall, straight-backed figure appeared behind her. She let out a soft snort, closed her book, and turned to glance at the grinning young man. Most of the frustration she had felt upon waking, and not seeing Lucifer, faded away, yet she still pursed her lips to show her displeasure. "Where did you go?" She gently put the book down and turned her head to ask. "Sunbathing." Lucifer answered as casually as anything. Then he took a soft punch from her. It didn't hurt, but he still staggered back a few steps, pretending to be gravely wounded. Seeing the exaggerated look on his face, the young woman laughed.
Don't lie to me from now on, she said softly. Lucifer got up and walked closer to her. What are you doing? The young woman looked at the approaching young man warily. Her azure eyes reflected the figure growing closer, his blood-red eyes, and aura drew nearer and nearer until they were only inches apart. Her cheeks flushed even redder, as if they might drip blood, and all she could do was mumble no. What are you thinking? Lucifer smiled, reached out to sweep the girl's tousled white hair back behind her ear, and gently pinched her cheek, which was burning hot. Soft. He took another punch. This time, however, he didn't back away. Instead, he moved a step closer. The young man lightly breathed in the scent of her neck, like a little dog sniffing at a bone. Feeling the warm breath on her neck, the girl's face grew even hotter. If a vent could have been installed on her head at that moment, she would probably have been engulfed in steam instantly. Are you scared? He laughed softly, and buried his head in the girl's shoulder, greedily drinking in her sweet and gentle scent. It was undeniably a poison capable of intoxicating a demon god of ruin and death. Would I be afraid of you? You little crow, she huffed. Lucifer curled one arm around the girl's slender soft waist, as if he were holding the whole world. I really thought that once I entered the mortal world, I wouldn't be able to resist running wild. But compared to such a boring plan as destroying the world, cuddling with the girl in front of him seemed like a rather nice choice. Hearing that, the girl twitched her delicate nose, as if she had found an opportunity to turn the tables. So I'm offering myself to a demon. As she spoke, she swatted away the demon god's wandering hand. Who ever heard of offering yourself to a demon like this? Lucifer looked at the girl's profile with an innocent expression. As God's perfect creation, her profile was still impossibly exquisite. You're not behaving, she said softly, tugging at the young man's shirt as she spoke. If I behaved, you wouldn't let me hold you. Lucifer hummed. Letting go was not an option. Let go and I'll hold you, the girl said with a laugh, though her face was still red and glowing like a bright apple. I'll give you a princess, Carrie. Hearing that, Lucifer did not let go. Instead, he slipped his other hand beneath the crook of her slender fair legs, then embraced her waist, and lifted her into a complete Princess Carrie. Naturally, this earned him a rain of soft punches from Princess Lovillian. Overwhelmed by the assault, Lucifer finally set the girl down on the windowsill. The sill happened to be just the right height for Lovillian, a head shorter than Lucifer, to look straight at him from her seated position. So beautiful, Lucifer murmured almost to himself. The girl before him was undoubtedly a peerless beauty. Her brows curved like crescent moons, her usually snow-white skin was like a mountaintop that had known 100 years of snow. When she was shy, her face looked like sunset clouds mirroring the 4 seasons of the mortal world. Especially her eyes. If anything in this world could wound this demon god, it could only be the disappointment reflected in that azure lake in her eyes. But right now, Lucifer did not believe he would ever disappoint her. What did you say? Lovillian watched Lucifer stare at her, mutter something, and then start zoning out. She tapped him lightly on the head and ruffled his black hair as an afterthought, saying, You look beautiful, Lucifer said seriously. Smooth talker. The girl gave a light pinch to the arm around her slender waist, then wrinkled her delicate nose. Keep saying that in the future, and I'll let you hold me. With that, she took the initiative to lean closer to Lucifer, her jade-like arm circling the demon god softly, a smile at the corner of her lips, as if she were embracing her entire world. This is your reward for yourself, isn't it? Lucifer called her out without mercy, only to be pinched on the back again. It's a reward for you, she declared fiercely, but her arms around him did not loosen. After a long while, pick me up, Lovillian suddenly said softly. I want to lie on the bed. Naturally, Lucifer wouldn't say something like do it yourself at a moment like this. He simply pulled her gently into his arms, and she fell into his embrace. With her soft form in his arms, Lucifer grew a little nervous. Your heartbeat is racing. Lovillian wrapped her arms around the young man's neck and blew softly against his ear. Since he had never even held a girl's hand in his past life, he could only head at this moment. Forcing yourself to stay calm. The girl tapped the tip of his nose and gave it a little pinch. Lucifer said nothing more. He walked to the bedside and prepared to set her down. In the instant, he lowered her, his lips met a cool touch, and then a fragrant breeze brushed his face. While he was still stunned, the girl slipped into the snow-white quilt and wrapped herself up, but her reddened ears betrayed the storm of emotions in her heart. Naturally, Lucifer would not let her escape. He tickled her waist through the quilt. Attack Lovillian could only squirm around beneath the covers now, and then letting out unwilling laughter
and a soft curse. After much play-fighting, Lovilian lay on the bed, with a crimson face, strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, breathing unevenly. Lucifer, on the other hand, still had his clothes neatly in order, and smiled gently at her. "Bastard!" Lovilian was furious. Seeing Lucifer laughing at her from the side, she hurled a pillow at him, but he caught it steadily. Seeing that Lucifer was about to launch another attack, the girl hurriedly pulled the quilt tight, and left only her head exposed, along with a pained face and pitiful eyes. Lucifer stopped, sat down on the edge of the bed, and gently stroked the girl's white hair. "What do you plan to do from now on?" Lovilian left only a pair of azure eyes exposed, as if guarding against another surprise attack from the person beside her. "Stay beside you, I guess," Lucifer said casually. "Then why were you nowhere to be found this morning?" the girl said with grievance. She even pulled the covers down to reveal her entire head, then felt it was not safe, and pulled them back up. Turtle hiding in its shell. Lucifer gave a soft laugh first. "Next time you call me, I'll come the moment you do." "Really?" The girl's eyes rippled with blue light. "Really?" The young man's eyes involuntarily softened, something extremely rare across all the endless years before, or rather something that had never existed at all. "And how do you explain your identity?" Lovilian pulled one hand out from under the quilt and grabbed Lucifer's hand resting at the edge of the bed. "You used to be this size, and now you're this big." The girl spoke with a laugh, and Lucifer listened with a smile. "Your identity in the mortal world is easy to settle, but what should we tell Grandpa Otto?" The girl fell into a quandary again. It wasn't as if she could say the little crow she had summoned had reached cultivation success, and turned into a human. "Right. Gus will take care of it." Lucifer stroked the girl's forehead with his other hand, and said softly. The girl, like an orange cat, simply nodded. "Welcome all of you to the Academy's farewell ceremony." The steady voice, amplified by magic, echoed across the training grounds. Seated in the front row beneath the temporary stage were 9 students, while behind them sat 16 teachers in total. Yes, the teachers outnumbered the students. This was precisely the gap between Tianthong Island Narcissus Academy and the Narcissus Academy in the Imperial Capital. When the younger generation generally stood at the first or second rank, with the rare third rank appearing only occasionally, Tianthong Island had concentrated its efforts on nurturing a generation of heaven-blessed prodigies. Their average was the 4th rank, an achievement most might never reach in a lifetime, yet for them, it was merely a starting point. Gus looked at the distinctive youth seated below, traces of appreciation shining through his aged eyes. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he occasionally stroked his snow-white beard. Anyone could see that this old man, over a century old, holding immense authority, and Lucifer leaned against the black jade pillar of the training hall. "None of your own students came to give you a great big farewell hug. Has this old man's heart been wounded? Want me to give you a hug?" Even Lucifer was amused by his own suggestion. "Heh heh." The old man remained all smiles. "The young look toward the future, embracing the past is what the old should do." Clap, clap. Lucifer applauded, whether he had truly heard the old man's words, or simply agreed with Gus from the bottom of his heart. "You were the one who constructed that illusion of the golden dragon." It was phrased as a question, yet delivered in a declarative tone. This indicated that the questioner was utterly confident in his own judgment. "Yes." The old man did not deny it. He merely extended a hand. "This is hardly the place for conversation." With that he turned and walked toward the shadows behind him. Lucifer shrugged and followed with indifference. Without his permission, one needed at least the 8th rank even to perceive him. But since Gus had put it that way, a few more steps cost nothing. He stepped past the rune-inscribed magic stones and entered the darkness. "Lovilian!" Sarander waved a hand in front of his friend, who still seemed to be in a daze. The white-haired girl snapped back to reality and looked at Sarander. "You've been grinning foolishly for quite a while." Sarander looked at the white-haired girl with bewilderment. At this moment, the blue-eyed girl was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Had she not been breaking into silly smiles from time to time, Sarander might have believed Lovilian had fallen under some kind of curse. "It's nothing really," Lovilian responded lightly. "Just thinking of something happy. Come on, let's go enjoy our banquet." Sarander did not dwell on it further. Taking Lovilian's hand, he led her out of the venue. There was still another gathering on Tianthong Island that evening. Behind the training grounds, Lucifer sat in a chair conjured from magic, while the old man remained standing unmoving. "This does make me look rather disrespectful to my elders," Lucifer said with a smile, but made no move at all. Gus merely chuckled.
Nokra's, that golden dragon.
A look of reminiscence surfaced in the old man's eyes, and deep within them seemed to linger a faint sorrow.
He and I were good friends.
Lucifer did not interrupt. The revelation came as no surprise to him. After all, it was hardly as if the great golden dragon had forced Gus to build the illusion for its sake. Gus's magical reserves, nearly the pinnacle of any living being in the present age, were hardly for show.
When I was in my 20s or 30s, I was only at the 6th rank. At that time, the demon race and the human race were locked in fierce battle on the main front.
As the old man spoke, he walked, and the environment around them transformed swiftly, as though they were traveling through space itself. A gentle breeze drifted from not far away, carrying the fresh scent of tender grass and soil intertwined and fused together. The scent was like perfume, meticulously composed by nature herself, making the heart light and the spirit clear. Looking up, the sky was pure and bright, like a colossal mirror polished with the greatest care, unmarred by a single wisp of cloud, reflecting the entire world with crisp clarity. Deep blue ruled the heavens, a boundless ocean suspended overhead, or an ancient mysterious scroll slowly unfolding. Beneath this picturesque sky, the vast grassland appeared even more lush and verdant. Seen from above, the endless green stretched out like a soft carpet of emerald, reaching all the way to the edge of sight. Wildflowers scattered across the grass in small clusters, red, yellow, purple, each blooming in its own hue, weaving a brilliant tapestry over the prairie. From a distance, the flowers seemed to sway with the wind, as if telling ancient and moving stories. Hearst Prairie, the lifelong pursuit of Gus's
beloved,
compared with what Lucifer had observed during his previous visit in. The old man seemed even a little proud.
Among the 6th-ranked demons of that time, not a single one could withstand even one exchange against me. No one was my match. I galloped across the battlefield at will, for I was a spatial mage. Even though the demon forces orchestrated measures against me, they still found no way to deal with me.
Lucifer was non-committal. Space had always been the exclusive privilege of 9th-rank divine positions. When someone could wield divine authority below the divine rank, it was only natural that he would be unmatched beneath the 9th rank.
I was more arrogant than anyone. At that time, everyone believed that this young man still under 30 would step into the supreme realm of the 8th rank in the near future.
Gus continued his account, his tone shifting.
But that young man was insufferably arrogant. He was certain he would ascend to the divine throne and become a truly supreme god. By then, the world would bow before him as well. He ascended to the 8th rank at the age of 44. In his vanity, he believed the divine throne was within easy reach, and everything could be had for the taking. Rumors spread across the world that deep in the forest of demonic beasts lurked an ancient golden dragon, the right hand of the dragon god, hailed as the most unyielding scale beneath the dragon god, a dragon sovereign presiding over nobility and keenness. It guarded the secret of the dragon god's ascension to the divine throne during the ancient era.
The old man's voice was no longer calm. It was as if the surging emotions of the past were flooding back through this aged body. He was certain he could ascend to godhood. He had no need for the so-called secret of godhood to claim the divine throne. Yet he still chose to journey to the demonic beast forest. Unsurprisingly, the golden dragon guarding the secret clashed with him. The dragon race's draconic magic was indeed uniquely gifted in destruction. Even he who considered himself invincible in this realm had expended no small effort to defeat the golden dragon. All the young man, who believed the divine throne was within arm's reach, did was hold the so-called dragon god's heart said to contain the secret of godhood in his palm for a few glances, then returned it to Neo Colossi. There was no mystery of godhood within it. In the years that followed, he who believed he had mastered the secrets of time and space often came to the demonic beast forest to discuss the hierarchy of gods with Neo Colossi. It was during this period that Neo Colossi told him the greatest use of the dragon god's heart was prophecy. It prophesied all factors that might cause upheaval in the mortal world in the future. For instance, the 5 demon gods from the netherworld would synchronize the fusion of the netherworld with the mortal world. One of the demon gods would use Star Lake as an anchor to try to enter the mortal world, and the disappearance of the gods. Having said this, the old man's expression became unprecedentedly solemn as he stared intently at Lucifer. But it seems the prophecy went awry. Lucifer shrugged indifferently. You are the sole variable, the old man replied frankly. The dragon god's prophecy did not mention that in addition to the demon gods of chaos and conflict there would be another demon god attempting to enter the mortal world. Equally, the prophecy did not mention that before the complete fusion of the netherworld, and the mortal world one demon god would genuinely enter the mortal world. Yet you still appeared before me, on the shoulder of Lucifer. A mere summoning spell called forth a demon god with the power to annihilate heaven and earth. No matter how one looked at it, it was absurd, laughable. The old man let out a breath and looked at Lucifer. Lucifer neither confirmed nor denied, musing inwardly. Was it because I am a transmigrator? The demon god of fall and death should have followed the destined course, and threatened the mortal world alongside the other 4 demon gods. But because of his appearance, the demon god of chaos and distortion perished, leaving only 4 demon gods in the netherworld. Yet his transmigration was not a soul transmigration. From the moment he awakened, he knew he was the supreme demon god of the netherworld, the sovereign of fall and death. Had the prophecy erred? Or was there another variable? The dragon god's heart should be in your possession now, the old man said calmly, gently picking up a fallen petal from the grass. A dewdrop rolled on the pale red petal, then slipped off with the petal's movement and struck a blade of grass. The blade shuddered and then returned to stillness. The old man lightly rubbed the petal, his fingertips became moist, and a faint floral fragrance spread. This? Lucifer extended his hand, and a golden irregularly shaped stone materialized out of thin air. It had been taken from the eye of the colossal statue within the dragon god's illusion realm. Yes. The old man blew softly. The petal rose into the air, danced about, and finally dissolved into pink specks of light that scattered. It can make one final prophecy. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, weighing the so-called dragon god's heart in his hand. Golden gleams wandered across its surface now, and then as if it were alive. You want this? Lucifer looked at Guzit. I don't need it, Guzit said with a smile. Although most of its prophecies are quite accurate, I do not actually believe in fate. Because no matter what it prophesies what should be done, I will still do; what should not be done I will not do. Then why did you speak with such certainty when telling me about the prophecy? That disbelief in fate, however, happened to coincide with Lucifer's own view. A breeze stirred Lucifer's hair, and he smiled. With a slight flex of his fingers, the dragon god's heart, reputed to possess prophecy, shattered in midair, and transformed into golden fragments floating in the void. The breath of time. Lucifer watched the broken golden light spiral around Guzit. No wonder it had the power of prophecy. Old man, you owe me a favor. Lucifer remained indifferent. He took a few steps forward, then seemed to think of something. By the way, arrange for me an identity as a noble officer when we get out. After saying this, Lucifer's figure vanished on the Hezite grassland. This was certainly not to call in a favor from Guzit. The authority of time concealed within a dragon god's heart could not be exchanged for the position of an imperial officer. Arranging an officer was merely a matter of a single sentence for the supreme counselor of the Royal Magic Alliance. Guzit stood there watching the golden light dancing in the air, stunned for a long time. After a long while he finally let out a soft laugh. In that instant the golden light converged upon the old man. Black hair grew out from between his originally white locks, and the marks of time rapidly receded from his withered body, as though the master of time had cast a reversal spell upon him. When it was over, the old man looked at the lines on his palm. In his right eye the pupil blazed like the sun, radiating endless light. The old man grinned. At the party, Lion and a blue-haired youth were arm in arm. Perhaps because at that moment all he could do was shrink like a quail, listening to Lion boast this way and that. So magnificent that you can't even speak coherently. A cold voice cut in a lifeline for Atia, who was drowning in distress. Sister, he's drunk. His youthful face seemed about to cry. Atia was the youngest among the 10, so he called everyone elder brother or elder sister. I'll handle this. Celandir, with a cold expression, extended her left hand to support Lion. Before the golden-haired youth could react, his whole body had already fallen into her embrace. The girl's light red eyebrows arched. Her right hand clenched into a fist several times, then relaxed. She merely helped Lion to a seat at the dining table, occasionally patting the youth's back gently. Adia watched the figure by the table. Shadow veiled his pupils, making his thoughts unreadable. Are you going to have some fun? A pleasant voice sounded from behind. Lucifer appeared behind the youth. She had been following Celandir all along. Haha, I can't drink too much. The youth rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, and gave a shy smile. MHM? The white-haired girl said no more, walking straight to the table where Celandir sat. Adia's lips curled into a faint arc. The Saintess of Light. Interesting. Suddenly a hand fell on Adia's shoulder. Under the youth's bewildered gaze, as if he doubted his very existence, the newcomer chuckled. Twin demon gods. Interesting, huh? Achaea's smile froze on his face, as if every bone and drop of blood in his body had been frozen by bone-piercing cold. Since the moment of his birth, Lucifer had instinctively assumed that each demon god was a singular entity wielding authority over its own domain. This habitual way of thinking caused him to overlook the fundamental reason why the fourth demon god of the underworld was so weak. Twin-born upon the throne, greed and tyranny, the Aitoya before him was the answer. There was no mistaking it, that aura of sustenance was all too familiar to him. Countless times he had sought to seize this demon god's authority, but the tripartite balance of power had always stayed his hand. The twins upon the supreme throne had lowered one of their own in rank, transferring authority to the other, a scheme not unlike the 8-tiered body within Alex's pyramid mausoleum. Yet the transference of these natural twins was evidently far more convenient.
Let me guess, you handed your authority to your brother upon the same throne, allowing yourself to enter the mortal world as a low-rank underworld creature.
Lucifer's smile at this moment was undoubtedly a smile of terror, even for a demon god like Aitoya. In the underworld, a demon's smile was always enough to chill one's blood, but to a demon god such tricks were merely low-rank games. Yet the youth's low murmur behind him kept grating against Aitoya's nerves. Even now he had no idea how he had been exposed. Nor did he even know who stood behind him.
But why is your twin brother so weak? By all rights, if you gave him all your power, he should not have dwindled to such a state.
The one behind him seemed lost and thought, his hand on Aitoya's shoulder tapping rhythmically against his collarbone, as if continually provoking his breaking point. Before Aitoya, gritting his teeth and preparing to fight to the death, could speak, the one behind seemed to hit upon an answer.
He cannot bear it.
The youth behind him seemed utterly convinced of his deduction, and Aitoya could even sense the smug expression upon the other's face within the shadows.
Twins born to a single throne bear the power of one demon god precisely because neither of you alone could fully withstand the complete might of a demon god. Therefore, the twin who bears all the power can only rely on sheer physical constitution to forcibly accommodate the entirety of a demon god's strength. That compatibility is unstable. Even he himself cannot fully command that power.
The one behind grew more and more excited, as if he had just discovered the answer to a riddle.
That is why he appears so feeble. That is why he dares not participate in the fixed output of the underworld's origin, because he lacks the strength to protect himself amid the conflicts for its spoils.
Cold sweat dripped from Aitoya's forehead down his youthful face onto the grass, his mind utterly blank.
Are you afraid?
Inquired the one behind him. The one behind stopped his speculation, lowering his voice, as he drew close to the youth's ear and whispered softly. Aitoya bared his teeth and remained silent. He could sense the surging power transmitted through the hand upon his shoulder. Such power should not exist in the mortal world. Without a doubt the person behind him was also a demon god. But how could another demon god enter the mortal world? Yet he had no time to ponder this question now.
Impressive.
Lucifer offered genuine admiration.
I thought what I had done was already remarkable enough.
The young demon god sighed.
Heh?
All Aitoya could manage was a strained smile through clenched teeth.
What did you come to the mortal world for?
Lucifer responded with perfect ease, tightening his grip on Aitoya's shoulder as he spoke, this time fully seizing hold of the demon god's soul, his very foundation. The magic Aitoya had been mustering within his body subsided in an instant, and this drama, that had not even qualified as a battle, was thoroughly concluded. Aitoya smiled with resignation and raised his other hand to wipe the cold sweat from his face.
For power and authority, of course.
At this moment, he seemed to accept his impending death and grew composed.
Aren't you the same?
He asked with a faint mocking smile. Actually, no. But Lucifer did not bother to refute it.
Are there still unclaimed authorities in the mortal world?
Lucifer raised an eyebrow. Aitoya fell silent. He seemed not to have expected that the demon god behind him knew nothing at all.
You don't know?
He asked softly.
Should I?
Lucifer raised an eyebrow.
Go on then. But I'd advise you not to try any little tricks. Huh?
Aitoya let out a breath, quite surprised by Lucifer's answer.
You are Lucifer, Lord of Fallen and Death, are you not?
He asked, seemingly offhand. Lucifer said nothing, only tightening his grip further. Aitoya's youthful face instantly contorted, as if an unbearable weight had been pressed down upon him. His entire soul seemed to lose all sensation. In that instant Itoya almost felt his soul being torn into countless shreds on the verge of shattering completely. Lucifer lightly tapped a knuckle against the back of the youth's head, and the boy recovered from the agony of a sundered soul. Once Itoya regained his senses, he hesitated no longer.
In the inherited memories of the primordial demon gods, there is a record that after the ancient gods vanished, their authorities scattered. This is the very information left by the origin demon god, the first of all demon gods, imprinted into the source of the underworld. The gods joined forces and carved the world's negativity apart, forming the underworld. Those negative dark forces and authorities became the source of the underworld. Because of the towering surge of negative emotions converging, the origin demon god born from that source then wove them into the blood moon of the underworld. The origin demon god refused to submit to the gods' restraints. After the gods vanished, he forcibly broke through the rules and entered the mortal world, but in the end, he too perished by those same rules. Only one sentence was sent back. The gods of the mortal world do not exist, but the authorities have always existed. These are all memories from the inheritance. Every word of it is true.
Itoya spoke at breakneck speed, resolving many of Lucifer's doubts in a remarkably short time. The prophecy of the 5 demon gods was not wrong, because the demon god of greed and tyranny was 2 beings. Had Lucifer not appeared, the demon god of chaos and distortion would not have died. Everything would have continued along the predetermined path. No, there was still one flaw. Gust's claim that no demon god had interfered with the mortal world earlier than Alex of the Starfall Lake was wrong. Was it because Lucifer's appearance had caused the demon god of greed and tyranny to intervene ahead of schedule?
The gods of the mortal world do not exist, but the authorities have always existed,
Lucifer murmured in his heart. The ancient gods had suddenly vanished, the authorities of the mortal world were scattered, and the gods did not exist. Everything seemed to point toward one answer, an answer he had perhaps known from the very beginning. The authorities were alive. Lucifer smiled silently in his heart. He released his grip on Itoya's shoulder, and the moment his hand withdrew, Itoya felt his soul branded with a mark, the mark of death. So it really is you, Lucifer. Itoya had guessed correctly, and yet he truly could not bring himself to smile. The invisible barriers around him rapidly shattered in Itoya's perception. Had those barriers not been there, they would have been discovered long ago, for the 2 of them had been standing far too close.
Why are you here?
A delighted voice rang out. Itoya, head lowered, looked up to see a girl's exquisite smiling face, though clearly not meant for him.
Just came to see you.
Then he watched the demon god of fallen and death walk toward the girl with a smile that made him sick, spreading his arms as if to embrace her. Heh. Itoya did not even know where to begin with his complaints.
You know what to say.
A frigid voice sounded in the depths of Itoya's heart. He raised his head to glance at Lucifer, who was smiling as he embraced the girl, then lowered his gaze to the grass beneath his feet. Heh. Lucifer breathed in the girl's delicate scent, and unconsciously held her a little closer. Lovillian seemed to suddenly realize they were at the Academy soiree. Her face flushed crimson at once, like the sunset clouds woven around the setting sun. Lucifer loosened his arms in the same moment, but his fingers still closed around her hand. I spoke with the headmaster, and he happened to arrange an officer's identity for me, Lucifer said in a low voice. From now on we can openly be in love. A smile tugged at the girl's lips, and her voice unconsciously grew louder. Belatedly realizing this, she covered her mouth and glanced nervously toward Sarander. Seeing that Sarander had been watching Ryan all along, she breathed a sigh of relief. From now on I can just say you're a young promising officer, and it's natural for us to be in love. She went on excitedly beside his ear, her eyes almost sparkling. A noble young lady, and a promising young officer. Her laugh was like a silly roe deer that had found food, which made the corners of Lucifer's mouth lift of their own accord. So what reward do I get, noble young lady? He lowered his head until it rested against the girl's soft cheek. She rose onto her tiptoes and gave her lover a reward, like a light butterfly bestowing a gentle kiss on the flower it adored. Touching the damp trace on his cheek, this time it was Lucifer's turn to grin foolishly. Look at you, you hopeless thing. Lovillian tapped the tip of his nose with her fair hand, smoothed back his wind-tossed hair, and straightened the crooked tie on his chest. When did you arrive? While Gus was giving his speech, but you couldn't see me then. I thought you said you'd wait for me at home. Lovillian was confused at first, then bared her cute little fangs, and demanded fiercely, then you lied to me again. Heh. Lucifer did not answer directly. So you deceived me after all. The girl pinched Lucifer gently on the waist, making the young man suck in a sharp breath. Yes, I shouldn't have lied to you. Give me another hug and I'll forgive you. Idia watched the two of them whispering and pressing close before his eyes, as stiff as a weathered stone statue. The Holy Maiden of Light and the demon god of the Netherworld were lovers. How could the Holy Maiden of Light ever love the demon god of the Netherworld? Perhaps he had better slip away quietly. Just as he was about to take a step, a curious female voice forcibly halted him. Idia. Why are you still here? Lovilian asked in surprise, then realized how it sounded. Oh, that's not what I meant. The girl changed her tone. What I really meant to ask. She looked at Lucifer with a skeptical gaze. Why have you two men been lingering in such a dark place for so long? He and I took to each other at once. Took to each other at once, Lucifer said with an awkward laugh, rubbing the back of his head. Right. Seeing Lucifer's hollow smile, Idia also managed a wooden smile. Yes. This gentleman's knowledge of magic has been a great benefit to me. Before Lovilian could react, haha, I still have some things to take care of at home, so I'll head off now. Enjoy yourselves. Idia vanished into the shadows. After that hasty farewell, the girl looked back at Lucifer. There was something unclean on him. Lucifer smiled. I exorcised it for him. He actually wanted to thank me. The girl only grew more suspicious. Lucifer didn't know what to say. Should he say there was really nothing between him and Idia? What nonsense. You two had better not be hiding anything from me. The girl sniffed, unclenched her fist, and took Lucifer's hand. Come, I'm taking this new you to meet Sarander. Ah, Lucifer was baffled. Isn't it too soon? The girl cast him a glance. Lucifer shut his mouth, and let the girl in the white evening gown lead him to the table where Sarander was. Ryan was hunched over at that moment, his whole body curled up, like a boiled shrimp, his face as pale as paper, and cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He kept both hands clamped firmly over his mouth, and wave after wave of nauseating retching sounds rose from his throat. With each violent retch it felt as if his stomach were being turned inside out. He was utterly miserable. The lawn before him was already splattered with his vomit, and the sharp pungent stench spread swiftly, seeming to thicken the air itself. At the once lively ball, the space within 10 meters of Ryan was empty. Only Sarander stood beside him, quietly watching the scene, occasionally patting his back, with an expression that was hard to describe. Every time Lucifer looked at Ryan, he felt amused. That blonde kid really was a riot. The flame-haired girl sensed someone approaching and looked up. Seeing Lovilian holding a young man's arm looking quite intimate, Sarander's mind short-circuited for a moment. This is my beloved. The girl gently patted the young man's hand, and Lucifer smiled warmly. Lucifer had met Sarander before, so he had a basic measure of her. But Sarander had never seen Lucifer's true form, nor did she know when her closest friend had started a relationship. Still, she had no time to ask the details. Holding Ryan up, she smiled at Lucifer, with a hint of awkwardness. Hello, she forced herself to say with composure. Lucifer nodded to show he had heard. Has Ryan had too much to drink? Lovilian asked, looking curiously at the golden-haired youth, who was still bent over. He's too foolish. That mention rubbed Sarander the wrong way. He knows perfectly well he can't hold his liquor, but he just had to drink, and look what happened. The worst part is that he won't even use battle chi to drive out the alcohol. If Ryan hadn't wanted to get drunk, no amount of wine could have felled a fourth-rank genius warrior. You look just like a dutiful wife, Sarander, Lovilian said teasingly, leaning close to the red-haired girl's ear. When are you two going to get together? Sarander's face flushed red, but she still chose to counterattack. Then it has to wait until you get married first. By the time you do, maybe we'll have gotten together by then, she said softly. The white-haired girl looked as if a steam furnace hidden in her head had suddenly been opened, gurgling out steam. Sarander chuckled. The pearl of the Empire looks lovely when she blushes. Why are you lowering your head? She pressed her advantage. Oh dear, I was wrong. Lovilian held her best friend's arm, and used her other hand to try to cover Sarander's mouth. With a slight turn of her head, the red-haired girl dodged Lovilian's attack, and refrained from beating the drowned dog. By the way, where is Anxia? Hasn't she come back yet? Lovilian scanned the surroundings, and did not find the graceful figure of the Empire's princess. She disappeared during her training, and hasn't been found until now. Sarander's tone became grave. Most likely she was at the demon race's stronghold. Standing nearby, Lucifer silently answered that question. It was probably yet another case of a special constitution coveted by the demon race meant to extend the lives of a few dying old relics, or perhaps they would simply take her back and brainwash her, turning the Empire's princess into a demon. In an instant Lucifer thought of dozens of possibilities. But this had nothing to do with him. Lu Weilian looked at Lucifer.
At that time I only saw a 6th-rank demon following her, but I didn't look into the specifics.
Lucifer transmitted via telepathy.
Under normal circumstances finding her is very difficult.
Actually, it's not that difficult. Although he would not use his full power because using strength beyond the limit in the mortal world would cancel the effect of
concealment.
Even so, a 9th-rank demon god could still rampage through this world. He only needed to go directly to the demon territory and declare that he was looking for the Empire's princess Angzia. If he did not see her within a set time, he could equally blame every demon. Regardless of whether that 6th-rank demon successfully brought Angzia back, or even if Angzia was missing under the threat of annihilation, the demons would definitely search with all their might. They would even start to worry about Angzia's safety. After all, a demon god would kill every demon equally, and the demons had no power to resist a demon god's slaughter. He possessed the greatest violence in this world, and violence often linked to power. Lu Weilian nodded, indicating she understood.
If you need, I can find her.
Lucifer spoke still via telepathy.
No need.
Lu Weilian replied in the same manner.
Just stay with me.
She looked up into Lucifer's eyes. Those azure eyes reflected complex emotions that Lucifer couldn't quite understand.
Do you think I am heartless?
She asked softly, stirring ripples in Lucifer's heart. Lucifer realized she was referring to not needing his involvement in Angzia's matter. After all, he was a demon god. If he intervened, then as long as Angzia was alive, she would certainly be safe. Yet Lu Weilian's answer was no.
No, I don't.
Lucifer chuckled and shook his head, this time without telepathy. Even if one were to call it heartless, it wasn't heartless toward him. The white-haired girl just smiled. Serendil stood by, watching their silent exchange, feeling rather superfluous. Then she heard the tall, slender young man suddenly say,
"No."
Well, now she knew they had been telepathically communicating.
You two chat, I'll take Ryan back.
Serendil felt she should leave them space.
Ah.
Lu Weilian reacted.
No need, no need.
Seeing Serendil about to carry the dizzy Ryan away, Lu Weilian quickly followed, and before leaving she lightly touched Lucifer's lips.
Wait for me at home.
Lucifer, standing there, watched the girls departing back, and his crimson pupils unconsciously softened. How wonderful.
Who?
Lucifer let out a breath, turned to look at Adia, who was walking backward, and chuckled.
What's so afraid of your brother?
Lucifer smiled innocently, but from Adia's perspective the smile was terrifying, as if his flowing blood had frozen.
How could that be?
Adia smiled stiffly.
You are my beloved friend, my sworn brother. How could I be afraid of you?
The river of blood in the underworld was still flowing, and the branded vertebra of the demon god of chaos and distortion, which held authority, had yet to be found. Lucifer suddenly stepped forward, and Adia immediately stepped back. They stared at each other. Lucifer smiled happily, but Adia's smile was forced.
Let's go.
Lucifer clapped his hands.
I'm in a good mood today. All right, all right.
Adia was on the verge of tears, feeling the death brand on his soul. He even thought dying here would be fine. But one thing at a time, the young man quickly vanished from the spot. Lucifer watched Adia's back, his expression turning serious. He pondered for a moment. Was there something special about Sky Island? Why did Adia choose this place? Here lived the strongest human mage, yet Adia still risked becoming a student of Sky Island, so he must be seeking something. A hidden authority. Lucifer's gaze wandered. The moonlight of the night filtered through the clouds, casting a spotlight on the young man's shoulders, like a solo performance on the world stage. The Underworld. A vast abyss stretching thousands of kilometers. The land on both sides of the abyss was stained black by endless blood. Occasionally skeletons emerged from the soil, howling and burning, only to accidentally fall into the abyss, utterly devoured by the deepest darkness. At the bottom of the abyss stood a pitch-black palace. This enormous palace was built against the rock wall on one side of the abyss. Prolonged shadows made it damp, and even a few eerie blood-red flowers had grown nearby, swaying gently in the blood-scented wind. The blood moon in the sky still emitted a faint red glow, gently draping the entire underworld in a light red veil, but the bottom of the abyss was devoid of any light. Only pitch blackness. Inside the palace, in the center of the hall, a bronze coffin lay quietly as, revealing its occupant, a young man with an extremely pale complexion. He had deep-set eyes, and a high-bridged nose, but notably his left eye seemed to have been slashed by something sharp, leaving a terrifying scar. The young man opened his eyes. The dark brown pupil in his right eye rolled stiffly, as if not yet adjusted, while his left eye socket held only a ghastly white.
Brother, brother!
Voices seemingly from far away echoed throughout the palace, making the young man's eyes grow clearer.
What happened? Atia!
Ligier responded softly, his voice accompanied by a hoarse cough.
Lucifer has also entered the mortal world. He found me!
Atia's anxious voice seemed to cross space, causing the young man to pause.
That demon god of corruption and death.
The young man seemed very surprised, even pushing the coffin lid to the ground, causing the entire palace to shake.
How did he enter the mortal world?
Ligier could barely control his emotions, but after only a short breath, he calmed down.
What did he do?
As if the elder brother's steady voice had a calming magic, Atia slowly recounted the events to Ligier.
Impressive.
Ligier slightly raised his head to look at the palace ceiling.
I thought we were the only demon gods who could enter the mortal world.
This equally ancient demon god murmured.
Return to the Underworld first.
He pondered for a moment, then issued an order to his younger brother.
At least remove the death mark on you. But we have already found that thing, and soon.
Atia's voice suddenly rose.
You discovered.
Ligier placed his hand on his forehead, staring blankly at the palace ceiling.
Did he discover it too?
The elder brother's words made Atia, who was hiding in the garden, tighten his heart, as if grasped by an invisible hand. He knows. No, he doesn't know. Atia hesitated for a moment, then said firmly to Ligar, in the Underworld it was pure chance that he ran into me, and it almost seems he came here only for a human girl. A human girl. Even though he could not see Ligar, Atia could imagine the shock on the other's face.
Yes.
Atia said gravely, he seems to have fallen in love with that human girl. His youthful face showed a troubled look. Understanding love was very difficult for him. A high-ranking demon god had bowed down for a human girl because of love. This was utterly incomprehensible to him, even though he had already spent a year in the mortal world and had seen many couples. But to fail to understand was to fail to understand. Do you have any way to control that girl? Ligar stopped mid-sentence. His younger brother had now been seized by death. Come back. Ligar felt a profound weariness, not only in his soul, but also in his body. I'm a little tired. This body bore a power it was never meant to bear alone. Every inch of bone and blood was crushed by supreme authority and might. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Ligar knew the weight of those words better than anyone. Across space the exhaustion and pain seemed to pierce through everything. It should have been the elder brother who entered the mortal world. He had a keener mind and a stronger body. All right. Atia knew his elder brother's pain, and his own mood could not help but sink. Something warm and wet seemed to roll down his face. After a long silence, he raised his hand. Love. It didn't seem like anything very noble either. The youthful boy looked at the tears in his palm and grinned. Only his eyes were rimmed red. Chuanqing Lake. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Faint moonlight drifted through the shadowy woods, and fell silently upon the rocks beside Chuanqing Lake. Because the demon beast city had fallen, no adventurers remained here, and most of the demon beasts were still fighting the human reinforcements at the front. The human soldiers did their utmost to buy time for the evacuation of those in the rear, yet they themselves could not understand why the Imperial High Command still ordered a retreat when reinforcements were continuous. The demon beasts in the demon beast forest were dwindling, and the enemy was weaker while they were stronger. Meanwhile the cracks in the ice over Chuanqing Lake continued to spread, and a black aura from the lakebed kept corroding the entire lake. The star-like fish, once symbols of beautiful wishes, had been corrupted. Their scales once golden and gleaming. A feeling of dread rose in Alicus's heart, and as the old man moved, the dread gradually turned into reality. The old man opened his hand and gently stroked the silver ice. The seal, which had already begun to show fine cracks, slowly mended in an instant, as if time had reversed and everything had returned to the very beginning. How is this possible? Alicus roared, his voice almost passing through the seal. The old man could even picture the furious expression of the demon god beneath the lake. How can a seal bought with life force possibly repair itself? Alicus seemed to suddenly understand something. In an instant, he shattered the rock above his head and rose to a position less than a foot from the lake surface. Eerie blue flames seemingly inextinguishable blazed in his eye sockets, as he fixed his gaze on the golden light in the old man's right eye. Time. The time of the seal had been rewound. Alecus opened his mouth, as if to say something but fell silent. Why did the old man hold a portion of the authority of time? Why could the old man contain an authority? Why the moment he obtained it did the old man rush straight here? His eye sockets seemed to tear, and he clenched his teeth. Fine. Waves splashed across the lake as if bearing the demon god's towering wrath. Very well then. But still not a single drop touched the old man's body. The silver-haired old man simply stood on the silver ice coldly staring down at the raging demon god below. You have no chance, he said softly, as if laying down an immense burden. Why bother? Compared to the raging demon god, the now calm Alecus was even more terrifying. He gently patted the veins that had bulged from his earlier fury, and spoke with a smile. If I enter the mortal world, I would only be interested in the authorities scattered across it. What you wish to protect, what you yearn for, what you possess, all of these. None of these will I take. I will bring no loss to the mortal world. You will still. But you have no humanity. The old man interrupted Alecus's speech, his aged calm face devoid of any superfluous expression. Heh. Alecus had no intention of arguing further. Why would a god have humanity? Why would a god need humanity? All I know is that if you keep stopping me, Lucifer will enter the mortal world before I do. Alecus suddenly began speaking very quickly. He is more brutal than I am more. Alecus stopped abruptly, because he saw the look of pity on the old man's face. An enemy's pity was rarely anything good. Alecus was not foolish enough to miss it, but he did not want to believe it either. Don't tell me he has already entered the mortal world. Alecus was almost muttering. Gus did not answer the distraught demon god. No. An unprecedented roar shook the heavens. I never imagined the world could be so absurd. Alex muttered blankly, standing on a rock at the bottom of the lake gazing up at Gus, who was still repairing the seal above his head. Why could Lucifer enter the mortal world this early? Why? Like waiting for a fruit to ripen. He had waited for this fruit for so long, and then all of a sudden someone casually plucked a fruit from the tree, and it turned out to be ripe. What? Shouldn't the normal script be that the one who impatiently plucks the fruit receives a bitter punishment? Why did he get to taste the sweetness instead? What on earth did Alex do wrong? I was merely destroying. At this thought, Alex looked up at the sky, no longer watching the old man. The moon in the present world was indeed round. On the other side, Lucifer lay on the maiden's bed. The feeling of being wrapped in her delicate fragrance was deeply reassuring to him, just like when he had first emerged from the origin of the Underworld. Moonlight spilled impartially onto the windowsill, gently flowing across the wooden floor of the bedroom. The oak floor reflected silver light like silver-white elves dancing. The window was closed, so there was no wind. As he waited, his tightly shut eyes fluttered and opened. His blood-red pupils were like 2 points of crimson flame in the darkness, cold yet mingled with a trace of warmth. The warmth of humanity. She's back. Lucifer glanced down at his trench coat and undergarment, all perfectly neat. That's not good. He deliberately messed up his collar so Lovelian would lean in again to fix his clothes for him. This? Lucifer's expression was stern and earnest, as if he were truly a private who had completed his mission. Lovelian gave a soft laugh, tapped the private's upturned nose, and then looked at Lucifer with feigned seriousness, as if she were truly a general inspecting her soldier. Well done, Corporal Lucifer. Next you have an even more arduous task to complete. The white-haired girl looked mysterious, clasping her fair hands behind her back and pacing beside Lucifer. The maiden's fragrance was undoubtedly the most deadly scent in the world to Lucifer, yet, at this moment, the demon god still stared straight ahead, with a solemn air, seemingly a well-trained soldier with an unshakable will. Can you escort your general to the bed? Lovelian's small face was serious as she reached out, both hands waiting to be picked up. Lucifer couldn't help but laugh, prompting the girl to punch him. Don't laugh. The girl furrowed her delicate brows, like a curved moon veiled by clouds casting a hazy layer. I won't laugh, I won't laugh. Lucifer wrapped his arm around the white-haired girl's slender waist, and she naturally crossed her fair arms behind Lucifer's head. Her long, soft silver hair cascaded from the young man's arm, like the Milky Way hanging upside down in a dream with rippling white waves. Your clothes are messy again. The maiden in his arms wrinkled her delicate nose, freeing one hand to adjust Lucifer's undergarment. To maintain balance, she had to lean closer to the young man's chest, shifting her center of gravity against him. Lucifer felt her jade-soft body in his arms, his thoughts wandering, but he made no other move. He merely smiled at the girl in his embrace. After fixing his collar, she noticed she was being stared at, and froze for a moment. Then she saw the young man suddenly lean, and his blood-red pupils drawing closer and closer to her. Her fair straight calves quivered up and down. The pure white evening gown just above her knees fluttered back and forth with her movement, and her jade-white feet danced in the air. After a long while,
Lecher!
Blushing crimson Lovelian gave a soft spit like a drunken white cat, her whole body going limp.
You're too beautiful,
Lucifer said seriously, tightening his arm beneath the girl's knees, drawing her even closer. The white-haired girl's delicate face and the young man's chiseled deep features were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Every wisp of warmth made both of them tremble with desire.
Little crow's tongue so glib.
The girl's face grew hot, but she continued her advance. Her seemingly weak arms pulled her up again, pressing her firmly against Lucifer's neck, like a koala clinging to a tree, as if they would never part. This sense of security nearly suffocated Lovelian with contentment.
Stay with me,
she said softly.
Mm.
Lucifer gently patted the girl's shining back, listening to her soft whispers by his ear. The moonlight outside the window gradually faded, as if unwilling to disturb their tranquility. A long time passed. Feeling Lovelian's breathing grow steadier and her fair arm almost slipping from his neck, Lucifer patted her shoulders softly as he moved toward the ornate maiden bed. He gently placed the soft body in his arms onto the bed, as if laying down the most precious treasure in the world. The sleeping girl did not wake from his release. The smile still hung at the corners of her mouth, like a pure angel gazing upon the sentient beings of the world. Feeling her steady breathing, a curve unconsciously rose on Lucifer's lips. A crimson light flashed in Lucifer's hand, and when it faded, a red agate bracelet appeared in his palm. This was a product of the Underworld's origin. Lucifer still didn't know what authority was contained within it. After all, before an authority truly Mani. In the deepest part of the Underworld within the pyramid tomb, Alex, whose soul had returned to its body, slowly seated himself upon the vast and supremely luxurious throne. His towering form exuded a chilling aura, and the majesty of the demon god pervaded the entire domain. The pair of horns on his head, symbolizing the pinnacle of demonic power, twisted and spiraled upward, resembling two ferocious dragons entangled in combat. The surface of the horns was densely inscribed with mysterious runes, like ancient magical incantations containing boundless dark power. Whenever Alex breathed softly, those runes would flicker in response. Sometimes they resembled a faint flame flickering and dim, carrying a trace of eerie and dazed light. The ghostly blue flames blazed fiercely in the sockets of the demon god, their strange and profound glow seeming capable of piercing the endless abyss of darkness. At this moment, he exuded a heart-stopping pressure, yet also revealed a hint of barely perceptible calm. His rough and brutal fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne, in a seemingly casual yet rhythmic manner, each tap producing a crisp and dull sound, like drumbeats from the depths of hell, shaking the soul. With the rhythm of the tapping, the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly, forming ripples barely visible to the eye. He was waiting. Rumble. The towering main gate of the pyramid slowly slid horizontally, as if the ancient heart had begun to beat again, and the blood-red moon once again draped a pale red and hazy veil over the tomb that had not seen light for 1,000 years. He had arrived. Alex was not surprised by the arrival of Lucifer. Lucifer's humanoid form appeared small before the towering door, but the light of the blood moon stretched his shadow extremely long all the way to the foot of the throne. Alex smiled, contemptuously stood up, and whether I Flolisi asked with a light laugh, while handing the removed top hat to the shadowy hand that had materialized. As the shadow hand descended, the hat also sank into the darkness.
The ancient gods have vanished. There are no deities in the mortal world now. You should both know that as long as any one of the three of us can enter the mortal world, those unclaimed authorities will almost certainly fall into his hands.
Flolisi ignored the looks of disdain from Lucifer and Alex, as if they were looking at a fool, and continued.
The mortal world and the underworld are merging, and the rules of the mortal world are loosening, which means that a ninth-rank existence could be born in the mortal world at any time. And once someone steps into the ninth rank, that is a trouble. Troubles can be dealt with, but they are still somewhat disgusting. If the three of us demon gods obstruct each other, then none of us will have the chance to enter the mortal world, and the authorities will be devoured by those ants. Even if we eventually enter the mortal world, those desserts will have been tainted.
Saying this, Fluelli's eyes seemed to feel disgusted and coughed lightly. Seeing that the flames in Alex's eye sockets seemed to be fueled by impatience, Fluelli's eye quickened his speech.
Rather than fighting among ourselves, it would be better to join forces.
Alex's blue flames flickered, as if mocking, even emitting a laugh. Fluelli's eye did not understand why Alex was laughing. This well-dressed old gentleman looked at Lucifer by the tomb entrance, showing confusion.
I don't know what happened, maybe Alex has gone mad.
Lucifer said with a smile. He had returned to the underworld merely to mock Alex for fun. After all, Gust had obtained the authority of time, and although unable to fully accommodate it due to the rules of the mortal world, it was enough to completely seal the Lake of Stars. Unexpectedly, an even greater amusement had presented itself. Fluelli's looked at Alex. Alex's smile faded.
Lucifer has already entered the mortal world. Your conspiracy seems to be useless.
He sneered, glancing at the tall figure at the door.
He is the first demon god to enter the mortal world.
Alex knew that once Lucifer entered the mortal world, he would certainly not allow another demon god to enter. Even if he now allied with Fluelli's, what would it matter? Even if Lucifer was currently in the underworld, they could not even seriously injure him, let alone when Lucifer could enter the mortal world at any time. What could two demon gods, who could not fully exert themselves in the mortal world, do to a superior demon god, who could operate with full strength in the mortal world? Nothing at all. Fluelli's alliance never had a chance from the start. And he considered himself to have only failed when about to enter the mortal world. At least, he had approached the goal. What about Fluelli's? Lucifer has already ascended to the heavens, and you are still crawling on the ground asking me how to walk. Fluelli's lips still curled upward, forming a faint smile, but the smile seemed somewhat unnatural. Hee. With this soft laugh, his unfathomable eyes slowly turned toward Lucifer's figure. A layer of thick ink-like shadow quietly enveloped his face, like an invisible curtain completely concealing any possible emotions and thoughts. In this dense darkness, no one could see what he was pondering. Even the slightest change in expression was thoroughly hidden, like a pearl sinking into the deep sea, vanishing without a trace. Could Lucifer be killed here? This was clearly impossible. Thoughts kept surfacing in Fluelli's mind. Although he had played the role of a clown tonight, it did not affect his rational judgment. How did Lucifer bypass the rules? And when did he enter the mortal world?
Stop thinking, what can that brain of yours come up with?
As if sympathizing with a fellow sufferer, Alex's urge to ridicule reached its peak at this moment, not even caring about the usual demon god dignity.
Fool! Let's talk business.
Lucifer was puzzled for a moment. He had simply come here to have some fun. What serious business was there? Did Alex really think that making fun of him was serious business? That would be hilarious. Alex looked at Lucifer. The young demon god's sharply defined features were thrown into stark relief under the blood moon. His tall, slim silhouette and unhurried confidence exuded the air of a noble. He did not believe that Lucifer had come only to watch his embarrassment. This was the tacit understanding between demon gods. The ancient demon god took a step forward, and the entire pyramid tomb trembled faintly, as if responding to Alex. The magic in the air surged wantonly like a boiling cauldron exposed to even greater heat. With every stride of his massive, overbearing frame, Alex's dark blue pupils grew deeper and more profound. Deep blue flames seemed to burn with an eternal secret between one flicker of the fire and the next. The two demon gods were less than 10 steps apart. You cannot sense the authority of the mortal world, can you? Alex spoke softly, his voice echoing through the entire space. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, while the crimson light behind him blazed even more intensely. Yet he still stood proudly, the blood-red glow serving only as a foil to that noble figure quietly draping him in a pale red veil. Dark magic appeared behind Lucifer like a hurricane churning up towering waves. Lucifer at its center was like a sovereign in the eye of a storm commanding thousands. So what? He said with a light laugh, and did not bother to retort with nonsense like, can you sense the authority of the mortal world? Combined with what Flores had just said, that the first demon god to enter the mortal world could easily claim its authority, and the contemptuous smile on Alex's face, as well as Aga lurking on Sky Island, it was not hard to guess that every demon god except him had a special perception of authority. But it seemed that this perception only took effect in the mortal world. Otherwise Alex would never have chosen that ancient mirror bearing the authority of secrecy to banish Doral. It seemed that Alex was pleased to have finally found a flaw in the perfect demon god. But his smile did not last long before he calmed down and looked at Lucifer. You really are special. The thoughts in Alex's mind kept realigning themselves, as if an unprecedented conception was beginning to take shape. But he did not say anything more. You will never perceive where the authority in the mortal world lies. The authority left behind by the ancient gods will forever be beyond your reach. He drew out his voice, as if his majesty would expand with it. You could only obtain those authorities that even the gods disdained to accept in the ancient era. Even if the authority left by the gods lay right before you, you would not be able to perceive it. Alex's voice grew louder and louder until it filled the entire pyramid tomb, and yet it caused no real damage to the tomb. Lucifer remained expressionless, but he was turning things over in his mind. What had the ancient gods left in their authorities? The will of the gods was born from the awakening of authority. Was Alex still unaware of this? Were the inherited memories of demon gods not shared? Or had Atia deceived him somewhere? Although Lucifer's hand had touched Atia's soul at the time, he could not guarantee that Atia had not lied. A lie did not necessarily require falsehood. Truth could just as easily build a lie. So what had those awakened consciousnesses done to themselves before they disappeared? Why could they block his perception? They made it so that even when he held the dragon god's heart in his hand within the dragon god illusion realm in the mortal world, a heart that contained a fragment of time's authority, he could not sense its mystery. It was only when Gus told him of its use in prophecy that he inferred it carried a portion of time's authority. But why could they not block the perceptions of the other demon gods? Atia's remaining on Sky Island was clearly because he knew that the authority left behind by the ancient gods was there. And it was only the authorities that had once awakened that retained the ability to block perception. Those authorities that had never gained consciousness from beginning to end were still as conspicuous as the sun in the night. Take the authority of secrecy for example. He had known the authority hidden in the ancient mirror almost the instant he touched it. But the secrecy on Lovillian had only gained consciousness. When the city of demon beasts was about to fall, it was only then that he perceived that secrecy. After all, half of secrecy was already enough to deceive a demon god. Yet the devouring authority inside that demonic sword had not blocked his perception. No. He had sensed the authority contained in the sword, while in the underworld, in the mortal world, he had not carefully examined that demonic sword. Then why could he have such keen perception of authority in the underworld, yet, in the mortal world, he could not search out and discover the authorities of the gods? Transmigration? The word surfaced in Lucifer's mind. He did not belong to this world, and neither was his fate interwoven with its threads. But why was it that only the authorities that had once become gods blocked him, while those that had always remained as manifested objects had no such obstruction? While he was pondering, a voice rang out. Turmoil and strife. Alex suddenly spoke, the demon horns atop his head swaying gently, as their master moved, runes symbolizing authority constantly surfacing on their surface. Depravity and death. He looked at Lucifer again meaningfully. Shadow and abyss. Greed and savagery. Chaos and distortion. He looked at Lucifer once more. The underworld is a collection of all that is negative. You know this all too well. His dark blue flames burned quietly, and even the space within the tomb seemed warped by that terrifying heat. So what are you trying to say? Lucifer still acted indifferent, and in truth, he really was indifferent. At present, he had no great longing for authority or power. What am I trying to say? Alex smiled faintly, seeming pleased to have seized the initiative in his conversation with Lucifer. After all, over the past 1,000 years, he had never seen this young demon god take the initiative to ask him a question. Unparalleled physical constitution and supreme control over magical power combined with the authority of negative attributes. This is what makes a demon god. Since the origin, demon god was born 10,000 years ago. Conquest and rule over the world have been etched into the souls of demon gods. Ask yourself, do you not yearn for a great war? Alex raised his hands excitedly and looked at Lucifer. Your blood, your bones, your soul, every inch of you is telling you. Spill blood across the world, turn every land within sight into scorched earth, let war trample those so-called peaceful havens, and savor the screams and wails of living beings. Is that not the most beautiful music in the world? Is it not? And my authority is the very root of war. All I need is for you to help me enter. All I need is for you to stop preventing me from entering the mortal world. My authority is enough to plunge the world into panic. Even if you can enter the mortal world now, you cannot truly seize its true power. Then let me, your older brother, help you. All I need is for you to stop blocking me. He looked at Lucifer with fervor, but found only calm in Lucifer's blood-red eyes. After a passionate speech, the orator's blood was boiling, yet his audience merely watched him calmly. An audience that cannot empathize is the greatest insult to an orator. You don't have that thought. Alex, shocked, looked at the young man standing upright before the entrance with a calm face, and asked, his voice nearly failing him. Huh? Lucifer was stunned for a moment. You really are a peculiar demon god. Alex remained silent for a long moment before forcing out a few words. It seems that ever since you were born from the Netherworld's primordial source, you have been utterly repelled by it, as if everything in the Netherworld makes you uncomfortable. In the time just after your birth, as one of the Netherworld's supreme rulers, you chased after a way into the mortal world with near-mad obsession, even at the cost of grievous wounds. Alex recounted Lucifer's past. You seemed to care nothing for anything in the Netherworld. You even feared that the Netherworld's mad essence would change you, and so you kept yourself in a state of slumber for an almost immeasurably long time. It was precisely because of this that the demon god of chaos and distortion underestimated you, and paid for it in blood. You do not even have the savage, bloodthirsty nature of Netherworld creatures. Yet your authority, the authority of fall and death, kept growing on its own. The blood-colored soil of the Netherworld is indeed a hotbed of death. He chuckled softly. At this moment Alex no longer resembled a demon god eager to unleash war, but rather an older brother chronicling his younger brother's experiences. All of you, he murmured, his tone beginning to shift. It is truly enviable. The ancient demon god raised his noble head and stared intently at the young demon god before him. The azure flames reflected the young demon god's calm blood-red pupils. Rather than saying I am the special one, why not say that you are the special ones? Lucifer shrugged. Perhaps demon gods are just supposed to be this way. He seemed to think of something, and chuckled softly, the image of a white-haired girl surfacing in his mind. What do you envy about me? Lucifer taunted. Envy that I hold a multitude of authorities. Envy that I possess even greater power. Or envy that I am younger than you. Lucifer suddenly changed his tone. Then you truly should be envious. His tone grew light. But from Alex's perspective it was contempt. The blood moon of the world beyond the gate still hung high in the sky, and its pale red moonlight divided Lucifer, who stood near the gate, from Alex, who had already returned to the throne. Beneath the blood-colored moonlight the young demon god stood proudly. In the pitch-black shadows, the ancient demon god remained silent for a long time. The two demon gods calmly looked at each other. I will find a way into the mortal world. I hope you will still be able to stop me when that time comes, Alex said in a low voice, sitting back upon the towering throne. It was as if at this moment only the throne behind him truly belonged to him. I do not advise you to enter the mortal world before I do. Lucifer shook his head, as if genuinely trying to dissuade him. If you come at me alone you will die. The young demon god very calmly stated the consequences of the other's unauthorized entry into the mortal world. So I suggest you wait until the Netherworld and the mortal world have completely merged. Perhaps Flores will come to give you a hand by then. Otherwise, if you enter the mortal world alone and face me, things will really turn ugly. Heh. The demon god on the throne gave a soft laugh, and did not refute him. Or perhaps he could not. What is your real reason for stopping me from entering the mortal world? Alex tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. Is it because you want to search slowly one by one for the authorities left behind by the gods in the mortal world? Having said that, Alex shook his head, rejecting his own hypothesis. Lucifer seemed to have no such ambition. You cannot bear to see the mortal world's creatures slaughtered. After that, Alex laughed at himself. No matter how extraordinary a demon god might be, he could never have the slightest connection to kindness. Suddenly the image he had seen while transformed into an avatar before the altar surfaced in his mind, a white-haired human girl, and on top of her head, Lucifer. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter, as if he now knew the answer to everything. That white-haired human girl. Lucifer raised an eyebrow. He did not deny it. Instead he smiled, and said, "You got brains?" He gave Alex a thumbs up, though Alex might not have known what it meant. The demon god of fall and death cares about a human girl. The flames in Alex's eyes danced wildly, as if he had discovered something incredible. With every other possibility eliminated, the remaining answer, the most unlikely one, was the truth. This demon god who governed turmoil and strife laughed for a long time. If tears could exist in his flaming eye sockets, perhaps one might truly have seen traces of dampness. What a surprising, and yet not surprising answer. Shrouded in shadow, Alex appeared imposing and solemn, but his mood now seemed quite good. "All right. Now you know where my bottom line is," Lucifer said nonchalantly. "I don't know what you will do next, but I hope you will stay clear of my bottom line." To a rational, steady demon god like this one, Lucifer chose to plainly draw his bottom line. If the other was clever enough, he would not provoke him deliberately. There are degrees even among enemies. Lucifer and Alex had not yet reached the point of irreconcilable life-and-death enmity. However, if the opponent were a top-tier chaos-loving demon god like Florus, Lucifer would prefer to use his fists. Love truly is something marvelous, Alex said, but you should know that the demon god of origin died because of love. That is something even the foremost among demon gods cannot control. It is also something that can make gods fall. Alex's words carried a hidden implication. The exalted bow their heads and topple from their altars for love. The base find new life because of love. I had no idea that the origin demon god had died for love. But Lucifer remained expressionless. "You know a lot about it then?" he asked. "Perhaps." Alex said no more. He waved his hand, motioning for Lucifer to leave. The dense shadows concealed everything, as if Alex had done so deliberately. Lucifer gazed at the throne in the shadows, and the towering figure seated upon it. "Heh." Lucifer turned around, tore open space, traversed the void, and returned to the mortal world. After a long while, the demon god on the towering throne let out a soft laugh in the darkness. The morning sunlight that day was not harsh. The sun cast a gentle luminous glow over the whole world. Against the vast sky, the warm sun hung like an oil painting on an azure canvas. In the courtyard, Lucifer lay on a chair, feeling the breath of the morning breeze. Suddenly a faint fragrance drifted toward him. Just as he was about to open his eyes, two slightly cool hands covered them. Before the mischievous Lovillian could speak, Lucifer had already answered in solemn earnest. "My wife." The girl's face instantly became as rosy as the morning sun at the edge of the sky. But she did not let go. Instead, she leaned down and gently pecked Lucifer on the cheek. "Correct." The white-haired girl loosened her hands, then wrapped them around the young man lying in the chair. Her cascading white hair spread across Lucifer's chest, and the scent of her body grew more intimate. "The reward is too small." Lucifer reached out, gently twirled a few loose strands of her silver-white hair around his fingers, and brought them to his nose to inhale. "Pervert." The girl clicked her tongue softly, but moved a little closer to Lucifer. "Only for you." Raymond was a baron in the empire, but he was also in secret a bishop of the Church of the Death God. With disheveled gray hair and the soft build of middle-aged, Raymond half closed his dark brown eyes and studied the envelope before him. The envelope was embroidered with black spider lilies spiraling outward in ring after ring, and a dark gold seal was pressed over its opening. After sealing the letter completely, Raymond inspected it carefully. Satisfied there was no oversight, he handed the envelope to the white dove by the window. The dove spread its wings and flew toward the horizon under Raymond's gaze. The Church of the Death God had always sent messages with black crows, but recently, for unknown reasons, the Church had ordered a change of messenger, apparently because the divine envoy's incarnation was also a crow. "Father." A girl's voice came from outside the door, crisp and clear, along with a knock. "Come in." A smile tugged at the corner of Raymond's mouth. He rose slightly and looked toward the doorway, which had just been opened. A graceful young girl stood at the threshold, wearing an exquisite pale green dress, one hand still pushing the door, the other holding a flower basket. The basket was filled with colorful blossoms, and in the instant the door opened, their fragrance poured into Raymond's study on the breeze from outside. "Is something the matter?" Raymond walked toward his daughter and gently stroked her long black hair. Feeling her father's kind touch, Scarlet narrowed her eyes unconsciously, but she still did not forget why she was here. "The flower basket." She tilted her head up slightly. "My friends from the academy, and I picked them in the Starcy Grand Garden." Seeing the smile shining on his daughter's face, Raymond's smile grew even wider. "The flower basket is very beautiful." He took the basket from her, as if it were a rare treasure of the world. "Are your classmates at the academy easy to get along with? Has anyone been bullying you?" Perhaps most fathers' voices involuntarily soften when they speak to their daughters, leaving none of the authority they show outside. "No." Scarlet shook her head, then looked up at the few strands of white hair on her father's forehead. "Father hasn't rested for a long time. You must take good care of yourself." Noticing his daughter's concern, Raymond smiled, as if a little embarrassed. "Father will." The father and daughter talked for a while, Then the girl prepared to leave. The middle-aged man simply watched her retreating figure with a smile. Rest well. The girl already out the door turned back to look at her father. Raymond was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and answered, "I will." The door closed once more. "I will." The middle-aged man murmured to himself, "It will all end." The last adventure. At the entrance to the Bradley family estate, Lucifer stood tall in formal attire, his chest held high. The silver-armored guards at the gate did not immediately drive him away. After all, there were always out-of-towners who wanted to see what the famed Bradley family of the Empire looked like. Of course, if one could also catch a glimpse of the Empire's radiant pearl, the future Saintess of Light, that would be something to boast about. The gate was built in an open-work design, with silver sword and blade runes running throughout its entire structure. The main entrance was a pair of double doors, with 2 guards standing on either side, silver swords hanging at their waists. Under the sunlight, the silver armor was dazzling, and the guards stood faithful at their posts. Lucifer was of course not standing at the gate to sunbathe. He needed a legitimate reason to enter and leave the Bradley family estate. Lucifer handed the guard the envelope the young lady had made not long ago. The guard on the left received it, while the guard on the right stared at Lucifer, ready to react to any sudden movement from the young man. Sensing the magical trace hidden within the envelope, that guard returned the invitation. He waved his hand to tell his companion to open the gate, then stepped back to show that Lucifer could enter. The huge gate swung open, and the flowers in the courtyard swayed gracefully. Bathed in mild sunlight, they were a riot of color, like a paradise on earth. Lucifer walked into the courtyard, carefully surveying the surroundings, even though it was not his first time here. A passing maid glanced at him, and then secretly studied him closely. After all, the Bradley household, including the butler, maids, cooks, and everyone else, numbered barely more than 50. Everyone knew one another, so the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar young man naturally drew attention. Lucifer walked. He raised the silver sword high, as if ready to meet the demon's fierce assault. Odro stared at the painting in a trance, seemingly unaware of Lucifer's arrival. "You're the crow on the young lady's shoulder, aren't you?" The white-haired old man did not turn around, but his steady voice spread through the entire hall. "Impressive." His admiration was sincere. Lucifer did not deny Odro's guess. A veteran who had fought for years on the battlefield, and was straightforward by nature, once such a man voiced his view, he was bound to hold it with great certainty. He was merely asking a question while already holding the answer. The old man turned around and studied the young man behind him, his well-defined features, his upright bearing, and then his eyes. The old man's deep eyes seemed able to penetrate everything, yet they could not see through those blood-red pupils to the thoughts within the young man's heart. "Apart from your skin being a little too pale, almost sickly, which I find somewhat hard to accept, the rest is not bad." Odro delivered his assessment, and he certainly had the right to do so. Lovelian's parents had died long ago, and the founder of the Bradley family was still away at war. Only this old man, who had once followed her grandfather, and had withdrawn from the front lines due to severe injuries, had accompanied the girl as she grew up. Lucifer naturally could not refute that. Skin that had not seen sunlight for years would indeed be pale, even sickly, drained of color. He could of course change it with magic, but that would only be an illusion. He had been like this since his birth from the source of the Netherworld, and no matter how many long years passed, he would remain the same. "Grandpa Odro." Lovelian came down the stairs with a light step, her crisp voice reaching the 2 people in the hall before they could see her. "Is Lucifer here?" "Well, there's a traitor." The moment Lucifer heard the girl call out the name Lucifer, he knew she had told Odro his identity. A young girl in a white trailing gown wearing low-heeled crystal shoes appeared lightly before Odlo and Lucifer. Crossing the staircase, she was like a deer in the forest, leaping over a clear stream, graceful and agile. Seeing a familiar red-eyed youth already standing behind the old man, she smiled first, then shyly stuck out her tongue at Lucifer. "After you left, Grandpa Odlo asked me where the little crow had gone, and I couldn't hide it from him." The girl's telepathic voice chimed, like a clear spring, in Lucifer's heart. "I'll make it up to you tonight." Feeling it insufficient, she added playfully, "What compensation?" Lucifer grew interested, replying through telepathy, but his face remained expressionless, fearing Odlo might notice. "Tonight. I'll take the initiative." The girl's soft whisper seemed to linger around the young man's ears until Odlo cleared his throat. The youth snapped out of his reverie, offering an awkward yet polite smile. "That works." Meanwhile, Lucifer responded to the girl in his thoughts. "If there's something to discuss, do it privately. No need to exchange glances in front of an old man." Odlo tapped the table lightly, though not truly angry, and chuckled softly. Hearing this, Lovilian lowered her head, her delicate face, like a rosy apple. Yet she walked to Lucifer's side, and under the astonished gazes of Othello, and Lucifer linked her arm with his. Othello glared at Lucifer, though he had learned the truth that morning it didn't improve his mood.
Oh well, as long as the young lady is happy.
The old man shook his head, looked at Lucifer, and communicated telepathically.
Treat our young lady well. The Bradley family has only her in this generation. If you do anything to betray her.
Othello left the sentence unfinished, but Lucifer knew what he meant. Waving his hand, Othello walked away slowly. Othello seemed unaware of his identity as a demon god. Lucifer looked at the girl in his arms, but she only blinked her azure eyes at him, staring blankly.
How did you explain me to him?
Lucifer naturally wanted to know.
I said you were a promising officer in Mozo City. Grandpa Othello has been retired from the front lines for so long, so he's not familiar with the Empire's young generals. That's how I fooled him.
The girl blinked innocently, her small hands gently encircling the youth's waist, and she clung to him like an octopus. Lucifer recalled the longing look Othello had given the oil painting on the wall, not the look of an old soldier truly content to stay behind the lines. Besides, how could the old man who had watched Lovilian grow up fail to see through her little tricks? After all, Lovilian's thoughts were written all over her face.
Carry me on your back.
The girl hanging on Lucifer shook him, signaling him to lift her.
Where to?
Lucifer, momentarily disoriented, instinctively hoisted the girl onto his back. Her soft and lovely body pressed closely against his, and a faint fragrance emanated from behind her head. He could even hear her breathing.
Upstairs,
the girl said softly, tugging at Lucifer's collar.
Hurry, hurry.
Her cheerful voice echoed through the hall. Othello, who hadn't gone far, paused in his steps, sighed, then quickened his pace.
You can't even walk this short distance.
Lucifer shifted the girl upward, but his body obediently moved toward the staircase.
This trailing gown is way too big.
The girl on his back pouted, complaining, and gently sniffled with her delicate jade-like nose.
And these shoes are so uncomfortable to wear.
As she spoke, she mischievously kicked forward her fair, slender, and long legs. The girl's calves were elegantly shaped, like a finely carved work of art. On her feet were a pair of exquisite low-heeled crystal shoes, perfectly encasing her small, delicate feet. Her skin was fair as snow with a hint of pink, and the slightly exposed toes were like freshly ripened white grapes, tender and tempting, enough to make one want to stop. Lucifer averted his gaze, looking straight ahead with determination. The girl seemed to sense the change in the man beneath her, her azure eyes glinting. As they ascended the spiral staircase, she kept swinging her smooth, shining calves, and occasionally nibbled on Lucifer's ear, making him blush.
You like looking at my legs that much?
The girl whispered mischievously into his right ear. Carrying Lovilian, Lucifer felt a current surge through his right side, softening it.
Haven't you touched them before? Why so shy?
The girl pressed on, smiling brightly.
Stop shaking.
Lucifer said, his hands supporting her from behind, only able to verbally admonish her. Hearing this, the girl seemed to grow even more spirited, intensifying her
attack.
The girl let out a soft cry, her face suddenly turning crimson. Lucifer's lips curled upward as he stopped his restless hand behind her.
You bad guy.
The girl breathed softly, her voice weak, and lightly punched Lucifer.
Behaving now,
Lucifer said with a grin, lifting her slightly again, causing her to cling tightly to his neck.
I won't behave.
The girl remained defiant, gritting her teeth and shaking her little hands on Lucifer's head, but to no avail. This naturally provoked Lucifer's
counterattack.
After a commotion, the girl lay on the youth's back, her face flushed.
Aren't you going to move?
She said softly, tweaking his ear.
How can I move when you keep distracting me?
Lucifer blinked innocently and chuckled.
You bad guy.
The girl had no strength to argue.
Kiss me once and I'll take one step,
Lucifer said cheekily. The girl still muttered refusal, but Lucifer's steps began to move upward. When they reached the girl's bedroom, Lucifer gently set her down. The trailing hem of the gown, which had been dragging on the wooden stairs, occasionally sparkled as the gems embedded in the white dress caught the light, like a lost treasure brought to light. Lovilian nearly collapsed the moment her feet touched the ground, and Lucifer had to steady her.
It's all your fault.
The white-haired girl glared at him, petulantly puffing her cheeks. Lucifer laughed it off, not retaliating. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to ask why the girl in her trailing gown and low heels could descend the stairs nimbly, but not ascend them. After all, some things need no words. A girl with long snow-white hair sat by the bedside with her cheeks puffed up, like a hamster hoarding nuts for winter. Meanwhile Lucifer lounged leisurely by the window, his deep blood-red eyes half closed, as he basked in the warm sunlight falling gently on his face. A gentle breeze ruffled a few black strands of hair on his forehead, adding a touch of mystery and languor to his aura. The girl grew more annoyed. She narrowed her eyes, parted her rosy lips, and muttered a soft coquettish complaint before carefully lifting her slender jade-white foot and giving Lucifer, who leaned by the window, a light kick. Then, like a little hamster that had accidentally touched a black cat, she suddenly moved with lightning speed, rolling like a round pearl into the warm bedding. Grabbing the moon-white quilt with both hands, she pulled it desperately over herself, as if trying to wrap herself entirely, and shut out the world. In moments her whole body was tightly swathed in the soft quilt ONL. The girl squirmed inside the blanket, rolling along with the moon-white comforter.
It feels nice.
Lucifer withdrew his hand, and said with a gentle smile,
Then let me poke your face too.
The silver-haired girl shrank back a little, her azure eyes shifting within their sockets, like luminous sapphires immersed in clear winter springs rippling as the water stirred. Lucifer gazed into her silver-blue eyes, schemes swirling in his mind.
All right, I'm right here.
He clasped his hands behind his back and leaned forward, offering his face. Loveline extended a fair hand from her turtle shell and reached toward the stooping Lucifer.
Can't quite reach.
Her hand fell just short, so she stretched her entire shoulder out from the blanket.
He gotcha.
The moment her cool jade hand touched Lucifer's cheek, the world spun as if she had lost all gravity, and before she knew it, he had scooped her up in a princess carry.
This fitted gown really isn't practical,
Lucifer said to the girl in his arms.
I can't even reach your legs.
Because of the gown's slim fit, the white dress clung close to the girl's body. Earlier, when Lucifer had lifted her, he could have hooked his arm under her knees, but now he could only feel the white silk and the gems adorning it, slightly uncomfortable to the touch, though it didn't really matter.
It's better if you can't reach them.
The girl, having regained her composure, gave a light snort. She didn't react much, not even her fair face flushing.
Did you know I was going to scoop you up suddenly?
Lucifer asked with keen interest, tightening his arm around her slender waist and lifting her a little higher.
You lecture as if I don't know you.
The girl's delicate face pressed against Lucifer's chest, and as if sensing something, the corners of her lips curled upward.
Every time you hold me, your heartbeat quickens. You're too tempting.
Lucifer was honest.
Like a big bad wolf meeting a little white rabbit, I can't help but want to eat her.
The girl said nothing more, only nestling in a little closer.
Want to go somewhere and take a look around?
Lucifer gently swayed the soft jade-like body in his arms, as if cradling his most precious treasure.
Where to?
Loveline closed her eyes, leaning against Lucifer's chest, feeling her lover's heartbeat, a smile still hanging on her lips.
I don't know either.
Lucifer was momentarily stunned. A little pink fist thumped his chest.
Then why ask?
The girl opened her azure eyes and spoke softly, her words full of tenderness.
Don't stop,
she added, referring to the gentle rocking Lucifer had been doing while holding her.
Yes, yes, yes.
Lucifer smiled wryly, rocking the girl in his arms as if coaxing a child, and even began humming a lullaby.
What song is that?
The girl, who had been dozing blissfully in his arms, with half-closed eyes, opened them again and asked curiously.
A lullaby from my homeland.
Lucifer paused briefly before replying.
Well, the Underworld has such a tune.
Loveline asked, half amused, half exasperated.
Anyway, since when does a husband sing lullabies to his wife?
Her jade finger lightly tapped Lucifer's ear, though she didn't pinch it.
It does now.
Lucifer gave a vague laugh and stopped humming.
Keep going.
This time Loveline didn't open her eyes again, she only said languidly,
I want to sleep in.
For some reason, every time she lay in his arms, she fell asleep so easily. It felt like lying there, she didn't need to worry about anything at all. Someone was holding everything up, and that silver-haired little girl could fear nothing under heaven. Hearing this, Lucifer said no more. He continued humming the tune that in his past life a young mother holding a child had hummed one summer night in a small county town, sitting by the roadside and waving a fan. He never knew the song's name, and later he never bothered to look it up. He only knew that when he went back, the boy had hummed it softly in bed, the sound so faint that even the child in the bed a few steps away couldn't hear it. As if humming it could let him fall asleep. As if it could fool himself into believing there was someone in the world who loved him. Lucifer's reverie was broken by the girl shifting slightly in his arms. The sky was clear and bright, and a gentle breeze blew softly. Under the brilliant golden sunlight, a silver-haired maiden held an envelope in her hand. The seal on the envelope was formed of twisting lines of pure light magic spelling out the word light, and at its center sat a blazing white semicircle that seemed to radiate faint warmth. Lucifer studied the surface of the envelope as well, and leaned quietly toward the girl. "Stop it." Lovelian gave the young man's head a gentle pat, but Lucifer paid no attention. He only greedily inhaled the reassuring scent of her once more, his blood-red eyes wearing an expression of pure enjoyment, like an orange tabby cat lounging in the afternoon sun. The silver-haired maiden stopped minding the arm around her slender waist, opened the envelope with her delicate hand, and drew out the letter paper. A letter from the Church of Light. Lucifer, who had been embracing the maiden from behind, rested his chin on the shoulder of the soft body in his arms. Feeling the faint brush of silver-white strands against his cheek, he mumbled the question. "Yes." The girl, now attending to serious matters, wore an earnest expression. "Stop blowing on me all the time." She turned her head, gently coaxing him like a child. "Be good." Lucifer held her even tighter. Lovelian smiled with helpless fondness, and unfolded the letter. "The demon race grows more brazen by the day, and the border is plagued beyond endurance." The letter had no salutation, it merely gave a concise description of the situation along the Empire's border. "Our Holy Church of Light was founded 1,000 years ago. Carrying forward the creed illuminate the eternal night, vanquish demons, and slay evil, we have passed down the sacred light itself to this very day." Vanquish demons, and slay evil. "You're not going to slay me, are you?" Lucifer let out a soft huh and pointed at the words on the letter. "It slays exactly a scoundrel like you." Lovelian freed one hand to swat away Lucifer's increasingly restless hand and huffed, "If you're going to hold my waist, hold it properly. Don't get any ideas. At least wait until night," she added softly. Lucifer settled down, simply keeping his arms around the silver-haired girl's slender waist, while also vaguely skimming the letter's contents. Yes, whatever the Saintess of Light says is right," he said with a light laugh. "I haven't even taken office yet." Her rosy little face was buried in her silver hair, like a treasure hidden beneath the heavy snows of the Tian Shan Mountains. Only by crossing that snow could one glimpse its beauty. "The letter says you're taking office ahead of schedule." Lucifer held the girl and rocked her gently, then pressed against her snow-white neck, feeling the warmth of the silver-haired maiden. Lovelian briefly skimmed the letter's contents. The middle part described general conditions within the Empire. At the end of the letter the Pope had written in thick bold ink, "Since the battle at Demon Beast City, I have been severely wounded, and have not yet recovered. I write this letter especially to ask you to come to Kelton by next Monday, and from then on take over the Holy Church of Light." Signed, Gaffleton. "There is actually another problem here." Lucifer reached a hand up to the girl's shoulder, and twirled a strand of her long silver hair. "Gust is fully capable of dealing with a golden dragon alone. In other words, with Gust involved it would actually be very hard for this so-called Pope to get hurt at all. But in his letter, he says he was severely wounded." Lucifer slowly released the girl's hair and fell silent. What if it was an accident? Lovelian herself thought that possibility was very slim. Maybe. Lucifer released his arms from around the girl. After all, nothing is impossible. The young man's blood-red pupils were brimming with playful mockery. If a Saintess of Light and an underworld demon god could fall in love, then what could possibly be impossible? The girl lightly poked the smiling young man in front of her, then gently twisted Lucifer's ear. "Be serious." "I'm always serious." Lucifer straightened up. His tall, slender frame and a well-tailored black suit gave him an exceptionally distinguished air. "Look at you all dressed up like a gentleman." Lovelian covered her mouth and laughed. In the azure lakes of her eyes joy rippled in layer after layer, as if every ripple could sweep straight into Lucifer's heart. The girl was laughing. Lucifer looked at her and chuckled softly. "No more playing around. I have real work to do." The girl put away her smile and spoke seriously. At that moment she seemed even more adorable. Lucifer watched her earnest expression. "Do you want me to send you directly to Gaffleton's side?" Lucifer's smile also faded as he looked at Lovelian. He would also take the chance to see what was really going on. He hoped the Pope truly was as badly wounded as he had written in his letter. That would be for the best. If not, heh. Lucifer sneered inwardly. No need. I still have things to deal with in the Imperial capital. Lovelian shook her head. Kelton is not far from the Imperial capital. I can go there anytime. Oh! Lucifer felt rather useless. Then, With a sudden flash of inspiration, a fine idea came to his mind. How about I go straight to the demon race and slaughter every last one of them? Then you wouldn't have to be some saintess of light anymore. The young man with blood-red pupils leaned down as he spoke, seeming almost expectant. Lovelia knew that if she said, "Can you really do it?" at this moment, it would definitely make Lucifer, her big baby, unhappy. But she was also afraid that something might happen to Lucifer. On the surface, there truly was nothing in the present world that could directly threaten a demon god. But what if? What if something happened to her baby? All right. She began with a soft laugh, patting the leaning young man's head and tousling his fine black hair. I know you're formidable, but you also have to give me some room to do my part, okay? Be a good little crow and stay home. I'll buy you candy when I get back. Lucifer watched Lovelia coaxing a small child. Except, he was the child being coaxed. I don't eat candy. I eat cream cake. Lucifer smiled helplessly. The cream cake was the first thing he had eaten since transmigrating to this world that could truly be called food. Fine. Be good, and I'll bring you some. The girl stood on her tiptoes again, her arms naturally looping around the young man's neck. After a long while their lips parted. Lucifer licked his lips, only to get thumped by Lovelia. He put on an innocent face. You pervert, Lovelia huffed, waving her hand. Go warm my bed? If the bed isn't warm when I come back tonight, your cream cake is gone. She bared her little fangs in a fierce threat. Even as she spoke, she walked away, leaving Lucifer where he stood. Watching the girl's slim figure walk lightly away, the tenderness in Lucifer's eyes gradually faded until her back disappeared from view. At this moment, the demon god's eyes held nothing but calm, as if he were no longer the same young man who had just been coaxed like a baby. A saintess of light can of course fall in love with an underworld demon god. Lucifer murmured to himself. After all, I truly have fallen in love with you. A faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth. But it is impossible for anything that can harm me to exist in this present world. He whispered again, and flames began to burn in his blood-red pupils. With his tall upright figure, at the center, space began to warp, as if it might shatter at any moment. Then suddenly the space on the verge of shattering paused. Which direction is the demon race's territory? He was stunned for a moment. The dark scorched earth served as the direct battlefield between the human and demon races. Tens of thousands of lives were lost here every day. Walking upon this blackened soil, one could almost hear the countless dead souls roaring and howling. The will of madness and slaughter permeated the entire land. There were no flowers, no white doves, no changing seasons, only eternal darkness and gloom. The overcast sky rare, as it was began to drizzle, a fine rain shrouding the entire world in a hazy mist. The gruesome demon corpses that had died here days earlier lay, with their eyes wide open, staring straight at the sky. A silver-white lightning bolt tore through a corner of the gloomy sky in an instant, as if a god were wielding a brush in the heavens, dotting the great canvas with a flash of brilliance. At the same moment the space shattered, and a young man with blood-red eyes landed on this scorched earth. The momentary white light illuminated his face, a young and noble countenance. After saying that, he laughed to himself. Not likely. Probably because this place had been in such gloomy weather for a long time. Lucifer looked again at the demon corpse on the ground, which had huge spiral tusks exposed, and stared intently into its eyes. He knew that there were many types of demons, but he didn't know the specific classification. At this moment, the young demon god's blood-red eyes seemed to hold a hint of curiosity.
Were these things born from the corpse of the origin demon god?
Lucifer stroked his chin, gently tapping the huge tusk with his knuckles. The rain-soaked white tusk made no crisp sound, only a faint dull vibration. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, a crimson light slipping through the slits.
Indeed, it carries the aura of the origin.
He lightly grasped the massive white tusk, stepped on the demon's corpse, and gave a slight pull. The tusk came out like a toy, blood and rainwater splashing. Yet not a single drop landed on the demon god. Just as he was about to crush the tusk to examine it more closely, he seemed to sense something, and turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the scorched earth. A demon very similar to the one at his feet was running on all fours toward him. About 4 kilometers away, Lucifer sensed vaguely. His perception was mostly passive. For instance, he had perceived the smaller demon just now, because its direction was too obvious. The other human soldiers or demons roaming the battlefield did not appear in his perception, not B. The demon running on all fours did not keep Lucifer waiting long. In a moment, it appeared before him, barely 100 meters away. He watched as it stood upright, puffing out its chest like a small giant, and then glanced at the demon corpse on the ground. Lucifer, of course, would not let it misunderstand. In an instant, before the young demon even realized what had happened, it was already kneeling at the young demon god's feet. Its forehead pressed hard against the black scorched earth, and its normally proud tusks were nearly broken by the immense pressure, with traces of blood seeping from the roots. Cyan's eyes were wide with fury. The murderer of its father was before it, yet it was powerless, and had been subdued. Its pride burned with intense rage. But it could do nothing. It hadn't even seen the other's face clearly. Rain mixed with tears fell to the ground.
"I ask you, answer,"
Lucifer said calmly. Cyan felt the pressure on its body lessen slightly, and the flow of demonic energy within it no longer stagnated.
"Do you have a name?"
The language was human tongue, which it understood. However, it had no intention to answer, and seemed to be gathering power to fight back, even though there was no hope.
"I did not kill it. It was already dead when I arrived."
Lucifer sensed the young demon's demonic energy circulating.
"You don't need to seek death."
His crimson eyes gleamed.
"Though I wouldn't mind killing you here, it's really not appropriate."
The young demon god shook his head, as if negating something.
"At least I won't kill you now."
He gently crouched down.
"Raise your head."
The demon god's command was enforced by the demonic energy in the surrounding environment. Cyan felt an invisible force fix its head at the same level as the others. It was only then that it saw the true appearance of its opponent. Though it was drizzling, the other's black hair remained dry, as if protected by some mysterious power. His blood-red eyes seemed devoid of emotion, coldly appraising everything about it. The other appeared to have no killing intent, at least not that Cyan could perceive.
"Cyan,"
it said sullenly, its voice heavy in the rain.
"Good."
Lucifer was quite pleased with himself for not using the method of tearing souls to observe memories, and instead getting the answer he wanted. He had become a little kinder today. Great. That way he would eventually become the demon god of fall and death, the
light version.
Then he could show off to the silver-haired girl. He had not slaughtered any living beings, which was awesome, but that was for later. However, did demons count as living beings in human eyes? Lucifer fell into a brief confusion, but quickly corrected himself. Whatever. Cyan looked at the other's seemingly relieved eyes, and fell into a brief confusion. Was he happy? Then it heard the other say,
"Rise."
The invisible pressure on its body disappeared. Cyan tentatively stood up. After all, some great beings like to give hope to the weak and then take it away again. It wasn't sure what kind of person this was, but it knew it wouldn't survive. The human and demon races had always been like this, and moreover the other had killed its father in irreconcilable hatred, even though it sensed no killing intent from the other. All it needed to do now was to convey the information about this never-before-seen human expert back before death. Cyan knew it had no chance of revenge, but death was not fearful. It was meaningless death that truly terrified it. Its kin would avenge it, and it was glad to be born in a demon tribe with emotional bonds. In that way there was hope. Lucifer didn't know what the other was thinking. Of course he didn't care. He was just hesitating which demon tribe to visit first, the one 100 kilometers to the north, or the one 200 kilometers to the southwest. As a demon god he needed to find something to do, or else he would be treated like a big lazy bug and be fed by a certain girl. Though he enjoyed it too. A fine drizzling rain still shrouded the entire scorched and darkened wasteland. The crimson-eyed youth simply stood there, as if nothing could disturb him.
"The demon race has many tribes, doesn't it?"
Lucifer did not turn around, asking directly. As he spoke, he casually dispersed the mana around him, letting fine raindrops fall upon his palm. A faint coolness spread through his hand. Sane did not answer. Sensing the other's subtle movements, Lucifer smiled contemptuously, did nothing more, and tore through space, departing at once. In Sane's perception, the human youth vanished from the spot almost instantly. In disbelief it touched its own face. The puddles on the scorched earth reflected its rough visage, and its once fierce black eyes were now filled with confusion. Had the other simply let it go? Sane hurried back to the side of its deceased father. Its face was drenched, whether by rain or tears it could not tell. Memories surfaced of his father's careful teachings since childhood, and grief welled up from within. It reached out a hand, and gently touched the pair of white fangs that his father had always taken pride in. Memories of his father letting it climb those fangs to play in its youth flooded back. With a soft crack the white fangs fell the moment they were touched, splashing rainwater. Sane stared blankly at the fallen fangs.
No!
A roar tore across the scorched earth. Lucifer did not head toward the two demon tribes that were relatively close by. Instead, he had just swept across the dim scorched wasteland at tremendous speed, while thoroughly scanning the territories he passed with 9th-tier spiritual sense. With ease, he found the towering and majestic demon royal court, a place countless human warriors had regarded as the ultimate goal of their lives. Through.
Interesting.
His figure vanished from the high sky, and in the next moment, he appeared openly in the demon-filled plaza. Some of the demons here knelt before the bronze statue, their lips moving incessantly as if praying. Others, well-dressed, strolled lightly past Lucifer, seemingly busy with their own affairs. Still others bared their massive bodies, outright ancient cyan veins, as thick as a human child's arm, crawled over bodies resembling small mountains, and their exposed teeth were stained with traces of blood, making them look utterly ferocious. To Lucifer's surprise, however, there was no chaos here. Moreover, there were many demons here, who looked very much like humans, and for that very reason Lucifer was not treated as an outsider.
How amusing!
He chuckled softly, strolling leisurely across the demon plaza, his scarlet eyes filled with curiosity. All around, some demons were performing acrobatics, and from time to time demons tossed tips to the performers on stage. Demons came and went, but not a single one set foot upon the marble staircase. Even when a demon was accidentally shoved and stumbled, it would adjust its center of gravity before falling and land elsewhere. The staircase seemed utterly sacred in their eyes. Lucifer concealed his aura and used mana to completely devour the surrounding light, creating a form of optical invisibility. He stepped lightly onto the staircase, and no demon noticed him. He raised his head and looked toward the Black Castle at the end of the long staircase. Inside the hall of the Black Castle, lavish lamps hung like dazzling stars from the vaulted ceiling, their pale red glows spreading like a thin veil over the entire vast and magnificent hall. On either side of the main entrance stood two.
Our forces are massed on the northeastern front with 2 8th Order kings holding the line. Gust has no choice but to personally guard Motos.
A goat-headed demon raised his wine glass and spoke with a smile, his spiral horns writhing like living whirlpools. Among the demon race there was only one sovereign, a decree established 70 years ago in the War of Crowns. The 3 8th Order failures, who remained those standing at the apex of this realm, could not claim the title of
sovereign.
The true demon sovereign was none other than the young man on the dais, chuckling softly. His dark violet pupils and the dense magical patterns around his eyes, along with the pitch-black six-winged phantom radiating danger at all times, symbolized supreme authority. Upon hearing this, Nostin's face remained impassive. Beside him, a succubus twisted her slender waist, bent slightly, and gracefully lifted the wine jug with her jade-like hand, pouring the L's unique spring of nature into the sovereign's cup. The pale green liquor brimmed with vibrant life force, cascading from the spout and landing precisely into the cup.
How long?
The youth on the throne raised his cup and took a gentle sip. Meanwhile, the succubus servant beside him obediently retreated into the shadows. No one beneath the throne answered. The goat-headed demon who had just been beaming lowered his head and stared at the mahogany table. Even an 8th Order demon demoted to king was not someone he could presume to judge.
Is there any among the demon race who can face Gust directly?
The youth bared his chest and leaned back against the throne, his bronze skin exposed and his eyes narrowing slightly. He seemed to be asking the high-ranking demons below the dais, or perhaps himself. In an era when the 9th Order was forbidden from emerging, that old man had still taken that step. Even if he had stood at the supreme rank for only an instant, he had nonetheless crossed that threshold.
You can.
An old man beneath the dais spoke with a soft smile. His eye sockets were utterly empty, nothing but hollow voids. His withered skin resembled cracked, drought-stricken earth, devoid of any trace of life.
You?
The old man said again gently.
My sovereign, you can do it. The vessel has been found. Lured is already en route to the royal court with it. Even if it ultimately cannot fully inherit the authority of the primordial one, it will still be enough to advance your majesty one step further along the path to godhood.
The youth upon the throne seemed lost in thought. His knuckles tapped lightly against the pitch-black dragon scales, producing crisp, clear sounds.
Indeed, demon sovereign.
The goat-headed demon spoke again.
The world has no true gods. The 8th Order is the pinnacle. If your majesty can advance even one step further, then the entire world will be within your grasp.
As if striking a chord, the demons beneath the dais grew fervent once more.
The sharpness of our demon soldiers will make this world, which has forgotten us, pay the price. We shall surely become the sharpest blade in your majesty's hand. The humans, the elves, the dwarves, and those dragons who deem themselves noble. Everything.
We will follow you into battle, until the very end of the world. Noston upon the throne rubbed his temples, then lightly raised a finger intending to tap the armrest, and put an end to this.
Bars.
Tap tap. A soft knocking sound rang out. The demon ministers fell silent, and instinctively turned their gazes toward their sovereign on the throne. Noston was startled as well. He glanced at his hand, which had not yet descended, then shifted his gaze toward the main entrance ahead. The gazes of the ministers followed his to the great doors. As if answering their anticipation, the tall and heavy doors were pushed open. A young man with an upright bearing walked in, dressed in a well-tailored suit. The fine black tie and form-fitting attire accentuated his perfect proportions. His blood-red pupils casually swept across every demon present before finally settling on the sovereign upon the dais. The moment their eyes met, Noston's mind went blank. All thought seemed to freeze, like a small snake gazing upon an eagle spreading its wings in the sky above. On! The supreme sovereign of the demon race. But at this moment, he could not even open his mouth, which also meant he did not even possess the qualification to declare war upon his opponent.
Impressive.
Lucifer applauded. Although it was true that due to
concealment,
he could not exert his full power, and he had not deliberately tried to overwhelm the other party, the mantle had earned his acknowledgement. After all, the other demons present still appeared to be standing. Some had not even set down their wine glasses, and they looked far better off than that sovereign on the throne who hung his head and let out meaningless low growls. But that was only because they were too weak, both in strength and in willpower. In an instant, they had been devoured by the demon god's aura. Everything within their minds was consumed by terror, leaving only their bodies still upright, following the memory of their muscles. Steady footsteps seemed to morph into the sneering laughter of the grim reaper. With every step the blood-eyed youth took, the demons around him burst apart like blossoms of blood. In a single moment, blood dyed the entire hall crimson, combined with the red chandelier's hanjin. A voice drew Lucifer's attention. Its source was not Noston, still struggling upon the throne, but rather the eyeless old man who had spoken earlier. Because he was closest to the throne, and farthest from the main entrance, he had not yet burst into a spray of blood. This old demon seemed to possess some means of shrugging off the slight diffusion of the demon god's aura. As if in response, the old man snapped off one of his ribs, then crushed it fiercely. Tiny specks of pitch-black light seeped out, as though this had already exhausted all his strength. After doing this, he collapsed to the ground, seemingly drained of every last bit of energy. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Those black specks of light drifting through the air appeared to be the very reason the old demon had managed to briefly regain consciousness. He reached out gently, and grasped the black specks dancing in the air, as if seizing the hazy drizzle itself. A faintly cool sensation traveled through his nerves, and reached high. Lucifer murmured, gazing at the irregular black gem in his palm, which had ceased to glow. The dim red light of the chandelier gently spilled across every corner of the hall. The sovereign upon the throne wore a fierce expression, veins bulging across his face, as though enduring unbearable agony. The blood-eyed youth below the dais stared thoughtfully at the black gem in his hand. The sky was overcast, and strangely black snow began to fall from above. The demons within the royal court raised their heads in unison, gazing at this unprecedented marvel. Black snowflakes drifted through the air, filled with a biting chill. Unlike the hazy drizzle over the dim, scorched wasteland beyond, this snow carried an extraordinarily heavy aura of ill omen, as though something unusual was about to happen. Every creature around the demon royal court stared blankly at the black snow. No one knew why this dark blizzard had come. Inside the demon emperor's castle in the royal court, the great hall was stained with blood. "Raise your head." A calm voice sounded beside Noston's ear. The instant that command fell, the first demon, hailed by the demon race as the mightiest emperor in 1,000 years, raised his head and looked at the crimson-eyed youth ascending the steps. Step by step, just as that gentlemanly youth took his final step, blood burst from the shadows beside the throne, as if something had exploded. Purple blood spattered across Noston's dazed face, and its fleeting warmth roused the demon emperor from his stupor. He stared blankly at the purple blood sliding from his cheek into his palm, his vision blurring. She was the handmaiden he had personally chosen from the succubus clan. He remembered that he had been a 7th-rank demon, then newly crowned as a king, so full of pride that the entire world seemed beneath his feet. The young demon king had visited the succubus clan. The chieftain of the succubus clan, only 6th rank, had been perfectly deferential toward his arrival. ignoring the chieftain's seductive. He reached out his hand in the sunlight. The succubus girl could only stare blankly at the young demon king's smile, and those dark purple eyes, that seemed to hold magic, the gentlest eyes she had ever seen. Noston promised her the position of a consort once the human capital was taken. He remembered how happy she had been then she smiled a rare occurrence, and then gently kneaded his shoulders. Then she died. Killed casually by the crimson-eyed youth before him, so casually that Noston felt the youth had not even deliberately slaughtered them. It was simply that the youth had come near, and so they died. Just like that. The dignity of an emperor was lofty, and untouchable. What then of the dignity of a god? You have a very loyal subordinate. Lucifer chuckled softly. Just as he had been focusing on the black gem, that succubus had broken through the innate deep fear that demons felt toward a demon god, and launched a mental attack at him. Charm. It was laughable yet also extraordinarily brave. She was my lover. Noston tried to stand but failed. Even so he kept staring fixedly at those crimson eyes. You have a very good lover. Lucifer smiled softly, paying no heed to the presumption of the emperor kneeling on the floor. Are you a god? Noston smiled too, though his red-rimmed eyes were filled with utmost hatred. Lucifer walked around the kneeling demon emperor, came before the throne, and reached out to touch the pitch-black dragon scale. It was hard and noble with a faint aura of death. It was probably a scale shed by the wounded black dragon at the bottom of Chuanxing Lake. Lucifer did not sit on it. Only an emperor needed a throne to prove his authority. He did not. Compared with such a throne built of power and authority, he preferred the little chair in the silver-haired girl's bedroom, placed exactly where it could catch the sunlight. At noon, once he laid down in it, he would no longer want to get up. Do you know the history of how the demon race was born? Lucifer lifted an exquisite emerald wine flagon and asked casually. After his voice faded, silence filled the hall for a long time. This is indeed my oversight. Lucifer shook his head slightly, and set down the emerald flagon filled with a spring of life. I should have spared that succubus's life before asking my questions. Perhaps, then, you would have been more obedient. Lucifer continued speaking to himself, as he walked behind the kneeling demon emperor past the dark six-winged phantom behind the emperor's back, and prepared to place his hand on Noston's head for a soul search. He wanted to know why the aura of origin still lingered on the demon race. Though this would take a little more time, he should still be able to return to the girl's bedroom before sunset. Otherwise, if Lovilian discovered he had run off again, she would be angry. As if he knew what Lucifer was about to do, the memories of Noston's life flashed rapidly through his mind. Time seemed to freeze. His thoughts were intense and swift as the wind, one familiar face after another surfacing in his mind. The dying roars and resentment of demons he had once purged under the label of rebellion, the wails of the countless beings he had slaughtered, and the wandering dwarves who had nowhere left to live under the pressure of the demon army. Would that confident, high-spirited younger self? He had, from the very first time he had plunged the rune-etched blade his father gave him into his father's heart, the consequence of his own failure seemed already written in his mind. But this ending was far too anticlimactic. There was no magnificent war to see the emperor off, nor even an enemy to be buried with him. The other had, with effortless ease, as though out on a stroll, destroyed everything he had. Destroyed everything the demon race had. If the other had not been in a playful mood, the battle might have ended in an instant. Perhaps this was never a battle at all. Noston smiled contemptuously to himself, glancing once more at the broken bodies of the demon ministers below the steps, and at the blood-red blossom swaying atop the corpses. The demon race was born from the corpse of the origin demon god, he said with a smile, yet a heavy bleakness hung over his words. Lucifer stayed his hand. I can answer your question, Noston said, raising his head, as if this emperor could hide his tears by doing so. But you must tell me who you are. Just as the stubborn young first demon had once calmly asked his father why he had been born, and why he was to be killed. The defeated cannot ask questions of the victor. Lucifer was brief and blunt. But I'm in a good mood. The fall and death. He spoke the venerable name softly, the demon god of the netherworld. In an instant Noston understood. His fists clenched, then loosened. Why had a demon god entered the mortal realm? Why would a demon god choose to destroy the demon race? Why had he descended upon this land? He might never know the answer now. The demon god behind him would not permit a second presumption from the lowly. If he truly angered this demon god, the demon court might indeed become history. Noston's dark purple eyes stared at the black snow drifting outside the wide-open main doors. Cold drafts occasionally blew black snow into the blood-soaked hall, where it melted at once in the blood that still held a little warmth. The purple blood on his face, once warm, was completely stripped of its warmth by the cold wind. The origin demon god fell in the far north of the continent. He began to recount the history he knew. Apart from the demon god behind him, and the snowflakes that occasionally drifted down, it seemed no one would ever know of the emperor's downfall. Lucifer, however, was distracted by the black snow outside the tall main gate. He watched the drifting snow and paused for a moment. On that day of dark clouds, Noston's tall and imposing frame slowly fell. He lay there quietly before the main gate on the ground covered in black flying snow, as if merging with the cold world. The being who made the entire demon race tremble had united all the demon tribes with unparalleled strength and wisdom, becoming a demon emperor revered and unrivaled by all. Yet now, this once majestic and arrogant overlord could no longer open his eyes. He slept forever on the eve of the great ambition he was about to fulfill. Black snow swirled down like a sorrowful funeral dance, gently covering Noston's cooling body. Lucifer stepped out through the main gate, and the tall wooden door behind him closed naturally once more, just as it had when he arrived. Black snowflakes landed on Lucifer's shoulders. With a demon god's body, he naturally felt no cold, but the faint cool touch still lightly stung his nerves. With the demon race having lost this all-suppressing emperor, they were bound to F. The emperor knelt on the ground and declared word by word. But the demon race was born. This is an indisputable fact. We do not know how we have offended you, but you should not deny our existence. The demon emperor pressed his forehead heavily against the stone floor of the great hall before the god he acknowledged, and before that once proud head could touch the ground tore apart his own soul. The soul fragments scattered into tiny black specks and drifted away. As if this could prove his devotion, his loyalty to the demon people. It could also prove his pride as an emperor, the pride of a supreme ruler of the demon race. A demon emperor cannot lower his head. Only a leader embraced by the demon people can lower his head, and is willing to do so. Every life has its own reason to exist. Lucifer did not deny the words he had read in a textbook in his previous life. He certainly would not be moved by the demon emperor's final words to take up vegetarianism on the spot and renounce killing from then on. That would be far too absurd. He was simply thinking about another matter. The ancient gods had split the world into the netherworld and the mortal world. The mortal world was the positive side, and the netherworld was the negative. But there could be no absolute positive nor an absolute negative. The mortal world and the netherworld had already begun to fuse gradually. Perhaps in a few years, perhaps in another 1,000 years. The span of time was immense, for no one could predict the moment when the fusion would be complete. The reason for the fusion was naturally that the world could not exist as the positive or the negative alone. Only the balance between yin and yang could bring equilibrium. Then could the demon race born after the origin demon god's death be the... Why, after slaying the origin demon god, did the gods not completely extinguish the corpse's vitality? Instead, why did they allow demons to grow from its body, achieving another form of immortality? Every demon carries the aura of origin, and origin comes from the netherworld. Every life has its own reason to exist. The existence of the demon race is the result of the gods' tacit permission. The mortal world needs the demon race to balance its positive side, and precisely because of this the rules did not expel demons bearing the aura of the demon god. Conversely, if he were to slaughter the entire demon race now, would the fusion of the netherworld and the mortal world be accomplished directly? Now that the demon emperor was dead, according to this reasoning, several more fusion points would appear between the netherworld and the mortal world. He only needed to wait to learn the result. A faintly cool wind brushed his face. Lucifer suddenly raised his head, his blood-red pupils full of shock. Had he forgotten something? Bradley Estate in the imperial capital. The silver-haired girl sat quietly in the comfortable chair where Lucifer used to recline and bask in the sun. Her unruffled face stared out the window, with indifference, her gaze moving slowly with the declining sunlight. Through the gaps of the mottled leaves the setting sun scattered patches of pale yellow light that like a gentle hand softly brushed the girl's exquisitely sculpted cheeks. Her silver-white hair falling behind her like a waterfall stirred slightly in the breeze, glimmering with threads of silver, as if merging with the surrounding light. The girl sat there motionless like a beautiful but cold sculpture. Lovillian. A voice cautious to the extreme suddenly sounded behind the girl, as if it carried a hint of fawning. At the sound the girl's body went rigid in an instant, then relaxed in the next. Still, she did not turn around. Her azure eyes regained their usual liveliness, but a trace of anger remained. This time, he would have to coax her for an entire night. No 2 nights. I brought you something beautiful, Lucifer said softly. She turned her head slightly. A smiling face was close at hand along with those familiar blood-red pupils. At that moment the blood-red eyes were full of joy. You still dare to joke around? You're finished, Lucifer. The silver-haired girl walked quickly to the bedside, snatched up the snow-white goose-down pillow, and hurled it hard at Lucifer. Wait. Lucifer raised a hand to signal her to stop, then quickly pointed at the head of the bed, where the pillow had just been taken. The bracelet. Lovilian's hand holding the pillow froze for an instant. She looked back and saw a carnelian bracelet lying quietly at the head of the bed, its irregular red surface reflecting the sunset's afterglow like a dancing flame. The lake in the girl's azure eyes rippled gently. Where did this bracelet come from? She gently tossed the white goose-down pillow to Lucifer, who was holding his head, and the young man caught it in a fluster. I made it myself. Lucifer began taking credit for the work of the Netherworld source. He was glad he had put the bracelet beside the pillow earlier, and that she had not discovered it in the past few days. He himself had nearly forgotten about it. Lucky. You can make something so exquisite. Lovilian gently lifted the bracelet and examined it carefully. As the Bradley family's jewel, she had naturally seen many rare treasures. Yet this carnelian bracelet gave her the first impression of not being made at all, as if it had been born just so natural and pure. Impressive, right? Lucifer patted his chest, as if he had truly made the bracelet himself. What is that on your shoulder? Lovilian ignored Lucifer's attempt to change the subject, and stared at the young man's left shoulder. She drew closer as she spoke, and by the time she finished, she was already in front of him. Her jade-like hand gently pinched the tiny black object, but the moment she saw it clearly, it turned into moisture between her fingers. Black snowflake. She stared at Lucifer. Is it snowing in the imperial capital? The girl looked out of the window again. You owe me an explanation, she said softly. Oh no. Do you believe it just snowed in the imperial capital? Lucifer raised both hands and laughed awkwardly. Heh? The silver-haired girl sneered, clearly unconvinced by his excuse. Where exactly did you go? Out with it. Seeing Lovilian lift the pillow again, Lucifer instinctively stepped back a few paces. The silver-haired girl held the pillow, raised it, and finally set it down. She softly drew closer to Lucifer and extended her jade-white arms to slowly wrap around him. Feeling the warm breath within his embrace, Lucifer found the excuse he had prepared dying on his lips. It was like being fully armored and waiting for a violent storm, only for a gentle breeze to lift a fallen leaf, and that leaf slipped through a chink in the heavy armor and pricked your eye. Where did you really go? The girl's voice was so soft, so faint, like a flawless white cloud drifting idly across the sky, coming with the wind and going with the wind. Lucifer could only gently hold the girl's slender waist as a brief silence settled over the bedroom. The royal court of the demon race, he said slowly. Soon sensing the mood turned wrong, Lucifer hurriedly laughed it off. The demon race is really weak, and I'm far stronger than you imagine, much stronger. Don't do it again. The silver-haired girl's soft words silenced Lucifer. Perhaps her voice carried a magic that even this demon god could not resist, a power that could make the young man, who moments ago had seemed as majestic and supreme as the sovereign of the world, rest peacefully in her embrace. Lucifer rested his chin on the girl's shoulder and narrowed his eyes in contentment. The silver-haired girl's presence filled his senses, and everything here made the young demon god feel unutterably at ease and intoxicated. I'm not going anywhere. The blood-red light in the young man's eyes softened, and a nasal tone crept into his voice. I'm just leaning against you. The silver-haired girl paused for a moment, then reached out a jade hand to gently pat Lucifer, who was pressing his whole body against her. The corners of her lips curled upward. Lean on me then, she chuckled softly. On Tiancong Island, a furious wind swept across, only to be effortlessly repelled by the wind element magic array pattern, stirring pale green ripples on the transparent spherical barrier centered on the island. Atop the pavilion at the center of Tiancong Island, the old man took a gentle sip of Yueti spring water that had been boiled and cooled. His knuckles traced the surface of the glazed cup, feeling the raised patterns glide across his skin. Legend said Yueti spring was formed by moonlight condensed in the ancient age, a liquid of pure silver yet not sticky, seeming buoyant and alive in the cup. It also had the miraculous power to calm the mind and focus the spirit. But Gust's heart was not calm. The jagged, intricate patterns on the cup mirrored the unrest within him, wave after wave. The old man's eyes, bright as sun and moon, seemed to pierce through time itself toward the far distance. The merging of the netherworld and the mortal world had accelerated once more. Chuanxing Lake had already expanded completely, and low-ranked netherworld creatures had now begun their first collective incursions into the mortal world. This development was utterly abrupt. Gus did not even know what had happened nor why it had caused the merging to accelerate. The moonlike liquid in the cup swayed gently. The old man's eyelids drooped, shadows veiling his eyes, so that no one could read the turmoil within him. After a long silence, the old man rose slowly, and with one step vanished from the top of the pavilion. At the heart of the imperial capital, within this vast and thriving city, there lay a stretch of land radiant as a dazzling pearl, the site occupied by a palace of incomparable splendor. The palace towered in magnificent majesty, its grand scale and lavish decoration staggering to behold. It reigned over the world with a commanding and domineering presence, as if proclaiming supreme authority to all beneath heaven. Outside the palace, squadrons of golden-armored knights rode fully equipped, powerful horses patrolling around the palace like a golden torrent. Clad in heavy golden armor and bearing sharp lances and shields, the knight silhouettes crossed and merged under the sunlight, reflecting dazzling radiance, making the entire force resemble war gods descending to the mortal world. Every warhorse seemed to have been meticulously selected and trained, muscular, nimble, and powerful in stride, their hoofbeats resounding through the heavens, deafening to the ear. Whenever the knights galloped past, the ground would tremble, and clouds of dust would rise. This was where the last leader of the previous human generation, the supreme ruler of the Heath Empire, made his abode. A legendary warrior, a king of glory, August Heath. Over the past 100 years, August had led the blazing Gold Legion to rise in arms during the twilight of the previous empire. The birth of a new hero is always accompanied by the fall of an empire. At 7, he was sold into the hands of slave traders by his parents. At 12, a Grand Duke of the previous empire raised an army and ignited civil war, plunging the already dying empire into endless chaos once more. Amid the empire's internal strife, the estate of the Baron, who had purchased August as a slave, was attacked by frenzied slaves from all directions. In the chaos and bloodshed, the boy, so young that people tended to overlook him, carried the head of the riot leader, the bearded slave, a head whose eyes refused to close in death. The boy merely carried the head, breathing in short gasps, and stared expressionlessly at the slaves still looting and smashing in their frenzy, his former companions. Perhaps the rain that day was cold, quenching the rioters' boiling blood into ice, as if their souls had frozen. The Baron's knights easily reaped the slaves who had lost their backbone of resistance. The Baron's gaze burned as he looked at the boy. He did not know that this boy, who barely reached his shoulder, possessed matchless combat talent, but he knew the boy was worth training. From then on, August became the Baron's acknowledged warrior. Having once survived danger, the Baron understood all too well that strength alone was the capital for survival in a turbulent age. He provided August with many advantages, looking forward to the day this sword would reveal its might, just as a father hopes his child will one day surpass him. It was during that period, too, that the boy was given the name August. The Baron also bestowed a surname upon the boy who had once been a slave, his own surname, Heath. The Baron who had bestowed the surname upon August could never have imagined that he had given his name to another great and mighty empire in human history. By his surname, an empire claimed its name. Of course, the Baron also used his own blood to declare to the world just how sharp the sword he had forged truly was. Without a doubt, it was a blade without equal under heaven. Even today, centuries later, that sword remained loyal to humanity, and once even pierced the royal court where the demon race had massed its armies. Countless demons fell beneath the feet of Heath, and endless blood ceaselessly rewrote the legend of this legendary man. History may be written by chroniclers, but it is made by heroes. A small courtyard at the heart of the royal palace. Several starlight fish drifted through the clear pond, their sparkling tails tracing ripples across the water's surface. Bamboo and cypress swayed gently with the passing breeze, and all was tranquil and serene. A tall elderly man sat upon an oak chair in the courtyard, raising a cup to his lips and sipping the warm water. Steam curled upward, shrouding his expression in a delicate haze. Suddenly a fine crack split the air beside the towering elder. The fissure widened until another white-haired old man stepped forth from within it. Gus emerged from the rift and gazed upon his old friend. August merely lifted his eyes for a moment, then lowered them again, letting the vapor spread across his deeply lined face.
You seem to have advanced further.
August gently blew away the steam before him, speaking casually. Although phrased as a question, the aged emperor's tone was one of quiet certainty.
It is fine.
Gus sat down across the jade table.
Have your old wounds healed?
The white-haired elder dispensed with pleasantries, and went straight to the matter, adjusting his posture as he spoke.
And where do you need me to go this time?
August smiled helplessly.
Let me say this first. I will not run off to the Demon King's court again. You know well the strength of that new demon sovereign.
The battle-hardened emperor rose to his feet.
My daughter is still missing. I have neither the heart nor the strength to undertake any more perilous ventures.
August's eyes emerged through the steam. Weariness, that was the only thing Gus could read in those brown eyes.
You never used to say the word dangerous before.
Gus was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile.
You have grown old too. I grew old long ago. It is only that I still cling to a breath of life.
August replied with a hint of indifference.
Not everyone can be like you, Gus.
The emperor turned to his dearest friend with a complicated gaze.
From the very first day I knew you, you have always been rational and unwavering. You have never known fear, nor have you ever admitted defeat.
The standing elder raised his head toward the sky. The boundless heavens unabashedly revealed a sliver of themselves over the tiny courtyard, as if a vast unseeable celestial eye were watching from above. August, clad in his everyday robes, paused for a moment.
You are like a being born divine.
The sky remained clear.
The people praise August's glory, yet they forget that Gus was born with incomparable spatial talent, and that in the battle of the royal court he single-handedly held back 2 8th-rank demons. But you never cared for any of that. You seem forever young, forever brimming with vitality. But I am far too old.
A light breeze swept past, lifting a few strands of silver hair from August's brow and revealing his brown eyes. In those eyes lay a profundity that saw through all things, along with the heavy stories etched by the passage of time. Gus was silent for a moment. His knuckles tapped lightly against the jade tabletop, whose translucent green surface exuded a trace of coolness, lowering the temperature of the old man's stifled heart.
The demons have dispatched 2 8th-rank forces to Motos. I repelled one wave of their assault not long ago. But because the boundary between the nether realm and the mortal world is showing signs of convergence again, I have returned to consult with you.
Gus drained the water from his cup in one gulp.
I want you to personally take command at Motos. I intend to resolve the new point of convergence between the nether realm and the mortal world.
At last the dean of the Narcissus Academy and president of the Royal Magic Association rose to his feet, as well looking at his friend.
I am a little tired.
He smiled softly.
But you can do it, can't you? I detest this about you.
August's face twisted with disdain.
You are always so confident that I will agree. Because I am certain that the warrior who once walked beside me will answer my request.
Gus smiled faintly. August laughed as well.
Disgusting, but effective.
With those words, Gus stepped into the spatial rift behind him. Watching the space gradually settle like a disturbed surface of water returning to stillness, August smiled wordlessly.
Attend me.
The majestic emperor issued his command. In an instant, a tall figure clad in golden armor appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. The guard knelt on one knee at the gate, the sword at his waist sleeping soundly in its sheath, his face beneath the golden visage solemn and dignified.
Retrieve my blade. We march to war. As you command.
In Bradley's garden, Lucifer and Loveline were watering the flowers. A pure white rose rested beside the maiden's ear, perfectly complementing her long silver hair. Her slender figure wove through the garden like a pristine sylph dancing amid a sea of blossoms. Lucifer, for his part, stood dutifully beneath a tree watching the joyful girl with a smile of his own. Then a white-haired elder appeared beside him at a rather inopportune moment. The moment he materialized, the white-haired elder used spatial magic to refract the light, so that in the girl's eyes Lucifer still stood alone beneath the tree.
Lucifer!
The maiden turned back cheerfully, her smile radiant beneath the sunlight.
Is this pretty?
She held up a daisy. Its pale yellow petals resembled the morning sun, soft and full of life.
Very pretty.
Lucifer called out loudly, giving the girl a thumbs up. The maiden playfully stuck out her tongue, then turned and dove back into the sea of flowers.
The convergence of the nether realm and the mortal world has accelerated.
Once the girl had turned away, Lucifer's smile faded, and he calmly asked the white-haired elder beside him.
The demon god is well informed.
The old man paused and said,
The falling wind cliff within the demon beast forest has also begun its initial fusion with the nether realm.
As expected, the demons were the reverse side of the mortal world, and also a crucial factor in restraining the fusion between the nether realm and the living world. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, gazing at the silver-haired girl amid the flowers.
If you came hoping to use Loveline to win my aid, I suggest you do not voice that request. I would be angry.
He calmly conveyed the wrath that would befall the other party should they do something he did not wish to see.
That is not the case.
The white-haired elder remained composed.
I merely came to confirm something. To confirm whether you are connected to the accelerated fusion of the nether realm and the mortal world.
The old man's eyes, bright as sun and moon, fixed upon Lucifer.
I am connected,
Lucifer admitted frankly. Then he briefly shared his theories regarding the fusion of the nether realm and the mortal world.
I killed that 8th-rank demon of the Demon King's court. I don't recall its name, but it's dead, and that should be the main cause,
Lucifer said dismissively.
The rest is for you to handle.
Lucifer began walking toward the maiden, then paused, as if something had occurred to him.
Oh, and I also killed that demon sovereign. Make sure that so-called Radiant Pope cancels his appointment of Loveline, unless he wants me to come looking for him. A demon sovereign's life in exchange for a Radiant Saintess. You've profited more than enough. Tell him to keep his wits about him.
With that he walked straight toward the silver-haired maiden who smiled at him. Gus stood rooted in place for a long while until a falling leaf drifted onto his shoulder. The old man startled back to awareness. The sky was serene and blue, time passing gently. Amidst a riotous sea of colorful flowers, a soft breeze caressed the delicate blossoms, stirring wave after wave of dazzling ripples. A tall, upright young man wore a deep black trench coat, its hem swaying slightly in the wind. Beside him stood a silver-haired girl in an off-the-shoulder white gown. Her silky silver tresses fell gently over her fair shoulders, like moonlight spilling its silver glow. Her pure white dress was like the purest cloud on the horizon, its hem fluttering in time with her light steps, as if answering the blossoms spreading around them. They strolled quietly through the endless sea of flowers. You might have sensed even then that this was probably the happiest time in your life, and yet you also knew that you could never keep it forever. Lucifer believed in savoring the moment, the breeze, the flowers, the sunlight, and the peerless beauty before his eyes. The girl walking ahead of Lucifer would occasionally put her jade-like hands behind her back and look back at him with her laughter chiming, like a clear spring. A breeze stirred and lifted her sacred white hair. The silver-haired girl was proudly teasing Lucifer for not even recognizing the species of the beautiful flowers before him. Lucifer simply smiled. He slowly reached out, with agileness, like a breeze brushing a lake, and smoothed the girl's silken strands, which the wind had tousled into a delicate dance across her forehead. His fingers bent slightly, and he lightly touched the tip of her small, delicate nose, as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water. It was a simple, intimate gesture laden with an unspoken indulgence and tenderness. So soft. That was Lucifer's first thought. The silver-haired girl seemed unconvinced, and reached out to pinch Lucifer's nose, but the clever, scheming young man easily dodged. Lucifer blinked those blood-red eyes, and looked at the fuming silver-haired girl with a feigned, innocent expression. Get over here. The silver-haired girl stamped her foot in place, and the two began chasing each other through the flower sea. Countless blossoms lost a few petals to the wind rushing behind them, leaving trails of fragrance in their wake. But Lucifer always kept the girl at a distance. She could not close, leaving her to watch helplessly, as he remained within sight yet just beyond reach. He was happy, though he didn't know why. You're still laughing, the girl said crossly. Her sapphire-blue eyes darted around before she suddenly squatted down and knit her delicate brows. My leg seems to be injured. The girl's acting was hardly convincing. He glanced at her smooth, elegantly curved calves, and at the jade-like foot fitted in those familiar low-heeled crystal shoes. Her pure white, flawless skin seemed to shine in the sunlight. I'm rank 9. Lucifer could barely contain his laughter. It really was too funny. His rank 9 spiritual power swept over her in an instant, making it obvious whether the girl was hurt. Are you coming over or not? Seeing her scheme fail, the girl resorted to verbal threats, baring her cute little fangs, like a robber threatening a passerby for money. I wouldn't dare not to come. Lucifer bent down to lean close to Lovelian, his crimson eyes full of doting affection. Go ahead and pinch. He tilted his head in the sunlight, waiting for his angel. The silver-haired girl smiled and pinched gently. Good. Come a little closer, and there's a reward. Hearing this, Lucifer smiled. Isn't that a reward for yourself? The silver-haired girl answered with a playful pink punch. After taking the hit, Lucifer didn't dare act up any further. He bent his knees slightly, so that his face was on the same level as her sapphire-blue eyes. The silver-haired girl got what she wanted, leaving a faint kiss mark on the young man's face. Lucifer, of course, was not about to stop there. His hands passed through the snowy waterfall of silver-white hair cascading down her shoulders, wrapped around her neck, and gently drew her close. The moment their lips met, her neck, white as snow, flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her skin, naturally fair and delicate, took on a faint rosy blush from shyness and nervousness, like peach blossoms just opening in spring. A touch of red brought warmth. That blush spread from the roots of her ears, gradually covering her entire neck until even her collarbones were stained with a hint of pink. The sky was still serene blue. A week later in Motos. After the founding of the previous empire, August had likewise ordered this mighty human city, which bordered the dark scorched earth, to serve as humanity's first line of defense against demon invasion. Countless wars over the past 100 years had allowed countless legendary tales to be written, yet every stroke and every line of that writing reeked of blood. On the black iron city wall, August stood, sword in hand. The pure gold sword blade was engraved with mysterious, exquisite runic arrays. The emblem of the holy dragon on the guard was striking, as though at any moment the majestic holy dragon would surge out from the blade and tear apart everything in its path. August's originally russet brown eyes had somehow turned into burning gold. His already towering frame unfurled, muscles like cast bronze bulged, and vast battle aura moved swiftly through his body. Battle was always pure for a warrior, trade wound for wound, life for life. The old injuries from past years still lingered on him. This blade, tempered during the Empire's last upheaval, was still sharp, but it had long since been on the verge of breaking. His broad hand closed tightly around the hilt, just as that 12-year-old boy had once taken up an iron sword. The enemy that time was the leader of the slave uprising. This time, the enemies were 2 8th-rank demons: Dantia, the Lord of Blood, one of the 10 demon kings, and Drav, the rotting monarch, another of the 10 demon kings. The demon race had originally possessed only 7 7th-rank demon kings, and 4 8th-rank beings, each of whom ruled as an emperor. But Nostan's overwhelming power subjugated everything in the demon realm. All demons who defied the will of the sole emperor were purged. These actions left the demon race badly wounded, but a united demon race emerged anew in a different form. Needless to say, a demon race with only a single voice from top to bottom was far more troubling. The other 3 high-ranking demons, all 8th rank, were stripped of their imperial authority and demoted to kings. Thus the original 7 demon kings gained 3 more, becoming the 10 demon kings that plague humanity on the battlefield. At the farthest point, August's eyes could reach a colossal black silhouette, like a towering mountain, exhaled black decaying breath, turning the already murky clouds above the scorched earth into pitch-black corpse clouds. Step by step it slowly moved closer to Motos. Every time this mountain, composed of countless rotting bodies, took a step, it made the earth shake and the mountains tremble. Battle-hardened August had of course seen this behemoth on the battlefield. Every time it appeared, it brought immense trouble to the human race. The sheer enormity of its body made this 8th-rank rotting monarch an overbearing force on the battlefield. And atop that mountain-like body stood a figure that appeared extremely tiny by comparison. A young man in a black tailcoat, his face as pale as though he had lost blood, raised a wine glass. Watching the demon army massing below, he swirled the cup, and the crimson liquid rippled with his movement. Gus has already left. I don't believe anyone can still stop this vile city from being destroyed. Dante drained the blood in his glass, then, as if sensing something, smiled faintly at August standing on the city wall. August ignored him, and calmly watched the 2 8th-rank beings approach. The great city of Motos had stood proudly over this scorched land for centuries, yet under the arrival of 2 8th-rank demon kings it now seemed as fragile as if it would shatter at a touch. Beneath the dim scorched earth and the city of Montouasi, rows of heavily armored human cavalry sat atop equally armored robust steeds. They held silver lances, the sharp tips glinting coldly in the wind, forming an impenetrable line. Each breath of the horses beneath the heavy armor was marked by conspicuous vapor, their naturally powerful lungs and hearts enabling them to charge across the battlefield even under the weight of their armor. Only about 1,000 cavalry stood at the front line, each one among the finest in the army. Yet their purpose was not to be the main force of this battle. Their sole aim was to disrupt the enemy's formation. Facing the equally armed demon race, a species born for war, the Empire could only select a contingent of elite cavalry to charge suicidally, breaking the enemy's wave-like assault. Otherwise, the pile of corpses beneath the city walls would only hasten the city's fall. Every cavalryman knew this was a death charge, where even leaving a complete corpse was a luxury. The overwhelming horde of elite demons would tear them apart in fury, or perhaps they would be shattered by the enemy's war magic launched from afar before even nearing their formation. Perhaps the heavy armor could withstand some low-level spells, one of the few things that granted the cavalry a semblance of security on the battlefield. All cavalrymen knew they would die, yet none retreated. No one could see the expressions on these human riders' faces as they beheld the enemy's ocean-like army. Their silver visors concealed their features. Fear or exhilaration? No one knew. The warhorses awaited their master's commands, and the cavalry awaited their sovereign's order. Augustus had already drawn his golden holy sword, its molten gold radiance illuminating the entire city. Flecks of golden light shimmered on the armor of the 1,000 cavalry, then melted into the heavy armor, like snowflakes meeting spring water. This was the great emperor's final blessing to his cavalry. From his lofty vantage, Dantea chuckled softly, the chill wind carrying his contemptuous laughter across the battlefield. The foremost demon soldiers raised their weapons high, their soul-freezing gleam seeming to encase the spirit in ice. The savage ancient blood coursed like a river within their bodies. The blood of the origin demon god from tens of millennia ago seemed to resonate with them, once more unleashing a vast momentum like an avalanche. The front row of trolls launched the charge first. Their massive towering frames allowed them to meet the eyes of the mounted human cavalry, directly negating the height advantage cavalry usually held over infantry. Their enormous bone hammers delivered devastating impact to the heavily armored foe, crippling the Empire's finest cavalry with a single blow. The trolls were creatures magically modified by the demons. Strictly speaking, they were not even demons, but mere war machines. Their ferocious muscles, catalyzed by special drugs, compressed their original bones, causing excruciating pain with every movement. This torment reduced their rationality to a very low level, and made them extremely irritable. Mass-producible, disposable, low-cost, and possessing brutal physiques, these elements combined to form these war machines. The cavalry beneath the city walls gripped their lances tighter, the patterns on the silver spearheads gleaming with magical light. Charge! Augustus issued the command with a calm demeanor. A roar like that of an ancient giant beast echoed across the battlefield. The leader of the human cavalry beneath the city walls waved the pale purple flag of the Zion's Empire, and in an instant all cavalry entered a charging posture. The warhorses lowered their heads and surged forward, their riders staring intently at the trolls directly ahead, seeking gaps in the enemy formation. The black and scorched earth trembled beneath the hooves, occasional sparks escaping from the fissures only to be crushed by the successive cavalry. A dazzling red flash erupted, and a torrent of fiery rain shot from the demon rear, hurtling straight toward the human cavalry. The heavily armored cavalry seemed oblivious to the airborne death, calmly searching for weaknesses in the enemy line. Several high-ranking mages atop the Matuasi city walls chanted in unison, conjuring colossal green wind blades that swept toward the fiery rain, painting the sky like a sunset. As the two war magics collided, the storm disk dispersed the fiery rain, forming a brilliant fiery tornado that surged toward the colossal mountain-like figure. A rotting hand rose and reached for the fire tornado. The filthy palm as wide as a city gate seized the wind element, wreaking havoc among the demon soldiers. The hot wind ignited upon contact with the palm. In an instant, the battlefield seemed filled with the stench of burnt, rotting flesh, but then the charred hand of the corrupt monarch was restored by the strange blood magic of the young man above. From the perspective of Augustus and Dantea, the tide of silver armor swiftly pierced the black ocean. A few cavalrymen were pulverized by the trolls' massive bone hammers the moment the lines met their shattered bodies, and blood along with the silver armor toppling from their horses. The warhorses neighed in anguish, only to be devoured by the surging low-level demons. Crimson spread across the intersecting battle lines. The silver-armored cavalry, who had broken through the trolls, brandished their lances, galloping freely through the demon tide. The low-level demons in their shoddy armor were no match for these battle-hardened riders.
Those silver-armored cavalry were like white lamps in the dark ocean, seemingly about to be swallowed by the terrifying sea at any moment, yet still shining with their own light. Organize the rear fire element mages to cast flames scorch the city. Open the city gates. This time cavalry in the rear, infantry in front. Augustus issued orders methodically. Infantry engage the demons. You know when to deploy the cavalry for another charge, so I won't elaborate. The battle chi within Augustus began to surge, as if he would leave the city wall and join the fray at any moment. Suddenly the aged emperor halted, turning to gaze at the battlefield's deputy commander Malmo, a 7th-rank warrior of the Hate family. If I don't return, I hope you can help me find my youngest daughter. Augustus paused again. And tell Gus to stop studying his damn 2 cells. He has already walked far enough on the path of magic, 1 step more, and he will go mad. Malmo nodded solemnly, saying nothing else, but conveying his profound respect to the emperor through his gaze. After speaking, the tall old man looked toward the 2 8th-rank demon kings in the distance. It should have ended long ago, he whispered. Half a day later. Upon the scorched earth several ravines stretched for 100 miles, with surging fighting spirit, and the foul magic of corrupted blood permeating within those bottomless chasms. The sky was cloudless. The mass of dark clouds that once shrouded this blighted land had been utterly dispersed by the battle of the 3 8th order beings, as if a corner had been torn from a dreary gray canvas, allowing the mortals below to glimpse the sun in a land that had never known daylight. Yet the creatures of the earth paid little heed to this rare sunlight. Centuries of bloodshed and roaring fury had long since transformed this land into a cursed realm that devoured all life. Upon the battlefield 2 beings, who perhaps had never met before, crossed blades, each fighting for their own ethereal dreams and honor. The brutal slaughter had endured for an age. In the sky above, August stood aloft in the air, sustained by his profound fighting spirit. Drops of black liquid slid from the sword hilt in his right hand, falling to the ground, and tainting the soil with their extreme malevolent aura. The golden holy sword still shone, like the blazing sun, upon all things. The old man gripping the blade had his left eye pierced through. Golden blood flowed from the socket, yet he forcefully cauterized it with his fighting spirit. With his remaining right eye, a fierce blazing golden pupil, he stared at the demon king amid the sea of blood. The colossal decaying body, that once stood like an unshakable mountain, now lay sprawled across the center of the battlefield like a slain dog, while demons crawled upon the vast corpse, gnawing at the demon king's flesh. Drav, whose vitality had been thoroughly extinguished by the golden holy sword in the old man's hand, could no longer rely on devouring the corpses of the living to restore his utterly pierced heart, as he had in ages past. With those pitch-black eyes vast as small hills, he calmly gazed upon the sun that shed its final light. Black polluted blood cascaded from the spine of the mountain, forming a dense viscous black waterfall that emanated a foul stench. Beneath the sunlight, Drav appeared profoundly serene, as if he had always belonged to death itself. And the aged lion who had pierced his heart with a thunderous strike now proclaimed to the world that his might still lingered and his claws remained sharp, even though he bore grievous wounds. Dante had completely lost his former elegance, merely submerged in the sea of blood, regenerating his severed right arm, while swallowing the blood surging from his throat.
You are going to die as well.
The gentleman of the demon race no longer maintained his poise. Instead, he laughed maniacally, even as the blood from his wounds continued to spread, though to a blood lord like him such an injury posed no true threat.
Perhaps,
August said softly, adjusting his already ragged breathing. This aged body had long since reached its breaking point. Shattered bones had nearly pierced his internal organs. Relying on his 8th order physique, he had endured a strike forged from over half of Dante's own blood. In that instant a searing burn consumed his body. Yet, at the same moment, August utterly slew that towering monster that had looked down upon heaven and earth. August no longer felt any pain, and as a battle-hardened veteran, he naturally knew this was not a good sign. As Dante had said, he was dying. The hourglass of his life had begun its final countdown. A flush of color returned to the old man's face, as if the peak of his past self had once again returned to this battlefield that had accompanied him for nearly his entire life. A final flicker before the light goes out. The aged lion wished to unleash one last roar, yet his nearly shattered body could no longer answer that fiercely ambitious, unwilling young soul burning within him. Dante's blood-depleted body forcibly rose to its feet, erupting into frenzied laughter that echoed across the entire heaven and earth, the laughter of an 8th order demon king.
The Demon King's spine-chilling laughter reverberated through the air, as if it would shatter the entire world. He laughed until he was breathless, tears nearly spilling from the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, a river of blood forged from overwhelming magic flowed endlessly, swiftly replenishing the blood he had lost in the earlier battle. His body, once as withered as drywood, began to swell bit by bit under the influence of that miraculous magic, synchronized with his maniacal laughter, growing ever more plump and robust. Every muscle brimmed with power, every blood vessel bulged to the point of bursting, exuding an aura that made one's heart shudder. Perhaps in the next instant this frenzied beast would charge forward and decisively end the battle. With all his remaining strength, the old man poured the last wisp of his fighting spirit into the holy sword in his hand. That breath could sustain him for only 10 seconds, his final 10 seconds. He could only wait for the enemy to strike first. In his current broken state, even seizing the initiative to attack had become an almost impossible task. The mad laughter ceased the instant his recovery was complete. The blood continuously returning to his body seemed to restore his reason as well. Within a few short seconds, the contempt in Dantia's eyes vanished entirely, replaced by unparalleled caution. Though the situation seemed to favor the Demon King, he did not rush to deliver the final blow. It was truly over. Gazing at Dantia, who still kept his distance, the aged old man exhaled a breath he could no longer sustain. The old man merely gave a scornful smile. Even though he had completely lost the strength to raise the holy sword in his hand, he still smiled.
"What are you afraid of?"
The old man spat out a mouthful of blood surging up from his throat, and looked at Dantia, who still lingered afar.
"You mongrel!"
Dantia paid no heed to the old man's taunts, maintaining his caution, even though he had just witnessed the old man lose the last of his fighting spirit. He knew the principle that delays breed trouble, but he also understood how bloody the desperate last stand of a cornered beast could be. Even if he ultimately failed to slay the old man before him, and the old man survived through some special means, the Demon Emperor could not possibly kill him over such a matter. The demon race had already lost 1/8 order, being this race could not afford to lose another top-tier power.
"What a cautious mongrel!"
The old man was even amused enough to laugh. He let out another breath, his heavy body gradually losing sensation, and the sound of the wind slowly swallowed his final hearing. The holy sword slipped from his hand, flying into the distance, as if it possessed its own will. This aged emperor fell from the sky, like a brilliant star plunging from the heavens, leaving a long radiant trail across the firmament. Malmo, who was locked in a deadly duel with the enemy's 7th Order fighter, seemed to sense something. His already heavy and powerful fists moved even faster, adding further pressure to the 7th Order Demon King Nelson across from him. With the holy sword's protection gone, Dante now felt with absolute clarity the complete dissipation of the old man's life force. He froze for a moment. Dead? Blood congealed into a scarlet giant python that carried Dante toward the falling old man. Against the azure backdrop of the sky, the blood-red serpent resembled a thick, heavy stroke of crimson carelessly splashed across a canvas by God, twisting its colossal body as it lunged toward the descending star. A sigh so faint as to be imperceptible. Dante was imprisoned in place by invisible magic, but he did not resign himself to capture. In an instant, he self-detonated, scattering into countless pieces of flesh that reassembled into human form far away, gazing at the familiar spacetime mage in the air. Gus descended upon the dim, scorched earth. His eyes, like sun and moon, swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. He lightly tapped August's utterly shattered body, and pale golden ripples spread outward. The life force that had been completely burned away seemed to slowly revive, as if time were flowing backward. The aged and broken body began to restore itself. But at the same time, Gus's presence was gradually weakening. "You humans are truly hypocritical." Dante looked contemptuously at the white-haired old man in the air. "Only now that this old wretch is dead do you show yourself. Let me guess, you want to replace this old codger and seize the human race's power for yourself. Or perhaps you had wanted him to die here all along." The Demon King sneered as it retreated, because Gus's vast ocean-like magical power blocked its perception of the changes in the two old men's auras. It naturally did not notice the white-haired elder's aura fading or the human emperor's vitality steadily recovering. It was no match for Gus, of that there was no doubt. In the earlier phase of this war, even with Drog joining forces, it had not managed to gain the slightest advantage against this old man, who commanded the magic of space and time. Noston is dead. As one of the last 3/8 Order beings of the demon race, do you not know? Gus frowned watching Dancy still widening the distance between them. Because of August, he truly had no strength left to pursue this demon king at the moment. But what the old man could not understand was why, when their demon emperor was already dead, these two demon kings were still attacking Motos. Under the original plan, the Pope of Light should also have come to reinforce Motos. After all, an 8th Order August, even wielding the holy sword of the His Empire, would struggle to withstand the simultaneous assault of two demon kings. But from Lucifer, he had learned that the Pope had gone to the demon royal court and slain the demon emperor, and the demon race had always been chaotic. That demon emperor was precisely the bond and command center that held all of demonkind together. The demon emperor was dead. What meaning was there in these two demon kings clinging so stubbornly to Motos? By Gus's reckoning, the demon race would be almost incapable of launching another war in the true sense against humanity in the short term. The remaining three demon kings would inevitably plunge the demon race into civil war for the throne. That was precisely why he had written to Gafferton, who had been gravely wounded after going to negotiate with the dwarves and failing to reach an agreement, telling him to keep recuperating. In Gus's eyes, the two demon kings would never waste such an opportunity to fight for power. Otherwise, one of the other demon kings would surely be the first to occupy the royal court and concentrate power in its hands. And then, even if the gap in strength between them was not great, the third demon king could be considered to have followed the will of demonkind. But had it not been for the sudden disturbance of the holy sword which caught the attention of him, as he was constructing a seal at Falling Wind Cliff, the His Empire might have forever lost its founding emperor. Lucifer had no reason to lie to him. And could a 9th Order demon god kill an 8th Order being, and still allow the victim to feign death, and cling to life? That was even more impossible. Was Lucifer just using him for amusement? That seemed actually quite possible. Hovering in midair, Gus watched Dantia, who seemed to have paused for a moment in the distance, and a thought rose in his mind. Lerlongsuo, the third 8th Order demon king of the demon race, was it the first of the demons to discover the demon emperor's death? It had concealed the news of the demon emperor's death, and sealed off all channels through which the other two 8th Order demon kings could learn of it. Moreover, it was also the demon king closest to the demon royal court. The threads of the matter lay like pebbles beneath murky water. As the fill slowly settled, the answer surfaced along with it. Dantia, for its part, was stunned for a moment at the old man's words, then quickly recovered. It said no more, merely casting one final profound look at the white-haired elder suspended in the air. It naturally would not take the old man's word at face value. In all the world, unless a true god had descended, who could possess the power to kill one of the foremost 8th Order beings without a sound? It, and draw two 8th Order demon kings had joined forces to battle that damned imperial emperor, and the fight had nearly reshaped the very topography of the dim scorched earth. Had they not deliberately kept the focus of the battle high in the sky, the entire land would have been riddled with holes and scars. And the demon emperor, who had remained in the demon royal court all along, had died without Dante sensing anything at all. This was too absurd. Dante could only regard it as a pretext invented by the other side, because it did not want to fight. And Dante did not want to fight either. No powerhouse was willing to battle a peer who could appear and vanish mysteriously through space. It was something that even the Blood Lord found repulsive. Watching the distant figure vanish after several abruptly flashing crimson glows, Gus felt a measure of relief. If the other side had still intended to start a fight, just now August's life would have been very hard to preserve. The white-haired old man gazed at his old friend suspended in midair, by spatial magic carefully sensed the other's condition, and let out a heavy sigh. Gus then looked toward the last remaining battlefield, the one between Malmo and Nelson. The two 7th Order warriors seemed to have reached a white-hot stage of battle. The sharp sonic booms of bodies tearing through the air never ceased. The pitch-black heavy armor on Malmo's upper body had long been twisted and deformed by blows. Even so, the physique of a 7th Order warrior still provided him the capital for a bloody fight. Each punch left a dent on the other's brutal body. Thick deep purple veins on Demon King Nelson's body surface supplied an endless stream of power. Even if Malmo shattered its skull one instant, it would restore itself the next and resume the battle. Nelson had not yet realized that all of its own side's 8th Order combat power had already left the field. In a life-and-death battle, it had no mental energy to observe how the battlefield around it was turning. After all, the human before it had for some unknown reason suddenly attacked it like a madman just moments ago. Originally it had only come to the battlefield to fight alongside the two 8th Order demon kings. Who could have imagined that the enemy would suddenly unleash such power, forcing it to devote all of its attention to defending itself? The two kept trading wounds without pause. Every fist and every kick was backed by an ultimate physical constitution. Their godlike speed stirred violent airwaves across the battlefield centered on them. Airwaves that could tear apart any living creature daring to approach in the blink of an eye. Gus observed quietly for a while, choosing not to strike at once. At the peak of the Eighth Order, even in his weakened state, he could easily kill the Demon King below. However, the advancement of human warriors depended precisely on the fierce spirit of never retreating in a fight to the death. Perhaps Malmo through this life-or-death battle might seize a chance to glimpse the true manner of the Eighth Order. Then the old man lightly raised his hand. The space around Malmo and Nelson was cut apart and transformed into an independent subspace. The old man gently lowered his raised hand. The black ocean stretching far beyond the reach of sight overturned in an instant. All the demon armies on the battlefield were cast down, dreadful space warped and shifted, unceasingly slicing and shredding every demon body. Broken limbs and blood sprayed everywhere, turning into a violet-black rain that fell onto the scorched earth. The human soldiers, who had been fighting fiercely a moment earlier, raised their heads at the same time. Amid the terrified screams of countless demons, as they died amid the drizzling violet-black rain of blood, they saw only a single figure like a god hanging in the air. The soldiers were still dazed, yet almost all at once they stripped off their blood-stained armor and shouted fanatically at the figure in the sky. The war was over. They had survived. In the imperial capital, the streets were bustling with people, and noble carriages occasionally passed by. Street vendors would shout louder when nobles went by, as if hoping to attract the nobles' attention. On one side of the street, three girls, wearing the uniforms of Narcissus Academy, chased one another back and forth, darting through the crowd like low-flying sparrows in a forest. Suddenly the girl at the front tripped over a step, spilling the bright, beautiful bouquet in her hands all over the ground. Several flowers glowing like stars in an oil painting fell before a young man. "Scarlet!" the freckled girl suddenly called out, then quickly walked toward her companion. Scarlet was helped up by her companions. She first noticed the pair of blood-red eyes, then seemed to realize what had happened. With an embarrassed smile at the young man, she began to pick up the flowers scattered on the ground. Another girl with long brown hair caught up just behind the freckled girl. She likewise first glanced at the scattered flowers on the ground, then looked at Scarlet.
"You need to be more careful next time. Even if the flowers are unharmed, you might still get hurt."
The brown-haired girl let out a sigh, bending down as she spoke.
"These flowers are very beautiful."
Suddenly Scarlet, who was still bent over collecting the flowers, looked up once more at those blood-red pupils that seemed to hold a strange allure, and noticed that the young man was holding the starry flowers, admiring them.
"Thank you."
Scarlet quickly lowered her head again. Her dark eyes seemed flustered and a little shy. What should she do? Should she give these flowers to him? If she did, would he think she had taken a liking to him? If she didn't, would he think she was stingy? Why should I even care about this? Scarlet, oh Scarlet, what are you thinking? The girl knew her cheeks must be burning hot, so she could only try to keep her head lowered, using her long hair to hide her blushing face. Lucifer did not notice the girl's thoughts. He simply handed the bouquet toward the girl, who kept her head down. Lost in shame and inner turmoil, the girl did not hear Lucifer's call until the freckled girl gently tapped her head. Scarlet snapped back to reality in an instant. Embarrassed, she took back the offered bouquet and thanked him in an almost inaudible voice.
"You're welcome."
Lucifer waved his hand casually.
"But could you tell me where these flowers are grown?"
He wanted to buy some for Lovelian. The silver-haired girl would probably love these exotic flowers. After all, she cultivated many precious and rare varieties in her dormitory at the academy.
"Shanghai Grand Garden."
The freckled girl, who had remained silent all along, said with a smile.
"These flowers are the newest varieties cultivated by the garden's mages, and have become quite popular lately." "Thank you."
Lucifer thanked the girl, then walked around the three girls and headed toward the other side of the street.
"Let's go."
The freckled girl patted Scarlet's head again.
"What are you still thinking about?" "Ah."
Scarlet seemed as if her spirit was not in her body, and she merely let out a dazed,
"Oh." "Let's head back to Narcissus Academy. Today is the start of the school term. I heard that the legendary principal will once again select the 10 most promising students for special training."
The brown-haired girl seemed eager to meet the legendary principal.
"Ha ha."
Scarlet laughed awkwardly.
I was thinking about that too.
Baron Raymond's home was a two-story villa with a small courtyard. For a baron to have his own courtyard near the center of the imperial capital was something to be proud of among barons of the same rank. Raymond stood quietly in the courtyard as usual. He raised his head slightly, and gazed at the vast boundless sky. His deep eyes seemed capable of piercing through layers of clouds, and reaching the edge of the sky, yet, at this moment, they revealed an indescribable weariness. This weariness was not from physical exhaustion, but from the heavy burden he had borne deep in his heart for long years. The experiences of the past weighed on him, like massive boulders pressing down so hard that he could barely breathe. But in his eyes a faint yet resolute glimmer of hope still shone. It was the hope for possible beauty in the future. Perhaps such beauty might not arrive in your life as promised, but that does not stop you from continuing to hope for it. The morning sunlight was always gentle and bright, its radiance everywhere, as if touched by some extraordinary magic that could ignite the withered hearts of the disheartened. Under the sunlight a breeze blew through the courtyard, causing Raymond's dark brown eyes to blink involuntarily. When he opened them again, he found a young man with blood-red pupils before him, wearing a rather casual gray overcoat, and using those blood-red eyes to survey the courtyard, and himself. "Remember," the young man spoke. Raymond's heart, which had been racing because of a stranger entering without his notice, nearly stopped in an instant. His blood pressure spiked at once, and the veins on his body's surface even bulged slightly. This was his code name in the Underworld Church. Had the Empire already discovered that he was a lackey of the Church? What about Scarlet? These were the three thoughts that crossed Raymond's mind in that instant.
"Praise blood and weep tears, pray to me as God."
Raymond's stopped heart resumed beating the next moment upon hearing this strange incantation. "A fellow member." The middle-aged man bent slightly.
"You are from the Church. Acting Pope,"
the young man said with a light laugh. As he spoke, Raymond sensed that the church mark carved into his body 12 years ago by that Lord reacted, meaning the other party was definitely a high-ranking member of the church. Raymond's pupils contracted in an instant, then quickly returned to normal.
"Are you here? Here to?"
he asked the young man in a trembling voice, like someone who had finally seen the long-awaited result. His gaze, full of hope, was blazing and full of life, like a withered tree meeting spring again.
"To fulfill the Church's promise, and tell you what to do next."
Lucifer was taken aback for a moment by the fervent look in Raymond's eyes, then spoke again. His main purpose in coming here was to continue the development of the Underworld Church in the mortal world. Because he could not sense the ancient gods' authorities in this world, he could only rely on certain anomalies to find these powers lost to the world. The Underworld Church was indeed a useful tool, and Raymond, who happened to live in the imperial capital, was an even better candidate. The gray rat of the underworld told him that this baron had a daughter suffering from
amnesia.
At fixed intervals she would lose all her memories, and then in a new cycle she would get to know everything around her anew. At first the cycle was 1 month. Later Raymond helped the gray rat with many tasks, and the blessing he received allowed the gray rat to treat the daughter's amnesia a little. It was just extended from 1 month to 6 months, then to a year, and now to 3 years. This human baron already feels deeply grateful to me. Moreover, the essence of this amnesia is simply caused by an overly vigorous soul and an excessively sluggish spirit. Even I can easily cure it completely, and for you, my lord, it would be even more effortless. These were the gray rat's exact words, and they were also the personal experience of Raymond and his daughter. Lucifer found it intriguing, and made a trip himself, also to bring some amusing trinkets for Lovelian. The story of a pitiful man is always tragic. Again and again, they met again, and again she forgot. The father still refused to give up on his daughter, even going so far as to embrace the so-called gods he had once held in contempt. Lucifer looked at the humble baron before him, stirred by many emotions. Yet all those thoughts ultimately settled back into calmness.
"And your daughter?"
he asked blandly, his face devoid of expression, as if it were merely an ordinary duty.
"She has gone to the academy."
Raymond was stricken as if by lightning, realizing that his daughter was on her way to the Narcissus Academy at this very moment.
"My lord, please wait. I'll go bring her back right now, right now." "No need."
The acting pope's calm tone seemed to pass a death sentence upon the Empire's baron. The treatment he had long awaited had finally come again, yet the other seemed.
"I will wait here." In the meantime, let me go over the specific arrangements for the next task.
Lucifer's next words made Raymond laugh again, though the laughter seemed to carry tears.
Why, yes. Yes, your holiness.
He laughed heavily, his head bowed toward the grass, his vision gradually blurring.
When was the last treatment?
Lucifer watched Raymond's flustered movements, especially the fear that had just seized him when he remembered that his daughter was not at home, and asked casually.
3 years ago.
Raymond's voice was thick with nasality. This middle-aged nobleman, usually so vigorous and decisive, seemed at that moment to have lost all his pride, reduced to a father utterly helpless against his daughter's strange affliction.
You sense your daughter is about to start forgetting again.
Lucifer raised an eyebrow. Raymond took a deep breath and let it out heavily, as if exhaling the frightened sighs of every waking morning over the past 3 years, as he looked at his daughter. The gray rat had never told the father how long each treatment would last, so as to make the illness seem unpredictable and troublesome. But in truth, it could be done simply by finding a 7th-rank mage who understood the soul. Only given Raymond's baronial rank, even securing an audience with such a mage was quite difficult. Every day this father would probably confirm it once upon waking. It was like 2 identical doors, one leading to a normal life, the other to a desperate hell. Which door one pushed open would determine the final outcome. But in any case, before opening the chosen door, the one who pushed would be in extreme agony and inner struggle. And this father repeated that life every day. Each dawn upon waking he endured an immense upheaval of emotion. Entanglement, hope, fear, worry, hesitation. These tangled emotions interwove to form a father's love for his daughter.
Still, thanks to the church's treatment, my daughter managed to pass through her initial years of growth more or less normally.
Raymond was too ashamed to wipe his tears, so he simply tried to control the muscles around his eyes, to keep the dampness from spreading. Although his daughter's amnesia did not affect eating, drinking, or other mundane daily routines, the missing social memories would inevitably shape a fractured personality. It was for this reason that Raymond had recently been writing to the church frequently. In his letters, he explicitly stated that he would give everything he possessed to secure his daughter's normal life. Because these 3 years were too crucial. It takes more than a decade for a person's psyche to grow into a complete human. In the past, his daughter's memory loss cycles had been short, almost equivalent to an inability to retain memories. Naturally, he had already resigned himself to caring for a demented daughter for the rest of his life. Yet the world actually possessed a means of treatment. Hope rekindled is sturdier than anything else, but when it shatters, the despair it brings is beyond compare. During these 3 years, Raymond gave his daughter everything he could give, trying to make her spirit fuller, her experiences and memories more abundant. But if Scarlet were to lose the memories of this time period again, then there would be no possibility of this father ever seeing the Scarlet of this period again. Perhaps it was horrifying, but a new person would emerge within his daughter's body. She would share the same appearance, the same body, the same soul as the old Scarlet. But he did not know whether she would still be the daughter who smiled as she walked into his room to bring him flowers. Perhaps after being reacquainted and re-educated, she would do the same. But would that her still be the current her? And recently Scarlet had already begun showing signs of the forgetting. Fear had almost completely devoured the father's reason. Fortunately, however, the church's people arrived.
Your future task will no longer be procuring forbidden magical supplies. The church only needs you to rely on your personal connections to search for certain anomalies.
Lucifer spoke up.
For instance, when something normal suddenly becomes abnormal, for instance.
He then gave some possible signs of the existence of divine authority. Raymond was still taken aback. Previously, the church had needed him to purchase forbidden magical supplies from the capital's black market, precious items whose circulation was expressly banned by the empire. Of course, the church funded the purchases. After all, a baron's financial means were limited. He then relied on his noble status to smuggle those contraband goods out of the imperial capital and deliver them to the church. If the empire ever discovered it, even as a baron, he would only perish under the empire's laws. He had expected the church to seize this critical treatment opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. He had also prepared himself for death. He had purchased a property in another town, so that if things fell apart, he could quickly move his daughter into hiding and then go to his death. But what did
searching for anomalies
mean? Wasn't it too vague? How many abnormal events occurred every day in the empire? Were all of them to be recorded and reported to the Church of the Nether God? Lucifer seemed to read Raymond's thoughts, and gave a helpless smile. The method was somewhat crude, but at least it was searching. Just as the prophecy of the
dragon god's heart
suggested, although Lucifer could not perceive the existence of
time,
he could probably deduce it from its functions.
You have no objections, right?
Lucifer felt the words were superfluous, but asked anyway.
No, no.
Raymond lowered his head.
When will your daughter be back?
Lucifer looked up at the sky.
Before sunset,
Raymond replied respectfully.
I'll come back once before then.
He needed to pay a visit to the Starseed Grand Garden. Watching Lucifer's figure fade quietly from the spot, Raymond gently placed his hand over his heart. The heavy, fervent heartbeat seemed to tell him how beautiful life was. Unleashing his ninefold perception, Lucifer swept his senses across the entire imperial capital in an instant, and arrived at the so-called Starseed Grand Garden in the very next moment. This was a stretch near the outskirts of the imperial capital, less than 20 li from Bradley Court. Perhaps Lovillian had often come here in the past. But recently Lovillian had been busy dealing with the matter of low-ranking netherworld creatures invading the mortal realm, constructing a defense line between the mortal realm and the netherworld. Because Lucifer had slain the demon emperor, the Church of Light's appointment never took effect, and Gust instead arranged a not-too-busy duty for the young woman. Her task was to report on the future meeting ground between the Empire and the netherworld. It did not even require Lovillian to personally visit the fusion points, where the mortal realm and the netherworld converged. To the southeast of the forest of demonic beasts, a preliminary front had already taken shape along the Empire's northwestern border. The war that might follow could last for a very long time. Lucifer could of course resolve all of this with ease. He could solve every problem currently facing the mortal realm without the slightest effort. But doing so would only accelerate the entry of the netherworld's 3 remaining demon gods into the mortal realm. It was like floodwaters ceaselessly gathering. Left alone, it might merely submerge one piece of land, but if its outlet were blocked forever, the waters would swell ever more powerful, until they drowned the very dikes built to contain them, and then, with unstoppable fury, devoured everything behind them. The fusion of the mortal realm and the netherworld was already inevitable. The frequent entry of low-ranking netherworld creatures had instead slowed the demon gods' advance into the mortal realm. Lucifer was not certain whether the remaining demon gods of the netherworld knew this peculiarity of the merging. But they probably did not know, or they would never have allowed such a vast number of netherworld creatures to enter the mortal realm. Smoothing the wrinkles on his collar, Lucifer stepped into Starseed Grand Garden, more like a sprawling park, except that it had no recreational facilities, only pure greenery and blooming flowers. The entire Starseed Grand Garden seemed to have no protective measures at all, but with a demon god's eyesight one could naturally perceive the exceedingly vast current of magic surging under the ground, like a great dragon waiting in ambush, ready at any moment to strike a thunderous blow at some reckless intruder. "How may I serve you, sir?" In Starseed Grand Garden, an elf no larger than an adult's palm appeared atop a flower glowing with cyan light. Its pale green gossamer wings flapped against its tiny body, lifting the flower elf into the air. She was like a doll carefully dressed by a girl who adored beauty suddenly come to life. A faint scent drifted over, like morning tea blended with green grass and orchids, refreshing the heart. "I am an elf from Southern District 2 of Starseed Garden. If you have any questions you may ask me directly." The flower elf's voice was tiny, as faint as the hum of a mosquito. But the meaning it intended to convey was transmitted to Lucifer with great precision. "I want to go inside and pick a few flowers for my beloved." Lucifer was somewhat surprised by the construction of such a creature. "All right." The flower elf spoke softly, then blew a gentle breath at Lucifer. A green light followed that breath and wrapped around him. "Now you may enter." The flowers in Starseed Garden were divided into 3 grades. From low to high, their prices were 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin respectively. The flower elf patiently introduced all the garden's rules to the young man before her, and also warned Lucifer about the consequences of failing to respect the compact. "Who is the true master of Starseed Garden?" Lucifer asked casually after listening to the rules. "My race, the elven race." The flower elf explained patiently. "Ever since the last century came to an end, the elven race has no longer kept itself apart from the world, and it has maintained good relations with the human race, the beast race, and the demon race. It began introducing its race, the elven race, with considerable pride. The great god of nature created the world, and the elven race is the terror the god of nature gave to the world so that it might express the world's emotions. The flower elf puffed out its chest. The pale green gossamer wings behind it fluttered, as if dancing. A single gust might have blown it to the ground, yet its tiny body still miraculously kept its balance. "We elves," the flower elf seemed about to speak further, but then stopped, smiling at Lucifer apologetically. "Forgive me, sir, I have said too much." It smiled at Lucifer awkwardly. "It's all right." Lucifer waved a hand to show he didn't mind. Among the several sentient races currently present in the mortal realm, each race possessed a god who created the world, and the creator god recorded by each race was different. But up to now only the origin demon god of the demon race truly existed, and the demon race had indeed been created by him. The elven race was the terror the god of nature gave to the world. In human records, humanity was the child of the world, personally appointed by the sun god. Who could say who was right or wrong? And the power to create a world, could that truly be something a ninth order, or rather any being with a will of its own, could accomplish? Lucifer could also create life independently, but at best those would only be his lesser vassals, not an independent race. What incredible power would be required to create the countless races of the world? Even Lucifer, the foremost of ninth-order beings, could not imagine how powerful such a creature might be. Creation was always far, far more difficult than destruction. Casting aside his cluttered thoughts, Lucifer walked into the garden. In the ancient age, the gods deemed the world's land too fragile, so they caused the stars of heaven to fall. This imperial capital was where the first falling star landed at that time. The flower elf began to tell him the history of Starsea Garden. Can you imagine? This is the final resting place of a star that had drifted through pitch-black space for countless ages. That is only the resting place you imagine. Lucifer thought silently. In the long ages to come, perhaps, this star watched over by the gods would also shatter, turning into scattered meteors that continued to drift through the universe. A star's only true destination is the universe. Stretch time to infinity, and it might appear anywhere. Its final home would never be here. Suddenly the ground beneath the garden began to rumble, as if something had struck a resonance. The garden, like a sea of flowers, swayed like a wooden boat in a violent storm, pitching and tossing. In an instant Lucifer sensed a unique life aura, and the source of that aura was precisely the green dragon beneath the garden, which he had originally believed to be the root of the formation patterns. In the young lady's bedroom on the second floor of the Bradley residence, Lovillian sat quietly by the window. Her silver hair cascading to her shoulders, like a waterfall, spread gently around her like a layer of smooth satin. At that moment warm, bright sunlight streamed through the window, cloaking the entire room in a veil of golden gauze. Bathed in the sunlight, those silver strands, already sacred and immaculate, shone with dazzling brilliance, like countless stars glittering in the night sky. The silver-haired girl knitted her brows slightly. Her clear blue eyes, limpid as water, gazed into the distance as if lost in thought. Lucifer had already explained to her why the netherworld and the mortal world were merging, and she naturally understood that dispatching forces far stronger than the netherworld's low-ranked creatures could end the war quickly, but it would also accelerate the merging. But humanity could hardly keep those low-ranked creatures from the netherworld in captivity, could it? That seemed far too absurd, and the cost would be exceedingly high. The front line had already made initial contact with the netherworld's creatures. Those low-ranked beings possessed no reason at all. They seemed to know only how to attack in a frenzy, and some even kept fighting after being beheaded. The girl, who had never seen the netherworld, caught a glimpse of it through a battle report sent back from the human front line. It was the place where Lucifer was born, and of course she also knew it was the place he had always longed to escape. The netherworld was steeped in chaos, and carnage. Madness was its very essence. The four demon gods at the apex of the netherworld's pyramid cared nothing for the lives of the lowly creatures beneath them. They gave the impression that even if the netherworld were destroyed the very next instant, their first thought would be to flee rather than to defend the place that had given them birth. This stood in stark contrast to the attachment and longing that the mortal world's intelligent beings generally felt for their homeland. There was not the slightest sense of belonging. The most typical and direct example was that demon god who begged her for a hug every single day. Whenever she thought of Lucifer, Lovillian's jewel-like eyes would involuntarily narrow into two curved crescents resting upon her delicate, exquisitely beautiful face. The soft blue light shining in her azure eyes was like the gentle radiance of a bright moon suspended in the deep night sky, tenderly enveloping everything around it, and filling all with endless warmth. Lovillian naturally knew where Lucifer had been born. He came from the netherworld, Yet the Lucifer in her memory was far more unique than any other creature ever to emerge from that place. He had been summoned by her in the form of a crow. At first, she had not even believed what he said, but the very same day the dean proved it. He was the demon god recorded only once in human history. The origin demon god shattered the shackles of the rules, challenged the gods, and ultimately fell. His corpse transformed into the demon race, continuing to interfere with the normal development of the mortal world. That was how the vast majority of people in the Empire viewed demon gods, evil, sinister, and fond of slaughtering living beings. Wicked mortals may massacre lives when displeased, but an evil demon god would be displeased if it did not slaughter. Who else was like her? Lucifer, basking in the sun every day, loving cream cake, and asking her for hugs. It was not as though she had ever been the one to hug Lucifer first. The Maiden of Light had summoned the soul of a demon god bound within the body of a crow. Thinking back now, Lucifer had seemed very childish then, but also very endearing. When he had first been summoned into the mortal world, he had not even realized that he had already entered it, and had gained his 5 senses. He merely grumbled fiercely about how inconsiderate the silver-haired girl had been interrupting an elderly demon god's 16 bouts of slumber. Then, he could not wait to return to the netherworld, only to open his eyes again moments later in the mortal world. At the time, she had simply thought the little crow felt dizzy after being summoned, and had closed its eyes. Only later did she learn that Lucifer had been trying to cross directly from the netherworld into the mortal world, and that he had been repelled by the rules. Today he had said he was going out to buy her something, but he still had not returned. The silver-haired girl's gaze rested on the distant horizon. Suddenly, as if she had noticed something, a blood-red reflection appeared in Lovilian's azure eyes, growing larger and larger in her sight, until, boom! The colossal blood-colored airway shattered the transparent window the instant it touched it. Dust and soil from the outskirts hurled into the air by the blast and mixed with flying shards of glass reached their peak acceleration, and shot toward the girl in the bedroom at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In that instant a dazzling pure white light burst outward from the window. That immaculate holy light, like an indestructible shield, swiftly expanded before the girl. The objects that had been hurtling forward with unstoppable force the moment they touched the barrier formed by that light seemed to be gripped by an invisible power, and could not advance even a fraction further. Some were knocked away, while others dropped straight to the floor, utterly losing their former momentum and menace. The silver-haired girl stood silently, her peerlessly beautiful face utterly unruffled like a calm and tranquil lake. Yet beneath that serene exterior lurked a powerful aura that made one's heart tremble. A sacred radiant light flowed from her entire being, glowing with a brilliance as dazzling as the brightest stars. It encircled the girl, forming a resplendent halo around her, making her seem like an angel descended to the mortal world. In that glow the girl's silver hair appeared even softer and more lustrous, cascading over her shoulders, like a waterfall of silver. Her skin too gleamed with a bewitching luster, fine as mutton-fat, jade white and flawless. "My lady." Otero appeared at the bedroom doorway. Seeing the sun mark on Lovilian's forehead radiating faint golden light, he lowered his head again, as though standing before something supremely august. "I'm fine." The silver-haired angel gently shook her head. As she did, the holy light dissolved into drifting white motes, and the sacred mark on her forehead withdrew and concealed itself. "That aura just now came from the netherworld," Otero said softly, raising his head at last to look at his young lady. "I know." Lovilian was gazing at the scarlet phantom hand outside the broken window, a hand that nearly blotted out the entire sky over the imperial capital and radiated a suffocating magical pressure. As if suppressing something beneath it, the colossal scarlet phantom, vast as an overturned mountain, pressed steadily downward. The land beneath the phantom hand crumbled inch by inch, and the earth, for miles around, was depressed more than 10 meters by that dreadful apparition. "Lucifer." The silver-haired girl struggled to keep her expression calm, as she sensed the familiar aura emanating from the blood-red phantom hand. Her heart was a tangled storm. The scorched earth lay shrouded in dimness. The icy wind here seemed eternal. Even though the recent Hydra war had blasted apart the clouds that had hung over the sky for years, allowing this land that never saw sunlight to briefly glimpse the sun, the somber essence of this earth remained unchanged. A white-haired old man stood atop the city wall. Though his face was etched with wrinkles, like ravines carved by time, he held his back straight. The biting wind swept across his visage, tearing through the air like blades. The tall old man beside him no longer had the ashen complexion he bore before. Though still weak, his long-tempered, robust physique allowed him to stand firm in the cold wind.
You acted too much on your own this time. The white-haired old man did not soften his tone out of respect for his companion's noble status, but spoke like an old friend rebuking the other for disregarding his own life.
If the holy sword hadn't risen instantly radiating its unique magical fluctuations, and if I hadn't just happened to make a breakthrough in time magic, you wouldn't even have a corpse left now. You would have become part of the Dante blood sea.
The white-haired old man turned slightly, his sun-moon pupils sharp and piercing in the cold wind, as if they could see through everything. When a man dies, everything becomes void. The weakened Augustus did not take offense at Gust's stern tone, but simply smiled. At this moment his brown eyes were as calm as a windless sea, yet seemed to harbor unparalleled power. In the face of death, an emperor who conquered the world and a beggar who failed to scrounge his next meal seemed to have no difference. He chuckled in the wind. The biting cold did not diminish the grandeur of the towering old man who had just returned from death's door.
But death doesn't seem to be such a big deal after all.
The tall old man's words after facing death were still calm, as if this life and death battle had not instilled in him any reverence for death.
He still scorned death, as an emperor scorns all things.
There is a demon god in the underworld who governs decay and death. The white-haired old man fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something, then suddenly smiled.
Perhaps you should truly seek him out to discuss your understanding of death. That will have to wait until he enters the mortal realm.
Augustus did not take his old friend's jest to heart.
Holding the authority of death does not mean one can escape death. Even ninth-rank deities can die. This is an unassailable truth that the ancient gods have already shown us.
The aged emperor paid it no mind.
I began my campaigns at 12, and at 16, I slew with my own hands the baron who had given me my name.
The tall old man narrated his story with composure, as if it bore no relation to him, just as the cold and desolation of this scorched earth bore no connection to the splendor of the imperial capital's palace. I severed the baron's head with my own hands, and his boiling blood splashed onto my face. As that warmth gradually turned cold on my skin, I realized what I had done.
I killed the baron, who had nurtured me with care, hoping I would become his sharpened blade. From that moment on I understood, there is nothing in this world that cannot be killed, nothing that cannot be slain. If there is, it is only because you lack the strength. Before killing that man who harbored ambitions to conquer all yet lacked the ability to match them, I had always believed the baron was unkillable. Just as the sun, no matter how miserably it vanished from sight the day before, would always reappear vibrantly in your view the next morning. The slaves who revolted when I was 12 were also killed by me, because I thought they couldn't kill the baron who at that time seemed to be fleeing in panic. Better to use their blood to elevate my own standing. And I was proven right. I earned the favor of that arrogant man, and he seemed to truly treat me as his own son. If he hadn't ultimately tried to shatter the very sword he had forged with his own hands, perhaps I would have remained loyal and followed him into battle. Unfortunately, the poison at that banquet, meant to celebrate victory, had no effect on me, because unbeknownst to them, I had broken through to the 6th rank. A 6th rank physique rendered me completely immune to a poison that could only incapacitate a 5th rank. He had forged the sword with his own hands, yet he did not know how sharp it was. He died. When my blade pierced his heart, the grimace on his face, the futile flailing of his limbs in death's throes, and those eyes, fear consumed everything within him. From that day on I understood a truth.
The tall old man faced his old friend directly in the cold wind, his brown eyes exposed to the bitter air, deep and mysterious. A truth that sounds like a platitude. Everything that lives will eventually die. The tall old man ran his hand along the edge of the city wall. Mana and battle chi from the war still lingered in every minute mark on the ancient wall's surface. But you are still useful alive.
Gus merely raised an eyebrow, an expression this white-haired and composed old man had never made before.
You are truly.
Augustus slapped the top of the wall heavily, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, yet having no recourse, and finally let out a heavy sigh.
What else must I do?
Having composed himself, the tall old man looked up at the sky and asked quietly. Black cloud banks were gathering once again over the pitch-black scorched earth, and the sun's light at the edge of the sky was gradually being shrouded.
Hold the front line between the mortal realm and the underworld.
Gus' smile faded as he said gravely,
Even in your current state, you can still deal with merely low-tier underworld creatures.
If they're all low-tier underworld creatures, why don't you just deal with them yourself? I thought the Underworld would send many high-tier creatures to invade the mortal realm. Before arriving, I even reinforced the front line there with 2 7th-rank combatants. Can't they drive back those Underworld mongrels, who lack any same-rank opponents? I have other uses for those 2 7th ranks. You still have to go there in person," Gus said unhurriedly. "As for why I don't wipe them out in one go, the reason is rather complicated, and I don't feel like explaining. You only need to know this: do not go on a massive slaughter of those low-tier creatures entering the mortal realm. Just keep them from interfering with the Imperial citizens' lives." Augustus laughed in exasperation. "You will never change, will you?" In the cold wind, the 2 old men whose combined ages exceeded 300 laughed heartily. Malm, standing in the distance, winced as he applied hemostatic powder to his wound. He looked up at the 2 laughing elders and paused in surprise. The Imperial soldiers below the city wall, hearing the laughter, also instinctively raised their heads to glance. Across the scorched earth, the 2 old men's bold laughter echoed until the last sliver of sunlight was devoured by darkness, and the somber wasteland finally regained its accustomed stillness. The Shizi Empire, the Imperial capital. The raging blood-colored aura swept across the entire Imperial capital the instant that scarlet giant hand phantom pressed downward. Ominous blood-red clouds veiled the whole sky, and gloom engulfed the entire world. The people of the capital felt only that the sky had darkened in an instant, followed by a tremor, as if heaven and earth were being upended. To those near the outskirts of the Imperial capital, it seemed that a world-shaking explosion had suddenly erupted from the direction of Shanghai Garden, like the roar of an ancient apex magical beast between heaven and earth, a roar that could tear apart the souls of every living being that perceived it. The blood-colored giant hand phantom continued pressing downward. The land that had once belonged to Shanghai Garden kept collapsing, while waves of terrifying mana simultaneously shredded every spiritual force that dared to sense it. No one knew what was happening, but every citizen of the Imperial capital knew it might be destroyed in an instant. When that blood-colored giant hand phantom reflected in their eyes, the stinging pain in their pupils was enough to tell them the gap between the 2 sides. "Unfold the array runes." A roar erupted atop the white tower of the Imperial capital. As if in response, brilliant golden runes appeared one after another above the darkened city like golden stars studded against the apocalyptic pitch-black backdrop. A middle-aged violet-robed mage stood upright in the void. The Gale lifted his robe, woven from precious magical materials, and its 7 golden stripes, the mark of a 7th-tier mage. Kaidike Saisai, a 7th-tier lightning mage. A war mage, who had once galloped across battlefields in the war between humans and the demon race, and who was regarded as a thorn in the demon's side, now calmly watched the blood-colored giant hand that blotted out half the sky. But if anyone drew close, they would notice that the 7th-tier mage's hand was trembling. Fear was swallowing him. Yet he could not let fear appear on his face, even though his heart was pounding madly, and his biological instincts warned him of the gap between himself and the enemy. But this was the Imperial capital, the most important human city since the founding of the Shizi Empire. It was no exaggeration to say that this place carried nearly everything belonging to the human race. All of humanity's precious and rare magical resources, every world-rare battle chi technique, and every future prodigy of the human race, all were here. Below, the people of the capital saw the sacred figures shining with purple lightning in the sky, and could not help stretching out their hands toward the high-ranking mage of the Mage Association in the White Tower in reverence. "That's Kaidike," a young man cheered, thrusting both hands into the air. "Indestructible lightning will destroy it. The Imperial capital will not fall." The fervent cheers resounded through the entire Imperial capital, and all the people gazed at the lightning-wreathed figure in the sky. At the same time, streaks of light in different colors appeared from every corner of the Imperial capital, each streak signifying a mage. These points of light were like stars fallen to the mortal world, faint yet seemingly carrying incomparable power. More and more mana gathered into the golden runes, multiplying across the sky, causing those emblems, already brilliant beneath the somber heavens, to become ever more solid and tangible. This was a runic array that had existed since the founding of the Empire. Its foundation had been personally constructed by Guzit, president of the Royal Mage Association, allowing it to absorb the wandering mana of heaven and earth, and the mana diffused by mages, converting them into its own power. And yet, it had remained in use for nearly a century. The last time it had been employed was when several demon kings pressed against the border. In response, Guzit led his personal guard straight toward the demon royal court, and the demon kings, who had already set half a foot into the Imperial capital, turned back almost the moment they received word. Now after nearly a century the stored mana was being drawn upon once more, but this time, they did not even know where their enemy was. Kaidyke stared grimly at that blood-colored giant hand which seemed capable of annihilating everything. In a flash the mana within his body converged into his palm, and dazzling purple lightning blazed across the entire space. But he still did not strike, for the blood-colored phantom showed no intention of redirecting its terrifying assault. That aura of extreme malice and violence seemed to belong to the Netherworld. Moreover, the 8th-tier experts Kaidyke had seen were nowhere near this imposing. An 8th-tier expert could certainly level the Imperial capital in the absence of use it and outuse it, but would never create this kind of despair. The ultimate pressure nearly suffocated the battle-hardened lightning mage. All the mages of the Imperial capital also looked anxiously at that sky-covering phantom, hoping, praying. A silver-haired girl advanced through the wildly spreading blood-red aura. Unease rippled in her azure eyes, but her nimble steps accompanied by tiny motes of pure white mana gradually carried her faster. What was surprising, however, was that the mana that seemed able to destroy everything and run rampant through the air appeared to flow around the silver-haired girl, as if it had encountered its master. Llewellyn gritted her teeth when she saw this, but at the same time, the great stone suspended in her heart finally settled. Lucifer's mana was avoiding her, which meant he still possessed a clear mind and knew she had come. But if he knew she had come, why was he still gathering such an enormous stream of mana? Did he not care about the capital at all? Lucifer! The girl shouted at the top of her lungs on the spot. Though her voice seemed as if it would be swallowed up in an instant by the surrounding blood-colored mana, a response nonetheless came. Wait, there's a strange thing beneath this garden. Lucifer's voice reached the girl's ears through the blood-red chaos, and the silver-haired girl froze for a moment. She had not expected him to reply so directly. After all, whenever he angered her in the past, he would go into hiding. Then what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy the capital? Llewellyn did not shout this time. She said coolly, if you don't have a good explanation when you get back, don't even think about me giving you any more gold coins to buy anything. The silver-haired girl delivered the threat with savage ferocity. Then the citizens of the Imperial capital clearly saw the blood-colored giant hand in the sky pause for an instant, then press down even more violently, as if it were trying to grasp something. Why would I ever destroy the capital for no reason? You would beat me to death. Lucifer felt a little wronged. There's something in Shanghai Garden that I need, but it keeps running, and it runs extremely fast. Suddenly a majestic voice came from within the blood-colored mana. I am the sovereign of nature and life, the guardian of harmony and friendship, the observer standing atop the world tree. The majestic noble voice was cut short the next moment. Still barking. There is no way I will let you run away today. It was Lucifer's voice. Almost at the instant Llewellyn heard that voice, she saw the blood-red phantom condense, further then clench down, with tremendous force. It was as if a force of 10,000 June contracted, even space shattered in an instant, before such might and lethal spatial fissures appeared around the clenching giant hand. Then came a thunderclap-like explosion, the deafening sound of the blood-red giant hand clenching shut. At the same time, the instant everyone in the Imperial capital heard the thunderous sound, they looked toward Kaidyke in the sky. Kaidyke did not know what had happened, but he knew what he should do. Holding out until the president of the Royal Magic Association and the Emperor of the Empire returned was the only thing he needed to do, yet it seemed utterly impossible. This lightning mage, who had galloped across battlefields for half his life, had never seen such boundless mana saturating every stretch of space to the limit. The ever-present blood red seemed ready to devour this ancient imperial capital at any moment, perhaps in the very next instant. The crucial reason, and indeed the only reason why the imperial capital remained safe for now, was that the owner of those giant blood-red hands seemed to have no intention of attacking it. Kaidyke even had the absurd feeling that the other party was deliberately avoiding this battle and intentionally keeping away from the capital. That was a little absurd. It was like two male lions locked in a life-or-death struggle over territory, muscles tensed waiting for the other's thunderous strike. Every contact was a lethal threat, and yet in the end they deliberately avoided the flowers and grass on the ground, as if afraid of ruining the environment. This was just too absurd. Kaidyke was amused by the very thought, though on the surface he still maintained his dignity, and stared intently at the blood-red phantom in the distance. The majestic formation was operating at full capacity. Its brilliant golden radiance was like the brightest beam in the dark night, able to hold back some of the stray blood-red mana. Kaidyke had no intention of acting rashly. A person should only take on what his abilities allow, and this was clearly not something he was meant to join. Within the thick blood-red mana mist a green glimmer full of life appeared from time to time, accompanied by one furious dragon roar after another. But in an instant, that life-heralding green light was suppressed by the blood-red phantom. As the green glow gradually faded, the enormous phantom seemed satisfied, and the imposing might that had once appeared capable of swallowing heaven and earth slowly receded. Kai Dike's unconsciously clenched hands slowly relaxed. Was this about to end? But his gaze remained fixed on the blood-red mist in the distance that had not yet dispersed. The dense blood-red color blocked most of his perception. Even with his 7th-rank spiritual power, he could only catch a glimpse. Perhaps Kai Dike would never forget the scene he had observed that day when he released his spiritual power. A dragon. That legendary creature, one he had never seen before, yet he recognized at first glance the supreme overlord that had once thrived only in myth. Inside the mysterious blood-red domain lay a pure blood dragon. Its deep green unbreakable scales covered its body densely and neatly like armor made of carefully inlaid plates. Every scale shimmered with a faint yet unnerving light, as if recounting the countless fierce battles and the vicissitudes of time they had endured. The dragon's muscles were sleek yet full of tension, each one distributed in perfect proportion, displaying an incomparable sense of strength and beauty. What drew the eye most were the enormous dragon wings on both sides of its back. Spread open, those emerald green wings gave one the overwhelming impression that they could blot out the sky. Even now slightly folded, one could still feel the immense energy and supremely noble aura contained within them. Kai Dike could hardly believe that this awe-inspiring, overwhelmingly domineering being was now lying on the ground like a lifeless dead dog. The deep green vertical pupils that had once been so majestic and daunting were now dim and spiritless, as if they had suffered an unbearable, horrifying blow. Standing not far away, Kai Dike could not help being drawn to a blood-red pillar of light rising straight into the clouds. It seemed to link heaven and earth, piercing through the sky and radiating a terrifyingly powerful pulse of mana. This blood-red pillar of light was the pillar of mana formed after the earlier blood-red phantom dispersed. It pierced deeply through the spine of the pure blood green dragon, spanning heaven and earth. As blood gushed continuously from the wound, it soon pooled beneath the dragon's colossal body into a shimmering emerald green lake. The lake was saturated with an extremely dense aura of life, the exuberant vitality unique to the life dragon. The ground that had just been crushed by the phantom blood-red giant hand was littered with broken dragon scales, each flashing with a pale green light. Kai Dike believed that if these scales were given to mages obsessed with mana-conducting weapons, they would be deeply grateful to the one who provided them. That was if Kai Dike dared. But naturally he did not. Lucifer had naturally sensed the prying of that insignificant 7th-rank mage. He did not stop anyone from watching. It was simply that the vast overflowing mana currents automatically blocked those lower-ranked beings.
I have no intention of destroying the Imperial capital. You had better leave as soon as possible.
Lucifer's voice carried through the Shanghai garden, which had originally been on the outskirts of the Imperial capital. Kai Dike naturally understood what he meant. The instant Lucifer's words fell, the 7th-rank mage vanished from beside the blood-red light barrier and relocated to the top of the Imperial White Tower. Kai Dike's heart was pounding wildly, as if he might collapse at any moment from the frantic heartbeat and the surge of blood pressure that followed it, but he had no intention of ordering the golden formation to be withdrawn. Lucifer gave a soft laugh where he stood. The dense blood-red mist completely covered the grounds of Shanghai Garden on the outskirts of the Imperial capital, and no one could ever again see what was happening inside. Except for one silver-haired girl. At first, the silver-haired girl's expression was very cold, like ice that refused to melt in the depths of winter. But the blood-red mana drifting around her seemed to sense the silver-haired girl's dark mood and pressed toward her, as if trying to curry favor. Luohualian almost laughed in exasperation. With a wave of her jade-like hand, she brushed away the clinging blood-red mana, and sent a message to the surrounding void.
Are you now truly the demon god Lucifer, or the little crow Lucifer?
The girl's voice was very soft, but her heart was racing just as it had the first time she saw the demon god's soul trapped in a crow's body at the bottom of Chuanxing Lake. A light mage of only the 5th rank could hardly command the will of a demon god. But the Luohualian who had summoned a little crow could make that little crow obedient.
I really am not a crow.
A voice tinged with a wry smile came, and Lucifer's tall, lean figure stepped out from the blood-red mist. Luohualian merely looked at the blood-red phantom eyes behind the young man, which seemed to hide endless killing intent, and at the blood-red mana that embodied ultimate malevolence. She suddenly felt that the person in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. Lucifer could probably sense what was stirring in the silver-haired girl's heart. If love had truly bloomed between a lion and a lamb, perhaps the little lamb could tell herself that he genuinely loved her, and that was exactly the truth. The little pure white lamb could wander at will within the lion's thick mane, even slipping her curiosity-filled head into the lion's massive jaw to inspect his teeth. She trusted that the lion, so awe-inspiring and unassailable abroad, would stoop for her, and that he would abandon his old ways for her sake. And the mighty lion did exactly that. In front of this lion the little lamb could do anything. She could even lead her lion to a pack of hyenas to rescue her little friend. The male lion's roar was of course an unerring power that drove away every beast daring to challenge the overlord's authority. She too would gently kiss the wounds he bore from those battles, even though she loathed the taste of blood. But whenever he needed it, she was still willing to rise on her tiptoes. Yet when the lion tore into flesh and blood, the little lamb could not help but fear. It was not the fear that he would swallow her in the next moment, but the fear that lost in the sweetness of blood and flesh he would forget her. She loved the lion that was so childish he would leap about before her to make her laugh. Not this haughty lion before her now, this one with a cold blood-red gleam in his eyes, lifting his head high with boundless chill. In that state, even on tiptoe, she could not touch his head or feel the warmth of his heartbeat. And if the lion grew tired of her and decided to eat her, she would not resist, though resisting would hardly be of any use. But she hated this feeling just as she hated blood. "Are you afraid of me?" Lucifer stooped down, placed his eyes on the same level as her cool azure-clear pupils, and asked with a grin. The ferocious blood-red eye phantom behind him was nothing more than the leaking magic power meant to suppress the dragon. He had not deliberately controlled it then. His only thought was to flatten the fleeing dragon of life first, so he had overlooked the silver-haired girl standing at his side. Though his tone was joking, a rare earnestness rippled in Lucifer's blood-red eyes. "A little?" The silver-haired girl, who had just been fearless, and wanting to give Lucifer a good beating, looked at him, and pressed her lips together softly. "But I think you are the one more afraid." The next moment, the silver-haired girl seemed to be cast under a magic of courage, her clear azure eyes fixed on him without wavering. A flicker of panic passed through Lucifer's eyes. This was not how his script was meant to go. Before he could process it, she said, "You are nervous too." The silver-haired girl reached out and pressed her palm against Lucifer's chest where a heart was drumming. "Your eyes can always lie, but your heartbeat betrays you." "Heh." Lucifer let out a stiff, somewhat forced laugh. "Controlling the rhythm of my heartbeat is no hard task for me." "Then would you be willing to deceive me?" At that instant the girl's azure eyes were brighter than they had ever been, as though a sun-called anticipation had risen from that azure lake. "Of course not." Lucifer smiled, as if released from some weight. "I will not deceive you." He straightened up. The surging blood-colored magic power behind him seemed more like a servant to this demon god. The blood-red pillar of light that had pierced the dragon's spine condensed the instant Lucifer straightened, then it became a blood-red sun, and shattered with a roar. A visible crimson airwave swallowed Lucifer and Lovelian in the blink of an eye. It was as if the ancient gods had once again called down a falling star. This impact, worthy of being called doomsday, was blocked by a force from an unknown source. At the moment, it was about to touch the golden formation over the imperial capital without causing the slightest harm to the capital's people. When the blood-colored smoke dispersed, the Star-Sea Garden, once overflowing with a wild sea of flowers, had become nothing but a pit so vast it could swallow the entire imperial capital. Perhaps, no, the people of the imperial capital could never forget this world-ending sight. Bradley Courtyard, the imperial capital. Thanks to one demon god's deliberate control, the earlier blood-red giant hand phantom and the explosion that followed did not reach the capital's residential areas. Only a Star-Sea Garden was destroyed. "You made such a great spectacle just for this one thing." In the sunlight, the silver-haired girl looked at the flute-like object in her hand, which emitted a faint emerald-green glow. "That is the dragon's spine." Lucifer chuckled. "It seems to contain the authority of life, the authority once held by the nature god of the elven race in the distant ages." "Seems." Lovelian turned to Lucifer, who was leaning against a window frame without glass. "You cannot even be sure." "I don't know why I cannot sense the authority left by the gods either. But for an 8th-rank dragon to be able to hold on for so long under my hand, after I sensed it, it must have relied on this authority." Lucifer frankly confessed his inability to sense the authority, and also explained why he had caused such a stir. So now there is a pit beside the imperial capital that cannot possibly recover in a short time. And everyone in the imperial capital faced the threat of death in an instant. The more the silver-haired girl spoke, the angrier she became. She reached out with her jade-white hand, took Lucifer's ear, and twisted it lightly. Lucifer hissed. "Stop pretending. I didn't even use force." Lovelian tapped the forehead of Lucifer, who was still overacting the pain. "You did something wrong, so you have to make it right. It's just filling a pit. Can't Gus reverse time directly?" Lucifer said pitifully. "But what about the whole imperial capital having suffered a death threat because of you? Some people thought the end of the world had come and simply abandoned all restraint. The entire adjudication bureau of the imperial capital is probably still sorting through the aftermath." And the silver-haired girl kept talking non-stop, while Lucifer squatted in the corner with his head in his hands. Lovelian laughed. "Stop playing deaf. At worst, I can just—" Lucifer wanted to say go kill another 8th-rank demon, but on remembering the current fusion of the underworld with the mortal world, he was not sure whether he should continue. "At worst what?" Lovelian walked closer to him. "You still want to go pick a fight?" Startled, Lucifer retreated, but a smooth wall was behind him, so he simply crouched down and covered his head. Lovelian walked up to him, intending to hit him, but did not know where to land the blow. At that moment, a sudden flash of insight lit up Lucifer's mind. This time was an accident. Who could have guessed that an 8th-rank dragon with authority was lurking near the imperial capital? "I think I did a good thing after all. Who knows what that hidden 8th-rank dragon might have done later?" He raised his head stubbornly to look at her, and she no longer scolded him. Indeed. The silver-haired girl gradually calmed down and thought it over carefully. An 8th-rank dragon wielding the authority of life had been hiding in an elven garden right beside the imperial capital, the center of the human empire. This was truly strange. The authority of the elves' supreme god had been left behind near the imperial capital. And what was that 8th-rank dragon planning to do? "I told you so. You should praise me." Seeing the girl sunk in thought, Lucifer looked up and grinned. The silver-haired girl stared at that grinning face and felt faintly dazed. "Did well?" she ventured. "Yes." Lucifer proudly acknowledged her praise. "Like hell you did." The girl flicked Lucifer on the head just as he stood up. "So you're saying that a demon god of the netherworld entered the mortal world several months ago, summoned here by the holy maiden of our Church of Light in the form of a crow?" August stood beside the deep crater that had been left in the imperial capital yesterday. The breeze brushed against the tall old man's pale hair, and his deeply lined face seemed to carry a hint of disbelief. "Then he later came into the mortal world through means even you did not know, reigned supreme as a 9th-rank demon god, and even killed Noston, whom the demon race had hailed as its mightiest king in 1,000 years. And then he came to the imperial capital, and for reasons unknown razed the Starsea Garden on the outskirts to the ground." The tall old man did not continue, because this place no longer seemed merely flattened. Within his sight, it was as if a towering mountain had been torn bodily from the earth by an unfathomable force. The lingering aura was savage beyond measure, and August could even see blood-red mana roaming wild in the deep crater, which resembled a dried-up lake. It was overbearing in the extreme, and terrifying in the extreme. That was not the power of the 8th rank. August could naturally cause such destruction with a full-powered strike from the imperial sacred sword, and could even inflict worse devastation. But he probably could not control the trajectory of the mana flow with enough precision to spare the imperial capital. At such a distance, it was almost close enough to touch. "Yes." Gus, however, was utterly nonchalant. His pale brows hung low, and his sun and moon-like eyes concealed thoughts too obscure to read, like clouds roiling and waves surging. "Then why is he stirring up trouble here? He has been in the mortal world for so long without making a move, so why now?" August could not understand the deeds of that demon god of fall and death. "Perhaps because he enjoys it." Gus recounted with the same calm as placid as if nothing had happened. Then, as if something had occurred to him, he said, "You had better not discuss him here. He can hear you." The white-haired old man nevertheless saw fit to warn his old friend. After all, in his view, Lucifer was an extremely petty being. A single phrase, "You're the one nobody loves," had been suppressed until a few days ago, when he finally let it out by overturning the chessboard in the courtyard of the Sky Island. "I have heard it already." A calm voice sounded around the two of them. Blood-red mist coalesced and dispersed, and a young man stood within it. The blood-eyed young man looked the tall, sturdy old man up and down and smiled. "Hello there, your majesty," he greeted softly, though the tone was deeply discomforting. "Hello." August calmly sized up this youthful demon god of the netherworld. Perhaps ancient was the better word. After all, the other had likely existed for a span far longer than the time from the founding and fall of the previous human empire to the founding of the Shizi Empire, and the years since. Yet he did not carry the aura of one in his twilight years. On the contrary, he was brimming with youthful vigor. "That reaction is hardly how an 8th rank should face a 9th rank now, is it?" Lucifer's tone was flippant. His blood-red eyes narrowed, and flecks of scarlet light emanated from them. "Then should I kneel on the ground and thank you for your grace?" August glanced at the enormous crater beside him. "Perhaps I truly ought to thank you on behalf of the Empire for your great kindness and generosity." "Haha, that would do nicely too." Lucifer chuckled softly, opening those blood-red eyes wide. "So are you going to kneel?" He took a slight step forward. The instant this demon god moved, August sensed a faint threat of danger. The instincts of an 8th rank warrior were exceedingly sharp. Every hair on the old emperor's body stood on end. His already overburdened heart was pushed beyond its limits, once more pounding faster. His muscles began to gather power on their own, tensing and waiting for their master's thunderous counterattack. This could be called an outstanding warrior's keen perception of danger. It could also be called the mark of a living creature's fear. But August felt no fear. The aged emperor did not fear death. In his comparatively long life, he had often had dealings with death. Indeed, just yesterday, he had danced a duet with death. It was only this aged frame of his that now trembled from instinctive terror. "Hasn't Lovilian come looking for you?" Gus suddenly asked. "Heh." Lucifer turned his head toward the white-haired old man who had spoken. "Impressive," he said softly. In an atmosphere that had just been on the verge of hostilities, had Gus tried to mediate, he would surely have drawn the demon god's wrath. But he had been cleverer than that, choosing the Holy Maiden of Light as his point of attack. It was a perfect defense. "Beneath the Starseed Garden there lies an 8th rank pure-blooded dragon of the life element. I do not know what it is after, but you should go to the elves and learn the full story behind it. The supreme authority of the elven race is held in this beast's hands. The elves must have known about it. After all, they should have a unique perception of the authority of the god of nature they revere, yet they never took that authority back from the dragon," Lucifer said with extreme brevity, then looked at the two old men. As if noticing something, he took a closer look at Gus. "Your lifespan seems to be missing a segment," he said, sounding somewhat uncertain, and looked once more at the old man's sun and moon-like eyes. "You took away your own time." The demon god who held dominion over death looked at the still calm and astute old man with amusement, then glanced at August. He seemed to understand something. "It is not important." Gus, for his part, did not mind. The tall old man beside him fell silent, for he knew very well where Gus' time had gone. It was precisely because he knew that the aged emperor's heart was filled with guilt. "As for what you said, the elves have no 8th rank at present." Gus smiled softly. "Taking back their authority from an 8th rank life element dragon does seem rather impossible. The Starseed Garden is an elven property in the imperial capital." August was taken aback, then said, "Back then it was he who as emperor had granted the elves permission." A gentle breeze passed through the space between the three, and an indescribable atmosphere spread. "Then that was my oversight." Gus paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. Lucifer was amused. "How are those two demon kings of Modos?" he asked softly again. This was tied directly to whether several of his friends in the netherworld could enter the mortal world. He had to speak up for his sworn brothers. "One died, one ran." "What a pity," Lucifer sighed. "It seems the netherworld is soon to merge. If the demon race has lost a few 8th rank fighters, then nurture a few more." Gus, as though he had expected this for a long time, looked at the young demon god and said softly. August looked at Gus, who seemed to intend to cultivate a demon king, and hesitated to speak. "You don't need to understand, you only need to contribute your strength." The headmistress of the Water Narcissus Academy knew exactly what the emperor was thinking, and said with a brief glance, "Contributing strength is also a skill." August did not refute, merely quibbling. "No one said your contribution isn't a skill." Gus sneered, an expression he had often worn toward August since their school days. This infuriated August, yet he was helpless. Though reluctant to admit it, he truly was no match for Gus. A child born from the rift of time and space, gifted from birth with an almost unimaginable talent for the temporal arts. Gust's starting point at 16 was already the pinnacle that nearly everyone in the world strived their entire lives to reach. This was no exaggeration. It was simply the truth. At 7, his terrifying magical talent caught the eye of the previous emperor, who personally ordered the finest mages of the era to instruct him. At 12, he first revealed his brilliance, dominating both the new generation and the previous one as a 5th-rank mage. At 16, he touched the threshold of the 6th rank. Though he did not break through, he could already be regarded as a true 6th-rank combat power. At 30, the name of Gust the Time Mage resounded across the entire continent. The reigning emperor personally established the Royal Academy of Magic for this elder, who already stood at the apex of contemporary magic, hoping Gust would remain in the empire. The 6th-rank mage, still in the golden age of magical study, merely smiled softly and turned away. He reappeared only later, following August's army as a war mage. These two elderly men before them had once personally brought an empire in its twilight to an end and granted a new empire its dawn. In the 160 years since Gust had embarked on the path of magic, he had never tasted defeat. Unlike August, who rose from slavery, Gust had never known what frustration meant from the moment of his birth. Having never encountered a bottleneck before the peak of the 8th rank, he was arrogant to the extreme, and such a man deserved his arrogance. An unparalleled pride had been etched into the very bones of this white-haired elder by the mysterious hand of fate. That self-assurance, almost bordering on conceit, never faded with the advancing years. Instead, it burned all the more fiercely. Like a flame raging unchecked through a forest, however violent the gale, it only hastens the fire's spread. The flame, called hubris, blazed within a body that had walked the mortal realm for over a century, and every victory added fresh fuel to that already untamed conflagration. Until the day Gust personally tore away that self. August stared at the friend who had accompanied him for half his lifetime, and his vision suddenly blurred. Gust did not notice his old friend's emotion. He simply looked at Lucifer and asked,
Lord Demon God should be able to create several 8th-rank beings with ease, shouldn't he?
Lucifer cast a puzzled glance at Gust. The authority of corruption could transform a target into the extreme of its negative aspect, but it possessed no power to elevate one's rank. As for death, that needed no further explanation.
It seems you cannot do it.
Gust seemed to believe he had discovered something remarkable, and chuckled softly.
Heh?
The young demon god paid no mind to Gust's
presumption,
because he himself did not particularly care about his own dignity.
Which side will you stand on?
Gust asked. August suddenly felt the once gentle breeze turn cold, as if he had been cast back onto a scorched and gloomy battlefield bearing the reek of blood and the chill of death. The netherworld or the mortal world? Gust looked at Lucifer seriously. At present, Lucifer naturally stood with the mortal world. The netherworld's demon gods entering the mortal realm would bring him no benefit, and once they did, they would inevitably turn their spears toward Lucifer. And Lucifer's choice at that moment would be of utmost importance.
Take a guess.
Lucifer loved to crack jokes in situations everyone deemed solemn, a fact Alex knew all too well. These jokes were not actually funny in the least, and Lucifer truly had no gift for humor. Yet they never failed to make people laugh with exasperation. But Gust was not laughing.
When someone cracks a joke, everyone ought to play along, even if it isn't funny.
Lucifer made another jest amid his easy laughter.
Oh, hilarious indeed.
Gust smiled without mirth, the layers of wrinkles on his face spreading like ripples.
I feel like you want to hit me.
The grinning youth remained grinning as he walked up to Gust and lightly patted the other's shoulder.
Lucky for me, you can't beat me, otherwise I'd have run away by now. How fortunate for me as well.
The elder, whose shoulder had been patted, made no other move, merely gazing at the blood-red pupils so close before him.
So which side will you choose?
Gust's pupils seemed to radiate a strange magic, as though sun and moon truly revolved ceaselessly within them.
I think I'll choose my own side.
Lucifer stressed the word my. This made it clear that the my did not merely signify his nominal allegiance to the netherworld. It was purely unadornedly
my. I see.
Gust turned his head, and beside him August looked at his old friend in bewilderment.
What do you see?
That was the question in the tall old man's eyes, but he did not voice it, because he felt that raising it at such a moment would make him look utterly foolish. He did not believe himself to be foolish. A flash of silver light swept past, and Gust and August vanished together. Lucifer left where he stood, seemed to think of something, and froze for an instant. Raymond's daughter had still not received healing. In the blink of an eye, the demon god's figure appeared in Raymond's courtyard. Opposite the young demon god stood a man seemingly middle-aged, utterly shattered in despair. Why seemingly? Because his hair was half white. Only a day had passed since their last meeting, and Lucifer was rather surprised by the change in him. Lucifer considered that jokes ought not to be made carelessly, though most of those on the receiving end did not share that view. But Lucifer felt this was hardly the moment for a quip like,
"Did you dye your hair?"
a jest that would lower his moral standing.
"Has she lost her memory again?"
he asked softly. The half-white-haired man lifted his head in a daze, his reddened eyes fixed on the figure still noble and upright before him. Suddenly a burst of loud laughter came from that throat, which seemed already beyond bearing.
"She has already lost her memory. You come too late."
He stated the fact that it crushed him with the same ease as drinking a glass of water.
"You should leave."
The voice of the man once so full of vigor was now faint.
"And thank the church for granting me a rather pleasant dream."
Lucifer narrowed his eyes. "Then I'll give you another dream." The young demon god chuckled softly, as the breeze turned colder. Rain was coming. Lucifer looked up at the gradually darkening sky, but was not particularly concerned. Raymond raised his head through the gaps among his pale strands of hair. His bloodshot eyes were visible. He seemed to want to say something else, yet in the end his lips only moved slightly. "Don't question me." Lucifer trod across the courtyard grass to Raymond, who was kneeling half on the ground, placed his hand on the shoulder of the utterly dejected middle-aged man, and pressed gently, straightening Raymond's hunched body. "Raise your head." The young demon god's voice was lofty and remote, as if it came from a divine throne suspended far away, yet it was indeed right beside him. A man who seemed to have lost everything knelt on the grass, but his upper body was stabilized by a young man. One was utterly lost, the other brimmed with vitality and ambition. A fine drizzle fell from the hazy leaden sky, as if the fog that hung over the realm of men had suddenly manifested across the world, enveloping the entire imperial capital. It was like the opening of an absurd drama. The gray sky raised the curtain, and added a veil of drizzle to this tragic play. Moisture quickly gathered on the hair across Raymond's forehead, like morning dew slipping from a blade of grass. When the drops left his pale strands, the hair rebounded upward by a fraction. It seemed to be fate's rebound after hitting bottom. His bloodshot eyes silently watched the young man before him through the hazy drizzle. His pale, cracked lips were moistened by the warm rain trickling down his face. "Do I really still have a chance?" His voice was hoarse, as though several sharp needles were wedged in the throat of this dejected middle-aged man. "I don't want to be deceived again," he choked, baring his heart and releasing its pain into the drizzle. The faintly cold rain magnified the father's sorrow to the extreme. Incomparable grief almost became an ocean that completely drowned the little boat within this man's heart. Then the young high-ranking church official appeared once more, the one who had reached out a hand in the ocean called despair. He had thought fate had already taken away his last chance. Lofty fate amusedly watched his joy when he heard the young high-ranking church official say that he could eradicate that accursed memory loss affliction, and it could also grin as it watched him collapse in despair after the only hope disappeared before his eyes. So it would suffice to simply be numb. Hope is truly a deadly poison. It makes you hold your head high and walk along a road thick with ambushes, take every hidden arrow piled on the way, then drag your wounded body to the end, only to discover that it is not the end at all. The road ahead is still shrouded in mist, but you can no longer muster the courage to stride forward. You begin to fear, and then you miss again the answer you had been seeking. When Raymond saw his daughter's eyes devoid of warmth last night, his first thought was, why hadn't that colossal blood-red phantom hand, which had shrouded the entire imperial capital yesterday, simply come down? Then he could have ended everything. All of it. "I will give you a chance," the young demon god said softly. "That is not a difficult matter for me." Repairing a soul that had once been damaged was indeed a very difficult thing even for a demon god. But it did not mean it was impossible. He had just vaguely sensed the girl in the villa, who was staring blankly at the flower basket on the rosewood table, and realized that she seemed to be the same girl he had encountered on the street yesterday. "What is your daughter's name?" he asked softly, and at the same time he began to walk forward, slowly, step by step. Through the hazy drizzle Raymond could only see that tall, upright silhouette, blurred but imposing. He rose gently, ignoring the dirt on his trouser knees, and his soaked hair merely staring blankly at the figure. "Scarlet," he said in a low voice. The sound spread through the drizzle, shaking the water beads from his pale hair, so that he could more clearly see the young figure approaching the villa. A few more green leaves fell from the honeysuckle parasol tree in the courtyard. All the gentleness of this light rain seemed to have been given to the falling leaves, and the rain began to intensify. A peal of thunder came from the far distance, its booming sound ringing in every direction. Beneath the dazzling lightning, Raymond dragged his footsteps forward. Lucifer, already at Scarlet's side, placed his hand on her head. The girl's eyes were different from the lively eyes of yesterday. They were like a newborn fawn's, curiously examining everything around it, just as she had been gazing at the flower basket placed in the center of the rosewood table. Scattered clusters of flowers adorned the basket with bright, full colors. Slightly drooping petals and a riot of colors filled the room with the breath of life. Raymond's heavy footsteps halted outside the door. The increasingly torrential rain seemed about to swallow the whole world, yet, in the storm, those bloodshot eyes burned with blazing fire. That blaze grew ever more intense with every movement Lucifer made indoors, as if an unceasing stream of hope were feeding the scorching flame, until it completely seared dry the vast ocean that had nearly capsized the confused little boat. Fierce blood-red magic power surged from Lucifer's slender fingers. The grim phantom of a blood-red eye reappeared behind the young demon god, but unlike the blood-red eye phantom that had once been filled with malice, this time there was no naked killing intent or coldness in it. Only calm and scrutiny. In a short while he had confirmed something. He bent his knuckles slightly, and lightly knocked the girl's forehead. "It is done." He turned to look at Raymond, who stood in the storm. He saw that the man, soaked all over, was only staring blankly behind him. Lucifer chuckled inwardly, and stepped back a few paces to the side. Scarlet opened her bright black eyes, no longer the confusion of a newborn fawn, but the lively dexterity and breath of life of her usual days. The girl, opening her eyes at once, first looked at Lucifer in surprise. In the confusion of her awakening, she instinctively thought that he had failed to find Shanghai Garden, and had come to find her again. But in the next moment her gradually returning reason rejected the thought. How could a normal person go looking for a stranger he had only met once just to ask where a place was? Besides, Shanghai Garden should be very famous in the imperial capital. There was no reason for him not to know of its existence. The chaotic thoughts in her mind settled again when she saw the figure in the downpour outside the door. "Father." She froze for a moment, then asked softly. Raymond, hearing the soft call, still stood in the torrential rain outside, but the flames in his eyes blazed wildly until the word, "Father," fell as if adding the most powerful fuel to the already unyielding fire, causing the flame of hope to instantly evaporate the ocean of despair. "Okay." He uttered the word heavily, as if exhausting all his strength. Raymond wanted to step inside, yet seemed to fear something, pausing for a moment where he stood. His body, long deprived of rest, and under immense strain, no longer seemed to obey the commands of his mind. The tall figure in the rain, one that seemed never to yield, slowly began to tilt backward. Seeing the usually dignified yet loving figure about to fall in the rain, Scarlet lunged at lightning speed toward the man, who was about to collapse in the storm. Feeling his daughter's approach and embrace, the genuine warmth left the man, who had just moments ago thought he had lost everything, momentarily dazed. Then in the next instant he spoke softly. "Scarlet." His voice carried uncertainty and immense heavy concern. "Don't you recognize me?" Scarlet helped her father inside, gently brushing away the strands of hair plastered to his forehead by the rain. She paused for a moment. "Why has your hair turned white?" Her tone, initially playful, shifted to urgency. "It's nothing, nothing." Raymond wanted to burst into laughter, but his frail body would not allow such an intense emotional display. He could only cough dryly. "Don't talk any more. And you're a grown man. Why are you standing out in the rain? You're all ready." The girl's voice chattered on, but the smile at the corner of Raymond's lips remained. "You're still laughing." The girl's beautiful brows rose, like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. "No more, no more." Though he said this, the smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he had encountered something incredibly fortunate. This exhilaration was the same as when 16 years ago, in his wife's delivery room, he had taken the newborn infant from the hands of that life-affiliated mage. At that time she hadn't even opened her eyes, just wailing loudly in the young man's arms. The young man, not knowing how to soothe the crying baby girl, fumbled helplessly, but still failed to calm her. Finally he looked at his wife, with a hint of panic. She a second-tier mage at the time, the week after childbirth took the infant from her husband. The baby girl stopped crying the moment she was in her mother's arms, which led to the young Raymond being teased by his wife for quite a while.
Our daughter obviously likes me and hates you.
How could that be? How could a daughter hate her father? And even if she did, so what? The young man knew the moment he took the baby girl that she was a treasure given to him by her, a peerless jewel. Then when Scarlet turned 12, his wife died of depression due to the girl's memory loss. The man, perhaps no longer young, simply stared at the girl he considered his rarest treasure at his wife's funeral. She had completely forgotten her mother, that gentle woman. How could she forget? How could she? The man, lost in thought, gazed at his daughter's vacant eyes. He did not know what to do, so he too stared, equally bewildered, at his bewildered daughter. Then he found the Church of the Underworld, or rather the Church of the Underworld found him. And then the man who had never believed in gods knelt before a grey rat claiming to be the supreme being of the Underworld, utterly casting aside his dignity in abasement. From that moment on, a thick gloom completely enveloped the man's heart. The fear of loss chased him day and night. He would ask his daughter the same question almost every day. Even Scarlet found his behavior strange.
Do you still remember me?
Compared to his daughter's replies like,
how could I not remember you?
Or,
stop asking, you're so annoying.
With a hint of complaint, he was terrified of the moment when she would just stare at him blankly after hearing the question. Those eyes, as if seeing the world for the first time, were pure and clear, seemingly embracing all the beauty of the world. Yet they brought him a bone-chilling coldness time and again. Perhaps only the first time he saw those clear eyes was he joyful. Every time after that was a nightmare.
Father! Father!
The girl placed her hand on her father's forehead.
Are you losing your mind?
Seeing the strange smile still lingering on his lips, Scarlet couldn't help but ask.
Not forgotten.
The girl looked at her father, even more puzzled, then realized that he seemed to be crying. The storm, as if intent on drowning the world, continued to pour. Amid the dense raindrops stood a young man with blood-red pupils. His erect figure split the entire curtain of rain into two worlds, as if a farcical drama had reached its final act. A clap of thunder resounded across the sky. After a flash of silver-white light, the young man's figure vanished into the rain. The abyss within the underworld, a chasm of greed and brutality. In the bronze palace, the once heavy coffin lid had been opened, and the demon god, who had lain inside, now sat upon the bronze throne directly before the palace gates. Leger's knuckles tapped lightly rhythmically against the armrest of the bronze throne. He seemed to be pondering something. He stood beside the throne, also appearing lost in thought.
You mean Lucifer, after discovering you, only carved a mark of death upon your soul, but did nothing else?
Leger asked softly.
Do you think he didn't perceive that authority? If he had, he would have taken it directly. After all, it is the authority of the two ancient essences. Using it as bait would be far too extravagant.
He replied, as if struck by a thought, and looked at his brother.
Perhaps he simply lacks the ability to perceive authority.
He felt he had found the answer.
From the places where I sensed authority, none have been plundered by him, as if he has no idea where authority lies. Is he special?
Leger stroked his chin with the other hand.
But what makes him special? The ability to enter the mortal world. Possessing more domineering power. Or perhaps he holds more than two authorities.
Leger paused, looking at He found that his brother was also staring blankly at him.
That gives me an idea.
Lucifer's figure appeared within the bronze palace. At the same moment, the other two demon gods of the netherworld turned their attention to him, even though they had not personally set foot there. Within this abyss lay the domain of greed and violence. Ordinarily, it was forbidden ground to any being below the 9th rank of the netherworld, and the other demon gods would not casually pry into it. Such an intrusion would invite displeasure. Though those demon gods cared little about the opinion of this weakest demon god, if he were to lose his mind and throw caution to the wind, who could say that the other two might not tacitly commit some extremely troublesome act? It was precisely for this reason that none of the other demon gods knew the truth of the twin-born throne of the last demon god. And now that Lucifer had descended here, the attention of the other demon gods naturally followed him. After all, they could never again accept another demon god being devoured by Lucifer. This also meant that those two demon gods had perceived the matter of the twin-born throne. Sensing the two mental probes, Lucifer merely smiled leisurely, raising a hand to signal that he had no ill intent.
I'm not here to kill, so there's no need to worry.
Ligiar had already risen from his bronze throne, his eyes dark, as the abyss fixed intently on the uninvited guest at the bronze palace's main gate. Unlike the other two demon gods, what stood before him was a demon god who had personally killed another demon god. While keeping close watch on his opponent, Ligiar moved almost imperceptibly toward Atia, shielding him behind himself. Atia obediently hid behind his elder brother, revealing only a pair of small brown eyes fixed on Lucifer ahead.
I have no fondness for indiscriminate slaughter.
Lucifer smiled.
I merely came to confirm one thing.
With that he took a step forward. In that instant the earth shook, and the mountains quaked. All the Netherworld's demonic energy within the entire bronze palace, and the surrounding abyss, was mobilized by Ligiar's full might, shaking the whole space. Yet it calmed the instant Lucifer's foot landed, as easily as if he had simply stamped out a burning flame on the ground. Having done all this, Lucifer still wore a relaxed smile, but to them, that genial smile seemed somewhat terrifying. Atia could not help but shudder. That night Lucifer had worn exactly the same smile. A smile that devoured men without spitting out a single bone. A deep blue flame burst into being in the void, at a corner of the bronze palace, its eerie light flickering through the hall. When the flame dispersed, the mountain-like figure of Alakisi appeared within the palace. He first cast a surprised glance at the demon god brothers beside the throne, then turned his gaze to Lucifer. At the same time, the shadow in another corner suddenly grew thick and viscous. A gentlemanly middle-aged figure in an exquisite tailcoat stepped out from the shadows. Naturally, it was Holy. 4, or rather 5, demon gods were truly gathered together.
In a sense, Lucifer, you have become the signal for a gathering of the Netherworld demon gods. Every time you appear in the Netherworld, it seems we must all come together.
Alakis's eye sockets burned with dim blue flames, and his spiraling demonic horns coiled in the void like vortexes. Holy, standing by, merely smiled.
Then you should all be thanking me.
Lucifer laughed heartily.
If I stayed day and night in the Netherworld with no one to talk to, wouldn't that be dreadfully boring?
As if he genuinely believed he had done something magnificent. Yet none of the other demon gods played along.
How uninteresting.
After laughing, Lucifer looked at each of the 4 demon gods present.
No one even applauds my jokes.
His tone gradually settled, and he spoke again, with a slight coldness.
You can all sense the authorities left by the gods in the present world. It seems I am the only exception.
Holy's pitch-black pupils dilated slightly, as if a black umbrella were unfurling within his eyes, but he remained silent, because someone else would pose the question in his stead.
You truly cannot sense that authority.
Atia's puzzled voice came from behind Ligiar, who had stretched out a hand to shield him.
That, ahem.
Ligiar coughed softly, cutting off Atia. He then glanced at his younger brother, and said coolly to Lucifer,
Then you are truly special.
A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Should I give you an award? That would be perfect.
Lucifer was utterly unbothered by the mockery.
It's a pity the Netherworld has no certificates.
He seemed somewhat regretful. Ligiar's mouth twitched, but he did not speak again.
If you cannot sense the existence of the authorities, why not choose to side with us? You are also a demon god born from the Netherworld's origin. Your will and your traces are carved into nearly every corner of the Netherworld. Why help the mortals of the present world?
Holy spoke quietly, though his voice was not loud. It echoed endlessly through the bronze palace.
Why should I unite with you?
Lucifer raised an eyebrow, his blood-red pupils full of mocking amusement.
I can devour the entire authority of the present world on my own. Why would I share this cake with you?
Except for Atia, the other demon gods had no idea what cake meant, but they roughly understood what Lucifer intended.
But you cannot finish this cake by yourself.
Holy immediately put the new term to use.
The divine authorities left in the present world are scattered across all corners of the earth. Even if you search meticulously, collecting all of them remains an impossible task.
He spoke confidently, as if victory were already in his grasp.
Moreover, you Lucifer.
His abyss-like eyes, which seemed capable of devouring all light, stared eerily at Lucifer before the bronze gate.
You who already possess more than 4 authorities, can you still swallow those authorities?
That demonic sword held the authority of devouring, he knew.
Even if that authority is broken, can you contain the authorities that once belonged to the gods even when they no longer possess consciousness?
Holy said word by word, his abyss-like eyes fixed hard on Lucifer.
If I cannot contain them, then can you?
Lucifer chuckled lightly, looking at Holy.
Are you being too self-righteous? Or is it the presence of the other demon gods that gives you the courage to provoke me?
His blood-colored eyes held no anger, merely a keen interest, as he watched Holy's face change, the demon god of shadow and abyss.
I came here only for the authority of the Sky Island in the present world.
Lucifer looked at Lyjar and Atia.
You should clearly understand the price of refusing me.
Within his blood-colored pupils was bone-deep cold.
The sky.
Sensing the abnormal stirring of the death brand on Atia's soul, Lyjar said without hesitation.
One of the two primordial authorities, the authority of the sky god, the former leader of the gods.
Lyjar's words turned Holy's face as pale as a dead man's, and even Alakisi, who had spoken only once at the beginning, was taken aback. The sky. That is the destination of the stars. This sweeping meaning pointed to all that belonged to the sky: wind and rain, thunder, warm sun, and cold snow. Most crucial of all was its nature, which had slightly touched the essence of the
sun.
In that distant primordial age, the sun god hung high above the vault of heaven, radiating scorching crimson divine power, like a raging sea of fire. With unstoppable momentum it swept across the vast heavens and earth, which had not yet split into two realms. Whether beneath the boundless sky or upon the vast desolate earth, all things bathed in the dazzling divine radiance of the
sun.
The Lord of the Sun possessed incomparable power, hailed as the God of gods, and became the beginning and origin of the world. It was he who sanctioned the sky god's status as leader, and granted the Lord of the earth the venerable title of Mother of all things, while he like an omnipresent law observed the entire world from behind with indifference. But for unknown reasons the sun shattered at the end of the primordial age. The netherworld's original authority of origin came from a fragment that fell from the sun when it shattered. Beneath the abyss of the underworld lay the bronze palace. Alex and Flores too sensed the heavy somber death emanating from Atia, and offered Lyjar no definitive answer. They could not intervene either. After all, the twin demon gods were both present, and they could feel the weight the two carried when standing together. That presence and oppressive might were no different from an ordinary demon god's. Yet why did the other side always maintain this semblance of weakness? And in all this time, they had never once caught sight of Atia, the one behind Lyjar who shared his power. The azure flames in Alex's eye sockets faltered mid-thought, then pieced together the question Lucifer had just posed. So that Atia and Lucifer had crossed paths in the mortal world, and it was there that Lucifer had laid the death brand upon Atia. Atia might well have entered the mortal world even earlier than Lucifer. He was the first demon god to learn that the authority of sky resided upon that sky island in the mortal world. He had lowered his own rank to evade the rules. This was the very strategy that had already failed him, for the seal over the lake of stars meant even his original altar could only barely carry his 8th rank body into the mortal world, and once at the 8th rank, he could not break through the seal that damned mage had woven at the price of his own life force. Recently the fusion between the underworld and the mortal world had suddenly quickened, but the other side's sealing speed was faster still, and as the underworld's low-ranked creatures pressed deeper into the mortal world, that abruptly quickened fusion seemed to be slowing down again. By his calculations, half a year hence, he should have been able to descend upon the mortal world in the majesty of a demon god. Yet now, that moment was being drawn out ever longer, and the conditions were only deteriorating. Were these the machinations of Atia and Lucifer, who had entered the mortal world long before? Had the two of them already struck an alliance? Was the so-called death brand no more than a performance staged before him and Flores? Wait, if Lucifer had already joined hands with greed and tyranny, then had Flores also come to know of this? Alex's eyes, burning with blue fire, sized up Flores, half of whose body was submerged in profound shadow. The flames guttered and swelled as if he were turning something over in his mind. Flores's eyes lay buried within deep sockets, the blackest darkness obscuring everything. Lucifer with perfect nonchalance swept his gaze across every demon god within the bronze palace. "I rather thought you might strike here," he said with airy ease, stretching his back. "Yet here you all are actually using your brains. I had assumed you had none to speak of." The brazen, undisguised provocation from the demon god of the fall and death did not receive the response he had wanted. To utter such a degrading jest was to make clear that the Joker sought your fury, not your smile. "No battle then. Shall I take my leave?" He made as if to step backward, then turned to scrutinize the surrounding demon gods once more. Alex and Flores, whose deliberations had been interrupted, beheld Lucifer with impassive faces. Liajar wore his usual stern expression while Atia merely concealed himself behind his elder brother eyeing that appalling demon god, a being who seemed every inch a theatrical actor, with wary dread. He knew with perfect clarity how formidable the other was, even though this demon god's temperament was wildly erratic, like a wanderer who cared nothing for anything at all. No, wait, that human girl. Was her name not Lovilian? Atia sifted carefully through his memory of the look Lucifer had cast at that silver-haired girl that night. Those blood-red pupils had been full of tenderness, the very tenderness with which Atia himself regarded his most satisfying toys. The toys that greed had seized. And yet within those eyes there seemed to lurk a profound affection, and in this he was unlike Atia. A toy was nothing more than a toy, yet Lucifer did not seem to treat the human girl as one. What are you thinking about? A feather-light voice resounded within Adia's soul, like a whisper magnified 10,000-fold, abruptly erupting in the cavern of his mind. Adia's face went instantly ashen, and he turned his fearful gaze to the demon god, who was still smiling with mockery. Liajar took a step forward and blocked that surge of soul power. The instant the two forces collided, Liajar felt an oppression beyond anything he had known, yet in the next breath he had recovered. Flores had made his move. The shadows that had been coiling around his tailcoat-clad body transformed into one pitch-black viper, after another fangs bared, as they struck at the young man. Like black lightning nearly within the span of a single heartbeat, yet at the selfsame moment Lucifer's body released a surging wave of blood-red mana that flung the shadow serpents against the thick walls of the bronze palace. You have grown stronger still. Flores let out a gentle sigh. You truly are an anomaly among demon gods. The flames in Alex's eye sockets flared bright at the instant the shadow vipers dissipated, as if he had just witnessed something most striking. The authority of shadow, burst apart by Lucifer's sheer mana just like that. Though it had been a mere probing strike, even a demon god must treat authority with due gravity, for authority is already the rudimentary form of the laws, which is to say that upon activation its precedence towers above the world's foundational mana. It is akin to mixing black with any color in equal proportion. The result is always black, unless one were to pour in a flood of that same color to dilute that trace of black. Shall we fight then? Lucifer seemed genuinely intrigued, his blood-red eyes fixed on Flores, yet he still had the courtesy to ask. Had it been only the two of them in the hall, his fist would already have met the other's face. A pity truly, for there were rather too many demon gods present, and none of them stood on amicable terms with him. Naturally he felt no fear of a league of demon gods. After all, even should he be unable to win, he could simply flee to the mortal world, and in passing play the pitiable wretch before the silver-haired girl. Upon hearing this, Alex could only stare mutely at the palace ceiling. Flores caught Alex's vacant look and let out a jeering laugh, then turned to melt into shadow, vanishing where he stood. Liajar continued to fix Lucifer with a vigilant stare, which was to say he would not take the initiative to strike. Moreover, his brother's life still rested in the other's hands. And that was the most fatal detail of all. This was not a contract. The penalties of a contract would lose their force once both sides achieved their ends. This was a covenant of death. It meant that even as he strained to satisfy the other's every demand, a single flicker of displeasure from that one could directly annihilate his younger brother. Once Adia's life and death had been seized by another, he understood that this contest of demon gods had been lost, utterly and irredeemably. Nor could he complain that his brother had been so easily marked with death, for nearly all the power of greed and tyranny was concentrated in his own person, and Atia, bearing merely a fourth-rank reserve of mana, could hardly have escaped death. This was an inescapable deadlock. Had it come but a little later, had he been granted a single additional month until Atia had fully assimilated the sky, the tables would have turned entirely. Yet alas, fate did not stand at his side. Shitty fate. Back in the mortal world, Lucifer lay on the wooden chair. The newly repaired window was bright and spotless, and the sunlight etched colored patterns onto the pane, no thicker than a little finger, dreamlike and ethereal. The silver-haired girl stood beside the reclining young man, her azure eyes gazing at the distance beyond the window. After several days of torrential rain, the air in the imperial capital had turned fresh and clean. The branches and leaves in the courtyard were new and bright, swaying gently with the breeze. The untamed foliage cut the sunlight falling from the sky into one golden fragment after another, leaving mottled, dazzling patches on the grass. How wonderful! The silver-haired girl murmured, reaching out a jade-like hand to tousle Lucifer's hair. His long black strands were ruffled by her movement like an indignant fat black cat with its fur puffed up, Yet that fat black cat was probably enjoying it immensely. Indeed, it is wonderful. Lucifer narrowed his crimson eyes, and stretched contentedly. If only there weren't so many matters to deal with. He turned his head in the sunlight, and looked at the silver-haired girl bathed in the dazzling golden light. The silver-haired girl stood gracefully under the sunlight. Her smooth, delicate skin as fine as white jade seemed veiled in a faint halo radiating a captivating brilliance. That brilliance did not come from the light outside but from the purity and beauty within her, like stars glittering in the night sky, enough to make any heart surrender to her. And the thing he loved most, those azure eyes. The azure lake was like a clear sky forgotten by the world. In that flawless sky no other bird wandered, there was only a seemingly unlucky crow resting on the clouds. What has upset Lord Demon God now? The silver-haired girl laughed lightly, bent over, and wound a fair arm around the neck of the young man lying in the chair. The young man paused, then smiled again, as if he knew what was coming. The silver-haired girl pressed her exquisite face close to Lucifer's ear, like a couple who had been in love for years, and spoke softly, her voice gentle as water. "Don't blow up the imperial capital again." Lucifer's hopeful anticipation fell flat. "Ha ha, little crow, that expression of yours is adorable, isn't it?" Lovilian stood up and ruffled Lucifer's hair again. "Were you thinking something improper? You were the one leading me astray." Lucifer reached out to wrap his arms around the girl's slender waist, but she dodged with nimble grace, like a forest deer roaming by the lake, leaping joyfully among the pools, her lithe silhouette leaving faint traces of fragrance in the air. Lucifer reached out again, wanting to catch the silver-white strands dancing in the air, yet they slipped through the gaps between his fingers, like a waterfall of snow. "No more mischief." Lovilian gently caught his outstretched hand, and folded it back over his chest. "Be good." The silver-haired girl gently patted the forehead of the young man still basking in the sunlight, then smoothed the black hair she had tousled, bringing his seemingly resentful crimson eyes back into contact with hers. The moment their eyes met, Lovilian smiled lightly, like an ice lotus blooming in the dead of winter, sacred yet serene. "Am I really that amusing?" The crimson-eyed young man froze for a moment, adjusted his position on the chair so he could look more comfortably at the silver-haired girl, and then seemed to realize something. His crimson eyes moved upward, but his head did not turn. "My hair hasn't become a bird's nest already, has it?" Lucifer asked blankly, even trying to move aside the small hand with which the silver-haired girl had been pressing down on his hands, yet she pressed it back down, suppressing a laugh. All right. It's fine, it's not ugly." She laughed softly in the sunlight. Her smile, like a carp swimming in that azure lake, occasionally leapt above the surface, so lively and vigorous in the interplay of light and shadow. "Really not ugly." Lucifer was not someone who cared about his hairstyle, but he was willing to indulge the girl's amusement. And in doing so he was happy too. Lucifer's comical appearance made the girl laugh. Still smiling, she gently stroked his hair, as if a soft breeze were smoothing the grass. All right. The girl smiled and withdrew her hand. "Now you look handsome." Her face, more perfect than an elf's, was full of smiles, and her clear, limpid eyes rippled with tenderness. "Really?" Lucifer asked with feigned doubt, reaching up to touch his hair, only for the silver-haired girl beside him to catch his arm. "Oh, you don't trust me." The girl's gentle sweet scent lingered around Lucifer, making this moment feel like a dream. "I believe you," Lucifer said with a light smile. "Of course I believe you." He too looked tenderly at the exquisite face, so close to his, as if time itself had come to a standstill. That face was as if carved with meticulous precision, every line smooth and perfect, a pleasure to behold. Her smooth, delicate skin was as warm and lustrous as fine white jade, as if one gentle breath could break it, exuding a bewitching sheen. Everything about her held a fatal charm for this demon god. And this young demon god was willing to lower himself before it, even at a heavy cost. "Ha, it tickles." The silver-haired girl stepped back, her soft, warm frame retreating a step, and bared her small fangs with a mock-angry expression. "Don't keep blowing on my neck. It's really ticklish. You're the one who offered your neck to me. How is that my fault?" Lucifer, lying in the chair, had just felt a little lost when she pulled away, but upon hearing her complaint, he smiled lightly. "Why didn't you hold your breath?" The girl lightly kicked the chair, her ears still bright red, revealing her inner turmoil. "And you did it on purpose. If you do it again, I'll really kick you." The chair Lucifer lay on wobbled from the kick. He looked utterly innocent, simply gazing at the girl with gentle crimson eyes. "Come here. I'll let you give me a hug as compensation." He blinked as if he were the one losing out. Without another word, the silver-haired girl gave his forehead a flick. Lucifer naturally clutched his head in feigned pain, occasionally lifting his eyes to gauge the girl's reaction. The silver-haired girl simply found it amusing, a dignified demon god of the netherworld acting like a child. Just as Lucifer was about to begin airing his grievances, he raised his head only to see a face already closed before him, those azure eyes growing ever larger within his crimson pupils. Then he closed his eyes again, because she had closed hers as well. In the sunlight, their lashes trembled faintly, silver-white hair spilled over the chair, and even time itself seemed to have fallen into a reverie. After a long while, the silver-haired girl opened her azure-blue eyes, recalling the lingering warmth on her tongue, while sensing the other person's rapid breathing. Her madly beating heart was telling its owner how excited it was. "Consider it a reward for you," she chuckled. "But I feel this is more like a reward for you." Lucifer gently wrapped his arm around the girl's slender waist. "After so many kisses, why are you still so excited?" He lightly teased her, but the silver-haired girl remained flushed and said nothing. The two held each other for a while longer, and then Lucifer let go. It felt like crawling out of a warm, snug bed on a winter morning. Cold and drowsiness attacked the mind at once, while reason insisted that one had to leave that warmth behind. "I still need to go see Gust. I almost forgot," Lucifer said softly. He glanced at the sunlight outside the window, then looked back at the puzzled girl. "Just some matters," he explained, "about the authorities of the present world. There was no need to conceal these things anyway." The authorities of the present world. Her voice was still thick with a nasal quality, making it sound adorable. Realizing this, the girl lightly twitched her delicate nose. "The authority of Sky should be on Sky Island," Lucifer said concisely, "but even if I obtained it, it wouldn't be of much use to me. I already carry 6 complete authorities, but only 4 of them are truly assimilated. Depravity, death, chaos, distortion, concealment, and life. Depravity and death, chaos, and distortion. These were the authorities he had fully assimilated. As for concealment and life, they remained only at the stage of being usable. He was not unwilling to fully assimilate these authorities either. After all, a fully assimilated authority could be invoked far more swiftly than a wild one, a crucial point in battle. For that very reason, he could not use concealment and life in the ever-shifting battlefield. But his divine instinct told him that the limit of authorities had already been reached. He did not know how many authorities other divine beings could accommodate, but he could possess only these 4. Sensing the girl's curiosity, Lucifer asked, "Do you want to come along?" Gentleness settled in his blood-red eyes. "May I?" Lovelian's eyes lit up. She had only a preliminary understanding of authorities that almost exclusively belonged to the 9th rank, and even that was merely preliminary. Even the concealment she carried could only hide her presence, not make a thing completely concealed from this world. When a world has no contact with you, no connection to you, and has completely forgotten you, that is equivalent to your being erased entirely. No one would remember the erased existence, except the being who activated the concealment. That was the authority of concealment. Authorities are the initial manifestation of rules, which also means they are extremely abstract concepts. If the world were a game, an authority would be part of its underlying code. Once someone altered this underlying code through the butterfly effect, the change would cascade, like an avalanche, to every corner of the game. "Of course you can." Lucifer gave no sign of hesitation. On Sky Island in the attic atop the academy, Gus stood before a water mirror as tall as a person. His eyes, as bright as the sun and moon, solemnly watched the image reflected within it. That was the first battlefield where the Empire met the Netherworld. The Netherworld creatures, which had already spread madly across nearly the entire forest of magical beasts, surged like a raging black tide, and unstoppably engulfed the forest that had once been as vast as a green ocean. Through the mirror-clear water surface, one could occasionally catch sight of a few enormous flying magical beasts. Spreading their broad, powerful wings, they beat the air desperately, emitting shrill, mournful cries. This was undoubtedly a race against death. These pitiful creatures were clearly struggling with all their might to escape this terrifying place, the place where they had been born, but which had now become their nightmare. Some of them had barely risen a short distance from the ground when crimson tentacles reaching out from the depths of the netherworld mercilessly dragged them back. Those tentacles were covered in spine-chilling slime and barbs. The moment they touched a flying magical beast, they clung tightly. No matter how desperately the beast struggled, it was nearly impossible to break free. The wailing magical beasts in the forest fled madly, their instinctive fear born of survival consuming the little rationality they had left. But ahead lay the human soldiers' defensive line. On the towering wall hastily erected by high-tier Earth Element mages stood several middle-aged men wearing the exclusive robes of the Mages Association. Their expressions were solemn, and murmuring incantations, they began to chant the mysterious spell in unison. As their chanting grew louder, a powerful wave of magical energy radiated from them, as if even the surrounding air was shaken by the force. In an instant, one side of the originally clear sky was tinged with a scarlet glow, dazzling and magnificent like burning sunset clouds. Then a ball of blazing fire appeared out of thin air. The enormous flame swept toward the battlefield below like a fierce savage beast with claws outstretched and fangs gnashing. In the blink of an eye, the madly fleeing magical beasts and the netherworld creatures chasing close behind them were utterly swallowed by the surging sea of fire. Fire shot into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Amid the wretched screams and the acrid smell of burning, the crazed magical beasts and netherworld creatures were reduced to piles of ash in an instant, then scattered into the wind the next moment. "It seems we've come at a bad time." A flippant tone rang through the attic, which was neither too large nor too small. The instant Gus heard the voice, he waved his hand to dispel the water mirror and turned toward its source. The eyes were as expected blood-red, the only presence in the present world who could approach him without his sensing anything. The old man then saw a silver-haired girl step out from a spatial rift behind Lucifer. "Hello, Headmaster," Lovelian greeted the old man. "Hello, Lovelian." Seeing the girl, Gus broke into a smile, his stern expression melting away almost instantly like ice meeting fire. Behind the girl, Lucifer curled his lip disdainfully. That old man could change his expression fast enough. Still, he could only do that behind the girl's back. The moment the silver-haired girl turned back, a smile appeared on Lucifer's face, as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. Lovelian felt something strange in the atmosphere, but she couldn't tell what was off, like a student who is well-behaved at home yet becomes disreputable at school. This had made that student present two completely different images before his teachers and parents. And Lucifer at the moment seemed to be in a superposition of humility and arrogance. Seeing the two of them, Gus only smiled faintly. His grizzled brows lifted slightly, and the few white hairs at his temples swayed gently, as if 100 years of time had turned over between his temples. "Is there something you need?" the white-haired old man asked with a smile, his tone as kind as an understanding elder's. "The authority of Sky Island." Lucifer stated his purpose plainly. "The authority of Sky? How much do you know about it?" "The authority once wielded by Uranus, the sky god of the ancient age." The old man raised an eyebrow slightly, and his eyes, burning like a blazing sun, gained a hint of gravity. "Is his authority on Sky Island?" His originally kind and approachable aura was being swallowed by the bearing of a superior. Gus, having long stood at the pinnacle of magic in the mortal world, naturally carried a pride etched into his bones, a pride that gave him a reason not to flinch even before a demon god. But that was only a reason, not enough to become capital for gaining the upper hand over a demon god. The old man realized in an instant that his tone was wrong. "I was a little astonished. Forgive me." The white-haired old man bowed slightly to convey his apology. He apologized for his probing tone a moment before, because the authority of Sky was truly extraordinary, an authority that came directly from the sun god's own divine power. An authority that touched the very origin of the world had naturally made him lose his usual precise judgment for an instant, but only for an instant. Still, Gus suspected that had anyone used an interrogating tone with this young fiery demon god on any ordinary occasion, the attic would by now be nearly flooded with blood-red magic. But today, fortunately, Lovelian was present. Lucifer only cast a surprised glance at Gus, because when this old man spoke before him, he either wore an expressionless mask of composure or flashed a smile of goodwill. At most, he had dared to use such a tone when Lucifer was still a crow. He had never spoken to him in the tone of a superior interrogating an inferior, though at this point he no longer cared. "You've stayed on Sky Island for so long, and you still don't know," Lucifer said very calmly. "Atia, your student, is also a demon god from the netherworld." The silver-haired girl beside them looked at Lucifer in surprise, then studied the stunned dean with those sapphire-like eyes, and finally looked back at Lucifer. "Do demon gods all like to come to Sky Island for fun?" Was that why Atia and Lucifer had been at the banquet that night? Simply because Lucifer had sensed the aura of a kindred being. But no matter how you looked at her, Atia didn't seem like a demon god. She didn't voice her confusion directly because Gus was still there. She could simply ask Lucifer once they returned home. Atia is the demon god of greed and wrath. We'll discuss that another time. Lucifer seemed to read the confusion on Lovilian's face. Her goal is Sky. I asked her in a friendly manner, and she also said that the authority of Sky Island is Sky. Lucifer's blood-red gaze shifted away from the silver-haired girl. The trace of gentleness in that momentary turn transformed into coldness, and finally, he looked at Gust. Then you tell me you don't know that Sky is here. His tone became ever calmer, but a dangerous aura was spreading. Gus narrowed his deep-set eyes slightly. Naturally, he keenly caught the accusation hidden beneath that seemingly calm tone. The silver-haired girl standing nearby did not miss that subtle change either. Her lively gaze turned thoughtful, and she could not help pondering in silence. But she still did not speak. She only thought that when they returned, she would have to remind Lucifer to speak to the old man with more respect. I truly don't know much about it. Gus smiled wryly. I didn't even know Adia was a demon god. The demon god stood in the sunlight like an immovable mountain radiating an aura of death, and indeed that was exactly what he was. He was indeed immovable. He leaned forward slightly, those blood-red eyes, like burning crimson flames, coldly and mercilessly staring at the white-haired old man before him. The demon god's gaze seemed able to pierce through the depths of the old man's soul, keenly discerning every subtle change in his expression and every ripple of emotion. Like a fierce beast crouching in the grass waiting for its prey to expose a fatal opening, he lurked in perfect stillness. He had of course already learned the exact location of the authority of Sky from Atia and Leger in the Netherworld. He merely wanted to see whether the old man knew of the existence of Sky. After all, the white-haired old man before him was merely bound by the laws of the mortal world and unable to step into the 9th rank, even though he had once trodden that supreme realm only to be stripped of his supreme authority and power by the cold laws. Lucifer could hardly avoid speculating that Gus had sensed the authority of Sky the moment he stepped into the 9th rank, and that, after being cast back to the 8th rank by the laws, he had bided his time, waiting to descend upon the 9th rank once more in the guise of Sky. If that were so, then he would inevitably leap to the apex of the 9th rank. But the old man before him seemed utterly unaware of the existence of Sky. And yet an old man already standing at the final limit of the 8th rank of magic had no reason to be unable to perceive the existence of that authority. The sunlight that had been warm seemed to have turned somewhat cold. The old man could sense the young demon god's gradually chilling aura, and of course, that was exactly what the young demon god wanted him to sense. Of course, Gus did not believe Lucifer would strike. There were many reasons why Lucifer would not kill him. The simplest was that he had brought Lovilian here. This also meant that Lucifer had not come today to resort to force. He could wander the mortal world at will with even an ordinary person beside him, and no one could kill anyone he wished to protect while under his protection. But when he had gone to the demon court, he had not brought Lovilian with him, even though his side was the safest place of all. He seemed unwilling to let Lovilian see him in the act of a great slaughter. Amid the ever more dangerous aura still calm, Gus suddenly even wondered, no matter how ingenious a method Lucifer had found to enter the mortal world, he must have had to sacrifice something before he could truly descend in the posture of a demon god. What was it? The simplest answer was a binding of power. Perhaps what he had glimpsed was not merely a corner of the 9th rank, but a corner of Lucifer himself. This only intensified the old man's realization of the other's strength. From the very first meeting, Lucifer had already displayed absolute confidence within the 9th rank. Even among the 9th rank there are distinctions. The demon god beneath the star lake who had attempted to sacrifice living beings to gain permission to enter the mortal realm did not impose as much oppressive pressure as the young demon god before him. This might be partly because the other demon god had not truly descended into the mortal realm, yet the gap still existed. After all, being able to enter the mortal realm ahead of time was already a testament to one's ability. You're not daydreaming, are you? The young demon god's next words jolted the old man from his reverie. Gus for a rare moment froze in a daze. An old man's mind does tend to wander. The white-haired elder quickly composed himself, speaking with a hint of apology. Lucifer couldn't help but glance at Luawilian. He had brought her along without much thought. Simply noticing the silver-haired girl's curiosity, he invited her, and she happily accepted. He didn't regret the potential trouble of bringing her along, even though the white-haired old man seemed convinced that he would not cause any dangerous trouble today. And indeed, he could not put on a majestic supreme facade in front of the silver-haired girl, even if that majesty and coldness were directed at others. He could only clothe his threats in a calm, even what he considered gentle tone, when speaking with the old man. After all, Llewellyn, who knew his true nature well, might burst into laughter if she saw his serious expression. That would be quite awkward. The Dean is indeed too old. Llewellyn naturally took over the old man's words, gently grasping one of Lucifer's hands, and softly kneading it. Gazing into the girl's azure eyes, Lucifer, who had never been angry, let out a soft laugh. "I'm not angry. I'm just trying to scare the old man." The young demon god's voice rippled through the girl's heart, and the silver-haired girl's concern dissolved like bubbles in her azure eyes. She had genuinely worried that Lucifer might stir up trouble again. After all, he had nearly blown up the imperial capital not long ago. It made her a little concerned about his mental state. As if sensing the girl's gaze, as if looking at a lunatic, Lucifer froze. "You're not thinking something bad, are you?" Still communicating through telepathy. No, the silver-haired girl's cheerful voice echoed almost simultaneously in Lucifer's heart, the corners of her mouth lifting as she flashed her sparkling white little fangs. "But there is indeed one place on Sky Island that stands out." The old man's voice rang out at an inopportune moment, and Lucifer turned to Gust with a forced smile. Gust obviously knew that the two had just been whispering in front of him. He did it on purpose. Yet the white-haired old man's expression remained calm, as if merely stating a trivial matter. "The magic core that keeps Sky Island afloat. Though I cannot detect its exact rank, I can sense the abundant wind elements within it. In my youth, I traveled far and wide, and I found it in the boundless sea. It is one of the few things I still haven't figured out, but I have never sensed any trace of authority within it. I assumed it was so ancient that the original beast aura had been erased by time, so I used it to power Sky Island's levitation and withstand the high-altitude turbulence. But after 49 years its magic power still shows no sign of fading." Finally Gus seemed to realize something, yet spoke with uncertainty, as he inquired of Lucifer. "Is it Sky? Since you knew it was special, why didn't you speak up earlier?" Lucifer's eyes narrowed slightly, a dark red gleam seeping through the slits. His tone remained perfectly normal, not deliberately slowed to appear superior, just like ordinary conversation. "Old age." The old man gave a cryptic smile. "Can't remember too well." "Ha ha." Lucifer faked a laugh, then said expressionlessly, "You are indeed old. Probably not far from death, right?" "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed openly. "That would be a relief." The white-haired elder's eyes, bright as the sun and moon, truly seemed to hold a flicker of anticipation. Anticipation for what? Death. Lucifer felt the old man might indeed be a bit unhinged. Meanwhile the girl was covering her mouth, with a laugh hiding behind Lucifer, as if she had encountered something extremely amusing. "What are you laughing at now?" Lucifer asked through telepathy. "Ha ha, your fake laugh is hilarious." The girl's light, cheerful voice rang in Lucifer's heart, punctuated by breathless pauses from laughter. "Not far from death, huh?" The girl mimicked Lucifer's earlier words in a playful tone. Lucifer could only sigh internally, stepping back slightly, as if to avoid the silver-haired girl's saliva from landing on his clothes, as she continued laughing behind him. Could she be mentally ill too? Lucifer couldn't help but wonder. Gus chuckled softly beside them, though he had no idea what the two were discussing. But regardless, just laugh along. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat tense, grew lively, and the pale yellow sunlight once again felt warm. "I need to go see Sky now." Lucifer, unable to bear it any longer, spoke directly. "I want to go too." The girl shouted out loud, this time not through telepathy, her excitement evident, azure eyes sparkling with bright light. Lucifer said nothing more, merely grasping the girl's hand and vanishing from the attic along with her silver silhouette. In the final instant, before blood-red magic enveloped him, he turned to look at Gus. Gus, sensing the young demon god's gaze, met it calmly. Lucifer wanted to know whether Gus had actually sensed the authority of Sky. As a human who had briefly stepped into the 9th rank, he should have been qualified to perceive such authorities. But this old man seemed oblivious to the time within the dragon god's heart. That could be because time had been modified by the dragon god, making it no longer a pure authority. But what about Sky? Why couldn't you still sense the aura of Sky? Lucifer pondered. Is it that mortal beings are inherently unable to perceive authority? But is he also a mortal being? Or is there a deeper reason? Or perhaps the old man actually sensed Sky? He would have to return and ask again, this time without Llewellyn. And you, Gus, had better still be confident enough. The demon beast forest.
The once beautiful sanctuary where demon beasts had thrived was engulfed by netherworld creatures pouring forth from several colossal rifts that had abruptly torn open across the land. Scarlet and madness had already corrupted every inch of this soil, and the former paradise of beasts had become a hunting ground for the netherworld. A fleshless skeleton tore off its own rib, using it like a sword to impale the fire lion's belly. The majestic flame lion roared in agony, and smashed the skeleton to pieces with a single swipe of its claw. Yet before mana could cover the wound and stem the blood, endless waves of lesser netherworld creatures surged over it. The blood only inflamed the mad, witless monsters further. They howled hideously across the sunlit land, and every inch of earth and sky seemed conquered by chaos. Boom! An incomparably dense golden battle aura exploded outward. The weaker netherworld creatures nearby were pulverized in an instant. The air itself was wrenched by that dreadful force into one white vortex after another, as if a hurricane were sweeping through. The resplendent golden aura continued churning forth endlessly, and at last upon the blood-soaked battlefield it claimed a stretch of land littered with severed limbs and crumpled corpses. Lion stood at the very center of the golden battle aura, tied, his golden eyes burning like flames. The youth lifted high the clan heirloom sword, its body forged from star gold and shaped from mithril, while sea-like battle aura surged outward from him in all directions. Rising heat flung his golden hair back, revealing the unquenchable arrogance between his brows. Any netherworld creature that dared draw near the golden-haired youth was torn asunder. Armed with armor that restored his battle aura, Lion galloped across the battlefield like a relentless meat grinder. He had reached the foremost line of the human netherworld war 3 days earlier, and there he had also seen the young officer of legendary experience, the one who had toyed with the demon king Narkson as if he were a dog. Lunbasa. During the last retreat from the demon beast forest, Lion had caught a glimpse of this young man, but because time had been pressing, he did not go over to greet him. At that time, the young officer had been proud and composed, as if everything was well within his control. This was the young officer whom his grandfather Marmahate had called the child from another family, the perfect child everyone looks to with envy. The younger generation is truly formidable. That was the stiff old man's assessment of Lunbasa. But when he met Lunbasa this time, the young man's brown eyes held a complexity that even Lion could not understand. Though Lion had never been able to glimpse others' thoughts through their eyes, he was nonetheless certain that this young officer seemed utterly lost. The golden-haired youth had no idea what had happened. But when the other saw him, he merely gave a slight smile and asked, "You're Marmo's grandson, aren't you?" Then came another sentence. 18 years old, a 4th-rank warrior. The Hate family truly is a family born for battle. I hope you can carry on that purity. In truth, the golden-haired youth did not care to be praised by a man only 5 or 6 years his senior, but at that moment, he was also stunned, and could only nod dumbly. There is nothing beyond the 6th rank on this battlefield. For a peak 4th-rank warrior, this is indeed a worthy trial ground. Then the brown-eyed young man patted him on the shoulder. Beneath the concealment of his long, thin black hair, a questioning voice arose, so low that it was almost lost, but Lion heard it. "What are we fighting for in the end?" Lunbasa seemed deeply lost. But Lion was not lost. He believed he was not lost. If only someone would point out the enemy to him, then even the primordial fiend, the one who had completely unified the rebellious demon race, and was called the strongest demon emperor in 1,000 ages, would find Lion daring to draw his sword before him. But why was that young man, the one his grandfather called the Empire's rising star, so lost? He could not understand, and so he came to the battlefield. An overwhelming battle was dull and numbing. The mithril-wrapped silver blade swept out, and a thick, condensed, pure white sword aura cascaded down from the sword like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, slash and ruin were delivered by lightning-fast sword aura to their enemies. The bloated frame of the small giant, black veins bulging across its hide, was severed the instant it met the sword aura. Black blood sprayed from the cut as its body was cloven, yet the giant still bared yellow teeth streaked with blood, grinning savagely at the golden-haired youth, as though the legs left standing on the ground were not its own. The loathsome bloated body was dragged forward by madness. Blood, organs, and bone from the severed stump were devoured by the surrounding netherworld creatures, but its head still turned toward Lion with a ghastly smile. As if this were the natural order, as if it ought to be this way. Crimson flames blazed once more around the golden-haired youth, just as they had not long ago in the demon beast city on the verge of falling. The fire, like a scarlet fiend, swallowed the entire crowded Black Sea.
At the same time, a girl draped in a red mage's robe descended from the sky. Her crimson hair streamed in the air like deep scarlet fire burning in the void, and the scorched figures around her screamed unceasingly, as if offering congratulations to the young fire mage. Her sheepskin boots touched the ground. Clutching a ruby-tipped magic staff, the red-haired girl alighted amid a grand sea of deep crimson flames. The flames around her seemed to be given life by the gods themselves, dancing elegant steps across the ocean of netherworld creatures. Every leap and every spin brought a harvest of devastating casualties. Amid the battlefield, the red-haired girl looked at Lion holding up his silver sword and smiled lightly. What a sorry sight! She reached out and wiped away the black blood on Lion's cheek the way a gardener gently caresses her favorite flower. Aren't all warriors like this? Lion said with a wry, slightly bitter smile. Mages truly are formidable. This time, he did not invite another jibe, he simply looked at the red-haired girl before him. Her eyes, stained pale red by the fire elemental magic she had cast, reflected his image, as though a grand banquet could hold only one protagonist. And now that protagonist was him. With a casual swing of his sword, he cut down a 6-armed monster that had broken through the wall of flames, stepped onto its head, and winked at the red-haired girl. My mana control is not yet fine enough for such precision. It's hardly strange for a monster to get through the flame wall. Celandir understood what he meant, but unlike her usual habit, she did not deliver a physical rebuke. She merely explained with patience. Meanwhile, pale red mana pulsed around her, flaring her red mage's robe behind her. Another wave of even denser flame mana spread outward, and the wall of flames blazed ever more fierce and magnificent. The red-haired girl lightly tapped her magic staff, and the crimson gem set atop the oak rod shone brilliantly. Then, with the staff's gleaming ruby tip, she gently touched the silver sword in Lion's hand. Wild, violent, scorching flames burst into life along Lion's sword. The molten silver blade reflected both their faces, warping endlessly in the fire, like an oil painting submerged in water. Behind the battlefields where humanity clashed with the netherworld stood a crude, simple courtyard. Lund Besa stood silently to the left and slightly behind a tall, elderly man. The young officer's brown eyes occasionally strayed to the pitch-black ocean in the distance, and the netherworld rift that seemed to shroud half the sky, as if it held the secrets of space itself. From time to time, he stole glances at the tall old man before him, who was also gazing into the distance. Lad stopped staring at an old man like that. As an 8th-rank warrior, Aogyazit naturally felt the young man's scrutinizing gaze. Gyuzit said, "You are exceptionally courageous, bold, yet resourceful. Now I do see a bit of that in you." Lund Besa lowered his head slightly. "You flatter me." "Flatter you." The tall old man chuckled. It seemed his breath caught, and he coughed several times in succession. The golden-armored knights outside the crude courtyard nearly rushed in, but the old man, once his coughing stopped, waved them away. Lund Besa watched the dazzling golden figure riding on a warhorse. The blazing gold legion, the main force with which the old man before him had overthrown the rule of the old empire, was said to burn with golden flames wherever the iron hooves of its warhorses trampled. Some said those golden flames could incinerate the souls of the defeated, others said they could cleanse this land of its sins. Yet there were also those who insisted the flames were merely residual golden battle chi. Lund Besa subscribed to the third theory. Returning from his brief lapse in attention, he turned his gaze back to the old man. Lund Besa was puzzled. Why did humanity, possessing far greater top-tier combat power, not act swiftly to annihilate these netherworld creatures that swept across the world like a plague of locusts? The demon god you predicted never appeared. Our enemies now are nothing but trash that a single 7th-rank mage could easily destroy, yet we have built a defensive line behind the demon beast forest that consumed nearly a quarter of the Empire's strategic reserves. All for the sake of trash. Lund Besa loathed the feeling of knowing nothing. He equally loathed how those in power issue commands from their self-assumed heights, yet never told him why. The strong truly had no obligation to explain themselves to the weak. So he only looked at the old man, the nominal leader before him, the sovereign of this empire. "What is it you feel right now?" the old man asked softly, squinting into the distance. "Resentment," Lund Besa answered candidly. The Empire's upper stratum was just a bunch of good-for-nothing wine sacks and rice bags. Cowards so weak-hearted that even when the enemy offered its neck to the blade in their hands, they did not dare swing. Aogyazit had some fondness for this young man, or rather he felt fondness for all of the Empire's outstanding young people. The tall old man did not care much for authority. He even enjoyed it when others dared to reproach him to his face, even if all they did was curse at him. Of course, that did not stop him from turning his blade on those people afterward. But he truly hated having everyone fawn over him. Eyes downcast, voice submissive, because before the age of 12 he himself had been exactly like that. I don't know why we can't slaughter these low-ranking netherworld creatures either. We just cannot kill them. The old man rarely explained himself to anyone. An emperor explaining himself to his subject was a strange thing indeed. Yet that was exactly what happened. Guzit says the time these netherworld creatures exist in the mortal world determines the time the living beings of this world can continue to exist. It is nearly impossible to change in the short term. We might even have to raise these netherworld creatures, even if it means feeding them with blood. Honestly, I also find it revolting, Guzit said calmly. I detest the way Guzit looks, as if he knows everything, and nothing is impossible for him. But every word he says has been right. Guzit seemed to recall something, and smiled faintly. He has always been right. Fragments of memories kept surfacing in the old man's dark brown eyes, as if reaching across time. The young officer did not respond, only pressing his lips together. An old bone like me no longer has the spirit to chase every question to its end. I just think about waiting for death. The old man's gaze drifted toward the distance. But there are still so many things I have not done. So tell me, should I go ahead and die? His voice was very, very soft, like a spiderweb in a misty drizzle, as if every drop of rain could utterly destroy the spider's delicate handiwork. You speak too gravely. Lun Besa suddenly realized what strange words he had heard, and lowered his head. You are still afraid of me? Guzit said softly. The breeze brushed across Lun Besa's face as it faced the grass. Fine beads of sweat on his forehead slowly slid down the lines of his face. He could remain composed as long as the old man stayed rational. But when the old man's mood was off, his rationality told him to show a little panic as self-protection, and at that moment, he truly was somewhat panicked. It was like a lion that had lost a territorial dispute bearing its soft belly in submission. But the other man was a true lion. He was not. He was merely a subject surviving on the grasslands within the lion's territory. Go do what you must do. The old man issued the order without expression, yet a smile appeared on his face the next moment. I have high hopes for you, Lun Besa. You resemble me from long ago. The humble panic look you wear now is exactly how I looked when I faced that baron of the old empire. The same fear, the same resentment. The old man watched the young officer walk out of the courtyard and said no more. Aren't you coming out yet? The tall old man spoke with irritation. Ha ha. Guzit's laughter came from a spatial rift that abruptly opened. At the same moment the old man with white hair and a white beard stepped out from within it. You may be old, but you still have a way of instructing others, Guzit said with a laugh. Isn't that exactly what you asked of me? Guzit cast a glance at his old friend and sighed. What have you reduced a perfectly good child to? That was you scaring yourself. I had nothing to do with it. Guzit seemed to be in a fine mood, smiling all along. Lun Besa is a fine young man, but he is still missing a little something. Guzit said softly, likewise looking toward the distant battlefield. Heh. Guzit knew exactly what the missing something was. Compromise. It was not necessarily a good virtue, but it was truly important. Forget it, Guzit waved a hand. I didn't come here mostly to discuss Lun Besa's shortcomings. What about the demon god of corruption and death? You still remember him, don't you? How could I possibly not? Guzit said after a startled pause. That young man with blood-red pupils. A young man visible to the naked eye at the time, yet utterly empty in his battle chi perception. High-tier warriors used battle chi as their most common eyes in combat. The flow of mana, the trajectory of movements, everything could be sensed by battle chi and fed back to the brain at a speed several times faster than the eyes. But on that day his eyes had seen the figure, while his battle chi perception had sensed nothing at all. It was as if the man did not exist, a situation the battle-hardened old man had never encountered in all his years. Especially since this demon god had even stolen away the holy maiden of the Church of Light, August felt that point most keenly. Whether Gafferton knew or not, even knowing would do no good. Who knows where he is recuperating now? To be gravely wounded by dwarves, a race hardly skilled in battle, Gafferton was truly one of a kind. August mused inwardly that if the dwarven race truly could not serve humanities, cause then, there seemed little reason for them to continue existing. The previous sovereign of the empire had always hoped the dwarves would relent and aid humanity, but the dwarves had remained steadfastly neutral. He had even set aside a vast stretch of human land specifically for the dwarves to thrive and multiply, though August had already taken that land back. This towering old man had never been one to take a loss. Lucifer seems to be deliberately seeking authority over the mortal world. Gust's words drew the aged emperor, who had been pondering how to deal with the dwarven problem, back to this crude, hastily erected courtyard. A demon god, aren't these the very things he wants? August gave Gust a strange look. Do you mean to say he exhausted every scheme to enter the mortal world just to carry off the holy maiden? The white-haired old man gave the towering old man an extremely complicated look. August. Well, so what? He merely carried off a holy maiden, and sought a bit of authority. He hasn't done anything unforgivable. Let him be. August waved a hand. I can't beat him anyway. I never told you to go looking for trouble with him. Gus seemed to see through his old friend's thoughts, and laughed in exasperation. Don't I know those third-rate skills of yours? Me third-rate? August's white beard bristled. I am after all one of only 2 humans at the 8th rank, and the only 8th rank warrior. You are still. You won't be the only 8th rank warrior for long, Gust interrupted directly. In that battle with Nelson, Malmo comprehended something he should break through very soon. The white-haired old man laughed softly. After all, that meant another pair of free hands. That is a matter for the future, August said, casting a contemptuous glance at Gust like an old rascal. The old thing actually thinks he's still young. Gust sneered. Spending time with you always makes me so angry I feel like your grandson, and that makes me younger. August was taken aback for a moment, then laughed as well. After a brief silence, the towering old man raised his head slightly toward the azure sky. Why would a demon god of the underworld want the authority of the sky? To become the new god of the sky? How absurd. If the sky itself turns blood-red in his eyes, that will be quite a spectacle. The old man spoke quickly like a wind elemental mage, unleashing continuous wind blades one after another, almost joined into a single line woven from wind elemental mana. Not long ago, you said you were old. I, on the contrary, think you are still young. Gust watched his old friend's grumbling expression, and chuckled softly. At the same time, the white-haired old man also raised his eyes to the sky. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, then closed it again. In the end, he spoke after all. I have found your daughter Angzia. August responded softly, his gaze still fixed on the sky. Angzia had after all been born to August late in his life. The aged emperor had only 2 sons, and 1 daughter in his life. Both sons had died on the battlefield against the demon race, and his only daughter had gone missing as well. Fortunately, she had now been found. Hearing this, August heaved a long sigh of relief inwardly. Where has she been? The aged father asked once more, looking at Gust with great confusion. She was captured by a 6th rank demon. Because of your daughter's special constitution, she was presumably about to be delivered to the demon emperor, as a vessel to contain authority. The white-haired Gust spoke softly. A breeze lifted the snow-white locks from his forehead, and his eyes, as radiant as sun and moon, blazed with brilliance. No son has wanted to break through to the 9th rank for a very long time. A century ago, he was already at the peak of the 8th rank. Decades later, he advanced another step. Relying on power that could practically see the threshold of the 9th rank, he unified the demon race. The only thing between him and conquering the world is probably Angzia, that vessel. Transfer the authority inherited by the demon race into the vessel, then use blood sacrifice to turn the vessel into a living authority without consciousness or soul. In that way, he could wield the authority, and also cast off the constraints imposed by the mortal world. What a pity. Gus picked up a fallen leaf carried in from outside the courtyard by the wind, slowly tracing its mottled patterns between his fingers. He encountered the god of the demon race. Then it seems I should thank him. August laughed, the wrinkles on his towering face rippling like ocean waves. Humanity should thank him, Gus said, releasing the leaf from his hand. Under the wind's encouragement, the leaf wafted upward for another stretch. But humanity cannot depend on him. The white-haired old man's gaze was distant and profound, and his all-penetrating eyes seemed to have glimpsed a shattered future. That leaf, which had been dancing gracefully with the wind, was like a lithe dancer displaying its elegant form to the fullest. Yet the wind gradually seemed to lose interest, no longer granting it enough strength or support. The leaf began to drift slowly downward. Like a butterfly with broken wings, it fluttered weakly, but could not stop its own approach to the ground. With every inch of descent, it seemed to bid the sky a last farewell, carrying a hint of fondness and reluctance. At last the leaf lightly touched the grass, ending its final moment in the sky. Perhaps before long some agent of decay would come to dispose of it. Yet a leaf that falls from a tree is destined from the start to rot, and turn into nourishment for new life. No fallen leaf can escape that fate. Heh. The aged emperor merely chuckled, his ancient yet profound eyes looking into the distance. Perhaps the old man murmured. After leaving the imperial master's courtyard, Lund Besa returned to his temporary lodging. He knew the flaws the emperor saw in him. But he did not intend to change. Nor would he presumptuously defy orders. He had neither the authority nor the intention. He simply wanted to know why. Why, when no demon god of the underworld had entered the mortal world, and not even the creatures emerging from the underworld's rifts had reached the 6th rank, should the empire continue to tolerate these chaotic and filthy beings trampling its territory? Were the empire's 7th rank and 8th rank experts mere ornaments? Were the countless people of the empire sending their sons and daughters to the front lines, just so that these so-called high-rank mages, nurtured by them occupying vast resources, could watch their soldiers die at the hands of the filthy creatures of the underworld? The central pedestal of Tiangong Island. Pale green enigmatic formation patterns rippled endlessly like summer night fireflies, casting faint yet dazzling green light in the deep silent gloom, glimmering as though breathing with a life of their own. Lucifer stood before the formation that sustained the operation of Tiangong Island. Mana swirled within his blood-red pupils, as if a brand new eye were being born within them. At this moment every trajectory of mana was no longer a secret to the young demon god. Fine threads radiating pale green and grayish-white light filled the air, twisting and spiraling, ultimately merging into the irregular sphere at the formation's center, a sphere that seemed carved from deep green jadeite. The jade was the size of an adult fist, hovering quietly in the hidden chamber that bore the base of Tiangong Island, as if nothing could ever move it. "Is this the sky you spoke of?" Lovelian's azure eyes reflected the deep green vortex. "Most likely it is." Lucifer carefully examined the deep green jadeite crystal before him. All the mana from the sky around it seemed to be drawn to it, attracted by it. "Then if we take it away, will Tiangong Island fall?" The silver-haired girl pondered briefly, then asked. "It won't just drop the entire Tiangong Island straight onto the imperial capital, will it? Then this time the imperial capital really will be blown up by you." Stop. Lucifer pressed his hand against the girl's thin lips. "Last time really was an accident. I truly never expected that after an 8th order dragon obtained an authority, it could run so fast." A helpless smile rippled in his blood-red pupils. "An accident?" The silver-haired girl gently brushed his hand away, smiled softly, then placed both hands on Lucifer's face, and gave it a light pinch. "There really are too many accidents." Her azure eyes rippled with a smile, like scattered stars. "Of course." Lucifer did not brush away the silver-haired girl's hands resting on his face. He simply smiled faintly, gazing into her azure eyes, clearer than the sky. The silver-haired girl gave Lucifer's face another gentle tug, then let go. She turned to look at the sky at the center of the obsidian pedestal, and her expression became serious. "Are you planning to take it directly?" She tilted her head and asked. Her hair, cascading like a silver waterfall, shifted direction with the movement, as though a silver meteor shower had changed its course. "Yes." Lucifer nodded. "Although I cannot accommodate sky within myself in such a short time, this is truly one of the few things in the present world that can make an 8th order existence a threat to me. Sky and earth, the authorities of the two origins." This was not like the authority of life, which had allowed the green 8th order beast to hold on for a few extra seconds under the demon god's hand. If an existence at the peak of the 8th order could accommodate the origin authority's sky, then it would become the he who stood at the supreme height of the 9th order. Unfortunately, it was somewhat unrealistic for an 8th order being to reach a realm capable of accommodating sky. Only a 9th order physique could contain it, accept the blessing from sky, and ultimately become the master of the sky. "But the imperial capital will not be destroyed. I can hold it up with ease," Lucifer said with a smile, then looked at the silver-haired girl, as though seeking credit. "Amazing." Stars seemed to shimmer in the silver-haired girl's eyes. Did this make baby Lucifer feel extremely proud? Alternatively, we could find a high-rank wind element magical beast, kill it, and use its magic core to replace it. Lucifer looked at the deep green jadeite sky. Even though the mana within the magic core would eventually be depleted, it could also be replenished. Impressive. The silver-haired girl seemed to have found the formula. Lucifer suppressed the upward turn of his lips, and feigning nonchalance walked onto the formation pedestal built of obsidian. As if sensing Lucifer's arrival, sky burst into brilliant light in an instant. The sky attributed mana around it surged madly, and wild untamed winds raged across all of Tiancong Island. Everyone on Tiancong Island felt an unprecedented pressure. It was as if the supreme deity, who had once wielded sky in the ancient age, had returned to reign over the world. Lucifer remained calm. Atia had said that sky seemed to possess a trace of instinct. Once it sensed an existence that could threaten it, it would trigger a restriction. That was also the main reason he had stayed on Tiancong Island for several years without obtaining sky. But Lucifer was different. With a ninth-order demon god appearing in person, a mere authority that had lost its intelligence, even if it was an origin authority, could only yield. Terrifying blood-red mana pierced through all of Tiancong Island in an instant. Everyone on Tiancong Island felt a lethal threat at once, as if the Grim Reaper were snarling right beside them. Yet the next moment, that lethal aura returned to tranquility, as though nothing had happened. At the center of the storm, Lucifer still stood upright before Sky, holding the supreme authority in his hand. His 5 fingers wrapped around the jadeite that had solidified from Sky, feeling its craggy unevenness in his palm, as if all the surging clouds and storms of the sky had been gathered in his grasp. Perhaps this was the most perfect work of art in the world. Oh no! Lucifer then looked once more at the azure eyes beside him. The girl's eyes seemed to be gazing curiously at the sky in his hand, without noticing Lucifer's gaze. This was what he considered the most precious and most perfect work of art, a work of art that belonged to him alone. What use is it? The silver-haired girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is it like the fall and death in your honored name? Sort of. Lucifer still looked into the silver-haired girl's eyes, his voice gentle. But my authority was something I was born with. This kind, however, was formed after the original owner of the authority died or vanished, and after the passage of years it finally took this form. Just as I possess fall and death, I am the god of fall and death. And once someone obtains sky, they become the master of the sky. Can I also become the god of the sky? She tilted her head and asked. When I become powerful, I'll press you under my hand, so you can never blow up the imperial capital again. The girl wrinkled her delicate nose, her words laden with implication. This matter really should be put behind us. Lucifer raised his hands in surrender, and said with a wry smile. Then, in a joking tone, he said, if you could accommodate it. He stopped mid-sentence. It seemed he had thought of something. Lovelian was born with part of the authority of secrecy. Then who was the source of that authority? He seemed never to have considered this question. There was no reason for him to have missed it. It was like a poor child handing you a precious diamond. You would instinctively ask him, where did you find this? Because a poor child should not have such a thing as a diamond. Likewise, Lovelian should not have an authority. Then what was it that had been blocking his thoughts? And why did this obstruction no longer exist now? Lucifer stared at Lovelian for a long while, saying nothing. Why do you keep staring at me? The silver-haired girl, sensing the gaze beside her, turned her head to look at Lucifer. She noticed his tightly knit brows, and the puzzlement dwelling within those sanguine crimson eyes. What are you thinking? The girl waved her jade-like hand before Lucifer's face, drawing the lost Lucifer back from his reverie. You are really beautiful. Having snapped back to the present, Lucifer was momentarily stunned and spoke without thinking. A faint blush quietly crept across the crystal-clear snow-white ears of the silver-haired girl. That blush was as delicate and alluring as peach blossoms blooming for the first time in spring. It first emerged faintly at the tips of her ears, but quickly spread, like a tide surging toward her cheeks. In the blink of an eye, that tender pink hue had covered her entire fair and delicate face, like clouds dyed crimson by the glow of sunset on the horizon. And also very cute. Looking at her bashful, blushing appearance, he smiled again, even though he was promptly rewarded with a punch from the embarrassed girl. Every compliment from Lucifer made Lovelian shy. No matter how many times, whenever she heard his praise spoken in such a serious tone, her face would grow burning hot, as though some ancient magical prohibition had been cast upon her. Lucifer chuckled softly, and at the same time began to ponder. Lovelian had said that the authority of secrecy seemed to be innate, but she had only discovered it upon breaking through to the 4th rank. Before the day the city of magical beasts was overrun, he had not sensed the aura of secrecy within her. It seemed that because Alex's turmoil and strife had briefly descended upon the mortal world that day. Was it Alex's authority that had activated the part of the authority dormant within Lovelian? Or had that portion of the authority of secrecy already possessed consciousness yet had been sleeping within the girl all along only to be awakened by an authority of equal rank? In the ancient era, there was no deity of secrecy, if not for the peculiar nature of secrecy itself, then perhaps he would have been able to sense it normally. That was unlike the time, within the dragon god's heart, where even holding the vessel of authority in one's hand yielded no perception, only vague speculation. Thinking of this, Lucifer was suddenly startled. If one disregarded the nature of secrecy, could it be that a deity of secrecy had existed in the ancient era, but had ultimately used their own authority to erase themselves from history? Then, having vanished from history, had they split their authority across the world for unknown reasons? That was straying too far. Lucifer looked at the blue-eyed girl before him, then at the emerald-like sky in his hand. Because he himself harbored too many authorities, he could not accommodate sky. But could Lovelian, who had once been inhabited by a fragment of secrecy, bear the authority of sky once again? Could he use the authority of chaos and distortion to reverse the causality of accommodation and possession, thereby allowing the girl to fully accommodate sky? Highly unlikely. Chaos and distortion most likely could not alter the will of sky. After all, this was an authority belonging to the primal source of the world. Suddenly the entire Sky Island began to tremble, because Lucifer had taken away the core that powered Sky Island. The isle floating above the imperial capital could no longer bear its own mountain-like weight, teetering dangerously. Only a faint remnant of the aura of sky remained, barely pulling the high-altitude isle back into balance. But these meager remnants of sky could not hold out for long. Within at most an hour, this ancient and colossal isle would plummet toward the imperial capital below with a roar like a falling meteor. Sensing the tremor, the silver-haired girl glanced at Lucifer. He could perceive the rippling emotions in those azure eyes, and the meaning she wished to convey. The capital is about to blow. Don't worry. Lucifer smiled softly, unhurriedly absorbing sky into his body. In Lovelian's eyes, there was only a flash of crimson light, and then the emerald vanished from Lucifer's hand. Then she saw the crimson-eyed young man extend his hand, palm turned upward, as if to catch something, just as Lovelian often did on snowy days in the capital, reaching out to catch the snowflakes fluttering in the sky. But those icy snowflakes always melted the instant they touched the girl's warm palm, like snow spirits that live for only a single season, blooming in a flash and melting in a flash. Yet this time, he was probably trying to catch the tottering Sky Island. At the same time, unbeknownst to the silver-haired girl, the phantom of the colossal blood-red hand that had shrouded the entire imperial capital not long ago appeared once more. In an instant, an immense and terrifying pressure completely blotted out all external perception. What's that? On a street in the imperial capital, a child, holding the honey bread his brother had just bought, pointed blankly at the sky. His small ink-black eyes, as if the most brilliant stars of the night sky had been set within them, shone with pure innocent light. At this moment, however, those eyes were filled with curiosity about that streak of blood red at the edge of the sky. The vast, boundless sky was reflected in those two pure black gems. What? The older boy beside him looked up, following his younger brother's gaze. All he saw was a dense blood red covering the distant sky, like red ink spilled across the canvas of the heavens, spreading ever farther. Sunset! The boy froze, saying it uncertainly. But shouldn't such a gorgeous radiant sunset appear only in the evening? And yet, at that moment, the radiant sun on the other side of the sky was still shining golden, gently continuing to emanate its own light and warmth. Yet the blood red above their heads was somber and oppressive, seemingly reeking of blood. It stirred the boy's unpleasant memories from a few days earlier, that sky-covering blood-red phantom. At that time, the golden formation patterns of the entire imperial capital had been activated, and an ocean-like torrent of mana, more immense than he had ever seen, poured continuously into those ancient mysterious runes, blazing with brilliant golden light. It was as though a grand ritual was unfolding. But the boy could only stare fixedly at the blood-red phantom beyond the golden formation patterns. At that moment, he felt as if the end of the world had come, even with the imperial capital's renowned thunder mage Kedik present. From the boy's perspective back then, he had possessed extraordinarily sharp eyesight since childhood. He saw the hand of the violet-robed mage known as the Thunder King trembling. He was afraid. Afraid of the blood-red phantom, and the monster, within the thick blood-red mist. That blood-red monster, that seemed capable of devouring everything. White Tower near the Imperial Palace of the capital. At the very top of the 9-story tower built entirely of white jade, Kaidyke stood in his purple robe. The fierce winds high above swirled wantonly around him, his hair flew across his brow, and his mage robe thrashed wildly behind him. But Kaidyke was still very much afraid. Over these past few days, he had dreamed every night of the blood-red phantom that had shrouded the capital, and then woke in the middle of the night in extreme terror. He thought he would remember that fear for the rest of his life, the fear that surged up from instinct from the depths of the soul. But he had believed that the blood-red phantom would only haunt his dreams. Never had he imagined that this familiar blood-red sky would descend again. Kaidyke now truly wanted to go before the master of that blood-red phantom and reason with them, asking whether they were insane, why they insisted on causing chaos in the capital, and just at this time, when he had returned from the front lines. Unfortunately, he lacked that ability. The purple-robed mage looked up at the sky with worry, then reconsidered. Directly above the White Tower was that not Sky Island. Yuzit should be on Sky Island right now, shouldn't he? Yet the dense blood-red color in the sky was still spreading. Could that extraordinarily gifted space-time mage now have already? Kaidyke's hairs stood on end one by one like needles. A chill spread from his spine through his entire body, as if an ice spike had pierced straight through him. Meanwhile, in the simple yet vital courtyard behind the front line, between the human race and the netherworld, Yuzit took a sip of the hot water in his cup. White steam rose, veiling the old man's eyes, which were like the sun and moon. As if sensing something, the white-haired old man turned his head slightly, looking in the direction of the capital. Homesick old fellow. Yuzit would never miss a chance to mock his old friend, even though the mockery had no real basis. The white-haired old man only sneered. Never mind. Didn't you say that the demon god from the netherworld is probably on Sky Island right now, taking away the authority of Sky? With him, there the capital should now be the safest place for the human race, right? Yuzit said with another light laugh, glancing at Yuzit, who was still holding his teacup. Probably. The tall old man asked again uncertainly. The white-haired old man glanced at the eccentric aged emperor, and said nothing. The thick somber blood-red did not linger long in the capital's sky. Moments later the azure sky appeared again in the sight of the capital's people, though quite a few had never even noticed the blood-red color had appeared at all. Sensing the dangerous aura fading, Kaidyke at the top of the White Tower unconsciously loosened his tightly clenched fists. Only when a breeze from afar blew past did the mage, who had been startled twice in the span of 2 short days, realize that sweat had already thoroughly soaked his palms. Feeling his heart pounding violently in his chest, the mage, already past his prime, suddenly raised his head again. His hands were still trembling, he was still afraid. But he still had to go to Sky Island. The future rising stars of the Empire were all on Sky Island. Having walked half his life's journey, he had no reason not to go and protect those children who had not yet grown. If anything happened to those children on Sky Island, while he, the sole high-ranking mage stationed in the capital, did nothing but stay in the White Tower because of fear, the Emperor and that headmaster, who might not even be alive anymore, would never forgive him. Nor would his future self ever forgive the cowardly self he was now. He feared death, and he feared that unknown horrifying blood-red. But what he feared even more was losing his courage. That day the people of the capital saw a dazzling purple bolt of lightning shoot from the top of the White Tower in an instant, like a meteor aimed straight at the sky that had just been full of blood-red. In the secret chamber of Sky Island that housed the pedestal, Lucifer slowly drew his fingers together, yet did not clench them fully, as if there were a piece of soft cream in his palm. It was as if once he clenched, the cream would smear across his palm. The silver-haired girl watched the movement of Lucifer's fingers, a hint of curiosity shimmering in her azure eyes. "Was this how you blotted out the entire capital sky that day?" she asked curiously. The Bulately family's estate was not far from Starsea Garden. The moment that blood-red phantom unfolded, she sensed Lucifer's aura, but she did not know that Lucifer, who had achieved all this, had only reached out with casual ease. Then he closed them. So easily, like a child in that garden catching a butterfly roaming among a sea of flowers. "Yes." Lucifer smiled and said, but feeling that the girl in front of him seemed to want to say something, he quickly added, "I can control magical power flow very easily, so what you say about blowing up the capital is complete nonsense." Lucifer's expression was very serious. The silver-haired girl, however, laughed, while half covering her mouth through the gaps of her silver-white hair. Her eyes were full of a smile curving like crescent moons. Seeing the silver-haired girl's lovely expression, Lucifer could only give a helpless smile. Then he sensed a somewhat familiar magical aura approaching Sky Island, one that even seemed to carry a hint of readiness to face death. "Do you know that purple-robed mage?" Lucifer waved a hand lightly, and an image of Kadiak, lightning-like in form, unfolded like a scroll before the silver-haired girl. Worried that the girl might not perceive the other's lightning-fast speed, he slowed the trajectory of the mage's movement in the ethereal scroll. "Kadiak," the silver-haired girl said uncertainly. She looked carefully at the figure in the scroll, then said with certainty, "Vice President of the Royal Magic Association, second in command of the White Tower. A 7th-rank mage of the lightning element. My grandfather thought very highly of him, because his unique lightning element magic could exert an extremely pronounced suppressive force on the demon army in battle. Once in the frontal battlefield against the demons, he fought 2 enemies alone, and gravely wounded one of the demon kings." "He wouldn't be coming to see you, would he?" the silver-haired girl asked at last. "Probably." Lucifer shrugged. When he had just lifted and fixed Sky Island in place, he had not concealed his aura. "Maybe he's worried that the students on Sky Island might be corrupted by a certain demon god who wants to blow up the capital," the silver-haired girl said meaningfully, reaching out to lightly tap the tip of Lucifer's nose. "But I've already corrupted one." Lucifer smiled and looked at Llewellyn. This time the silver-haired girl did not blush, she simply chuckled. "I thought you would say that I was the one who corrupted an innocent demon god." The girl's voice was soft, like the playful teasing between lovers. "Perhaps it was exactly that. It does seem to be so," Lucifer said, stroking his chin with an earnest expression. "The holy maiden seems quite self-aware, doesn't she?" He leaned down, looked into the girl's azure eyes, and said with a light laugh. Then he took a heavy punch. The violet lightning began to slow roughly 1,000 meters from Tionkon Island. Kadiak sensed the flow of magical power that coiled around the entire colossal island. His opponent seemed to have deliberately concealed the traces of his mana, for as Kadiak ascended from the imperial capital, he neither saw nor sensed any residual blood-colored mana lingering in the sky. Only upon drawing closer did he perceive that the raging gale around the entire Tionkon Island was being expelled by some mysterious force. Like a surging torrent colliding with an unyielding boulder in a river, the wind that could lift a house from its foundations was scattered into turbulent currents the instant it touched the blood-colored membrane enveloping the island. Moreover, what Kadiak found exceedingly strange was that the blood-colored mana seemed to be supporting, even sheltering, Tionkon Island. The mana flowing across the island's surface seemed to sense the approach of the 7th-rank archmage, and spontaneously opened a gap the size of a person for the middle-aged mage. The gravity in Kadiak's expression eased slightly. Perhaps the other party truly bore no ill will toward the imperial capital, as he had stated last time, but that did not mean Kadiak could afford to lower his guard. The mighty lion steps into the territory that ants believe to be their own. Whether or not it intends to destroy the ant's nest, its breath, its low growl, its unconscious flick of the tail, and its very existence all pose a fatal threat to those ants. You cannot expect a fierce lion to restrain itself for the sake of an ant's nest. The other party meant no harm, but this was as far as it went. Kadiak stepped onto Tionkon Island through the gap not covered by the blood-colored mana, the place where he had once pursued his studies. This was nothing like the scene he had imagined, blood-colored mana raging everywhere, tiled rooms destroyed, and students fleeing in panic across the island. Everything here was harmonious. There were only the green vines that had slipped off the white walls due to the island's recent jolting. The vines, nourished by time, no longer covered those white walls, as they had in his memories, just as memories faded and peeled away along with the vines. "Kadiak! Little one, you've returned." A hoarse voice sounded at Kadiak's ear. It was Llewellyn the carp. Kadiak stared at the old carp's eyes, which seemed to have passed through endless ages, and froze for a moment. "Mr. Llewellyn, didn't you sense that aura just now?" Emotions are contagious, and a steady, calm emotional output can have a notably soothing effect on nearby creatures in a fluster, provided those frightened beings have not been completely swallowed by fear. Because of the carp's imperturbable calm, Kadiak's original panic gradually subsided, and his heavy breathing unconsciously slowed. "I did sense it." The red and white carp's slender barbels undulated in the air like waves, much like Kadiak's mood at this moment. "Are you saying that you didn't recognize that the terrifying phantom that nearly destroyed the imperial capital a few days ago
and the blood-colored aura that just appeared came from the same being.
The mage, who had been exceptionally steady even in war, lost control for a split second, but recovered in the next. The middle-aged mage took a deep breath, feeling the familiar surroundings, and sensing the normal study and training activities of students in the central teaching building and the training hall on the island.
"You wouldn't happen to know the source of that heinous aura, would you?"
he asked with extremely complicated emotions, yet his expression still seemed incredulous. The middle-aged mage's light violet eyes fixed on the carp that remained calm before him.
"I do know."
Leolunci did not conceal it. He merely cast a somewhat surprised glance at the 7th rank archmage, as if also in slight disbelief.
"You're already at the 7th rank, a high-level mage of the Empire. How can you still not know of his existence?"
The carp's tail swayed gently in the air. His murky fish eyes kept watching Kaidike. Finally he swam behind Kaidike, then returned to his original position.
"Are you being isolated?"
Leolunci raised an eyebrow, but he had no eyebrows at all. So at this moment, the carp wore an extremely comical expression in Kaidike's sight.
"He?"
Kaidike merely repeated the peculiar pronoun the carp had just used in a questioning tone. He? It was a very ancient form of address, and also a very honorable one. But no, he should exist in the present world. Seeing Kaidike frown, the carp was amused and exasperated. His slender barbels seemed to express his speechless mood, dancing wildly in the air.
"You're still the same as before, always a beat behind,"
Leolunci finally said with a light chuckle.
"But that's not bad either. Fools have fortune. Since Guzit didn't tell you, I have no need to say more,"
the carp said slowly, while Kaidike's pale violet eyes were filled with confusion.
"Have I missed some important information? Is there something the Dean hasn't told me?"
Kaidike was somewhat baffled.
"Perhaps,"
a very young voice sounded. At the sound of it, the carp's murky eyes, which had been full of amusement, instantly became serious, while Kaidike, still puzzled, turned toward the source of the voice. A young man in a double-breasted gray trench coat stood inside the hedged fence of the Shuasian Academy on Tianvong Island. His long pale hands rested on the protruding top of the hedge, causing the young man, who registered as no threat in Kaidike's perception, to face the man and the carp with his body slightly inclined. Like a young leader commanding absolute advantage, at the far end of a long negotiating table, the slight bow did not diminish his authority, but rather made the young man seem more aggressive. But none of that was why Kaidike's heart was now pounding wildly, and his blood pressure skyrocketing. He could not sense the terror of the young man before him, but his eyes could see it. Those blood-red eyes, mocking yet tinged with a hint of coldness. He remembered those blood-red eyes. The owner of these blood-colored eyes had not long ago veiled the sky over the entire imperial capital with a single hand, and with effortless cheer suppressed the mythical creature he had never seen in his life, the deep green pure-blood dragon. The dragon scales that had seemed indestructible scattered across the battlefield like shattered green glass, while dark green blood oozed from wounds on that majestic and colossal body. How desperate, and how profoundly sorrowful, those once solemn vertical pupils had seemed to him at that moment. But all of this only highlighted the true supreme power of the owner of that blood-colored phantom. The power that suffocated Kaidike, the power that made the legendary mythical creature bow in submission and fear. The power that could nearly overturn the world. "Perhaps Gus thought you were a bit slow, so he never told you about me." The young man took his hand away from the fence woven of grass, and would slowly straightened himself, like a winter calmly leaning back in a rosewood chair after a successful negotiation. "It seems you really are a bit slow." Gazing at the wariness and vigilance in the middle-aged mage's eyes, the young demon god chuckled. "But that trait is indeed quite useful in certain situations. Poor lads who climb up from the bottom are all like this. I hope the Lord Demon God won't mind." Just as Lawrence was at a loss for words, Gust's voice came from the void. At the same time, that familiar aged figure stepped out of the rippling space, and a girl also materialized from the void behind Gust. The black-haired girl behind the old man had pale red eyes, and a tall, graceful bearing. Perhaps because of the spatial leap she had just taken, there was still a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. She was Anxiao, the Black Pearl of the imperial capital, whose reputation rivaled Lovilian's. Almost at the same moment, the silver-haired girl walked over from behind the young demon god. She had just made a quick trip back to her dormitory. After all, the flowers in her garden had not yet been moved. The old man had no sense of decency despite his age. Lucifer wanted to make a joke, but this joke was rather offensive, though he did love offensive jokes of that sort. But Lovilian was present after all. Lucifer turned to look at Lovilian, and found the silver-haired girl's azure eyes fixed on Anxia, who stood behind the old man. Between the two girls known as the Empire's twin shining stars, there was none of that melodramatic conflict. One reason was that Lovilian took no pleasure in being the center of attention. The other was that Anxia's temperament was cold and utterly indifferent to the outside world. But at that moment, the silver-haired girl unconsciously narrowed her eyes, a dangerous signal. The other girl was staring fixedly at Lucifer. Lucifer sensed the shift in the silver-haired girl's aura, and also looked toward the source of Lovilian's unease. Those pale red eyes looking back at him seemed full of curiosity. "You had best not keep staring at me. Although I don't collect other people's eyes, I wouldn't mind making an exception for you." Lucifer's icy voice stirred ripples across the lake of the black-haired girl's heart. Anxia froze for a moment, but her body averted her gaze under an instinctive fear. Yet she quickly turned her head back again to look at those blood-red pupils that seemed somehow familiar. At the same time, however, her body seemed to begin mutating. Every drop of blood flowing through her veins, and every inch of bone beneath her skin seemed to possess a will of their own at the instant she turned her head. It was as if her body had in an instant given birth to countless souls that did not belong to her, souls filled with the purest malice. Corruption. Pure negativity ran rampant through the girl's body, like a virus called madness, seizing every inch of her frame. Just when she thought herself was about to vanish inside her own body, Gus seemed to sense something at that instant. He sighed softly, but did not make a move immediately. He simply looked at the silver-haired girl beside Lucifer. It seemed they had communicated through mental voice. At the moment before her consciousness was about to collapse, Anxia saw the silver-haired girl pause for a moment, then gently tap the head of the young man with blood-red eyes. Then, like a drowning person climbing onto shore, the black-haired girl felt her whole body drenched in sweat, and her pale red eyes were full of the relief of having survived the catastrophe. Having endured the mental torture inflicted by that sixth-rank demon, along the way she had thought death could not be any worse than this. But in the moment just before death, the stimulation received by her nerves and brain seemed infinitely amplified, and she perceived with incomparable clarity the strange stirring transmitted from every inch of her body. It was a stirring that yearned to be independent of herself. She raised her hand. The crimson blood vessels stood out with startling clarity against her fair skin at that moment, as if they were still flowing normally, delivering blood to her heart. But just now, she had clearly sensed an extremely vivid and powerful turmoil in her blood. This was very, very strange. If forced to describe it, it was as though the blood inside her body had acquired a dream, and that dream was to burst out of this body and merge into the sea. From this moment on, she never again raised her head to look at the young man standing before the hedge. "Thank you," Gus said with a wry smile to Lovilian. It was not to Lucifer. Lucifer touched the spot where the girl had just struck him, showing little reaction. "Are you trying to die?" "You're killing someone right in front of me," the girl said in a low voice. Still not satisfied, she reached out to twist Lucifer's ear, but after a moment's thought she lowered her hand. "No, no." Lucifer lowered his head. The once imposing young man now seemed somewhat meek. "I only gave her a fright. She won't die. How could I be so reckless with a human life? You would beat me to death, wouldn't you?" Naturally, he would not say that he had acted because he was afraid Lovilian would overthink things. Otherwise the silver-haired girl would blame him too. "If you're going to talk, then just talk. Stop blowing on my ear." The blush on the girl's fair skin spread from her earlobes all the way to her face. "I wasn't blowing," Lucifer said, blinking innocently. On the other side, Caddick stood where he was watching Gus suddenly thank that silver-haired girl, somewhat bewildered. Then he also saw that the silver-haired girl seemed to want to twist the ear of that mysterious, terrifying being. In that instant, an unprecedented tsunami surged within the middle-aged mage's pale purple eyes, as if the great flood after the creation of the world in the age of myth had reappeared in those eyes. The silver-haired girl seemed to be Misax's granddaughter. She also seemed to be the successor to the church chosen by that old fellow Gafferton. What was her name again? Lovilian. The girl's name suddenly flashed through his mind. After all, his good-for-nothing son went on, and on every day in front of him about how wonderful that silver-haired girl was. Naturally, he knew exactly what his son was thinking. He wanted his old father to swallow his pride and ask for a marriage contract. But the Bradley family had only this one girl in this generation, and she was also the sole saintess designated for the future of the Church of Light. Yet in her capacity as the Church of Light Saintess, his son would be nominally a cut below the silver-haired girl, not to mention the 7th-rank legendary warrior Musax behind her. That old man's blade was razor-sharp. Moreover, Caddick knew exactly what his son was really like, so he simply treated the boy's words as a fart. Listening to a noisy fart at the dinner table every day was after all a bit of entertainment. He then watched how the silver-haired girl was treating that great being and grinned from ear to ear. Whatever, just smile. Lucifer remained standing by the wooden fence as if nothing had just happened. Meanwhile, Ancia's gaze began to deliberately avoid him, her pale crimson eyes filled with lingering fear and relief. Resentment was the most useless thing. She had been warned, yet she had not listened, and now she had to pay the price. The 6th-rank demon, who had intercepted and abducted her on the road, had terrorized her the entire way, but he had also taught her many truths, one of which was that in the presence of a being far stronger than yourself you do not measure their thoughts by your own reasoning. She had merely let her gaze linger on him a moment too long, and he had noticed, felt disgusted, and warned her, but she had not heeded it. In her view, this offense did not warrant death. Even when her maid shattered her beloved multicolored glazed flower pot, she had been furious, yet she had not taken the maid's life over it. But the other's view of life seemed vastly different from hers. The young man by the wooden fence gave her the impression that he did not regard life as something particularly precious. Or rather, that he did not regard her life as something particularly precious. Yet the academy head standing at the pinnacle of the 8th rank chose not to intervene, which showed that the young man was extremely important to him. She did not believe any being in this world could defeat her father, and the academy head by his side. Even the demon emperor, who had unified the demon race, and sought to conquer the world.
You've already obtained Sky.
Gustav looked at Lucifer, using magical power to form a link and transmit his voice.
How clever! Do you want me to praise you?
Lucifer smiled at the white-haired old man, replying the same way through thought.
That won't be necessary.
Gustav's aged face still revealed little emotion.
Rather, I should congratulate the fallen god of death and destruction on taking another step along the path to the summit.
Lucifer did not continue communicating with Gustav. Instead, he turned his gaze to Caddick. The other had been appraising him as well.
You're not afraid of death, are you?
Lucifer said with a light laugh, a trace of appreciation flickering in his blood-red pupils. To dare rush to the Sky Island to investigate without even knowing whether the other party was friend or foe. There was indeed some boldness in his bones. Caddick said nothing, only turned to look at Gustav beside him. He still did not know what kind of being the young man was, yet he vaguely felt that the academy head might not be a match for the youth smiling softly by the wooden fence. This feeling was a terrifying thing for Caddick. In his formative years, Gustav had already made a name for himself. The Narcissus Academy was founded in that era, and Caddick, as a magic prodigy of common birth, had been chosen among the 10 of Sky Island. He remembered that the noble mages of his generation had far surpassed him, a child of common birth, with no background, and no resources, in both magical reserves and theoretical knowledge. But Gustav, that spirited middle-aged man, merely gazed at the boy who had lowered his head in shame and inferiority over his poverty with eyes that seemed to hold sun and moon within them. Then he gently patted the back of his head, and spoke a single sentence that would decide Caddick's future. Caddick remembered how that large hand felt like sunlight breaking through dark clouds, shedding a few rays of light that happened to fall neither too much nor too little upon the bowed head of that boy. Then the inferior yet stubborn boy looked up and walked toward his son. That sentence was also one Caddick would never forget for the rest of his life.
This child is quite good.
That was all it took. And Caddick went on to become the only one of that generation to grow into a 7th-rank mage. He had devoted half his lifetime to pursuing the man who had once gently patted the head of a boy staring down at the ground. That stubborn perseverance was like a tireless bird soaring through the vast, boundless skies, striving only to find a place where it could finally rest. That ideal land seemed hidden within the mist, forever elusive. It knew that only by finding that dream of land would it truly complete its life's mission, otherwise it could never alight and take root. And so it continued to fly on undaunted, piercing through layers of clouds, and crossing mountain after mountain. Perhaps in the end it would die in the sky. Even if it could never reach that land, it still believed that paradise lay at the end of the world. And now his intuition was telling him that at the end of the world there was still a road leading to somewhere unknown.
Do you want to leave?
Lubrian gently tugged at the corner of Lucifer's gray trench coat, communicating with him through thought.
I can see you don't like having so many people around. As long as you're here it's fine,
Lucifer said carelessly, the corner of his mouth curving upward again.
But I do want to assimilate Sky as soon as possible.
His expression turned noticeably more serious. Several demon gods in the underworld were already eager to receive death, and he as the sovereign of the domain of death naturally had to deliver death to those demon gods who had not yet died due to the
shortage.
Adia had already been eliminated early because of death. Although Adia, who had returned to the underworld, had regained authority and power, death remained engraved deep within his soul. Of course, due to the demon god's body and the enhancements of being in the underworld, even if Lucifer were to activate the mark of death, right now, it could not instantly kill him, much like a frail patient who has long lain in bed suddenly receiving a strong new body, yet the illness still transfers to that new body. Still, he now has at least some basic resistance. As for whether he could survive it, Lucifer reasoned that without other factors it would be rather difficult. He could make his move now, but after Adia's death his authority would naturally return to Legard. Yet Legard, a trash demon god, could not bear the authority and power of a flawless demon god, and would only be completely incapacitated by Adia's death. Then Alex and Flores would showcase their brotherhood. Naturally, Lucifer could not allow them to take the authorities of greed and tyranny, and would have to return to the underworld for a head-on confrontation. Any fool could guess that Flores and Alex would certainly join forces to eliminate him, that unstable factor. That would be somewhat troublesome. But if Lucifer could assimilate Sky, then fighting 1 against 2 might not be entirely impossible. Yet whether he could truly assimilate Sky remained a question for him. Perhaps he needed to find another way. Wait, he remembered that when he had gone to the demon royal court, he had eavesdropped outside the demon emperor's castle. Wasn't there some old demon who possessed another method of assimilating authority? Lucifer carefully recalled. If he remembered correctly, the demon's original plan was to wait for a vessel, one that could help the demon emperor assimilate the authority of the so-called primordial one, and thereby help him ascend to the 9th rank. But at the time, he had used his spiritual power to search the entire demon royal court, and had not detected any sign of origin anywhere. Origin came from the underworld. In principle, he should have been able to sense it. Before long, he seemed to think of something else. He slightly turned his head and looked at the black-haired girl who was lowering her head. The young demon god narrowed his eyes slightly. Thinking of the 6th-ranked demon in the demon beast forest, and in Xia's despairing face, at that time Lucifer's thoughts gradually cleared. So she was that vessel. A vessel that was said to be able to help Naucidin advance further. Luawalian tugged at Lucifer's sleeve, but received no response, and saw that he was gazing elsewhere, in Xia's direction. She gave Lucifer a light kick. Snapped back to the present, he was stunned for a moment. He had just been about to knit his brows, when he remembered that the person beside him was Luawalian. At the same time, he quickly grasped why the silver-haired girl had kicked him, and turned his head with an awkward smile. Of everyone present, only she would, and only she dared, to kick him. Kai Dike silently raised his head and looked at the sky. Yuzit chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to Xia, who had remained silent all along. His lips moved as if he still wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. He had originally wanted Lucifer to use his 9th-rank psychic power to discern why this imperial princess could become a vessel for an authority, but on second thought he felt that such a question should not be asked. After all, Lucifer still held an uncontained authority. Even with Luawalian as a bond, he could not place the only daughter of an old friend in danger. Fortunately, because of Luawalian, Lucifer would not deliberately scan Xia with his psychic power. Thank Luawalian, use it. What are you looking at? The silver-haired girl's tone was somewhat unreadable, though it sounded a little cold. Xia appears to be usable as a vessel for the authority. Lucifer had no reason to hide such a thing. After all, concealment would only magnify misunderstanding. That is, it can help an 8th rank being construct a vessel for an authority outside the body, allowing that 8th rank being to successfully contain an authority he could not have contained otherwise. However, this method is actually a bit of a shortcut, Lucifer pondered. But it does work. Vessel. Luawalian felt that it was not a pleasant-sounding word. She paused for a moment, then replied again with her hard voice. You intend to use her as your vessel to contain the sky. Her tone was complicated, yet there was little worry in her azure eyes. She of course believed that her Lucifer would never do such a thing. Perhaps he had another side in places she did not know about, one that was brutal, cold, bloodthirsty, and warlike. But so what? It was enough that he was different toward her. She had no wish to share this demon god's heart with anyone else. Perhaps it was a little selfish, but it was enough that this heart held only her. Lucifer knew that doing so would make her sad, and so he would never do it. "You're asking about something you already know, aren't you, Lady Saintess?" Lucifer said with a light laugh. At the same time he leaned his head toward the girl's snow-white neck, but he did not press against it, keeping a small distance instead. "So what if I'm asking about something I already know?" Llewellyn blinked her azure eyes, the emotions that lay at the bottom of the blue lake surged beneath its surface. A gentle breeze passed through the treetops, and the girl's smile in the sunlight was healing and warm. "Beautiful," Lucifer murmured. At the same time, the silent Dyke looked at Guzit. Guzit noticed the gaze, and seemed to understand what it meant. He nodded. The space around them began to fold like silk, layer after layer, until it wrapped around the white-haired old man and Dyke. The two vanished from where they stood. The white-haired old man seemed to have overlooked something. After a brief stillness, the space around Shia began to collapse too, the void warp distorting even the light. When the sound of that space shattering completely rang out, the black-haired girl's figure also vanished from where she stood. In the end, Leolunci and Lucifer stared at each other. "It seems your old geezer has abandoned you," Lucifer said with a smile, yet his blood-red eyes held little laughter. A creature barely clinging to life by relying on time magic. The carp seemed to understand Lucifer's meaning. Its body suspended in midair stiffened for a moment, but it said nothing more. It merely swished its tail, and swam into the sea of clouds outside Sky Island. "What's wrong with Grandpa Carp?" Llewellyn blinked and asked. "Maybe he's just tired," Lucifer said, blinking as well. At the top of the central pavilion on Sky Island, because of the earth-shaking commotion from just now, some of the ornaments on the desk had fallen to the floor, and many books on the blackwood bookshelf leaning against the wall had also tumbled down. The old man and Dyke stepped out of the void like an invisible person removing a cloak of miraculous magic. Then a slender figure emerged in the void. The black-haired girl calmly surveyed the top-floor chamber that was said to be the most luxurious structure on Sky Island. Everything was plain: the blackwood bookshelf and that desk. On the desk there was even a scattered fruit platter, and beside it a small reclining chair. What was most eye-catching, however, was a vase that stood unshaken amid the disorder in the corner. In it were several sprays of narcissus, their petals white as snow, and their golden stamens, like a fierce sacred flame in that exquisite snow-white scene, bursting with strong vitality. This was enough to leave her with a deep first impression of her elderly father's old friend. She had never been here before. This legendary old man seemed to have no material desires. Of course, it was also possible that he already possessed everything he needed. At the same moment, she felt Dyke's furtive gaze from beside her. Do not misunderstand. It was not that Dyke had been stirred by her looks. And Shia was well aware that he was deliberating whether to discuss his own problem in front of her. Guzit understood Dyke's intention and waved his hand. "And Shia also has the right to know about this." The white-haired old man smiled. His eyes, which held the sun and moon, turned to the once haughty imperial princess. "You owe your survival to that demon god. Otherwise, by now, you would probably have become a vessel without reason or soul." Vessel. This was outside Dyke's domain of knowledge. And what did that demon god have to do with it? Wait, a demon god. Dyke's pupils expanded like an unfurled purple umbrella, ring after ring declaring the shock of their owner, until the middle-aged mage spoke again. "Is the demon god you speak of the demon god I'm thinking of?" He still seemed to harbor a faint hope. A demon god entering the mortal world meant that this being possessed the power to dominate the entire mortal world. This was undoubtedly a major challenge to the Shizi Empire, the hegemonic power of the current world. Perhaps this was not even a challenge at all. Dyke sighed inwardly, then looked at the old man, waiting for the answer that seemed already clear. The imperial capital, Makur Street. The blood-red hue in the sky had not plunged the populace into excessive panic. Still, residents along the adjacent streets had shut and latched their double casement windows, and the streets were clearly emptier, with only a few sparsely scattered pedestrians clad in cloak-like raincoats pacing back and forth. Perhaps they were not ordinary passers-by. Lucifer's doubt was soon confirmed by the silver-haired maiden beside him. Her azure eyes swept across the entire street, and she discreetly extended a hand to point at those pedestrians who appeared merely to be out buying daily necessities.
Men of the Imperial Adjudication Bureau.
She whispered, her small hand lightly covering her mouth, as if uttering something forbidden.
Is there an institution in the Shizi Empire that even you need to be wary of?
Lucifer raised an eyebrow slightly, but he too lowered his voice, a hint of amusement in his tone.
My grandfather serves as the Deputy Director of the Adjudication Bureau.
The silver-haired maiden said, her delicate nose twitching. Like a deer strolling through the woods catching the scent of fresh grass, and happily bounding toward that delicious pasture, she added,
They are a real nuisance. At the founding of the empire, the emperor established this, the largest coercive apparatus in the entire imperial capital, indeed, in the entire empire, second only to the military. Its members are selected from orphans on the streets possessing a fanatical loyalty to the empire, the kind of rigid, unbending loyalty.
The maiden herself spoke with some hesitation. As she spoke, she glanced at a middle-aged man in a brown overcoat on the street, then nudged Lucifer with her elbow, and secretly pointed at the man, who kept looking up at the sky. Lucifer followed the direction of the maiden's finger. The middle-aged man seemed to sense eyes observing him, and turned his head almost at the same moment. Lucifer's blood-red pupils remained piercing beneath the sun. At the same moment, the middle-aged man in the brown trench coat narrowed his pale green eyes slightly, and reached his left hand toward the inner chest pocket of his coat. But as if he had seen something, he slowly lowered his left hand, gave a slight nod, and turned away. He had recognized Lovelian.
What is he doing?
Lucifer asked in confusion. He had done nothing yet. The man had instantly reached for the holy light rune hidden in his coat.
Perhaps he thinks you're an evil demon.
The silver-haired maiden chuckled.
After all, a demon god is still a demon, right? Heh?
The young demon god let out a speechless chuckle, and reached out to ruffle the maiden's moon-white hair. Lovelian didn't step back either. She merely gently swatted away Lucifer's teasing hand, then parted her lips.
Earlier it must have been your doing, making too big a commotion to hold up the Sky Island. The Adjudication Bureau came to keep order on the streets, though there weren't many people left out here anyway.
As she said this, the maiden seemed to recall something, and she gave Lucifer a light punch on the chest. Letting out a soft sigh, she continued.
That blood-red phantom you conjured last time, which nearly enveloped the entire imperial capital, made everyone think the end of the world had come. Some, believing they were about to die anyway, did some extremely crazy and abominable things. I remember my grandfather was at the front lines at the time, but he was almost transferred back to the capital to handle the backlog of Adjudication Bureau cases because of it.
A trace of worry surfaced in the maiden's azure eyes. She looked at Lucifer, paused, and said,
You should control your power. You are too powerful,
she said softly.
Every move you make causes panic among the people. So I hope you can control yourself.
These beings of the demon god class, existing beyond the standards of the mortal world, bring chaos and slaughter with every activity. Sometimes they don't even need to act. Simply appearing is enough to create plenty of disorder.
Very well.
Lucifer turned serious. He really didn't think the empire mattered much to him, but this empire and its people mattered greatly to Lovelian. Then, these unimportant things became important too.
So are we still buying the cream cake? I have a feeling the other cake shops might be closed by now as well.
Lucifer looked at the closed doors and windows on both sides of the street, then at the signboard nearby constructed of glittering stones on which the words, Hope Bakery, were written in the language of the Shizi Empire. The shop was closed. Yet he could sense what was happening inside. A middle-aged man in a pale blue apron was lightly spreading cream over the baked bread at a table. At his feet was a girl not even reaching the man's knees, tugging blankly at his trouser leg with her small hands, and every now and then jumping up to pull at the man's apron pocket, in her understanding that pocket was always filled with candy, and whenever she reached out, an orange-flavored candy would be handed to her. But this time, the man merely gave a wry smile. With the Bureau controlling the streets, he really couldn't conjure up any candy. He could only reach out his cream-stained hand, and gently dab a bit of white cream on his daughter's tender nose. The little girl only felt her nose grow cool. She swiped her small hand across it, smearing the cream, and a bit of the soft substance was pushed to her lips. A trace of sweetness spread across her taste buds. The apron man merely watched with a smile, as the girl painted on her own little face, making no attempt to stop her. Because the doors and windows were shut, the fireplace glow seemed brighter than usual. A soft yellow light diffused through the room, as if the setting sun had secretly left a lamp behind for this father and daughter.
Lucifer,
The maiden's hand waved in front of his face. Lucifer snapped back to reality, withdrawing his slightly dispersed spiritual sense. Realizing he had been distracted, he smiled awkwardly.
You want the cream cake that badly?
The silver-haired maiden had noticed that Lucifer's gaze was fixed on the bakery, but she shook her head.
Unfortunately, the chef in charge of baking at our house asked for leave to go home a few days ago, otherwise we could have had it there. I do want to eat it,
Lucifer said with a wry smile, his brows drooping.
But I'm not so desperate that I'd stare blankly at a mere piece of bread with cream. Tell me, do the people of this empire know the empire's future direction?
His tone suddenly turned somber, and the maiden was taken aback. Then she heard Lucifer mutter, as if talking to himself.
They know nothing. They don't know the truth behind the blood-red phantom days ago, nor do they know that several demon gods may enter the mortal world in the future. No, they don't even know that demon gods still exist. Are you running a fever?
The silver-haired maiden placed her hand on Lucifer's forehead.
It can't be that bad just because there's no cream cake, right?
Beneath the silver-haired maiden's cloud-soft brows, her azure lake-like eyes were filled with confusion.
Don't treat me like a child.
Lucifer broke free from the somber atmosphere and smiled.
Actually, we could make it ourselves,
the maiden suddenly said.
We have enough ingredients at home. That sounds good.
Lucifer stretched.
This shop's cake can't possibly taste good,
the young man suddenly said as he stretched.
Huh?
The maiden didn't catch on. The baker had been too careless when making the cake.
What demon god did you think I was referring to?
Yuzid gently stroked his snow-white beard, said with a faint smile.
All right, I've answered your question. You may leave now.
The white-haired old man waved his hand dismissively at Kaidyke, with his back turned, simultaneously righting the chair that had been knocked over in the attic, and bending down to pick up the scattered books on the floor. Seeing this, Kaidyke quickly stepped over to the old man, took the books from his arms, and placed them one by one on the bookshelf.
Are classic monsterology and advanced potionology in the same category?
The old man laughed in exasperation, pointing at his former student's nose. But everyone present could tell that the white-haired old man wasn't truly angry.
Then where should I put them?
Kaidyke scratched his head in confusion, glancing at the exasperated old man and the multi-tiered wooden bookshelf. He had no idea about his teacher's bookshelf classification.
Forget it, I'll do it myself.
A faint smile curled at the corner of the old man's mouth as he took back the books and rearranged them. Kaidyke had no choice but to pick up the scattered books on the floor and hand them to the old man. It was like a child handing puzzle pieces to his elder brother, who could magically transform those strange fragments into a picture. A picture of a dream.
Theory of Soul Division.
Kaidyke read the gold embossed title on the black-covered book.
I remember, this is a forbidden book, isn't it?
The white-haired old man paused in his movements, looking at Kaidyke.
What? Are you going to arrest me?
The old man's eyes were filled with a look of pity for a fool. In front of this student, he was quite proud of. The old man seemed very relaxed.
No, no.
Kaidyke quickly waved his hands, simultaneously handing the somewhat heavy black book to his teacher.
Just curious why you're reading this kind of book.
The author of Theory of Soul Division was an 8th-rank soul mage from the previous empire, Iguxia. It was undoubtedly a notorious name. He conducted cruel experiments on ordinary people's souls, extracting those fragile souls, so vulnerable compared to a mage's, then splitting and stitching them back together. Over and over again. Iguxia was certainly not a pervert who took pleasure in torturing others. He merely let his pursuit of knowledge override the baseline of humanity. Legend had it that Iguxia was driven mad by his desire to know the answer to a question. And that question was simple, yet also very difficult to answer. Are souls unique? Does a divided soul possess independent consciousness? In other words, do the equally split parts each have the original soul's memories, or do they completely share them? Are the personalities of two missing souls still the same as the original? These were the questions Iguxia pursued. Due to his mad and inhumane soul experiments, Iguxia was naturally rejected by orthodox mages. But indeed no one could do anything to this mage, who had already reached the 8th rank. After all, no one wanted to experience the taste of having their soul split. But in the end, Iguxia tore his own soul apart. According to the suicide note he left on parchment before the secret chamber, his soul fragments would cover every corner of this world. He achieved immortality. Along with the parchment bearing his last words, the experimental record documenting his soul experiments was discovered, later compiled by relevant personnel into the theory of soul division. After arriving in the Shisi Empire, this book was listed as forbidden. It seemed the old man before him had even advocated for that. However, he didn't dare think too much. He just asked casually,
"To gain more experience in splitting souls,"
Yuzit said with a light laugh.
"Want to give it a try?" "No, no."
Kaidike quickly shook his head, as if genuinely frightened. Yuzit's hand paused, as he placed the book, then he let out a heavy sigh. Poor child, why does he believe everything? Angzia, standing at the door, tried her best not to laugh, her small hand tightly covering her mouth, her light red eyes filled with a look of utter resignation. As if sensing something, Kaidike turned to look at the black-haired girl standing at the door. The cold imperial princess remained as calm and icy as ever, her slender figure standing silently before the black wooden door. As if sensing his gaze, her light red eyes turned to meet his, staring straight into his. The princess is truly magnanimous. That was Kaidike's first thought. Good thing I reacted quickly. That was Angzia's first thought. She had thought Yuzit brought her here only to examine her special vessel constitution, but she never expected to see the unusual side of the lightning mage, who usually appeared stern and meticulous in council meetings. It probably wasn't seriousness at all, he was just too slow-witted. Even her father's muscle-filled brain was a bit smarter than this 7th-rank mage before her. Kaidike, unaware that the imperial princess behind him had already formed an evaluation of him in her mind, simply looked at the white-haired old man before him. Yuzit naturally didn't pay too much attention to his student's excessive dullness. After all, he knew Kaidike's character well.
"Do you have any other questions?"
Yuzit said, as he returned the book to its place. Sunlight from outside spilled onto the seemingly heavy wooden table surface, which did not reflect dazzling light, but appeared slightly brighter.
"The blood-colored phantom in the capital a few days ago, that was also done by that young man, the demon god, right?"
Although Kaidike knew the answer to this question, he just wanted to confirm it again. Even for the simplest question on an exam, if there was an answer key, he would check it to see if his answer was correct. The prodigies of his cohort never did that. Of course, it wasn't because of pride, arrogance, or disdain. It was simply that the other 9 people besides him always got full marks, and Kaidike used their answers to verify his own. But as Yuzit had said, this child was not bad. This space-time mage's judgment was indeed astute. That dull child had grown into a capable and imposing, yet still dull 7th-rank mage.
"Yes."
The old man was not surprised that Kaidike would ask such a question.
"He is now in a romantic relationship with the Holy Light Saint,"
the old man added softly.
"Tell your son to curb his feelings."
Yuzit gave a reminder.
Kaidike
nodded. The son of the vice president of the Royal Magic Association was fond of the jewel of Bladeli. This was not a secret. It was a joke. Kaidike left. Sunlight streamed through the small attic window and spilled across the floor. The dazzling gold on the ground surged like a golden ocean, and the searing white flashes that now and then struck the eye rose and fell like foam on the golden sea. The black-haired crimson-eyed girl still stood in the doorway, her pale crimson eyes fixed on the old man, who had finished arranging the bookshelves as if waiting for something. The white-haired old man's gaze moved from one book to another on the shelves, and his thoughts seemed to drift far away with it. In this wild golden ocean, 2 small skiffs of thought were sailing in opposite directions. According to your account, a 6th-rank demon attacked and kidnapped you on your training journey, and even planted a brand on you. The white-haired old man spoke softly, turning his aged body slightly, as he placed his large hands gently on the back of the chair. His eyes were like the sun and moon sinking into a deep pool, while the few white strands across his forehead seemed more like white willow twigs swaying at the water's edge in a gentle breeze. Angzia's hands rested naturally at her waist, and with a respectful gesture, she invited the old man to sit and speak with her. "Ha ha," Yuzit was taken aback for a moment. "I'm not so old as to require that." A faint smile surfaced on the old man's face, but the sun and moon in that pool still hung high. "So how did you kill that 6th-rank demon?" the old man asked with apparent interest. Then, as if something else had occurred to him, he added another line. "If it is inconvenient, you don't have to tell me." The black-haired girl's hand paused briefly in midair, before she naturally brushed the stray locks at her forehead behind her ear. In the sunlight her fair face seemed to shine, and her pale crimson eyes dimmed somewhat against the sun's radiance outside the window. For unknown reasons,
the forest of magical beasts suddenly erupted in chaos. A 6th-rank azure-green horned python crossed our path, and in the end those two 6th-rank beings killed each other. The girl's tone was calm and detached. I was worried that other demons might still be nearby, so I did not show myself. I found a secluded place, and hid until an academy instructor found me. As she spoke, the girl kept her eyes on the white-haired old man, as if trying to discern something from the eyes behind his pallid hair. Unfortunately, all that could be seen in those eyes was a clutter of countless thoughts. Angzia was lying. Yet it could hardly be called deception, because the lie was too crude. She knew Guzik could see through it, yet she still chose to tell it, which meant she truly possessed secrets she could not share. What this conveyed to Guzik was, I have a secret I cannot reveal, but I mean no harm. Nor was the girl worried that Guzik would ever do her harm. Her father had been absent since her childhood. This princess of the empire had been sent to the Shuasian Academy, and it would be no exaggeration to say she had grown up under Guzik's watch. Even though this white-haired old man was also the director of the Adjudication Bureau, head of the largest coercive institution outside the Empire's regular army, and the one whose special task was to purge heretics. But no matter how ruthlessly he slew heretics, he would not turn his blade on her, would he? Surely not. Would he? Have you seen that goat-headed human-bodied demon god? Guzik straightened the chair but did not sit down, then abruptly asked this seemingly extraordinary question. His expression, however, was as calm as though he were discussing not a demon god, but an insignificant nobody. Ignoring the shock on the girl's face, the old man asked again, "Are its eyes still burning with eerie blue flames?" At those first words, the girl's expression had already betrayed everything. The old man took note and sighed softly. "What deal did you make with it?" The mage who commanded time and space seemed to have aged greatly in an instant, asking only quietly. It was like a solitary old man asking his children whether they were doing well out in the world. Angzia was about to speak, but the old man stopped her with a wave of his hand. "Forget it." The white-haired old man let out a breath. "Go back." The girl, still puzzled, was teleported away by the old man's spatial magic. Only Guzik remained in the attic. As time passed, the sunlight moved, the old man stood in place until the shadows swallowed his aged frame. Only then did he slowly move his already stiff fingers. There is not much time left. He looked at his fingers, which now seemed hard even to bend, and exhaled the last stifled breath from his chest. In the shadows, silver light glimmered in the old man's left eye. "Have you made up your mind?" A woman's voice, that did not belong to this aged body, rang out through the attic. The voice was crisp and pleasant, full of vigorous vitality, like a lively girl next door. "I have never truly made up my mind." It was Guzik's voice, somewhat hoarse and old, yet carrying a touch of laughter. "You said you would take me to the legendary Hezite grassland." The woman's voice hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "That is somewhat difficult." The old man smiled bitterly. "I don't care." The woman's voice sounded again, with a note of displeasure. If one listened closely, however, anyone could hear the reluctance and attachment in her voice. "Do you have to court death?" In the present world, the demon gods covet the gods' authority, and the world itself forbids the birth of 9th-rank beings. This dooms the world to a fragile core. The white-haired old man spoke slowly, a host of weighty stories seeming to flash across his aged eyes in an instant. When a demon god enters the present world, it is bound to unleash mass slaughter. That is the nature of their absolute negativity, and no one can change it. What about Lucifer? I have no idea what is wrong with that demon god either. To be honest, I was playing chess with Leia Luncy when it suddenly appeared. The old man smiled. At that moment, I felt the entire present world was beyond saving. I remember that in a few seconds I stood stunned, my whole life flashed before my eyes. This goddamn world could not withstand a demon god's assault. "But you survived after all?" The woman's voice became extremely soft, as if comforting something. In the shadows, the old man slowly reached out his hand, as though he could grasp hold of something, but in the end, he gently lowered it. "Lillian, do you regret it?" Silence. Then came a clean and resolute reply. "Say such nonsense no more." A 5th-rank mage, not yet 20, was always proud. Just as a young wolf king led its pack on an unstoppable charge, the young Gus proclaimed his might to the world. He had ventured deep into the dark, scorched wastes, many times striking down the heads of numerous demon chieftains. Just as grass and trees signify life, silver and gold magic always brought hope to the human race, and despair to the demon race. People marveled at the young man endlessly. Everyone knew that this youth of incomparable renown would inevitably reach the 8th rank, even though the entire human race would produce only 1 or 2 8th rank beings in a century. But no one believed the young man would lose his seat at the 8th rank. At the centennial celebration of the empire's founding, Lucifer, Troll sovereign of the Troll Empire, personally met this youth, whose fame shook the empire. "Your eyes seem to hold the sun and the moon." Those were Lucifer's first words when he met the young Gust. "Your heart is a little dirty." Those were the young Gust's first words to Lucifer. Perhaps a few old men still remained in the Zai's empire, who remembered that the king called a tyrant by history had merely frozen for a moment, and then smiled. Setting aside history's judgment of Lucifer for the moment, he did truly possess the kingly virtue of honoring worthy men, and receiving the wise with respect. The emperor, who had already stepped into the twilight of his life together with his rotten empire, extended an olive branch to the young man, or perhaps it should not be called an olive branch, but a life-saving rope thrown, in the final second before sinking forever into the river of history, toward this youth, with short black hair wrapped in a rough sheepskin coat. And yet the young man paid no heed to the plea of that empire already beginning to sink in the river of time. He even kicked it once more. But if one looked back in later years upon Lucifer's admiration and his efforts to win over Gust, the monarch's decision would surely have been regarded as profoundly wise. Everyone believed the young man would break through to the 8th rank, but they all instinctively assumed that by then he would look like an old pedant with a head full of white hair, having studied magic for decades, attained sudden enlightenment, finally broken through, and achieved lasting fame. But genius has never followed reason. When that old man 2 months shy of 50 appeared before the world with long black hair, when the aura of the 8th rank pinnacle swept across the entire dark scorched wastes, and when the demon race torn by centuries of civil war simultaneously sent 3 8th rank kings to attack Gust in unison, only then did people realize with a start that he still seemed young. How long could an 8th rank mage under 50 rule? That is a tale for later. To return to the story, that 20-year-old youth was buoyant with pride and vigor, as if the entire world had already been crushed beneath his feet. Then, in a plot as cliched as a comic book, he met that awe-inspiring her. Yes, awe-inspiring. A 7th rank demon king was naturally awe-inspiring. As the prodigy of the primordial demon clan, she had already lived up to her talent, and become a sovereign capable of carving out new territory in the demon realm. Perhaps in the days to come, she would remain at the 7th rank forever. Her own talent also told her that the end of her road was the 7th rank. But Lillian did not care about any of this. She did not even care about the demon race. She preferred sitting on the boundless grassland, letting the cool wind blow over her, as she watched the moon hang low on the horizon. Well, if she had a cup of rich, smooth honey wine, that would be even better. On one unremarkable day, the young primordial demon girl sat on the grassland, hugging her slender legs, still gazing at the distant moon. The breeze brushed across her cheeks, gently lifting her long jet-black hair. Her reddish-brown eyes, unlike those of other primordial demons, rippled with emotions no one could understand. She did not believe anyone could read her mind either. A cup of honey wine. The young man who had been testing spatial transport magic in the tavern gave an awkward smile. Having drunk too much, he did not seem to notice that the girl was a demon. All right. Though she was still full of shock, Lillian accepted the cup of honey wine with a smile. Honey wine was not strong. It could even be given to children. But for some reason, she was convinced that he must have been drunk. Where is this place? Before Lillian could savor the faint sweetness of the honey wine, the young human spoke. Lillian immediately wanted to hang the young man from a tree, so he would never speak again. Unfortunately, there was not a single tree around. Hers grassland. Struck by a sudden inspiration, she named the grassland from legend. Hers grassland. The slightly flushed young man merely repeated the name. Where is that? Lillian could not help bursting into laughter. As for Gust, he only stared blankly at the girl sitting on the grass and smiling, and finally smiled back dazedly. Do you know who I am? Lillian lightly wiped the wine from the corner of her lips, and asked the young man with great interest. Who are you? Gust was at a complete loss. He only felt as if the moon in the sky had fallen right before his eyes. Its gentle glow drew him in. I am a human girl. After saying this, Lillian laughed at herself, but quickly composed herself, and looked gravely at the young man, who could barely stand steady. The instant she realized the human was about to fall, as if moved by some invisible impulse, she rose,
and embraced the one who had offered her wine. Lillian could only remember that her cheeks felt as if wrapped in a blazing flame. The young man too could only remember how warm the girl's embrace was. Realizing this was improper, the demon girl let go, but the young human was clearly more experienced. He quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist again, and hung himself upon the demon king. The demon king smiled. It was the third time she had smiled that night. Looking at the human youth sleeping soundly in her arms, she smiled with great joy. As if everything were simply natural, she gently leaned down in the moonlight, like a newborn gazelle opening its eyes for the first time to the grassland around it, sensing the breath of life in the air. Danger lurked on every side, and yet it was vibrant with life. In the years that followed, Gus would always refuse to admit that he had been the first to kiss her that night, and would deny that he had been pretending to be drunk. But what did it matter? Lillian would never admit it either. That was how she always was, through all the years afterward, even until death, until the end of time. She would never admit it. Her stubbornness and tenacity were innate. His pride and arrogance were carved deep into his bones and blood. They should never have crossed paths in any way except war. But all of it truly happened just as the moon that night was as bright as ever. That was an indisputable fact. The day Lillian died, the young man broke through to the 8th rank. Can you outrun time? An 8th rank spacetime mage did not believe he was much faster than time. But fortunately, he had not been much slower. Demon King Lelongsuo pushed open the bronze door of that day with reverence. After all, anyone who had once been trampled under the demon emperor's foot would feel fear upon facing him again. The mightiest emperor the demon race had produced in a millennium. This title overshadowed every prodigy born in the 1,000 years of demon history. Even he could only bow his head before this sovereign. This withered-aged demon, resembling a dying old man, tremblingly pushed open the door amid eerie black falling snow. What collapsed before him was a figure with a phantom of 6 black wings. For a moment Lelongsuo was stunned, then he stepped aside. Thud! It was a very light sound. Yet it was also a sound enough to strike fear into Lelongsuo's heart. The emperor, who had led the demon race in conquest across the realm, had fallen silently at the threshold of his own palace, like a firefly on a summer night losing its light in some unknown corner. Nothing in the world knew of its eternal slumber, except the patch of grass where it lay. Yet, this was the demon race's greatest and most powerful emperor who had died. He could even sense that the other had already set foot on the path of the 9th rank, merely lacking a final catalyst. But to die just like that. But Lelongsuo reacted quickly back then. The negligible fear was almost instantly devoured by the flames of ambition. He did not even care whether the one who had slain the demon emperor was still inside the palace. He simply stepped over the already stiffening corpse, and strode straight up the steps leading to the supreme throne. The blood on the steps had already coagulated. Lelongsuo could even imagine a mysterious presence walking openly into this highest hall of the demon race, casually slaughtering every high-ranking demon present as if strolling through a garden. Yet for some unknown reason the demon emperor, who should have died upon the throne, lay quietly before the bronze door. But none of that mattered anymore. Only when he reached the throne itself did Lelongsuo stop. The jet-black dragon scales reflected a noble radiance, intricate and elaborate patterns engraved upon the back of the throne. Splashes of purple blood had also splattered here. The aged demon king naturally recognized it as the blood of that low-ranking succubus. That her base blood could even touch this supreme throne was already the succubus's fortune, though it was a pity it had defiled the seat of demonic power. Even now, he could not understand why Norston had not chosen the beautiful and talented chieftain of the succubi, but instead this inferior succubus. But none of that mattered now. The nearly man-high throne stood there in silent stillness. There was also an emerald wine flagon perfectly intact resting upon the dragon scale armrest of the throne, the only object in the scene that remained immaculately clean. Even the base blood from the burst succubus had not splashed upon the exquisite emerald flagon. Its curved spout was crafted from adamant, and a hint of wine still seemed to remain within. Perhaps that unknowable presence had been holding this emerald flagon in hand at the time. The aged demon king stood there in silence, countless thoughts gathering and dispersing within that ancient frame, while the 4 eyes upon his face each flickered with eerie light. The 2 eyes above his brows held fear, the 2 beneath his brows burned with greed. But now Lelongsuo sat upon the supreme throne of the demon race, all 4 deep green eyes blazing with the light of ambition, while below him stood Dantia grinding his teeth. Impressive. After the war at Motos ended, he had not chosen to return to the demon court immediately. Instead, he first found a secluded place to recover his wounds. Although he did not believe Gust's claim that the demon emperor was dead, he still had to be wary of another 8th-rank demon king stationed at the demon court. During his convalescence, he also set blood bats to sneak into the demon court. The entire court showed no signs of anything unusual, and even the towering bronze demon statue standing guard at the court center remained completely still. This bronze statue had condensed the blood and souls of the demon race's 100 years of conquest. Wailing, roaring, resentment, fury, ambition. All of this had been fused into the bronze demon statue by the eyeless old man, before the demon emperor's carriage through alchemy. It could briefly unleash the power of the 8th rank. This was also the safeguard that had protected the demon court when August once charged in alone. Otherwise the court, which had no 8th rank powerhouse at the time, would have long been trampled flat by that human emperor. The entire court still operated as it always had. But strangely, the high-ranking demons who held power had not appeared within the court during this period. Only that pitch-black castle was issuing commands. This was somewhat strange. Dante knew that the pitch-black castle was the demon race's center of power, but apart from the demon emperor and his servants, the other high-ranking demons who participated in deliberations did not have the right to reside there permanently. Until today, Dante once again came to this pitch-black castle. At the end of the steps, though deeply displeased, he still called out, "Your Majesty," respectfully before the bronze door. What came from within the door was not Norsten's young and powerful voice, but an aged and feeble one. "Dante!" The moment he heard the voice, the gentleman outside the door neatly folded the cuffs of his black tailcoat and adjusted his tie, while his pale, bloodless face turned expressionless. Like a master returning home to find his cats and dogs have made a complete mess of the house, angry yet able only to stare expressionlessly at the innocent cat or dog. Then Dante raised a pale hand, gently placed it upon the icy bronze door, and pressed, as if exerting no force at all. Utterly disproportionate to the seeming gentleness, the massive bronze door was instantly shoved open by that pale hand, with even a sonic boom exploding through the space. The air was shredded by the swiftly moving bronze door. The enormous heavy door hurtled toward Lerlongsuo upon the throne with unparalleled force. The old man upon the throne merely waved a hand lightly, and space itself seemed to warp. The bronze door, originally charging straight at Lerlongsuo, changed direction, and crashed heavily into the side of the great hall. The entire pitch-black castle shook violently, as if the earth and sky were trembling. Fortunately, this pitch-black castle stood hundreds of meters above the ground, and the demon court below the long steps did not notice the disturbance in the sky castle. Impressive. Dante practically gnashed out these words. The demon emperor Norsten had truly died. What shocked Dante's heart even more was the demon emperor's death. As for how he was certain the demon emperor was dead, the throne above the steps had changed masters. "Thank you." The 4 eyes of the old man on the throne shifted in different directions, seeming quite pleased with himself. Lerlongsuo's eyes were long and narrow, his pale green pupils deep and venomous, like a serpent's, yet concealing a deadly intent. "Drov is dead." Dante adjusted his emotions and spoke expressionlessly, while the demon king imperceptibly swept his mental energy around, as if searching for something. The answer was also simple: Norsten's corpse. Blood could grant him power, and the blood of that emperor was to him undoubtedly the most powerful elixir in the world. "Don't you think it's strange in itself that you managed to survive?" Sitting on the throne, Lerlongsuo gazed down with his 4 green eyes at Dante, who stood below in a black tailcoat, while his withered knuckles lightly tapped the dragon scale armrest beside the throne, producing a crisp sound. This was absolutely the most delightful sound Lerlongsuo had heard in 100 years of demonic existence. So much so that the old man, who had perpetually knitted his brows all those years, felt them relax, and his green eyes brimmed with contentment. This was the taste of power. Dante merely cast an ironic look at the throne at the end of the steps, and at the king who called himself emperor. Then he gave a contemptuous smile. The 2 eyes above Lerlongsuo's brow narrowed slightly, while the 2 beneath his brows seemed to still delight in the taste of power. "Nuoccidin is dead. Do you know who did it?" Dante said word by word, his long brown eyes fixed tightly on the smug old man on the throne. "You don't know? And you fool think that sitting on that throne will give you power. Use your brain. Who granted the throne behind you its status? So what? Nuoccidin is dead, but out of respect from the new emperor to the old one, I chose not to devour his corpse," Lerlongsuo said with a light laugh, as if he were truly the supreme emperor. I personally cremated his corpse, so that he might behold the primordial demon god. Your brain is... No, you don't have a brain at all.
Dantea laughed in anger, his pale face even seeming to gain a bit of color from fury.
Do you really think that throne can bring you anything? Who would acknowledge you? Do you think you are the strongest among the demons now? Don't be ridiculous. In the battle for the demon emperor, you were not even a match for Lucifer, and now you sit upon the high imperial throne provoking me. What are you thinking?
Dantea spoke very quickly, but Lurlongsuo merely shook his head slightly.
You are actually wrong on that point.
Lurlongsuo rose from the throne.
As the last two in the battle for the throne, you certainly know Nocid's strength better than I do.
The old man's 4 eyes shone with an eerie green light, made even more striking under the dim crimson chandelier overhead. But the 4-eyed old man paid no attention to this, merely continuing to speak to himself. In this present world, absolutely no living being could kill silently, and without a trace, a primordial demon whom we all honored as emperor, not even Guzit of the human race. But Nocid still died without a sound. I entered this pitch-black castle earlier than you. When I pushed open the bronze door, Nocid's corpse happened to fall toward me. His body was kneeling. How could an emperor kneel? Moreover, there was no trace of any battle at the scene. At least under my azure eyes and green pupils, I saw no signs of combat aftermath. It was unquestionably a one-sided slaughter. So would a being who could casually butcher Nocid like livestock in a slaughterhouse find it a strain to kill us? Lurlongsuo's 4 green eyes dimly fixed on Dantea at the foot of the steps. He sighed and slowly walked down the stairs.
Thud, thud. Every step of the Demon King struck the white jade stairs with precision, producing a muffled sound.
The god has already intervened. His sigh echoed through the entire hall, and even the faint crimson light from the chandelier overhead dimmed a little at that sigh, as if mourning along with the aged Demon King's lament. And unfortunately, we do not know where we have offended the god.
Lurlongsuo raised his withered arm and patted Dantea's shoulder.
Neither of us can do anything.
He spoke this heavy truth with a light laugh. The truth Dantea had been evading ever since he stepped in and discovered the reality. That mysterious and towering existence bore no goodwill toward the demon race, instead it was filled with malice.
I had thought Guzit would simply keep you in Machuosi, but you still came back. Lurlongsuo continued, at the same time lifting his aged hand from the shoulder of the Demon King, who looked like a young gentleman.
Why did he not kill you? You don't fancy yourself capable of escaping from that perverted spatial mage, do you? If you really think that, then you might as well throw away your brain.
Lurlongsuo said with a light laugh.
Our current task is simply to live well, stretch out our necks, and wait for that one's butcher's blade to descend, putting an end to everything once and for all.
Dantea was silent for a long time. The dim crimson light fell upon his face, and his brown pupils were buried deep in the shadows of his eye sockets, as if countless thoughts were interweaving within him. Then why did Guzit not kill me either?
Dantea's voice turned somewhat hoarse. He quickly realized the issue himself, coughed softly a few times, and in an instant a stream of crimson blood burst from his throat. In an instant he realized what was happening. The brown pupils in his eyes dilated to their utmost, as he stared in shock at Lurlongsuo, who was right beside him.
A little too late.
Lurlongsuo put away his smile, and silently watched the Demon King, who was already walking the road of death.
From the moment you entered this castle, this blood poison has already begun invading your blood. As Lurlongsuo spoke, he thrust his hand through the heart of the Demon King, who was already half kneeling on the ground. Rip! Scarlet blood splashed as the heart was pulled out, instantly staining everything around.
The chandelier at the top of the hall looked especially eerie beneath the splattered blood. The original pale red light stained by the blood on the lampshade transformed into a sinister scarlet glow. His face covered in blood, Lurlongsuo lightly licked the blood at the corner of his lips, and as he once again thrust his hand through the Demon King, who had completely lost the ability to resist, he spoke in a low voice.
The Lord of Blood dies of blood poison. Don't you find that laughable?
The 4-eyed Demon King exerted a little force, and the sound of bones snapping echoed through the hall.
You didn't expect this, did you? Were you naively thinking that all the blood splattered across this hall was merely remnants left when that great being slaughtered those lowly demons?
With that little brain of yours, how could you have realized that I had replaced those base bloodstains with blood poison? And you, the Lord of Blood, your instinct drove you to devour these magic-rich blood droplets scattered in the air. When you approached the bronze door, you sensed the scent of blood in the hall. You were also searching for Nocidon's corpse, because you knew only his blood could bring you greater advancement. But you were too greedy. You wouldn't even spare these base bloodstains. Greed kills, doesn't it, my friend? You spoke as if you were deeply worried about the future of the demon race, afraid that the great being who killed Nocidon might strike again and bring catastrophic doom upon the demons. But I know you better than you know yourself. You care only about yourself.
At that, Lerlong-Suo seemingly lifted Dantea's chin with pity, making the other's eyes look straight into his.
Then he said word by word.
So now tell me, who is the one and only Supreme Emperor?
You think you can? Dantea, his chest hollow, spat out a mouthful of blood. His deep brown eyes still looked contemptuously at Lerlong-Suo, the man whose hand had pierced clean through his body, as if staring at a gambler who had lost everything. Do you really think the human race would let such a golden opportunity slip away? Even without that mysterious being acting again, Gus will show you the power of a peak 8th order spacetime mage. Dantea's teeth were stained red with blood, and his brown eyes gradually dimmed like the last afterglow of a setting sun. Lerlong-Suo continued tearing at the half-kneeling body of the Demon King, but Dante seemed not to feel the heart-wrenching pain. He raised his head again, and laughed, blood surging into his throat, and forcing out a few heavy coughs. The four-eyed old man stopped and looked expressionlessly at the Demon King before him, whose body was now riddled with wounds. His emerald green eyes flashed with cold light. "Why are you laughing again?" the old man asked in confusion. "Do you still think you can survive?" As he spoke, he placed his blood-soaked, withered hand atop the kneeling Demon King's head. The sensation from above was warm and moist, yet all Dante felt was cold, an icy cold that pierced to the bone. "It was you who killed Lillian," he grinned. Previously, the demon race had 4 8th order powerhouses. No matter how powerful Gust alone was, he could never have gone deep into demon territory to kill an 8th order powerhouse. But now Gust definitely will not. Dantea's hysterical roar was cut short by a crisp crack, like a watermelon bursting open. Blood soaked the surrounding black gleaming floor, like bloody flames burning on an ocean of darkness. Lerlong-Suo drew a white silk handkerchief from the small pocket at his chest and gently wiped the blood from his hand. His 4 emerald green eyes followed the headless body as it toppled forward as if lost in thought. After a long moment, a soft laugh began. As time passed, the laughter grew louder and more arrogant. "I am the Emperor, the Supreme Emperor." All 4 of his emerald green eyes brimmed with smug satisfaction. The old man let out an unprecedented sigh of relief. Gust? A mere defeated opponent. Lucifer, who was being fed by the silver-haired girl in the Bradley courtyard, froze. As if sensing something, he suddenly turned his head toward the distance, the direction of the demon royal court. "What's the matter? Is the cream cake not tasty?" Lovillian blinked her azure eyes. Her delicate hand scooped up a piece of cream cake from the bluestone table and took a small bite. "It's sweet, isn't it?" She looked at Lucifer only to find his gaze still fixed on the distance. She wanted to reach out and twist his ear. After all, she had personally fed him, herself. How could he still be distracted? But in the end, the silver-haired girl merely puffed out her cheeks and gently patted the still absent-minded Lucifer. When he came back to himself, what he saw was the girl's slightly aggrieved azure eyes. "The cake is of course delicious," Lucifer quickly recovered. "It's just that in that very instant something seemed to brush against my perception. A very strange thing, as if this world had suddenly formed a partial connection with me." The young man's blood-red eyes were full of confusion, as he murmured almost to himself. "It felt like someone who had always disliked and rejected you suddenly responded to your request." And his intuition was telling him that the anomaly came from the demon royal court. "Open your mouth first, ah!" A crisp female voice rang out. Hearing it, Lucifer opened his mouth of its own accord. Cream and fruit entered his mouth, and a sweet taste melted across his taste buds. The young man narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Has the connection between the netherworld and the mortal world deepened again? After feeding him, the girl came to the side of the young man lying on the recliner. Her slender arms gently circled his neck, while her long silver hair, like a waterfall, hung partly in the air and partly spilled across his chest. Lucifer traced a few strands of silver hair with his little finger, tilting his head back as he did so that he could see the girl's delicate jawline and part of her profile. "Probably another demon king has died." He said it carelessly. Though the sky had not been integrated, it was after all in his hands. Perhaps soon those demon gods will step into the mortal world. Lucifer's head swayed mischievously, and the girl flicked the young man's forehead without saying a word. Don't worry, Lucifer said seriously. Even if the demon gods of the netherworld truly enter the mortal world, I have a way to deal with them. He said it with confidence. The girl stared into those blood-red eyes. What way? She asked curiously. Of course, it will be me taking action. Lucifer gave a snort. At the same time he turned over on the recliner, and seized the opportunity to wrap his arm around the silver-haired girl's slender waist. But for now, the Holy Maiden of Light will have to sell a little of her charm. The result was another flick to his forehead. The netherworld. The eternal blood moon hung silently at the very summit of the netherworld, its cold blood-colored moonlight flowing slowly through every corner of this world like a murmuring brook. Slaughter and roars, fear and destruction, all performed their acts here in orderly fashion under the blood moon's design. Near the center of the netherworld, inside a vast and towering pyramid, Alex's towering demonic frame sat silently upon the bronze throne. Ghostly blue flames burned quietly, their dim azure glow like two suspended cyan blossoms in the darkness, dazzling yet deadly. Suddenly the ghostly blue flames surged violently, as if something had fed them, fuel exploding outward like blue fireworks. Merged. Alex's broad rough palm stretched open and clenched shut. He frowned slightly, then shook his head gently. Not yet. But why did the progress of the netherworld-mortal world fusion just leap forward by such a large margin? He muttered to himself once more. It had been the same last time. The mortal world had even gained a new fusion point at Juefin Cliff. After that, the speed of the fusion had also increased considerably, only to slow down again in later days. What had happened in the meantime to change the pace of the fusion? What rule lay hidden in all of this? Alex's powerful knuckles tapped lightly against the armrest of the bronze throne, yet the sound they made was heavy and muffled. At the same time, the other three demon gods were pondering something as well. The entire netherworld seemed to seethe with undercurrents waiting only for a catalyst. The frontline battlefield between the mortal world and the netherworld. In recent days, the netherworld's reckless casualty disregarding frenzy had caused the human race considerable trouble, though actual casualties were few since high-ranked mages and warriors stood firm at the line. The frontline soldiers could not understand why the lofty mages did not strike down those mindless monsters before they emerged from the mountain-sized rifts. Instead, they chose to let those filthy monsters enter the mortal realm, wantonly trampling the Empire's sacred territory. Yet these knights and soldiers loyal to the Empire all their lives had received orders only to establish a defensive perimeter around the rifts, and the written command made it clear that high-rank mages were forbidden to cast spells freely on the battlefield, and could only truly act when the line was about to collapse. It felt like caged livestock. That was what Zikaiki, a soldier of the great empire, believed. He was a resolute middle-aged man. His square rectangular face was covered in stubble, and thick black brows hung arrogantly over his yellow-brown eyes, like a continuous range of heavy mountains pressing down upon his eye sockets. As the personal guardsman of that young officer then at the height of his prominence in the empire, Zikaiki did not think Lunbesa would keep from him the reason behind the Empire's policy toward netherworld creatures. Lunbesa did not know. Zikaiki was quite sure. He believed that Lunbesa would never lie to him. Having drifted across battlefields for nearly half his life, Zikaiki had seen all kinds of people, but the feeling Lunbesa gave him was utterly different. The first time he saw the young man with brown hazel eyes was on the battlefield against the demon king Barak. The young man at the 4th rank stood directly before the 7th rank demon king and issued a proclamation as a victor.
Today is the day you die. The young man addressed the demon king seated on the iron throne with contempt. At the time, Lunbesa had no 7th rank beside him, or rather no 7th rank of the human race had taken part in that battle. Human intelligence had been flawed. The demon king, who should have appeared on another battlefield according to the reports, now stood before these low and mid-rank soldiers.
This should have been a pure slaughter feast for the demon king. But the demon king hesitated. Although he could easily cross the battlefield and slay that arrogant young human, he did not. Perhaps he feared that behind the young man stood a hidden high-rank mage, or that the young man possessed some special means to kill him in an instant, or perhaps he feared. In any case, the demon king Barak did not act. As the deputy commander on that battlefield, Zikaiki naturally knew that there was nothing behind Lunbesa, and precisely because he knew, he admired this young man so deeply that this veteran, who had spent half his life drifting on battlefields, chose to follow him. Confidence. extreme confidence. Sikaiki still remembered the bearing of that young man standing on the city wall, as if an army of thousands actually stood behind him. Even after personally seeing Barak retreat after the war ended, that young man remained calm.
Tally the casualties, and give priority to compensating the families of the slain.
Those were the young man's first words, as he descended from the wall. At that time Sikaiki could find no trace of fear on the young man's face. The feeling he gave was that the young man who had just bluffed in front of the Demon King had not been bluffing after all. This was of course a paradox, and Sikaiki knew the logic was somewhat muddled. Yet it was also true. Some people standing there are like an army of thousands reassuring those around them. Sikaiki, or most people, called such a person a leader. But now their leader seemed lost as well, lost not knowing what he was fighting for. Sikaiki only observed. This middle-aged man could hold his blade and fight the demonkin for days and nights, but he seemed to have no means of consolation. Now Sikaiki stood outside Lunbase's temporary tent. His silver light armor bearing mottled bloodstains was draped over his tall frame. This warrior, still in the prime of his life, truly had no idea how to resolve such emotional problems. Accept orders, then carry them out. That is a soldier's nature. Sikaiki would not question the soundness of an order, even if a flaw in that order could send the soldiers, including him, to their deaths. Death was his fate, or rather death was the fate of every living being. Were not those lofty gods in the myths ultimately reduced to nothing in the end? On the battlefield, disappearing was equivalent to death. Either the body was swallowed by vicious demonkin, or it was trampled into unrecognizable pulp under the chaotic heavy boots of battle, or one had become a deserter. And deserters were to be executed, which meant that the identity a deserter had borne was declared dead even though he remained alive in a biological sense.
Sikaiki, come in for a moment.
Lunbase's young and steady voice sounded from within the tent. Sikaiki pulled himself out of his memories and stepped in. The young man with brown eyes was sitting at a black ebony table, a quill in his hand, the ink bottle beside him with its lid off. The dim hanging lantern brightened the whole tent gently and powerfully, helping Sikaiki see the young face. The hazel-brown eyes, buried deep in their sockets, no longer carried their usual high spirits. In those once proud eyes, he could even see a heavy, powerless weariness. Is there anything sadder than a young man once so proud and high-spirited whose eyes are now full of fatigue and inadequacy? Sikaiki merely stood at the entrance of the tent and sighed quietly in his heart.
Lying hate is still on this battlefield, right? Lunbase could feel Sikaiki's emotions. He knew the reason, but he did not raise the matter, simply trying to soften his tone. He is. The Hate family lives up to the warrior bloodline. Though young, he already has abundant combat experience and treats all enemies, weak or strong, with the same gravity. Indeed, he does remind me somewhat of Duke Hate. Sikaiki composed himself and said, his yellowish-brown eyes inadvertently glancing at the young man as he spoke. Seeing this deputy commander, who had galloped across battlefields in such a state now, Lunbase found it rather amusing. I don't need you to worry about my emotions. I am confident I can handle these negative feelings. Lunbase gently squeezed the quill in his hand.
Controlling emotions is an essential lesson for a commander. I will not let these emotions interfere with me on the battlefield, and you should not let such trivial matters affect yourself either.
The young man said softly, then dipped the quill into the black ink and began speaking again, as if to himself.
Go and invite Lane over. Tell him Lunbase has matters to discuss with him.
Sikaiki froze for a moment, then flashed a grin.
Yes. A golden-haired youth entered the commander's tent.
Did you need me, sir?
Lunbase, who had been frowning at the documents, broke into a smile. If anyone else had said that, he would have only thought the other party was offering a topic to keep the conversation moving smoothly. Yet for some reason he felt that the other person was genuinely confused. Had Sikaiki not told him? Suppressing the faint amusement in his brownish eyes, Lunbase shifted his gaze from the documents on the dark, heavy wooden desk to the golden-haired youth standing at the tent entrance. The youth at the entrance had a tall, upright bearing and deep, well-defined features. Beneath the silver armor his tall and slender frame was hidden, but the blazing golden eyes, as golden as his hair, still shone within his open visor. He was like the morning sun, gentle yet filled with inexhaustible power.
I do have something I need to discuss with you.
Lunbase rose, tidying away the letter he had just finished writing on the wooden table, then gestured to the seat across from him.
You may sit and talk to me.
The armored youth simply looked blankly at Lunbase, then pointed to the silver armor gleaming on his body in the dim lamplight. This heavy armor had been specially forged by the Hart family to temper its air. The inside of the armor was carved with all kinds of magic runes, reinforcement, recovery, healing, and most of all gravity. It had the ability to temper a warrior's body at any time, and for that reason Lion had worn this armor for most of his time on the battlefield. Still, it did make moving around somewhat inconvenient. Lun Besa gave an awkward grin, but did not linger on the subject. He walked slowly over to the youth's side, his dark brown eyes carefully studying the young man's golden pupils. The golden-haired youth made no other move, because of the other's unwavering stare. He merely looked back with confusion.
Do you know why the high-tier combat power of the human race has not acted in this war?
Finally he came straight to the point. Lun Besa stared into those golden eyes, as if trying to find a flaw within them.
I don't know.
Lion answered honestly.
Why would I need to know that?
The golden-haired youth countered. A soldier only needed to kill enemies on the battlefield, so why should he concern himself with matters beyond his responsibility?
Yes, you truly don't need to know.
Lun Besa was not surprised by the youth's answer. The Empire's highest echelons had not even revealed a thing to him, this rising star of the Empire, so there was even less chance that this young noble would have found out. Perhaps Mermo, the Grand Duke of the Hart family, had some understanding of the cause, but given the Duke's character, he would not let out so much as a single word, while the Empire's highest echelons tacitly forbade it. Moreover, it was said that Mermo had fought a life-or-death battle against the demon King Narkson at Machuosi, and emerged victorious, gaining a great deal from it. If the human race could gain one more 8th rank combat power, the number of human 8th rank powerhouses would equal the demon races. There would be 3 8th rank powerhouses on each side. His thoughts lasted no more than an instant. Lun Besa looked at the youth before him.
I won't ask you about that. I only want to know, have you ever felt such an aura before?
The young officer took a pitch-black pea-like seed from his breast pocket, and said softly in explanation.
This was taken from the Nether God cultists on various battlefields by my subordinates before the Demon Beast city was abandoned. I call it an aberrant demon seed.
The young officer gently rolled the demon seed between his fingers. Then with his back to Lion, he faced the tent entrance, his deep and distant gaze looking far away, and spoke unhurriedly.
The function of these demon seeds is to warp a creature's body irreversibly, eventually causing it to lose its original reason, and even its instinct for life, turning it into a monster that only cares about slaughter. Since coming into contact with the aura of the Netherworld, I have always felt that this cold, dim, and sinister aura was familiar. Only yesterday did I remember where that familiarity came from. Those mutated demon beasts are just like the monsters from the Netherworld, mindless, devoted only to killing.
Lun Besa's gaze grew sharp, like a hawk in the sky that had spotted its prey about to deliver a thunderous blow straight through its victim's life.
Why do those beasts of the evil cults possess something like this? Who gave them their silent approval?
It was spoken softly, but it exploded in Lion's ears. Had someone inside the Empire already established contact with the Netherworld? Was someone deliberately preventing Imperial soldiers from exterminating the Netherworld creatures that had entered the mortal realm? His golden pupils contracted, and his heart began to race. Yet in the next moment, he calmed down, and his originally golden pupils became even purer, as if golden flames were burning within them. It was as though he had become a different person.
Is it Yuzit or Aod-Yuzit?
Lun Besa murmured again, gazing at the distant azure sky.
You should shut up,
the golden-haired youth said coldly.
This is all your conjecture.
Lion turned around and looked at the young officer's back.
If you think you are right, you should go find some concrete evidence to prove it rather than presenting me with a black stone that has already lost all its aura.
Lion spoke quickly but very steadily.
I think you may have some objections to the Empire's decisions, but those 2 old men who carry the Empire on their shoulders need not personally give you the so-called answer.
Lion paused.
You have walked into a dead end.
With that, the youth straightened his armor and walked out. Sunlight spilled through the open tent onto the young officer's handsome deep-cut face, but he simply stood with his head bowed, staring at the ground. Right now, he did not think he had walked into a dead end, but perhaps he should still give it sufficient thought to be sure. Was I wrong? The proud Lun Besa of the past would have insisted on his own decision, but the present Lun Besa was more mature and more composed. Yet neither version of Lun Besa had ever possessed the trait of arrogance and contempt for others. He could hear every criticism directed at him, but he would not necessarily accept all criticism. Lion paused, as he walked out of the tent looking at his hand encased in silver heavy armor. The armor still glittered with bright white light under the sunlight. But that was not what Lion cared about. The youth was thinking about another question. What had he just said? Meanwhile Gus was strolling through the hearse grassland constructed from that space. Amid the breeze and the fragrance of the grassy plain, the eyes beneath the white-haired old man's brows, eyes that concealed the sun and the moon, seemed to hold an immensely deep nostalgia, as well as a trace settled in the very depths of his gaze. Grief. The moment the 8th-rank demon King Lilonso struck the young 7th-rank spacetime mage arrived at that battlefield. At that time Lillian's heart had already been pierced through and bright red blood gushed from the wound. The residual aura of the 8th-rank demon king furiously tore at the vitality of that 7th-rank primal demon, all because Lillian had been secretly involved with the sworn enemy of the demon race, that young mage. So Lilonso struck. On the grassland where they had first met, blood soaked everything. He remembered that when the young man crossed through space and arrived, all he saw was a hollow corpse, whose blood had already run dry. Her long fine black hair still spilled behind her, as it had in days past, and her slender figure knelt there, as if a single gust of wind could blow her over. Then time flowed backward on that lifeless body, and in exchange the young man, who had deceived time, decayed at a terrifying speed. Fate seemed fair enough. Yet the long river of time had in this trade of time exchange secretly siphoned off some time, or rather this was the price. Time cannot be exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio. Fate's asking price starts at 10-to-1. Your 10 seconds in exchange for her 1 second. Fair and impartial fate never forces you to make a choice, it shows you its clearly marked price. Whether you choose to exchange is your own affair. At that time, the young man merely felt grateful that he had the chance to exchange, for there were too many people in this world who could do nothing even in their moment of utter despair. Even if they knelt and wept, using everything they had to beg for that brief turning point, fate still refused to listen. He was lucky. He had a bargaining chip with which to trade with fate, the time of a time mage. The time exchange took effect first upon Lillian's dead soul. This too was Gus's choice. After all, when the soul dies, that is true death, nor did he need a body that still had a heartbeat but no soul. The 7th-rank spacetime mage obtained what he desired, and fate likewise obtained its fairness. Lillian's soul slept forever within Gus's body. But a soul without a source would quickly decay without the nourishment a body provided, just as a bright flower would wither without the moisture of rain and dew. Lillian's soul and Gus's soul had long been bound by countless subtle connections. These connections ensured that Lillian's soul would not wither like a flower, yet they could not ensure that the noble primal demon would remain in full possession of her senses at every moment. For most of the time she slept within her own body. Gus sighed softly. Where will time finally reach its end? The mage of time might be forever trapped in the past, but Gus, this white-haired old man, still moved forward step by step, leaving his footprints on the long river. What could he wait for? What would fate give him? No one knew. August still sat in that courtyard, slowly drinking the fine wine from the ruby cup. The smooth, cool sensation touched his taste buds, and the old man could not help slowing his pace of drinking, once more savoring this wine from the elves. The elves had originally lived in seclusion, with the entire race having migrated to that Isle of Eternal Day in the Endless Sea. But the current elf chief seemed to have taken an interest in this continent once again. Yet with two overlord races contending for supremacy on this continent, a race whose entire clan had only a single 7th-rank chief could not be compared to the humans and demons whose experts routinely reached the 8th rank. This ancient race, which had ruled supreme for a time in the age of myth, understood that they had completely lost ownership of this continent. Hence the elves adopted a policy of befriending both humans and demons. The elves' unique life aura, the nurturing arts inherited from the ancient god of life, and the unique climate of the Isle of Eternal Day made this place a paradise of green plants. This race continuously exported its products to the continent, seeking a place to live on this land where the gods still dwelt. The Starsea Garden near the imperial capital was proof of the friendship between elves and humans, though that proof no longer existed. It had been destroyed in an instant by that demon god, supreme yet preoccupied with how to abduct the human race's Holy Saintess. The deep pit, large enough to hold the entire imperial capital, still remained beside the capital. It was said that some voices in the empire suggested diverting water into that pit to form a lake which could also serve as a natural defense to the north of the capital. August had simply smiled lightly at the time. A lake large enough to contain the entire imperial capital beside the imperial capital. If a torrential downpour came, even all the water elemental mages in the capital combined would probably be unable to control the raging waters. Returning to the matter at hand, this elderly emperor had also learned from Gus that the reason Lucifer acted was an 8th rank life attribute dragon. August thus developed a slight disgust for the elves, which of course did not stop him from savoring the elves' tributes. You offer your tributes, I eat mine. August, in his capacity as the human emperor, sought an explanation from the elf chief, but that 7th rank elf still failed to give him an explanation about the dragon that would seem reasonable to August. But in truth, August did not care what the elves thought. The dragon had already been casually killed by that demon god from the netherworld, and he genuinely could not imagine what hidden trump card the elves could still hold. It was because their strength was insufficient that they needed to hide. But if this race itself possessed 2 8th rank combat powers, one of them a pure-blooded dragon, then, by any account, the elves would have a place on this continent. But this race had not done so. Instead, it chose to humble itself and appease the others, which in itself was a sign of its own racial inadequacy. Therefore, he merely issued a declaration to the elves on the Isle of Eternal Day in his capacity as emperor, and he did not care about their response. After all, August was very busy now. The rift between the netherworld and the mortal world before him was already troublesome enough. He simply could not be bothered to find more work for himself. Better to spend time with his daughter than to discipline the elves. At the thought of Angzia, the old man's gaze unconsciously softened. If a lonely person could think that there was still someone in this world who shared his blood, perhaps he would gain some comfort. Before experiencing that death, August had not felt it very deeply. But after that death, his understanding was deeper than anyone else's. Unfortunately, he was now trapped here by responsibility. August's once brown eyes slowly kindled with a brilliant gold, like shards of flame emerging in the void. Fortunately, he could afford to wait. Knock knock. A crisp tapping echoed through the space as Alicus's broad knuckles made fleeting contact with the throne's pitch-black gleaming armrest, then drew away. Azure flames flickered in his eye sockets as clue after clue quietly surfaced in his mind. What had happened before these recent accelerated fusions between the mortal world and the underworld? It couldn't be that the rules had gone mad, speeding up and slowing down on a whim just to toy with the minds of lonely, miserable demon gods like them, could it? Impossible. Alicus was startled by the absurd thought that crossed his mind. Very naturally, he once again blamed everything on Lucifer. It was Lucifer who had corrupted the entire underworld's atmosphere. And by extension, even Alicus had been slightly affected by it. Letting out a slow breath, Alicus shifted slightly on his bronze throne. The fierce demon horns atop his head stood tall and swayed along with their master's movements like victory banners after a great war. What is happening in the mortal world? Alicus murmured in his mind. One hand pressed gently against his temple, rubbing slowly, while the other was placed before him, slowly closing into a fist. As for why, he didn't ask what was happening in the underworld. He was in the underworld. How could he possibly be unaware of any disturbance there? Because of the initial fusion between the mortal world and the underworld's native creatures had poured frenziedly into the mortal world. The demon gods still in the underworld, including Alicus, paid it no mind. Wait. How could those low-ranking, mindless underworld creatures survive after stepping into a mortal world that was home to higher-order beings? The humans of the mortal world were fully capable of slaughtering these contemptible creatures the moment they emerged from the spatial rifts. But Alicus, one of the rulers of the underworld, could still faintly sense that most of the underworld creatures that had entered the mortal world remained alive. The white-haired old man standing by Starfall Lake, who had sealed away his avatar, could easily dispose of those low-level creatures by himself. So why could Alicus still perceive the existence of those beings through his connection to the underworld? And with every accelerated fusion between the mortal world and the underworld, the more living creatures the underworld sent into the mortal world. It was as if the people of the mortal world were deliberately controlling something. Alicus had learned the general state of the mortal world through Quillalad's memories. This was like a farmer in the mortal world, who had a sheepfold of fixed size that could only hold 100 sheep. Every time an old sheep in the fold died, a new sheep would come to replenish it. Otherwise the extra space would be wasted, but the replacements could not be too many either, because the sheepfold could not hold them. The rhythm of Alicus's knuckles against the armrest of the bronze throne quickened, and the crisp knocking grew more and more urgent, like a piece of music reaching its climax. Suddenly a thought cut through the heavy darkness, like a bolt of lightning, and thundered through Alicus's mind. Was there a limit to the living creatures the underworld could export to the mortal world? Like a sheepfold that could only take in exactly as many new sheep as had died. The underworld and the mortal world had reached a strange dynamic balance. One side's loss was the other's gain. Did that mean, then, that if he began from this moment to slaughter the underworld creatures gathered before the spatial rifts leading to the mortal world, preventing them from crossing over, he could exchange for a larger quota from the rules? A quota just large enough to let one demon god enter the mortal world. If his speculation was true, then, as long as he controlled the pace at which he slaughtered the underworld creatures trying to enter the mortal world, he could enter it ahead of time without the other 3 demon gods having any intelligence about it. At that thought, Alicus's broad fingers began to tremble with excitement, and his heart seemed to quicken. Several muffled heartbeats boomed through the entire pyramid like war drums. After a long while the stirring subsided, and everything returned to calm. Then Alicus suddenly thought of a fatal problem. Lucifer was also in the mortal world, and that one seemed not to be bound by the rules. Even if he did enter the mortal world, so what? How could he overcome Lucifer, who held 4 authorities? Especially when that being had personally killed a demon god before. The towering figure on the throne seemed to let out a soft sigh, the azure flames in his eye sockets flickering back and forth. This was a dead end. He could not enter the mortal world alone. This would place him in an extremely dangerous position. In the underworld, he could talk to Lucifer on equal terms, even mock him. But if he, a lone demon god, went to the mortal world while the other 3 demon gods could not enter, the outcome would bode far more harm than good. If he wanted to enter the mortal world early, he would have to cooperate, which also meant the benefit of a demon god entering the mortal world ahead of time would no longer exist. The one who breaks new ground always takes the most, and this time the pioneer had no ability to discern gold, but they themselves did. Unfortunately, although that trailblazer had no eye for gold, he did have the ability to use force. But he could not give up the plan for that reason. Making Lucifer take less was equivalent to making themselves take more, even if the final fruit would be slightly reduced in size. Alicus clenched his hand, as his deep gaze turned toward the gate of the pyramid. Thick darkness shrouded everything, with only 2 azure points of flame leaping and dancing within the gloom. In Bradley's courtyard, Lucifer was still enjoying being fed. These past few days there had been nothing to do except try to accommodate that damned sky. He could feel that the sky was resisting him. Or rather, his nature as an underworld demon god was also refusing and rejecting the sky. Feeling his cheek being tugged, Lucifer naturally opened his mouth, and a peeled grape was gently fed to him by a jade-like hand. Lord Demon God is indeed living a happy life now. Lovillian narrowed her eyes slightly, and said with a light laugh, "After all, with you here." Lucifer stretched lazily. The sunlight was radiant, and time seemed to drift serenely. "I really have become the demon god's servant," she said with another gentle laugh, peeling a grape as she spoke. No servant would hit her master just because he didn't open his mouth while being fed, Lucifer grumbled. As he spoke, the girl's jade-like hand gave him a light flick. "See? Bonk." This time the silver-haired girl put a bit more force into it. Lucifer shut his mouth and chose to say nothing. "Open your mouth." Lovillian thought Lucifer's childish expression was actually rather endearing, and she gently offered him another grape. A slightly cool yet sweet sensation entered his mouth, and Lucifer couldn't help narrowing his eyes, like a fat black cat with red eyes comfortably shaking its head in the sunlight. Time always flies during precious moments, and cherishing the present seems to be the eternal secret to holding on to happiness. Lion stood on the battlefield that had endured for days, sword in hand. With a gentle sweep of sword chi, he severed the head of a demonic beast corrupted by the netherworld's aura, then let out a breath. As if sensing something, Lion turned his head. The silver-faced guard shifted with his movement, revealing the handsome face of the golden-haired youth. His golden eyes turned toward the sky. The warrior's instinct told him that the azure heavens, seemingly devoid of any living thing, held an exceedingly subtle and peculiar presence. "Your instincts as a warrior are keen enough." A soft whisper sounded beside Lion's ear, and at the same moment a sacred and towering figure appeared before the youth. Within the holy light stood a plainly dressed young man with deep penetrating eyes. The angel Kuansight. Lion felt he might call him senior. This noble youth, of the same rank as Kadike, had become famous throughout the imperial capital even before entering Narcissus Academy, due to his supremely high affinity for the element of light. At that time the entire imperial capital knew that the Aor family had produced a young man of extraordinary magical talent. Even then many rumors circulated in the empire that Kuensai would likely be the next pope. Yet for reasons unknown Jayafurdin had never confirmed the status of this young man, who had entered the church very early. It was not until decades later, when the Pearl of Bulatili was born, that the brilliance of that pearl completely overshadowed the young man once regarded as the future pope by the empire. On the day the pearl of the imperial capital was born, a flash of white light nearly spanning the sky unfurled across people's sight like tens of thousands of pure immaculate silken threads lasting until dusk. Jayafurdin personally came to the Bulatili family, and on that very day established the infant girl's status. No one knew the basis of Jayafurdin's judgment. A heavenly anomaly at birth. That reason alone was clearly insufficient for a church with tens of millions of followers to select its next leader. The proud young man said nothing about it at the time. He merely glanced at the girl whom the Pope had personally chosen as the Holy Maiden, and the girl simply blinked her azure eyes at him. It was as if the moon surrounded by stars had spared him a few threads of moonlight. Not bad. Kuensai recognized her as the future Holy Maiden of Light, and applied for the position of angel in the church.
Hello!
Lion greeted him in an entirely normal manner, though he still had no idea why the other had come here. After all, the Empire had already issued the order to pen up the netherworld creatures, and for beings of the 6th rank or above to appear on this battlefield would be a massacre. Very few 6th rank beings ever appeared on the battlefield. Aside from the Imperial Command, no one wanted to contend with the younger generation for military merit. Thus this place was also called the training ground of the Empire's younger generation. Then why had Kuensai come here? Just to test his warrior's intuition? That would be absurd.
What did you come for?
Lion asked softly, looking at the angel before him, who still seemed to be lost in thought. At the same time he returned the silver blade to its sheath, for the sacred and mighty aura of the angel Kuensai was spreading, and even the mindless netherworld creatures all around instinctively kept their distance. This was not fear of death. It was the natural revulsion of darkness attribute creatures toward holy light. To humans it was like stepping in excrement. It might not be fatal, but it was certainly loathsome.
The Pope asked me to come here, but the specific matters are not convenient to disclose.
Kuensai smiled, and the white holy light phantom behind him gradually dispersed, as if a true angel were leaving the body of the young man before their eyes. In an instant Kuensai's divine aura completely vanished from Lion's perception. He merely smiled calmly, observing the golden-haired youth in armor before him, from his silver-booted feet to those brilliant golden eyes. His gaze softened slightly, and then he spoke softly.
Mr. Marmo has done me a kindness. It so happens that I recalled you were also on this battlefield, so I thought I would come and deliver something to you.
As he said this, the angel took out a necklace from the chest pocket of his gray cloth robe. At the end of the pure silver chain hung a gleaming golden gem, its surface seemingly engraved with a small array inscribed by a high-rank formation master.
Burn!
With the appearance of a young man, the angel held the necklace out to Lion. As his divine aura surged, the netherworld creatures that had regathered after his aura vanished were instantly shredded by countless blades of white light, and almost at the same time, they were thoroughly purified by the lingering glimmers left behind, as those blades shattered.
Oh, thank you.
Lion nodded, somewhat dazed. He wanted to look up to see the other's face more clearly, but discovered that the face, with its sculpted features and deep eyes, was gradually fading. It was like being veiled by thick fog beyond a window, hazy and impossible to see clearly.
Enjoy your trials.
The soft words sounded just before Kuensai's figure disappeared completely into the holy light. Lion nodded reflexively.
Why have fewer netherworld creatures been entering the mortal world recently?
At the rear of the battlefield, Lunbasa frowned. Beside him, Sakaiki remained where he was, as if he had not heard the question.
Why is that?
The young officer paced inside the tent, muttering to himself. Though he did not know why the Empire had issued the order to pen up the netherworld creatures, and precisely for that reason the number of such creatures entering the mortal world had increased every day, in these last few days, the creatures emerging from the black mountain-like rift had begun to visibly dwindle. It was as if the netherworld, too, was holding something in check.
Hello!
The instant Sakaiki heard the voice, he drew his sword. The blade gleamed under the tent's dim lamplight, pointing straight at the source of the voice, like a bolt of white lightning. Two slender fingers clamped down on the sharp blade. The young man who stepped out from the tent's shadows smiled, glanced at the grim-faced Sakaiki, then looked toward Lunbasa.
Long time no see,
Coincide said softly.
long time no see.
Lunbasa narrowed his eyes, and gestured for Sakaki to lower his sword. Sakaki sheathed his sword, yet his expression remained grim. He also moved imperceptibly closer to Lunbasa.
What are you doing here?
Lunbasa noticed Sakaki's cautious movement, but said nothing and asked Coincide directly. The Netherworld has been stirred up lately. The demon gods seem to be deliberately controlling how many Netherworld creatures cross into the mortal world. Coincide, wearing a plain overcoat, said this calmly, and bluntly releasing the fingers that had been holding Sakaki's blade. Sakaki's expression shifted for a moment, as if he wanted to speak, but in the end, he silently sheathed his sword. Coincide, this generation's angel of the Church of Light, is responsible for protecting the next Holy Maiden of Light, and ensuring her safe and healthy growth. Lunbasa offered Sakaki an explanation, then waved for him to leave. The yellow-brown eyes in Sakaki's deep-shadowed sockets flickered. He nodded, turned, and walked out of the tent. The Pope told me to inform you pay close attention to the changes in those spatial rifts. If there is any anomaly, smash this light lantern. A silver light flashed from the spatial ring on Coincide's left hand, and a lantern emitting a faint white glow appeared in his palm. He then handed it to Lunbasa. Lunbasa did not take the lantern immediately. Under the dim yellow lantern light, his brownish pupils were shadowed by his high prominent brows. The young officer simply raised a hand to rub his temples, then spoke in a slightly uncertain voice. You mean? The young officer paused. Could I put it this way? While we humans are letting the Netherworld creatures that have entered the mortal world run loose, the demon gods of the Netherworld are the ones protecting this world. Lunbasa slowly lifted his head beneath the pale yellow hanging lantern in the tent. His narrow brown eyes stared at Coincide with incomprehension, the gaze of a man tormented to the limit by a question fixed upon another who seemed to already have the answer. Lost and yet longing. Coincide seemed not to notice the young man's confused and lost gaze. He simply pushed the lantern forward a little, signaling for him to take it. Lunbasa smiled wryly and slowly accepted the lantern, still radiating a soft, pure white glow, from the angel's hand. After taking the lantern, the young officer seemed to suddenly think of something. The hand gripping the handle trembled slightly. Because of the demon gods. He looked uncertainly at the calm-faced angel before him. Coincide began to truly look at the young man. His expression remained calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of approval. Lunbasa saw nothing in the angel's eyes, and began to mutter to himself. Are the demon gods actively limiting how many Netherworld creatures enter the mortal world? While we are rearing the Netherworld creatures that have already entered the mortal world. Suddenly Lunbasa recalled the inscrutable expression Aeogizit had worn while gazing into the distance in that courtyard that day. Had that aged emperor been worried about something? What was there to worry about? It could hardly be that those low-ranking Netherworld creatures would conquer the mortal world. Not to mention Aeogizit, an 8th-rank warrior. Even a 7th-rank mage casually dispatched by the Empire's White Tower could have completely swept this chaotic battlefield clean. This was a battlefield that did not require an 8th-rank warrior. Yet one of humanity's only 2 8th-rank powerhouses was stationed here for a long time, and Aeogizit too had visited this battlefield many times. They all seemed to be preparing for something, though that statement was almost redundant. Yet this battlefield, which occupied nearly all of the Empire's highest-tier combat power, had never seen an enemy beyond the 6th rank. But Aeogizit had still remained. The aging emperor, so accustomed to conquering and ruling through war, now lived like a retired old man in a crude courtyard not far away, leading an extremely plain life. Sometimes Lunbasa could even see the old man at the summit of the Empire's power, chatting and joking with ordinary soldiers nearby. There had to be something here. It could not simply be those filthy low-ranking Netherworld creatures. Only the demon gods of the Netherworld could keep a human 8th-rank powerhouse on standby here at all times. The human emperor feared that those demon gods might at any moment tear through the rifts and enter the mortal world. Even an instant would pose a fatal threat to this fragile world. But 9th-rank beings could not enter the mortal world because the world's rules forbade it, and now everything was perfectly clear. The rulers of the mortal world were accommodating these low-ranking Netherworld creatures as much as possible, while the demon gods in the Netherworld were slaughtering those creatures on a massive scale beyond the rifts, ensuring that no huge tide of them could surge into the mortal world. The existence of these filthy, contemptible creatures in the mortal world determined whether the demon gods could enter it. Suddenly enlightened Lunbasa gave a soft laugh. He looked once more at Coincide, whose face remained emotionless, but this time his eyes were filled with confidence. The angel Coincide's expressionless face gained a hint of a smile. He raised an eyebrow and spoke again. Since you've guessed it, keep it buried in your chest. Don't spread it around. There are still minions of the demon gods in the mortal world. Coincide lifted his hand and lightly patted the young officer's shoulder. This is also a test for you. Though to be fair, they had not intended to keep the matter hidden for long anyway. The demon gods of the netherworld entering the mortal world was now inevitable. A world that bore the authority of the gods yet had no native ninth-rank powerhouses was like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Even Coincide himself could not think of any way to counter those ninth-rank demon gods. What leverage did the mortal world possess? How much longer could it drag out this mere survival? The young officer's just parted lips closed again. He looked at the lantern in his hand with a hint of shock. The pure white light radiating from it had grown brighter. Coincide also noticed the change in the lantern's glow. The subtle white radiance had begun to flare and blind, as if a tiny sun had been born in this place, and was about to burst. In the blazing white light, the angel stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the lantern. A gentle halo enveloped the blinding white light spreading outward. It seems to have sensed something, Coincide said, uncertain himself. He slowly looked out beyond the tent. There seemed to be no anomaly in the mountain-like rifts that led to the netherworld. Crackle, the lantern Coincide had soothed blazed once more, but this time the light was an eerie deep blue. The heatless deep blue seemed to devour every trace of light in the blink of an eye. In both their visions, the sunlight from outside the tent vanished completely, and in the pitch-black space only the deep blue lantern remained. Smash it! Coincide reacted almost in an instant, trying to snatch back the lantern, now deep blue, from Lunbase's hand. But the angel realized in terror that every bone and drop of blood in his body seemed frozen by a bitter cold. Even the movement of a single finger felt beyond hope. And now, in Lunbase's eye sockets, the familiar narrow brown pupils were gone, replaced by eyes burning with an eternal flame of deep blue. At that moment, those emotionless eyes had locked onto him. Every cell in his body frantically signaled danger to his brain, but Coincide was utterly unable to control his own body. Helplessness. In a very brief time, a profound helplessness nearly swallowed the heart of this church angel. Begone! A dignified voice rang out. In an instant, light descended over that space. Once more all darkness was driven away, and Coincide regained control of his body. His heart still racing with lingering fear, Coincide looked at Lunbase and saw him lying unconscious on the ground with his eyes closed. He then turned to look at the shattered lantern. Alakisi, a sigh came from outside the tent. Aogiz's tall figure stepped in, glancing first at the young officer lying on the ground, then at Coincide's pale face. A storm is coming, the old man murmured. Because the demon race had suddenly begun to contract their territory, Gust, who was about to head to the demon royal court to observe the situation, seemed to sense something and halted his steps toward the spatial rift. The magical communication rune on the white-haired old man's chest was burning hot, a sign that August at the other end of this communication rune had something extremely urgent. And there seemed to be only one thing that could make August, situated at the first junction between the mortal world and the underworld, feel such urgency. The demon gods of the underworld had begun their initial interference with the mortal world. As for why Gust was so certain that the underworld demon gods had only begun to interfere with the mortal world and had not actually set foot in it, it was naturally because the white-haired old man did not think that old friend of his possessed the ability to activate a communication rune before a demon god. Or rather, aside from Lucifer, no living being in the mortal world could make any little move under the watchful eyes of the underworld demon gods. And being able to convey a message meant that matters had not yet crumbled beyond repair, though the matter itself was enough to give the old man a headache. He gently drew the communication rune from his chest and gave it a squeeze. August's voice came through from within. Alex, it's Alex. He has corrupted the Church of Light's sacred relic, the Lantern of Light. However, this Lantern of Light should be a replica. August on the other end spoke very quickly. Gust did not answer immediately. He merely raised his pale brow, and then the pupil of his left eye, clear and cold like a bright moon, gleamed. The next moment the old man vanished from the sky island. Const watched the tall old man set down the rune engraved with voice transmission, then gently crouched beside Lunbase. Const's gaze followed the old man's to Lunbase, who lay on the ground unconscious. August was hesitating. Const had always been keenly sensitive to people's emotions. Hesitating over what? Then he saw the tall old man still crouching raise his hand, and finally place it gently on the neck of the unconscious young officer. With the grip strength of an 8th-rank warrior, the old man could crush that fragile bone with ease, just as easily as an ordinary person crushing a piece of cream cake. I can do it in your stead. Const tried to keep his voice calm, his gaze fixed on the tall old man's back. August understood the intent of the young man behind him, but he merely smiled. Then the hand resting on Rambase's neck slowly loosened. Goverdon once told me the reason he did not choose you to be the future master of the Church of Light. The old man said, unhurriedly rising to his feet as he spoke. Do you know why? Ruthless yet not ruthless enough. Calm yet not calm enough. The old man paused. Kind yet not kind enough. Const was stunned for a moment, then gave a soft chuckle. But this is who I am. Yes. August was in no mood to continue the heart-to-heart with this young man, who had once made a name in the imperial capital. He simply turned his gaze back to the pitch-black rift from the underworld. At the Bradley family estate, in the silver-haired girl's bedroom, faint pure green glimmers flickered throughout the space. Lucifer let out a slow breath, then looked at the still stubborn sky in his hand. Troublesome. Pulling his thoughts back, Lucifer looked at the silver-haired girl meditating on the bed. Her loose snow-white hair shimmered with a brilliant golden color in the sunlight like leaping gold sparkling within a silver waterfall. Her slender form sat there cross-legged, as though everything had come to a standstill. Lucifer simply watched the girl's exquisite and peerlessly beautiful face. So beautiful, someone murmured. Then Lucifer stretched. Without disturbing the girl, who was absorbing the surrounding manna, he walked slowly to the bedroom door, then stopped. His gaze suddenly stopped at the window. Not because of the plants outside, which had grown ever more exuberant due to the gathering holy light manna over the past few days, but because of a faint, barely perceptible silver glimmer in the far distance beyond the window. Gust. Sensing the aura of that silver light, Lucifer mused. Didn't he say he was going to the demon royal court to see what had happened to the demon race? That isn't the direction of the demon royal court, is it? His blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. Standing beside the bedroom door, Lucifer lifted a hand to rest beneath his chin and glanced once more at the silver-haired girl still meditating on the bed. I'm going out then, he asked the girl softly, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. No answer, so I'll take it as consent. Smiling, Lucifer pushed open the bedroom door, gently closed it behind him, and vanished from the spot in an instant. The moment Gus descended into the courtyard, he sensed a familiar aura. He looked closer, and sure enough, Lucifer was lounging in the very chair August had lain in earlier, legs crossed, while his old friend August stood nearby watching him. Looking at me won't help. Gus conveyed the message to August with a glance. August pressed his lips together, but said nothing more. At that moment, however, Lucifer was looking at Const. Const did not know the identity of the young man with blood-red eyes lying in the chair, but as far as he understood, there was no one in this world who could sit while the master of the human empire and the dean of the Daffodil Academy both stood to the side was there. Feeling the other's appraising gaze, Const could only suppress his doubts and nod slightly. This was in a way a subtle gesture of goodwill. It was also more dignified. Naturally, Lucifer was not looking at him because he was handsome, but because on that night at Lake of Stars, this was the fellow who had disturbed his pleasant time with Lovillian on the boat. He remembered how a white streak of light had suddenly fallen from the sky, and how it had even seemed to slay a magical beast that was too slow to flee. Of course, he would not do anything to Const because of that. After all, he considered himself a generous demon god. Soon after, his gaze shifted to Gust and August. Tell me then, what just happened?
The demon gods of the underworld have already begun to interfere with the mortal realm, but we do not know the exact reason.
Augustus mused for a moment, then stated bluntly.
The demon king of the demon race died again.
Lucifer raised an eyebrow, the reclining chair beneath him swaying slightly, as a gentle breeze brushed through the black strands before his crimson eyes. An utterly carefree sight.
Perhaps.
Gus walked to the stone table at the center of the courtyard, and also to Lucifer's side.
Moreover, the number of beings entering the mortal realm from the underworld has been decreasing lately.
The white-haired old man coughed softly a few times. Lucifer glanced at the white-haired old man, saying nothing. Gus, noticing Lucifer's gaze, furrowed his brow slightly.
Your soul is missing a part.
Lucifer's blood-red pupils were filled with mockery, as he carefully examined Gust's entire body, as if he could see through to the old man's very soul.
I recall that when we first met you said you wanted to resurrect someone.
Lucifer suddenly spoke, smiling, as he looked at Gus standing across the stone table.
Yes.
Gust's hand, which had been reaching for the wine flagon on the stone table, paused midair, but quickly returned to normal.
Do you need my help?
Lucifer raised an eyebrow, and asked with an air of indifference. As he spoke, the young man on the reclining chair picked up the slender red-gemmed wine flagon from the table, and inspected it closely, as if he had asked a trivial question.
If the demon god lord would be willing to help, it would indeed be much easier.
The old man withdrew the hand that had been about to touch the wine flagon, then turned his gaze to Lucifer, who lay on the chair looking utterly at ease.
You do know that I am the demon god who governs death, don't you?
Lucifer's gaze remained fixed on the red-gemmed wine flagon before him. Its gilded surface was adorned with intricate patterns, line upon line, like countless twisted threads spiraling across the flagon's surface. And at the center of the flagon a gem, like a scarlet moon, was quietly embedded, the terminus of countless ornate lines radiating around it. The pupils of Quanster not far away contracted the instant he heard those words, as if he had overheard something utterly momentous. Demon god. The young man on the reclining chair is a demon god. The demon god who governs death. A being of the same rank as the one whose mere slight interference had made him, a peak six-footer angel, feel a fatal threat. A demon god. Quanster clenched his teeth tightly, forcing his facial muscles to remain still, as he continued to stare expressionlessly at Augustus the human emperor. The aged emperor showed no reaction, as if he had long known of this matter. The angel's gaze slowly shifted to Gust, only to find the man equally calm. Quanster merely clenched his fists, but made no move. Lucifer, however, sensed the shift in the six-footer being's emotions. But he did not care. He simply smiled, shifting his gaze from the red-gemmed wine flagon to Gust, and casually pushed the flagon across the stone table toward him.
Do you want it?
He rose from the chair, resting one hand lightly on the table, as he leaned forward slightly, while the other hand tapped idly upon the stone surface. He knocked in a strange rhythmic pattern, and the red-gemmed flagon on the table vibrated in resonance with each tap of his pale knuckles, as if those drumming fingers had breathed life into it. Yet strangely, the surface of the stone table showed no sign of disturbance. The white-haired old man naturally noticed this, and unlike the smile that almost always hung at the corner of his mouth, he remained unusually silent. He neither chose to accept the red-gemmed flagon Lucifer had pushed toward him, nor did he utter a word of refusal.
Perhaps we should consider the matter of the underworld bordering the mortal realm.
Augustus, seeing his old friend's hesitation, chimed in with a remark.
That's no fun at all.
Lucifer sighed lightly and shrugged, but did not press the matter, only offering a few final words to Gust.
Lovelian told me your love story. It somewhat resembles mine, but it does lack a certain something. Your love story has been passed down in countless versions by the people of the capital, and I made a point of looking into it. After all, I am quite curious about such things.
The young demon god smiled, then paused for a moment.
The foundation for resurrecting someone is the soul, and a soul can only exist within a complete vessel. But as far as I know, there is nothing in this world that can contain or nourish a soul. Yet you say you want to resurrect someone, which means you believe you truly saved that shattered soul in that battle, and the only vessel at the time was.
Lucifer paused, his blood-red eyes gazing at Gust with deep meaning, and spoke to him again through divine transmission.
I have not sensed any other soul from the demon race within your body. I do not believe my perception is at fault, and I ask you to trust the perception of a ninth-order demon god in this matter. So you, Gust the temporal mage, did you truly save that shattered soul? Is the soul you preserve beneath that prairie truly her? Did you split your own soul and weave the self that shared experiences with Lillian into a new Lillian? That is also the reason for your Narcissus. Enough,
Gust said expressionlessly. This was not through divine transmission. The moment Gust's voice fell, Augustus and Quanster both turned to look at the old man, whose mood seemed amiss.
It seems I guessed right.
Lucifer blinked, appearing utterly harmless.
The demon god's imagination is certainly rich.
Gust remained expressionless.
For mere street rumors to make the great demon god waste so much time deducing matters about me, I am truly grateful for your lordship's trouble.
Lucifer smiled and waved his hand.
Ha ha, you flatter me, you flatter me.
As if he truly had not noticed the icy tone in the old man's voice.
By the way, when Lovelian is not around, try not to speak to me in that tone.
He still said with a light laugh, as if speaking of something unrelated to himself.
But it seems I guessed correctly this time, so I forgive your embarrassment-fueled anger.
The young demon god slowly pulled the red-gemmed wine flagon back across the table, its gilded surface scraping against the stone, with a pleasant crisp sound.
Then I thank you.
Gust's voice softened.
But I do hope that when the time comes, the demon god governing death will help me complete the resurrection ritual.
Lucifer's movement paused, and he looked up at Gust, who had begun to smile.
It seems I won,
the white-haired old man said with a light smile. Realizing he had been misled, Lucifer smiled.
That would be for the best.
He was not angered, only faintly impressed. Augustus and Quanster simply watched the two by the stone table exchange a few inexplicable words, then inexplicably smile at each other. Completely bewildered, Gus paid no attention to the two people beside him, who still seemed perplexed. He simply looked at Lucifer. Lucifer again pushed the ruby wine flagon on the table toward Gus opposite him. The gilded base scraped against the tabletop with a crisp, clear sound, until the hand gripping the handle stopped, and the abrupt clatter died in that same instant. "You should know that I still hold the authority over life," Lucifer said with a light smile. Yet his hand on the ruby wine flagon did not let go, even though he had already pushed it in front of the white-haired old man. "I know." The white-haired old man nodded, his sun and moon-like eyes remaining as calm as ever. "So what do you think you need to offer in exchange?" Lucifer asked with a light smile, as casually and easily as if asking a neighbor what they had for lunch. The answer came, "I don't seem to have anything worth trading," Gus said unhurriedly, watching the mocking blood-red pupils of Lucifer. He even owed Lucifer a great favor, the authority of time. Even more, had Lucifer not chosen to give him the authority of time from within the dragon god's heart, August would in all likelihood have become forever a corpse on that dim, scorched earth. No. More likely his corpse would have been devoured by the surviving demon king, leaving not even a complete body behind. Gus was thankful that this time he had possessed enough power to turn back time, rather than holding Lillian's soft yet ice-cold body on that grassland, exhausting everything only to bargain from fate a little more time for her soul. He and she were now completely together, a fit so seamless that even a ninth-rank demon god could see nothing amiss. August looked at Gus, a hint of worry in his eyes. Kantz kept his head lowered, still gazing at the grass in the courtyard, pretending to have heard nothing. "Life." Lucifer smiled softly. The hand resting on the ruby wine flagon gently tapped its gilded surface, and the crisp, pleasing notes rang out rhythmically through the courtyard. "Life in exchange for life," he said with a soft laugh. The white-haired old man remained calm. "If you wanted my life, it seems you needn't have gone to such lengths." The old man mused for a moment, then lowered his gaze to take in the ruby wine flagon Lucifer was tapping. Exquisite craftsmanship had bestowed a noble soul upon the ruby wine flagon, and the gilding only added to its splendor. The upturned spout reflected a brilliant golden radiance under the sunlight, like glistening dew hanging from blades of grass in the thin mist of early morning. "Besides, it seems we should get down to business." Gus gently pinched the upturned spout of the ruby wine flagon, his fingertips dampened by the wine that had coated it. "My personal affairs are not important." The old man gave a slight shake of his head, his age-dignified eyes holding nothing but calmness. "If they interest me, then they become important," Lucifer said softly, lifting his hand from the ruby wine flagon on the table, and looking into the old man's eyes, which were as placid as an ancient well. "Don't you want her brought back to life?" Lucifer asked with a light smile, then slowly walked around the stone table to Gus's side. One hand came to rest lightly on the white-haired old man's shoulder. In that instant the blood red in his pupils began to churn, like a tsunami sweeping through the ocean with earth-shaking violence. Gus felt a sinister icy magic sweep through his entire soul in that moment, like a lion licking its prey. A lion's tongue is lined with sharp barbs, leaving one bloody gash after another on fragile flesh as it licks its prey. Compared with that, Lucifer's nearly merciless sweep was even more brutal. The old man felt as if his soul had been torn into countless tiny fragments, drifting in his soul space, and the sensation in his body was the agony of 1,000 cuts. Gus made no sound, for his mind had already lost consciousness before that unbearable pain arrived. In the eyes of August and Kantz, it was simply the youth with blood-red eyes lightly patting Gus's shoulder, whereupon the white-haired old man tipped backward, though the hand on the old man's shoulder applied a slight force, keeping Gus's unconscious body upright. But August could sense that the soul within that aged body seemed to be dissipating. Without hesitation, the old man, already at the end of his life, drew from his spatial ring the holy sword that bore the Empire's glory. In a flash, vast battle chief flooded the entire courtyard. The heart of this 8th-rank warrior pounded with a thunderous sound that shook the surroundings, and the battle will from his very soul surged to the holy sword's sharp edge in the same instant. To Kant's senses it was as if a once harmless old man had suddenly turned into a rampant flood beast, sharp-edged and blatantly ferocious. Then the old man was blasted out of the courtyard by a blood-red crescent of magic too fast for the naked eye to follow. In Kant's sight, that crimson crescent was like a bolt of red silk seared into his retina in that very instant. It was as if the crescent were not bound by time at all. The moment it was unleashed, it had already reached its destination, leaving even the red trail in the air still vividly fresh. The battle was over. Kant clenched his trembling hand. He desperately wanted to draw from his spatial ring the silver-white armor that the Church of Light had custom-made for him, their so-called angel. That armor could grant him a certain enhancement, and possessed a natural advantage in suppressing and driving away dark-aligned creatures. But it seemed impossible. And this angel understood all too well that even if he took out that suit of rune-heavy armor steeped in holy water condensed from the faith of countless believers of the Church of Light, it would still be utterly incapable of turning things around. The smiling youth standing before him was the zenith of all dark-aligned creatures, and also the zenith of power in this world. The blood-eyed youth, who had been talking with the Dean just moments ago, destroyed the Dean's soul in the next instant. Then the Emperor at his side made his move, and now his life or death was unknown. Now only he, a so-called angel at the peak of the 6th rank, stood here aside from the demon god, who seemed already to be looking his way. Never mind that Kant's was only a church-conferred angel. Even true angels of light beneath the goddess of light in the ancient age standing here against this demon god would have faced doom far more than fortune. There was no chance of fortune at all. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead as the young demon god watched him with an amused, appraising gaze. What should I do? What should I say? Kant's mind seemed already held hostage by fear, but that demon god merely gave him a mocking smile. Aren't you going to make your move? When Lucifer said those words, there was no sarcasm in his intent, for he knew full well that a 6th order being, even one who had reached the very end of the 6th order, would need considerable strength of will just to remain standing before him. He had merely asked in passing. Had the other party made a move, he would have knocked him out as well, and tossed him aside without a second thought. After all, that would provide a convenient excuse. You struck first after all. I was only defending myself. A young demon god, rather startled, might have fought back somewhat excessively. That's all. Yet the other party remained standing there saying nothing. However, from the subtle trembling of Keen's legs and the pallor of his face, Lucifer could sense something different. It was an aura he knew and abhorred. Alex. Lucifer narrowed his blood-red eyes, fixing them upon the angel, who seemed to have relinquished all resistance in the wake of the demon god's intervention. Hello, Alex, he uttered softly, like an old friend reunited after a long separation. Alex. At the sound of the young demon god's voice, Keenst raised his head in terror and stared at Lucifer, his pupils constricted violently from sheer dread. This was the name August had mentioned when he came to resolve the tainted lantern. And Lucifer was looking directly at him when he spoke those words. Fear instantly seized Keenst's heart, for what is more chilling than death is having another soul lurking within your body, biding its time to devour you completely and claim your vessel as its own. And now an ancient and malevolent demon god was dwelling deep within his soul, parasitically lodged in a place beyond his awareness, evading the senses of both August and Gust. Even the young demon god before him had only just detected what lay inside. Keenst's shocked and terrified face suddenly turned expressionless, and within his deep eye sockets ghostly blue flames began to blaze. The flames danced and leaped within the sockets, as though an elegant dancer were swirling a gown of sapphire-blue within them. Hello! Keenst coughed softly a few times, swept a brief glance around, then raised a hand to inspect it. A pallid, bloodless palm came into view. He merely smiled, then looked toward Lucifer. So this is the mortal realm? Keenst spoke in an extremely peculiar tone laced with a flicker of disdain. I am rather astonished that the rules have not punished you. Lucifer fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. As he spoke, he gently extended his index finger and tapped lightly upon the void. Blood-red flames blazed between his fingers, as though possessing the power to devour all things, and the fire grew ever more fierce. Keenst perceived the flames that could nearly set a soul alight, yet felt no fear. He even advanced a few steps.
"This is not my soul,"
Alex's aged voice issued from Keenst's abdomen.
"Though I shall soon descend upon this fragile yet treasure-laden world in my demon god form, now is not yet the time. The fetters of the rules always leave us demon gods at our wits' end, do they not?"
He made no mention of how he had deceived the rules to enter the mortal realm. He merely reached out and caught a drifting leaf dancing in the air.
"This is called a fallen leaf, is it not?"
He smiled and spoke softly, as though utterly indifferent to the soul-burning flames, and instead chose to press even closer.
"How clever!"
Lucifer burst out laughing.
"Do you know what a pig is?"
he asked again with a smile.
"I do. I know what you intend to say, but you should realize that a war of words holds no benefit for either of us. My happiness is the so-called benefit I obtain."
Lucifer shrugged, the blood-red flames at his fingertips still burning.
"Will you set this body's soul aflame?"
Alex asked calmly, still advancing toward Lucifer. Lucifer nearly laughed out loud.
"Do you know what he is to me?"
Lucifer walked toward Alex with a smile. The flames at his fingertips erupted in that instant. Seemingly devoid of any heat, the fire followed the faint curl of Lucifer's finger and sprang onto Keenst's body.
"What's more, do you truly believe I cannot separate you from the soul of this man whose name I cannot even recall?"
Alex lowered his head to gaze at his body, which was steadily stiffening beneath the creeping blood-red flames, and a faint smile surfaced on his pallid face.
"And what of it?"
The plain coat of the flame-wrapped Keenst remained utterly unharmed, yet the veins on the surface of his body bulged, a visible blackness writhing through them. It was expelled by the spreading flames, however, dissolving into pitch-black smoke that vanished into the air. Keenst continued to smile.
"Lucifer, your luck has never been poor, but can you tell me, when all the demon gods of the underworld descend upon this fragile world, even if you can protect yourself, can you truly shield this world?"
The voice within the flames paused for a moment, then rose to a fervent pitch.
"A damn thing like you does not deserve to be a demon."
In that instant the blood-red flame spread and utterly engulfed
Keenst.
Black smoke rose simultaneously, crackling and popping, as though someone had hurled a great handful of soul-kindling into the blaze. A long while passed. Lucifer looked down at Keenst lying on the ground, then bent slightly and gently placed a hand upon the head of the unconscious.
"Angel! A cure with a single dose."
After a brief moment of perception, he chuckled softly. Then he turned his gaze toward where August had been set flying in the distance. A pale green life slowly materialized in his palm, finally forming a tree-shaped pattern upon it.
"I truly have become a nursemaid."
Having finished healing August, Lucifer murmured to himself, then looked toward Gust, whose soul he had just divided. Finally he turned his eyes to the colossal rifts in the sky that led to the underworld. No more underworld creatures emerged from those pitch-black spatial fissures, and he could sense familiar auras on the far side of the rifts. Turmoil and strife, Alex. Shadow and abyss, Flores. Lucifer lowered the hand he had raised and slowly let out a long breath. The pitch-black rift devoured every gleam of light that approached it like a night with neither moon nor stars, torn open at one corner by some towering presence and pasted across the sky of this forest. Everything on the other side of the rift was familiar to him. After all, he had once belonged there. But he did not belong there. He had never belonged there. His blood-red pupils sized up the white-haired old man he had placed in the chair. His brows and hair were pale wrinkles spread across his face, in ravines. His nose was not especially high, and the sallow withered skin that time had left upon him, a hue that belonged only to those at the twilight of their years, resembled dry shriveled bark. His eyes were shut within deep sockets, yet for some reason whenever Lucifer looked at this old man his mind would always fill in those eyes that seemed to hold the sun and the moon within them. This was the mage who stood at the pinnacle of humankind. But now he seemed nothing more than an ordinary old man lost in slumber. "Hello, Lillian." Lucifer stretched lazily, yet his gaze did not turn. It remained fixed on those spatial rifts in the distance that loomed like mountain ranges. "It seems rather impolite to ignore someone, don't you think?" Lucifer's hands hung naturally at his sides. A breeze from not far away drifted over, lifting the black hair before the young demon god's eyes. His voice was not loud, it was calm, yet it carried an authority innate to him. "Hello." A soft feminine voice sounded from beside Guster. A faint white light materialized over the chair where Guster lay like the hazy mist of early morning enfolding him, lingering and beautiful. A slender faint silhouette took shape within the white mist like the reflection on a lake undulating slowly in the void. Lillian, the seventh-order demon king. A demon king of imposing majesty. She had perished on the grassland where she had lingered longest in life. Then a young mage exchanged his own time with fate for her, and from that day forth her soul dwelled beside his never to part. For Guster had obtained a portion of the authority of time, and the time that had once been used in the exchange had been stolen back by the old man in no small measure, which also granted him all the more abundant soul power to sustain two consciousnesses. This also meant that after Guster used time to steal back time, Lillian did possess some awareness of the outside world. Guster is truly formidable. He hid you in the very deepest part of his soul, and even blinded my perception. Lucifer still did not turn his head. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring the fragrant scent carried on the breeze, and continued speaking unconcerned. To nourish a soul one need only supply the most basic soul power sustenance. But Guster chose to place you in the deepest recesses of his soul, and you should know that such a place is a forbidden territory. At that Lucifer paused for a moment. To find that part of you within his soul, I truly went to no small trouble. Lillian in her soul phantom form looked down at Guster unconscious upon the recliner. Guster's soul had just moments ago been shattered by the young demon god's own hands, and then in an instant, as if summoned, he had drawn her out, the anomaly at the very root of it all. Like a gold prospector sifting through a heap of sand and stones to pick out the gold mixed within, he had extracted her in her entirety with hardly a trace left behind. But Guster's soul had indeed been shattered. Lillian had distinctly felt that dark chilling aura, like a bloodthirsty beast shredding the fragile soul to pieces. Yet now she could truly sense Guster's heavy slow breathing beside her, as if this white-haired old man had genuinely only fallen asleep for a while. The soul within his body had likewise been restored whole as it once was. Lillian could not imagine what boundless power the young demon god, his back turned to her, truly possessed. Thank you, Lord Demon God. Amid the hazy soul mist, Lillian's phantom form bowed slightly to the young demon god. For though the demon gods of the underworld did not acknowledge the demon race, the demons of the present age did indeed revere the demon gods as their first ancestors. The demon race prided itself on being a powerful and noble kind born of the great origin demon god. Common demons were naturally endowed with no small reserves of magical power, and many branches of the demon race likewise possessed formidable physiques. These demonic branches were diverse and manifold, yet the most powerful was naturally the primal demon clan. The primal demon clan, as its name implied, was the first demon race to be born from the corpse of the demon god. In battle, they had almost no clear shortcomings. At the same rank, their physical frames rivaled those of the trolls, renowned for brute force, while their magic rivaled that of the celestial demon clan, famed for sorcery. At this form of address, Lucifer was taken aback for an instant, as if something had occurred to him, and the corners of his mouth tilted up faintly. "You're welcome." The face of a silver-haired girl flashed across his mind. "Do you know why I helped you?" Lucifer turned around, looking toward that faint figure in the dense mist, like a form out of an ink-wash painting. "I do not know." Lillian paused briefly, then answered with reverence. To be honest, that seventh-order demon king had once feared nothing in heaven or on earth. Even when Lurlanso came in person to that grassland where she dwelled to slay her, she had not been afraid. In the moment her heart was run through, she had been grateful that what flashed through her mind was neither those landscapes that seemed amusing yet were in truth dull, nor the fawning servile postures of lower-ranked demons bowing before her. There was only that young human, his face flushed red, holding a cup of honey wine, asking her with a smile if she would like a drink. How wonderful! And then she thought she had died. So it was you who exchanged for me. At that time Lillian was also in this very soul phantom form, looking at the young human who still seemed youthful, as if he had only just finished crying. At that time he only smiled as he looked at her. Lillian could sense that his soul had aged by no small degree, and even a faint breath of decaying twilight was spreading within it, though his body remained young. She said no useless words such as "not worth it." She merely, in her soul phantom state, softly kissed her hero. All of this had been sealed away by Guster in the deepest recesses of his soul. Until today she was released by a young and kind-hearted demon god, even though the means by which he broke open this door had been somewhat violent. Standing before this demon god, she did not fear the threat of death. he might bring down upon her. She feared that all her lover had paid for her would be rendered vain. She feared that because of her lover might also come to harm. At the memory of the beautiful past, Lillian's lips curled in a smile. From the hazy white mist a seemingly translucent hand reached out, wishing to gently smooth Guster's brow, which seemed knit by tangled thoughts. But mindful of her own state in the sunlight, the translucent hand withdrew once more. Lucifer watched from the side for a while, then walked toward the patch of grass where August had just been sent flying backward. In truth, he could have offered an explanation or settled the matter by gentler means, but he had truly wanted to strike this emperor, who held life and death in such contempt. Lillian watched the young demon god's receding figure. A preposterous thought abruptly surfaced in her mind. This young demon god too seemed to have someone deeply important to him. Lucifer looked at August, who had collapsed on the ground and fallen asleep, then glanced at Kynster, who was likewise sleeping beside him. In his blood-red eyes a trace of helplessness could not help but appear. The commotion in the courtyard just now was not exactly minor, but it could hardly be called earth-shaking either. Not far away, the flame-gold knight guarding the courtyard on his warhorse held a golden lance aloft. The sharp spearhead gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, while the eyes beneath his visor remained dark and calm as he continued his patrol as usual. The battle-hardened soldier did not notice anything amiss in the courtyard. He instinctively assumed that it was just the emperor doing some things. He had entered the courtyard many times before because of these disturbances. Once he had happened to see the emperor of that empire, an 8th-rank warrior, drunk and lying among the greenery in the courtyard, muttering something under his breath. As a still young 5th-rank warrior, the flame-gold knight naturally had no curiosity to eavesdrop. But his hearing was unfortunately excellent. "Shijia, I miss you so much," the aged emperor murmured against his back, reminding him of his own child dryly reciting the poems in a book. Then the next day the aged emperor chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. The broad palm clanged against his shoulder armor, as if a diamond-hard weight had struck his shoulder. "From now on patrol farther away from my courtyard." The emperor did not reproach him for his actions, but he should have known better. Just like now, a blood-red light had suddenly flashed in the courtyard moments ago. This was probably just another new combat skill the emperor had developed as a warrior. Probably. It was impossible that some netherworld creature had sneaked into the emperor's courtyard, and with almost no sound taken down the greatest emperor of the human race. Right? Impossible, surely. Besides, his duty was only to patrol not far from the courtyard to set off a certain sense of distinction for this courtyard, the distinction of the empire's supreme authority. Expecting a 5th-rank warrior to serve as an 8th-rank's guard would be overestimating him. With that thought, the middle-aged man wrapped in heavy golden armor pulled on the warhorse's reins, and in Lucifer's perception went elsewhere. Lucifer smiled helplessly again. He turned to look at Gus, the old man lying unconscious in the recliner, and the dense white mist beside him. That slender figure was still in the mist, but after a brief recovery some traits of the primordial demon had begun to appear behind Lillian. The translucent wings. Unlike Nostin's pitch-black 6 wings, which were nearly as wide as his arm span, the 4 wings in the white mist were delicate, only the length of a forearm. Perhaps because she had just been reborn from her soul. Gus had nourished her soul. To keep Lillian's consciousness as clear as possible with her permission, he had personally broken the wings of his beloved soul. It was like a gardener pruning the excess branches of a plant to ensure its healthy growth. The 4 wings were light purple, or perhaps deep purple. After all obscured by the white mist, they were truly hard to discern. Lucifer glanced once more at the green light shimmering on the old white-haired man's chest. Lush vitality blossomed there like the most radiant and brilliant star in the world, shining without end. Life. The soul is also part of life. Naturally, it could also calm the soul of Gus that had just been forcibly torn apart and then pieced together, so he would likely wake up a little sooner. Relying on life, your soul can survive for a long time without a body. Gus will wake up soon, and he can probably help you create a body. Lucifer paused, then turned his gaze again to the rifts that pierced space beneath the azure sky and chuckled softly. No netherworld creatures were emerging from them anymore. It seemed that they had already guessed something and reached an agreement. His far-reaching gaze turned once more to the frontline battlefield, where countless netherworld beings that had already entered the mortal world were still wantonly trampling this land. Human soldiers wore armor, and mages followed behind the infantry formations, casting magic, not the large-scale catastrophic spells of lightning or fire, but only the gentler wind or water elemental magic. The human army methodically nailed these frenzied riotous netherworld beings to the battlefield. Even the creatures flying in the sky were restricted by a massive spatial restriction. It was like a colossal hunting enclosure, and the prey of this hunting enclosure were those low-ranked netherworld beings. And at the center of this hunting enclosure lay the magical beast forest. In this forest, once lush and stretching endlessly, almost no native magical beasts had survived by now. Some had been corrupted by the netherworld aura seeping through the spatial rifts, some devoured by the brutal netherworld beings, and some shattered by the magic cast by the human side. This land had been thoroughly occupied by these dark creatures. The despair of the mortal world and pitch-black darkness had devoured everything here. Lucifer was of course extremely familiar with this dark and icy aura. These low-rank vile beings were always skilled at polluting beautiful things. Yet in the eyes of those vile creatures, blood and death, wailing and despair were their beauty.
After Gus wakes up, tell him that this garbage from the netherworld is useless now and can be cleaned up directly.
Lucifer's voice was very soft as he spoke while walking. Within the soul mist, Lillian nodded. She looked at the young demon god's retreating figure, then at the two people he had just dragged over who still seemed to be sleeping.
Augustinus.
Lucifer momentarily forgot the name of this angel.
Kynster.
At the instant the voice sounded, Lillian lowered her head and looked toward Gus in the recliner.
His name is Kynster,
Gus said faintly as he opened his eyes, but in those pupils that seemed to hide the sun and moon there was deep attachment and longing.
It has been a long time.
The white-haired old man smiled faintly and looked at the slender figure amidst the dense mist beside him. At the same time, the old body lying in the recliner let out another heavy breath. It was as if he had exhaled nearly a century of longing. The slender figure in the white mist stiffened.
It has been a long time,
she also said, smiling. Under the sunlight, that translucent hand gently pressed and rubbed the old man's temple. Lillian tried her best to keep her tone calm.
You've worked hard.
Even though she could not touch him, the white-haired old man still felt a sense of relief. A relief of the soul. Lucifer merely stood by watching. When the tender moment between the two came to an end, Lucifer let out a cold laugh. Gus. He softly uttered the white-haired old man's name. The pale golden glow made the young man's upright figure seem all the more towering. Fine black strands of hair danced across his forehead, and his blood-red eyes no longer held their usual chill, but a hint of gentleness. Gus had only ever seen such gentleness in this demon god's eyes, when he looked at the silver-haired girl. It was as though a holy god had truly descended, driving away all darkness. But the one before them was an out-and-out demon god. Their gazes met in the air, and Lillian could not help but look over as well. You owe me quite a lot by now. Lucifer chuckled softly. His double-breasted brown overcoat shifted upward, as its owner raised his hand, revealing the black and white lining beneath it, like a gentleman seeing off a friend. I have helped you this much not because I seek anything from you, nor is there anything about you worth my time and effort to obtain. Between the breeze and the grassland, Lucifer slowly lowered the hand he had just raised. Gus tried to speak, but was interrupted by Lucifer again. This war will soon be over. Lucifer paused. Perhaps it sounds rather ridiculous for a demon god to speak such righteous words. He drew a breath and let his tone grow more serious, gazing at the clear azure sky. The azure embraces all things, the earth, the ocean, the birds, the wind, and snow. Yet he still had a sky that belonged solely to him, this crow. Thinking of the silver-haired girl with azure eyes, the demon god's expression, which had just grown serious, turned gentle once more, though it looked exceedingly bizarre at this moment. I will settle this war, Lucifer simply said with a light laugh, as though he were talking about something unrelated to himself. In the mortal world no one can directly oppose the ninth-order beings of the netherworld, except for the demon god, who originally came from the netherworld. But none of this is for your sake, you should be clear about that. As if something had occurred to him, the young demon god turned back to say one more thing before stepping into the spatial rift. He said it while looking directly at Gus. Gus, of course, understood what the young demon god was doing this for. I know. The white-haired old man reclining in the chair said with a smile in a low voice. Of course I know. Those words were not heard by the young demon god, who had already stepped into the spatial rift, but they were heard by Lillian, who stood beside the white-haired old man. You know? She said with a soft smile. I know. One day later. Behind the human front lines there was a tent bearing a flame insignia. Celander lay quietly across the old wooden table, her slender delicate fingers sliding slowly back and forth over the rough surface like nimble dancers. Her wheat-colored skin gave off a unique luster, healthy and full of vitality. Especially that fiery red hair, like blazing flames cascading down from the top of her head, as if a brilliant firework had bloomed wantonly in the air and then scattered in all directions. "Celander." Ryan's voice sounded from outside her tent. The red-haired girl's head snapped up almost the instant she heard the voice, and she began to hurriedly tidy her loose fiery red hair. Only after she had tidied the things on the table, straightened her back, and finally cleared her throat did she say, "Come in." In her red eyes was a calm like the surface of a windless lake. Having for once taken off his silver-heavy armor, Ryan walked into the tent and looked first at the red-haired girl seated in the center. It was almost instinct. An instinct forged through experience. "Still so afraid of me after graduating?" The calm in Celander's eyes did not last long before she broke into a smile and said directly, "Don't talk nonsense. I've never been afraid of you," Ryan said in the same joking tone. The battlefield seemed to have matured the golden-haired youth quite a bit. Within just half a month the boy's former childishness had begun to fade, replaced by resolve and composure. The only thing unchanged was that pair of amber eyes forever brimming with ardor. "Is something the matter?" Celander slowly rose to her feet, her fiery red hair surging upward as she stood like scorching crimson clouds coiling around a setting sun. "We're withdrawing." Ryan looked at the red-haired girl and said after a slight pause. Then he quickly added, "The Emperor has issued the order. The high-ranked mages of the Royal Magic Association have already set out from the Imperial capital. This strange war is about to end." At that Ryan frowned, and his hand clenched involuntarily. "It feels like something big is about to happen." When he finished, he looked into the red-haired girl's eyes. "Why are you staring at me? How would I know what's going to happen next?" Celander said with a smile, walking slowly to Ryan's side, while lightly picking up the hairpin from the table. "You don't know? I thought you did." Ryan scratched his head, looking as if he were quite puzzled. "How would I know?" Celander almost rolled her eyes. Subconsciously she started to raise her hand again, but as if she had thought of something she merely brushed the fiery locks at her temples, pretending to tidy her long hair. She fixed her hair with a hairpin and looked at Ryan as she spoke. "Even the eldest son of the Hart family doesn't know. How could a child born a commoner like me know such high-level secrets of the Empire? You're no ordinary commoner. What commoner would dare chase after me and hit me?" Ryan's voice grew softer and softer, and Celander almost failed to catch the last few words. Celander smiled. A smile rippled across the girl's face, and Ryan felt as if all the beautiful things in the world were blooming in that moment, so he could not help but smile as well. "What are you laughing at?" Still smiling, Celander gently patted Ryan's head, then brushed aside the hair in front of his eyes, so that his amber eyes were revealed. "I just felt like smiling." Ryan grinned and laughed again. "You wouldn't be deliberately using this as an excuse to come see me because you miss me, would you?" Celander wanted to say those words, but she didn't. She was afraid Ryan would clutch his head and run straight out. "One punch from me, and you won't be smiling anymore." Celander was half a head shorter than Ryan, so at this moment she had to look up at him slightly. Ryan did not retort as he had before. He simply grinned foolishly. The Underworld. The scarlet moonlight spilled across the black-red blood-tinged land, as it always did, while the blood river stretching 1,000 miles away surged and rolled eternally, threading through everything beneath the blood moon. A streak of silvery light flashed amid the crimson thorns, and a young man's figure slowly materialized within. The thorny brambles around him seemed eager to creep toward this sudden prey, yet, in the next instant, as if encountering a natural predator, they bowed prostrate to the ground. Their forking branches, like defeated crimson stamens, trembled and collapsed upon the soil. The earth had been softened by the blood of prey over the long hunting of these crimson thorns, and Lucifer could even smell the cold bloody aura seeping up from beneath his feet. Paying no mind to the blood brambles that had bowed down in fear, Lucifer crouched gently, then lightly pinched the soft black-red soil with his fingers. Like sand in an hourglass, the earth between his fingers crumbled away, and finally returned to the ground. Lucifer then looked at the prostrate blood brambles. On their razor-sharp thorns still clung wisps of blood from some unknown creature. At this moment, this blood bramble, trembling and drooping to the ground, was an exceedingly common creature in this place. It relied on the countless sharp thorns along its branches to ensnare any prey that carelessly stepped into its territory, then contracted like a python coiling, during which those keen and venomous thorns would sink deeply into the prey's body, until it completely devoured the hapless prey. Usually it was not picky, except with skeletons. Unfortunately today, it was Lucifer who had carelessly stepped into this place. Lucifer slowly rose to his feet, showing no concern for the blood bramble that was on the verge of collapse both in soul and body. He simply extended his left hand. On the pale, bloodless skin of his left hand surfaced a strange rune, seemingly brimming with power. Silver-gray lines twisted into an oval through which several black lines ran straight. The surface of those lines shimmered with faint light, flowing with power that seemed to belong to the very essence of the world. The overall pattern looked like a hand covering a gray eye. Concealment. He had concealed his presence in the underworld. On his previous returns to the underworld, he had not deliberately concealed his aura, because without relying on the authority of concealment, he could not possibly have deceived the perceptions of the other demon gods. After all, demon gods held supreme dominion over the underworld, and were well acquainted with nearly every change within it. The main reason he had not used the authority was that there had been no need. Previous times he had actually wanted the demon gods of the underworld to gather, so he simply marched straight into the underworld to proclaim his return. This had also laid the groundwork for his present actions. Those demon gods had no idea that he possessed concealment. They instinctively assumed that Lucifer could not return to the underworld without their knowledge, and likewise assumed that he would not dare to come back while being hostile to 4 demon gods at once and attempt to devour them. An alliance of jackals might grant them a measure of security, but at times that very security is lethally dangerous. It makes you believe you are still safe, even when the lion has already opened its bloody jaws wide, and its sharp vicious fangs have gleamed with the light of death. Yet that intangible security blinds your eyes, plugs your ears, and even stuffs your nose. Liajar and Adia. Greed and cruelty. They still seemed unaware that the demon god of fall and death was already on the way to knock on their door. The bronze palace beneath the abyss. Majestic and imposing, the bronze gates stood solemnly amid the cliffs of the abyss. Jagged rocks around them bared their fangs, savagely flaunting their sharpness at will. Beneath them a path that could almost be called clean in the underworld led to the bronze gates toward the dwelling of one of the masters of the underworld. Inside the bronze gates in the great hall, pale-faced Liajar carefully closed the bronze coffin, then let out a long sigh of relief. It was not because the bronze coffin's surface was so heavy that it could tire him, a demon god, but purely apprehension. His younger brother lay inside. A soul inscribed with death was undoubtedly doomed to death, waiting only for the demon god who held death to pull the brand upon the soul. With Adia dead, Liajar could not bear the full authority and power of greed and cruelty alone, and would inevitably become flesh on the chopping block at the mercy of others. But fortunately, there were 3 diners at the table. One diner possessed strength surpassing the others. The other 2 under these circumstances also shared a decent friendship. Before eliminating the other 2 demon gods, who vaguely hinted at alliance, Lucifer would probably not put him and Adia on the dining table. That would only benefit the 2 who had reached an agreement. After all, however powerful he might be, he could not fight 1 against 2. Correspondingly, those 2 demon gods would not sit idly by while Lucifer placed him and Adia on the table and devoured them with relish. In this delicate atmosphere, the demon god of greed and cruelty found its point of balance. How long could greed hold up? Liajar looked at the bronze coffin and heaved a deep sigh. Greed meant ceaseless taking and absorbing. But death was something very difficult to digest. This bronze coffin, teeming with abundant souls and able to strengthen the body, also aided Adia in using greed to absorb the death upon the soul. He only hoped that before death was fully devoured, the demon god of fall and death would not. Hello. A voice sounded behind Liajar. At the same time, a gray curtain spread from the left hand of the blood-eyed youth beside the bronze gates, and eventually enveloped the entire abyss. You are going to die, Lucifer said softly, but do not be afraid. He will die too. Then he pointed again at Adia in the bronze coffin. A skeleton staggered to the edge of the abyss, seemingly unaware that what lay ahead was a cliff capable of shattering its already fragile bones. It stepped into the void and fell engulfed by the endless darkness. Similarly, a black 3-headed bird tucked in its wings and plunged straight down toward the abyss, as if there were a place there for it to perch. It eventually sank slowly, and even during its descent its pitch-black eyes, which held little intelligence, seemed to show a hint of confusion. Such phenomena occurred within the reach of the gray curtain. It was as if a painter had taken an eraser and erased the abyss from the canvas, while the other living beings within the painting did not notice the appearance of the eraser. Gone. That was their perception. The originally pitch-black abyss was gone. The moment Lucifer's voice fell, the bronze coffin beside Ledger stirred. Wisps of black smoke seeped out from its seams, exuding a heavy oppressive aura of death. A muffled grunt came from within the bronze coffin, and then there was silence. Lucifer ignited the death engraved upon Adia's soul. Boundless death was madly encroaching on everything belonging to Adia, this demon god. In that single instant every consciousness and every thought in his mind was like a wisp of wind brushing past the edge of Sky Island, leaving nothing behind and carrying nothing away. In the next moment, as death struck back, the bronze coffin bought him a brief respite. Greed activated at maximum output, and almost hysterically devoured the seemingly endless death. The mark of death at the neck of Adia's soul kept spreading, and his consciousness gradually began to fray, but the instinct to survive still drove Greed to keep devouring death. Ledger made no move, not because he was unwilling, but because he dared not. The Netherworld's connection with Adia was severed the instant the youth with blood-red eyes before him released a gray glow from his left hand. This was also the direct reason why Adia had been unable to use the Netherworld's vast magical power to replenish the consumption of his soul. In at most 3 minutes, Adia would inevitably die. By then, he would have completely lost the strength to fight back. A broken demon god unable to bear even the full power of a demon god would face an unimpaired demon god who wielded multiple authorities. Death was the only ending. What should I do? What more can I do? Beads of sweat rolled slowly down from this demon god's prominent brow. His heart hammered at a frantic pace, his organs were working at an overloaded level, and his blood surged through his veins, like rivers in flood. All of this unmistakably betrayed Ledger's fear and despair. Yet his dark brown eyes remained fixed on Lucifer, as if waiting for that seemingly leisurely demon god to expose an opening. So far aside from the moment when he had first appeared and revealed his hands to unfold the gray curtain, he had kept his hands in the pockets of his gray overcoat the entire time. As if strolling through a garden, he watched him with a smile. The gentle smile of the youth with blood-red eyes made him feel dread. "You have no chance of survival," Lucifer said with a light laugh. He walked toward the still wary Ledger while gazing at the bronze coffin behind him. The pattern on the bronze coffin depicted an inverted 12-winged angel bound by a colossal stone pillar that nearly pierced through heaven and earth. Chain-like lines pierced the angel's body on the coffin's surface one after another, and its 12 holy wings were folded under the restraint of the shackles. Coiled directly above the stone pillar was a two-headed giant wolf, whose jaws were already gaping wide. The monster had the general form of a wolf. Rows of razor-sharp teeth gleamed coldly in its mouth. In one wolf's eyes burned a hunger for the wonderful food to come, and the other burned a desire for destruction. It was the perfect symbol of greed and brutality. Lucifer paid no attention to Ledger, who had been staring at him the whole time. Even though the tense demon god at his side was already resolved to fight to the death, Lucifer never once turned to look at him. Slender fingers slid gently across the coffin's surface. The layered carvings lifted and set down his fingers like waves surging and sinking. Inside the bronze coffin, Adia remained on the edge of collapse. In Lucifer's perception, the demon god's soul within the coffin was gradually being devoured by death. Yet greed, as if by instinct, still protected its master, consuming the onrushing death at an almost overloaded pace. Logically speaking, apart from a few extremely special authorities, the rank gap between other authorities should never be so pronounced. Take this case without Lucifer even consciously controlling it, death had already completely suppressed greed. But unfortunately, when death was inscribed upon Adia, he had not been carrying greed. When the mark of death descended, Adia had already been a living corpse. A person who has been poisoned can certainly survive if they take an antidote in time. But a corpse that takes an antidote is still a corpse. Are you still not going to act? He tapped the bronze coffin lightly again. I thought you would have acted just now. It was as if he were talking to himself. If you're waiting for Alex and Forrest to notice and come and stop me, then I can tell you very seriously, that is not going to happen. The power of concealment has already erased this abyss from existence. The world has forgotten this corner. At this point, the only one who can still remember you is probably the Netherworld source, right? But the netherworld source will not save you. After all, one cannot expect a thing without consciousness to do anything on its own. If the netherworld source were to suddenly gain consciousness and reject Lucifer, that wayward son, then Lucifer would accept his defeat. The instant he heard concealment, Leger's brown pupils dilated, and he stared at Lucifer. Lucifer seemed not to notice the shock in those brown eyes. His blood-red eyes fixed directly on the other, he smiled, and said word by word. "What? Still not making a move? Perhaps I expended a great deal of power to activate concealment. Maybe you still have a sliver of a chance to live." Then he put on a look of regret, as if he had made some serious mistake. He had said a little too much. In his previous life, Lucifer would feel a little uncomfortable watching villains on the verge of victory rant and ramble before a kneeling protagonist. After all, they could have won, but they still gave the protagonist side time to catch their breath. In the end, everything the villains had done came to nothing once again. Now he seemed a little like that villain. But it really was a satisfying feeling. Moreover, if Leger attacked first, it would save a lot of needless trouble. As long as he actively activated his authority, Lucifer could easily peel away brutality after killing him. It was just like how he had once extracted chaos and distortion from the spine of the demon god of chaos and distortion. Lucifer shook his head inwardly, and looked at Leger again. Leger had no idea what the demon god of fall and death before him had just been thinking. He was merely calculating his chances of survival. Even if he could not survive, he had to spread the information that Lucifer possessed concealment. That was likely the very thing this demon god relied on to enter the mortal world. And Atia. Leger thought of his younger brother. Suddenly Leojar's mind flashed back to the moment they had been born from the netherworld's origin. "Are you my elder brother?" Perhaps. 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 They had discovered that the authority and power of other demon gods were concentrated in a single individual, rather than being scattered as theirs were. Neither of them could even bear the full authority and power, which also meant they could hardly participate in the distribution of the wondrous artifacts from the netherworld's origin. Not long after they went into hiding, and the other demon gods in the netherworld never even realized that they were twin demon gods. They only detected the aura of a single demon god, Leojar. That aura was extraordinarily feeble compared with theirs. But compared with every living being in the netherworld except the demon gods, Leojar was still formidable. However, with the previous example of the demon god of depravity and death slaughtering the demon god of chaos and distortion, the demon gods of the netherworld seemed to have become very sensitive about killing their own kind, which also allowed him and Atia to feel at ease for a while. Why did the demon god of depravity and death kill the demon god of chaos and distortion? Aren't they of the same kind? Atia, whose mind had yet to mature, asked his elder brother in the abyss, his round pitch-black eyes filled with confusion. Authority. Power. That was Leojar's answer. Back to the present, the demon god whom Atia had once considered cruel and bloodthirsty had already bared his fangs at them. Yet they had no means of resistance. "If I use my authority now, would it make your plunder more convenient?" Leojar looked at Lucifer with an expressionless face. Lucifer raised an eyebrow. "You have plundered a demon god's authority too. Authority is inscribed upon the soul, and appears only when the one who holds it makes use of it." Leojar's tightly clenched hand relaxed once more, as if he had already accepted death, and he merely looked at Lucifer with a quiet, relieved calm. "The demon god of chaos and distortion. His spine has vanished." He seemed to be speaking of something utterly trivial, and the long chestnut-colored eyes beneath his black hair held a trace of weariness, like an old elephant slowly shuffling toward the end of its life. "When he fought you, his authority was visibly inscribed upon his spine, which made it convenient for you to draw the authority straight out." After saying this, Leojar calmly looked at Lucifer, whose gaze had already drifted outside the bronze palace. Was he distracted? A strange thought came unbidden to Leojar's mind. Lucifer, however, quickly came to his senses, then fixed those blood-red eyes on Leojar. "So what do you intend to do? Just stick your neck out and wait for the blade." Lucifer paused, looking at Leojar seriously. "You don't actually think that as long as you don't wield your authority, I can't plunder the authority inside you, do you?" His tone was somewhat uncertain, because he could not quite understand the other's train of thought. "Just because you don't want to make it convenient for him to obtain authority, you would choose not to resist, and simply wait to die. How is that different from refusing to use a weapon, because you're afraid the enemy might pick it up?" Lucifer was still about to sneer when Leojar's eyes were suddenly swallowed by pure profound blackness, like a black sun, eerie and uncanny. Are you putting on an act for me? Before Lucifer could get half a sarcastic remark out, the terrifying power born of tyranny erupted suddenly like a supernova. In that split second, an intensely blinding light blazed outward, as if it would tear the whole world in half. The light was so powerful it defied imagination. Its radiance even surpassed the sun, impossible to look at directly. With that piercing glare, a deafening roar burst forth without warning. The sound was like countless colossal beasts howling at once, like countless thunderbolts crashing across the sky, its might enough to make heaven and earth tremble. In an instant the dreadful roar spread, like a surging tsunami sweeping over the entire bronze palace, and the vast surrounding land at the bottom of the abyss, covering hundreds of kilometers in every direction. The mighty shockwave instantly pulverized the jagged rocks around the bronze palace, and seemingly indestructible boulders flew in all directions, like splashes thrown up by a tsunami. A skeleton that had just picked up its own head was devoured by the ever-expanding black light before it could set its skull back on its neck. Beneath the blood-red sky upon the black-red earth, every being in the abyss that was relatively close to the supernova-like eruption of tyranny died the instant it came into contact with the expanding shockwave. Dust rose thousands of meters into the air, and the whole sky was filled with wheeling fragments of living beings and scorched black clods of earth. It was like the end of the world. As the smoke cleared, Lucifer hovered above the enormous pit, holding in his hand a figure as limp as a dead dog. Liajar. In the moment, he burned his life as a demon god to drive tyranny. Lucifer warped the direction of the supernova-like shockwave. Distortion could twist that explosion into a healing shockwave, but it demanded a tremendous toll from its user and required time. Even so, being taken by surprise by Liajar at nearly point-blank range had left Lucifer slightly disheveled. He had suffered a few minor injuries, but nothing serious. The gray shroud of concealment had already been dispelled by the expansion of tyranny. Lucifer was no longer a secret in the netherworld. But it no longer mattered. Lucifer had already obtained what he needed. From the distant towering pyramid mausoleum a faint azure light shot out, drawing a long slender tail like a meteor across the void. In another direction a dark shadow, at the source of the blood river, suddenly swelled and rushed rapidly toward Lucifer. In only a moment Alakisi and Fulualisi had arrived. At this moment Lucifer's other hand was holding Atia, who had been utterly consumed by death. The twin demon gods had fallen completely, one consumed by the tyranny he himself had driven at all costs, and the other swallowed by death the very second before tyranny spread. It was in a sense a natural death. Seeing the two demon gods arrive, Lucifer flashed blood-stained white teeth. Though the minor wound he had just suffered had left a trace of crimson at the corner of his mouth, it did not stop him from smiling. Nor did it affect his big white teeth. After all, he had swallowed in one gulp the blood still rising from his throat. His internal organs were already shattered, injuries that would be fatal to any ordinary creature. But on a demon god that was nothing more than a splash of water, like a child scraping a knee just breaking the skin. This time he had suffered a loss, because he had said far too many needless words to his enemy. But if you asked Lucifer whether he would dare to do it again, his only answer would be that he would still dare next time. Lucifer's hands were locked tightly around the necks of Adia's and Leger's corpses. The authority of greed and tyranny rested upon these two bodies. With the sudden eruption of tyranny, a devastating force, like a roaring black sun, swept across the black-red land for hundreds of kilometers around the bronze palace. No longer was this place an abyss stretching into the distance. It had become a deep pit contaminated by the omnipresent tyranny. Even the denizens of the underworld, who could adapt to most extreme environments, could not survive on this vast land, which was enough to prove that Leger had pushed tyranny nearly to its limit. The bronze coffin on which Adia had lain had long since been reduced to ashes. In this cataclysmic upheaval only the bodies of the three demon gods remained. But two of them were already completely dead. The light of the blood moon burst forth, an extreme crimson illuminating the entire underworld. Scarlet raindrops materialized from the void, as if condensed from thick blood-colored moonlight, turning into a torrential rain of blood at the demon god's funeral. The vast land split open as if invisible forces were rending one bottomless wound after another into it. Innumerable denizens of the underworld were devoured by the suddenly appearing fissures, and fell silent forever. The river of blood that ran through the entire underworld spread wildly, as if the resentful and hateful will of the ancient demon gods of chaos and distortion still flowed through that long scarlet river to this day. The entire underworld mourned. It mourned for its demon gods.
Heaven and earth were in turmoil. Turmoil, strife, corruption, death, shadow, abyss. With the death of the demon gods of greed and tyranny, Alex and Flores could clearly sense that their own authority had risen a notch. Demon gods were inseparable from the underworld, bound by countless intricate ties. These ties were the means by which the demon gods perceived disturbances throughout the underworld. Relying on this connection engraved in the depths of their souls, they could effortlessly mobilize the vast majority of the underworld's power. The demonic power that saturated the entire underworld also served as proof that they were the supreme rulers of the underworld. With the deaths of Adia and Leger, the authority they had held was left vacant and passed naturally to the other surviving demon gods. But Alex and Flores did not look particularly pleased. Alex's ram-headed and human body could even be described as livid. The ghostly blue flames in his eye sockets burned and leaped wildly, as though blazing with boundless fury. Flores, in a black tailcoat and leaning on a black gem cane, merely wore a cold expression, like a spectator watching a clumsy play from below the stage. A glimmer of unwillingness flickered in his profound black pupils, but it was swallowed by the surging fathomless darkness, as if it had never surfaced at all. For this connection was also the reason the rules of the mortal world rejected them. A deeper connection to the underworld meant another step away from ever entering the mortal world. Lucifer naturally also received this gift, bequeathed by Adia and Leger, though he would rather not have received it.
Hello!
Because the plan had succeeded, he was in a fairly good mood. As he spoke, blood-red demonic power surged, wrapping the two demon gods' corpses and drawing them into his inner space. But Alex's mood was plainly terrible. Without a single wasted word, his broad, powerful hand clenched hard in the void. Space burst with a thunderous crack as if crushed. The instant his palm shut, a visible white shockwave exploded outward, cutting the dense blood rain in half and tearing through everything in its path like an invisible blade. The pitch-black muscles on his arms bulged, rising like mountain peaks from the ground. The surging blood inside Alex was pumped furiously to every part of his body by the two hearts that had beaten since the end of the primordial era, the battle organs that once belonged solely to Alex, and had long lain nearly dormant, now reawakened under the nourishment of blood. Riot. Along with a little dark red blood mingling into the blood rain, the sound of flesh being torn rang out. Like the toughest cloth in the world violently rent by brute force, supreme power awakened within Alex's body. 12 iron-red wings unfurled behind this already towering monster. One sharp barb after another hung along the edges of the winged skeletons, and the membrane-like wings quivered in the air, kicking up several small tornadoes that spiraled through the blood rain. The vicious demon horns above his head spiraled like an Ouroboros, and destructive runes lit up one by one on their surfaces. A pitch-black spear thick with ominous aura appeared in his hand, and those ghostly blue eyes fixed rigidly on Lucifer. Lucifer merely chuckled. He did not interrupt the other's transformation after all, for he was a gentleman of grace. Of course, it was not because Flores in his tailcoat stood nearby watching with predatory intent. Flores and Alex simultaneously summoned the demonic power of the entire underworld to seal the surrounding space. The combined authority of two demon gods was nearly enough to command everything in the underworld. Lucifer now felt somewhat at the end of his rope. Yet he was still smiling, even as Alex hurled the pitch-black spear, radiating an aura of strife at him. At a speed that even a demon god's eyes could hardly follow, it was no more than a flicker of black light. In less than 1/10,000th of an instant, the black spear, like a heavenly punishment, was already before Lucifer. Alex's pale blue demonic power encircled the black spear like a veil, and its razor-sharp tip seemed to cut through space, nailing down everything before it. Time, space, and the fate of his enemy. Then Lucifer gently caught it. Yes, gently caught it. The sharp black spear tip was no more than a hair's breadth from his blood-red eyes, but it seemed unable to advance even a fraction further, as if an impassable chasm separated them. This spear had crossed space, but it had not crossed. Distortion. Suddenly the pitch-black spear trembled in Lucifer's hand, as though an ancient supremely evil soul sealed within it was about to break free. Before Lucifer could react, the 12 pitch-black fleshy wings behind Alex flapped, and the blood rain was swept into violent gales. Then Alex, only slightly slower than the black spear, charged at Lucifer with unmatched momentum. At the same time, the black gem cane in Flora's hand melted into absolute darkness, and merged into the shadow behind him. Then from the black hole behind him, countless shadow tentacles lashed out, stabbing toward Lucifer, who was still holding the pitch-black spear. In the nick of time,
The power of corruption wrapped around the restless black spear in his hand. With a casual toss, Lucifer sent the corrupted spear flying straight at Alex. Just as Lucifer was about to turn and deal with the endless tentacles, Floris's figure suddenly emerged from between the shadowy tentacles, like the darkest stamen of a blooming shadow flower, and hurtled toward the barely turned Lucifer with deadly killing intent. Suspended in the void, Lucifer raised his right arm. Torrential magic power surged from his upper arm to his forearm and into his clenched fist. As blood-red energy churned, a force of monstrous weight smashed downward like a meteor thundering to the ground, straight at the oncoming Floris. Between the shadow tentacles, Floris adjusted his position in an instant. At the same time, the shadow at his side struck out like a venomous snake, lancing viciously at Lucifer's blood-red eyes. Lucifer was left with no choice but to pull back his strength. He raised his left hand straight toward the viper-like shadow, and then closed his fingers as if to seize it. As if the viper had truly been caught at its vital spot, the shadow was seized in Lucifer's palm, but having just been burned once, he chose to crush it outright. The pitch-black shadow then melted into dense darkness, and returned to Floris's side. Meanwhile, Alex's charge at Lucifer did not falter because of the black spear hurled back at him. Even as the spear point nearly capable of piercing the world tore through his heart, the goat-headed human-bodied demon god did not pause for even an instant. He simply drove a heavy punch straight into the chest of Lucifer, who had just finished dealing with the shadow. Boom! The instant Alex's fist made contact with Lucifer's chest, the void resounded with an explosion, like a cannon striking bronze. A ring-shaped shockwave spread rapidly from the point of impact, and the ever-present blood rain was blasted apart into a gap by the sheer force. Lucifer's flying body slammed backward like a meteor into the deep crater that brutality had just blasted open. Dust shot skyward, blotting out all sight. Floris naturally was not going to hold back just because of the dust and smoke. Instead, he raised both hands high and crossed them. Ultimate malevolence converged between his upraised hands, like a vortex of flowing water. The magic power of the area was summoned into a black abyss, like the huge ferocious eye of a shadow beast, pitch black and bottomless. As Floris lowered his hands, the suspended eye of the abyss descended at its master's command, and it fell straight toward the spot where Lucifer had just been set flying. Unlike the power of brutality, which had blazed like a supernova, the might of the abyss came from devouring. A tremendous gravitational pull nearly devoured everything within the dust. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the dense blood rain flew backward against gravity, rushing toward the pitch-black eye of the abyss, like a feast of blood. And the Lord of Blood at the feast's center raised his goblet to his honored guest. Unfortunately, his honored guest was not inclined to accept the gesture. A blood-red smoke expanded with unmatched force, and a raging gale instantly swept through everything around. Under Floris's gaze below the eye of the abyss, the impossibly dense blood-red hue expanded in his sight, until it completely devoured the pitch-black abyss. With an expressionless face, Alex pulled the black spear out of his own body. Red-black blood dripped from the spear point. At the pierced wound, flesh began to grow wildly, but when it tried to draw back inward, it seemed contaminated, and instead burst outward in a frenzy. Corruption. A dark, decaying aura clung to the spear the instant it pierced his body. It thoroughly corrupted the wound. And now corruption was still spreading. A flash of pale blue light passed across Alex's chest. The aura of corruption seemed disturbed. It began to churn chaotically, then rapidly dissolved into black smoke and dispersed before his eyes. Strife. But the wound pierced by the black spear, imbued with turmoil, would not heal for some time, which was precisely why Lucifer had paid Alex no further attention after hurling the spear back. For they all knew it was impossible to truly kill Lucifer here. Even with the advantage of Netherworld authority, if Lucifer was determined to flee, they had no means to counter him. They only wanted to make Lucifer pay a heavier price. And once Lucifer left this Netherworld with only 2 demon gods remaining, would become very, very dangerous. The demon god wounded in this battle would also be placed in an extremely passive position. Thus Lucifer instinctively assumed the other would dodge this counterattack, and the time Alex spent dodging would have been enough for him to react to the other's next attack. In the end, Alex, like a mad dog, landed a clean, satisfying punch on him. When the blood-red smoke and the pitch-black abyss dispersed, Lucifer stood in the center of the crater, spat out a mouthful of blood, and laughed while clutching his chest. "You have lost your mind, Alex." Even after taking that heavy strike, he remained utterly nonchalant. With his other hand, he lightly brushed the dust from his body. Apart from the heavenly punishment he suffered upon entering the mortal world, and the battles against the demon gods of chaos and distortion, he had not been this disheveled in a long time. And honestly, it felt pretty good. Don't waste words on him. Attack together. Florus raised a hand and gathered magic power. But Alex simply stood there staring at Lucifer in the center of the crater. Pale blue flames flickered in his eye sockets, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. It even made Florus wonder whether Alex's earlier fury had been deliberately put on. I have not lost my mind. Alex slowly shook his head. His towering body descended gradually from the void until he stood before Lucifer in the center of the crater. At the funeral of Leger and Atia, blood rain drifted hazily over the netherworld's scarlet earth. The blood moon overhead remained as cold as ever, yet was slightly more dazzling than usual. Black strands of hair on Lucifer's forehead dripped crimson raindrops, which slowly slid down his cheeks. His blood-red eyes remained calm amid the blood-colored scene, yet seemed to hold a hint of confidence. Or perhaps arrogance. The two demon gods, who had been locked in mortal combat moments before, now seemed harmonious again. Watching the two demon gods at the center of the crater, Florus's eyelids suddenly twitched, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. The Master of Shadows hung high in the sky. Whenever the blood-crimson raindrops were about to touch the gentleman in the tailcoat, they vanished into the gloom, as though some invisible leviathan had opened its dark maw and swallowed everything whole. The sovereign of turmoil and strife wore an unfathomable gaze. Azure flames incinerated every drop of blood rain that dared draw near him. Though a hollow void gaped where his heart had once been pierced through, his supreme majesty still suffused the entire space. Before him stood a youth, young and faintly smiling at the corners of his lips. His blood-red pupils brimmed with derisive amusement. The scarlet rain fell squarely upon him, and the black and gold trench coat, just woven from magic, clung flawlessly to his tall, imposing frame. Drops of blood slid one after another from the locks of hair across his forehead, lending a semblance of color to his pallid skin. A peculiar ambience descended upon this domain.
Do you know the secret behind the ancient god's sudden disappearance?
Alexei spoke up abruptly, his tone somber, as though the one locked in mortal combat with Lucifer moments ago had not been him, but rather some old friend trading casual words.
Do you?
Lucifer raised an eyebrow. He glanced up at Florus hovering aloft, then turned his gaze to Alexei, who seemed about to embark on a
sermon. The ancient gods are entities born of authorities awakened to life. Surely you are aware of this.
Alexei tilted his head back and slowly let out a breath, as though forcing himself not to dwell on certain thoughts. Then he lowered his head slightly and fixed his gaze upon the blood-eyed youth before him.
I know.
Lucifer found himself unable to fathom what Alexei was truly thinking.
Alexei!
A voice rang out from above. It was Florus. The gentleman in the tailcoat adjusted his collar. His pitch-black eyes rested upon Alexei, in the deep pit, a note of displeasure flickering within them.
Do you truly regard him as a demon god?
Florus's voice was laden with gravity, and he cast a hostile look at Lucifer, who seemed utterly innocuous. With these solemn words, Florus's body slowly descended until he had drawn close to the two demon gods.
8,000 years ago, he personally slew one of our own kind. Before any of us could even react, he ripped out the spine of the newborn demon god with his bare hands. The blood of the demon god of chaos and distortion still flows through the netherworld even now. He was utterly ignorant of the memories that the netherworld origin bestows upon demon gods. Yet the moment he was born from it, he descended upon the entire netherworld in a wild, frenzied slaughter. He recounted Lucifer's deeds upon first arriving in the netherworld in a leaden tone, as if Lucifer had committed some unpardonable transgression. As if in response, the surging crimson river in the far distance roared, as though a deathless hatred were still pouring forth with every heave of its currents. That hatred had been coursing for 1,000 years. Lucifer lightly stamped his foot. There was no cataclysmic tremor. Yet the instant Lucifer's foot touched down, the surging blood river was severed cleanly at its heart, like a tiny stream casually crushed into oblivion by a single step. The crimson waters were cut off beneath his foot, and the creatures dwelling along the blood river were devoured by the splashing deluge. Fortunately, the mountain peaks stretching for hundreds of kilometers formed a natural bulwark. Otherwise, the hate-soaked waters would have inundated most of the netherworld. Dead for so long and still refusing to close his eyes. How exhausting.
Lucifer, who had merely stamped his foot, chuckled softly. The seemingly gentle smile, however, never reached his eyes, only a sliver of coldness settled in the deepest depths of his pupils.
It is true that I tore his spine out back then, after all chaos and distortion were inscribed upon it.
At these words the flames in Alexei's eye sockets shrank, while Florus remained impassive.
But this blood river that flows through the entire netherworld, it was your handiwork, wasn't it? You drained his blood with your own hands, hoping to scavenge some scraps from his corpse. Alas, apart from the divine power within the demon god's frame, you found not a single thing.
Lucifer shook his head, then swept his gaze about, seeming to look into the far distance.
And this trash of the netherworld, who would care whether such things live or die? You? Would the demon god of shadows and the abyss care for these base filthy creatures? You now long to break free from this cage of demon godhood and enter the mortal world you dream of even more than I once did, don't you?
Lucifer turned to look at Florus.
Isn't that so, Florus? And yet, you have already entered the mortal world, and the sky, one of the two primordial authorities, has fallen into your hands.
Florus replied with a blank expression. As he spoke, the shadow beneath his feet abruptly rose, coalescing into that walking cane of black gemstone. Tap. The cane lightly tapped the hardened earth scorched by the eruption of tyranny, issuing a crisp sound.
Cake cannot be divided this way.
He shook his head, stacking both hands atop the smooth black gem on the head of the cane. His utterly pallid countenance revealed nothing of his thoughts. Lucifer was half tempted to quip.
Do you even know what a cake is?
But on second thought, he remembered that he had once mentioned this term in the netherworld. He slowly withdrew his smile, and stared straight into Florus's eyes. An invisible pressure radiated outward, with the two demon gods at its center, until even the flames leaping in Alexei's eye sockets tilted askew.
Shouldn't it be up to the owner to decide how the cake is divided? I was the first to enter the mortal world, so it belongs to me. Isn't that the most elementary logic? No, the netherworld probably doesn't follow such reasoning. It runs on the survival of the fittest, doesn't it?
Lucifer clapped his hands, brushed the dust off his trench coat, and let out a breath.
No matter how you spin it, you're sore at me, but you still can't finish me off. So all you can do is sit here spouting the so-called secrets of the gods, or rambling about brotherhood.
Hearing this, Alexei raised his eyes slightly but said nothing.
I care not how the so-called gods vanished nor what stunts they pulled, but a dead god is dead. Dead things cannot sway me who yet draws breath.
Lucifer did not consider himself weaker than any of the ancient gods. Perhaps this was arrogance. Yet he would rather call it confidence. Even Uranus, who once sat upon the sky throne, he is dead beyond all doubt. After all, his authority was already in his hand. Lucifer's pupils abruptly contracted. Was the sky rejecting him because the will of the primordial sky lord still lingered within it? Was Uranus resisting him? Or had Uranus left some trump card upon his authority, feigning death, to evade the cataclysm that caused the gods to vanish? At this thought, Lucifer turned his gaze to Alexei. Alexei seemed not yet to have caught on, staring blankly at Lucifer, who had abruptly fixed his gaze upon him.
Kill him, and the authority is yours.
Abruptly Lucifer spoke. The instant Florus heard the words, he immediately retreated a short distance.
Hee.
Alexei laughed. Seemingly infected Lucifer also chuckled. The deep pit was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Only Lucifer stood in the distance, with an uncertain expression, protected by the deep shadows around him, while a black hole constructed from the abyss emerged before him one after another. Vast power leaked from the other end of the black hole, gravity reversed around them, and the blood rain flew backward again.
This joke is really funny.
Alexei put away his smile, and exhaled again.
That's one of your rare moments of humor.
Hearing this, Lucifer did not relax his vigilance, but still watched the two demon gods warily.
I wasn't joking,
Lucifer said with a light laugh, extending a palm toward the distant Lucifer, without turning his head, watching Alexei while activating death. Alexei watched as the blood-red pupils were dyed with ink, turning pitch black. The profound death embraced its master, transforming into a blade that flew at an invisible speed toward the already prepared Lucifer. Before the explosive sound of the air being torn could be heard, the exquisite black blade, smaller than an adult's palm, had already reached Lucifer. Tentacles of shadow surged madly toward the dagger, symbolizing death, trying to halt its advance. But the moment they approached death, they turned into thick dark liquid, spilling like crude oil onto the ground just burned by wrath. However, the pitch-black abyss at Lucifer's right hand suddenly expanded like a black star, attracting all non-living things near it. The dagger from death was twisted by the powerful gravity, ultimately losing all momentum and falling before Lucy. The moment death fell, the surrounding shadows rushed forward eagerly, even growing pale tiny fangs from the shadow tentacles gnawing at the dagger now devoid of magical power.
Together you cannot kill me, but we can kill him together.
Lucifer did not care about the fate of the death dagger. He never expected it to deal any substantial damage to the Lord of Shadows and the Abyss.
Then you kill me!
Alakexi laughed heartily. He hadn't been treated like a fool for a long time. The last time he was treated like a fool was the last time. Hearing this, Lucy finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Alakexi might do something extremely irrational. After all, he also thought Alakexi's mind was not very sharp. Fortunately, the heart that had just been pierced by Lucifer did not affect Alakexi's normal thinking.
How could that be?
Lucifer smiled without sincerity. He wanted to say that he, as a brother born from the same primordial source of the underworld, would never bear to harm. But then he thought of the two demon god corpses lying in the small space within his body, and Lucifer chose to shut up.
The ancient gods joined forces to divide the world into the present mortal realm and the underworld.
Alakexi stopped caring about Lucifer's words and spoke to himself.
They high-handedly expelled the world's negativity, cutting off these so-called pieces of trash and discarding them into the void. But the negativity of a world does not dissipate. It evolved independently into the origin of a new world. That is the origin of the underworld, the place where you and I were born. Turmoil, strife, corruption, death, shadow, abyss, chaos, distortion, greed, wrath.
Alakexi recited one word after another, each word seeming to echo with the world. The blood-colored rain drifted above the flames, and every raindrop reflected the scenery of the entire underworld. The blood-red moon hung high, and a very long blood-colored river ran through the black-red earth. Countless beings lived on the nutrients of this blood river, and in the light rain the river surged like a totem of life.
These are manifestations of negativity.
From afar, Lucy took over and added. His pale face appeared even whiter under the blood moonlight, and the black staff gently shattered the shadow, solidified by death, before him. The gentleman stepped out of his shadow domain, glanced at Alakexi, and then looked at Lucifer. Alakexi nodded, and then spoke again.
We don't know what the ancient gods encountered that made them suddenly disappear, as if some great being beyond even the ninth rank erased the consciousness within these authorities. Then, their authorities scattered and split, turning into falling stars that adorned the mortal realm.
Lucifer raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting Alakexi to use such relatively advanced vocabulary for the underworld. Alakexi seemed not to notice Lucifer's surprise, still speaking to himself.
Do you really think the ancient gods didn't tamper with their own authorities? Do you know why the origin demon god died? Was it really just rules that killed him? Let me tell you, it's all false. The truth is,
Alakexi's voice drew out, as if he saw something shocking. Lucifer was stunned for a moment, then turned around instantly. The domain of distortion unfolded as he turned, and a demon god's power poured out without reserve, like an ocean flooding the land, shaking the earth and mountains. A gray Lucy held a slender pale purple blade thrusting at Lucifer. The end of the blade was filled with an aura of ultimate destruction, and the overwhelming might shrouded the entire pit. The authority of destruction. The thought flashed through Lucifer's mind, but there was no time to dwell on it. He could only rely on the domain of distortion to evade the legendary sword that had nailed the goddess of creation. But some of the destruction-laden sword chi from the slender blade still tore through space, leaving an equally slender cut on Lucifer's cheek. The gray Lucy dissipated directly after the failed attack, and the real Lucy seemed to have vanished completely. Along with him, destruction also disappeared. Lucifer hesitated, no longer uttering a low word. Wrath. Although he had not accommodated this authority, the conversion rate of magic power was low, but he was now in the underworld, able to draw magic power without restraint, if Alakexi and Lucy did not join forces to stop him. And now Lucy seemed to have already left. Black scorching light scattered everywhere. In Alakexi's shocked yet puzzled sapphire-blue eyes, the black supernova erupted again. At this moment, Alakexi remained in a daze. Moments later, the pitch-black rampage descended once more upon this land that had just been ravaged, sand and stone scattering as shockwaves surged into the sky. The thundering explosion swallowed everything. The unstoppable shockwave easily shattered the spatial blockade that Alex and Flores had constructed through their authority over the netherworld as effortlessly as tearing a strip of colorless silk. The moment the rampage shattered the spatial blockade, Lucifer's figure vanished from where he stood, leaving only Alex's tall, noble frame to be devoured by the point-blank blast. When the dust cleared, Alex was kneeling on one knee. The magic runes on the demonic horns atop his head no longer flickered, as if they had lost all their former power. Pale blue blood flowed slowly from his abdomen and pooled beneath him. Crack. A crisp sound. Before Alex's eyes, which were splitting with fury, one of the two demonic horns above his head suddenly fell off. Clatter. The ground, scorched by the rampage only moments ago, was extremely hard, and the severed horn hit it with a clean, crisp ring. Yet to Alex's ears, that sound was far louder than the booming of the rampage itself. He stared blankly at the demonic horn lying still on the ground, stripped of all its mysticism. His lips, smeared with traces of blood, twitched, as if he wanted to speak, but in the end, he remained silent. It was as if all strength had left him. Perhaps in previous conversations with Lucifer, he had been scheming, but this time, he truly had no such intention, and then the rampage spontaneously exploded before him. How pathetic. Floris's figure materialized from the void, the slender pale purple longsword in his hand, aiming its sharp tip at the charred earth below. Indeed. Alex let out a breath. His broad palm unconsciously clenched and unclenched. Is that the authority of destruction? Alex remained kneeling on one knee, lifting his gaze to Floris in the sky as he asked calmly. It was like a gravely wounded retainer questioning his sovereign in the grand hall. Yes. Floris did not deny it, he answered directly. As he spoke, he held the pale purple blade horizontally, and lightly pinched its tip with one hand. The translucent blade reflected Floris's pallid skin and pitch-black pupils, and hidden in those pupils were complex emotions that words could not express. Are you going to kill me? Alex tried to stand, but having just faced the close-range eruption of the rampage, while wounded and missing a heart, the once majestic demon god found it difficult even to rise. Lucifer's bones really are hard. The thought suddenly surfaced in Alex's mind. Before he came, Lucifer had already been struck by the rampage unleashed by Leger, but he did not seem to have suffered any fatal damage from it. It was probably a twisted impulse. Alex suddenly froze. I'm about to die. Why am I still thinking about Lucifer? Before Alex could react, Floris's voice sounded. You won't die. Alex's body stiffened at the voice, and a hint of doubt burned in his dark blue flames. Your mind really was blown to pieces by the rampage. Floris sneered as he retracted destruction into his body, then landed before Alex, who was still kneeling on one knee. Alex did not feel angry, he still looked at Floris with confusion. What do you think is the difference between us and Lucifer? Floris did not answer directly, but asked a counter-question. Is he stronger? Alex looked up, puzzled. Hearing the answer, Floris paused mid-gesture, then spoke slowly. That's one. And another. Back in the living world, Lucifer let out a long breath, so close, only a fraction away. Because in that instant, he had taken out Leger's corpse, and released the rampage directly toward Alex. Precisely because of that, the rampage spread toward his own direction a 10,000th of an instant slower. That sliver of time was what let him escape from the netherworld. But it felt like Alex was done for. Lucifer couldn't help thinking, as someone who had personally weathered the rampage before he knew its power all too well. Being struck head-on without any defense would exact a considerable toll even from a demon god. Floris would most likely finish him off. No, not necessarily. Standing somewhere unknown in the living world, Lucifer scratched his chin and thought. Floris should not have that kind of nerve. He doesn't have the courage to face me directly. Floris must know clearly that even if he devoured Alex, there was a good chance he still would not be a match for me. After all, two weak 9th-rank beings combined were stronger and more troublesome than one strong 9th-rank being. Floris devouring Alex could not achieve an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. At best, it could only reach around 1. 67. How did Lucifer know this? Because he had once devoured a demon god. And with Floris as its only demon god, the netherworld was extremely unsafe, at least for him. He could not even use the netherworld's authority to restrict Lucifer's shifting. After all, once Alex died, the vacated authority would be split evenly between the two surviving demon gods by the netherworld's origin. In that case, Lucifer would be able to move freely between the netherworld and the living world, and in Floris's eyes, Lucifer even possessed a means to mask his own aura. Even Floris, a demon god adept at concealing his aura, could not completely blind the eyes of another demon god. Forget it. Whatever. Lucifer snapped back to his senses and looked around. The barren land stretched out directly before his eyes. A withered tree beside a path reached out its branches as if beckoning to Lucifer, and a strange absurd feeling surfaced in his mind. Where is this? A faint cold wind blew over, pricking Lucifer's nerves. He looked up at the sky again. In the pale red sky there was only a sun, blue devoid of any warmth, as if it had devoured all life. On the outskirts of the imperial capital to the south of the pit left by the blood-colored phantom, not long ago, stood Bradley's encampment. A silver-haired maiden propped her delicate chin on her hand, and leaned by the window. Her azure eyes stared absently through the glass at the green leaves swaying on the branches, and the flowers blooming in graceful splendor. Now and then a few wisps of breeze drifted past, only to be shut out by the transparent pane. Instead, warm sunlight slipped quietly through the glass, that seemed to guard only against the wind climbing onto the maiden's silver locks, and blooming into dazzling golden light amid the snowy waterfall of her hair. Her fair skin gleamed beneath the sun, while the pure silver tassel earrings hung quietly beside her ears, as if the goddess of beauty from ancient myth had descended upon the world anew. At this moment, however, her brows were slightly knit, her thoughts drifting to an unknown place. And where had Lucifer run off to now? He was always wandering about, and every time he returned, he brought back a heap of troubles. Suddenly a pale gold streak of light slashed across the sky. An azure bird, like a holy feather from heaven, leaped out from the flowing golden radiance, and let out a crisp cry that rang through the entire courtyard. At last it alighted outside Lovilian's window, hovering in midair. The azure bird's pitch-black round eyes peered carefully through the glass at the silver-haired maiden within. "Ewan!" The maiden gave a soft exclamation, then quickly rose from the chair where Lucifer used to lounge, and opened the window. The moment the window opened, a gentle breeze surged in, sweeping the silver hair at her forehead back from her face. The fragrance of the garden flowers drifted in as a gift carried by the breeze, clean and rich. The azure bird still hovered in the air. Lovilian extended her hand. As if receiving the signal, the bird gently folded its claws, and landed on the maiden's jade-white arm, then shook its head, as though shaking off the weariness of its long journey. The bird's size was much like Lucifer's raven form, small yet exquisitely delicate. Its azure feathers clung tightly to its body, and a single slender tail feather trailed below, swaying with the bird's movements, like a fishing lure drifting sideways through the water when the angler tilts his rod. "Good morning, Saintess." A voice neither male nor female issued from the bird's beak. It sounded quite solemn, yet carried a hint of whimsy. "Hello, Ewan," Lovilian replied softly. The azure bird named Ewan nodded, then spoke in a grave tone. "The eternal sacred flame in the temple of light has gone out." The bird's expression was solemn. Anyone could tell that the extinguishing of the eternal sacred flame was a matter of immense importance. "Extinguished?" Lovilian froze for a moment, then asked back hesitantly, as if asking herself. "The eternal sacred flame." According to legend, this flame had been condensed by the goddess of light from the boundless radiance bestowed by the great Lord of all, the supreme one among gods, the sun god. The eternal flame rose towering between heaven and earth. Legend said that the sunflower-like blaze pierced through the entire altar space, its searing heat capable of igniting space itself. The purifying fire fell like petals across the altar space, and every tiny exquisite petal that drifted down was enough to satisfy the Church of Light, from its highest to its lowest in its use of light. The flamekeepers were the ones the Church of Light kept within the altar space to gather the scattered sparks. If the world were compared to a boiling furnace, then the eternal flame was unquestionably the fire that made the world seethe. Ever since the goddess of light brought this eternally burning inextinguishable flame into the world, it had never once stirred in the slightest, except at her birth, let alone gone out. The entire Church of Light relied on the flame's radiance to proclaim the boundless grace of the divine. On a small scale, they used its glow to craft miraculous items such as holy lanterns that repelled evil and suppressed demons. On a larger scale, it united the Church's faith, and the Pope then distributed those utterly pure powers of belief to the faithful. It was for this reason that the light mages of the Church of Light were all blessed with extraordinarily powerful faith. But now the eternal sacred flame that had burned for 1,000 years, nay 10,000, had been extinguished. "Yes. A few hours ago, just as dawn was breaking, the flamekeepers entered the sacred flame altar space as usual and discovered that the flame had gone out." The bird's voice was calm yet steady.
At the same time, the residual glow of the sacred flame ignited the altar. The entire altar space was burned away by the flame, and even the lives of the flame keepers were extinguished along with it. Apart from the Pope, no person knows of this yet.
The bird stressed the word person, for it was not a person.
The Pope instructed me to inform you that he hopes the Saintess will proceed to the Temple of Light at once.
The azure bird looked into Lovilian's azure eyes, its round black eyes holding nothing but calm, as if the matter of the sacred flame had nothing to do with it. Lovilian quickly recovered from her initial shock. She slowly lowered the arm that had served as the bird's perch. Watching the azure bird, smaller than a palm, hop onto the windowsill, she withdrew her hand and paced the bedroom with her head bowed. As the supreme leader of the Church of Light, the Pope naturally received the greatest share of faith from the eternal sacred flame, and so, when the flame keepers perished, he was the first to sense the anomaly in the flame. This was only natural. The Pope did not wish panic to spread after the flame's extinguishing, so he chose to conceal the news of its demise. This too was only natural. That the Pope wished her to resolve the matter was also in fact quite natural. At her birth the eternal sacred flame had suddenly burst open, like a true flower, filling the entire altar space, in that instant, with a blaze that could nearly ignite the world. According to Gavorton's later description to her, that fire, which could bring the whole world to a boil, had bloomed that day, yet it set nothing in the space alight. Not even the flame keepers were set ablaze. It was as if the flame were genuinely rejoicing over something. But why had she sensed no disturbance when the sacred flame went out? Even though she was only at the 5th rank, the faith she received in the church was little less than the Pope's. She could even sense the eternal flame's closeness to her, like a parent toward a child, gentle yet reverent. That was the feeling the crimson flame, which seemed to cover the entire world, had given her when Gavorton first brought her into the altar space, where the sacred flame resided. She remembered that Gavorton beside her had merely looked astonished, then shot her a deep, meaningful glance. At that time Lovilian knew exactly what that look was trying to convey. Why? From then on she had been bound to the sacred flame by countless invisible threads. She had never told anyone. And now, without her having sensed anything at all, the azure bird by the Pope's side had come to tell her that the sacred flame was extinguished, and that she was needed at the light altar. The maiden frowned, but suddenly felt her heart racing. Thump-thump, as if in response a pale red flame, like a sunflower, appeared beside her heart, beating with each pulse of her heart. The eternal flame. Lucifer wandered across the barren plain. Overhead the blue sun still radiated a light devoid of warmth. The pale red sky stretched out like a crimson ocean, and the few clouds on the horizon resembled waves rolling across that sea. Unknown wild grass grew in unruly profusion, stretching its leaves wantonly, candidly natural in its untamed freedom. In Lucifer's line of sight, the sky far away directly ahead seemed to be shrouded by dark clouds, dead and oppressive, as though swelling and expanding, growing larger and larger before his eyes. No, that black cloud was not expanding. It continued to grow in Lucifer's vision only because it was drawing closer to him. The pale blue sun remained in the sky as before, yet that gloomy, sinister black cloud added an odd eeriness to this alien world, as if something extremely terrifying was unfolding here. Lucifer advanced slowly, then reached out and clenched his hand violently in the air. No sound of shattering space followed. As he had anticipated, it was as if a 9th-rank demon god capable of annihilating heaven and earth had been turned into an utterly ordinary human here, stripped of every trace of power. Lucifer grinned silently. An illusion. An illusion capable of deceiving even a demon god. When he tore through the space of the underworld to cross over, some nameless existence had pulled him into this illusion. Perhaps the other bore him no ill will, so his 9th-rank senses had not detected it, or perhaps the being's art of concealing its aura was so consummate that it could fool even him. Even though he had been dragged into this illusion, he did not believe he faced any real threat. The highest rank in the world was the 9th rank, and he stood at its summit, the supreme deity of this realm. He had no need to fear any being. Even if the other had still not shown its true face, he had already been pulled into the illusion. Lost in thought, Lucifer suddenly felt the sky tremble. The emerald green light within it let out a frantic low hum, as if answering some call. Uranus. With a heavy sigh, an ancient voice sounded, uttering the true name of the primeval god king, the lord of the sky. The words carried a profound regret, as though they had crossed endless ages to reach Lucifer's ears. After that call faded, the sky came to a sudden halt, even though it had been trembling madly in the space within Lucifer's body a moment before. It was now as silent as death. "Who are you?" Lucifer asked softly, his blood-red eyes sweeping across the surroundings. His left hand rose slightly, while his right hand rested at his waist. This was an illusion beyond doubt. After all, at this moment, he could not even sense his own divine authority. But how had the other party managed to pull him into it? "Goddess of the earth, Gaia?" Lucifer asked tentatively. In the age of antiquity, there were not many gods who dared speak the true name of the Lord of the sky directly. So few they could be counted on one hand. The goddess of the earth was one of them. A cold wind swept through the wild grass, and pale blue light scattered faintly across the barren plain, yet no one answered. "Goddess of light, Himra?" There was no answer. "God of fire, Hephaestus?" No response. "The moon and sun god, Helios?" Before Lucifer could finish uttering the name of the goddess of the moon and chastity, that voice, which seemed to cross time, had already replied. Lucifer smiled. "You had better be." Suddenly a blazing gold ancient rune appeared in the void. A golden laurel crown emerged at its center, and around the crown one slender straight gilded line, after another surfaced revolving with the crown's slow rotation. The golden rune, no taller than the weeds around it, spun in the void, scattering brilliant golden fragments as it turned, like an extravagant firework display. An arm suffused with a sacred aura reached out from the golden rune, sending ripples through the void. It seemed that some great being was about to arrive, and the roaring world was celebrating its descent. The dark cloud not far away that had been moving toward Lucifer seemed to sense an extremely terrifying aura, and began frantically fleeing from him. But all of this was seemingly too late. The sacred golden light blazed across everything, and in an instant, that sentient dark cloud was scattered by the radiance that seemed to illuminate all things, dissolving into black smoke. At the same time, the barren land around him seemed to come back to life. In the domain bathed by the light, the withered yellow shrubs and grass were restored, and vibrant greenery descended upon the land in barely a few short moments. Lucifer stood not far from the golden rune, watching all of this with keen interest, like a spectator who already knew the plot yet patiently watched the actor's clumsy performance on stage. Amid the roaring of the void, the great existence fully stepped out from the boundlessness beyond the rune. His attire was ancient and flamboyant. A long golden silk ribbon drifted through the air across a shoulder stamped with the mark of the sun. At the center of his bare bronze chest lay a simple sun disk, mystic emblem rising and falling with its owner's breath. Beneath his high-arched black brows were two suns that could set the world ablaze. "What is it you wish to say, sun god?" Lucifer looked the so-called sun god up and down, then asked, as if he had already lost interest. The sun god narrowed his eyes, which were like a blazing sun. The exposed bronze muscles on his body appeared even sharper and more tangible under the pale blue sun. He paused and thought. "How did you discover it?" The first half of the sentence was delivered in an ancient voice that seemed to have passed through immeasurable years, while the second half came out in a young, energetic voice. With that youthful voice, the bronze-colored skin and the golden rune that had been suspended behind his head also fell away. The lush green land around him once again plunged into dead silence, and barrenness descended once more, or rather barrenness had never left. There was merely a god who had made people believe it was gone. Loki, the god of deceit and trickery. He was also, in the truest sense, the first deity from antiquity Lucifer had ever laid eyes upon. "Hello." Lucifer greeted him once more, carefully studying the young man's appearance. Drooping eyelids, deep-set pale green eyes in sunken sockets, a tiny black mole beneath his left eye, and under a cascade of curly long hair, those green eyes were also studying Lucifer with curiosity. Can a deity born in the underworld also possess the face of a human? This god of deception, hailing from antiquity, and somehow still present in the world today, seemed rather curious as he asked, "Aren't you afraid that I might just slay you right now?" Lucifer did not answer Loki's doubt. Instead, he asked with a light laugh, "You cannot kill me." His pale green eyes carried a hint of flippant amusement. Loki stated it with calm candor, stepping forward until he stood directly before Lucifer. Then he raised a hand and reached toward Lucifer, who narrowed his eyes, but still did not step back. Like an apparition, Loki's hand passed through Lucifer's body without obstruction, as if it did not exist at all. "This is an illusion, and you know it yourself, so there is no need to use such threatening words against me." Having said this, Loki gently smoothed the curls on his forehead and spoke again slowly. "Besides, you will not kill me. The pale blue sun in the sky cast a long shadow behind Loki, and seeing this Lucifer was briefly stunned. As expected of the god of deceit and cunning, these theatrics are exquisite. He praised with genuine admiration. Thank you for acknowledging my clumsy little trick. It was like an actor on stage acknowledging the audience. Loki's hand, still passing through Lucifer's body, made a faint clutching motion, as if it had perceived something. Lucifer looked into those pale green eyes beneath the brown curls. He did not show the least anger, he simply asked calmly, how did you set the sky in motion? As he spoke, he two-stepped forward, meeting the gaze of Loki, who had just backed away another step. I deceived your senses. Loki smiled, the corners of his lips rising slightly, and his eyes held a pride he could not quite hide. Very interesting. Lucifer paused, looked toward the pale blue sun in the sky, which gave off a faint eerie radiance, and fell silent for a moment. Is this sentence also a deception? He asked again in a soft voice. Perhaps. Loki maintained that smile, while his left hand drew an old copper-toned pocket watch from the inner coat on the right side of his chest. The brass lid bore several visible scratches, and a thin silver chain hung gently from the top of the watch before gathering at last between Loki's fingers. I know you have many questions, and I also have many questions. Loki raised the brass pocket watch in his hand slightly. The moment of lies, a mystic treasure created by the time dragon of the ancient era. Ah, the being you now call the dragon god. If the bearer lies, it will steal the bearer's memory of the matter described. For example, if you ate a piece of cake, and holding the watch said, I did not eat the cake. You have lied. Those who lie must pay the price. You will forever forget that you ate the cake, its fine texture, its sweetness, the craving and anticipation you felt when you held it in your hand, and even the satisfaction after savoring that delicious cake. All of it will vanish along with that part of your memory. The silver chain around Loki's ring finger swayed gently, and the moment of lies beneath it swayed along. Under the blue sunlight, the brass lid shimmered with a subtle glint. Since I cannot obtain the answer to this question, I will erase that answer completely. Lucifer had heard of this divine creation. Legend says the dragon god was once vilely deceived. A cunning human obtained his blood essence through trickery, and the furious dragon god condensed a fragment of time in his roar into this brass pocket watch to be used against all who lied. Unfortunately, the dragon god was deceived again afterward. Looking at the pocket watch hanging from Loki's finger, Lucifer was reminded of the legendary time dragon, who at the end of the ancient era was tricked once more by the god of deceit, and he could not help but smile. Loki seemed to know what Lucifer was smiling about, and simply spread his hands. At that time I was not lying. Is this sentence also a lie you are telling me? When a person has become famous through deception, even if he later tells the truth, few people can bring themselves to believe him. After all, he must first repay the credit he once drew in advance. But such a person can still commit deception, and with even greater ease. He can deliberately speak the truth and guide you to act in the opposite direction, or deliberately speak a lie making you think he is deliberately telling the truth to lure you, and thereby complete another deceit. This is in fact an infinitely looping psychological contest. I have just answered one of your questions, but I did not take out the moment of lies at that time. Therefore, to show my goodwill, you may ask me another question. The young deity with pale green eyes rubbed the brass pocket watch between his fingers, and also looked at Lucifer with a trace of expectation. Lucifer simply looked back at him, saying nothing. How am I to know that this watch of yours is the real moment of lies? His question sounded disdainful, and his eyes were fixed intently on those seemingly guileless pale green irises, searching for any hint of change. Hearing this, Loki seemed to stiffen for an instant out of instinct. He glanced at the moment of lies in his hand, then at Lucifer. He smiled. You cannot perceive the authority of the gods. The god of deceit narrowed his eyes at Lucifer, as though inspecting a very strange creature. Then do you know the reason? Lucifer asked nonchalantly, and added, you have not yet answered my question. I choose this question. He said this with a somewhat shameless air, but he had not actually broken the rules. It was merely a small trick play beneath them. Loki was taken aback, his slender brows arching upward. Then he seemed to laugh with relief. You are an anomaly. He said it gravely. Better left unsaid. Lucifer placed one hand beneath his chin, and the other on top of his head, and even adjusted his angle as an afterthought. Then farewell, god of deceit and cunning. I hope that the next time we meet I can kill you in passing. The instant those words fell, a crisp sound rang out. Loki watched Lucifer's collapsing silhouette gradually dissolve, and he was stunned for a long time. Then he lowered his head to look at the pocket watch in his hand. I haven't asked my question yet, have I? After a long while he narrowed his eyes again at the place where Lucifer's figure had just dissolved, the overgrown lifeless ground. This illusion, built upon a corner gouged out of the world and suspended between the real and the unreal, began to lose its colors, as if only now revealing its true face. In the moment Loki turned and walked into the void, vibrant life returned to this land. Of course, perhaps it had never truly left. It was merely that a god had draped a thin veil of desolation over it. The silver-haired girl in a moon-white dress stood by the window, her azure eyes seemingly unfocused, as if lost in thought. The bluebird named you and made no further move, merely perching on the windowsill. Sunlight spilled over its sapphire feathers, diffusing into a colorful, resplendent painting. Luo Hualien was not absent-minded. Naturally, her mind was wholly immersed in the pale blue eternal flame burning within her. She could not be mistaken. This flame, appearing utterly feeble and seemingly bereft of its world-destroying divine power, was nonetheless the same eternal flame that had once blotted out the sky within the altar space. But why had it suddenly appeared within her? When? And how had it escaped from the sealed altar space? And why did the bluebird sent by the Pope say that the eternal sacred flame had been extinguished rather than had escaped? Had the flame keeper truly noticed nothing before this? Was he simply ignited by the so-called afterglow, reduced to nothing but ash? Luo Hualien recalled the kindly stoop-backed old man. When she first entered the altar space, it was this gray-robed elder bent over, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, who had led her and Jiafuerdun inside. She remembered that even the Pope, already at the apex of the Church's power, had shown great respect toward that aged flame keeper. Moreover, after she had formed a link with the eternal sacred flame, she could sense some of the divine flame's emotions, or rather some of its thoughts. The sacred flame, she sensed, was calm and gentle. Only in the moment she approached could she perceive a subtle shift. It would suddenly become as jubilant as a child who had obtained the toy it desired. Yet ordinarily the eternal flame was gentle otherwise. The mere altar space could never have constrained this radiance from the sun god. We should set off. The bluebird's dark pupils rolled and its eyes tilted its head toward the silver-haired girl, and its tone abruptly turned strange. Luo Hualien froze for a moment, then regained her wits. Just as she was about to say something, a bloody light flowed like water slowly down the windowsill. When the crimson glow faded, the figure of a young man materialized. Beneath a black gold floor-length trench coat lay a matching black vest over a clean white undershirt, rendering the young man's stature tall and upright. His face slightly pale, under the sunlight, gazed at the girl with a smile full of warmth. Lucifer, Luo Hualien exclaimed softly, reaching out to gently pinch the crimson-eyed young man's cheek. The slightly cool touch and his somewhat speechless expression convinced her that this was indeed her Lucifer. Lucifer was just about to say something when he suddenly seemed to sense something, and turned his head toward the bluebird on the windowsill. Luo Hualien noticed the change in Lucifer's aura, and thought he had taken the bluebird for an enemy. She was about to speak when Lucifer pressed a finger to her lips. The silver-haired girl stamped her foot in annoyance, fiercely bullying Lucifer before her with her eyes, yet she said nothing more. Lucifer chuckled softly, tucked a few stray silver strands of the girl's hair behind her ear, then turned to look at the windowsill, where the bluebird had already been swallowed by a shadow that emerged from nowhere. No, it should now be called a crow. Lucifer said, reaching out to grasp the bluebird within the shadows. The bizarre shadow beneath the sunlight churned relentlessly like ocean waves, as if resisting something. A bone-chilling aura instantly spread throughout the entire bedroom. The silver-haired girl felt that the previously bright sunlight outside the window had suddenly turned dim, and cold. The temperature was dropping. The aura from the bluebird gradually shifted from calm to an abyss-like profundity and gloom, as if all the darkness accumulated in a 1,000-year-old cavern had been unleashed at this moment. But Lucifer's hand ignored the surging shadowy waves directly seizing the bluebird's body. At the same instant, blood-colored mana quickly sealed off the several strands of consciousness within it. The other strand of consciousness within the bluebird said nothing. Under the demon god's oppressive might, it silently dissolved into a few black specks of light drifting in the air. Luo Hualien felt that the chill was quickly replaced by sunlight and warmth. The sun outside the window returned to normal, as if what had just happened was merely a dream, illusory yet terrifying. Was you possessed? Luo Hualien asked in a low voice, tugging at the corner of Lucifer's trench coat. He was devoured by full Ulysses. Lucifer turned back to look at Llewellyn. His blood-red eyes were like an unfathomable deep pool, and the vivid red at the bottom was bubbling up from that abyss, dyeing the dark waters a scarlet crimson. Llewellyn could even smell the odor of blood from those eyes, like rusted iron. Lucifer's ninth-rank spiritual power began to perceive everything around him, including the silver-haired girl before him. Meanwhile, he took the girl's jade-like hand adorned with a red agate bracelet, slightly sensing the aura of the secret patterns within it. Finding nothing unusual, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, as if noticing something else, Lucifer frowned again. Llewellyn saw him frown after lifting her hand. "What's wrong?" she asked with concern, waving her other hand before Lucifer's eyes. "The red flame at your heart, where does it come from?" Lucifer pointed at the girl's chest and asked slowly. "Red?" Llewellyn was taken aback. She knew he was referring to the eternal sacred flame. But wasn't the eternal sacred flame blue? Then she suddenly recalled the day she first met the Flame Keeper, that wizened kindly old man smiling as he introduced the eternal sacred flame to her. The sacred flame appeared different in everyone's eyes. It was only the subtle variations that made people believe its form was uniform, fixed. But surely the overall color wouldn't change completely. Is it that you don't recognize the color blue? Llewellyn looked worriedly at Lucifer's blood-red eyes. Could it be that his eyes were the problem? Lucifer, who was using his spiritual power to sense that blazing red flame. "I may not know any color, but I will surely remember the color of your eyes." Lucifer smiled slightly and stroked the girl's silver hair. "What color are my eyes?" The girl tilted her head. "The azure of a sky facing a flying bird, a tranquil blue like a great lake deep in the forest, a blue that makes me feel at ease." Lucifer said in a low voice. The earnestness on his face reminded the girl of the wandering poet she had once read about in a book, reciting verses in a snowy night. In the wind and snow only his eyes outweighed 10,000 words. That was the line the author of that book had used to describe that scene. But unlike that night in the book, there was such a person right before her, looking at her and speaking words that sounded almost like a confession. Well, it could not be called a confession. They were already together. All right, stop praising me," she said softly, her earlobes ordinarily as white as jade now, as red as the agate beads strung on a bracelet. The young man merely smiled gently, looking at the girl before him, while also giving some attention to that strange flame. "So the eternal sacred flame is deep red in your eyes." Llewellyn, the saintess of light, quickly composed herself again and looked at Lucifer. The young demon god saw the girl's eyes turn toward him, and his brow curved slightly. "It is called the eternal sacred flame. In my eyes it is indeed deep red, and it seems to have sensed my perception, though it bears no ill will toward you," he said softly, then reached out and gently placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. Through the moon-white silk a trace of her warmth came into his palm. "But it seems to have some complaint about me." After carefully probing the so-called eternal sacred flame, Lucifer raised an eyebrow, a faint hint of disdain in his blood-red eyes. "Does it come from the sun god?" Lucifer looked at the girl. He had sensed on this deep red flame the aura that Loki had simulated for the sake of deception. It was majestic and sacred. Yet it was not powerful. The inherited flame of the Church of Light, according to the Church's historical records, was condensed from the radiance the goddess of light borrowed from the sun god. It also condenses the power of faith of countless believers in the Church of Light. You should have seen it as well. At that time the silver heavy armor worn by the angel Chianst above the lake of stars was exactly condensed faith made manifest. She lifted her chin slightly, and looked at Lucifer, who seemed to be pondering something. From Lucifer's point of view, the girl's snow-white neck was like the rarest jade in the world, and her delicate fair collarbone, set off by her somewhat slender figure, seemed as if they could hold water. A little thin. The hand on the girl's shoulder rose naturally, and pinched her round, plump cheek. "If I really got fat, you wouldn't like it anymore." The silver-haired girl lightly swatted away Lucifer's hand and clicked her tongue. "I would still like it." Lucifer looked into those azure eyes, and the more he looked, the more he liked them. The eternal sacred flame still pulsing in the girl's chest. Lucifer sensed the unusual stirring of the so-called sacred flame beside her heart and chuckled softly. Then he gently smoothed the silver hair that had just fallen because of her movement. Suddenly, as if a thought had struck him. "How did it appear inside your body?" Lucifer frowned slightly, but the hand stroking the girl's silver hair did not stop. Very soft, very silky. I don't know either. Lovilian shook her head, and looked down at her chest equally puzzled, the place where the eternal sacred flame had taken residence. Ewan came here not long ago, and told me that the eternal sacred flame in the sanctuary of light had gone out. Then he said the Pope asked me to go to the sanctuary to investigate. The girl herself was also confused about how the eternal sacred flame had suddenly vanished from the sanctuary, and then appeared in her body. Why would that Pope ask you to investigate? A 5th-rank spell. No, in his eyes you should only be a 4th-rank light mage. Lucifer paused, and the hand that had been tousling the girl's hair also stopped. He wants a 4th-rank light mage to go to that so-called sanctuary. Lucifer laughed. Then how is that old dying thing? Lucifer stopped short. Lovilian withdrew the little fist that had just struck out, and muttered under her breath. Mr. Gaffleton is not as evil as you think. Yes, he's not that evil. Lucifer could only give a wry smile. But then, he reconsidered and frowned slightly. Lovilian noticed the look on his face, and was about to speak, but Lucifer spoke first. But why did Flores of the Underworld have the chance to come into contact with this azure bird? As the Pope of the Church of Light, Gaffleton is indeed unlikely to be a bad person. But if... Lucifer paused. If he, Gaffleton, the leader of the Church of Light, was also... By Flores. Lucifer said no more and merely looked at Lovilian. Is Flores also a demon god of the Underworld? The girl bit her lip and asked with a hint of worry. To her, Gaffleton was an older, reliable elder. He had also shown her great favor within the church. Yes. Lucifer nodded. If his suspicion was right, then Gaffleton was indeed in grave danger. Even Nokra, the golden dragon of the 8th rank, could not withstand the spread of 9th-rank authority within an extremely small domain, let alone a 7th-rank mage, who had not even broken through to the 8th rank. Among the higher ranks, every step is an unbridgeable chasm. The gap of 2 ranks is almost the gap between an ocean and a pond. Any random wave surging on the vast ocean is enough to completely swallow that little pond less than 10 meters across. Even with the support of so-called faith power. The girl's azure pupils slowly contracted, and she looked again at the unconscious azure bird in Lucifer's hand. It should still be alive. Lucifer knew what the girl was thinking, and lifted his hand slightly. Before the demon god of death, an azure bird that had not yet reached the 3rd rank did not possess the right to simply die after Flores had devoured its soul. Of course, if this azure bird's rank had been a little higher, he probably would not have been able to save it. Fortunately, this azure bird was weak enough. Ewan the azure bird awoke once more under the gaze of the silver-haired maiden and Lucifer. Its sacred azure feathers were arranged in orderly rows on its body, and its round pitch-black pupils stared blankly from clear, limpid eyes, revealing a profound bewilderment. It seems it doesn't remember what happened either. Lucifer shrugged as if he had already guessed this outcome. Flores was indeed a very cautious demon god, as could be seen from the fact that he immediately retreated when his sneak attack on Lucifer yielded no results. He would not place himself in danger. Lovilian. A gentle call came from the azure bird's beak. Its pitch-black pupils still seemed to hold traces of fear. Its 2 delicate wings were still trembling faintly, the soft feathers covering them rising and falling like rippling water. It seemed Flores had left a deep impression on this azure bird. Lucifer watched the azure bird being devoured by fear, and said to himself, after all, when it came to intimidation, the demon got a shadow, and the abyss did have his ways. It's all right, it's all right. The maiden gently stroked the azure feathers that were trembling from fear, murmuring softly. Lucifer watched the azure bird gradually calm under the maiden's tender comfort, and narrowed his blood-red eyes. Lucifer, go fetch the lantern of light from the cabinet for me. The maiden raised her azure blue eyes to Lucifer, then slowly set the azure bird down in her palm. The lantern should be able to help it recover quickly. Lucifer naturally knew what she meant. She was worried that the demon god from the underworld might have left some residual magical power inside Ewan's body, which could affect the azure bird named Ewan. And with the maiden's understanding of Lucifer, she would naturally know that such things did not bother him in the least. Lucifer indeed did not care about such things. This azure bird was not Lovilian transformed after all. It merely had a trace of lingering cold dark aura, and that would not prove fatal. The lantern of light, having been baptized and tempered by the eternal sacred flame, naturally possessed the power to drive away evil. Of course, it had no effect on Lucifer, a demon god of the underworld. It could not even make him feel disgusted. No need. I can handle it directly. Lucifer's side reached out and prepared to take the azure bird from the maiden's hand once more. As a fellow demon god, he could naturally eradicate the lingering dark aura inside the bird's body completely. Then Lovelian will thank Lord Lucifer on Yowen's behalf. Lovelian seemed to have guessed that Lucifer would do this, and playfully stuck out her tongue. Lucifer's hand paused, and he laughed too. Is that how you thank me? He took the azure bird while asking with a smile. Naya, Naya, Naya. Lovelian made a face, as if she had not heard Lucifer's words at all. Naya, Naya, Naya. Seeing the maiden's playful expression, Lucifer made a face back half annoyed, but his hands did not stop. Wisp after wisp of black smoke was drawn out from the azure bird's body by his slender fingers. Ewan stared wide-eyed at Lucifer's blood-red eyes. A strange yet somewhat familiar sensation came from the finger pressed against its head. Darkness, despair, decay, and blood. Torrential fear surged wantonly through its brain, which was smaller than an adult's fingernail, like an endless river battering the levee called reason, and that levee had already been completely destroyed once, not so long ago. What's wrong with it now? Lovelian watched the azure bird suddenly kick out with both claws, and close its eyes again, then glanced at Lucifer, who wore a look of total innocence. Lucifer was silent for a moment under the maiden's puzzled, questioning gaze. Maybe it. One phrase after another flashed through the young demon god's mind. These reasons leapt up eagerly like dancing notes, only to be pressed back down. Maybe it wants to sleep, Lucifer said seriously. One hand steadily held the unconscious azure bird, the other was behind his back, and his body stood at attention. Lovelian fell silent as well. A moment later, sensing that the atmosphere had become a little odd, she said, maybe it really is tired. Sensing that you and the azure bird had merely been frightened into unconsciousness, Lovelian bit her lip, and against her conscience said those words. Yes, yes, yes. Lucifer nodded. Yes, your big head. A flick hit the young demon god on the head. Then the maiden only saw the supposedly gravely wounded Lucifer retreat several steps, as if in great pain, still crying out. So hard. The maiden gently kneaded the hand she had already moved behind her back. She naturally knew that with her power, she could not possibly harm a ninth-order demon god, who could almost cross the void with his physical body alone, and she even suspected that if Lucifer had not deliberately restrained himself, a fifth-order mage who provoked a demon god would in an instant be automatically devoured by the surging magical power surrounding the demon god. But she still liked seeing Lucifer play the weakling in front of her. It really fell asleep, Lucifer said, sensing that the azure bird's breathing had steadied, and he also took a step back. The silver-haired maiden had meant to raise her hand, but found that Lucifer had already stepped back. She merely waved it in the air, as if in a show of force, then lowered it, and looked at Lucifer. What's wrong? Lucifer took another step back. Lovelian found the sight amusing. Lord Demon God, why are you so afraid of me? As she spoke, she leaned toward Lucifer. Her silver-white hair cascaded down, as her slender waist bent forward, and her azure blue eyes smiling from amidst the silver-white looked at the demon god, who had just retreated. Afraid you might hit me. Lucifer was quite honest, and also took another step back. The maiden advanced a step. Lucifer retreated again. The maiden advanced again. Lucifer took another. Lucifer had nowhere left to retreat. Behind him was the windowsill. Golden sunlight had already spilled over Lucifer's shoulders. Lovelian smiled, and advanced another step. The maiden raised her hand, but it only landed gently on Lucifer's head. Take me to the Temple of Light. We need to see what exactly happened, she said softly with a smile. All right. Lucifer was taken aback for a moment, but he still nodded. Then he naturally put his arm around the maiden's slender waist, and she just as naturally wrapped her arms around Lucifer's neck. Shall we go? The faint fragrance of the maiden's hair drifted to his nose as Lucifer asked. Let's go. Within the golden hall of the radiant sanctuary, pure and smooth jade-like stone slabs reflected the pale blue radiance of the lofty dome. At the center of the sanctuary's dome was a circular opening through which sunlight streamed down upon the altar constructed of obsidian. Starting from the outermost edge of the altar, intricate and complex magical runes interlocked ring after ring, like the Ouroboros of myth, joining end to end in an eternal cycle. A middle-aged man in a pure white mage robe knelt before the obsidian altar. Short, fine gray-white stubble scattered across his chin, while within his deep-set eyes lay an abyss of absolute darkness, as captivating as a black hole. The 2 rows of pillars supporting the dome resembled ancient giants carrying the world's heaviest weapons marching toward their destination. Each pillar bore murals carved with different colors and techniques. Every chisel mark and every stroke seemed to narrate the glorious history of this most sacred place of the Church of Light.
Light comes from the goddess.
On the first pillar before the heavy, tightly closed black stone door were inscribed the words of the first Pope of Light. That pillar depicted a human kneeling before a faceless deity, hands raised high. The goddess extended a single hand, bestowing upon humanity light, expressed in the form of flames.
Walk with the divine.
This was the inscription on the second pillar. The pillar also carved the scene of that time, a human strolling along a seemingly endless riverbank, while a noble deity in the sky smiled down upon the human on the ground.
In the Great War, humanity never yielded.
This was the third pillar.
The oracle will lead humanity toward the light. Long live the goddess. Long live the light.
Up to the seventh pillar.
The divine is absent.
The mural on the pillar showed a human raising a sharp sword high, pointing it at the sky, with a towering posture as if to swallow all.
The gods vanished yet remain.
This was the eighth pillar.
The gods fall, humanity ascends to godhood.
This was the ninth and final pillar. This pillar stood closest to the obsidian altar, and also nearest to the kneeling Galford. The kneeling middle-aged man lowered his head. The mirror-like stone slabs reflected eyes as dark as an abyss, with faint threads of gold flickering at their deepest depths. A flash of blood-red light streaked across the majestic hall. As the sanguine mist dissipated, a tall, upright figure stood within. The young man with blood-colored pupils held a silver-haired girl horizontally in his arms, and the girl also clung intimately to his neck.
"Put me down first."
Lovilian's smooth jade-white calves swayed in the air, as her jade hand gently patted Lucifer's back, signaling him to set her down. Lucifer nodded, slowly lowering the hand that supported her legs while the arm around her waist lifted slightly at an angle. First, the moon-white trailing gown gently touched the ground, followed by the crisp sound of low-heeled crystal shoes meeting the mirror-like stone slabs. Lucifer slowly released his hold on the girl's slender waist, and then turned his gaze to the Pope of Light, Galford, still kneeling at the edge of the obsidian altar. The silver-haired girl also fixed her eyes on the kneeling figure. Before Lovilian could voice her question, a hoarse, aged voice emerged from Galford's throat.
"Lucifer!"
The low call echoed beneath the dome of light, then rose through the circular opening toward the sky. The pure white doves around the sanctuary, upon hearing the sound, instantly lost their souls, and fell like petals in autumn. Lucifer said nothing, merely fixing his gaze on the girl's back. The situation was now clear. Galford had been corrupted. Florus, by some unknown means, had influenced the mortal world, and successfully devoured the original Pope of Light. The Galford, now kneeling on the ground, was merely a soulless husk. The voice that had just spoken was only a small projection left by Florus upon this corpse. Florus lived up to the reputation Lucifer had given him of being
cautious and timid.
He had not left his soul in this body, even though the seventh-tier vessel could fully host him. Moreover, with the massive deaths of the demon lords today, the negative in the mortal world had gradually diminished, and the fusion between the mortal realm and the underworld had progressed sufficiently. Florus could have walked the earth in Galford's form. But the other had not gambled on the possibility that Lucifer might not come here. Perhaps this was even Florus guiding Lucifer to this place. So what did Florus want? But now another matter seemed to demand attention. Lucifer noticed the girl's young shoulders trembling, her hands clenched tightly, her fair skin nearly bleeding from the pressure. He did not step forward, he merely watched her back while diverting some attention to
Galford.
He seemed to find it troublesome. Lucifer exhaled softly. Surging blood-colored magic power enveloped the entire sanctuary like an ocean. In an instant, the hall, once bright with refracted golden light, was swallowed by a crimson tide. Terrifying pressure rampantly shrouded every inch of stone in the sanctuary. The mirror-like slabs under the overwhelming force cracked into spiderweb-like fissures. Only Lucifer and the silver-haired girl before him remained unscathed. Then the blood-colored magic beside the girl surged again, transforming into a sanguine beast crouching beside her in a hunting posture. Its ferocious, exaggerated fangs were bared, proclaiming the arrogance of this creature formed from
corruption.
Now the monster awaited its master's command. Crimson had completely engulfed the golden sanctuary, yet Galford remained kneeling there. After a long silence, a sigh.
Pursuing the power of gods without a matching soul.
Florus's drawn-out voice rang out.
Then do you also possess a soul said to match the divine?
Lucifer, standing behind the blue-eyed maiden, asked, with a light chuckle, his voice, though not loud, echoing endlessly through the golden sanctum. Lovelian turned her head to look back at Lucifer. The crimson-eyed youth in the black and gold trench coat smiled slightly, and nodded to her, his eyes half-lidded. Meanwhile the blood-colored beast beside the maiden stirred. The muscle lines across its body rippled like flowing water, and streaks symbolizing power spread outward. Cracks and popping sounds burst from its bones and joints, as if the beast forged from scarlet manna had truly come alive. In an instant a bloody aura pervaded the entire sanctum. Sunlight pouring down at the center of the altar illuminated the beast soaring through the air. Its sharp fangs and claws flashed with a blinding white light in that moment, and it charged straight at the kneeling Garfordin with overwhelming momentum. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Lovelian reacted and turned her gaze back to the altar, the blood-colored beast had already reached Garfordin. Thud. A heavy muffled sound resounded through the golden sanctum. Lucifer raised an eyebrow as he looked at the pitch-black curtain of shadows standing before Garfordin, seemingly somewhat surprised. The blood beast was repelled by the shadowy curtain and hurtled toward the stone doors of the sanctum. Its sharp claws were driven deep into the stone floor, shattering the mirror-like flagstones inch by inch, leaving a long scar along the trajectory of its retreat. After dispelling the momentum, the blood beast shook its head, slightly dazed from the impact. Its blazing crimson vertical pupils locked onto the Garfordin behind the shadowy veil, and it let out a series of dignified low growls toward the kneeling figure. Lucifer cast a cold, indifferent glance at the blood beast that was growling meaninglessly. The massive beast immediately lowered its head, resting its once proudly raised head upon its front claws. The fierceness in its blood-red vertical pupils faded, and was replaced with complete docility. This blood beast was formed from a fragment of the authority of Devour, twisted and corrupted by his fall. But it seemed not to be particularly intelligent. Still, it was loyal enough. Lucifer nodded inwardly, and turned to look at Lovelian, who was still lost in shock.
Florus has completely devoured Garfordin. The person now kneeling before this altar is Florus's projection into the mortal world,
he explained in a calm voice, gazing with concern into the maiden's azure eyes.
So Mr. Garfordin has just...
The silver-haired maiden's azure pupils slightly constricted as she looked toward the figure still kneeling before the altar behind that curtain of shadow. Beneath the flowing light her hand trembled slightly.
Yes.
Lucifer nodded, then cast a sidelong glance at the distant Garfordin. He paused.
But for now, I think we should deal with him.
He emphasized the word him, his finger pointing toward Garfordin. The voluminous white mage's robe completely covered Garfordin's body, and the curtain of shadows still emanated an ominous black aura. Even the golden sunlight burning in the air was tainted by the spreading black filthy aura. Beneath the dome the polished floor reflected Garfordin's expressionless face. His pitch-black eyes held no sign of life, as if he were merely a lifeless husk. But unlike a corpse, his index finger was tapping rhythmically upon the flowing shadows, producing a series of dull muffled sounds. As if in response, the thick shadows spilling from the wide mage robe sleeves spread slowly outward, extending all the way to the ninth stone pillar. At the same time Lucifer raised his hand, his palm facing the pitch-black curtain of shadow. The blood-colored manna that filled the space answered its master's command. Blood-red runes materialized one by one behind him, like scarlet stars adorning the space behind the sovereign. One by one the scarlet stars connected to form links, and a crimson light flickered and flowed along those connections. Lucifer's raised hand slowly closed. In an instant his palm seemed to become the very center of a crimson tornado, surging, an overwhelming power poised to erupt, and then came an explosion that rent the air itself. Boom! Lovelian, already standing behind Lucifer, could not help but gaze at the back before her. His soft black hair was thrown into disarray by the shockwave. The proud aura unique to this young demon god seemed to surge behind him, before the maiden herself. The sky-piercing bloodlight passed over Lucifer's shoulders, and fell upon the maiden's fair face, illuminating the tear tracks upon her cheeks. Lucifer sensed the shift in the maiden's emotions behind him, but he did not turn around. He simply gazed ahead at the shadowy curtain that remained thick and dense even after the blood-colored smoke dispersed. He narrowed his eyes at dangerous light seeping through the slits of his blood-red pupils. Logically speaking, the fusion between the mortal world and the underworld had not yet reached a level where a demon god could openly wield his authority in the mortal realm. But Florus had already used his shadow, and the rules had shown no reaction. By now this revealed far too many problems. Why had the rules not punished Flores for entering the mortal world? Why had Flores chosen to seize control of Garferton so soon after he had left the mortal world? By what means had he interfered with the mortal world? Why had he controlled the azure bird to seek out Lovely indirectly? Flores should have known that Lucifer had returned to the mortal world. Would he not have avoided him? Suddenly the young face of a figure, with deep-set eyes, curled hair, and pale green eyes surfaced in his mind. The moment he had returned to the mortal world, Loki had drawn him into his illusion. The reason Flores had dared to send an invitation to Lovely, even while knowing that Lucifer had already returned to the mortal world, was that he also knew Lucifer would be unable to return to the maiden's side in time due to certain matters. And the cause of that was Loki, the god of deception and trickery. But then another doubt arose: how could Flores, a demon god of the underworld, know Loki, one of the ancient gods? Set aside for now the question of how they had struck a deal. Another greatest doubt surfaced once more in Lucifer's mind. Where in the end had the ancient gods actually gone? Why was it that only Loki had reacted in the mortal world so far? More and more tangled thoughts accumulated, entangling his fingers like threads that could never be cut.
Of course, I possess the qualifications of a god.
A resounding voice rang throughout the entire sanctum.
You are unworthy. Uranus is unworthy too.
The voice from Garferton paused for a moment, as if exhaling the breath accumulated in his chest.
No being in this world is more qualified or more capable than I to ascend to that supreme throne of God. The sky belongs to me, not to you.
As he reached the end of his words, Garferton rose to his feet, and turned his head, staring directly at Lucifer. In those eyes that had been completely swallowed by darkness, a few faint flashes of green light suddenly flickered.
Indeed, how could the throne of the sky be defiled by a being not even worthy to be called a demon god?
Flores' thin, piercing voice answered Loki, while faint ripples stirred across the surface of the shadowy veil. First, the scepter embedded with a black gemstone gently struck the mirror-like stone floor, followed by a foot shod in an exquisite, finely crafted leather shoe stepping onto the
mirror's surface.
Flores' tall, gaunt figure slowly emerged from the veil of shadows. Beneath his narrow brows lay eyes as pitch black as an abyss. Once standing still, he adjusted the black top hat atop his head, then naturally folded both hands over the black gemstone at the end of his scepter, calmly gazing at Lucifer and the blue-haired, white-eyed girl behind him.
Garferton,
who had risen to his feet, also smiled. His slender eyes, now transformed into an emerald green, revealed a hint of smugness. Yet if one observed closely, one could detect in the very depths of those eyes a trace of caution. The god of deceit and trickery would never reveal his true emotions before his enemy was completely dead. Unlike Flores, who appeared boldly in his true form, Loki still occupied the mutilated body of Garferton. This was a way to disgust his enemies, even though some of his powers would be restricted. As a result, in his judgment, the satisfaction of disgusting his foes outweighed the drawbacks of the limitation. Such was his assessment. Lucifer simply watched Flores, who stepped out of the shadows like an old gentleman, then let out a soft chuckle.
I didn't expect we would meet so soon,
he said with a smile, as if he were not the one surrounded by two peers of equal rank. Rather, it was he who had surrounded Flores and Loki.
You arrived sooner than I anticipated.
Flores' fingers stroked the black gemstone at the end of his scepter. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the dome above, yet the moment it fell upon the altar, it was devoured by the boundless shadows.
Still, it matters little. The final outcome is already decided.
Flores spoke with pointed implication. Lucifer no longer paid him any mind, instead turning his gaze toward Loki, who occupied the corpse of the human papal sovereign.
If you intend to sow discord through the division of the sky, I see no need for it.
He likewise looked at Lucifer, casually stroking the gray-white stubble around his chin.
Moreover, the young lady Lovely behind you seems quite concerned about me,
Loki said softly, his pale green eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl behind Lucifer. Lovely's grip on Lucifer's robe tightened involuntarily. Though he sensed it all, Lucifer still did not turn his head. He merely reached out his left hand and gently held the girl's nervous hand. Feeling the warmth in his palm, the girl couldn't help but sniffle delicately.
What she cares about isn't you.
Lucifer first uttered a seemingly superfluous remark, then shifted his gaze to Flores. In his eye sockets, surging crimson flames leaped and crackled in silent fervor.
Deception.
Without any concealment, Lucifer stated his conjecture outright. Through the authority of the god of deceit and trickery, the rules had been blinded, allowing a demon god like Flores to enter the mortal world. But Alex had not come. That meant, deception could not simultaneously help two demon gods evade the rules. Even if Florus and Loki might have conspired behind Alex's back, given Florus' cautious and timid nature, he would never abandon the added assurance of victory that Alex's participation would bring. Loki sought the authority of the sky. What did Florus seek? His death. That was likely the direct cause.
Don't you also possess the authority of secrecy?
Florus half squinted, his eyes gently raising, then lowering the hand that held his scepter. Tap, tap, tap. The dark shadows following the scepter striking against the ground converged toward the black gemstone, at its end absorbing the magic from the shadowy veil behind Florus, like a vortex. The originally glossy black jewel grew perilous, like a venomous serpent poised to strike at any moment.
Save your nonsense until after you're dead.
Florus raised his scepter high.
Wait.
Florus halted mid-motion. It was not Lucifer who had spoken, but Loki beside him. Loki first offered Florus an apologetic smile, then turned to Lucifer.
Please protect the human girl behind you. If she is harmed, I will be in considerable trouble.
He uttered these words with an air of politeness. Before Lucifer could respond, veins bulged on Florus' forehead, and he prepared to attack once more.
Wait one more moment.
Florus instinctively stopped and looked at Loki. Clad in a pure white mage's robe, Loki shrugged helplessly, indicating that the voice had not come from him. Then naturally it was Lucifer. Florus smiled. He gently lowered his scepter, the magical energy around the black gemstone at its end dispersing abruptly, and calmly looked at Lucifer.
Let me hear your nonsense.
The cautious, timid Florus allowed himself a moment of pride, lifting his head and puffing out his chest as he faced Lucifer.
What is it that you rely on?
Lucifer asked with curiosity.
What makes you believe that here in the mortal world you two, mere ninth-rank beings, one my defeated opponent in the Underworld, the other a failed god, who somehow escaped destruction and slipped into this world before the return of the gods, could possibly prevail?
He paused.
Who gave you that confidence?
Lucifer's words just now had included
the return of the gods.
This was no baseless speculation. When Loki first appeared, he had mentioned
the throne of the sky. You are unworthy and Uranus is unworthy.
From this one could infer that Loki harbored some grudge against Uranus, a hatred that had festered for 10,000 years and still lingered. And the object of that hatred was most likely still alive. Of course, it was also possible that Loki's hatred for Uranus ran so deep that even 10,000 years had not extinguished it. That statement itself was also a means of gathering information. If the other party did not deny it, it would confirm that
the return of the gods
was true, allowing Lucifer to prepare accordingly. If the other party chuckled dismissively, it would mean his inference was wrong. But he would lose nothing. Merely a little time wasted.
The sun god gave me this confidence.
The smile at the corner of Loki's mouth curled upward. He knew full well that Lucifer was probing him, but he also gambled that the other would not fully trust the expressions and words of the god of deceit and trickery. Having no credibility could itself serve as a safeguard. The instant Loki's voice faded, a blazing radiance, like a sun, erupted from the breach in the temple dome. The golden beams seemed to outshine even the burning star in the sky, and a vast surging presence rolled outward, as waves of scorching heat sweeping through the entire temple of light in the span of a heartbeat. The searing temperature alone was enough to make even Lucifer's ninth-rank demon god body feel at ease. Before Lovilion, protected behind him by Lucifer's blood-red magic, could speak, the young demon god shattered the space around them, already warped by the appalling heat, and with a gentle push sent the silver-haired girl through.
You?
The girl's azure eyes were brimming with worry. Lucifer merely smiled, murmured a few words, then turned fully away.
It's no big deal.
It was still that infuriating smile, the smile of one who believed he could handle everything on his own. Caught up in the turbulent currents, the girl suddenly remembered her father at that moment. The man who at a young age had already risen to prominence among the high ranks of the empire, the man whose name never failed to bring a smile to her grandfather's lips, the man who had laid down his life for the empire. Before he departed for that war, he too had gently pushed her young form aside with a smile, and just before he left, he had patted her head.
I will come back.
This was certainly not because the young man had enough confidence that he would survive that cruel war. In a war against those bloodthirsty demons, no one could have been absolutely certain of surviving. It was merely the only thing every person about to go to the battlefield could say to their family, words to leave them a little hope to hold on to. Perhaps others had reasons not to take part in that war. But he had no such reason, nor did he want to refuse. Because his surname was Bradley. He had to go to the front. Because his father was there, his father needed him, and that battlefield needed him as well. Bradley had instilled in the young man a pride fused into bone and blood. The glory of his forebears rested upon him, its radiance blazing from his shoulders. But in the end, he was not fearless. He feared tarnishing that glory. The memories flickered past like spatial rifts, then vanished. And in the final moment, before the torn space healed completely, the girl, who had been pushed away, was still gazing at the upright silhouette standing tall in the blazing sea of light. Having sent Lovillian away, Lucifer stretched. Even though the dense golden light, concentrated to the extreme, had already spread to his very presence, he remained unhurried. Loki had not stopped him from sending Lovillian away. From that much could be inferred. Loki did indeed need Lovillian, or more precisely, he needed something on Lovillian's person. That thing, it seemed, was exceedingly fragile. Not long ago Loki had told Lucifer to protect Lovillian behind him. What could Lovillian possibly possess that would make an ancient deity desire it so? The eternal sacred flame. The flame that had escaped from the altar space, and for some reason had suddenly appeared within Lovillian's body. It was said to be an eternal deep red flame condensed from the sun god's radiance. Lucifer did not ponder for long, because Flores had already made his move. The slender sword blade formed by ruin had transformed into a streak of pale violet light darting through the brilliant golden ocean and closing in on the stationary Lucifer with an aura that threatened to pierce through everything. A scorched burning trail lingered where the pale violet streak had passed. In that instant, the aura of ruin overwhelmed even the golden light flooding down from the dome. Not far away, Loki slowly drew from his robes a brass-colored pocket watch bearing conspicuous traces of wear. The silver chain quivered in the air a few times. The bronze lid flipped open at the end of the chain, revealing the full face of the watch. Several slender hands swept across a deep blue dial upon which a dragon was engraved. Set into the dragon's eye was a tiny but exquisite golden gem. Tick-tock. Light suddenly bloomed from the dial, and a phantom stepped out of it. 6 thick blue arms, a broad exposed chest with clearly defined muscles, elegant lines flowing down from the shoulder blades, cyan veins bulging beneath dark blue skin, as if the creature possessed incomparable power. But it had no head. At the same time, another phantom surfaced from the watch dial. Finally it transformed into a great python, a giant that stood as tall as a person even when lying flat, coiled around a stone pillar beneath the dome. Its long body wound around and around the pillar, engraved with the words, "The gods have fallen, mortals have ascended to divinity." Even the 13-meter stone pillar could not fully satisfy this giant serpent, flicking its scarlet tongue. Much of its gray body still meandered along the ground, and the slender tail at its end slowly curled upward. Click! Loki snapped the lid shut. As if receiving a command, the headless blue giant and the great python charged straight at Lucifer, who had just sidestepped. Ruin! Already prepared, Lucifer raised one hand and gently clenched it in the void. Specks of blood-red light slowly materialized in the air. After the crimson glow faded, one slender exquisite red flying sword after another appeared beneath the temple dome. The presence of death began to thicken throughout that space. The headless blue giant seemed oblivious to the threat of death. It raised 4 hands, as though to charge its 2 lower hands, shielding its abdomen. Muscles bulged in its calves, and debris flew in every direction. In the blink of an eye it had already reached Lucifer. The blue giant now shifted its 2 middle hands into an encircling gesture, while its 2 upper hands clenched into fists, and hurtled toward Lucifer's head amid the cracking thunder of a sonic boom. Lucifer reached out with one hand to brush aside the arms trying to embrace him while retreating a step. Before the blue giant could react, he turned and drove a fist straight into its face, no, its chest. With a thunderous boom, the towering giant was sent flying sideways like a blue meteor. The invincible force of the punch did not diminish, carrying it all the way to the breach in the temple wall, until no more earth-shaking sound came from beyond. Meanwhile, the great python was pierced through the moment it thrust out its head, caught in the rain of death swords that Lucifer had summoned. Every flying sword was driven deep into its massive body, every falling crimson blade sent up a spray of blood. With no way to counterattack, it could only whimper in place, twisting its body in agony. Flores froze for a moment, then looked at Loki, who was rubbing the brass pocket watch, his eyes full of puzzlement. Loki paid no mind to the distrustful look in Floris's eyes, a look he had seen time and again in ages past, for nearly every god who knew him wore the same expression. Except for the sun god and his father, that poor silver-haired old titan. As for the former, it was because Helios, the sun god, did not need to care about anyone's tricks. His own divine station was exalted enough that he did not even need to act personally. Any being who dared to overstep the sun god's majesty would be punished by sky and earth alike. After all, Uranus and Gaia would not allow Father God's dignity to be diminished by even the slightest measure. The reason he had previously dared to disguise himself as the sun god to deceive Lucifer was precisely because sky and earth had already been stripped of their authority by the supreme sun god himself. The throne of the sky had fallen from the heavens, and the throne of the earth had been buried forever beneath the soil. This immediately threw the gods into chaos. Helios, the eternally lofty supreme deity, vanished without a trace in the very upheaval he himself had started. But back to the point. That detestable silver-haired old titan always wore a kindly expression. No matter how Loki deceived him, no matter how he mocked his one-time father, the other seemed never to lose trust in him. Loki hated such people. He relished the helpless fury of those he had deceived, and loathed the wisdom that seemed to see through everything. And the Lucifer before him now was making him profoundly irritated. Gafferton's bloodless fingers squeezed the brass pocket watch tightly, as if trying to press his very flesh into the watch's lid. The gray giant serpent, pinned to the stone slab by a blood-red sword and writhing in agony, suddenly stopped moving as if its soul had fled. But in the next instant, as if it had regained strength, it thrashed madly once more, ignoring the pain of tearing flesh. Its eyes burned with hysterical frenzy, and its vertical pupils fixed deathly on Lucifer not far away, as though the next moment it would break free and stand before him. Then Lucifer pressed his raised hand downward, like an emperor issuing a command to his subject. Another blood-red flying sword shot toward the serpent. SHHK, the sound of a blade entering flesh. Clang, the sound of the blood sword piercing through the serpent's body and slamming into the stone floor. The scales that had once been indestructible now seemed no sturdier than paper. They were smashed apart with irresistible force, not slowing the blood-red sword for even a fraction of an instant. Floris did not wait for Loki's other tricks. Within the radiant golden light scattering through the air, he raised both hands and began to chant softly toward the sky. An eye like an abyss opened far above the sky. The strange thing was that no pupil lay within it, only a sinister pale white. The abyssal eye writhed for a moment in the sky, then cast down boundless demonic power toward the temple on the ground, toward the place where Floris stood. Pure dark demonic power surged wildly into Floris's body. With such abundant power, the abyss between his raised crossed hands grew ever more solid, as if it would soon become a black hole and devour everything around. The authorities of deceit and shadow combined could not match secrecy in its ability to obscure the rules of the present world. Thus he could only choose to borrow a little power from the netherworld. The netherworld's demonic power was ownerless, so even if he drew upon it in great amounts, it would not provoke a reaction from the rules. The abyss was a direct link. But what he had not anticipated was that Lucifer would ignore the pale purple streak of light called destruction and charge straight at him. In the instant Lucifer gave up dodging, destruction pierced straight through his heart, and pale purple flames erupted around the freshly pierced heart, spreading with savage speed, as if to annihilate all signs of life. Still Lucifer paid no heed to the wounds destruction had left on him. His blood-red ice-cold eyes remained fixed on Floris, who was still chanting. The young demon god was so fast that he left no afterimage at all across the distance. He seemed merely to flicker, and then his clenched fist was already before Floris's eyes. In the eyes of the demon god who ruled shadow, the darkness cast by that fist loomed ever larger, as though the next instant he would be sent flying, a hair's breadth away. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire dome of the temple shook. A ring of white shockwave blasted outward from the point where Lucifer's fist struck Floris's forehead. The brutal shockwave seemed to tear through the heavens. The overwhelming power dispersed with a thunderous roar, scattering the clouds above the temple, warping the light that poured down from the dome, and shredding everything near the altar in an instant. The stone pillar that had stood in human history for a century was severed in the middle. The gray serpent coiled around it was also torn apart, splattering broken pale white bones and blood across the floor. The serpent's head twitched a few times before breathing its last. This temple, which had weathered centuries of wind and rain, seemed to be approaching its final moment. Amid the falling rubble a blood-colored flower bloomed from Floris's headless neck, and then came a dull thud. Lucifer let out a breath beside the headless body in its tailcoat. Just before the temple collapsed, he saw Loki leaving carrying the head. He spat out a mouthful of blood. On the stone slabs already ruined by the battle a fragmented reflection showed his face, and the hollow of his left chest with the pale purple flames burning around it, flames bearing the meaning of destruction. Floris had dared to chant before Lucifer because he was firmly convinced that Lucifer would not dare to attack him while bearing destruction. This was not trading wound for wound but death for a wound. No living being could survive being pierced by destruction, not even the ancient goddess of creation. In a silence that belonged only to him, he raised a hand and placed it over the hollow in his left chest. The profound black of death spread across his chest, and the pale purple flame seemed to weaken somewhat. Still they did not go out. Death could only briefly hold back the death brought by destruction. This was not a difference in authority. It was simply because the authority of death was not meant to prevent death, but to deliver death. At the moment the dome was about to collapse, Lucifer looked toward the blood beast not far away, which was trembling uncontrollably. His eyes brightened. Loki, carrying Floris's head in his arms, was darting swiftly through the air. "We cannot go too far." Floris coughed out more blood after saying this, but still managed to shake the head slightly. "Lucifer cannot possibly die from destruction," he stated with absolute confidence, his pitch-black eyes filled with hatred and resentment. "He definitely has ways to restrain destruction. We have to go back, I know." Loki landed on a cliff and looked back at the temple collapsing in the distance, then said with a light laugh, "Then why?" "Because an even greater surprise is still waiting for this detestable demon god." Loki opened the brass pocket watch, and time swirled within it. Soon, he narrowed his pale green eyes. The demon court. Pitch-black snow fell once more from the gray hazy sky. The demons of the court seemed already accustomed to the black snow that would occasionally drift over the court. The residents showed no surprise, not even raising their heads. A young giant-tusked demon sat slumped in a street corner, clutching a pair of enormous white tusks in its arms. The demons coming and going around it did not pause for this young demon that seemed to have lost all hope. Some well-dressed demons even kicked it as they passed, as if driving away a dog. Cyan paid them no heed and simply shifted its position of its own accord. Yet its eyes never left the pair of tusks in its arms. At this moment those huge eyes, once wild and ferocious on the battlefield, seemed filled with nostalgia. Pitch-black snowflakes drifted slowly down onto its body, gathering into a faint black trail of snow on its form that was gradually losing warmth. "Am I dying?" Cyan clutched the two tusks even tighter. The war in the dim Scorchlands had come to a temporary end. Demon Emperor Nostun had issued the order all demons on the front lines of the dim Scorchlands were pulling back. Cyan did not understand why the Emperor, who had once sworn before countless demons to fight the human race to the death, had chosen to retreat. How could they retreat? The demon race had been trapped in this sunless extreme north for 1,000 years. Those damn humans, shouting that they would not yield a single inch of land, brandished their blades to slaughter its kin. Over the millennium the blood of demon warriors who died in the dim Scorchlands would be enough to drown the entire demon court. How could they retreat? Its clan had almost been exterminated by this war. Its father, its mother, elder brother, elder sister, younger brother, younger sister. Everything it had was taken by this protracted war against the human race, all for the noble ideal of the demon race, to become the true masters of the continent, rather than remain trapped in this accursed extreme north. So how could they retreat? The other Eighth Order demon kings made no response to Lord Nostun's command, as if they were dead. The pitch-black castle that stood in the sky above the demon court, once looking sacred and inviolable, now seemed to have become an obstacle on the demons' path, blocking their advance. Even though Lord Drov had died in battle, the demon race still had 3 Eighth Order lords. How could they be forced into retreat after retreat by a human race with only 2 Eighth Order powerhouses? But it could do nothing. All it could do was hold the pair of tusks its father had taken pride in while alive, as if doing so might bring it a little warmth. What a pity, the tusks were still cold. The corners of its clouded eyes grew wet, and tear tracks spread down its face. Perhaps only tears were warm at this moment. Whether it was an illusion or not, at the instant its body already at the end of its life fell, it seemed to see a white-haired elder descend into the sky. The gray hazy sky churned in that instant, and the entire demon court seemed to seethe because of the elder above. The dying demon felt only an earth-shaking tremor. Was that the bronze statue? It wanted to turn its head, but it no longer had the strength. The silent pitch-black snow quickly buried its corpse, as if it had been forgotten by the world.
Gust!
Beneath the sky a pillar of deep black demonic energy shot skyward, and at the same time that roar resounded through the entire demon court, as if it could pierce everything. The white-haired elder treading the void turned his head almost imperceptibly, then let out a soft chuckle. He raised his hand slightly, and slid his index finger downward through the air. With the void beneath the elder's feet, as the boundary of the surrounding space seemed to solidify in an instant. The movements of every demon beneath this barrier were frozen, continuing only at an extremely slow pace. Including the seventh-order demon king, who had just roared at Gust. The brutish body that had been flying toward Gust like a black meteor was now bound by unprecedented fetters, closing in on the white-haired elder, who seemed already within arm's reach, at a rate of 1 inch per second. The white-haired elder compressed the density of space to the extreme, and anything that tried to approach him was blocked by the space that had solidified into substance. Then, the white-haired elder slowly clenched his fist. Crack! The arrogant demon king burst apart in an instant, yet only a little blood seeped from the wounds severed by space. The solidified space prevented the demon king from breaking free. Even as it died, even the blood that sprayed out before its death could not escape the spatial blockade.
Lerlonsu, it is time to come out.
The white-haired elder's voice echoed through the entire demon court, calm and imposing. At the same time a pale white soul form appeared beside the elder, silently manifesting in the void behind Gust. Gust already knew that only one eighth-order expert remained in the demon race. This was not a lie that could be maintained. Lerlonsu wanted to create the illusion that the demon race still had 2 eighth-order experts, but for a demon that had never walked the eighth-order path to its end, that was hardly possible. August and Gust had only to probe lightly to learn that the other eighth-order demon King Dantia had fallen at the very center of the demon court in that pitch-black castle that represented the demon race's supreme authority. After learning the situation, August had already returned to the imperial capital to take command at the center. Gust stayed behind. Lillian, while alive, had been of the primordial demon clan, and most things attuned to the primordial demon clan were also in the demon court behind the front lines. Coming to find Lerlonsu was then a convenient side errand. Of course, because of the positive-negative balance between the mortal world and the netherworld, Gust would not kill Lerlonsu. But he still had to let this primordial demon, the one who had killed Lillian, know that causing pain comes at a price. It had declared time and again that the primordial demon orthodox line must not be disturbed, that the demon race was one, and that there must be no contact with the human race. And yet, it was itself that had killed the last 2 eighth-order experts of the demon race. After all, deity could not have died without cause. And the reason behind such deeds was nothing more than a struggle for power. For a long while no response came from the pitch-black castle.
It is afraid,
Lillian said with a soft laugh. The translucent white soul form stood behind the elder, like a sacred angel embracing the white-haired old man.
It should be afraid.
Ripples stirred in the elder's eyes, as his thoughts churned like ocean waves.
I have waited too long.
Above the demon royal court, Gust still gave no response. The white-haired old man merely chuckled softly, and took an empty step into the air. In the next instant, he arrived inside that pitch-black castle, the very place where the former demon emperor had fallen. 2 long rows of mahogany tables stood quietly on either side. Pale red crystal chandeliers hung in silence above the hall, lending this chamber, the supreme seat of demonic authority, a heavy blood-colored hush. At the top of the jade steps stood an obsidian throne. A figure sat upon it, but the hall chandeliers could not illuminate the throne above the steps. The figure simply remained there, quiet and steady, sitting in the shadows. Only 4 faintly glowing green eyes shimmered in the darkness. Lerlonsu. Gust whispered, his left hand clenching, then slowly relaxing. The faint soul body behind the old man still floated there. Those beautiful eyes first swept across the entire hall, then finally settled on Lerlonsu upon the throne. I never thought you were still alive. Lerlonsu's fingertips slowly traced the armrest of the pitch-black throne, while his 4 green eyes remained fixed on Gust, filled with caution and wariness. Fear could have been the reason you avoided making mistakes, but back then, you were not capable of fear. Gust walked forward slowly, and Lillian trailed close behind. Now you are afraid, but it's too late. The white-haired old man looked at Lerlonsu at the top of the steps, with a grave expression, his tone serious.
I am an 8th-rank demon king, and I once had a chance to compete for the demon emperor's throne. You know as well as I do that I could not possibly have feared you back then, a 5th-rank mage, who had swept across low-rank battlefields, and thought himself invincible under heaven. Lerlanso's knuckles pressed against the black dragon scale armrests were trembling, but his expression remained calm. And a primordial demon, who betrayed the demon race, killing him is simply killing him. The old demon king's heart was racing. Perhaps it was the instinct all living creatures share when death draws near. But he refused to believe he should bow to that instinct. For he was the emperor of the demons. Even if this throne of power had not been gained honorably, he was still the emperor of tens of millions of demons. Of that there was no doubt. An emperor could not bow his head. Gus wanted to speak, but as a spatial mage standing at the pinnacle of the present world, he sensed a resonance in space, and turned his gaze to the opposite side of the long mahogany table on his left. As if in response, the space behind the mahogany table shattered like glass. The spatial turbulence, which should have been as destructive as a black hole, was now as calm as a placid lake, neither flamboyantly devouring everything nor wantonly shredding its surroundings. Through the spatial rift, he saw those blood-red eyes, and the girl being pushed toward him by the owner of those eyes. In an instant the rift sealed shut. Only Lovillian remained sitting blankly on the mahogany table. Her moon-white dress trailed down her calves and pooled on the black stone floor. Then she turned blankly and saw Gust. Lucifer, Lucifer. The instant she laid eyes on him, panic flooded the girl's blue eyes. She opened her mouth hurriedly, but her thoughts were in disarray. Don't rush. Speak slowly. Lillian's soul drifted over, and gently stroked the girl's silver-white hair in its spectral form. Comforted, the girl took a deep breath, looked at Gus with solemn gravity, and spoke in an extremely serious tone. A demon god named Florus has entered the present world and joined forces with a... Lovillian suddenly remembered that she did not know the name of the deity who had taken control of Garfalton's body. Another 9th rank. A 9th rank other than the demon god. Pope Garfalton was devoured by him, and now they are at the Holy Temple of Light. Before the silver-haired girl could finish, the pale red chandelier overhead suddenly began to sway, and the red light shifted with its trembling. Gust instinctively looked up at Lerlanso on the throne, only to find the other man staring in shock at the wine quivering in the goblet before him. The next moment, the two 8th-rank powerhouses present sensed almost simultaneously the vast and holy aura emanating from the south of the continent. Gus turned his head. As mana surged at his command, the heavy bronze doors swung fully open, and the black snowflakes drifting outside poured into the hall through the gap. Gold. The colorful world became gold. In the far distance, the golden pillar of light resembled a spear hurled by the creator god, piercing heaven and earth. Its dazzling brilliance illuminated everything. Even from nearly half a continent away, Gus could see with his naked eye that pillar standing almost as tall as heaven and earth. A violent shockwave spread outward from that pillar at terrifying speed. Within a dozen or so seconds of Gus opening the bronze doors, a wave of heat bearing a sacred scorching aura had already crossed half the continent and reached the royal court in the frozen north. The instant that heat wave touched this land of bitter cold, it became as warm as spring at the continent's center. The temperature began to climb at an unnatural speed. The black snow that had shrouded nearly the entire royal court melted in midair and fell as drizzling rain. Every demon in the royal court, no, every living being on the entire continent, instinctively looked up at the golden pillar like God's spear. Holy and blazing, surging and fierce. It was exactly in the direction of the Holy Temple of Light. Pat. The girl stared blankly at the towering pillar of brilliant gold in the distance. 2 crystal tears ran down her cheeks and fell to the ground with a soft patter. A demon god could never unleash a spell so saturated with holy light attributed power. And before she had been teleported away, the temple's dome had already poured down 10,000 sacred golden rays. The answer had already surfaced. This towering golden pillar came from that deity of unknown origin, and he was the one who wanted to kill Lucifer, the mortal enemy. Don't worry. Gus quickly recovered after the brief shock and said in a soothing voice, perhaps it is because he was afraid you would fear him, so he almost never displayed his power before you. The white-haired old man paused, then looked again at the pillar standing between heaven and earth. No one can kill him. After all, he was the monster that governed death. How could the god of death, who brings death to mortals, ever die? Florus could not imagine any possibility of Lucifer surviving after being pierced through by destruction.
But his intuition kept whispering to him that Lucifer would never die from destruction. This was pure intuition. Even after his head had been sent flying by Lucifer, Flores was still concerned about Lucifer. One had to admit, this was a truly moving brotherly bond. 1 minute before the pillar of light appeared at the cliff where Loki had landed. Having already abandoned that mortal shell, Loki stood ahead gazing at the distant temple of light. On the grass beside him lay Flores's head, and the shadow tentacles that held it aloft.
You should use your methods now.
Flores looked at the halo that had suddenly appeared before him, nearly enveloping the entire temple. The blood-red frenzied mana was firmly imprisoned within the golden halo that resembled a cage. Whenever the blood-red mana surged, the flowing golden halo was like sunlight falling on white snow, melting it away in an instant. The sun god. Loki did not answer Flores, only speaking softly. The afterglow of antiquity still shines with its light, warm, blazing, beautiful, magnificent, noble. The sun. As Loki's last word fell, the golden pillar of light descended. In the rumbling explosion, Flores's head, supported by shadow tentacles, swayed, his pitch-black pupils filled with disbelief. This was the aura of the sun. Memories from the source of the underworld throbbed wildly, stabbing at his nerves like sharp needles, and epic images surfaced in his mind one after another. It was as though time itself was replaying. Flores's pupils dilated. The fragments that suddenly appeared in his mind were memories he had never possessed. It was as if the source of the underworld had finally broken free from some binding, restoring these memories that had been sealed away even from the demon gods. In the void of the ancient era, 4 divine fire horses, their bodies burning with blazing crimson flames, pulled a chariot bearing the mark of the sun across the sky. The chariot was surrounded by a dazzling, blazing golden light, and the light casually spilled from it was already enough to illuminate the entire continent. Within that nearly endless sacred light, a towering figure stood proudly amid a sea of radiant gold. Even the mere silhouette of his back made Flores's eyes, peering through the memories of time, feel a searing burn. The river of time might have flowed for 10,000 years, yet it had not weakened this great being's bearing by even a trace. The dazzling light crossing the ages still pierced the soul. But Flores still strove to open his eyes within the memory fragments, even at the risk of them being set aflame. Never before had the source of the underworld directly instilled memory fragments into a demon god in such a manner. This first, and perhaps only, instance was bound to be information of extreme importance. In the chaotic memories, the sacred chariot passed through the sky day after day. All things in the world began to grow and evolve, and the environment of the world changed because of him. Beneath this great being's radiance, even the light of that star seemed insignificant. Then one day a light mixed with deep green and pale blue suddenly bloomed in the sky where the chariot was passing. Flores only saw the great being on the chariot slowly turn his head, as if also looking at the creature born from the trail of flames left by his chariot. Lord of the sky, Uranus. Although Flores could not clearly see the being wrapped in that deep green and pale blue light, he quickly reached that conclusion. Then the figure which Flores had identified as Uranus bowed his head toward the great being on the sun chariot, as if making some declaration. The figure on the chariot seemed only to nod. Then the sky had its master. Then Earth, Gaia, was born on the land illuminated by the sun. The same process was repeated after the great being nodded. The earth too had its master. Afterward more and more gods were born, and all things in the world seemed to gain their own rulers. The gods began to truly govern the world. The goddess of light was the first to answer the living beings on the ground. No god had ever responded to the prayers of those lower beings before, even though they knelt upon the earth and did everything they could to please their gods. After the first 2-legged beast received the goddess's response, the living beings of the world began to spread the faith of light. For a time, the entire continent sang the praises of the goddess's grace. The other gods looked down on this with disdain, until the goddess born from light, relying on the power of faith, advanced once again on the path of the gods. They began to truly set their gaze upon these lower beings. The goddess of life chose the elves, a race of lithe, unworldly beings in the forests, while the dragon god chose the magical beast race, which was naturally endowed with overbearing physical might. But nearly all the gods desired the faith of humanity. It was the purest power of faith, the power of faith recognized by the world. The gods pulled out all the stops to spread their own grace, while the sun god, who forever radiated endless light, merely carried on his work as usual. He did not care. Until one day a black-red existence with an ominous aura came into being. It had no solid form. Like flowing water, it grew unchecked in every corner of the world. For the first time, the sun god cast his gaze upon this dark creature that had appeared in nearly every corner of the continent. He stretched out a hand, and closed it lightly in an imaginary grasp, and the black-red creatures of the whole world were gathered into his palm, condensing into a dark red crystal, a dark red, as if drenched in countless drops of blood. The primordial form of the source of the underworld. Flores was certain that it was the source of the underworld. Then, there was no then. The searing light in the sun god's eyes pierced through everything, instantly igniting the eyes of the demon god at the very end of time. Ah! A piercing wail suddenly rang out beside Loki, startling him, for his attention had been fixed on the golden pillar of light in the distance. He turned around, and saw only blazing golden flames burning in Flores's eye sockets, along with a face twisted by agony. Loki froze for a moment, and looked at his own palm.
Didn't I use the sun's afterglow on Lucifer? Why are you the one burning now?
Contrary to what the outside world imagined, Lucifer, standing at the heart of the solar afterglow, had suffered no real damage, aside from feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the searing heat given off by the endless golden light surrounding him. But that was all. And yet, he was trapped here as well. The gilded glow resembled a lake beneath morning sunlight, with pale golden light dancing across it, beautiful yet concealing murderous intent. As if answering Lucifer's thoughts, a holy sword flowing with golden flames condensed above the pillar of light, magnificent, solemn, and sacred. The demon god beneath the holy sword remained calm, tilting his head slightly to look up at the enormous sword suspended high in the sky, radiating sanctity. The sword's towering mountain-like body bore ancient runes: slay evil, exorcise demons, scorch and light, and they blazed ever more brightly as the blade descended. Far off in the northernmost reaches, Gus watched that colossal golden sword hanging in the sky, his sun and moon-like eyes shadowed and unfathomable. Alonso, who had once sat high upon the throne, had already taken his own life. The pitch-black throne's armrests were stained with fresh crimson blood, which slowly trickled down the jade steps. The moment the golden pillar flared to life, the life of this demon king, who had spent his entire life vying for the demon race's supreme seat, came to an end, along with the descent of the solar afterglow. His death meant that the demon race no longer had a single 8th-rank being. The emperor of the demon race died by the hand of a demon god. The corrupt King Droth died by the hand of the human emperor. The Lord of Blood died by the hand of Alonso, a fellow demon king. And Alonso then took his own life. From this point on, the demon race could no longer contend with humanity. At the same time, the fusion of the mortal world and the netherworld would accelerate sharply. The white-haired old man did not look at the dead Alonso on the throne, he simply stared silently into the distance. Lillian, standing behind the old man, also watched the distance in silence. No one noticed that the silver-haired girl's eyes had turned gold, a gilded shade like the golden pillar itself, or even purer, a blaze of golden light. The Imperial Palace? August had just issued the order for the human forces on the front line in the forest of demonic beasts to retreat, when he caught sight of the golden pillar that seemed to pierce through all things, and within that gilded beam the faint silhouette of an inverted sword, as massive as a mountain. A holy and razor-sharp aura traversed the vast distance to reach the aged emperor. Feeling that suffocating might, the tall old man fell silent for a moment. A gentle breeze brushed across the tall old man's temples, and a trace of relief crept into August's hazel eyes. It seemed the world did not belong to humanity alone. In Baron Raymond's courtyard, Scarlet, strolling through the garden, was also watching the golden light, curiosity shining in her eyes. What is that? Is some mage studying powerful magic again? She raised her hand and pointed at the sacred pillar of light. Raymond Gray at the temple stared blankly at the pillar that pierced the sky and the earth in the distance, and remained silent for a long time. Father! Father! She waved her hand in front of Raymond's eyes. Raymond snapped back to himself and looked at his daughter. Perhaps? The middle-aged man laughed softly, burying his fear deep in his heart, then reached out and gently stroked his daughter's hair. The world was about to change. Rhine, clad in heavy silver armor, cut down the remaining netherworld creatures in the forest of demonic beasts with a single sword stroke, then looked up at the golden pillar. A red-haired girl wrapped in a linen robe and wearing wool boots stood beside the golden-haired youth. If the world were to end, where would you choose to go? Branduil, whose pale red eyes reflected the golden pillar, and who seemed lost in thought, suddenly asked Rhine. Right here then. Rhine was startled for a moment before answering. The girl's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Ryan scratched his head and laughed as well. The Netherworld Pyramid Tomb. Alex with a ram's head and a human body sat alone upon the towering throne, the ghostly blue flames in his eye sockets still burning silently. Suddenly the flames in the darkness flickered slightly. The end has come. The demon god's soft laughter echoed endlessly within the pyramid tomb. And the wound in his chest pierced through by the spear of turmoil was slowly healing. Above the blood moon. A boundless sea of blood enveloped the sun-like origin at its very center. Wild mana raged around it like crashing waves, yet whenever it neared the Netherworld origin it instantly became calm. The Netherworld origin pulsed like a blood-red sun slowly washing over everything around it. Like a pebble cast into a lake, its pulsations rippled outward across the surrounding sea of blood. On the blood moon the Netherworld origin's fluctuations manifested as a sudden flourish of blood-red moonlight eerily illuminating all things in the Netherworld. Like a bloodthirsty beast, it was ready to devour this world at any moment. Before the golden holy sword that could pass judgment on all things came crashing down, the people of the continent saw an enormous blood-red phantom rising from the base of the golden pillar, towering straight into the clouds. Under the golden light's terrifying heat the blood-red phantom gradually solidified, as if an ancient monster that once roared across the world had awakened once more, howling hideously in its desire to destroy the world. The holy sword in turn had become the sacred object preventing the monster from destroying the world. Then the golden holy sword began to accelerate downward, ripping through the air in an instant. People could clearly see the space in that part of the sky billowing like flowing water under the airwaves, while wild and unrestrained power blazed forth, proclaiming the sword's might to the world. The temperature soaring as the holy sword prepared to fall seared his skin without cease, but the wounds healed almost as soon as they appeared. Almost at the same time the blood-red phantom fully solidified, turning into a towering figure that stood between heaven and earth within the golden pillar. The figure standing within the golden radiance had 16 wings that seemed capable of shielding the sky, and 4 thick arms etched with runes of different authorities hung around his waist and abdomen. Ferocious muscles coiled over his body like the gnarled roots of ancient trees, while the Netherworld sigil unique to demon gods blazed upon his back. This monster, which could crush a city with a single step, spread his 16 wings, his blood-red eyes ferocious to the extreme. The 4 arms symbolizing fall, death, chaos, and distortion were also raised upward. Almost everyone could tell what that towering world-straddling monster intended to do. He wanted to catch the holy sword descending from the sky. A grand and majestic golden light pierced through heaven and earth. The maiden above the royal court had eyes blazing like molten gold. Gus sensed the sacred aura erupting suddenly behind him, but before he could turn his head, surging blue flame swallowed his vision, entirely coalescing into an indestructible pale blue barrier that separated him from the maiden blazing with blue fire, or rather protected him. Lillian's soul form pressed close beside Gus. Her hand, veiled in faint white mist, loosely held the old man's wrist, but her gaze was not on the silver-haired girl who had suddenly become the sacred one. Instead, she looked tenderly at the young one who had put her behind him in protection. The sacred flame from the ancient past, like the core of the world's crucible, furiously vented its power with the maiden's emotions. The supreme authority that should have belonged to the sun god seemed to have been taken over by a maiden separated from it by 10,000 years. The blazing flame spread recklessly like a deep blue ocean unfurling its road ahead. The black falling snow in the sky above the royal court, already baked by the heat carried by the golden light from the distant horizon, was burned once more by the blue flames, dissolving entirely into white steam that hazed over the space between heaven and earth. Lovilian's originally azure eyes had now turned completely into molten gold, like the most exalted deity gazing down upon the world beneath her feet. She raised her eyes. Her distant gaze crossed 1,000 mountains, and 10,000 rivers, crossed the lake of stars, crossed the forest of demon beasts, lingered for a moment in the bedchamber adorned with silver lotus flowers, and finally turned toward the pillar of golden light. "I thought I could do it." A deep androgynous voice resounded through the hall, coming from the maiden, who now stood high above in the sky. Or rather, that sacred one. As a sigh that crossed through time, and seemed to carry the accumulated weight of all the world, resounded across the royal court, she raised a hand, and then closed it as though grasping something. It was as if a supreme crown were being torn away. The golden holy sword that had stood in the far distance, and was now plummeting toward the demon god's true form on the ground at a terrifying, unknowable speed, shattered inch by inch. Fragments of the blade each as large as a mountain crossed the sky like meteors, leaving one long golden trail after another across the boundless azure sky. To the living beings of the mortal world, that brilliant and towering golden sword simply broke apart in midair, then turned into ribbons of flowing light that illuminated heaven and earth. The entire world was lit up by the scattered meteors, and the pure white glow forced every creature on the ground gazing up at the sky to shut its eyes unconsciously. Gus only felt the pale blue barrier around him dissolving. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find that the maiden, who had been wearing the moon-white gown, had vanished. Lillian's soul form seemed to have grown even more solid from being touched by that brilliant light, allowing her to hold her beloved's warm hand. Gus turned to look at Lillian, and saw that her eyes were already on him. The little maid should go and save the world now, she said softly, her eyes reflecting the golden meteors falling at extreme speed through the sky. If those mountain-sized golden fragments truly fell to the earth, they would inevitably destroy the land for hundreds of kilometers around the point of impact. I am already very old, the white-haired old man said, his eyes radiating a gentle light they had never shown before. But fortunately you are still you. Neither have I been pinned by time to that bleeding grassland. A solitary soul had finally found its answer in the wasteland of time. A moment before, upon a nameless cliff, the young deity with pale green eyes casually tossed the brass pocket watch in his hand. It spun in midair, fell, and was deftly caught on the back of his hand again. At the end of the ancient era, why did the sun god suddenly go mad and slaughter the gods? Flores, who had completely lost the power to see, spoke hoarsely. The shadow supporting his head was also gravely burned by that glimpse from across time, and it flowed faintly, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet he still saw it. The memories transmitted to him by the netherworld source, the memories of that era. The sun god with vast divine power suppressed the darkness that had just been born into the world, what is now called the netherworld source. He perceived that this was the world's negative, so he tried to kill the darkness completely. But the deity who had been omnipotent until then failed. The endless darkness from the world kept nourishing it, and even the sacred light of the sun god could not fully drive out that deepest and heaviest dark. He could only seal away the darkness. But a seal needed a place. The sun god's seal could not completely contain the spread of the darkness. Therefore he chose to split the world. In the fragment from the netherworld source that Flores had glimpsed, a palm that seemed able to cover everything was tightly restraining itself, the netherworld source of that time. The world was divided by the sun god mustering the power of all the gods. The positive side was the mortal world, and the negative side was the netherworld. But that darkness still leaked out and spread. Then in the final fragment the sun god went mad. The gods of the mortal world were slaughtered one by the sun god, and the intelligences born from their authorities were erased and scattered into the mortal world. At last, for reasons unknown, the sun god also fell. The authority of the sun shattered at the same time. Part of it remained in the mortal world, while part drifted into the netherworld, and was devoured by the netherworld source, which was still unconscious at that time. And thus, the origin was born. Did the negative just transmit those ancient memories to you? Loki did not answer Flores's question, but instead asked softly in return. Yes. Flores instinctively wanted to nod, then stiffened. In the end, all he said was yes. Helios was always a madman. Loki sneered as the fingers holding the pocket watch tightened slightly. He was already mad when he came into contact with the negative. A hint of recollection flickered through his pale green eyes, but was soon replaced by coldness. Helios himself was the most supreme and venerable existence in the world. All things have their positive and negative sides. He had them too. The netherworld source you speak of is his negative. He loathed that darkness, and he loathed the dark self as well. But he was still too weak. Loki's voice became light, as if he were greatly pleased. Once I reclaim the authorities of you demon gods, it will finally be time for me to ascend to godhood. The negative of the sun. What terrifying power! Lucifer, Alex, Flores, Edea, and Leger. The power of the 4 demon gods was nothing more than the initial manifestation of that negative. Once he, this orthodox god who had survived since ancient times, reclaimed those authorities and devoured the netherworld source. Flores fell silent. He now knew that Loki wanted to kill him, but he had no way to fight back. There was nothing left but to wait for death. Loki said no more, his fanatical gaze fixed on the golden beam. The demon god's body, which reached as high as heaven, was being continually scorched by the golden light. Surging blood thundered through coarse veins trying to expel the heat as quickly as possible, but even so his body was rapidly evaporating, and the holy sword was about to fall as well. And all of this was merely a single ray of light borrowed from the sun god. What awe-inspiring might! Unless the sun god were to return to the world, Loki really could not imagine what other means this struggling demon god still had. Suddenly the great golden sword slowly disintegrated before Loki's shocked eyes. Several golden meteors crossed the sky, drawing trails one after another upon the pale green curtain. Who is it? Loki roared, almost losing his mind. Veins bulged in his arms, and he howled and bellowed with a ferocious expression. A smile touched the corner of Floris's mouth, though even he had no idea who had done it. Rip! In an instant a tiny pale blue light pierced through Loki's body. He looked down at the flames spreading from his abdomen. The fury on his face gradually faded as unwillingness crept into his heart. I knew it. He cast one final glance at the sky. The maiden burning with blue flame stood proudly aloft in the void. The eternal sacred flame would obey only the sun god. And the sun god was dead, there was no doubt about it. The goddess of light. Before death the thought flashed through his mind, and he smiled. Then he collapsed beside Floris's head. The demon god's true form had completely shattered. In the ruins Lucifer felt as if his head had been baked into a daze. He knelt on one knee, and through blurred vision saw his hand charred black by flame. Suddenly his hand was lifted. The touch was cool, and then came the light of healing. He raised his head hazily, and looked at the silver-haired maiden standing before him. This should count as a proposal, right? He didn't remember the rest, he only remembered his angel smiling in the sunlight. Darkness, chaos, and mist. Occasionally faint specks of pale white light flickered through this void-like realm, for a fleeting instant only to vanish and sink once more into an ocean of blackness. Perhaps it was the death of a star. Perhaps it was merely the world expressing its own mood. The long river of ages crept silently through this dark realm, while the impenetrable darkness, like time itself, remained eternal, absolute, and serene. Within the vast expanse of nothingness, the laws of the world were being woven. One after another delicate silver strands, like silk, twisted and interlaced through the darkness, entwining together to form runes of profound significance. These runes illuminated one another, breathing as if alive, radiating their own unique glow in measured rhythmic pulses. Suddenly a blaze of incandescent white light flashed across the entire cosmos in an instant. The scattered silver runes, as if receiving a command, converged into streaks of silver radiance gathering around the side of the primal light. The primal light throbbed with fervent, surging vitality. The silver runes spiraling around it gradually drew closer until at last they pressed tightly together before the light. The silver filaments composing the runes disintegrated, these laws which had remained utterly inert since their birth now swiftly condensed within the darkness, dismantling one another, and yet also completing one another. A figure in the shape of a human, seemingly formed solely from leaping flames, emerged within the gloom, even though the concept of flame did not yet exist in this world. But soon it would. Light. This newborn primal one issued its first command. The obscure syllables carried by a majestic voice expanded across the universe at the speed of light. The world blazed with radiance. Countless races were born, dragons, elves, dwarves, humans. Flying birds, fierce beasts, insects, ants, grasses, and trees, all living things burst forth in competition. Beneath the chariot tracks of the sun god, the sky was born under his radiance, the earth came into being. The gods gazed down upon the mortal world from on high, while the sun himself stood eternally upon that chariot. For horses ablaze with everlasting fire scorched trails across the heavens, as if glass seared by intense heat. Until the first wisp of darkness was born from shadow. The sun god lowered his gaze. His golden eyes, devoid of any emotion, held a cold stare that seemed capable of piercing all things. In the end, he imprisoned the darkness within his own palm. The gods did not understand why the Father God attached such importance to a wisp of black chi, yet this did not stop them from growing ever more vigilant against the spreading darkness. The world's negativity grew ever greater. Even the sun god's broad palm, which seemed capable of bearing everything, could no longer contain it. Several wisps of black breath slipped through his fingers, and in an instant an aura of madness and chaos devoured every living being upon the earth's surface. The body of Gaia was polluted, and pitch-black wounds appeared upon her shoulders, wounds that no living creature could ever heal. Sever. Uranus narrowed his pale green eyes, gazing toward the divine chariot above the sky, pulled by the 4 flame-wreathed horses, and spoke with quiet composure. Amidst the boundless radiance the sun god nodded. Then, the world was pierced by vast divine power, and the shattered fragments of the world were reassembled under the combined strength of the gods. Thus the mortal realm and the underworld were fully formed. The sun god cast out a beam of golden light carrying the darkness down into the underworld. In his golden eyes the darkness, now freed from its bindings, spread, and grew unchecked, eventually transforming into a crimson moon. He could perceive the breath of life within that crimson moon. Every world has its positive and negative. The deity named Helios knew that he was the positive of the world. And the darkness blooming in the world's darkest corner was undoubtedly the negative, corresponding to him, the sun god. In the shadows unseen by the other gods, the sun god once again severed the darkness itself. What could have given birth to a darkness equal in station to Helios, the embryo that would have nurtured another supreme being, was divided before it could take form. The supreme power and authority were likewise divided. Perhaps in the ages to come beings of equal rank to the gods would emerge from this darkness, but none would ever wield power matching his. This was the sun god's balance. Yet Helios did not stop there. Secretly, cautiously, he returned once more to the underworld. He sought to devour pure darkness. At that time the sun god did not realize that he had already been corrupted by greed. Perhaps in the end, he understood everything, but it was already too late to turn back. Wrath utterly tainted the sun that illuminated the world, causing the very orb meant to radiate holiness and banish evil to finally fall, becoming the source of turmoil and strife. At last death set the entire continent ablaze. A pitch-black sun wielding absolute violence above the world crushed every living being that stood in its path. The gods wailed in grief. Lord of the sky Uranus perished beneath the wheels of the father god's chariot, and sovereign of the earth Gaia died under that dark and sinister radiance. The goddess of creation was nailed to the earth by his destruction, and thus her corpse, and that blade of destruction forever became the edge where the mortal realm borders the underworld. The god of life revered by the elves had his life force severed by his own hand, and in the end his body fell, as a meteor before the dragon god. The dragon god let out a heaven-shaking roar, raging furiously at the father god he had once revered. But the figure above the sky merely raised a hand. The dragon god's heart, as tough as rock and as vast as a mountain, began to truly petrify the stony change, spreading slowly from within to consume his entire body. Every inch of bone, every drop of blood, all turned to stone. He gazed with sorrow at the sun god, who had already turned away whimpering like a beaten hound. Yet his father god gave no response, still coldly carrying out his slaughter. Before he was fully petrified, the authority of time was summoned from his already stone heart, and a prophecy was sent 1,000 years into the future. But this prophecy was also corrupted. Helios, the slaughterer of gods, became the origin demon god, and the outcome was recorded as death at the hands of the gods. The order of time was inverted, and the sequence of the answer became a lie. Yet the dragon god did not realize this, or perhaps even if he had, nothing could have been changed. His towering dragon claws pushed forward, sending the corpse of the life goddess far down the river of time. At last even his once most noble eyes were completely veiled by cold gray stone. Shadows shrouded the world, and the world turned into an abyss. In a corner, unnoticed even by the sun god, a trickster smuggled into the underworld and landed upon the crimson moon. There he dissolved into specks of pale green light, merging into the nascent origin of the underworld. In the final moment, the sun god briefly regained clarity. Unsurprisingly, this primordial deity died by his own hand. The world fell into silence.